I was constantly harassed by my boss and ostracized and mocked by my colleagues, thinking my life had already hit rock bottom. But even more terrifying is that I've discovered mysterious golden threads growing from my back every time I wake up. I was physically and mentally exhausted by this, and nearly lost my job because of it. Until that day, when I erupted in desperation, and the golden threads that had always coiled around me finally revealed their bloodthirsty true nature. My name is Chang Tianla, I'm a diligent office worker, but I always get excluded by others. I always want to protect the little joys of ordinary life, but often get disturbed. Recently, my life has completely changed. I discovered mysterious golden threads growing on my back. They can help me beat the summer heat, even transform me into a miracle working doctor, and aid me in punishing evil forces. The boss of a mysterious company also sought me out. Damn it, I'm hospitalized again. When Chang Tianla opened his eyes, he smelled the faint antiseptic scent in the air and saw the surrounding medical equipment. He tragically found himself hospitalized for the 5th time. For the past half-month, he had been passing out for no apparent reason, and the doctor's explanation was extreme fatigue. But he knew the truth. Ever since his first blackout, every time he woke up, he could see golden threads behind him, like gilded stitching. This eerie scene frightened him out of his wits and severely affected his life. Every day, he felt someone breathing behind him, icy and chilling, making him shiver even in the blazing heat of summer. After several sleepless nights, even a man of steel would collapse. Just then, the hospital room door swung open, and his colleague Lee Mayer walked in. Dressed in a black blazer and an off-white blouse, her voluptuous figure seemed on the verge of bursting the buttons, while the fishnet stockings beneath her short skirt and her slender, straight legs exuded undeniable allure. You're so weak, yet still have the nerve to look elsewhere. I really admire you, Lee Mayer said with feigned anger upon seeing Chang Tianla's lustful gaze. So it's Mayer. Chang Tianla finally tore his eyes away with reluctance to look at her face. Lee Mayer was his college classmate and the object of his affection. She always visited him whenever he was hospitalized. Yet the unspoken tension lingered between them. Chang Tianla felt he wasn't good enough for her, no car, no property to his name. Meanwhile, Lee Mayer had privately turned down the advances of many company executives, waiting for him to achieve fame and success. Seeing a stunning beauty like you, Mayer, as long as I've got breath in me, my thoughts will always stray elsewhere, striving to contribute more to the nation's development, Tianla Chang chuckled, stroking his chin. You rogue, Lee Mayer scolded with a laugh, then asked, Brother Lo, what's really wrong with you? You've passed out 5 times this month. My condition isn't something the hospital can fix. Actually, I'm not sick at all. It's just lack of sleep and too much stress. Chang Tianla waved his hand dismissively. Not getting enough sleep? Brother Lu, you must be joking. Is something going on? Lee Mayer looked surprised. Chang Tianla forced a smile, reluctant to share the secret about the golden threads for fear of frightening her. He brushed it off, saying, Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I'll just rest more from now on. Thanks for visiting me despite your busy schedule. Stop saying that. Lee Mayer rolled her eyes at him and replied, We're colleagues and classmates, how could I not visit you when you're hospitalized? Chang Tianla smiled and asked, By the way, has that supervisor Yao Fingqiu been bothering you at work recently? Upon hearing this, Lee Mayer immediately furrowed her delicate brows and sighed, Brother Lu, you know exactly what kind of person he is. He keeps taking advantage of his position as supervisor to cozy up to me every day. It's so annoying. If it weren't for you still being in the company, I'd have quit ages ago. Chang Tianla felt a warmth in his heart and softly assured, Mayer, I promise you, if that bastard Yao Fingqiu dares harass you again, I'll break his legs. A disappointed expression flashed across Lee Mayer's face as she snorted, I think we'd better drop it. With you fainting every other day and him already trying to fire you, if you offend him, he'll definitely dismiss you without hesitation. What's wrong with having an opinion? Chang Tianla retorted irritably. If that bastard fires me over this, I swear I'll make him pay. You're swearing again. Lee Mayer gave him an unhappy glare, then stood up and said, Brother Lu, there's a lot of work waiting at the company. I'm heading back first. Chang Tianla thought she was angry and quickly smiled apologetically, saying, Mayer, don't be mad. I won't swear anymore. Stay with me a little longer. Lee Mayer was secretly delighted to see how much he cared for her. With a faint smile, she replied, We've known each other for so many years, don't you know my temper by now? There really is a lot of work at the company. I'd better go. Glad you're not angry, Chang Tianla grinned. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be at the office this afternoon. After Lee Mayer left, Chang Tianla lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling and muttering to himself, What on earth are these golden threads behind me? Have I been possessed by something unholy? Looks like I'll have to find a chance to visit a temple and consult a master. Chang Tianla lay on the hospital bed for a while, feeling bored, so he completed the discharge procedures and went straight to the office. He had just sat down, barely warming his seat, when Supervisor Yao Fingqiu called him into the office. At noon, Lee Mayer had warned him to avoid conflicts with Yao Fingqiu if possible. Suppressing his discontent, Chang Tianla knocked and entered. As soon as he entered the room, 2 loud barks startled him. Yao Fingqiu loved bringing his big yellow dog to work, and thanks to his brother-in-law being the company's general manager, no one dared to say a word to him. Chang Tianla instinctively dodged slightly and forced a smile as he asked, President Yao, what do you need me for? Yao Fengshou was a chubby, short man in his mid-20s, reclining lazily in his boss chair. With a sarcastic tone, he said, Lele, you've been fainting frequently these past 2 weeks. The company has decided to give you an extended leave. You should go home and rest up. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianle furrowed his brows, thinking to himself that this guy really intended to fire him. Suppressing his anger, he smiled and asked, Director Yao, may I ask, was this decision made by the company or by you personally? Is there any difference? Yao Fengshou asked with a playful look. Of course there's a difference, Sheng Qianle replied calmly. If it's the company's decision, I'll comply, but if it's your decision, Manager Yao, then I'm sorry, I don't need to. Lele, Yao Fengshou stood up with a sleazy smile. Why can't you understand my good intentions? You've passed out 5 times in the past half month, even the hospital said it's due to overwork. Giving you this long vacation is about caring for employees, so many people envy you. Thank you, but no need. I know my own body well. If there's nothing else, I'll go out and get back to work. With that, Cheng Tianle turned to leave. Yao Fengshou's face darkened with anger when he saw him about to leave, and he snapped, Cheng Tianle, don't push your luck. You have 3 days to leave the company, or don't blame me for being rude. Cheng Tianle halted, slowly turned around, and sneered, the fox's tail is finally showing. You think I'll just leave because you say so? Firing me requires a company-wide discussion. Don't even dream of scheming me out of here. Cheng Tianle, you damned fool, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you're still here in 3 days, I can't guarantee you'll stay in one piece on your way to or from work, Yao Fengshou threatened. Nothing infuriated Cheng Tianle more than threats. A surge of indescribable rage flooded his chest, and the chilling sensation behind him intensified several times over, causing the room's temperature to plummet. Yao Fengshou was startled and stammered, Cheng Tianle, what the hell are you trying to do? Cheng Tianle was utterly infuriated, itching to kill the fat man in front of him. He took a step forward and roared angrily, Yao Fengshou, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the supervisor. Yao Fengshou saw him move and quickly grabbed a stack of documents to shield himself, trembling as he said, Cheng Tianle, this is the company. If you dare lay a hand on me, you won't leave here in one piece today. Cheng Tianle's fury was completely ignited, accompanied by an intense killing intent. A golden thread shot out from behind him, heading straight for Yao Fengshou's chest. Ah! This exclamation didn't come from Yao Fengshou, but from Cheng Tianle himself. He stared at the suddenly appearing golden threads, utterly stunned, his anger vanishing without a trace. As his fury dissipated, the golden thread struck the document in an instant before retracting abruptly. This bizarre scene left Cheng Tianle completely bewildered. What horrified him even more was that the document in Yao Fengshou's hands had neatly split in half, the cut cleaner than if made by a razor blade. Yao Fengshou was also terrified, trembling as he asked, Cheng Tianle, what are you trying to do? Cheng Tianle stared blankly at the panicked Yao Fengshou. The golden thread had been appearing continuously for over half a month, but this was the first time it manifested while he was fully conscious and with such terrifying power. It effortlessly sliced through a stack of documents, as easily as an industrial cutter. Cheng Tianle no longer had the mood to intimidate Yao Fengshou. Without a word, he turned and walked straight out the door. Yao Fengshou, seeing him act so cocky, felt his pride couldn't bear it. Recovering from his initial shock, he grabbed the glass ashtray from the table and hurled it at Cheng Tianle's head. Just as the ashtray was about to hit Cheng Tianle, it bizarrely stopped in midair. Cheng Tianle sensed wind sounds behind him and turned around to see golden threads flying out again, tangling the entire ashtray in an irregular pattern. The countless golden threads were invisible to Yao Fengshou. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of Cheng Tianle and Yao Fengshou, the entire ashtray was instantly sliced into powder, scattering onto the floor. Ah! Yao Fengshou screamed in horror, howling, ghost. Cheng Tianle was startled by his howl. The golden threads swiftly retreated behind him, as if they had never appeared. Cheng Tianle stared blankly at Yao Fengshou, who was scared out of his wits, then glanced at the broken glass shards on the ground, his heart filled with panic and horror. He had no idea what this mysterious golden thread really was, whether it posed any harm to him, or if it was some sort of sinister entity. Humans always feel awe and fear toward the unknown. Right now, Cheng Tianle only wanted to find someone capable to explain what these golden threads really were. His entire body felt weak, as if he was about to faint again. He knew these golden threads possessed incredible offensive power, but compared to his own life, he'd rather not have this eerie thing at all. He had no mood for work now. Taking leave, he rushed straight to the famous Tanshui Taoist temple, where it was said the priests possessed profound spiritual attainments. Cheng Tianle was utterly tormented by the golden threads and had no choice but to seek help at the Taoist temple. Arriving at the Taoist temple, he lit incense, donated some fragrant oil money, and then approached a young Taoist priest to state his purpose. The junior Taoist led him to the back hall, where they met a white-bearded elder Taoist in his 70s. The venerable master exuded an air of celestial grace, which put Cheng Tianle slightly at ease. When Cheng Tianle finished explaining his situation, the elderly Taoist priest stroked his beard and leisurely said, Benefactor Chang, you are being plagued by a demon. Cheng Tianle immediately said anxiously, Taoist master, you must save me. As long as you can help me exorcise the demon, I will come to the temple to burn incense on the 1st and 15th of every lunar month and donate more oil money. The old Taoist master smiled faintly, exuding the demeanor of a high-ranking expert. Exorcising demons is our duty as cultivators of the Tao. As for material offerings, it depends on the donor's sincerity. 10 or 8 yuan is not too little, nor are 10 or 8,000 too much. The amount represents the sincerity of your devotion. Benefactor Chang. Listening to these words, Cheng Tianla frowned slightly, feeling that the old man seemed both like a fraud and yet not. Gritting his teeth, he could only say, Taoist master, as long as you can rid me of the demon, I am willing to donate 5,000 yuan for oil money. The old Taoist master gave a slight nod, then reached into his robe and pulled out a jade pendant, handing it to him. Benefactor Chang, this jade pendant has exorcising properties. As long as you wear it, the demonic presence within you will be eradicated within 7 days. Cheng Tianla gratefully took the jade pendant, overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you so much, Taoist priest. I'll definitely introduce more friends here in the future and help promote your temple. The old Taoist master waved his hand impatiently. No need for unnecessary talk. Go outside and donate the incense money first. Cheng Tianla exited speechlessly, and as soon as he stepped out, the little Taoist priest took him to the front hall to donate money. Watching the thick wad of banknotes dropping into the donation box, his heart was bleeding. After donating, just as he turned to leave, the young Taoist bowed and said, Benefactor Chang, you've already donated the incense money. Now, shouldn't you hand over the payment for the jade pendant? Ha! Cheng Tianla exclaimed in shock. Wasn't the money I just donated for the jade pendant? The young Taoist calmly smiled and replied, the money you just gave was to show your sincerity, it wasn't for the jade pendant. The money you're supposed to give now is what actually buys the pendant. After listening, Chengshil felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. He had never been so utterly scammed. The young Taoist noticed his dissatisfaction and explained with a smile, Benefactor Chang, the artifacts blessed by our abbot are highly valuable outside. If you hadn't donated so much incense money from the start, I wouldn't have taken you to meet him. If you no longer want the jade pendant after the evil aura on you is dispelled, you can resell it for a high price or simply return it to me. I'd be willing to buy it back for 5,000 yuan. Chengshil was stunned by the Taoist's words. He swallowed hard and asked, you'd pay me 5,000 for it back, meaning I'd have to donate another 5,000? The Taoist waved his hand. No, just another 3,000 would do. Chapter 04, Credit Cards Accepted. Holy crap. Cheng Tianla nearly jumped up and cursed the little Taoist priest at the top of his lungs, but reason told him he couldn't do that. He was here to pray for blessings and ward off evil spirits. He absolutely couldn't offend the local Taoist priest. Forcing his frustration down, he pulled out his wallet and showed it to the priest, saying with a hint of reluctance, Little Taoist, I only have 1,000 yuan on me right now. Could I bring it back to you another day? The young monk glanced at Cheng Tianla, then pointed at his bank card and asked, Is there money in this card? Cheng Tianla froze at the question, then gave a wry smile. What's the problem if I have money? Can you take cards here? The young monk nodded firmly. Yes, we accept cards. At that moment, Cheng Tianla was utterly defeated by this young Taoist. He never imagined that Taoist temples nowadays could be so advanced they even had POS machines. Cheng Tianla swiped his card to pay, then returned home in a foul mood. Lying on his sofa, he fiddled with the jade pendant in his hand and grimaced. I spent 10,000 yuan just to get this thing. If it works, then the 10,000 yuan was worth it. But if it doesn't, then I'll definitely go find that old Taoist priest and give him a piece of my mind. That day had utterly exhausted Cheng Tianla. He drifted off on the sofa almost immediately and slept straight through until dawn. When he opened his eyes that morning, he turned his head in confusion and glanced behind him. The sight that met his eyes made his face turn as grim as could be. Golden threads still danced behind him, leaving Cheng Tianla utterly speechless. From initial terror to now seeing these golden threads every morning, he'd grown somewhat numb to them. He knew this thing appeared every day after he woke up, only to vanish on its own after about half an hour. Cheng Tianla now understood that no matter what he tried, he couldn't shake these golden threads. He could only silently accept their presence. He believed that once the jade pendant's full power manifested in 7 days, the golden threads would be expelled from his body. After washing up, Cheng Tianla boiled a bowl of instant noodles, ate a couple of hasty bites, and got ready to head to work. Just then, he glanced back at the golden threads behind him and noticed they hadn't vanished yet. This made him worry again. According to the usual pattern, the threads should have returned to his body by now. Why hadn't they gone back today? Cheng Tianla's brows furrowed deeply into a V shape. He sighed exasperatedly at the golden threads behind him. Hey, time's up. Shouldn't you be heading back? If you don't, how am I supposed to get to work? And don't blame me for not warning you, the sun's pretty intense out there. If this light-fearing thing of yours gets hit by sunlight, it'll turn to dust in no time. After saying this, Cheng Tianla suddenly felt like a total idiot. He begged for that jade pendant precisely to get rid of the golden thread. If sunlight really could destroy it, that would be perfect. Why bother arguing with this bizarre thing? Cheng Tianla, bursting with excitement, threw on his clothes and dashed out of the room. 10 minutes later, he was utterly disheartened. The golden thread showed no fear of sunlight whatsoever, still hovering behind him with unshakable arrogance. With golden threads trailing behind him, Chang Tianla wondered what would happen if a master passed by and saw him like this. Would they step in to help remove these bizarre golden threads? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt dizzy and stumbled, nearly falling. It dawned on him once more that these golden threads were no joke. Whenever they appeared, they drained his physical and mental energy. If this continued, he'd eventually perish at their hands. Chang Tianla was utterly tormented. Though the golden thread possessed the cutting power of a saw and the temperature-regulating function of an air conditioner, its side effects were simply too severe. If it had no drawbacks, he truly wouldn't want to part with it. An hour later, Jin Tingjian arrived at the company. The moment he pushed open the office door, a dog's bark echoed through the space. Startled, he froze. His gaze locked onto Yao Fengshou, that scoundrel, standing at the doorway with his beloved dog in tow. Chang Tianla shot him a glance but said nothing, returning directly to his desk. Yao Fengshou, observing Chang Tianla's supremely arrogant expression, couldn't help but snort coldly before flashing a sinister grin. "You little punk," he muttered, "no need to act so cocky. Just wait and see how I'll properly deal with you today." Once he got busy, he'd forget about everything else, and time would fly by. Before he knew it, it was quitting time. Honestly, white-collar work was incredibly boring and tedious. Not only did he end up dizzy from the day's hustle, but the pay wasn't particularly high either. The golden thread trailing behind Chang Tianla had vanished by the time he arrived at the office that morning. Glancing at his watch now, he saw it was nearly 5 o'clock. He stood up, stretched his slightly aching shoulders, tidied up the papers on his desk, and headed downstairs. The walk was uneventful. As he neared the alley behind his apartment, 2 dogs suddenly appeared. Chang Tianla recognized one, a slightly smaller yellow dog. It seemed small only because it stood next to a massive wolfhound, which made it look puny by comparison. Seeing these 2 large dogs blocking his path, Chang Tianla instantly knew it was the bastard Yao Fengshou's doing. A surge of anger welled up inside him, and he snapped at the empty alleyway. "Yao Fengshou, you fat pig. You're underhanded. Got the guts to come out and fight me fair and square? What kind of bull is this, sending 2 dogs? Yao Fengshou stood hidden at the other end of the alley, watching everything unfold with a smug grin. Clutching 2 heavy iron chains used for tethering dogs, he chuckled coldly. "Chang Tianla, you little punk. You actually dared to steal my woman? Today, my 2 precious pets will make you the last eunuch in the Middle Kingdom." After Chang Tianla finished cursing, he got no response. He immediately prepared to make a run for it. He'd been bitten by dogs several times as a child. Though he wasn't afraid of dogs now that he was grown, he still carried a lingering shadow of fear deep down. But the moment he took a step back, the 2 massive dogs instantly bared their teeth and lunged forward. This terrified Chang Tianla, and the rage pent up inside him erupted completely. At that instant, the golden thread behind him began to slowly uncoil, twisting and spiraling like the tentacles of an octopus. The moment Chang Tianla's golden threads appeared, the 2 large dogs froze. Whether it was because the beasts saw the golden threads behind him or were intimidated by the icy aura they emitted, they dared not take another step forward, instead emitting mournful whines from their throats. Chapter 05, Vicious Dogs Blocked the Path. This bizarre scene puzzled Yao Fengshou, who watched from a distance. He whistled sharply, commanding the 2 dogs to attack. Though clearly reluctant, they bared their teeth and lunged toward Chang Tianla. Seeing the 2 vicious dogs pounce, Chang Tianla instantly cursed, "Yao Fengshou, I'll every woman in your family. I'll never let you off the hook." With that, he turned and ran. But the moment he spun around, he failed to notice the uneven ground beneath his feet and took a spectacular tumble, landing flat on his face. Chang Tianla knew he was finished. Even if the dogs didn't bite him to death, they'd chew him beyond recognition. But did things unfold exactly as he imagined? The instant the 2 vicious dogs lunged at him, golden threads shot out from behind him at an incredible speed. They wrapped around the dogs' bodies, heads, and limbs in wildly irregular patterns before suddenly contracting. In the next instant, fragments of flesh and blood rained down from midair, and all the golden threads vanished into Chang Tianla's body. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, devoid of any human voice, echoed through the empty alley. Yao Fengshou was utterly petrified by the horrific scene before him. He collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. His already coarse features were now contorted beyond recognition by sheer terror, and a large wet patch spread across his crotch. The next instant, the man scrambled away, practically crawling and screaming as he fled into the distance. Chang Tianla jumped at Yao Fengshou's sudden scream. When he turned to see the scattered flesh and severed limbs on the ground, his stomach churned violently. He immediately began vomiting uncontrollably. It was disgusting, terrifying. Struggling to his feet, Chang Tianla sprinted out of the alleyway. He didn't want to linger for even a minute longer. Another second and he might have vomited bile. After escaping the alley, Chang Tianla took several deep breaths of fresh air, taking a full moment to steady himself. He knew those vicious dogs had been sliced apart by the golden thread. In that instant, he felt a strange mix of laughter and tears. Without the golden thread this time, he would have been torn to shreds by those vicious dogs. Now, he found himself unexpectedly reluctant to part with it. Though the golden thread drained his physical and mental energy, even disrupting his daily life, it had saved him time and again. Now, Chung Tian hesitated. Weighing the pros and cons, he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision: he would keep the golden thread within him. Returning home, Chang Tianla tossed the jade pendant from his neck onto the pillow, planning to return to the mountain on Sunday to sell it to the young Taoist priest. The priest had offered 5,000 coins for it, a month's salary for Chang Tianla. He certainly wouldn't keep this useless jade around. Today, the golden threads had drained Chang Tianla of too much physical and mental energy. He lay on his bed and soon drifted off to sleep. Not long after he fell into a deep slumber, those golden threads began to emerge from his back. Instead of drifting aimlessly, they purposefully coiled around the jade pendant resting beside his pillow. Once wrapped, a sudden flash of gold erupted, and the pendant immediately burst into streaks of emerald light. The moment the green light ignited, the golden threads acted as if they had encountered the most delicious feast imaginable, frantically absorbing the green radiance. This process didn't last long. It concluded in about a minute. After the green light faded, the golden thread returned to Chung Tianla's body, looking thoroughly satisfied. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Chang Tianla awoke to find himself surprisingly less fatigued than usual, a small delight that warmed his heart. Turning his head, he saw the golden threads appear punctually behind him. "Good morning, dear." Ever since being saved by the golden thread yesterday, Chang Tianla's attitude toward it had completely changed. He no longer harbored any resistance toward it from the bottom of his heart. So, waking up early that morning, he greeted the golden thread cheerfully. Chang Tianla led a very regular life. He woke up punctually at 6:30 every morning, washed up, ate a light breakfast, and then headed out to work. His workplace wasn't too far from where he lived, just about a half-hour walk. To exercise, Chang Tianla walked to and from work every day. As he approached the narrow alley where yesterday's dismemberment had occurred, his stomach churned violently, nearly forcing up his breakfast. Though the two large dogs' severed limbs and flesh had been cleared away, dried bloodstains still marred the walls. Chang Tianla grimaced and gave a wry chuckle before quickening his pace through the alley. Emerging, he exhaled deeply and muttered to himself, rubbing his chin, "Wonder how that bastard Yao Fengshou is holding up? Seeing how scared less he was yesterday, I bet he's probably freaked out of his wits." Chang Tianla was always the first to arrive at the office, so it was still eerily quiet. He walked to his desk, powered up his computer, and got to work. Soon after, his colleagues began trickling in. After working for a while, Chang Tianla felt thirsty and got up to get some water. But when he finished pouring it, he glanced over at Yao Fengshou's office and noticed the fatso hadn't shown up for work. This gave him a small, secret smugness. Looks like yesterday's terrifying dog-killing scene scared the crap out of him. He's too scared to come in now. Chang Tianla took a sip of water and walked over to Lu Xiaoxi's desk. With a slight smile, he said, "Xiaoxi, who are you trying to seduce dressed so revealingly again?" Lu Xiaoxi was famously the office's sex symbol, standing 5 feet 7 inches, with skin as fair as jade, a captivatingly alluring face, and a figure that curved in all the right places. Her legs were especially long and straight. Any man who saw her couldn't help but fantasize. Lu Xiaoxi knew Chang Tianla was just teasing her out of boredom. She didn't get angry, instead offering a seductive smile as she parted her crimson lips and said in a breathy voice, "Brother Lo, little sister dresses this sexy every day to tempt you. If you don't take the bait, it really hurts my confidence." Chang Tianla, looking down at her from above, had a perfect view of the scenery between her breasts. For the sake of his dignity, he quickly averted his gaze and changed the subject. "Xiaoqian, why didn't Yao Fengshou come to work today? Do you know what happened?" At the mention of Yao Fengshou, a look of both mystery and tension flashed across her pretty face. She whispered, "Brother Lu, I'll tell you something, but you mustn't be scared." Seeing Lu Xiaoxi's secretive expression, Chang Tianla frowned in confusion. "What is it? Why should I be scared?" Chapter 06, A Taoist Priest. "Brother Lu, you clearly haven't heard about the murder that happened near your place yesterday evening." Chang Tianla sucked in a sharp breath, startled. "A murder near my place? When?" Lu Xiaoxi shot Chang Tianla a look of disdain as she replied, "That small alley not far from your place, the one you pass every day. Well, yesterday evening, word is there were piles of severed limbs and flesh chunks inside. Each body was cut into countless pieces, the cut smoother than anything a cutting machine could make. The blood had stained the alley walls red. They say the scene was terrifying beyond belief, almost like the Avicii hell. The police investigated but couldn't figure out what happened." Chang Tianla nearly burst out laughing at Lu Xiaoxi's words. How could he not know what happened at the scene? He instantly recognized this as a rumor passed around countless times, and what a wild one it was. Suppressing his amusement, he feigned shock. "Really? How come I haven't heard about this?" Lu Xiaoxi shot Chang Tianla another contemptuous glare before continuing, "Word is, Yao Fengshou lost his mind yesterday and actually went there. He claims he saw something so terrifying it messed with his head. Apparently, he got pretty shaken up, so much so that he didn't show up for work today." Chang Tianla felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Karma was finally catching up with that bully Yao Fengshou. Now, Chang Tianla genuinely grew fond of the golden thread behind him. Though he woke every morning to this eerie sight, it had twice solved major problems for him without any sign of malice, so he no longer found it frightening. Yao Fengshou not showing up for work instantly lifted Cheng Tianla's spirits. So at lunchtime, he planned to head to the pedestrian street, find a decent restaurant, and treat himself to a celebratory meal. Cheng Tianla had planned to go alone, but at noon, Li Meyer insisted on tagging along. It wasn't that he didn't want to be with her, it was just that this girl absolutely loved shopping. Were women born to shop? Once out on the streets, Li Meyer was as hyped as if she'd been injected with adrenaline, walking non-stop. Poor Cheng Tianla's legs were killing him, cramping up from all the walking. Finally, utterly exhausted, he pleaded, "Sis, can we stop shopping? Let's find a place to eat first, okay? I'm starving." Whether it was because Yao Fengshou hadn't shown up for work or because she was still on edge from being scared, Li Meyer was unusually cheerful today. Her mood was exceptionally good, and she beamed with a dazzling smile. Being a stunning beauty to begin with, such a radiant smile caused every lecherous man passing by to turn their heads repeatedly, only to tragically crash into lampposts. Li Meyer walked at a brisk pace, quickly leaving Cheng Tianla behind. Just as he started to hurry after her, a man clad in Taoist robes suddenly blocked his path. With a faint smile, he addressed him, "Great Heavenly Lord. Kindly halt your steps, layman. This humble monk has a matter to inquire of you." Cheng Tianla glanced at the Taoist before him, a man of about 40, tall and slender, clad in a blue cloth robe, exuding an air of otherworldly grace. He always held a respectful attitude toward monks and Taoists of the mystical arts. Especially since the golden thread had appeared behind him, his reverence for these cultivators had deepened. Without delay, he smiled and asked, "Master Taoist, what might you need from me?" Seeing Cheng Tianla's courteous demeanor, the middle-aged Taoist smiled kindly. "May I ask, benefactor, have you ever practiced Taoist arts?" Cheng Tianla couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. This was only the third Taoist he'd ever encountered in his life. Shaking his head, he replied, "I haven't." "What might you need?" The middle-aged Taoist's expression turned puzzled. His brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "I have just examined your body, benefactor. To my surprise, I found you possess not a single shred of spiritual energy. This is an extremely unusual phenomenon. No living person could possibly lack any spiritual energy whatsoever, unless they have practiced Taoist arts or similar magic that conceals their spiritual essence." If this Taoist had come to Cheng Tianla back in the day and told him all this, he would have written the guy off as a con artist. But now he didn't think that way anymore. After all, he saw the golden thread behind him every day, and witnessed its extraordinary power. So now he believed the world held many secrets unknown to most, what movies and novels called psychic abilities. "Master Taoist, I truly haven't practiced anything. How could a working stiff like me, stuck commuting day in and day out, possibly cultivate Taoist arts? If I really had mastered such arts, I wouldn't be stuck in this miserable daily grind." The middle-aged Taoist listened to Cheng Tianla's words, his face clouding with doubt. Clearly, he didn't quite buy what Cheng Tianla was saying. Seeing the Taoist's expression, Cheng Tianla knew he was skeptical. He quickly swore by heaven and earth, insisting that everything he had said was true and that he had not deceived the middle-aged Taoist. Seeing Cheng Tianla go to such lengths, the Taoist felt awkward pressing further. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Very well. It seems my cultivation is simply insufficient. Your situation is quite peculiar, benefactor. I cannot judge whether this is a blessing or a curse for you." With that, he produced a jade pendant and placed it in Cheng Tianla's hand. "If you ever have the chance, take this pendant to Wui Palace on Wui Mountain and seek out my master, the empty void immortal. Perhaps he can assist you." "Brother Lu, what are you spacing out here for?" Li Meyer, having seen Cheng Tianla standing dumbstruck in place, ran back breathlessly from a distance. Cheng Tianla turned at her voice. "Oh, nothing. I was just speaking with a Taoist master." But when he looked back, the middle-aged Taoist had vanished without a trace. Cheng Tianla scanned the distance several times, finding no trace of the Taoist at all. If not for the jade pendant still clutched in his hand, he might have truly suspected that the entire incident was a hallucination born from his hunger. Li Meyer observed Cheng Tianla's dazed and startled expression. Instinctively, she slipped her arm through his, her concern evident as she asked, "Brother Lu, are you okay? Who was that guy dressed like someone from ancient times? What did he want with you?" In Li Meyer's understanding, anyone bold enough to walk openly on the streets dressed as a monk or Taoist priest was likely a con artist preying on the devout to swindle their money. She despised such people and was highly wary of them. Cheng Tianla grinned. "Nothing much. That guy said I'm naturally gifted and a promising disciple, so he wanted to take me on as his apprentice." Cheng Tianla dared not tell Li Meyer the truth. Even if he had, what good would it do? Not only would Li Meyer never believe him, but even Cheng Tianla himself before the golden thread appeared would have called the police if he'd encountered such a deranged individual on the road, spouting nonsense about Taoist cultivation. Chapter 07, Schemes and Tricks. After hearing Cheng Tianla's story, Li Meyer smiled faintly. These days, with so many scammers around, someone actually uses that excuse to trick people? Why didn't he just show you a few secret manuals, claiming your bones are uniquely formed, with a divine light bursting from your crown chakra? And with such extraordinary physical prowess at such a young age, you're practically a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. Once you open the Ren and Do meridians, you'll become an unparalleled master. The mission to fight evil, punish wrongdoers, and maintain world peace will be yours. Cheng Tianla shook his head and chuckled, then adopted a pitiful expression. Mayor, let's find somewhere to eat quickly. If I don't get something soon, this young master might just descend to heaven in broad daylight. Finally, after Cheng Tianla's persistent begging, Li Meyer agreed to eat. This truly moved him to tears. They found a decent-looking restaurant and had a hearty meal. This meal finally showed Li Meyer what a real glutton looked like. Cheng Tianla polished off 5 huge bowls of rice single-handedly. His pig-like eating habits stunned the entire restaurant, leaving Li Meyer's pretty face flushed crimson as she wished she could vanish into thin air. After paying the bill, they bolted from the restaurant like they were escaping. Outside, Li Meyer gave Cheng Tianla an earful of complaints, vowing never to dine with him again. She felt utterly mortified. Cheng Tianla shrugged indifferently as he looked at Li Meyer. Hey, I've always had a big appetite. You've been my classmate for 3 years, you should know that by now. Why are you still so bothered? Li Meyer glared at him, her phoenix eyes narrowed in annoyance. I know you can eat, but seriously, how much did you devour today? Didn't you see? When the waiter brought your rice, he looked at you like you were some kind of monster. Ugh. You're such an embarrassment, Brother Lu. Hearing this, Cheng Tianla immediately pinched her rosy cheeks and grinned mischievously. Brother ate so much today because you tortured me. If you'd brought me to eat earlier, I wouldn't have eaten so much. Li Meyer swatted Cheng Tianla's hand away, pouting slightly. A glutton is a glutton. If you keep eating like this, you'll never find a wife. Find a wife? There's one right in front of you. Li Meyer's face flushed crimson at the remark. Who says I'm your wife? You're so full of yourself. She glanced ahead and spotted a lively crowd gathered around something. Intrigued, she tugged Cheng Tianla toward the commotion. The pedestrian street where they stood was one of H City's busiest areas, home to half the city's shopping malls. Though it wasn't a holiday, crowds still thronged the streets. Several malls were running small promotions to draw customers, making the already narrow thoroughfare feel even more congested. As Cheng Tianla and Li Meyer walked down the street, people constantly passed them and then turned back to glance at the pair. Cheng Tianla considered himself handsome, but not so much that men would turn their heads. Clearly, these glances were directed at Li Meyer. Li Meyer was practically pressed half her body against Cheng Tianla, making him genuinely uncomfortable. The leering glances from those perverts only added to his irritation and embarrassment. Li Meyer heard Cheng Tianla's complaint and responded with a sweet smile. This lady isn't tired at all. Actually, it's not that I want to walk like this, it's just that the closer I get to you, the cooler I feel. How strange. We're so close now, leaning on you a little longer won't hurt. You're a man, put up with a little tiredness. What could Cheng Tianla say to that? He could only accept the situation in speechless resignation. Though leaning against him was torturous, this hard-won skin-to-skin contact wasn't so bad after all. When Cheng Tianla and Li Meyer squeezed into the crowd, they discovered an appliance manufacturer running a promotional ring toss game with prizes. The company was quite generous with the investment. The prizes were all high value. The top prize was a whopping 50,000 yuan, with the rest being various appliance labels. Each ring cost 50 yuan, and whatever you won could be claimed at the mall. Despite the attractive prizes, few people were participating. $50 a ring was a hefty price for the average person. A couple of seemingly well-off young professionals tried their luck, spending 10 rings without landing a single prize, which only dampened the crowd's enthusiasm further. Cheng Tianla eyed the rings in the staff's hands and inwardly sneered. These rings were specially made. They bounced back with incredible elasticity after landing. Even if you aimed perfectly, if your force was off, you simply couldn't land them on anything. Li Meyer was a curious and energetic young woman. Though in her 20s, she loved to play. She coaxed Cheng Tianla into buying 10 rings to try. Cheng Tianla knew the game was a bit of a rip-off, but seeing Li Meyer so happy, he didn't mind spending the 500 yuan. So he shelled out 500 yuan for 10 rings. Cheng Tianla's generous spending drew murmurs from the onlookers. Among the crowd, a sleazy-looking guy glanced at him, his lips curling into a sly smirk. Li Meyer took the rings and began her attempt, her sights firmly set on the top prize worth 50,000 yuan. But landing that grand prize wasn't so easy. Each time a ring landed, the elastic force would bounce it right off. After using up all 5 rings, Li Meyer hadn't managed to land a single one, leaving her feeling a bit annoyed. Seeing Li Meyer's displeasure, Cheng Tianla smiled and handed her the remaining rings. You can use these 5 too. Li Meirui happily accepted the 4 rings from Cheng Tianla, flashing a cute smile. I'll leave one for you, she said before starting to toss again. Needless to say, she missed every single one. So frustrating. Li Meyer pouted her cherry red lips, clearly displeased. Want to try the last one? Cheng Tianla waved the final ring in his hand. No, you take it. Li Meyer leaned closer to Cheng Tianla and encouraged him, bro, see if you can win the top prize with this last one. Cheng Tianla shook his head and smiled. You missed 9 in a row. You think I'll hit it with just one? Maybe Brother Lu has better luck than this girl? Hurry up and try. Cheng Tianla nodded with a smile, took a deep breath, closed one eye to aim at the grand prize, silently chanting, first prize, you must land. As he silently prayed, the golden thread suddenly shot out with uncanny precision. The moment he flung the hoop, 2 golden strands instantly wrapped around it. To Cheng Tianla's utterly astonished expression, the hoop landed steadily on the grand prize spot. The moment the ring landed, the surrounding area fell deathly silent. After about 2 seconds of stillness, someone shouted, "It's a winner!" The crowd erupted in chaos. Chapter 08, The Grand Prize. First prize 50,000 yuan. Yeah, that guy's got some serious luck. Why didn't I buy a few rings to try? Maybe I could have one too. You? Forget it. With a monthly salary of just over 1,000 yuan, would you really splurge hundreds on ring toss? Cheng Tianla didn't catch what the onlookers were saying. He was utterly astonished. His surprise wasn't just about winning the prize, but realizing a secret about the golden thread within him. It seemed that whenever he thought something, the golden thread could understand his thoughts and even execute commands according to his intentions. This discovery truly thrilled Cheng Tianla. Not only could the golden thread proactively attack when he was in danger, but it could also assist him based on his own thoughts and consciousness. It was nothing short of miraculous. Cheng Tianla calmed his excitement slightly. Though he still couldn't determine exactly what the golden thread was, he was certain it wouldn't harm him or others. Moreover, it automatically protected him in danger. This was exactly the kind of God mode power protagonists possessed in novels. With such an awesome golden thread, who would dare bully him now? The more Cheng Tianla thought about it, the happier he became. If not for the public setting, he would have jumped for joy. Though elated, he also realized his understanding of the golden thread was still too limited. He resolved to find time to study it thoroughly. Cheng Tianla took Li Meyer to the organizers to collect their winnings. After completing the formalities, only 40,000 yuan remained in his hands. Why? The reason was simple. In the land of the Celestial Empire, there existed a windfall tax. 20% of any money gained had to be surrendered to the state treasury. Despite paying off that 20% windfall tax, both Cheng Tianla and Li Meyer were still incredibly happy. Not being stingy, Cheng Tianla generously gave Li Meyer 20,000 yuan. Li Meyer refused to accept it, insisting she wouldn't take it. But Cheng Tianla insisted, if it weren't for you, the curious one, wanting to play ring toss, I'd never have played in a million years. If I hadn't played, I wouldn't have won. So consider this 20,000 yuan a thank you gift. You have to take it. Despite his words, Li Meyer still refused to take the money. Left with no choice, Cheng Tianla took her shopping for clothes as compensation. Li Meyer had intended to return to work at the company after all. They'd been out for quite some time, and further delay would mean being late. The moment Cheng Tianla saw Li Meyer preparing to return to work, he waved his hands and said, "What work? We're not going back to the company today. But if we don't go back, we'll lose the perfect attendance bonus." Cheng Tianla watched Li Meyer pouting with a pained expression on her face. He lightly flicked her delicate nose and declared with a wealthy swagger, "What's a month's perfect attendance bonus worth? I'll cover it all today. Your job is to keep me company and have fun." Big shot? Li Meyer glared at his infuriating expression, pinching his waist. "Fine, I'll keep you company. But let me make this clear, my time is extremely valuable. You're paying 1,000 yuan per hour. Are you sure you want me to spend it with you? 1,000 an hour, 10,000 for 10 hours. I've got 40 grand right here. That'll buy you 40 hours. Since we're such good friends, you could at least throw in 8 hours for free, right? That'd make 2 full days." Li Meyer flushed crimson at Cheng Tianla's infuriating words, feigning anger. "Brother Lo, how could you say such things? If you dare utter another word of nonsense, this lady will." Before Li Meyer could finish, Cheng Tianla cut her off with a mischievous grin. "But what? Poof." Li Meyer pouted adorably, "This lady is cutting you off for 1 minute." Cheng Tianla burst out laughing. "Whoa, cutting ties? You've scared the living daylights out of me. Mayor, please don't cut ties with your big brother for even a minute. That's terrifying." The afternoon flew by. Unnoticed, the sun sank behind the mountain peaks, and night descended over the land. As Cheng Tianla and Li Meyer emerged from the pedestrian street, laden with bags, a shadowy figure made a phone call and followed behind them. Whether it was because Cheng Tianla's senses had heightened since acquiring the golden thread, he constantly felt someone trailing behind him. As he and Li Meyer rounded a corner, he suddenly turned and spotted a short young man following them. His brow furrowed slightly. Li Meyer saw Cheng Tianla turn around abruptly, his brow furrowed, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Brother Lo?" Not wanting to alarm Li Meyer, Cheng Tianla offered a faint smile. "Nothing. Just a stiff neck. I turned around to stretch it out." Ugh, Li Meyer shot him a disapproving look. Cheng Tianla ignored her glare. He had an uneasy feeling this short guy behind him wasn't up to good. Though the fellow acted like nothing was amiss, Chang Tianla had already memorized him. Ever since Chang Tianla hit that first-class jackpot, this guy had been tailing him. He'd been following him all afternoon. Even a fool could tell this guy wasn't up to any good, definitely looking for a secluded spot to carry out his shady business. Chang Tianla quietly strategized in his mind, deciding to first take Li Meyer home before figuring out how to shake off the scoundrel trailing them. He hailed a taxi and ushered Li Meyer inside. Once inside, Chang Tianla caught sight of the man hailing a cab of his own in the rearview mirror. This only solidified his suspicion that the short, sleazy-looking youth was definitely targeting them. "Driver, take us to 88, Tawny Road." When Li Meyer heard Chang Tianla say her home address, a hint of disappointment flashed across her face. She whispered, "Brother Lo, weren't you going to pay me to keep you company for 2 days? Why are you sending me home now?" Chang Tianla listened to Li Meyer's words while gazing at her beautiful face, his heart immediately racing. They had known each other for nearly 4 years, both harboring feelings for the other, yet neither had made the final confession. Chang Tianla was a perfectly normal man. If he had no thoughts about this stunning beauty he spent every day with, no one would believe him. Now, with Li Meyer uttering such tempting words, Chang Tianla felt himself losing control. Yet he couldn't take her back with him. A little tail was following them, and if anything went wrong, regret would come too late. Chang Tianla was absolutely furious with the guy trailing them. Without this interference, he might have been able to take Li Meyer tonight. But clearly, that wasn't happening now. With the guy lurking behind them, watching like a predator, Chang Tianla had to hold back for Li Meyer's safety. Chapter 09, Nighttime Bandits. Chang Tianla gritted his teeth in fury at the thought of his plans being ruined by that guy. If the intruder harbored any ill intentions, Chang Tianla vowed to make him regret ever crossing him. "Mayor, it's too late tonight. You should head home early. What if Auntie and Uncle think I'm trying to kidnap you?" "Oh, all right." Seeing Li Meyer pouting slightly, Chang Tianla plucked up his courage. He planted a quick kiss on her cheek and said tenderly, "Mayor, I'll make it up to you properly another day." Li Meyer was momentarily stunned by the kiss, her lovely face flushing as red as a ripe apple. She playfully tapped Chang Tianla's arm, her voice soft and sweet as a nightingale song. "Brother Lo, why are you so annoying?" But just as Chang Tianla embraced Li Meyer, lost in fantasies of what might happen next, a jarring voice cut through the moment. "Handsome, save the lovey-dovey stuff for home. We're at the stop." Chang Tianla's face darkened as he glared at the driver, inwardly cursing the guy's lack of tact. Reluctantly releasing the beauty in his arms, he told the driver, "Sir, wait here for a moment. I'll just drop my girlfriend off at home." The driver glanced at Chang Tianla, grinned, and said, "Go ahead." Chang Tianla escorted Li Meyer to the entrance of her building. With a gentle smile, he said, "You've been busy all afternoon. Go home, take a nice bubble bath, and get some rest." Li Meyer's cheeks flushed crimson as she nodded softly in response. Seizing the moment when Chang Tianla wasn't looking, she pressed a quick peck to his lips before darting away and disappearing into the building's stairwell. Chang Tianla was left lightheaded by Li Meyer's sudden kiss, still grinning like an idiot even after getting back into the car. The middle-aged driver couldn't help but chuckle at Chang Tianla's dazed expression. "Young man, no offense, but you're way too weak. Your girlfriend just gave you a chance, but you were too dumb to notice. Honestly, I'm worried for you. As someone who's been there, let me tell you, when the flower blooms, you must pluck it. Don't wait until it's gone and you're left with nothing. Next time, you've got to seize the moment. As the saying goes, once this village is gone, you won't find another like it." Chang Tianla listened to the driver's words, utterly speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move on Li Meyer. Today's situation was just unusual. Right now, he was furious at the guy following him. The thought made him glance back immediately. Sure enough, that guy was still tailing them. This time, he was truly livid. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he muttered, "You've ruined everything for me, kid. Just you wait, I'll show you what happens next." 15 minutes later, Chang Tianla paid and got out of the car. The driver didn't forget to roll down his window and call out, "Young man, next time you've got to seize the moment. I'm pretty good at reading people. That girl you just passed up was a good catch. If you ever get her, treat her right," and Chang Tianla was speechless. How could this driver be so enthusiastic? Chatting away about all this useless stuff on their first meeting. Clearly, this guy was a real chatterbox in everyday life. After getting off the cab, Chang Tianla didn't linger. He hurried straight into the narrow alleyway, the only path home. He'd never thought much of it before, but now it struck him as practically designed for trouble. The alley wasn't long, maybe just over 10 meters. Standing at the entrance, Chang Tianla peered inside and felt a chilling, eerie wind blowing out from within. It sent a shiver down his spine. He thought to himself, he'd killed 2 big dogs in this very alley. Could those beasts have turned into vengeful dog ghosts come to haunt him? The thought barely formed before Chang Tianla shook his head and gave a wry smile, silently cursing his own imagination. He immediately stepped into the alley, daring not to linger, for a suspicious figure was following close behind. Walking while glancing over his shoulder, he scanned the area behind him. Finding no sign of the creepy little man following, his slight worry instantly eased. He exhaled a long breath and continued toward home at a steady pace. He was almost home, convinced nothing else could go wrong. But nothing is ever certain. Just as he was about to exit the alley, 3 figures suddenly appeared before him. Chang Tianla didn't recognize any of them. His brow furrowed instinctively as he shifted toward the side, trying to avoid them. But no matter which way he tried to dodge, the trio followed his movements. This infuriated Chang Tianla, and he forced himself to keep his temper in check as he demanded, "What's the deal, guys?" Before they could respond, a voice rang out from behind him. "Kid, you're really showing off, aren't you? I've been tailing you all afternoon. Finally decided to head home?" Chang Tianla spun around instantly. The sight made everything clear: these guys were in cahoots. But one thing puzzled him: how did they know he lived here? And why were they waiting to ambush him at the alley entrance? "Kid, isn't it said that ill-gotten gains should be shared? You won 50 grand, don't you think you should chip in a little something for your brothers?" Chang Tianla shot a glance at the sleazy, scrawny young man standing before him, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. He despised people like this, most of all young, able-bodied, and strong, yet refusing to hold down a proper job. These scum were nothing but the dregs of society. Jobs were everywhere in the city, yet these scoundrels refused to find honest work, instead engaging in shady dealings. The very thought infuriated him. Chang Tianla's face darkened with fury. He took a step back, pressing his back firmly against the wall, and spoke with extreme caution. "What is this all about, guys? Are you trying to rob me?" The short youth burst out laughing at Chang Tianla's words, glaring at him like he was an idiot. "Kid, we're not wasting time on small talk. Hand over 50 grand. Say no once, and we'll make you wish you were dead." Chang Tianla's facial muscles twitched. These punks were outrageously brazen, robbing him in broad daylight and spouting such vicious threats. They were completely lawless. Leaning against the wall, Chang Tianla wore an expression of extreme caution. His mind raced with plans to deal with these 4 punks. If this had been before he knew about the incredible power of his golden thread, he would have paid up to avoid trouble. But now his thoughts had changed. He intended to use that strange golden thread behind him to deal with these 4 thugs. The short youth watched Chang Tianla's guarded expression and let out a sneer. His voice turned sinister. "Kid, make up your mind. You gonna pay up or not?" Chapter 10, Extortion. "I genuinely don't have 50,000 yuan. The short youth's face twisted into a vicious sneer at Chang Tianla's words. "You're lying. I saw you collect 50 grand this afternoon. Bro, I did win 50 grand, but after personal income tax, I only got 40,000 left. And I spent it all shopping with my girlfriend this afternoon. All I have left is a few thousand in my pocket. How about I give you this few thousand?" "You!" The short youth stormed up to Chang Tianla, grabbed his collar, and roared, "What kind of girlfriend do you have? She spent that much in one afternoon?" Chang Tianla, his collar gripped by the short guy, felt a surge of inexplicable rage. If it had been just this one guy, Chang Tianla would have punched the little punk to the ground in an instant. No way would he be arrogantly grabbing his collar like this. But now, Chang Tianla dared not act. The other 3 were burly, muscular men, any one of them more than he could handle. Better safe than sorry. For now, he could only play dumb and appease him. "Bro, you know women love shopping. And with prices so high these days, spending 10 or 20,000 in a day is perfectly normal." "Normal?" The short youth sneered coldly. "Normal my ass. What woman spends that much in a single day? You're kidding me with a woman that wasteful. We'll have to teach her a lesson sometime." Chang Tianla's anger flared even higher when he heard the punk was eyeing Li Meyer. He shoved the short guy aside with a wave of his hand, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes as he warned, "Kid, you can rob me, but don't you dare lay a finger on my girlfriend." "Oh, really?" After being shoved aside, the short youth wore an amused expression as he looked at Chang Tianla. "Kid, you actually dared push me? If you just handed over the money nicely, we wouldn't have made things hard for you. But you're a fool who doesn't know when to quit. You pushed me. Well, let me tell you, when I get angry, the consequences are serious." The short youth's words instantly incensed Chang Tianla. Without another word, he roared and swung his right fist like lightning, landing a solid punch squarely on the short youth's nasal bridge. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a piercing scream. The young man fell backward onto the ground, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, his nose visibly broken. Clutching his nose, he rolled around in agony, bellowing, "What are you lot standing around for? Take this kid down." The 3 burly men immediately surrounded Chang Tianla. One with a scar across his face swung a heavy punch straight at Chang Tianla's head. The force of the punch startled Chang Tianla, who thought to himself, "This guy's actually trained." Chang Tianla didn't dare take it lightly and dodged hard to the side. Just as he evaded the punch, another burly man's leg came flying at him. This time, Chang Tianla couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. Although Chang Tianla was fairly agile, he could barely hold his own against these thugs one-on-one. Once 3 of them attacked at once, it was beyond his ability to withstand. Ah! A powerful flying kick slammed into Chang Tianla's midsection. The impact sent waves of excruciating pain through his abdomen, as if his intestines had been twisted into a knot. Sweat instantly beaded on his forehead as he clutched his stomach and collapsed to his knees. Damn it! Clinging to his stomach, tears welled up in his eyes. Panic gripped him as he frantically communicated with the golden thread behind him. Hurry up and help me. If you don't show up soon, I'm going to get beaten to a pulp. Just as Chang Tianla was communicating with the golden thread, the first man who had punched him earlier bent down, preparing to strike Chang Tianla's head with all his might. At that very moment, the golden thread behind Chang Tianla finally appeared. The moment the golden thread materialized, it coiled around the burly man's arm with astonishing speed. With a sudden jerk, the thread flung the 170-pound brute through the air like a weightless ragdoll. He slammed into the wall, tumbled to the floor, and lay unconscious. This sudden turn of events left the remaining two thugs dumbfounded. They had no idea why their comrade had been flung away. Exchanging glances, they saw only terror and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Humans often fear the unknown, especially when there's no clue as to what caused it. As the two thugs stood frozen in panic, two more golden threads shot out from behind Chang Tianla. They wrapped around the men's ankles and, without pause, flung them across the room. Their fate mirrored the first man's. They were slammed to the ground, unconscious. All this happened in mere seconds from the golden thread subduing the thugs to the final thud of their impacts. Chang Tianla listened to the three muffled groans before all fell silent. He looked up and froze in shock. While Chang Tianla knew the golden threads were formidable, he never imagined they could act with such blinding speed, knocking out three burly men in the blink of an eye. That efficiency was staggering. Truthfully, he'd been slightly worried earlier. Every time the golden threads intervened, they sliced things into pieces. This time, he genuinely feared they might chop these three men into fragments. If that happened, he'd be in serious trouble. Cutting up the dog in the ashtray was one thing, no big deal. But if people got sliced to bits, he'd be facing a murder case. Though these thugs were despicable, robbery wasn't a capital offense. If the golden thread really killed them, he'd be in deep water. Chang Tianla watched the unconscious man and the short youth clutching his nose and wailing in agony, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As long as these four weren't dead, everything would be manageable. The pain in his stomach eased somewhat. Rising to his feet, he glanced at the golden thread behind him and offered a faint smile. Thanks. After he spoke, the golden thread unexpectedly extended a strand that gently stroked his face several times, like an obedient kitten. This left Chang Tianla both startled and delighted. At that moment, he knew for certain that the golden thread could understand his words, truly astonishing. After reporting the incident to the police, Chang Tianla walked over to the shrieking little man. He kicked him with a cold sneer. Hey, you little punk. Still trying to rob me? Still lusting after this young master's girlfriend? Though his nose was broken, the young man witnessed his three accomplices being sent flying for no apparent reason. His fear of Chang Tianla had reached an indescribable depth. Now, struck by Chang's kick, he immediately cowered, clutching his head and begging for mercy. Big brother, please forget what I said earlier. I know I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Chapter 11, Researching Golden Thread. Chang Tianla watched the young man's utterly terrified expression and knew his display of strength had shaken him to the core. He didn't press the issue, instead waiting quietly for the police to arrive. 15 minutes later, the police arrived. The lead officer, Zhao Yang, was about 25 or 26 years old, standing roughly 185 centimeters tall. With sharply defined features, he was undeniably handsome. Officer Zhao surveyed the scene, glancing at the four men sprawled on the ground. He couldn't help but admire Chang Tianla. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, "Well done, brother. Taking down four guys single-handedly? Impressive skills. Interested in joining the force?" Chang Tianla smirked, shook his head, and flatly declined Zhao Yang's offer. Being a cop wasn't a cushy job. He wasn't about to foolishly agree to Zhao Yang's proposal. After asking about the incident, Officer Zhao escorted the four unfortunate men to the police van. Finally, he handed Chang Tianla a business card, telling him to call directly if he ever needed anything. Chang Tianla slipped the card into his wallet, shrugged, and murmured with a faint smile, "Just because I showed a little skill, he tries to recruit me. Officer Zhao's quite interesting." With that, he started walking forward. But as soon as he took a step, a wave of dizziness hit him, draining every ounce of strength from his body. Luckily, he was close to the wall and managed to brace himself against it. Otherwise, he would have collapsed to the ground. Leaning against the wall, Chang Tianla slowly crouched down and exhaled deeply. He felt both love and hate for the golden thread behind him. Though incredibly powerful, it drained his stamina far too severely. Previously, appearing for just half an hour each morning would leave him unconscious within 5 days. Now, after summoning it to help deal with a few opponents, he was already weakened to the point of near collapse. The side effects were truly immense. It took Chang Tianla a full half hour to recover. He slowly stood up and staggered back home. Without even taking a shower, he collapsed onto his bed and drifted into a deep, drowsy sleep. Once Chang Tianla was fast asleep, the golden thread emerged from behind him once more. Splitting into two strands, they slipped into the jade pendant by his bedside and the jade pendant in his pocket, respectively, absorbing the green glow within. The ways of the world are truly mysterious. What seems utterly unacceptable before you experience it becomes wondrous and unfathomable once you understand it. This time, the golden threads absorbed for a full 5 minutes before returning to Cheng Tianla's body. As they entered his form, his entire body began to emit a faint golden glow, radiating an aura of solemn sanctity, as if he were a divine being. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after Cheng Tianla woke up, he instinctively turned his head to greet the golden thread behind him. But the instant he turned, he was startled to discover the golden thread had changed form. Previously, the golden thread had always appeared before him in its thread-like state. Today, however, it could no longer be called a thread. It had completely transformed into something else, a cloud shimmering with golden light, surrounded by streaks of golden fluorescence that slowly swirled around it. How could this be? Cheng Tianla was astonished. Summoning his courage, he reached out to touch the cloud behind him. The moment his hand made contact with the golden cloud, a faint smile touched his lips. The texture felt surprisingly pleasant, soft, smooth, and slippery, like the skin of a newborn baby. As he continued touching it, Cheng Tianla suddenly furrowed his brow, a look of concern crossing his face. The form of the golden thread had changed. Would its abilities change too? If its powers shifted with its shape, what special abilities did this golden cloud possess? The thought struck him, and he immediately sprang from the bed. He dashed to the living room, fixed his gaze on the water glass resting on the coffee table, and concentrated intensely. Communicating with the golden cloud behind him, he pierced the glass. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the golden cloud trembled. Instantly, a golden thread shot out like lightning, effortlessly piercing the water glass on the coffee table. Phew! Cheng Tianla exhaled deeply. Seeing the golden thread hadn't vanished, a huge weight lifted from his heart. After all, this golden thread possessed immense power, and he'd used it several times before, growing quite familiar with it. Seeing it again felt strangely comforting. Cheng Tianla was now certain the golden cloud behind him wasn't some demonic entity, but a special ability bestowed upon him by the heavens. After all, he frequently read online novels where protagonists wielded god-tier cheat codes, each living life to the fullest with everything they desired. They often rescued damsels in distress and captured their hearts, truly making others green with envy. Pondering this alongside the golden thread's behavior over the past half-month, Cheng Tianla concluded he might have gained what some called superpowers. He just hadn't fully mastered them yet. Since he hadn't mastered them, he needed to study them properly. He couldn't waste this special ability bestowed upon him by heaven. This time, Cheng Tianla was determined to thoroughly test the golden cloud's capabilities. He gathered an iron pot, porcelain bowls, soy sauce cakes, and a cutting board from the kitchen. Placing these items in the living room, he focused his mind, directing the golden cloud to attack them. After testing each item, Cheng Tianla reached a conclusion: no matter the object, the golden threads could pierce through it and slice it into fragments. Moreover, the cut surfaces were incredibly neat and precise. It must be said that these golden threads were truly wondrous. They could cut any shape according to Cheng Tianla's will, and the holes they pierced could be large or small, some as big as a finger, others so tiny they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. After these tests, Cheng Tianla stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "I wonder how powerful this golden thread truly is. Last night, it effortlessly hurled a burly man weighing over 170 pounds. Clearly, its strength is immense. But just how immense? That requires further testing." Glancing around his room, he realized the heaviest object was his bed. He instructed the golden thread to wrap around the bed's four corners and lift it up. The golden thread didn't disappoint. It lifted the bed with remarkable ease, nearly knocking the chandelier loose. After these tests, Cheng Tianla gained a basic understanding of the golden thread's capabilities. It possessed four functions: first, cutting; second, piercing; third, automatic defense; and fourth, immense strength. After testing these abilities, Cheng Tianla felt his body grow limp and weary. He knew the side effects of the golden thread had returned and promptly sat down on the sofa to rest for a moment. Chapter 12, Arrival at the Forest. Cheng Tianla now understood that the golden thread couldn't be used frequently. Each activation drained a significant amount of his physical and mental energy. Though he didn't fully grasp what this mental energy entailed, his extensive reading of novels had given him a basic understanding. Cheng Tianla set a rule for himself: unless absolutely necessary, he would never activate the golden thread. Everything had its pros and cons, everything had its limits. If he failed to grasp that limit, it would surely bring unexpected negative consequences. Cheng Tianla gazed at the golden cloud behind him, smacked his lips to communicate, and commanded it to return to his body. Whether it was because the golden thread had become more obedient after transforming into the cloud, or because Cheng Tianla had gained better control over it, this time the golden cloud complied readily and returned to his body. This left Cheng Tianla both surprised and delighted. When the golden cloud remained outside, it constantly drained his physical strength. Now that it had willingly returned to his body, it would no longer consume his physical or mental energy. This meant Cheng Tianla wouldn't faint from overexertion anymore. With this major issue resolved, Chung Tianla's mood lifted considerably. Overjoyed, he finished his morning routine and skipped off to work. Shortly after arriving at the office, he received a call. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he muttered to himself, "Who could this be? Hello? Who are you looking for?" A magnetic voice came from the other end. "Lindsay, it's Lindsay. I'm in H City now. Where are you? I'll come find you." Lindsay was Chung Tianla's childhood friend, and their bond was incredibly strong. Unfortunately, Lindsay hadn't made it into university and had gone to work in another city early on. Though they didn't meet often, they kept in close contact by phone. The two were as close as brothers or, to use a more modern term, lifelong best buddies. "Damn it, Lindsay. How could you change your number without telling me?" Shulin chuckled. "I just got this new SIM card and called you right away. Where are you? I'll come find you. 88, Qingdao Road. Call me when you arrive, and I'll come find you." "Got it." After hanging up, Chang Tianla nearly jumped for joy. Struggling alone in this unfamiliar city, he had decent work and even bought his own small apartment, yet his heart felt profoundly lonely. Shulin's arrival thrilled him beyond measure. Anyone would be overjoyed to have a childhood friend come to their city. An hour and a half later, Chang Tianla finally spotted his childhood friend. Shulin stood at 5 feet 10 inches, built like a tank, sporting a buzz cut. His chiseled features radiated rugged masculinity. He slung a massive travel bag over his shoulder, grinning broadly at Chang Tianla. Without a word, Chang Tianla rushed forward and gave him a bear hug, laughing heartily. "You little rascal. Just a few years apart, and you've gotten so buff." After releasing the embrace, he playfully punched Shulin's bulging chest. "People always change." Shulin patted Chang Tianla's shoulder and chuckled. "If I'd never grown taller, wouldn't you have bullied me to death? Get lost." Chang Tianla scolded playfully. "When have I ever bullied you? I remember when we were kids, whenever you got picked on, I always stood up for you. But every time, we both ended up getting beaten until we were crying our eyes out. Why bring that up?" Shulin's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, that history wasn't exactly something to be proud of. "Haven't eaten yet?" Chang Tianla asked with a smile. "Let's grab something simple for lunch today. After I get off work, I'll treat you to a proper feast to welcome you back. And I'll introduce you to a few beauties while I'm at it." At the mention of meeting girls, Shulin was so touched he nearly hugged Chang Tianla and kissed him. A true bro is a true bro, always looking out for his buddy. Chang Tianla and Shulin hadn't seen each other in 3 years. Their reunion brought endless topics to discuss, from childhood memories to high school graduation, and finally, their work experiences over the past few years. What a joyful reunion! After lunch, Chang Tianla gave Shulin his home address and handed him the keys, telling him to go home and get some rest. He promised to call him after work to properly welcome him back. Back at the office, Chang Tianla approached Lu Xiaoxi's desk, cleared his throat softly, and asked, "Hey, Xiaoxi, got time tonight?" Lu Xiaoxi glanced up at Chang Tianla and grinned. "Brother Lu, why are you asking me that? Are you trying to ask this girl out?" Chang Tianla nodded with a smile. "Brother isn't just asking you out, I'm inviting you to dinner. And there's a big surprise waiting for you tonight." "A big surprise?" Lu Xiaoxi glanced behind Chang Tianla, a sly smile spreading across her face. "You're asking this girl out to dinner and promising a big surprise? Could it be you've taken a liking to this girl?" Chang Tianla knew Lu Xiaoxi was teasing him, so he played along. "Congratulations, you guessed right." "Oh my." Lu Xiaoxi feigned utter astonishment, covering her mouth and gasping, "Brother Lu, you mustn't joke about this. Everyone in the company knows about you and Sister Mayer. If you do something like this, your little sister won't be able to work here anymore." "What about Mayer and me?" Chang Tianla chuckled. "Just because I'm close with Mayer doesn't mean I can't pursue you, right?" Lu Xiaoxi stifled a laugh. "Whether you can pursue this lady? You'd better ask Sister Mayer." "No need to ask. Mayer is so understanding, she'll definitely support me." The moment Chang Tianla uttered those words, a chill ran down his spine. An ominous feeling washed over him. He spun around abruptly to find Li Mayer standing behind him, her face flushed with anger. Mei, when did you get here?" Li Mayer clenched her teeth, rubbed her hands together forcefully, and shot him a look that screamed, "You're in for it. This girl fully supports you pursuing Xiao Qian. Have a wonderful date tonight." Seeing Li Mayer's expression, Chang Tianla was instantly terrified. He knew this girl was genuinely furious. He quickly explained, "Mayer, listen to me. That was all a misunderstanding. I was just teasing Xiao Qian." Li Mayer shot him a fierce glare. "You sure know how to play games. If I hadn't happened to walk by, I'd never have known you'd be so bold teasing a beauty right here in the office. What about me?" Chang Tianla wore a pained expression as he desperately explained, "Mayer, it really was a misunderstanding. While I did say I'd take Xiaoqian out for dinner tonight to surprise her, it wasn't because I'm pursuing her. My childhood friend just arrived, and I wanted to introduce Xiaoqian to him. That's all." Chapter 13, Do You Believe It? "I can't be bothered with you." Watching Li Mayer stomp off in a huff, Chang Tianla instantly wilted. He finally understood how miserable it was to have his mouth get a birthday present. Bro, is your childhood friend handsome? If he's not, don't bother introducing him to this lady. Chang Tianle smirked and asked, can good looks put food on the table? Lu Xiaoxi shook her head, no. Then that settles it. Tonight, dress up nicely and show off your best side. Getting dressed up is fine, but brother Lu, you still haven't told me if your childhood friend is handsome or not. Chang Tianle glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, a bit speechless. Don't worry, my childhood friend is really handsome. I guarantee he's your type. It's just... But what? Lu Xiaoxi asked, her face lighting up with excitement. Chang Tianle chuckled, the only thing is, my buddy's a broke kid with no family fortune. As long as he's handsome, this lady doesn't care about family background. If he's handsome enough, I'd even be willing to pay him to date me. Chang Tianle swallowed hard, his face darkening as he turned and walked away. Before they knew it, it was time to leave work. After Chang Tianle booked a restaurant and informed Xu Lin, he took Li Meyer and Lu Xiaoxian straight there. Not long after they entered the private room, Xu Lin arrived. The moment Xu Lin entered, Lu Xiaoxian's eyes lit up with flirtation. Her face flushed crimson with bashful charm as she rose to greet him, her voice sweet and soft. Little brother, do you believe in past lives? Xu Lin found himself flustered by the sight of this stunningly beautiful woman, especially one so forward. He gave an awkward chuckle, scratched his head, and stammered, well, how should I put this? You don't need to explain. Just tell me whether you believe or not. Xu Lin's face flushed crimson. After a long pause, he finally managed, I do. The moment Xu Lin uttered that word, Lu Xiaoxi giggled sweetly. The instant you walked in, I knew we must have met in a past life. That familiar look in your eyes has appeared countless times in my dreams, just like now. It's so. Oh my god. Chang Tianle couldn't take it anymore. He cut Lu Xiaoxian off mid-sentence, utterly speechless. Sis, can you show a little restraint? Is this really necessary on a first meeting? Lu Xiaoxi was thoroughly annoyed that Chang Tianle had cut off the carefully crafted speech she'd been building up. She shot him a fierce glare, muttered incomprehensible words under her breath, and plopped down into her seat. After introductions, the dishes arrived. Just as they took their first sip, a melodious voice rang out from the next table, though its owner was so furious they shattered their glass. Chang Tianle's brow furrowed slightly in annoyance. He'd specifically chosen a private room to cheerfully welcome his brother back, but before they'd even taken a bite, the noise from the next room was already ruining the mood. Xu Lin noticed Chang Tianle's irritation and immediately said with a smile, Lizzie, don't mind them. Let's just eat. Just as Chang Tianle was about to respond, the commotion next door grew louder, pushing him over the edge. He stood up, ready to call the waitstaff to address the noise. But as he stepped out, the door to the adjacent private room swung open. Immediately, a stunning young woman, around 22 or 23, walked straight toward him. Chang Tianle stared at the stunning beauty standing over 5 feet 7 inches tall, his jaw dropping as he swallowed hard. The curvaceous beauty walked up to him, catching his gaze entirely. She shot him a slightly disgusted glare. Chang Tianle didn't feel the slightest bit offended by her glare. On the contrary, he found the look in her eyes utterly captivating. Whoever could marry such a beauty would die happy. Just as Chang Tianle was lost in his fantasies, a man emerged from the private room. He looked to be around 30, dressed in a sharp suit that made him appear respectable, but his face was anything but attractive. Covered in pimples, he was utterly unappealing. The pimple-faced man caught up to the beauty in a few strides, grabbing her arm and pleading, Lin Xian, don't be angry. Just hear me out. The beauty named Lin Xian clearly despised the pimple-faced man. She frowned and snapped, Yang Biao, let go of me. We have nothing to discuss. Yang Biao released her arm, pulled a small red box from his pocket, flipped open the lid, and held it before her. Lin Xian glanced at it once before flicking it aside with a dismissive wave. The box rolled straight to Chang Tianle's feet. Inside lay a diamond ring. Chang Tianle glanced at it and couldn't help but gasp. What a huge diamond! At least 5 carats, easily worth over 1,000,000 yuan. After knocking Yang Biao's diamond ring away, Lin Xian said angrily, there's absolutely no chance between us. Don't waste your time on me. With that, she turned and walked away. Seeing Lin Xian dash out, Yang Biao couldn't bear to leave the $1,000,000 diamond ring lying on the ground. He hurried after her. After both of them had left, Chang Tianle thought to himself, and the golden thread wrapped the diamond ring into his hand. With a faint smile, he walked back to the private room. Li Meyer watched Chang Tianle return with a satisfied smile, furrowing her delicate brows as she asked, you look so happy, did you eat bee poop or something? What are you talking about, Mayor? Chang Tianle waved the diamond ring in his hand. Just saw some rich kid chasing a beauty, but she didn't want his diamond ring and tossed it on the ground. Since no one else wanted it, I picked it up. Li Meyer snatched the ring from Chang Tianle's hand and gasped in astonishment. What kind of spendthrift is this? To splurge so much on such a huge diamond ring and then just toss it on the ground? Lu Xiaoxi peered at the massive diamond ring and shuddered. Holy cow, that's some serious money spent on wooing a girl. Brother Lu, hurry up and return this ring to its owner. Otherwise, they'll come looking for it soon. Someone who can afford such an expensive diamond must be influential. We don't want to cross them. Exactly. Shulin chimed in, Lizzie, hurry up and return it. Better safe than sorry. Cheng Tianla took the ring from Li Meyer's hand, muttering helplessly, if I'd known, I wouldn't have picked it up. He stood up and headed out of the private room. Cheng Tianla chased outside the restaurant and saw Yang Biao holding Lin Xian's hand, saying something. Hey, handsome. Here's your diamond ring. Take it back. Cheng Tianla forced out the word handsome with obvious reluctance. Yang Biao turned at the voice, saw the diamond ring in Cheng Tianla's hand, and frowned slightly as he took it. Meddling, he snapped. Damn it! Cheng Tianla felt an urge to curse. I kindly gave you the diamond ring, and you don't even thank me? You actually call me meddlesome? If it weren't for your connections, I'd make you pay today. Chapter 14, The Beauty Lin Xian. Cheng Tianla shot Yang Biao a displeased glare before turning to Lin Xian with a meaningful look. Beautiful lady, you were right to reject this man's proposal. What's the difference between someone who doesn't know manners and an animal? Before Yang Biao could utter a word, Cheng Tianla turned and walked away. This instantly drove Yang Biao nearly mad with rage. He was already furious about being humiliated in front of Lin Xian earlier today, and now Cheng Tianla had come out of nowhere to insult him, making his anger boil over. Watching Cheng Tianla's retreating figure, Yang Biao's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. If he weren't still trying to win Lin Xian back, he'd have sent someone to beat Cheng Tianla senseless right then and there. Cheng Tianla returned to the private room and briefly explained the situation to Li Meyer. Then they began chatting and drinking. The four of them enjoyed a very pleasant meal, lasting a full 3 hours. Of the four, only Cheng Tianla remained sober, the other three were completely drunk. Truthfully, Cheng Tianla hadn't been much of a drinker before either. So why hadn't he gotten drunk today? This puzzled him until he realized something: the golden cloud behind him could sober him up. This thought brought him a small thrill. He mused that if he ever got fired from the company, he could easily use this skill to work as a hostess. Cheng Tianla helped the three of them hail a taxi. First, he took Lu Xiaoxian, who lived farthest away, home. Then he dropped off Li Meyer. When he delivered Li Meyer home, her parents gave him a thorough scolding, warning Cheng Tianla that if he ever brought Li Meyer out drinking again, they would forbid her from seeing him. This scared the hell out of Cheng Tianla. He scrambled to apologize and promise, practically groveling. After descending the stairs, Cheng Tianla exhaled a long breath. He slipped into his car and instructed the driver to head toward his residence. As they passed a bar, Cheng Tianla suddenly spotted two familiar figures emerging from the establishment, or rather, one person was being carried out. These two were none other than Lin Xian and Yang Biao, the very pair who had argued at the restaurant. Cheng Tianla instructed the driver to slow down and pull closer. As the distance narrowed, Cheng Tianla's brow immediately furrowed tightly. He saw Lin Xian's eyes tightly shut and her face flushed crimson, clearly not from drunkenness, but from being drugged. That bastard. Cheng Tianla cursed under his breath, instructing the driver to follow Yang Biao's car. He intended to see exactly what this bastard was up to. Truthfully, Cheng Tianla had no desire to meddle in this affair. But he deeply disliked Yang Biao's manner, acting like a big shot just because he had a few stinking bucks. The most crucial reason Cheng Tianla intervened was for Lin Xian. She was exceptionally beautiful and possessed a strong sense of self, unwilling to sell her emotions or body for money, a rare quality in today's society. 15 minutes later, Yang Biao pulled up outside an apartment complex and rushed into the building with Lin Xian in his arms. Watching Yang Biao's frantic haste, Cheng Tianla grew even more certain this bastard was up to no good. He wasted no time, instructing the driver to drop him off at the forest entrance before sprinting into the building's stairwell. Once inside the building, Cheng Tianla froze. He had no idea which apartment Yang Biao had taken Lin Xian to. Knocking on random doors late at night would surely cause unnecessary trouble. What should he do now? Just as his anxiety peaked, he suddenly remembered the golden cloud. Focusing his mind, he summoned it forth. The moment the golden cloud materialized, Cheng Tianla felt his senses sharpen dramatically. Guided by the faint scent, he hurried up to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, the information transmitted through the golden cloud instantly revealed Yang Biao's room. In this situation, anyone knew the door was locked tight. For anyone without professional skills, forcing it open would be extremely difficult. But Cheng Tianla wasn't worried. A faint smile touched his lips as he concentrated his mind to control the golden cloud. A golden thread shot out from it, instantly slipping into the keyhole and opening the door with an almost inaudible click. Cheng Tianla pulled open the door and stepped inside cautiously. Though the room was dark, he could see everything clearly, which surprised and delighted him. So this golden thread, when reshaped, actually let him see in the dark? That was seriously awesome. Cheng Tianla glanced down at the floor and felt a small surge of excitement. There, on the ground, lay Lin Xian's clothes. It seemed that Yang Biao, that scumbag, had already begun to lay hands on her. Watching Lin Xian about to be violated by that beast Yang Biao, Cheng Tianla cleared his throat softly, scratched his head, and grinned at Yang Biao. Hey, handsome, are you treating me to a free adult film? Yang Biao, caught in the heat of the moment, hadn't anticipated anyone sneaking into the room. Startled, he let out a howl, flinging Lin Xian onto the bed. Grabbing the lamp beside him, he shouted hoarsely, "Who the hell are you?" Chang Tianla watched the panicked Yang Biao with a satisfied grin. He couldn't have been happier. Ever since his special abilities awakened, he'd been itching for a chance to play the hero and right some wrongs. Today, he'd finally stumbled upon an injustice and a chance to rescue a damsel in distress. Such an opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Chang Tianla chuckled softly as he slowly approached Yang Biao. The hazy moonlight streamed through the window, casting his silhouette long and sinister, creating an eerie and terrifying aura. Yang Biao, you've committed countless evils. Heaven has sent this divine being to punish you. Today is your day of reckoning. Chang Tianla knew Yang Biao was already terrified out of his wits. He decided to thoroughly scare the bastard, planting a lasting psychological shadow. Any future misdeeds would instantly conjure this terrifying scene. Watching Chang Tianla advance step by step toward him, Yang Biao trembled violently. How did you get in? I distinctly remember locking the door. Chang Tianla laughed heartily. I already told you I'm a divine being sent by heaven. A mere door couldn't possibly stop me. As Yang Biao listened, sweat beaded on his forehead. He was starting to believe Chang Tianla's words. No ordinary person could slip in from outside without a sound. Could this man really be a divine being? The more Yang Biao thought about it, the more terrified he became. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably as he clutched the desk lamp tightly. At that moment, he didn't even have the courage to look up at Chang Tianla. Today, this divine being has come to pronounce your death sentence. What good is clutching a broken lamp? As soon as Chang Tianla finished speaking, he instantly manipulated golden threads to bind the lamp in Yang Biao's hands. With a light flick of his wrist, he sent the lamp flying to the side. Chapter 15, Heroic Rescue. Seeing the lamp fly out of his grasp for no apparent reason, Yang Biao was utterly terrified. He let out a shrieking cry and grabbed a nearby vase, hurling it at Chang Tianla. As the vase hurtled toward Chang Tianla, golden threads instantly shot forth from the cloud behind him, weaving a web before him. The moment the vase touched the threads, their cutting power erupted, instantly slicing it into countless shards. Chang Tianla watched the scene unfold with an expression of utter calm. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly, "Young man, don't resist in vain. For this immortal to kill you would be easier than squashing a cockroach." Yang Biao watched Chang Tianla advance step by step toward him, terror making him tremble so violently he wet himself. This accident sent a wave of foul stench spreading throughout the room, causing Chang Tianla to frown in displeasure. He never imagined this coward would be so weak-willed. Taking another step forward, he opened his mouth to speak. Yang Biao suddenly charged at him like a madman. Seeing the man hurtling toward him, Chang Tianla instantly sidestepped. He certainly didn't want that foul-smelling Yang Biao crashing into him. This evasion gave Yang Biao his chance to flee. He scrambled out of the bedroom, rolling and crawling as he went. Watching Yang Biao dash out, Chang Tianla's lips curled into a sly smile. He wouldn't let Yang Biao escape so easily. Such a villain deserved a small warning. With that thought, Chang Tianla instantly released several golden threads. They sliced cleanly across Yang Biao's body, leaving shallow yet precisely cut wounds. Such injuries were notoriously difficult to heal and would leave permanent scars. This way, whenever Yang Biao considered doing something wrong again, the sight of those scars would surely make him hesitate. Clang! The sound of a door slamming shut confirmed to Chang Tianla that Yang Biao had fled. He was certain this lesson would leave a lasting psychological mark, and Yang Biao wouldn't return here tonight. Chang Tianla turned to look at the beautiful Lin Xian, who was tossing and turning restlessly on the bed. Chang Tianla knew she hadn't regained consciousness yet. After much deliberation, he couldn't think of a better solution. He could only grip her arm tightly with both hands to stop her from thrashing about. As Lin Xian's movements grew more violent, Chang Tianla tightened his hold. But just as he exerted force, the golden thread behind him suddenly pierced through his hands and entered Lin Xian's body. This sight startled Chang Tianla. The golden thread, having entered Lin Xian's arm, began channeling a golden light into her body. As the light steadily flowed in, Lin Xian, who had been struggling violently, gradually relaxed. In less than a minute, her blood-red cheeks regained their natural color, and her breathing steadily evened out. Witnessing this, Chang Tianla knew the potency within Lin Xian had been neutralized by the energy channel through the golden thread. Chang Tianla released Lin Xian's hands and exhaled a long breath. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to stumble. He knew this was due to the immense mental energy expended in saving her. Chang Tianla sat on the bed to rest briefly. Feeling somewhat recovered, he rose to glance at Lin Xian on the bed. Just as he turned to leave, a startled cry erupted from behind him. "Who are you? What are you doing in my room?" Startled by the abrupt outburst, Chang Tianla reached for the light switch and flipped it on. He hurriedly explained, "Lin Xian, I'm not a bad person. I came to save you." The sudden light made Lin Xian instinctively shield her eyes with her hands. But when she saw herself half-dressed, another scream erupted. She immediately curled into a ball, her face pale. Clutching a pillow tightly, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Staring fixedly at Chang Tianla, she roared, "You beast! What did you do to me?" Chang Tianla's forehead creased with frustration. He genuinely tried to help her, only to be labeled a beast utterly unfair. Still, he didn't dwell on it. After all, finding a man in a woman's home while half-naked would probably make anyone react this way. "Lin Xian, do you remember what happened after we left the restaurant?" Lin Xian clutched her pillow tightly, huddled in the corner. Slowly, she lifted her head and stared blankly at Chang Tianla, a trace of fear lingering in her eyes. Still, she seemed much better than before. You're the one who ran out of the restaurant to deliver the ring?" Seeing Lin Xian recognize him, Chang Tianla exhaled a long breath. He gave a slight smile, trying to appear as approachable as possible, and spoke softly, "Lin Xian, you finally recognize me. What happened between you and Yang Biao? Why did he drug you?" At the mention of Yang Biao, Lin Xian immediately began sobbing softly. Seeing her crying so pitifully, Chang Tianla stepped closer and comforted her gently, "Don't cry. That bastard Yang Biao has been driven off. He won't ever." Before Chang Tianla could finish, a soft body threw itself into his arms. Arms as white as jade wrapped tightly around his waist, her head burying itself deep into his chest. This sudden turn of events left Chang Tianla momentarily stunned. He never imagined Lin Xian would embrace him like this, leaving him utterly at a loss. Seeing her weeping so bitterly, he didn't know what to say. Chang Tianla couldn't bear to see a woman cry. When tears fell, he was utterly at a loss. Sighing softly, he could only gently stroke her hair, smooth as silk, cradling her head against his chest. Patting her back, he offered comfort, "Cry. Let all the hurt inside you come out. As long as it makes you feel better, cry however you need to." Lin Xian clung to Chang Tianla like a little girl, sobbing uncontrollably for a full half hour. Only when her tears had dried and her emotions settled did she finally stop crying. Stepping back from his embrace, she glanced at the damp patch on his shirt, a result of her tears, and blushed with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry," she murmured. "I've ruined your shirt." Chang Tianla smiled faintly, unconcerned. "As long as you feel better, it's fine. It's hot out anyway, so they'll dry soon enough. Take off your shirt. I'll wash it for you. It must be uncomfortable to wear like this." Chang Tianla flushed at the suggestion. "Lin Xian, I only have this one shirt. Wouldn't that be a bit awkward?" Lin Xian, having recovered from her panic and hurt, gave a cute smile. "What's wrong with that? Are you afraid this lady might make a pass at you?" Chapter 16, I'm afraid you'll make a move on me. Chang Tianla scratched his head awkwardly, grinning sheepishly. "It's not that I'm afraid you'll molest me. It's just, what if I get excited once I take off my clothes?" Lin Xian pouted and glared at him. "Ugh, just take it off already. Stop dawdling like a woman." Under Lin Xian's persistent urging, Chang Tianla finally obediently stripped off his clothes. After tossing them into the washing machine, they sat in the living room chatting idly. Through their conversation, Chang Tianla learned Lin Xian was the vice president of H Group. Though the position carried significant authority, she hadn't fully assumed control yet, as she was there to gain experience. Being the only child in her family, they could only nurture her step by step. Both her parents worked at the headquarters. The H City branch was merely a subsidiary. Her family enjoyed exceptional privilege. Yang Biao, a client of their company, had been utterly captivated by Lin Xian's beauty from the moment he first laid eyes on her. Thus began his relentless, shameless pursuit. Lin Xian repeatedly made it clear they were worlds apart, and she deeply disliked Yang Biao, urging him to give up. Yet Yang Biao paid no heed, continuing his relentless pursuit. After his marriage proposal failed today, he flew into a rage and committed a beastly act. After their conversation, Lin Xian learned Chang Tianla's name. She was deeply grateful to him for saving her. Without his intervention, her life would have been ruined. Alongside her gratitude, she also held Chang Tianla in high regard for his character. In such a situation, he had managed to remain clear-headed and composed, a truly rare quality. Lin Xian, living alone in such a large house is too dangerous. Why not find a young woman from the company to live with you? Lin Xian sighed softly. "Brother Lu, if your boss asked you to move into his house, would you agree?" Chang Tianla shook his head. He understood exactly what Lin Xian meant, and could only offer a wry smile. "You really go out of your way for me." They chatted a little longer, and soon the clothes were done washing. Lin Xian's washing machine was fully automatic. Once the cycle finished, the clothes were ready to wear. After Chang Tianla dressed, he smiled and said, "Thanks for washing my clothes, Lin Xian. I should head back now." Lin Xian glanced at Chang Tianla, a look of hesitation crossing her face. She bit her lip lightly and murmured softly, "Brother Lo, could you please not leave?" Seeing the uncertain look in Chang Tianla's eyes, Lin Xian knew he was overthinking things. She quickly explained, "Brother Lo, please don't get the wrong idea. I don't mean anything by it. I'm just a little scared, so I asked you to stay with me." Sigh. Chang Tianla smirked. "I know exactly what you mean. Why say it out loud? Can't you leave me some room to imagine? Brother Lu, you're staying with me? Lin Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, beaming with joy. Thank you so much. Chang Tianla shook his head with a wry smile. Young miss, where am I supposed to sleep tonight? Of course you'll sleep in my room. Ah. Chang Tianla swallowed hard. You're not joking, right? You want me to sleep in the same room as you? Yes. Lin Xian affirmed firmly. I'll sleep on the bed, you sleep on the floor. But don't worry, Brother Lu, this lady will make sure your floor bed is nice and comfortable. Chang Tianla was speechless once more. He walked to the bathroom, grabbed a mop, and headed to Lin Xian's bedroom to mop the floor. As he scrubbed, he cursed Yang Biao, that bastard, for pissing all over the place, utterly despicable. The next day, after returning home, Chang Tianla stumbled sleepily toward his bedroom. Just then, Shu Lin emerged from his own room. Spotting Chang Tianla swaying back, he slapped him on the shoulder with a mischievous grin. Come on, Lizzie, spill it, where'd you go last night? Screw you. Chang Tianla mumbled groggily, bro, I was out doing good deeds last night. It kept me up all night. Don't talk to me from now on. I'm skipping lunch. Don't bother me. I'm dead tired. Before Lin could respond, Chang Tianla collapsed onto the bed and was snoring loudly within seconds. He slept straight through until the afternoon. Luckily, it was Saturday and he didn't have to work, otherwise, he'd be in big trouble. Chang Tianla slept incredibly soundly. When he woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Stepping out of the bedroom, he saw Shu Lin in the living room, looking utterly bored as he watched TV. Chang Tianla couldn't help but laugh. Lindsay, why aren't you going to hang out with Lu Xiaoxi? Shu Lin turned off the TV and glared at him. You think I don't want to? Too bad I forgot to get her number. Holy crap, Chang Tianla said with utter contempt. You didn't get it? I have it. You've got some nerve, Shu Lin shot back, glaring at him with utter contempt. You slept like a dead pig, couldn't wake you up for anything. Chang Tianla gave an awkward laugh, scratched his head, and said sheepishly, how about I call Lu Xiaoxi right now and set you up with her? Forget it. What time is it now? What could we possibly do? You idiot. Chang Tianla sneered. This time is perfect. You two could grab a bite, have a few drinks, then hit a hotel, wouldn't that be bliss? Get lost, Shu Lin retorted with a laugh. Think I'm like you? And you still haven't told me where you were last night. What messing around? Chang Tianla picked up a glass from the coffee table and took a sip of water. Remember that beautiful woman arguing next door while we were eating last night? Yeah, what about her? Shu Lin said, then his eyes widened in shock. Bro, you didn't sleep with her, did you? Get lost. Chang Tianla recounted last night's events in meticulous detail to Shu Lin. Upon hearing the story, Shu Lin flew into a rage, cursing Yang Biao as a beast for committing such despicable acts. Shu Lin vowed, if I ever see Yang Biao, I'll beat him senseless every single time. After chatting for a while, Chang Tianla felt bored staying home. Suddenly remembering the worthless jade pendant he'd spent a fortune on, he grabbed Shu Lin and headed to the Tanshui Taoist temple to return it to the old Taoist priest. Tanshui Taoist temple wasn't too far from Chang Tianla's home, just over an hour by taxi. In summer, dusk came late, and 5 o'clock was perfect, not hot at all. Upon arriving at the Taoist temple, Chang Tianla easily found the young monk who had taken his 5,000 yuan. The young monk had an excellent memory. Spotting Chang Tianla, he immediately smiled, stepping forward briskly and saying, Layman Chang, has the demonic object on your person been expelled? Have you come to me to sell that jade pendant? Chang Tianla glanced at the young monk, smirking as he replied, the demonic influence is gone. This jade pendant serves no purpose for me now, so I've brought it to exchange for some spending money. With that, he pulled the jade pendant from his pocket and handed it over. Chapter 17, A Beauty Comes Calling. The young monk accepted the jade pendant with a smile. But upon closer inspection, his expression vanished instantly. His brows furrowed deeply as he exclaimed in astonishment, Mr. Chang, what on earth happened to you? Why has all the spiritual energy vanished from this jade pendant? Ah! Before Chang Tianla could respond, Shu Lin interjected with astonishment, Little Taoist, are you joking? Do you think this jade pendant is some magical artifact from a fantasy novel? Spiritual energy? Why not just say it has divine power? The young Taoist completely ignored Shu Lin, his bright eyes fixed intently on Chang Tianla, hoping to discern some clue from him. But after a thorough examination, he found nothing. Shaking his head, he said, Mr. Chang, this jade pendant has lost all its spiritual energy. It's nothing but worthless junk now. Therefore, this humble monk cannot accept payment to take it back. Chang Tianla immediately bristled at the young Taoist's words, forcing down his rising anger as he retorted, Young Taoist, that's a bit unfair. I paid a hefty price for this jade pendant right here in your shop. Never mind whether it works or not, just consider the money I spent. Don't you owe me an explanation? You claim the jade pendant has no spiritual energy left, aren't you just trying to pull the wool over my eyes? Seeing Chang Tianla's agitation, the young monk replied with evident distress, Mr. Chang, I understand you spent a great deal. And you yourself say the demonic influence has vanished from your body, so in that sense, the jade pendant did work. As for why its spiritual power suddenly disappeared, I truly have no idea. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Chang Tianla snatched the jade pendant from the young monk's hand. Your master must know.
I'll go talk to him.
No, the young Taoist protested, reaching out to block Chang Tianla.
My master is resting.
You mustn't disturb him.
Can't be bothered.
Chang Tianla grabbed the young Taoist and shoved him aside, only to find the boy deftly countered his force. This startled Chang Tianla, so this scrawny, frail little fellow was actually trained in martial arts.
Mr. Chang, you truly cannot enter.
If you force your way in, don't blame this monk for being impolite.
Rude. Chang Tianla laughed. I'm already showing you immense favor by not demanding retribution. And now you dare threaten me?
Believe me or not, I'll call the authorities and report your temple for promoting superstitious practices.
How could you do this? The young monk's face darkened, his tone clearly displeased.
Mr. Chang, last time I saw you tormented by demonic entities, I felt pity and brought you to my master.
He blessed you with a jade amulet to ward off evil spirits. Now that the demons are gone and the jade's spiritual power is exhausted, you treat me this way? Isn't that a bit too much? Who's being unreasonable?
Chang Tianla snorted.
Sure, last time I came you said I might be possessed, but who knows if that was true?
I went to the hospital, the doctor said it was just mental exhaustion from overwork. This past week I've eaten well, rested well, and haven't had a single problem.
I shelled out a fortune for that worthless jade pendant, and now you say it's powerless and you won't take it back? That's downright rip-off territory. Who's ripping you off?
The young Taoist priest grew furious at Chang Tianla's words, his face flushing crimson as he shouted, when I gave you that jade pendant, it definitely possessed spiritual energy.
But now, the one you brought back has none left.
That proves the pendant worked, not some miracle of good food and rest.
If you keep pestering me here, I won't hold back any longer. Come on then, I'm scared of you. Chang Tianla snorted coldly, instantly focusing his spiritual energy.
Golden clouds immediately appeared behind him, and golden threads flew out from the clouds, instantly forming a golden web in front of him.
The moment this golden web materialized, the young Taoist sensed an unusual aura emanating from Chang Tianla. He knew this energy was coming from the man and immediately grew cautious.
Despite his youth, the young Taoist possessed genuine skill. However, his cultivation was still shallow, having only recently entered the path. He could only sense the peculiar aura, unable to see through the golden web before Chang Tianla.
Chang Tianla wasn't unreasonable.
He knew the potency of his golden threads. If he engaged the young Taoist in combat, a misstep could accidentally harm him, an outcome he wished to avoid.
Moreover, his childhood friend Shulin stood nearby.
He didn't want Shulin to witness his extraordinary abilities and become frightened.
Little Taoist, I'll ask one more time. Will you let me see your master?
The young Taoist's face darkened.
He now understood the man before him was no ordinary mortal.
The aura emanating from him was profoundly strange, and with its emergence, the young Taoist could no longer sense the other's spiritual fluctuations. If he closed his eyes now, he could only perceive Shulin's spiritual presence, not Chang Tianla's.
Seeing the young monk fall silent, his face heavy with gravity, Chang Tianla's temper flared. He snapped impatiently, very well, then. Don't blame me for being impolite.
Just as Chang Tianla finished speaking and was about to command the golden threads to attack the young Taoist, a voice boomed from the rear hall like a great bell. Young friend, show mercy. Do not harm my disciple's life. Disciple, bring these two in to see me. As the thunderous voice resounded, Chang Tianla felt a jolt run through his entire body. The golden threads, beyond his control, retreated back into the golden cloud.
This caused Chang Tianla to frown, his face flushing with alertness. He thought to himself, the owner of that voice is a master.
Chang Tianla and Shulin followed the young Taoist into the rear hall with cautious expressions. There, they saw the old Taoist who had sold him the jade pendant just days prior. Gone was the previous aloofness. The moment Chang Tianla entered, the old Taoist rose to greet him, his face breaking into a smile. Young friend, he said, thank you for showing mercy earlier.
Chang Tianla felt somewhat uneasy at the old Taoist's warm reception.
He gave an awkward grin and said, Master Taoist, your words make me feel rather embarrassed. It was all a misunderstanding earlier.
I hope you won't hold it against me. The Taoist laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively.
He scrutinized Chang Tianla carefully, then furrowed his brow slightly.
Young friend, your cultivation is quite profound. Why would you be plagued by demonic entities and seek a jade pendant from this humble monk? My cultivation is high? Chang Tianla exclaimed in surprise. Master Taoist, you must be joking. What cultivation could I possibly have?
Seeing Chang Tianla deny his own cultivation, the old Taoist paid it no mind. He smiled faintly and said, whether you have cultivation or not is your own affair.
Young friend, what brings you here today? Chapter 18, The Exorcism Talisman. When the Taoist asked about his purpose, Chang Tianla immediately handed over the jade pendant.
Master, he said, I paid a hefty price for this jade pendant from you, but it hasn't worked at all since I bought it. Your young apprentice once told me I could return it for a refund if I didn't need it. But today, when I brought this jade pendant back, your apprentice said the spiritual energy had vanished and refused to give me a refund. The old Taoist took the jade pendant, glanced at it, and said, young friend, when I gave you this jade pendant, it contained spiritual energy.
Yet now, it holds none at all. I don't care about spiritual energy or whatever. Cheng Tianla said calmly, I just want to use this jade pendant to get my 5,000 yuan back.
The old Taoist coughed softly. Young friend, though I cannot say whether you're a cultivator, your physique is unusual. You must have practiced some form of cultivation.
Since we're both part of this circle, why bring up such mundane matters as money?
At the Taoist's words, Cheng Tianla felt 3 thick black lines appear on his forehead. When he'd first come seeking help, the old man had urged him to donate money after barely a few minutes of conversation. Now, when Cheng brought the jade pendant to exchange for cash, he actually called it vulgar? This old Taoist really had some nerve.
Master Taoist, I think you've got me mixed up with someone else. I'm not part of your so-called circle. I'm just a struggling worker. 5,000 yuan is a huge sum to me. I hope you can give me my money back.
The old Taoist glanced at Cheng Tianla, fingering the jade pendant in his hand.
No money. What? Cheng Tianla instantly lost his temper. Master Taoist, come on. 5,000 yuan is nothing to you. Is this really necessary?
Young friend, it's not that I won't give you money, it's that I truly have none, the old Taoist said with a helpless expression. Though this temple receives generous offerings, a large portion is donated to the Hope Project. I genuinely have no cash on hand. Young friend, how about this? I'll give you another jade pendant imbued with spiritual energy to offset your 5,000 yuan. Cheng Tianla had been set on getting the money, but upon hearing the Taoist mention the donations to Hope Construction, he was instantly at a loss. With a sigh of resignation, he relented. In that case, I'll take the loss.
Give me 2 jade pendants.
2? The young monk gasped.
Cheng, you're asking for the moon. My master expends immense effort crafting each jade pendant. Isn't this a bit much? Cheng Tianla smirked. Over the top? If these jade pendants can be crafted, I'm sure the Taoist master has quite a few.
Look, my brother came all this way with me.
If I don't get him one, wouldn't that be a bit unreasonable?
The young Taoist tried to protest, but the old Taoist waved him off, ordering him to fetch 2 jade pendants from the room. Though the young Taoist was utterly reluctant, he obediently retrieved the 2 jade pendants and handed them to Cheng Tianla.
Cheng Tianla watched the young monk's pained expression and felt immensely satisfied. Finally getting his revenge, he skipped happily down the mountain with the tree. After Cheng Tianla departed, the young monk grumbled resentfully, Master, how could you compromise with him? With your profound cultivation, wouldn't it have been as easy as speaking a word to deal with that young upstart?
The old Taoist glanced at his beloved young disciple, ruffled his hair, and smiled kindly. That young man's aura was peculiar.
It reminded me of an old acquaintance. An old friend?
The young monk asked, puzzled.
What old friend? Is he powerful?
The old Taoist gently tapped the young monk's forehead and chuckled.
Why so many questions? Now go outside and get to work.
After the young monk left, a sharp gleam flashed in the old monk's eyes as he murmured softly, Youngster, I hope the jade pendant I gave you will serve you well.
Holidays always flew by.
In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Cheng Tianla found himself back in the same miserable, monotonous routine. Monday was the busiest day at the company, and the entire morning had left him dizzy with exhaustion.
Finally, he made it to lunchtime.
Too lazy to go out for a meal, he simply boiled a bowl of instant noodles, took a couple of hasty bites, and then collapsed face down on his desk, falling asleep.
Ever since Shu Lin arrived, Cheng Tianla hadn't gotten much rest.
Every night, he was either drinking and playing cards with Shu Lin or accompanying him to KTV to sing. It was truly torturing him to death. After Cheng Tianla fell asleep, an exceptionally beautiful woman stood at the office doorway. Her flawless face, accentuated by makeup, radiated an otherworldly beauty. Her long, golden-dyed hair cascaded over her shoulders and down her back. Had Cheng Tianla seen this beauty now, he would have gasped in shock. For this stunning woman was none other than Lin Xian, the very damsel he had rescued just 2 nights prior.
Only 2 of Cheng Tianla's colleagues were present in the office at that moment. Having never encountered such a stunning woman before, both men swallowed hard before rising to greet her with excessive enthusiasm. Beautiful lady, is there anything we can assist you with? Lin Xian smiled politely and asked, Excuse me, is Cheng Tianla here? Disappointment washed over both men.
They pointed toward Cheng Tianla, who was snoring loudly, and said, The pig's over there.
Lin Xian smiled faintly, thanked them, and strode quickly to Cheng Tianla's desk. Glancing down at his appearance, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She noticed he was drooling, and not just a little. A large patch of paper beneath his face was completely soaked. Pig, the sun's shining on your butt. Get up and get to work. Cheng Tianla was enjoying his nap when this sudden disturbance left him slightly annoyed.
Without opening his eyes, he grumbled, Stop messing around.
It's not time for work yet.
He then shifted his position and drifted back to sleep.
Lin Xian was utterly speechless.
She immediately scooped Chang Tianla's head into her arms, rocking him gently as she said, "Lazy pig, wake up already."
Chang Tianla couldn't possibly sleep after that.
He opened his eyes, wiped away drool, and still groggy couldn't make out who was in front of him. Yawning, he asked, "Hey, who are you?
What do you want?"
Hearing this, Lin Xian nearly slapped him in anger. She grabbed his head and shook it hard.
"Open your eyes and look properly." Chang Tianla nearly gagged from the shaking.
Rubbing his eyes again, he finally recognized the stunning beauty before him and stammered awkwardly, "My apologies, I was still half asleep."
Lin Xian shot him a withering look and snorted, "Couldn't you have left me your contact info when you left?"
"I nearly wore myself out trying to track you down."
Chapter 19, A House Full of Beauties.
Chang Tianla scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "I was in such a rush I completely forgot."
"So, Miss Lin Xian, what did you need from me?" "Of course it's important." With that, Lin Xian grabbed Chang Tianla's arm and dragged him toward the exit. Once they exited the company building, Lin Xian forcefully shoved Chang Tianla into the car, started the engine, and sped off. Seated in the car, Chang Tianla glanced at Lin Xian and asked, "Sis, where are you taking me? What are you afraid of?" "Worried I'll sell you off?" Chang Tianla gave a wry smile. "It's not that I'm afraid you'll sell me out. It's just that I have to work this afternoon. If I don't say anything, I won't have a job to come to tomorrow. If this company fires you, come work at my company tomorrow. The pay is twice as good as your current job. Forget it. I don't want a beautiful boss." 20 minutes later, Lin Xian pulled up outside an upscale club. Chang Tianla glanced around and immediately wore a lecherous expression. What was Lin Xian bringing him to a club for in broad daylight? Was she planning to, or was it? Lin Xian eyed Chang Tianla's lecherous grin, promptly pinching his waist before casually linking her arm through his. "Stop standing there like an idiot," she said. "Let's go inside." Lin Xian knew her way around here. After leading Chang Tianla through a few turns, she stopped at the door of room 888. Releasing his arm, she said mysteriously, "Wait for me here for a moment." With that, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Chang Tianla watched the enigmatic Lin Xian, feeling a bit uneasy. What on earth was this girl rushing him here for? It was truly strange. Just as Chang Tianla was deep in thought, Lin Xian pushed open the door and poked her head out. "Brother Lu, you can come in now." Chang Tianla glanced at her, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The instant he pushed the door open, the golden cloud behind him suddenly flew out on its own, sending out an unusual disturbance that startled him. He looked up just as a barrage of multicolored, unidentified objects attacked him. As soon as Chang Tianla saw the unidentified objects falling from the sky, the golden cloud instantly emitted countless golden threads. In an instant, these unidentified objects were sliced into powder and fell to the floor. "Happy birthday! Hey, Shaoli, why didn't you like the sparklers?" Lin Xian glanced at Shaoli beside her with a hint of displeasure as she held the cake. Seeing Lin Xian's displeased expression, Shaoli hurriedly explained, "Sis Lin, it's not that I didn't set them off. I just don't know what happened to those confetti pieces, they all turned into powder." Lin Xian glanced down at the colorful powder on the floor, pouting slightly. Never mind. We can still celebrate my birthday without the confetti." Chang Tianla watched as Lin Xian carried the cake toward him. He stared blankly, pointing first at the cake, then at himself. "Today's my birthday?" Lin Xian beamed with certainty. "This girl pulled some serious strings to track down your contact info, Brother Lu. Finally got all your details and found out today's your birthday." Chang Tianla froze upon hearing this. He did the math, today really was his birthday. He gave an awkward chuckle and said, "If you hadn't reminded me, I would have totally forgotten it was my birthday." "Thanks, Lin Xian." Lin Xian watched Chang Tianla's silly grin and offered a sweet smile. "Hurry up and blow out the candles." After blowing out the candles, Chang Tianla shot Lin Xian a pleased glance. But when his gaze inadvertently fell upon a beautiful woman beside her, his brow instantly furrowed. This woman radiated an odd, peculiar aura. Lin Xian watched Chang Tianla's furrowed brow as he stared unblinkingly at her colleague. She waved 5 fingers in front of his face and teased, "Brother Lu, have you gone dumb staring at the beauty?" Chang Tianla swatted away Lin Xian's hand, shook his head slightly, and said with a slightly heavy expression, "That beauty seems to be haunted by something unclean." "Bro, what are you talking about?" Lin Xian's eyes widened in confusion as she looked at Chang Tianla, clearly unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Chang Tianla chuckled softly. "Lin Xian, what's her name?" "Lei Shuya." "Me? On me?" Lei Shuya looked at Chang Tianla nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Seeing how Chang Tianla's words had frightened Lei Shuya, Lin Xian's expression darkened with displeasure. "Brother Lu, Shuya is timid. You mustn't joke about such things." Chang Tianla gave a wry smile. From the moment he stepped into the room, the golden cloud behind him had materialized on its own, and he'd picked up a strange fluctuation. This wave was eerie, and Chang Tianla couldn't quite put his finger on it. At first, he hadn't paid it much mind, since everyone carried such mental fluctuations, each unique. Though this odd wave was weaker, he'd assumed it might just be someone with a weaker constitution. But upon entering the room and surveying the surroundings, something felt terribly off. Including himself, there were 5 people in the room. Yet Cheng Tianla sensed 6 distinct fluctuations. Meaning there was another presence he hadn't detected. While Lin Xian introduced the other 3 girls, Cheng Tianla used the special ability of his golden thread to scan the room. His investigation pinpointed the issue to Li Shuya. A single person was emitting 2 distinct fluctuations, and these 2 fluctuations were repelling and cancelling each other out. He estimated that in time, one fluctuation would completely replace the other. Cheng Tianla couldn't explain why his intuition alone could discern so much, yet he had sensed it undeniably and with absolute certainty. Ever since his golden threads transformed into a golden cloud, his perception had become extraordinarily acute. He could even intuitively pinpoint which part of a person's body harbored illness, though he wasn't a doctor and couldn't diagnose the specific ailment. Lin Xian, I'm not trying to scare you. Please believe me, there really is something unusual about Shuya. Seeing Cheng Tianla speak with such certainty, and knowing he wasn't one to joke around, Lin Xian grew tense. She asked urgently, what exactly is wrong with Shuya? Brother Lo, if you can sense something abnormal, can you treat it? Cheng Tianla shook his head gently. As for treatment, I can't do that because I'm not a doctor. Right now, I can only sense a spiritual fluctuation within Shuya that doesn't belong to her. After saying this, Cheng Tianla glanced at the 4 girls' expressions and realized they hadn't grasped the meaning. He smiled and explained, every human body emits a kind of wave, you could call it bioelectricity. These waves vary from person to person. Those in good health have stronger waves, while those who are weaker have weaker ones. But Shuya has 2 distinct waves emanating from her. Chapter 20, is what you're saying true? Zhang Yi, the beauty seated to Cheng Tianla's right, asked with wide-eyed curiosity, bro, is all this true? Cheng Tianla glanced at her and immediately swallowed hard. Because this girl named Zhang Yi. Cheng Tianla cleared his throat softly and said, of course it's true. Why would I scare you for fun? Seeing they remained skeptical, he resorted to his ultimate move. Rubbing his nose with a calm expression, he declared, Zhang Yi, your stomach is weak. That stomach ailment probably torments you once or twice daily. You must eat at regular times from now on, or else you're done for. Shuya, your liver's not in good shape. Looks like you've been drinking too much. You need to watch that too. How do you know that? Zhang Yi and Li Shuya exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with astonishment. Yang Li, who had been smiling at him without speaking all day, suddenly asked, Brother Lo, what about me? How's my health? Lily, hee, you're in great shape. Nothing wrong at all. Except for a cavity on the left side. Cheng Tianla suddenly gained a profound understanding of his golden thread. This thing's accuracy was simply too high. He now knew the exact measurements of all 4 beauties present. Holy crap! Brother Lu, you're amazing. You know all that? Lily looked at Cheng Tianla with an almost worshipful gaze. Then, batting her eyes at Lin Xian, she teased, Lin Xian, is this handsome guy your boyfriend? If not, can we have him? Lin Xian's face flushed bright red at Yang Li's remark, leaving her utterly flustered. She immediately pouted her lips and changed the subject, stop messing around. Let Brother Lu examine Shuya's condition first. Cheng Tianla gazed at the 4 stunning beauties before him, finally settling his eyes on Li Shuya. He noticed a trace of worry between her brows and immediately asked, Shuya, have you been feeling unwell lately? Li Shuya nodded. Yes, I've been feeling exceptionally tired lately, and I keep having nightmares at night. Cheng Tianla nodded. This situation arises because 2 distinct energy fluctuations within you are cancelling each other out and repelling one another. As a result, your original energy is gradually weakening. If this continues, it could very well become life-threatening. Li Shuya's face immediately darkened with gravity. What should I do? She asked urgently. Caught off guard by her question, Cheng Tianla felt momentarily at a loss. Though he could sense the dual fluctuations within her, he lacked the power to dispel them. For a moment, he truly didn't know what to say. Speak up. Lin Xian watched Cheng Tianla remain silent and grew impatient. Cheng Tianla glanced at Lin Xian inside. Lin Xian, I really shouldn't have said any of this, because I have no idea how to resolve Shuya's situation. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I only brought it up hoping you'd take notice sooner. As for a solution, we'll just have to figure it out slowly. After hearing his words, Lin Xian furrowed her delicate brows, took a deep breath, and said, Brother Lu, you wouldn't have misjudged this, would you? Lin Xian, I wouldn't mistake it. And I truly hope this isn't real. Though we've only just met, I can tell they're both kind-hearted people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thrown a birthday party for someone they've never even met. Now, we need to figure out how to solve Shuya's problem. Trust me. After Cheng Tianla finished speaking, the room fell silent. Li Shuya's eyes glistened with tears. She was clearly terrified. Why don't we go to the hospital for a checkup? Lin Xian finally broke the silence. Maybe we'll find out what's wrong. Cheng Tianla nodded in agreement with Lin Xian's suggestion. After all, in this situation, he couldn't come up with a better idea either.
It must be said that these 4 young ladies were all well off. They had each driven their own cars. However, considering Li Shuya's unstable emotions, her car remained parked. She joined Lin Xian and Chang Tianla in sharing one vehicle. H City First People's Hospital. Chang Tianla sat bored out of his mind on a corridor bench, inhaling the faint scent of disinfectant in the air. Strangely, it felt vaguely familiar. Having been unconscious multiple times in less than a month, he developed a peculiar attachment to hospitals. After 10 minutes of sheer tedium, just as he was about to get up for a smoke, a pale hand rested on his shoulder. He turned to see Lin Xian. "How's Shuya? Lily's accompanying her for tests. It'll probably be a while before they come out. I'm sorry. It's all my fault, everyone's so upset." Seeing the gloom on Chang Tianla's face, Lin Xian hurried to comfort him. "Brother Lu, don't say that. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known Shuya was in trouble. I'm the one who should apologize. I pulled you away from class. This was supposed to be your birthday celebration. I never imagined you wouldn't even get to eat." Chang Tianla glanced at Lin Xian, noticing her worried expression. She was clearly still anxious about Shuya's condition. Gathering his courage, he reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, patting it gently. "Good deeds are rewarded. You shouldn't worry so much." Time ticked by. 20 minutes later, young Lily and the others returned. Lin Xian sprang to her feet and asked, "How is she?" Li Shuya shook her head gently, clearly indicating the results weren't encouraging. Yang Li sighed and said, "The test results show Shuya has no issues at all. She's just a bit weak." "Impossible." Chang Tianla immediately grew agitated. Seeing Chang Tianla so agitated, Lin Xian immediately said, "Brother Lu, don't get like this. We all believe you. Don't get angry. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere to eat first." After leaving the hospital, the 5 of them entered a decent-looking restaurant they found nearby. Everyone was in low spirits. Though they ordered a table full of delicious food, even the usually voracious Chang Tianla had no appetite. Chang Tianla had discovered Li Shuya's condition, yet he couldn't help her. It was like telling someone they had cancer with no possible cure. If left unsaid, she might have lived out her remaining days happily. Telling her only added unnecessary suffering. Lin Xian piled Chang Tianla's bowl high with food, but he didn't touch a single bite. Li Shuya saw the guilt in Chang Tianla's eyes. She immediately stood up, walked over, and sat beside him. She gently patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Lu, you don't need to feel guilty. If you hadn't told me about my health issues, I might have died suddenly at any moment. Now that you've told me, we can start thinking of solutions early. Maybe we'll come up with a good plan after we finish eating." Chapter 21, You're in for it. Chang Tianla gazed at Li Shuya's beautiful face, now tinged with a hint of pallor. He could sense her vitality slowly ebbing away, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. His eyes grew hot, and 2 tears fell as he choked out, "Shuya, it's all my fault. I'm sorry." Seeing Chang Tianla weep for her, Li Shuya immediately pulled him into an embrace. Patting his back, she said, "Brother Lu, I truly don't blame you. Please don't take it to heart. This is something I must face sooner or later. Don't be too sad. Perhaps in time, I'll be fine." A few minutes later, Chang Tianla released Li Shuya. "I have some good news and some bad news. Which would you ladies like to hear first?" Lin Xian and the others' eyes lit up at his words. Lily asked eagerly, "What's the good news?" Chang Tianla grinned triumphantly. "Shuya isn't going to die." The women were stunned at first, then erupted in cheers. After the excitement, Lin Xian asked, "Then what's the bad news?" Chang Tianla glanced at them, cleared his throat, and feigned a sorrowful expression. He sighed and said, "The bad news is, to cure Shuya's illness, we have to make a trip to Wui Mountain." "What for?" Chang Tianla pulled a jade pendant from his pocket, a piece of jade tied with a red string. This pendant had been given to him by the Taoist priest he and Li Meyer had encountered on the pedestrian street. The priest had said Cheng could take it to his master to resolve his physical ailments. Originally, Chang Tianla hadn't taken it seriously and had no intention of seeking out the Taoist. But later, while examining the jade pendant, he discovered it was far superior to the jade pendant he'd obtained from the Taoist temple. This superiority actually referred to the craftsmanship and the quality of the jade itself. So Chang Tianla tied the jade pendant with a red string and wore it as a necklace. "Shuya, starting today, you must wear this jade pendant close to your body. Never let it out of your sight." "What is it?" "Let me see." Lily, being a curious child, insisted on examining the jade pendant Chang Tianla had given Li Shuya. She promptly received a sharp tap on the head from Lin Xian, which promptly silenced her. Li Shuya now trusted Chang Tianla implicitly. She removed her own necklace and replaced it with the jade pendant he had given her. Lin Xian glanced at Chang Tianla, her tone tinged with uncertainty. "Brother Lo, can a jade pendant really guarantee Shuya's safety? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? One moment you say there's trouble, the next you say it's fine. You've got us all confused." Chang Tianla smiled faintly and explained, "After embracing Shuya just now, I noticed the foreign energy within her seemed to shift. Its impact on her appeared to weaken. When I held her tightly afterward, that energy stopped moving altogether. After sensing it further, I realized it was this jade pendant on my body that made the difference.
Zhang Yi looked at Cheng Tianla and asked, "Brother Lu, is Shuya really okay now?" Cheng Tianla shook his head. "It's not entirely fine.
While this jade pendant can suppress the other energy within Shuya, it's only a temporary fix.
If the pendant is lost, Shuya will be in danger again. Don't worry. I'll keep it safe." Cheng Tianla glanced at Li Shuya and smiled faintly.
"I told you it's just in case. If anything unexpected happens, Shuya, you could be in real danger."
"Then what should we do?"
Yang Lily blinked her beautiful big eyes, her innocent expression truly adorable.
Cheng Tianla glanced at young Lily and sighed. "I'm a man of my word, I help people through to the end.
Tomorrow I'll take a day off and make a trip to Wui Mountain."
"Brother Lu, didn't you just say we'd go to Wui Mountain together? Why are you going alone now?"
Cheng Tianla explained, "Wui Mountain is a 3-day round trip from here. I won't make you travel in this heat, especially since Shuya is still weak.
Let's avoid unnecessary strain." Hearing Cheng Tianla's reasoning, the 4 women nodded in agreement.
With the crucial matter resolved and a barrier solution in place, everyone's mood lifted considerably. Hunger soon set in, and after devouring their meal in a flash, they all burped contentedly. And Cheng Tianla's image as a glutton was firmly cemented in the hearts of the 4 beauties. The immediate danger to Li Shuya had been averted, but Cheng Tianla still harbored lingering concern.
Matters like this couldn't be put off, delaying would only invite major trouble. When Cheng Tianla returned to the office, it was nearly 3 o'clock.
In the past, if he'd come back this late, that dim-witted supervisor Yao Fengshou would have given him a dressing down. But ever since Yao Fengshou had been scared out of his wits, no one had said a word to Cheng Tianla. It wasn't that Cheng Tianla was particularly impressive, rather, the new supervisor was skilled at managing staff.
As long as you finished your work before quitting time, everything was fine.
If you didn't complete it, not only would your performance bonus be docked, but you'd also have to work overtime.
No sooner had Cheng Tianla stepped into the office than Lu Xiaoxi came running over, flashing a mischievous grin. "Bro, who was that hottie who came looking for you this morning?" Cheng Tianla's eyes twinkled as he stroked his chin. "Did Mayor send you over for some gossip?" "No." Lu Xiaoxi grinned.
"But she had such a great figure and drove her own car, obviously a rich girl."
"How'd you hook up with her?" "What do you mean hooked up?" Cheng Tianla glared at Lu Xiaoxi. "What exactly do you want to know?" "Cut the nonsense, I've got work to finish." Lu Xiaoxi chuckled. "I don't want to ask anything.
I just came to secretly tell you, Brother Lu, you're in trouble. When you went out with that beauty at noon, Sister Mayor saw you. If I'm not mistaken, you're in for a beating after work this afternoon."
Cheng Tianla's eyes darted around as he chuckled. "My dear little Sen, might I ask what expression did Sister Mayor have when she found out I left with a beauty?" Lu Xiaoxi eyed Cheng Tianla's slightly guilty expression and gave a mischievous grin. "Sis Mayor?" She didn't even flinch. Just said one thing. "What did she say?" Cheng Tianla demanded urgently.
Lu Xiaoxi patted Cheng Tianla's shoulder, her expression saying, "You're on your own." Mayor's exact words were, "Go borrow a pair of scissors from the storeroom later."
"Ah."
At those words, Cheng Tianla instinctively shielded his groin with his hands.
Li Mayor was ruthless. She actually wanted to give him a snip attack. Looks like he was in for a rough time after work. Cheng Tianla spent the entire afternoon in a panic.
The moment the workday ended, Li Mayor stormed over to him, holding a pair of small scissors in her hand.
Seeing this, Cheng Tianla immediately put on a playful smile and said, "Mayor, you're holding scissors, are you asking me to trim your nails? Manicure?" Li Meirui sneered coldly. "Spill it. What were you doing with that beauty at lunchtime?"
"Mark my words, if you dare withhold even a shred of truth, I'll personally make you the last eunuch in the entire empire."
Sweat instantly beaded on Cheng Tianla's forehead.
He'd planned to dodge the question with some nonsense, but seeing Li Mayor's fierce demeanor, he wisely decided against trouble.
He recounted the entire incident exactly as it happened.
But Li Mayor seemed skeptical. She grilled him repeatedly. Any slight discrepancy from his first account was met with a wave of tender caresses that sent Cheng Tianla howling in ecstasy.
20 minutes later, Cheng Tianla was finally worn down. Looking utterly miserable, he pleaded, "Mayor, it really happened like this. I swear to heaven I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, ask the manager to verify. I've already requested the time off."
Li Mayor twisted Cheng Tianla's arm again, her tone sharp.
"You're getting bolder by the day. Taking leave without even informing me? This is practically rebellion."
"Mayor, as the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda."
"Cut the nonsense." Li Mayor glared at Cheng Tianla. "Don't think I don't see through your little schemes. If she weren't a beauty, would you have gone to all that trouble to visit Wui Mountain? Let's be honest, your motives are shady, and your intentions aren't pure." "I didn't. You know your own heart."
Li Mayor waved the small scissors in her hand threateningly.
"If I catch you with any ill intentions, these scissors will be the tools that ruin your happiness for the rest of your life."
Cheng Tianla shook his head with a bitter smile, about to speak, when Lu Xiaoxi walked over from the next room. She tapped on the glass and said, "Brother, sister, how much longer are you two going to be lovey-dovey? Aren't you going to eat dinner tonight?" Cheng Tianla shot a glance at Lu Xiaoxi, who was grinning mischievously, and scoffed, "We're not inviting you to dinner. Me and Mayor are going out." "Holy crap." Lu Xiaoxi pointed at Cheng Tianla and said, "Bro, you're getting more and more unfair. How dare you celebrate your birthday without me? Believe it or not, I'll spill the beans to Sister Mayor." Cheng Tianla froze at her words. How did Lu Xiaoxi know it was his birthday today? Li Meyer saw the sour look on Cheng Tianla's face and immediately snorted, "I booked a hotel for lunch and planned to celebrate your birthday tonight, but you ran off with a beauty instead. You've really broken my heart." Cheng Tianla was so touched he practically burst into tears. He immediately hugged Li Meyer and planted a kiss on her cheek, causing her pretty face to flush crimson as she shot him a playful glare. The birthday dinner was still just the four of them: Cheng Tianla, Shulin, and the others. They ate happily, and the two girls were practically drunk. Cheng Tianla, needing to catch an early train the next day, didn't get too tipsy. But Shulin, planning to hit on girls that night, actually pretended to be drunk. Cheng Tianla inwardly despised him. The journey from H City to Wui Mountain took over 10 hours, and there was only one train that night. Thus, Cheng Tianla had to depart early the next morning. Upon arriving at the station and approaching the ticket hall, he suddenly felt a flash of light. Not far ahead, four slender, exceptionally elegant beauties were waving at him. Holy crap! Cheng Tianla hurried over to the four beauties, utterly speechless. "Didn't we agree I'd go alone? Why are you all here?" These four stunning women were none other than Lin Xian and her three sisters. Seeing Cheng Tianla's slightly flustered yet excited expression, Lin Xian giggled immediately, her voice as clear as a silver bell. "After a night of discussion, we sisters were worried you'd be lonely traveling alone, so we decided to accompany Brother Lu to Wui Mountain." Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes at this. "What do you mean, worried I'd be lonely? Looks more like you girls just want to go sightseeing yourselves." Same thing, same thing," Lin Xian said, stepping forward to link her arm through his as she urged, "Hurry to the ticket gate. The train's about to depart." Chapter 22, Women Are Truly Terrifying. With a long whistle, the train slowly began to move. The passengers in the carriage gradually fell silent. Cheng Tianla gazed out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, exhaled deeply, and grinned. "Finally, I can truly relax." "Relax?" Lin Xian gave Cheng Tianla a light smack on the shoulder, pouting her lips. "Hurry up and help us stow our luggage up there." Cheng Tianla glanced at the luggage of these four gorgeous girls and was utterly speechless. Women were the epitome of trouble. They were only going to Wui Mountain for 3 or 4 days, yet these four girls were lugging around huge bags and packages. It was ridiculous. "Did you guys pack everything from home?" Cheng Tianla muttered under his breath as he hoisted the bags onto the overhead rack. When he lifted Lin Xian's suitcase, he nearly stumbled and took a nosedive. "Sis, did you pack gold in here? How else is it this heavy? I'm seriously wondering how you managed to drag this all the way here." Lin Xian gave him a cute smile. "Stop blabbering. Just put it up." Cheng Tianla had worked late into the night and hadn't eaten breakfast. His legs felt weak and shaky. "Too heavy," he groaned. "I can't lift it." "You figure it out." This immediately drew scornful looks from the four women. Lin Xian shot Cheng Tianla a disdainful glare before flashing a sinister smile. She tapped him lightly and said, "Watch this girl snag some free labor." Cheng Tianla was speechless. Glancing around, he spotted a muscle-bound bear of a man 2 seats away. He knew this guy was in for it. Sure enough, after Lin Xian exchanged a couple of gentle words with the muscle-bound man, the big guy walked over with a beaming smile, as if he'd eaten honey, and effortlessly lifted Lin Xian's heavy suitcase onto the overhead rack. From this, Cheng Tianla drew a conclusion: when a beautiful woman initiates conversation, it never bodes well. He vowed to take this as a lesson next time, lest he get played for a fool and still feel like a proud peacock. "Handsome, thank you so much. Call me sometime." Lin Xian gave the muscle guy a sly smile as she saw him off, then turned back to her seat and tore up the business card he'd just given her. Women. That's just how women are. Terrifying. Cheng Tianla stared at Lin Xian like she was some kind of monster and asked, "Do you always go around looking for free labor like this?" Lin Xian chuckled, "Why not take what's free?" Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes. A train ride lasting over 10 hours was unbearably boring and depressing. If he'd been alone, he might have gone mad from boredom. He thought having these four gorgeous girls would make the trip less tedious, but he was dead wrong, utterly wrong. The saying was spot on: 2 women equaled 1,000 ducks. With 4 women in tow, Cheng Tianla was facing 2,000 ducks. Before long, they had him on the verge of collapse. Lin Xian and the others were deep in conversation, leaving Cheng Tianla unable to get a word in edgewise. With no other choice, he pulled out his phone to read novels and kill time. As the hours ticked by, the sun gradually rose, and this crappy train had no air conditioning. The temperature inside the carriage kept climbing. Even with the windows open and the ceiling fan blowing, it didn't make much of a difference. Most passengers were drenched in sweat, fanning themselves with handheld fans. The stench of perspiration soon filled the entire carriage. Worst of all, some unhygienic individuals emitted an unbearable stench from their feet.
Chang Tianla watched as Lin Xian and the others, drenched in sweat, kept dabbing their brows with handkerchiefs.
Yang Lily grumbled, "If I'd known it would be like this, we should have just driven."
Driving?
"You'd kill yourself," Zhang Yi replied, wiping her own sweat.
Over 10 hours on the road, you think driving would be any easier? Chang Tianla was drenched in sweat himself.
He focused his mind and summoned the golden cloud. The moment it appeared, a cool breeze swept over his back, instantly bringing immense relief. Lin Xian, seated beside Chang Tianla, clearly felt the sudden drop in temperature too. She leaned closer to him, finding it even cooler. As if discovering a new world, she exclaimed in wonder, her face beaming with delight, "Brother Lo, why is it so cool near you?" Chang Tianla grinned without elaborating. "Why so many questions?
I'm letting you ride my air conditioning for free, that's generous enough. Now you're asking all sorts of things."
Lin Xian pinched Chang Tianla's waist playfully, then motioned for Li Shuya to come sit beside him. Li Shuya, confused and a bit embarrassed, protested, "Forget it, I'm not coming over. It's so hot and stuffy when we're all crowded together."
"It's not hot."
"Not at all," Lin Xian laughed.
"Brother Lu might not be normal, there's a cool breeze around him.
It's perfectly comfortable. Your health isn't great, so come over quickly." Time ticked by, and before they knew it, the train had been moving for over 5 hours. Sitting in his seat, Chang Tianla felt aches all over. Just then, he felt the urge to use the restroom. He stood up to stretch his legs and headed toward the lavatory. Just as he reached the restroom, the train pulled into the station.
Chang Tianla cursed under his breath. The restrooms were off limits whenever the train stopped at a small station.
Reluctantly, he waited at the door.
While waiting, several people came up from below. Chang Tianla glanced at them. They didn't look like good people.
His brow furrowed slightly, and suddenly, an ominous feeling crept over him. On such a sweltering day, these guys were all wearing long-sleeved shirts that was just too strange.
Chang Tianla couldn't help but give them another look.
One of them, a short young man with a head of bright yellow hair, noticed Chang Tianla staring at them and immediately snapped, "What the hell are you looking at, asshole?"
Chang Tianla's temper flared at the blonde punk's insult.
In the past, he would have swallowed his pride and kept quiet. After all, he lacked strength, and facing several opponents meant he'd be the one to suffer if a fight broke out. But the Chang Tianla of today was a different man. He had a trump card. The golden threads emanating from the golden cloud possessed formidable offensive power. If they were out in the wilderness, Chang Tianla was confident he could take these guys down in an instant.
"Did you just eat, kid? Your mouth stinks."
The blonde punk's brow furrowed at Chang Tianla's words, a flash of murderous intent darting through his eyes. He started to stride toward Chang Tianla but was immediately pulled back by his companion, who whispered, "We just got on the bus.
Don't stir up trouble."
Though they spoke softly, since Chang Tianla had gained the golden cloud, his hearing had become exceptionally sharp.
He caught every word.
This only intensified the already uneasy feeling he'd been harboring. The train slowly began moving again. After using the restroom, Chang Tianla returned to his seat and resumed reading his novel.
Just then, a furious shout erupted from the front. "Hey, kid! Did you forget your eyes when you left home? Watch where you're walking. You stepped on my foot, you know that?"
Chang Tianla stood up and looked forward, his brows instantly furrowing into a deep frown. The two arguing individuals were none other than two members of the group that had boarded earlier.
The commotion drew the train attendant over.
The shorter youth immediately launched into a tirade about how unreasonable the other man was, how he hadn't stepped on him at all, yet the guy insisted he had, even hurling vulgar insults about his family. At that moment, the tall young man who had been stepped on rose swiftly, darting behind the conductor. With lightning speed, he snatched the pistol from the officer's waistband and slammed it hard against the back of the conductor's neck, knocking him unconscious instantly. After knocking the officer out, the big guy swept his gaze over the gathered passengers. A sinister grin spread across his face as he announced, "Word by word, folks, it's robbery time."
Chang Tianla inwardly cursed. What the hell was this?
He'd finally taken time off to relax while running errands, only to get caught in a robbery. Worse still, he'd offended these guys the moment they boarded. He was probably in for a world of trouble.
Chang Tianla had seen plenty of reports about train robberies before. He always thought the media exaggerated for attention. How could a handful of bandits possibly overpower an entire train?
Yet here he was, unlucky enough to encounter them firsthand, and these were train-specific bandits at that. Train robbers weren't your average criminals. They operated in organized gangs, each member ruthless and cunning.
Crucially, these robbers were strategic.
They chose their targets with precision.
On any given train, there's at most one armed police officer. Once that gun falls into their hands, who would dare confront them?
Besides, true heroes are few and far between these days. Who would be foolish enough to take on armed robbers? The tall youth brandished his pistol, his expression calm as he addressed the passengers. "We're only after the money, folks.
Cooperate nicely, hand over anything valuable, and I promise not a hair on your heads will be harmed.
But let me make this clear, if anyone plays dirty, don't blame us for being ruthless. As soon as the tall youth finished speaking, several more men wielding machetes sprang up from both ends of the carriage. Their faces were twisted into hideous grimaces, looking as gruesome as could be. Seeing these ferocious-looking robbers, the passengers knew escape was impossible. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't. The train was moving so fast jumping off would mean certain death. The tall youth barked an order to one of the machete-wielding robbers, who then pulled a large sack from behind and began looting passengers from one end of the car.
Passengers traveling these days all prioritized safety over money. As long as their lives weren't threatened, losing some cash was nothing.
One by one, they obediently tossed wallets, phones, necklaces, and other valuables into the robber's sack. Cheng Tianla watched as each passenger obediently handed over their valuables and couldn't help but sigh. He had originally intended to take down these robbers himself, but the tall youth had a gun, a highly unstable factor. If he couldn't guarantee a one-shot kill, then if the robber went berserk, it would be extremely dangerous.
Chapter 23, The entire train needs you. Cheng Tianla quietly instructed Lin Xian and the others, when the robbers came, they must obediently hand over their valuables and avoid provoking them at all costs.
Lin Xian and the others understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Seeing the passengers so compliantly handing over their money, the robbers grew arrogant. Especially the short one with the bright yellow hair. Under the pretense of searching passengers, he groped the attractive women with impunity.
The women dared not protest, forced to endure this beastly molestation in silence. Cheng Tianla witnessed the entire scene, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. These robbers had no professional ethics whatsoever. If they wanted to rob, then just rob. Why did they have to grope decent women? They were nothing but a bunch of beasts. The bandits soon approached Cheng Tianla's group. The blonde punk's eyes lit up with lecherous lust the moment he spotted the four stunning beauties Lin Xian and her friends. "You girls look so tempting. If you play with your big brother, you won't have to pay." As he spoke, the punk reached out his claw toward Lin Xian's chest. At that moment, Cheng Tianla's temper flared. Just as he was about to grab the punk's hand, another hand was even quicker, seizing the punk's arm. Cheng Tianla looked up and saw that the one grabbing the punk was none other than the big guy who had helped Lin Xian with her luggage earlier. This move stunned Cheng Tianla for a moment. He hadn't expected this guy to actually dare to act, truly risking his life for a beauty. "Brothers, you're after wealth. Even thieves have their code. Isn't this a bit too much?" The blonde punk eyed the burly guy's stern expression, his brow furrowing slightly. Without another word, he landed a punch squarely on the burly guy's face, sending him crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "You! Who the hell do you think you are? I'm not a thief, I'm a robber. I do whatever I want. When did it become your business, you little punk? You got a death wish? Think I won't stab you to death?" After the blonde punk finished ranting, he still felt unsatisfied. He stepped forward and started kicking and punching the big guy relentlessly, beating him until he howled in pain. At that moment, the tall youth holding the pistol shouted at the blonde punk, telling him not to kill the guy, just let off some steam. The tall youth was clearly the leader of the group. At his command, the punk immediately stopped. He stood up and roared at the other passengers with utter arrogance. "See that? That's what happens when you act like a big shot. If anyone else dares to show off, I'll kill them." It must be said that this tactic of making an example out of someone was incredibly effective. All the passengers fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. Lin Xian looked at the big guy, beaten until his mouth was full of blood, and couldn't bear it. She stood up, wanting to help him up. Li Shuya grabbed her arm abruptly, her voice urgent. "Lin Xian, what are you doing? Don't you want to live anymore? Shuya, this man was beaten like this because of me. If I don't do something, wouldn't that be breaking his heart? You can't go. It's too dangerous. Besides, what good would you do?" Cheng Tianla watched Lin Xian, who was about to speak again, and gently patted her shoulder. "Stop arguing. Let me go help him." After speaking, Cheng Tianla immediately summoned the golden cloud. Golden threads enveloped the entire carriage. As the threads covered the space, he instantly gained crystal clear awareness of every movement within through their unique sensory power. As Cheng Tianla rose to leave, Lin Xian grabbed his arm urgently. "Brother Lu, don't go. It's too dangerous." Cheng Tianla gently patted Lin Xian's soft, delicate hand and smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I'll be fine." The moment Cheng Tianla stood up, the blonde punk spotted him and smirked. "Hey, isn't this the idiot from earlier? What's you doing standing up? Feeling itchy for a beating?" Cheng Tianla glanced at him, his expression calm. "I'm not itching for a beating. I just want to help this brother up." "Damn, you're pretty cocky," the blonde punk glared, snapping. "You've been rubbing me the wrong way since we got on the train. I didn't come looking for trouble, but you jumped out at me." Cheng Tianla stared at the yellow-haired punk's utterly arrogant demeanor. He desperately wanted to control the golden thread right then and give this guy a chill straight to his bones. But he feared the gun in the big guy's hand.
Though the golden thread was incredibly magical, whether it could stop a bullet was another matter. If it couldn't stop the bullet, he'd be dead as a doornail. Chang Tianla forced down his rage and said flatly, "I just wanted to help this brother. Is it really necessary to make things difficult for me? Keep some decency, it's better for everyone." With that, he walked straight up to the big guy. The blonde punk, seeing Chang Tianla's audacity, lost all composure. With a furious roar, he swung his machete straight at Chang Tianla. The blade moved with blinding speed. Had it connected, Chang Tianla would have been either dead or gravely wounded. Passengers in the carriage screamed in terror at the sight, while Lin Xian and the other three froze in shock. Just as everyone thought Chang Tianla was done for, Chang Tianla, his handsome face turned away from the yellow-haired youth, suddenly let the corners of his mouth curl up slightly, revealing a sly smile. The moment that sly smile appeared, the golden threads behind him shot out at an unbelievable speed, wrapping around the rapidly descending blade. At that instant, Chang Tianla spun violently, charging forward with a fierce collision. Logically, the collision should have met the blade head-on. But the yellow-haired kid's machete was completely immobilized by the golden threads, unable to descend even an inch. As the golden threads shifted their tension, the machete in the yellow-haired kid's hand changed direction, slicing straight into his own thigh. Blood gushed out instantly, soaking the yellow-haired youth's pants in moments. To outsiders, Chang Tianla's collision seemed to have struck the side of the machete, causing this bizarre outcome. In truth, it was all due to the golden thread's power. The blonde punk let out a piercing howl, staring at his thigh in utter disbelief. His screams were several times more shrill than a pig being slaughtered. This sudden turn of events stunned the bandits. They had expected to see the blonde-haired kid hack Chang Tianla to the ground. Instead, in the blink of an eye, it was the blonde-haired kid who collapsed. They were utterly bewildered and seething with rage. Taking advantage of the bandit's stunned state, Chang Tianla helped the big guy to his feet. Through the golden threads, he sensed the extent of the big guy's injuries, nothing more than superficial wounds, with no internal organs harmed. Given the big guy's ox-like physique, a few days' rest should see him back on his feet. After handling the big guy's situation, Chang Tianla turned to see the two robbers bandaging the yellow-haired kid. Clearing his throat, he said, "Robber brothers, every profession has its rules. You rob for wealth, and we've cooperated by handing it over. But harassing passengers in the carriage? That's going too far." The tall youth glanced at the blonde kid whose bleeding had been stopped, then looked back at Chang Tianla. "Brother, you're absolutely right. My partner went too far earlier. But you can't cripple my brother. I admit you're skilled, but you injured my partner. You must pay the price. Otherwise, I can't face my brothers." Chang Tianla's brow furrowed slightly. He gave a cold chuckle. "What price do you want me to pay?" "Simple." The tall youth waved the pistol in his hand. "You crippled my brother's leg, so you cripple your own. That evens us out." Chang Tianla stroked his chin, gazing at the big guy as if he were an idiot. "Bro, did you get water in your brain? I need my legs to walk. I can't afford to lose one. Honestly, out of all the jobs in the world, why did you pick being a robber? Surrender now and plead guilty. You might get leniency and a shorter sentence. But if you keep causing trouble, you'll only bring trouble upon yourselves. Kid, don't push your luck. This gun in my hand isn't a toy. You think I won't shoot you dead? Killing me would make your crimes much worse. Robbery might get you 10 or 8 years, but murder means paying with your life. Weigh the consequences carefully." Hearing Chang Tianla's words, the tall youth nearly fainted from anger. These robbers had committed countless crimes, their backgrounds were deeply tainted. Who among them hadn't taken a few lives? "If you're looking for death, don't blame me." The big guy pulled the trigger the moment he finished speaking. A piercing sound rang out as the bullet hurtled toward Chang Tianla at breakneck speed. Chang Tianla never dreamed the big guy would shoot on a whim. The shock nearly knocked the wits out of him, causing him to freeze in an instinctive moment of hesitation. Under normal circumstances, such hesitation would be suicide. For anyone else, that shot would have been a certain death. But don't forget the golden cloud behind Chang Tianla possessed an automatic defense function. In a flash, it wove 3 golden nets in front of him. The bullet fired from the barrel instantly pierced through 2 layers of the defensive web. By the time it reached the 3rd layer, its speed and force had been completely drained. Upon impact with the 3rd layer of the defensive web, it had lost all its momentum. Chapter 24, The Moment of Life and Death. This life or death moment nearly scared the pants off Chang Tianla. Though terrified out of his wits, the bloke didn't forget to put on a show. He extended 2 fingers, manipulating the golden threads to wrap around the bullet. Pulling it between his fingers, he forced calm and arrogance before the towering youth, waving the bullet in his hand before flicking it onto the ground. Everyone froze in shock. Catch a bullet? This guy caught a bullet? Such an incredible feat only happened in movies and novels. The passengers never imagined someone could actually catch a bullet in real life. How terrifying was that? This handsome, dashing young man possessed such skills he was practically on par with the ultimate killer, Fire Cloud Evil God, from Stephen Chow's movie Kung Fu Hustle. How incredibly badass. Chang Tianla grinned at the stunned, wide-mouthed giant youth. His gaping mouth could easily fit 2 goose eggs.
Hey, kid, he said. Don't think having a gun means you can do anything to me. Surrender now, and I'll spare your life.
The tall youth stared at Chang Tianla in sheer terror. The scene before him completely shattered his understanding of reality.
How could a human possibly outrun a bullet? That defied the laws of nature. A flesh and blood being catching a bullet with his fingers? Was this even human? No way.
The guy across from him had to be some kind of monster.
You, don't come any closer.
If you take one more step forward, I'll shoot. Chang Tianla observed the tall youth, his face frozen in terror. Though the gun barrel remained pointed at him, the trembling hands betrayed the man's true state. He lacked both the courage and strength to fire another shot. Though the big guy was terrified by what just happened, Chang Tianla wouldn't let him keep gripping the gun. If the guy got too worked up, that would be trouble. Taking advantage of the big guy's dazed state, Chang Tianla sent 2 golden threads shooting out like lightning. One pierced straight through the big guy's arm, while the other wrapped around the gun and pulled it back into his own hand.
This utterly bizarre scene struck the onlookers like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly sending shockwaves through their minds. A single phrase echoed in their thoughts: telekinesis. A minuscule hole suddenly appeared in the big guy's right hand where the golden thread had pierced through. At first, he felt no pain. But when the pistol flew into Chang Tianla's hand, he finally realized what had happened. Looking down at his right hand, blood gushed out like it was free. Ah! The big guy let out a terrified scream, wailing, "Ghost! Ghost!" Chang Tianla listened to the young giant's wails and couldn't help but feel speechless. I'm this handsome, and this guy actually calls me a ghost? What a lack of taste.
The big guy's scream snapped the other robbers out of their shock. What seemed like a long sequence had actually happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing their leader bleeding profusely and stripped of his gun, the bandits flew into a rage. Roaring with fury, they charged at Chang Tianla from both ends, their machetes raised.
Without even looking, Chang Tianla could pinpoint the robbers' positions.
Now, he felt a surge of tension.
The train's aisle was far too narrow for combat.
If he unleashed his golden threads at full power, one misstep could easily injure passengers.
Most crucially, Chang Tianla couldn't fight these men with abandon.
These robbers were human beings, not animals like dogs, nor lifeless ornaments.
Chang Tianla couldn't bring himself to use his golden threads to brutally slice them all into pieces.
As the robbers closed in for the attack, Chang Tianla leapt onto the table, his back pressed against the window. Pointing his pistol at them, he bellowed, "Come on, you death-defying fools. I'll take you out one by one." And it worked. Not a single robber dared advance. Though desperate criminals, none were foolish enough to charge a pistol-wielding opponent with only machetes. Seeing the robbers cower, Chang Tianla breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted to the passengers who hadn't been scared into submission, "Quick! Grab their weapons and find something to tie them up with." But after he shouted this, not a single person stood up.
Chang Tianla was utterly speechless. What had this society come to?
Where had all the so-called positive energy gone?
Without anyone stepping in to help, Chang Tianla couldn't possibly subdue them all effortlessly on his own.
Just as he was growing desperate, the big guy who'd been beaten earlier, along with Lin Xian and the other 3, stood up. They began searching for items to tie up the robbers. But then, disaster struck. The yellow-haired punk who slashed himself earlier suddenly found strength from somewhere. He lunged at Lin Xian, wrapping his left arm around her waist while pressing a dagger to her throat with his right hand. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Lin Xian let out a shrill scream, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Seeing Lin Xian held captive by the blonde-haired youth, Chang Tianla flew into a rage, roaring, "Let her go!" The punk looked at Chang Tianla, his face twisted with worry and fury, and suddenly burst into a savage laugh. "Kid, never expected you to be a skilled fighter. But what good is that?
Your woman's in my hands now.
Throw that gun over here, or I'll kill her." Chang Tianla watched Lin Xian's exquisite face turn deathly pale with fear, a sharp pang of pain shooting through his heart. Ever since he saved her that night, he had silently vowed to protect her fiercely, to shield her from harm at all costs.
Chang Tianla watched as the blonde punk pressed a razor-sharp dagger tightly against Lin Xian's throat.
The icy blade had already sliced her jade-like neck, and thin threads of blood trickled from the tiny wound. The vivid crimson contrasted starkly against her snow-white skin, a sight so jarring it hurt the eyes. Seeing Lin Xian's anguished expression, his heart ached so intensely it felt like he couldn't breathe. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill. But reason warned him, don't act impulsively.
If he did, the one who would suffer would undoubtedly be Lin Xian.
In that instant, Chang Tianla cast aside all notions of pride. Suppressing his raging fury, he lowered himself to the lowest possible tone, "Brother, please don't act rashly.
I've offended you, you have every right to take me out.
But please, don't hurt the people around me."
The blonde punk spat back, "You think you're full of?
You hurt my brothers, so why can't I hurt yours?
If we could beat you, would we need to say all this useless crap?
I'd have killed you already." A murderous intent flared in Chang Tianla's eyes. He knew the blonde punk wouldn't spare him or Lin Xian. For now, he had to keep the other guy calm and find an opening to take him down in one strike. Only then could he save Lin Xian. People are like that, worry clouds judgment. If the kid wasn't holding Lin Xian hostage, Cheng Tianla would be ice cold. But now that it was her, he dared not risk a move. One mistake, and if Lin Xian got hurt, he'd live with that guilt for the rest of his life. Kid, you were acting all tough earlier, huh? Now keep showing off your arrogance for me. The yellow-haired kid cackled savagely. With your skills, you could take me down easily. But would you dare? Could you bear to see your woman hurt? Cheng Tianla suppressed the rage boiling within him, his voice icy cold. What exactly do you want? Today, we fell into your hands. I know we can't escape. You ruined our plans, so I won't let you off easy. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, end it yourself, and I'll let your woman go. Second, kill us, and your woman dies with us. After the blonde punk finished speaking, he drew another dagger from his waist and flung it before Cheng Tianla. His voice dripped with savagery. You have 1 minute to decide. Pick one. Make your choice. Cheng Tianla stared at the dagger at his feet. He bent down, slowly picked it up from the ground, and rapidly considered his options. Ultimately, he decided to take the risk. If he didn't, not only would he be in danger, but Lin Xian and the others would also fall into the enemy's hands. The blonde punk, seeing Cheng Tianla's hesitation, bellowed, You idiot. Are you gonna do it or not? If you don't end it yourself, I'll send your woman to the west. Cheng Tianla stared at the yellow-haired punk's ferocious face, then at the wound on Lin Xian's neck. In that moment, his decision was made. He instantly commanded 2 golden threads to dart toward the punk. One wrapped around the dagger in his hand, the other coiled around his arm. With lightning speed and immense force, they yanked him backward. The golden threads possessed immense strength and, crucially, were razor-sharp. The force of the pull first severed the dagger clean through the middle, then cleanly severed the yellow-haired youth's arm from his body. The sequence unfolded so rapidly that the youth felt no pain before his limb was severed. Moments earlier, upon seeing Cheng Tianla pick up the dagger, the youth had fantasized that once Cheng took his own life, no one would threaten them anymore. He had resolved to take revenge on Cheng Tianla by thoroughly abusing his woman. But in the blink of an eye, the situation took a sudden, bizarre turn. The yellow-haired punk's own arm flew off inexplicably, blood spurting out as if it were worthless. It was utterly bizarre, utterly bloody, and completely beyond his comprehension. Terrified beyond measure, he let out a piercing scream. Chapter 25, Robbing Trains at this level. Pain that seared his very bones, pain that seared his very cells. After only a few short screams, the blonde punk fell utterly silent. An arm cleanly severed at the shoulder that was level 12 pain. No one could possibly endure that kind of agony. After the blonde punk hit the ground, he lay utterly still. Blood continued to pour from his wounds, but whether he was dead or alive was the last thing Cheng Tianla cared about. His sole concern now was Lin Xian. As long as she was unharmed, everything else could be resolved. Cheng Tianla walked up to Lin Xian, watching her in a state of utter shock. He took out a tissue and gently wiped the blood from her neck. The act of wiping jolted Lin Xian out of her daze and back to reality. She threw her arms around Cheng Tianla, tears streaming down her face as she buried her face in his shoulder and began sobbing. Seeing her cry threw Cheng Tianla into a panic again. He was utterly clueless about comforting a weeping woman. At a loss, he gently patted her back and whispered soothingly, It's okay now. The bad guys are under control. But just as he was comforting her, the remaining 4 or 5 robbers snapped out of their shock. Seeing their comrade lying in a pool of blood ignited their bloodlust and violence. Roaring with fury, they charged recklessly toward Cheng Tianla, who was holding Lin Xian, their machetes raised. Though holding Lin Xian, Cheng Tianla remained utterly vigilant. The moment the robbers moved, he showed them no mercy. He knew these desperate criminals had no humanity left. If he didn't subdue them completely, the entire train car full of passengers would suffer. Countless golden threads shot forth from the golden cloud behind Cheng Tianla, instantly and with pinpoint accuracy piercing the arms of the robbers. The agony of having one's arm pierced was not something ordinary people could endure. Several robbers howled almost simultaneously, uncontrollably dropping their machetes. Their left hands clutched the pierced areas as they began to wail. Blood gushed from their wounds, twisting their already menacing faces into even more hideous, terrifying expressions. After dealing with all the robbers, the tense atmosphere in the carriage finally eased. The passengers, emboldened now, began searching for ropes and similar items to bind the robbers. Cheng Tianla entrusted Lin Xian to Li Shuya and the others for care. Turning to face the bound, deranged criminals, he approached the unconscious train guard. He asked someone for a bottle of chilled mineral water and used it to revive him. Cheng Tianla returned the pistol to him. Having narrowly escaped death, the passengers seemed to have gained a new perspective on life. When dividing the looted belongings, no disputes arose. Everyone retrieved what was rightfully theirs, with no one taking advantage of the situation to gain an unfair advantage. The bandits were subdued, but their wounds remained unattended. Seeing blood still gushing from their injuries, Chang Tianla ordered the train attendant to fetch medical supplies for bandaging and stopping the bleeding. Though these men were desperate criminals, Chang Tianla didn't want them to die by his hand. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Killing someone was something he simply couldn't accept. 10 minutes later, all the bandits had their wounds bandaged. Their injuries weren't severe, except for the blonde-haired youth. He had lost an arm, and the excessive blood loss had rendered him completely unconscious. He was eventually taken away by the train's doctor for emergency treatment. Whether he lived or died was no longer Chang Tianla's concern. As the train pulled into the next station, heavily armed police stormed aboard the moment it came to a stop. But when the police captain saw all the hijackers bound like pretzels, he couldn't help but frown, his face etched with disbelief. In his decades as a cop, he'd never seen a train hijacking resolved so effortlessly. He had led his team here in high alert, bringing along negotiation experts and medical personnel in droves. Yet upon arrival, all the hijackers had already been subdued. It was truly unbelievable. The incident delayed the train at this station for over an hour. Police officers boarded to take statements from everyone. Chang Tianla's solo subduing of all the robbers was impossible to conceal. The two young officers taking his statement couldn't hide their admiration. How on earth had he snatched the conductor's pistol from across the carriage? Chang Tianla was grilled so relentlessly by the two young officers that his head nearly exploded. Finally, he resorted to making up a story, claiming it was a secret martial arts technique passed down in his family that couldn't be revealed to outsiders. The two young officers remained unconvinced, insisting on getting to the bottom of it and even asking to be his disciples. This truly pushed Chang Tianla to the brink. Finally, he concocted another excuse: the martial art he practiced required one to be a virgin to master it, and training had to begin from childhood. After seeing the officers off, Chang Tianla exhaled a long breath, shaking his head with a wry smile. Those two cops were something else. After Qingli finished cleaning the carriage, it started moving again. Lin Xian and the other three had recovered from their fright. Chang Tianla noticed the band-aid on Lin Xian's neck and asked with concern, "Does your neck still hurt?" Lin Xian gently touched her pale, delicate neck and shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Bro, what was up with those robbers earlier? Why did their arms suddenly fly off, and why did they all have wounds on their arms? What really happened? Don't try to pull that secret family technique bull on me." Chang Tianla looked at young Lily, who was beaming with curiosity, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "You should know what you need to know, but it's best not to know what you shouldn't. Because once you know too much, it won't do you any good." Yang Lily pouted in displeasure, her big eyes fixed on Chang Tianla as she protested, "Brother Lo, how could you do that? What about me?" Chang Tianla glanced at the utterly adorable young Lily, then playfully flicked her nose. "I'll tell you when the time is right." Seeing Chang Tianla's dismissive expression, young Lily snorted in feigned anger. "You cheapskate. Fine, don't tell me. I don't even want to know anyway." Chang Tianla knew she was just teasing him. He laughed heartily and said, "You've got quite the temper, little missy. You really scare me." Hearing this, young Lily thought he'd actually caved. She chuckled slyly, "If you're scared of this girl, then spill the beans already." "What the heck just happened?" "I said I'm scared of you, but I never said I'd tell you," Chang Tianla shot back with a mischievous grin. "Sweetheart, those are two different things. Keep them straight." "Hello, thanks, buddy." Just as Chang Tianla was lost in endless fantasies about young Lily, a jarring voice snapped him back to reality. He shot an annoyed glance at the intruder, none other than the big guy who'd been beaten earlier. The big guy extended his hand with a friendly smile, offering a handshake. "You don't bite the hand that feeds you," so despite his annoyance at being interrupted, Chang Tianla shook the guy's hand out of politeness. But shaking hands proved to be a mistake. The big guy didn't let go and instead launched into a stream of chatter. Before long, he had Lin Xian and the others giggling uncontrollably. At first, Lin Xian and the others were reluctant to engage with this guy. But since he stepped in earlier, they had to put on a friendly face and chat with him. Little did they know he was such a chatterbox, and a pretty articulate one at that. Before long, they were all laughing and talking together. The big guy's name was Langbuting, and he attended university in W City. When he revealed his name, Chang Tianla nearly choked on his laughter. "Langbuting? Why not call yourself Jelly Pudding or Zizzalong?" Langbuting couldn't care less about Chang Tianla's teasing, completely ignoring him as if he were air. Now that he finally had a chance to chat with Lin Xian and the others, why would he bother with Chang Tianla's jabs? After a round of wild chatter, Chang Tianla was utterly speechless. Despite Langbuting's simple, honest appearance, his mouth was top-notch. He knew everything: cosmetics, clothes, you name it, and explained it all with such authority he sounded more feminine than any woman. Finally, Chang Tianla couldn't take it anymore and got up to smoke in the aisle's designated smoking area. Only two people were there, one dressed like a construction worker, and an elderly man around 60. This man wore a Zhongshan suit, stood about 1.8 meters tall, and had a square face with piercing eyes. When he saw Chang Tianla approaching, his brow furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashed across his face, then he composed himself.
Chapter 26. Do I look that old? The smoking area wasn't large to begin with. Tianla squeezed his way over, pulled out a cigarette, and went to light it.
But when he reached into his pocket, he realized he hadn't brought a lighter. He glanced at the elderly man in the Zhengshan suit and offered a slight smile.
Uncle, could I borrow a light? The old man glanced at Cheng Tianla and chuckled. Am I that old? He handed over the lighter.
After lighting his cigarette, Cheng Tianla returned the lighter with a smile.
Not old at all.
You look full of vitality, not old in the slightest. But at your age, calling you brother wouldn't be quite right.
So I'll just call you uncle. Hope you don't mind.
The uncle smiled kindly.
You're a lively young man. I like that.
Cheng Tianla stared at the uncle's kind smile, a sudden chill running down his spine. These days, there were plenty of old perverts around.
Could this uncle across from him have that sort of inclination too?
Without another thought, Cheng Tianla quickly took a few puffs, stubbed out the cigarette, and slunk away. Watching Cheng Tianla leave in such a hurry, the man looked puzzled. He'd been planning to chat with the young man a bit longer, but who would have thought the kid would bolt so fast?
It caught him off guard.
After finishing his cigarette, the man glanced back toward where Cheng Tianla had been standing. A faint smile touched his lips as he murmured softly, "What a peculiar psychic power."
Quite interesting. After over 10 hours of grueling travel, Cheng Tianla and his 4 companions finally reached W City around 7 p.m.
After getting off the bus, Cheng Tianla first called Li Meyer to report his safe arrival. He then phoned Xu Lin, instructing him to behave himself at home and not turn the place into a pigsty.
After finishing his instructions, Cheng Tianla turned to find Big Guy still trailing behind.
Feeling annoyed, he reached out to take Lin Xian's luggage from him, grinning as he said, "Zizalong, we're here.
No need to see us off." Before Lang Buting could respond, Cheng Tianla hailed a cab.
He swiftly loaded the 4 women's luggage into the back, ushered them inside, then waved at Lang Buting with a "Bye, old buddy," before speeding off. After getting in the car, before Cheng Tianla could speak, Lin Xian told the driver to head to the IKEA hotel.
This piqued Cheng Tianla's curiosity, and he asked, "Lin Xian, are you familiar with this place?"
Before Lin Xian could answer, young Lily chimed in, "Big dummy, Xian's home is right here."
"Didn't you know?" Cheng Tianla.
Half an hour later, the driver pulled into a brightly lit street. Cheng Tianla glanced at the roadside sign reading Happiness Avenue. He carefully observed both sides of the street, noticing its extraordinary bustle. Large shopping malls, hotels, numerous bars, cafes, and similar establishments lined the road, and the number of pedestrians seemed to surpass even those at the train station. It was clear just how vibrant this place was. When the taxi stopped in front of a tall, lavishly decorated building, Cheng Tianla looked up at the 4 large characters Yijia Hotel and noticed 3 dazzling stars beneath them.
Holy crap! Cheng Tianla smacked his lips. A 3-star hotel. Lin Xian watched Cheng Tianla's utterly shocked expression and sneered with contempt. "So what if you can't afford it? You're a white-collar worker, after all. Are you really still worried about a little money?" Cheng Tianla glared back at Lin Xian. "It's not that I can't afford it.
It's just that staying somewhere this fancy feels like a waste. A place to shower and sleep is all I need."
"Shut up."
Lin Xian pushed open the door and got out, pointing at Cheng Tianla.
"Hurry up and get out to help carry the stuff."
After paying the fare, Cheng Tianla resignedly began hauling his luggage. In that moment, he found himself missing the big guy Lang Buting. With that free labor around, he wouldn't have to do such backbreaking work. Fortunately, after just a few steps, a hotel attendant approached and helped carry some of the luggage, lightening his load considerably. A 3-star hotel truly was something else. It looked exceptionally grand. The lobby alone covered hundreds of square meters, and the decor was downright extravagant. When the 5 of them reached the front desk to check in, they encountered an awkward situation. Only 2 rooms were available. How were 5 people supposed to stay? Lin Xian suggested switching hotels, but Cheng Tianla and the other 3 girls were utterly exhausted. They refused to move, insisting they could just squeeze in together and change hotels tomorrow.
After checking in, the staff carried their luggage upstairs.
Back in the room, Cheng Tianla flopped onto the bed with pure excitement, stretching luxuriously. A 3-star hotel was just the ticket. The room's decor was impeccable, and the bed was enormous with incredible bounce.
Making love on this massive mattress would be absolutely amazing.
What a pity.
Cheng Tianla stroked his chin, picturing young Lily's voluptuous figure.
With a lecherous grin, he muttered to himself, "If I could get this babe over here tonight, I wouldn't sleep a wink."
Just as Cheng Tianla was fantasizing about how to seduce young Lily, someone knocked on the door.
He scrambled out of bed and opened it only to find young Lily standing there. He couldn't help but swallow hard. She changed into a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her curves, making her figure look ready to burst out at any moment.
"What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before?" Ahem, ahem, ahem. Cheng Tianla hadn't expected this girl to be so bold. Feeling awkward, he stammered, "Hey, Lily, what do you need from me?" What else could it be? "Of course, it's time to eat." "Oh." Cheng Tianla responded, quickly tidied himself up, and headed out with Yang Lily.
Lin Xian and the others had also changed into new outfits. At a glance, each one was incredibly alluring. Walking alongside four stunning beauties, Chang Tianla felt utterly tormented. That feeling of being able to look but not touch was unbearably agonizing. How he wished this wasn't a harmonious society. Then he could carry these four gorgeous babes back to his room and caress them properly. Happiness Street was bustling with activity, offering plenty of dining options. They found a rather nice restaurant and ordered a variety of delicious dishes, which made Chang Tianla ecstatic. Being a true foodie at heart, he couldn't resist diving in once he saw the tasty offerings, completely disregarding his image. However, the four women wouldn't let him start eating right away. They insisted on drinking first. At the mention of drinking, Chang Tianla immediately nodded in agreement. How else would he get the chance to take advantage of them? He'd been tormented by these four gorgeous girls all day. If he didn't get his fair share, he'd be doing himself a disservice. After a round of heavy eating and drinking, only Chang Tianla and Lin Xian remained sober. The other three girls were completely passed out. Watching the three gorgeous beauties sprawled out, Chang Tianla's face twisted into a lecherous grin. Opportunity is here, he thought to himself. Lin Xian frowned slightly at Chang Tianla's wicked grin. What kind of dirty thoughts are you having? How dare you wear such a lecherous expression? You really disgust me. Chang Tianla chuckled sheepishly at her words and quickly made an excuse. What lewd expression? I was just thinking about that silly kid Leng Buting. Seeing him exhausted yet wearing that blissfully happy look was just too funny. Lin Xian, you're pretty wicked yourself, honestly. Lin Xian shot Chang Tianla a playful glare, her cheeks flushing slightly as she retorted, why wouldn't I use free labor when it's available? Chang Tianla chuckled and nodded. Why not? It's free labor. Using it is a steal. Lin Xian lifted her wineglass, gazed at Chang Tianla with deep emotion, and asked with a slight bite of her lip, Brother Lo, back on the train when it was so dangerous, why did you protect me like that? Chang Tianla gazed at Lin Xian's stunningly beautiful face, now slightly flushed. He licked his dry lips and said, one word at a time, ever since I saved you that first time, I promised myself that no matter what danger you face, I'll stand in front of you without hesitation. I'll always be your guardian. Lin Xian stared at Chang Tianla in stunned silence, her expression a tangled web of emotions. After a long pause, she finally spoke, Le Gui, you said you'd protect me forever? Chang Tianla nodded firmly. As long as I live, I will protect you for the rest of my life. Chang Tianla expected Lin Xian to either burst into tears of gratitude or joyfully embrace him after hearing such a declaration. But none of the outcomes he imagined materialized. Lin Xian's stunning face showed no emotion. After a moment of quiet silence, she stood up and gently patted Chang Tianla's shoulder. Take these three back. I'm going home to sleep tonight. Without waiting for Chang Tianla to respond, she walked out of the private room. Chang Tianla watched Lin Xian's stunning figure disappear from view. He had no idea what was going on. He wanted to chase after her for answers, but leaving three drunken beauties here alone made him uneasy. Chang Tianla stared at the three women, now completely unconscious. A headache instantly gripped him. Getting all three back to the hotel alone was no easy task. The old Chang Tianla would never have managed to carry three women at once, even if you beat him to death. Though this situation was troublesome, it wasn't beyond his capabilities. His golden threads possessed immense strength. Carefully wrapping three strands around the women to support them, he steadied young Lily and staggered out of the restaurant. Fortunately, the restaurant wasn't too far from the hotel, otherwise, Chang Tianla would have been truly at a loss. After getting the three of them back to their room and laying them on the bed, he couldn't help but exhale a long breath. Looking at the three gorgeous beauties on the bed, his little heart started racing wildly. An hour later, just as young Lily reached the peak of ecstasy, Chang Tianla finally released all his essence. This intense exertion left him utterly exhausted. He clung tightly to young Lily as they lay on the bed, too drained to move a muscle. But barely had he settled down when a knock sounded at the door. This startled both Chang Tianla and young Lily. At this hour, the only ones who might knock were Li Shuya and her friends or Lin Xian. If Lin Xian saw him lying next to young Lily, he'd never have a chance with her again. Chang Tianla scrambled to pull on his clothes as fast as he could. Only after waiting for young Lily to get dressed did he slowly get up and open the door. Chapter 27, Brother Lu, who's that? When Chang Tianla opened the door, his brow instantly furrowed. He was so furious he nearly cursed out loud. The person knocking wasn't anyone else, it was the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit he'd encountered in the train smoking car. Chang Tianla was utterly shocked to find this man standing there. A million curses raced through his mind, but he forced himself to suppress his rage. Speaking in a flat tone, he asked, Uncle, you need something from me? The man smiled faintly and nodded. Young man, I do have something to discuss with you. We've only met once. What could you possibly want from me? Let me tell you, I'm not rolling in cash. If you're here to ask for a loan, don't even bother. Hearing Chang Tianla's words, the man smiled faintly. Young people are young people. How witty you are. At that moment, young Lily overheard Chang Tianla's conversation and realized it wasn't about her sister. She walked over, glanced at the middle-aged man, and furrowed her delicate brows slightly.
Brother Lu, who is this? Chang Tianla glanced at young Lily and said, this doesn't concern you. Go back to your room.
Okay. Young Lily obediently replied before retreating to her room. The middle-aged man glanced at Chang Tianla, his face flushing with embarrassment as he apologized. My apologies for disturbing your rest.
Chang Tianla didn't want to get entangled with this man, sensing something unusual about him, a dangerous vibe. Without further ado, he asked, Uncle, what exactly do you want with me? Could we step aside to talk?
Chang Tianla glanced at him, paused briefly, then nodded. He closed the door and walked with the middle-aged man to the end of the corridor.
All right, now it's just the two of us. Please get straight to the point. The middle-aged man fixed Chang Tianla with a deep stare. Young man, what exactly is this ability of yours? Chang Tianla's face flashed with wariness. In that moment, he knew this man was no ordinary person.
He had never told anyone about his special ability, yet this man, whom he had met only once, had hit the nail on the head regarding his deepest secret. Seeing the expression on Chang Tianla's face, the middle-aged man immediately sensed his thoughts and quickly interjected, Young man, don't be afraid.
I mean you no harm. I simply wish to understand certain matters. What do you want to know?
Though the middle-aged man claimed no ill will, Chang Tianla couldn't possibly trust him. He instantly focused his mind, summoning the golden cloud.
Golden threads rapidly formed a defensive web before him.
Seeing this, the middle-aged man took several steps back. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, and the life force within his body vanished abruptly, as if he had completely ceased to exist. An invisible pressure surged toward Chang Tianla, forcing him to stumble back 2 steps.
This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through his mind.
Yet the pressure vanished after lightly grazing his defensive web, and the middle-aged man's life force fluctuations returned.
Young man, we are both psychics. I would never harm you.
Quickly, withdraw your psychic form. Chang Tianla stared at the middle-aged man's smiling face.
He knew the seemingly affable figure was actually extremely dangerous. Judging solely by the aura he just displayed, Chang Tianla was no match for him.
If the man had attacked just now, Chang Tianla would likely already be a cold corpse.
Resistance was futile. Why court further humiliation? Chang Tianla promptly withdrew the golden cloud, his face now respectful as he asked, Senior, what business do you have with me? Young man, are you a disciple of the Five Elements Palace? At the mention of the Five Elements Palace, Chang Tianla's brow furrowed. What Five Elements Palace? I've never heard of it. I'm just a struggling laborer.
The middle-aged man's piercing eyes locked onto Chang Tianla, searching his expression for clues. After a moment of scrutiny, he concluded the youth seemed truthful.
Young man, he pressed, is there some secret you cannot reveal? Or perhaps your master forbids you from disclosing your abilities? What secret? What master forbidding me? Sir, what exactly are you talking about? Chang Tianla replied with growing impatience. If you have nothing else, I'll be heading back to rest.
The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Young man, don't be in such a hurry. Just take a look at something, and you'll understand.
Show me something?
Chang Tianla frowned, about to ask what it was, when the middle-aged man's life force vanished again. Instantly, an aura far more powerful than before pressed down upon him. It felt like a mountain crushing his chest, forcing Chang Tianla to stumble backward several steps until his body slammed against the wall.
Young man, did you see it?
Chang Tianla glared at the smug-faced middle-aged man.
At that moment, he couldn't hold back any longer. He snapped irritably, see what? There's nothing to see. What the hell did you want me to see? Are you messing with me? The middle-aged man didn't seem the least bit angry at Chang Tianla's outburst. Instead, he looked surprised and asked, you didn't see anything? Are you kidding me? Chang Tianla glared. If I saw anything, would I be standing here like this? The middle-aged man immediately scrutinized Chang Tianla from head to toe. As his gaze swept over Chang Tianla, the latter instantly sensed a peculiar fluctuation washing over him. This instantly sharpened his senses to the max, and he released the golden cloud once more. After observing Chang Tianla, the middle-aged man's face lit up with understanding. He shook his head and smiled. You possess supernatural power, yet you haven't opened your supernatural eye. How intriguing. Chang Tianla looked at the middle-aged man with extreme caution. What exactly do you want? What supernatural eye? What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a word. No need to worry about understanding, the middle-aged man replied with a faint smile. Young man, there was a slight misunderstanding earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me. As expected, you are not a disciple of the Five Elements Palace. However, since you possess supernatural abilities, I intend to guide and look after you. This way, you won't take any detours. Get yourself together and come with me. At that moment, Chang Tianla hesitated. Though he didn't know what this middle-aged man was up to, judging from his earlier behavior, the old fellow probably meant him no harm. But even without ill intent, he couldn't just follow him blindly. He had to get everything straight first to avoid any unexpected trouble. Sir, you say you'll guide me? What exactly would you be teaching me?
The middle-aged man chuckled.
Young man, since you possess psychic abilities, why haven't you activated your psychic vision?
This alone shows you don't truly understand your own powers.
Come with me, and I'll teach you everything there is to know about psychic abilities. Chang Tianla perked up at the mention of learning about supernatural abilities.
Ever since awakening those golden threads, he'd been baffled by their nature. Though they always came through in critical moments, he yearned to understand this unknown force.
Only deeper comprehension could unlock their full potential.
The middle-aged man watched Cheng Tianla deep in thought and smiled as he spoke. Young man, you overthink things.
I came to you with no ill intent. As for why I'm helping you, it's actually quite simple. We're both psychics family, you might say. Helping you is just like how my master helped me. Uncle, you've made your point. I know you mean me no harm. In that case, I'll go with you.
After speaking, Cheng Tianla motioned for the middle-aged man to wait while he opened the door, briefly spoke with Yang Lily, and then stepped out of the room. The two walked side by side out the hotel entrance. A man who looked like a driver immediately approached, addressing the middle-aged man with great respect. Mr. Zhou, is everything taken care of? Hearing the driver address the middle-aged man as Old Zhou, Cheng Tianla grinned.
Uncle, I still don't know your name. I'm Cheng Tianla. Mr. Zhou patted Cheng Tianla on the shoulder and said, my name is Zhou Zhenlong. You can just call me Mr. Zhou.
Hello, Old Zhou. Let's go home and talk, Old Zhou said, patting Cheng Tianla's shoulder again.
Zhou Zhenlong's home was in W City, not too far from here. It took about 20 minutes to arrive.
After getting out of the car, Cheng Tianla exclaimed, holy cow, this house is so beautiful and extravagant.
Zhou Zhenlong's residence was a vast villa. A fountain graced the center of the expansive courtyard, large enough to drive around. The house itself was astonishingly huge, with servants constantly coming and going.
High walls surrounded the property, and several men in black suits patrolled back and forth, clearly the security guards. When Cheng Tianla saw the old man's car earlier, he knew the old fellow was wealthy, but he hadn't imagined he was this rich. For a moment, he was so astonished he almost lost his composure. Zhou Zhenlong glanced at Cheng Tianla and smiled faintly. Little Lu, honestly, I never wanted to live in such a huge place. It feels too empty, lacking any sense of home.
But my son insisted on getting me this massive estate. I had no choice but to move in. Cheng Tianla grinned and said, you'll get used to it.
As soon as Zhou Zhenlong led Cheng Tianla into the grand hall, servants immediately appeared to pour tea and offer refreshments, their demeanor impeccable. Cheng Tianla sighed enviously to himself, thinking, money really does make a difference.
Chapter 28, Opening the Eyes of Supernatural Abilities. Xiao Li, when will Yongkang be back?
Old Zhou asked the butler beside him. Butler Li replied with utmost respect, young master is on his way back.
He should arrive in about half an hour. Zhou Zhenlong nodded. Have him inform me when he arrives.
He then stood up, patted Cheng Tianla on the shoulder, and said, Xiao Lu, come with me to the study.
After entering the study, Cheng Tianla closed the door and immediately asked with a smile, Old Master Zhou, what exactly is this eye of supernatural abilities you mentioned earlier? Why don't I have it?
Mr. Zhou sat on the sofa, smiling as he looked at Cheng Tianla. The so-called supernatural eye is essentially the same as the heavenly eye cultivated by practitioners. Only the name differs, but the function is identical.
Master Zhou, how does one activate the supernatural eye?
It's quite simple, Old Master Zhou replied with a smile.
Release your psychic form.
Cheng Tianla immediately focused his mind and summoned the golden threads. Observing the golden cloud forming behind Cheng Tianla, Old Master Zhou remarked with evident satisfaction, your ability form is quite beautiful.
What good is beauty? Cheng Tianla gave a wry smile. The powerful aura you released earlier instantly suppressed my psychic energy. Xiao Lu, you're missing the point. Don't forget, my psychic power has been with me my entire life. The reason I'm stronger than you is because I've mastered complete control over mine. Yours, however, was only recently discovered, correct? Cheng Tianla nodded. That's right.
My ability awakened less than a month ago, and its initial form wasn't golden clouds.
Not that form?
Old Zhou immediately sprang up from the sofa, his voice trembling with excitement.
Then what form was it?
Cheng Tianla thought for a moment before answering. At first, every morning I'd wake up to see golden threads trailing behind me.
Back then, I was constantly fainting and losing consciousness.
It truly terrified me. I thought some demonic entity had possessed me. Later, for reasons unknown, after using the golden threads several times, they transformed from threads into golden clouds.
Good. 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 Hearing Zhou Zhenlong exclaim good 3 times in succession, Cheng Tianla asked in confusion, Master Zhou, is my ability different from yours?
Not just different, it's worlds apart. Zhou Zhenlong rubbed his hands together excitedly. Once your supernatural power awakens, its form is set and rarely changes.
But there are always exceptions. Upon hearing Zhou Zhenlong's words, Cheng Tianla immediately asked urgently, Master Zhou, what does this exception refer to? Zhou Zhenlong gazed at Cheng Tianla with an expression of envy. The exception is the transformation of your power's form.
You started with golden threads, but now you're a golden cloud. This indicates that your power will change form when it reaches a certain turning point. Cheng Tianla furrowed his brow slightly after hearing Zhou Zhenlong's words and asked, "What benefits does changing form bring?" The benefits are countless, but everyone's abilities are different. As for what advantages your altered ability form might bring, I'm not entirely sure. That's something you'll have to gradually research and discover for yourself.
Oh, alright.
Cheng Tianla nodded and continued, "Master Zhou, you mentioned opening the Eye of Power earlier.
How exactly does one do that? Please tell me the method quickly. I'm practically bursting with anticipation.
It's quite simple, but you must be mentally prepared. Once the psychic eye opens, you might perceive things invisible to ordinary sight.
Don't worry, these visions pose no harm.
So don't be afraid."
Cheng Tianla nodded in understanding.
"Now, close your eyes and relax your entire body. Connect your psychic energy with your supernatural power, then forcefully open your eyes." Cheng Tianla took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and followed Zhou Zhenlong's instructions to merge his mental energy with his supernatural power. As the two extraordinary forces fused together, he instantly became acutely aware of every life force within a 50-meter radius. At this moment, the golden cloud emitted a dazzling radiance, transmitting the actual surroundings and objects into his mind, forming a complete picture.
Cheng Tianla was both startled and delighted. He now sensed a faint glimmer before his eyes.
Taking a deep breath, he strained to open them. Yet he discovered his eyelids felt glued shut, making the act incredibly difficult. Undeterred, he summoned every ounce of strength to force them open. After repeated failures, on his 9th attempt, he finally succeeded in fully opening his eyes. The moment his eyes fluttered open, Cheng Tianla let out a startled yelp. His first sight was his own back, viewed from above. Even more bizarre, the study he was in was filled with various shapeless, transparent entities drifting about. The most terrifying sight was a human-shaped transparent figure. What left Cheng Tianla utterly bewildered was that among those human-shaped transparencies, one resembled a child and it was grinning at him. Ghosts! Cheng Tianla let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately severed the connection between his psychic energy and his supernatural powers. As the two forces separated, his vision instantly returned to normal. Zhou Zhenlong observed Cheng Tianla's panicked expression and offered a faint smile. "What did you see?"
Cheng Tianla took a deep breath to steady his racing heart in drowning surprise.
Licking his slightly parched lips, he stammered, "I saw a ghost.
It scared the hell out of me."
Zhou Zhenlong chuckled heartily, patting Cheng Tianla on the shoulder. "What you saw was merely a recently departed soul. These souls are simply ordinary energy forms, harmless to humans.
Once their energy dissipates over time, they vanish completely."
"Oh, so that's how it is."
Cheng Tianla nodded.
He then fused his psychic energy with his supernatural power once more. Instantly, a complete picture appeared in his mind, or rather, within his field of vision. Now, whether Cheng Tianla closed his eyes or kept them open, he could see his surroundings with crystal clarity.
The sensation could be summed up in one word: awesome. "Master Zhou, what does your psychic form look like? Could you unleash it for me to see?" Zhou Zhenlong smiled at Cheng Tianla's eager expression and nodded.
"Alright, I'll show you." The moment Zhou Zhenlong finished speaking, Cheng Tianla immediately sensed his life force fluctuations vanish. A floral fragrance wafted out, and behind Zhou Zhenlong, a flower as crimson as fire appeared. Branches and leaves, formed from the power of his ability, danced around the vividly colored blossom. It was truly breathtakingly beautiful.
Cheng Tianla gazed at Zhou Zhenlong's elemental form, then glanced at his own golden cloud. Suddenly, he felt his own elemental manifestation looked rather unimpressive.
Zhou Zhenlong withdrew his energy, his body swaying slightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This startled Cheng Tianla, who instinctively reached out to steady him. "Old man, I'm past my prime," Zhou Zhenlong waved dismissively.
"Back in my youth, wielding this power was pure joy, effortless and exhilarating.
Now, even a brief display leaves me utterly drained."
Cheng Tianla chuckled at this. "Mr. Zhou, you're being too hard on yourself.
Honestly, even I can barely handle it for long now. This power is incredibly potent, but it drains both physical and mental energy far too severely."
"Indeed."
Zhou Zhenlong pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Supernatural abilities may be powerful, but they come with many limitations. If you could use them without restriction, wouldn't that defy the laws of nature? As Zhou Zhenlong spoke, he suddenly raised his hand. Cheng Tianla immediately felt a sharp pain on his face, a trickle of blood emerging from the wound.
Staring at Zhou Zhenlong in surprise, Cheng Tianla couldn't fathom the meaning behind this action.
Zhou Zhenlong observed Cheng Tianla's puzzled expression, gave a faint smile, and gently stroked the wound again. Miraculously, it healed completely without leaving a trace. Had it not been for the faint bloodstain still visible on Cheng Tianla's face, he might have doubted he'd been injured at all.
Xiao Lu. Never underestimate anyone possessing supernatural abilities. Each person's power is unique.
Those with special abilities are formidable. You may encounter such individuals in the future.
Do not underestimate them, and do not rely excessively on your own abilities' automatic defenses. Some attacks cannot be detected by your powers. Over-reliance will only cost you your life prematurely. Zhou Zhenglong watched Cheng Tianla's earnest expression as he absorbed the lesson, and continued with satisfaction. The move that injured you earlier was just a minor function of my psychic power. It possesses many other unique abilities. Healing minor external injuries is one of them. Supernatural powers can be broadly categorized into 3 types: attack, defense, and healing. Of course, this is a general classification. Everyone's supernatural power is unique, so you must gradually explore and discover what abilities your own power truly possesses. Cheng Tianla nodded. This lesson had left a deep impression on him. Had Zhou Zhenglong not injured him, Cheng Tianla would never have known that someone could harm him without triggering the Golden Cloud's automatic defense. Nothing is absolute. He'd have to be extra cautious from now on. A single moment of carelessness could easily cost him his life. Zhou Zhenglong sat on the sofa, resting briefly before suddenly recalling something. He spoke up. Xiaolu, there's something I need your help with. Would you be willing? Chapter 29, The 5 Elements Palace. Whatever you need, just say the word, sir. Cheng Tianla was deeply grateful for Zhou Zhenglong's candor and immediately pledged, if it's within my power, I'll do everything in my might to help you. Zhou Zhenglong smiled. For years, I've traveled across the country searching for my master and senior disciples. When I was young, I didn't think much of it, but now my health is failing, and I simply can't keep up the strain. I plan to rest for a while. In the future, if you encounter anyone with supernatural abilities, remember to inform me immediately. They might be from my lineage. Here's my contact information. He picked up a business card from the table and handed it to Cheng Tianla. Cheng Tianla tucked the card close to his body, nodded, and smiled. Rest assured, master. Should I encounter anyone with supernatural abilities, I'll contact you immediately. By the way, Master Zhou, are you affiliated with the 5 Elements Palace? That's correct. I am indeed a disciple of the 5 Elements Palace. So, does that mean every disciple of the 5 Elements Palace possesses supernatural abilities? Zhou Zhenglong nodded. Yes, every disciple of the 5 Elements Palace possesses supernatural abilities, and they're all exceptionally powerful. Holy crap! Cheng Tianla exclaimed in surprise. That's insane. Does that mean psychics are practically worthless? Zhou Zhenglong chuckled. Not worth much? You really have no idea how rare these individuals are. To be honest, there aren't many disciples in the 5 Elements Palace. I recall at its peak, there were only about 20 disciples. 20? Cheng Tianla exclaimed in disbelief. Are you serious? Absolutely true. Zhou Zhenglong stood up, patting Cheng Tianla's shoulder. Self-awakened psychics like you are even more painfully rare. How exactly does this ability awakening work? What factors are involved? Zhou Zhenglong pondered for a moment before explaining. Xiaolu, the space we inhabit contains numerous free-floating energy entities. At the moment of birth, every person absorbs these energy entities into their body. The quantity absorbed determines the abilities one will possess and the timing of their awakening. Since everyone's constitution is different, the energy entities absorbed vary as well. That's why those who can awaken their abilities spontaneously are as rare as hen's teeth. Cheng Tianla frowned upon hearing this. Master Zhou, if I understand you correctly, besides self-awakening, are there other methods to channel supernatural abilities within the human body? Zhou Zhenglong nodded. Indeed. My own supernatural power was activated by my master using a special method. Your master is that powerful? Cheng Tianla's eyes widened in astonishment. If your master possesses the means to activate supernatural abilities within people, why not find more individuals to activate? Zhou Zhenglong shook his head with a smile. Lu, you're oversimplifying things. While my master possesses the method to channel a person's latent abilities, success isn't guaranteed for everyone. As I mentioned earlier, each individual's constitution differs, and the amount of energy they absorb varies. Even with the method available, if a person's energy reserves are too depleted, activation simply isn't possible. Oh. Cheng Tianla nodded, a hint of pride flitting across his face. Guess I'm pretty awesome then, just stumbling into self-awakening like that. Flattering yourself, Zhou Zhenglong chuckled. You're lucky you didn't get scared to death by your own ability form when you self-activated. Who says I wasn't scared to death? Cheng Tianla replied with a pained expression. When that ability manifested, it nearly drove me insane. Back then, I couldn't control it at all. That thing followed me everywhere, draining my physical and mental energy. It kept knocking me unconscious and landing me in the hospital every other day. I almost met the Grim Reaper. That's why I say you're lucky. Zhou Zhenglong glanced at the time. It was almost midnight and said, let's go grab some late-night snacks. My son should be back soon. The mention of food made Cheng Tianla genuinely hungry. Before coming here, he'd been locked in a fierce battle with young Lily. The physical exertion had been immense, and now his stomach was growling loudly. After Cheng Tianla and Zhou Zhenglong stepped out of the study, he opened his psychic vision.
The living room was filled with even more energy forms, every color imaginable, a truly spectacular sight. Especially with his psychic vision activated, everything appeared in vivid 3D, like watching a 5D movie. Xiaolu, don't keep using your psychic vision. While it doesn't consume much physical or mental energy, frequent use can still have side effects on your body. Chang Tianla chuckled softly and obediently closed his special vision. As it faded, everything around him returned to normal. Just moments after the two sat down in the dining room, a man in his 40s entered from outside. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he had a chiseled face with sharply defined features and eyes that were equally bright and piercing. His entire demeanor radiated the aura of a successful individual. "Dad, you're finally back. I was worried sick. At your age, could you please tell me when you're going on long trips? I'll assign you 2 bodyguards. If anything happens, at least someone can look out for you." Cheng Tianla recognized this middle-aged man in his 40s as Zhou Zhenglong's son. After scolding his father Zhou Zhenglong, he noticed Cheng Tianla's presence and politely inquired, "Dad, who is this?" Zhou Zhenglong chuckled, "This is the distinguished guest I mentioned, Cheng Tianla. Like your old man here, he possesses extraordinary abilities." Clearly understanding what his father meant by special talent, he promptly stepped forward to shake Cheng Tianla's hand. "A pleasure to meet you, a pleasure indeed." With that, he immediately ordered his staff to prepare fine wine and dishes. Once the food arrived, Cheng Tianla politely began eating. His voracious appetite startled both Zhou Zhenglong and his son. They'd never seen anyone eat so much. In no time, he'd polished off every last morsel before him. After filling himself to the brim, Cheng Tianla patted his round belly and declared, "That was amazing." Zhou Zhenglong chuckled, "You rascal. Why didn't you say you were hungry earlier?" Cheng Tianla scratched his head awkwardly. "I was so engrossed in your story earlier that I didn't notice I was hungry." Just as the three were talking, a loud noise suddenly echoed from upstairs. Moments later, a servant rushed down, his face tense as he reported, "Chairman, the young miss has woken up, but she's been crying non-stop. She seems terribly frightened. We can't calm her down no matter what we try. You should go see her." His expression immediately darkened, clearly worried about his daughter. He stood up and hurried toward the second floor. After he left, Zhou Zhenglong sighed, his face clouding with sorrow as he said, "My precious daughter was in a car accident when she was in elementary school. She lost the use of her legs. We've seen many doctors, but none could cure her. Later, an old Chinese medicine practitioner said it was caused by blocked qi and blood flow in her legs after the collision, but he couldn't treat it either. The poor child has rarely left the house since the accident. She spends her days cooped up inside, always gloomy. We all feel so sorry for her. She's always been so sensible, never once crying or throwing a tantrum. What's wrong with her today? Why is she crying? Well then, let's go up and see." Zhou Zhenglong nodded in agreement, rising to follow Cheng Tianla upstairs. As soon as they reached the second floor, they heard the soft sobs of a young girl. Cheng Tianla followed Zhou Zhenglong into a room. The walls were painted in a soft pink hue, creating a beautiful and warm atmosphere, clearly a decor style favored by girls. Sitting on the bedside, he held a girl of about 20, patting her back and whispering soothing words. Needless to say, this girl was his daughter, old Zhou's precious granddaughter. "Young Kong, what's wrong with Qinger?" Zhou Zhenglong was puzzled. Why was his usually sensible granddaughter crying so bitterly today? Qinger just had a nightmare. Sighing softly, he patted Zhou Keqing gently and soothed her. There, Qinger. Don't be afraid. It was just a bad dream. Lie down and get some rest. Everything will be fine when you wake up tomorrow." As soon as Zhou Keqing saw him about to leave, she grabbed his hand and said tearfully, "Daddy, don't go. I'm scared. I really didn't have a nightmare just now. After I woke up, I saw something that looked like a ghost drifting around me. One even landed on me, and no matter how hard I tried to shoo it away, it wouldn't leave. I'm so scared. Daddy, please don't leave. They're still nearby. I can see them. And there are things that look like little children, grinning at me." Cheng Tianla and Zhou Zhenglong exchanged glances. Surprise flashed in each other's eyes, for the ethereal soul energies drifting through the room were visible only to them. Yet now Zhou Keqing could see them too. This meant she had likely awakened her special abilities, and her psychic vision had opened as well. Cheng Tianla and Zhou Zhenglong simultaneously activated their supernatural vision, both gazing into the room. Sure enough, it matched Zhou Keqing's description. Numerous spirit forms drifted within. The childlike spirit was the very one Cheng Tianla had seen earlier in the study. Moreover, a white, glowing energy body tightly enveloped Zhou Keqing's form. How could this be? Zhou Zhenglong murmured softly. This can't be possible. Could Qinger have been born with the heavenly eye? But that doesn't make sense. If she was born with it, why hadn't she seen these things before? Cheng Tianla watched the white glow on Zhou Keqing's body, his brow furrowing slightly. This scene felt eerily familiar, exactly like when his own supernatural abilities had awakened. He whispered to Zhou Zhenglong, "Old Zhou, if I'm not mistaken, your precious granddaughter might have awakened her supernatural abilities just like I did." Zhou Jinglong's abilities had been activated by his master through secret techniques, so he knew nothing about the signs preceding self-awakening.
Hearing Chang Tianla's words, his face lit up with excitement. Is that true? Chapter 30, thought through thoroughly. Absolutely true. Chang Tianla smiled faintly, his tone unwavering.
Your precious granddaughter has likely just awakened her supernatural power, but its form hasn't solidified yet. This situation mirrors my own past experience.
However, I'm unsure why Qinger automatically activated the supernatural eye. This could be problematic.
If the power's form isn't fully established, she won't be able to sense the supernatural eye.
How to deactivate it becomes a major issue.
Zhou Zhenglong nodded in agreement with Chang Tianla's assessment. After all, he hadn't experienced this himself and couldn't speak from personal knowledge. But seeing his precious granddaughter like this pained him deeply.
Patting Chang Tianla's shoulder, he said, "Little Lu, you have more experience in this than I do.
You must find a way to help Qinger. Look how frightened she is. If this continues, before her psychic form even stabilizes, she'll likely break down mentally from the terror." Chang Tianla stroked his chin thoughtfully before replying, "Old Zhou, I think we should be completely honest with Qinger.
Once she understands, she'll be fine."
"Alright, I'll tell Qinger right now." As Zhou Zhenglong started to walk over, Chang Tianla grabbed his arm and laughed, "Old Zhou, you really are impatient."
"I haven't finished yet."
Zhou Zhenglong furrowed his brow, puzzled.
"Is there something else I should be aware of?" Chang Tianla grinned.
"Old Zhou, if you trust me, let me handle it. I'm close in age to your granddaughter, so there won't be a generation gap in our communication. Plus, having personally experienced the awakening of psychic powers, I can explain it far more clearly than you could. One more thing, and this is crucial: Keqing still can't close her psychic eye. We mustn't let her develop fear toward her psychic body.
My psychic form resembles hers now. If she sees mine, it should ease her concerns."
Zhou Zhenglong nodded in satisfaction after hearing Chang Tianla's words.
"You really think things through, kid."
Chang Tianla stepped to the bedside, about to speak, when Zhou Zhenglong's brow furrowed slightly.
He glanced at Chang Tianla, then at his father.
Zhou Zhenglong gave him a nod of approval. Only then did Chang Tianla rise from the bed, patting his shoulder and saying, "Thanks for your help, Xiaolu."
Chang Tianla smiled faintly and nodded.
Then, sitting on the bed, he flashed what he considered a charming smile and said, "Hello, my name is Chang Tianla.
Your grandfather brought me here to see you."
Zhou Keqing looked at Chang Tianla suddenly sitting beside her bed. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered softly, "Hello, my name is Zhou Keqing.
You can call me Qinger. It's nice to meet you."
Chang Tianla had expected the socially withdrawn Zhou Keqing to be difficult to communicate with, but the reality was completely different from his expectations.
This eased his mind somewhat.
He reached out and touched the unformed energy aura swirling around Zhou Keqing, startling her. Zhou Keqing immediately braced herself against the bed with both hands and shifted slightly backward. The white glowing mass of her ability shifted with her movement. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the room, causing every lightweight object to sway violently.
Chang Tianla sucked in a sharp breath. Zhou Keqing's power was astonishing.
Even in its incomplete state, it wielded such formidable wind force.
What would it be like once fully formed? Suppressing his curiosity, Chang Tianla offered a gentle smile.
"Qinger, don't be nervous or afraid.
Look how beautiful this white glow is." Hearing Chang Tianla's words, Zhou Keqing's pretty face froze in surprise before lighting up with delight.
"Brother Lo, you can see the things on me?" She turned to her father, pouting her little lips with a look of hurt.
"Daddy, I wasn't lying. Now Brother Lo can see the things I was talking about too."
"Qinger, I'm sorry.
It's Daddy's fault."
"Brother Lu, come sit closer." Rarely encountering someone who could see the things on her body, especially a handsome young man, filled Zhou Keqing with immense joy. All her attention was now focused on the white glow surrounding her. She asked softly, "Brother Lo, what is this white light on me? Why can you see it, but Daddy can't?"
Chang Tianla cleared his throat.
"Because both you and I possess special abilities, we can perceive these things. Your father, Mr. Zhou, lacks this ability, so he can't see them. But your grandfather can. He, like us, possesses special abilities." Zhou Keqing glanced questioningly at Zhou Zhenglong, who nodded in affirmation.
Reassured by her grandfather's confirmation, Keqing seemed to relax considerably.
The fear from moments before faded, replaced by a delighted smile that lit up her pretty face.
"Brother Lo, what is this white glow on my body?"
Zhou Keqing touched her special ability form with great curiosity, handling it as carefully as if she were petting a newly bought puppy, eager to touch it yet afraid it might bite.
Chang Tianla couldn't help but smile inwardly at Zhou Keqing's expression.
"You could say this glow is part of your body," he explained gently. "We call it your special power. It belongs only to you. When you're in danger, it will automatically appear to protect you."
"Really?"
Zhou Keqing stared at Chang Tianla, her face full of disbelief.
"Of course it is."
Chang Tianla rose from the bed with a smile, scanning Zhou Keqing's room before fixing his gaze on a stuffed doll. He picked it up, found it surprisingly light, and tossed it toward Zhou Keqing.
"What are you doing?"
Seeing Chang Tianla throw something at his daughter, he instinctively reached out to catch it. But the action happened too suddenly, leaving him no time to react. Truthfully, Chang Tianla wasn't entirely confident in using this method to test Zhou Keqing's supernatural abilities. After all, her powers differed from his own, and whether she possessed an automatic defense function was anyone's guess. Still, it was just a rag doll. Even if she lacked such a defense, it wouldn't harm her. Yet, just as the doll was a foot away from Zhou Keqing, a violent gust of wind suddenly erupted. The doll was instantly blown against the opposite wall. Chang Tianla, caught within the wind's reach and completely unprepared, was also swept away by the gale, slamming hard into the wall. The impact felt like his internal organs had shifted out of place. A wave of nausea surged up his throat. He forced himself to suppress it several times, barely managing to keep down the food he'd eaten earlier. After several seconds of recovery, Chang Tianla felt much better. He stood up and said, "Xinger, your psychic power is incredible. If it weren't for Brother Li's strong constitution, that hit would have landed me in the hospital." Zhou Keqing paid no heed to Chang Tianla's wretched expression. Beaming with delight, she touched her transformed form, clearly no longer afraid. "Brother Lu, I haven't seen your ability form yet. Quick, show it to me." The moment Chang Tianla heard the word "show it," his mind flooded with scenes unsuitable for children. Those 3 words were far too ambiguous, easily leading one to think of other things. Chang Tianla suddenly realized how increasingly lewd his thoughts had become. Why did such simple, ordinary words take on a twisted meaning when they reached his ears? Was it because he was constantly indulging in such activities? Chang Tianla quickly shook his head to banish the lewd thoughts, cleared his throat, and concentrated his psychic energy to summon his golden cloud. Zhou Keqing stared in awe at the golden cloud shimmering behind Chang Tianla. Her mouth formed an O as she exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Lu, your ability form is so cool. When will mine ever look like yours?" Chang Tianla chuckled. "I don't know either. You should ask your grandfather, he's the expert in this field. Have him give you a lesson sometime. Grandpa, come here. Tell me when my ability form will become like Brother Li's." Zhou Zhenglong gazed at his precious granddaughter's delighted smile and burst into laughter. "Want your ability form to become like Xiao Li's? It's actually quite simple, just get plenty of rest, eat well, and before long, your ability form will mature." "Really? Of course it's true." At that moment, Chang Tianla chimed in with a smile, "Rest well and sleep soundly." "Got it. To make my ability form grow bigger and surpass Brother Li's, starting today I'll rest well and eat plenty." With that, Zhou Keqing lay down and pulled the blanket over herself. Seeing Zhou Keqing lie down, the others didn't disturb her rest. After leaving the room, they patted Chang Tianla on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Lu, thank you." "No problem. It's what I should do." After saying this, Chang Tianla glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock and prepared to leave. This immediately displeased the Zhou family father and son, who insisted he stay no matter what. With no other choice, Chang Tianla called young Lily and explained his situation. He asked her to tell Lin Xian that he'd stayed at a friend's place if she asked where he'd been the next morning. Early the next morning, Chang Tianla was awakened by a knock on the door. It was the call to come down for breakfast. When Chang Tianla followed the maid into the dining room, he found the Zhou family father and son already waiting there. Realizing he was the last to arrive, he smiled apologetically at them. After taking his seat, he noticed a beautiful middle-aged woman seated next to Zhou Keqing across the table. Her features bore a slight resemblance to Zhou Keqing's, leading him to conclude she must be Zhou Keqing's mother. Chang Tianla smiled and greeted her. "Brother Lu, didn't you see me? Why didn't you say hello?" Chang Tianla glanced at Zhou Keqing, who was sitting nearby with her pouty lips. He smiled faintly and replied, "Xinger, who said I didn't greet you? I just hadn't gotten around to it yet." Chapter 31, A Heartwarming Moment. Chang Tianla gazed at Zhou Keqing's adorable, pretty face, and affection welled up inside him. Suddenly talkative, he knew she'd been home alone since childhood and wasn't very familiar with the outside world. He deliberately picked fun topics to chat about, quickly making Zhou Keqing giggle so hard she nearly sprayed rice onto his face. Zhang Yingying, his wife, had never seen their daughter so happy before, and she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She found herself genuinely fond of this handsome young man, Chang Tianla, standing before her. After years of their own efforts failing to change their daughter, Chang Tianla had managed to make her so cheerful in just one night. The couple began privately discussing how they could possibly keep him around. "Xiao Lu, where are you heading later?" Chang Tianla had just swallowed a whole egg when Zhou Zhenlong's question caught him off guard. His eyes rolled back as he choked, "Ah. Wait." He reached for water to wash it down. Just as he rolled his eyes in frustration, a glass of juice was handed to him from across the table. Chang Tianla took it, gulped down a large mouthful, and swallowed the egg stuck in his throat. He exhaled a long breath and smiled at Zhou Keqing. "Thanks, Xinger." Zhou Keqing gazed at Chang Tianla's handsome face and the discomfort etched on his features moments ago. Her cheeks flushed as she teased, "No one's rushing you. Take your time." The couple had witnessed the entire scene and exchanged a knowing smile. They had never once received a drink poured by their own daughter. It seemed Chang Tianla held quite a special place in her heart. Chang Tianla glanced at Zhou Keqing's flushed cheeks, smiled faintly, then turned to Zhou Zhenglong and said, I plan to head to Wui Palace and Wui Mountain shortly.
Oh, Zhou Zhenglong nodded. Just sightseeing?
Chang Tianla didn't want Zhou Zhenglong to know he was actually going to ask for a favor, so he simply nodded and smiled.
I'd like to go too. Zhou Keqing looked at Chang Tianla and Zhou Zhenglong with eager anticipation.
The couple hesitated at her words, but then Zhou Zhenglong spoke up, let Xinger go out for a walk. With Xiao Lu accompanying her, it's perfectly safe.
Yay! Grandpa loves Xinger the most.
Chang Tianla watched Zhou Keqing's delighted expression, 3 thick black lines appearing on his forehead.
What kind of situation was this?
He hadn't even agreed to take Zhou Keqing yet, and old man Zhou Zhenglong had already issued an order. How could this be? But seeing Zhou Keqing so happy, Chang Tianla couldn't bring himself to refuse taking her. After dinner, Zhou Zhenglong had his driver old Wang take us out for fun. On the way back to the hotel, Chang Tianla called Yang Lily to ask if Lin Xian had returned.
Turns out Lin Xian was right beside him. She snatched the phone and gave Chang Tianla an earful, leaving him sweating buckets. Zhou Keqing sat in the car, watching Chang Tianla's comical expression, and couldn't help but giggle.
Zhou Keqing was naturally beautiful, especially when she smiled, radiating an even more captivating charm. Her eyes, pure and innocent, sparkled with an unadulterated light.
30 minutes later, Chang Tianla and the others arrived at the hotel.
Through the car window, Chang Tianla spotted Lin Xian and the others waiting by the roadside. He immediately grinned, revealing a lecherous smile.
He patted the driver, old Wang, on the shoulder and whispered something.
Old Wang turned around, smiled, and nodded. Lin Xian returned to the hotel early that morning to find Chang Tianla gone from their room. She immediately roused Yang Lily and the others, demanding, where did that kid Chang Tianla go?
Yang Lily told her that some middle-aged man had called Chang Tianla away in the middle of the night.
Chang Tianla had phoned her at dawn, assuring her not to worry about his safety and promising he'd be back first thing in the morning. That was the story, but Lin Xian still couldn't shake her unease. Though Chang Tianla was an adult, this wasn't H-City after all. It was his first time here. What if he encountered trouble? Fortunately, just as her worries were mounting, Chang Tianla's call came through, telling her he'd be back to meet them shortly. After taking his call, Lin Xian soon descended with Yang Lily and the other two. Yet after waiting so long without seeing Chang Tianla, her frustration began to simmer.
Just as Lin Xian was boiling with anger, a man in a suit approached her with a slight smile. For lovely ladies, he said, my young master has asked me to inquire if you would be willing to take a ride with him?
Lin Xian glanced at the man, then shifted her gaze to the luxury car parked nearby. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she spoke with a look of contempt. I've seen plenty of rich playboys in my time.
Tell your young master we're not interested. Let him go find someone else.
The middle-aged man replied without a trace of arrogance or humility, my young master says that even if the 4 beauties refuse to ride with him, you must at least meet him.
Perhaps after meeting him, you might change your minds. Lin Xian found the man utterly obnoxious. She'd already made it clear they weren't interested, yet he persisted so tactlessly? How outrageous. Already simmering with frustration, she seized the opportunity now that he'd practically handed himself over. Get back to your young master, she snapped. I've seen plenty of rich men. Tell him to give up that delusion.
The middle-aged man smiled faintly, said nothing more, and turned back to his car.
Inside, Chang Tianla burst into laughter. Everything Lin Xian had done was exactly as he'd expected.
Zhou Keqing watched Chang Tianla's utterly delighted expression, then glanced at the 4 beauties outside the window. Finally, her gaze fell on her own legs. A hint of melancholy flitted across her face as she sighed softly. She nudged Chang Tianla with her elbow and asked, Brother Lo, why did you ask Uncle Wang to help you chat up those girls? Look, they're ignoring you, and you're still so pleased with yourself.
Chang Tianla hadn't told Zhou Keqing about picking up Lin Xian and the others beforehand, so she was unaware he knew them. Xinger, let's make a bet those 4 beauties will definitely get in the car. Hearing this, Zhou Keqing pouted her cherry red lips, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and said, I don't believe it. Chang Tianla offered no explanation. He simply had old Wang drive the car up to Lin Xian and the others. The moment Lin Xian saw him, she flared up, snapping, Hey, how shameless can you be? I made it perfectly clear I'm not interested in playing games with you. Chang Tianla slowly rolled down the window, flashing a smug grin. Whoa, who's the fool who dared to offend my beautiful lady? Lin Xian and her friends froze in place, staring at Chang Tianla's head poking out of the window. It took them a long moment to process what was happening. They never expected Chang Tianla to be in the car. This was completely unexpected. Especially Lin Xian. She'd been worried sick after hearing Chang Tianla had left with some older guy. Now here he was, smirking defiantly from inside a luxury car. Oh, Lu Ge, you big jerk. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Lin Xian's face flushed crimson with anger, while Chang Tianla stepped out of the car with a smile, opening the doors for the 4 of them. Once inside, Lin Xian noticed a pretty, cute girl already seated in the car. Her delicate brows furrowed as she shot Chang Tianla a glance and demanded, Aren't you going to introduce her?
Cheng Tianla noticed Lin Xian's slightly displeased expression, smiled faintly, and introduced the four girls to each other. He recounted everything that had happened the previous night, though he deliberately omitted certain details, specifically anything related to supernatural powers. After all, Lin Xian and the others were ordinary people. Knowing too much wouldn't benefit them in any way. An hour later, the group of 5 arrived at the foot of Wui Mountain. Seeing the sea of people, Cheng Tianla couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Today happened to be W City's tourism festival, and Wui Mountain was a major scenic spot, so the crowds were exceptionally large. When Cheng Tianla lifted Zhou Keqing out of the car and placed her in the wheelchair, Lin Xian and the others were startled. They had no idea Zhou Keqing couldn't walk, and sympathy immediately welled up in their hearts. Such a beautiful girl unable to walk, it was truly heartbreaking. Zhou Keqing, noticing the empathetic expressions on the 4 stunning girls' faces, flashed a bright smile. I was in a car accident when I was little, and that's how I lost the ability to walk. But I'm used to it now, it's fine. Having been confined at home since childhood, Zhou Keqing yearned for the outside world. She'd longed to explore, but never found the right person to accompany her. Meeting Cheng Tianla yesterday, someone who also possessed supernatural abilities, created an instant, natural connection between them. Along the way, whenever she spotted something novel, she'd ask Cheng Tianla to buy it for her and have old Wang, the driver, carry it. Before long, old Wang was adorned with all sorts of trinkets. Cheng Tianla couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at old Wang's utterly miserable expression. As they climbed higher, the mountain path grew steeper. Eventually, Zhou Keqing's wheelchair could no longer ascend. With no other choice, Cheng Tianla hoisted her onto his back. Fortunately, her wheelchair was a high-end, foldable model, otherwise, it would have had to be abandoned. After folding the wheelchair, the hapless driver old Wang shouldered it. Lin Xian, who knew the area well, led the way ahead of Cheng Tianla. Over an hour later, the group of 7 finally reached the foot of Wui Palace. By the time they arrived, Cheng Tianla's legs were trembling with exhaustion. Had it not been for the golden thread sustaining him, he would have collapsed long ago. Chapter 32, This girl suspects he's not human. After catching his breath, Cheng Tianla quickly adjusted the wheelchair and settled Zhou Keqing inside, panting heavily like a big dog with his tongue hanging out. Seeing how exhausted he was, Zhou Keqing instinctively reached for her handkerchief to wipe his sweat. But when she looked at him, she noticed not a single drop of sweat on his forehead, which puzzled her greatly. Noticing her puzzled expression, Cheng Tianla chuckled. Bro, I'm naturally thermoregulated. I never sweat, even in the hottest weather. Really? Absolutely. Lin Xian glanced at Zhou Keqing and chuckled. Brother Lin not only never sweats, but the air around him stays refreshingly cool. Honestly, I sometimes wonder if he's even human. At those words, 3 thick black lines instantly appeared on Cheng Tianla's forehead. Just as Cheng Tianla and the others were resting by the door, a Taoist priest dressed in a robe emerged from inside. Approaching them, he bowed and said, Honored guests, my master, the Void Immortal, requests the 2 fellow Taoists to come inside. May I ask who you 2 are? Cheng Tianla frowned inwardly. Master Kong Kong was truly formidable. Not only had he sensed their arrival, but he also recognized that Cheng Tianla and Zhou Keqing weren't ordinary people. This monk clearly possessed genuine abilities. After Cheng Tianla introduced himself, the group of 7 followed the young Taoist into the temple. The moment they entered, Cheng Tianla sensed this was no ordinary place. A powerful, righteous energy converged here from all directions, clearly indicating that whoever had chosen this site to build the temple was a true master. The main hall bustled with pilgrims offering incense, but the young Taoist led them instead to a side chamber in the rear hall. With a faint smile, he said, Kind benefactors, please wait here. I shall fetch my master at once. After the young monk departed, Cheng Tianla stroked his chin and gazed out the window, carefully observing the tranquil rear courtyard. There weren't many rooms, only 5 or 6, but each was built in a distinctly antique style, likely remnants from a bygone era. The courtyard was filled with blooming flowers, attracting countless butterflies that danced among the blossoms in a dazzling display. As Cheng Tianla admired this beauty, a fluctuation far stronger than that of ordinary people suddenly appeared within his perception. Footsteps grew louder and closer. My fellow Taoist, I apologize for not greeting you properly. Please forgive my oversight. A booming, resonant voice echoed as a Taoist priest stepped through the doorway. Upon seeing him, Cheng Tianla couldn't help but frown. The man's appearance was truly something to be desired. His tattered Taoist robe looked as though it hadn't been washed in ages, appearing sticky and grimy at a glance. The monk's beard reached down to his chest, and his hair was haphazardly twisted into a topknot. This image was a world apart from the ethereal, otherworldly cultivator Cheng Tianla had envisioned. After entering, Master Kong Kong first scanned the group, then fixed his gaze on Cheng Tianla and Zhou Keqing. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, followed by a look of astonishment. He sighed deeply and remarked, Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Each era outdoes the last. Today has truly broadened this humble monk's horizons. Though I cannot discern which sect or lineage you 2 young cultivators belong to, I recognize that your cultivation levels are no less than mine. Hearing this, Zhou Keqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly.
She tugged at Chang Tianla's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Lo, when did we become Taoist priests?"
Chang Tianla glanced at Zhou Keqing and gave a faint smile, signaling her to ask no more. Seeing this, the young lady promptly shut her mouth and said no more. Master Kong Kong observed Chang Tianla and smiled faintly.
"May I ask, young friends, has your visit to my humble abode been for the pursuit of Taoist discourse, or merely to admire the scenery?" Chang Tianla shook his head and smiled. "Neither." "Neither? Then what?" Chang Tianla looked at the perplexed expression on Master Kong Kong's face and gave a wry smile. "I've come here to ask the master for help." "Save your life?"
A flash of sharp intelligence flickered in Master Kong Kong's eyes. He scrutinized Chang Tianla for a long moment before frowning. "I see you're in the prime of youth, showing no signs of illness. Why speak of saving your life?" Chang Tianla shook his head and pointed to Li Shuya standing nearby. "Master, I'm not asking you to save my life. I'm asking you to save my friend." "Ah, it's her." Master Kong Kong realized with a start.
"No wonder I sensed an ominous aura the moment I entered."
"So it's your friend who's in trouble."
"Master, you must find a way to save my friend."
Master Kong Kong lifted his teacup, took a sip, and looked at Chang Tianla's anxious expression.
He couldn't help but laugh. "Young friend, your cultivation isn't any less than mine. Why don't you try to drive it out yourself?" "I don't know how." "Put."
Master Kong Kong had just taken a sip of tea when Chang Tianla's words made him choke.
Setting down his cup and wiping the moisture from his lips, he asked in utter astonishment, "Is that true? Young friend, with cultivation so profound, could you truly be unable to expel even a minor dark spirit?" Chang Tianla looked mortified as he replied, "Master, what cultivation level do I have? If I truly had any, I wouldn't have come all the way from City H to City W. Surely not?"
Master Kong Kong stared at Chang Tianla, disbelief etched on his face. But this humble monk clearly sensed powerful energy fluctuations emanating from both of you.
"How could you possibly be unable to exorcise a yin spirit?"
Chang Tianla stroked his chin, fell silent for a moment, then explained, "Perhaps the path we've cultivated differs from Taoist arts, so we can't handle things like this shadow spirit."
"Very well." Master Kong Kong sighed, somewhat speechless.
"In that case, this humble monk shall help you expel the dark spirit from your friend." With that, he pulled a yellow talisman from his robe, formed a hand seal with his left hand, and immediately began chanting incantations in a language no one could understand.
Chang Tianla had never witnessed an exorcism before.
He immediately activated his psychic energy, opening his psychic eye. As he did so, he saw countless tiny star-like sparks coalesce around Master Kong Kong. These sparks, guided by the master's incantation, all converged toward the yellow talisman in his hand. After chanting for about a minute, the talisman was saturated with starlight. Suddenly, it erupted with a blinding radiance, though ordinary people couldn't perceive it. As the starlight intensified, Master Kong Kong bellowed, as swift as the law. The yellow talisman shot from his hand, instantly landing upon Li Shuya. Immediately, Chang Tianla witnessed a hideous specter burst forth from her body, vanishing into thin air moments later.
With the malevolent spirit vanquished, Chang Tianla sensed Li Shuya's vital energy fluctuations returning to normal.
Witnessing this bizarre scene, Chang Tianla wiped sweat from his brow and smacked his lips.
"Master," he asked, "was that really all it took?" Master Kong Kong smiled indifferently. "What do you think, young friend?" Chang Tianla grinned but said nothing.
At that moment, Master Kong Kong glanced at Li Shuya and smiled faintly.
"Young lady, did a Taoist priest give you the jade pendant around your neck?" Before Li Shuya could answer, Chang Tianla interjected, "I gave her this jade pendant."
And yes, it was indeed given to me by a Taoist priest.
"Oh," Master Kong Kong chuckled.
"This jade pendant was a gift from this humble monk to my eldest disciple.
I never imagined he would pass it on to you."
Upon hearing this, Li Shuya reached up to remove the jade pendant from her neck to return it to Master Kong Kong. But Master Kong Kong waved her hand.
"There's no need to take it off.
Your constitution leans toward the yin, making you susceptible to attracting yin spirits.
Wearing it will ward off evil for you."
Li Shuya bowed deeply in gratitude to Master Kong Kong. With the dark spirit banished from Li Shuya and the treasure bestowed upon her, everyone was overjoyed. Just as they all prepared to express their gratitude to Master Kong Kong, the stinky Taoist ruined the mood by pulling a pile of jade pendants identical to the one around Li Shuya's neck from his robe and handing one to each person present. Chang Tianla stared at the jade pendant in his hand, 3 thick black lines appearing on his forehead once more. So this thing was actually commonplace. Seeing Chang Tianla's mortified expression, Master Kong Kong smiled faintly.
"Young friend, do not mistake these for ordinary jade pendants. Each one has been blessed by this humble monk and possesses the power to ward off evil. Wearing them brings nothing but benefits."
Hearing this, everyone rejoiced and bowed to Master Kong Kong in gratitude once more. Master Kong Kong waved his hand dismissively with a smile, then fixed his gaze on Zhou Keqing's legs. His brow furrowed as he asked softly, "Young friend, what happened to your legs?" Zhou Keqing blinked her beautiful big eyes and smiled sweetly. "I was in a car accident when I was little. It blocked the flow of qi and blood in my legs, so I can't walk anymore."
Oh, I see. Cheng Tianla, noticing the expression on Master Kongkong's face that seemed to suggest he knew something, urgently asked, Master, do you have a way to treat this? That should be possible. I once read about a method to promote blood circulation and unblock meridians in an ancient text. As long as we follow the instructions, there shouldn't be any issues. Cheng Tianla and Zhou Keqing were instantly filled with hope.
Grasping Master Kongkong's hands, they pleaded, Master, if you can heal my friend's legs, I'll do anything you ask. Master Kongkong glanced at their fervent expressions and offered an awkward smile. I said it could be treated, but I don't know how. Cheng Tianla nearly fainted from rage upon hearing this. If you can't cure him, why even say anything? First you give us hope, then you crush it with your own hands. Isn't that just crushing people's spirits? Cheng Tianla looked at Zhou Keqing's desolate expression, and his heart ached deeply. Though Master Kongkong couldn't perform treatments, Cheng Tianla still asked, Master, even though you can't heal her, could you give me that ancient book? Perhaps I can find someone else to treat her. Master Kongkong's face clouded with reluctance as he replied, this ancient book is not lent out. Chapter 33, The Mysterious Ancient Book. Please, Master. I only wish to examine it. The ancient book cannot be lent out, but I can make a rubbing for you. Cheng Tianla staggered back, nearly tumbling to the ground. Master Kongkong sure had a way with words. This was the second time in just moments he delivered such a blow. It was infuriating. After speaking, Master Kongkong walked out. A few minutes later, he returned with a stack of rubbed-off pages and handed them to Cheng Tianla. This made Cheng Tianla overjoyed, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. If not for Master Kongkong's full beard, he would have hugged him and kissed him. If the ancient text's methods could heal Zhou Keqing's legs, it would be nothing short of a miracle for Cheng Tianla. Saving the life of his beloved meant marriage was practically guaranteed. Though Zhou Keqing wasn't in mortal danger, her legs were incredibly important to her. After exchanging a few more idle words with Master Kongkong, Cheng Tianla and his companions took their leave. As they departed, Master Kongkong patted Cheng Tianla on the shoulder and said meaningfully, young friend, you're quite to my liking. Drop by often when you have time. We'll stay up late talking by lamplight. Holy crap! Hearing this, Cheng Tianla suddenly noticed how lecherous the old Taoist's gaze had become. Could this guy be into guys too? After leaving Wui Palace, the group of 7 cheerfully began their descent down the mountain. But after only a few steps, Lin Xian suddenly hurried up to Cheng Tianla and whispered, Brother Lo, block my view for a moment. Cheng Tianla met Lin Xian's darting gaze and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Why are you so scared? There's a jerk up ahead. I don't want him to see me. Cheng Tianla looked up and saw a face so hideous it made him cringe. At first glance, he recognized the man immediately. It was Yang Biao, the same guy who proposed to Lin Xian at the restaurant and gotten rejected. Cheng Tianla stared at Yang Biao's face, covered in fleshy rolls, and his body as round as a ball, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. No wonder Lin Xian despised Yang Biao so much. Any beautiful woman who saw a creep like him would feel sick to her stomach. Cheng Tianla had an extremely poor impression of Yang Biao. After his shameless proposal failed, this scumbag resorted to underhanded tactics to drug and rape Lin Xian. If Cheng Tianla hadn't intervened to save the beauty from being harmed, Lin Xian's life would have been ruined forever. Seeing Yang Biao now instantly soured Cheng Tianla's mood. He desperately wanted to punch the bastard senseless, but considering this was a public place and Yang Biao was accompanied by 2 burly bodyguards, he could only swallow his rage. As the saying goes, what you fear most is what comes to haunt you. Cheng Tianla, accompanied by 5 stunning beauties, drew the attention of every passenger. Yang Biao's lecherous eyes immediately darted their way. The moment he spotted them, his gaze turned lewd and lustful. Especially when he noticed Lin Xian hiding beside Cheng Tianla, a sickening grin spread across his face as he broke into a jog straight toward their group. Seeing the man approaching, Cheng Tianla's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. His instinct was to use his golden threads to deal with this beast. Yang Biao brushed past Cheng Tianla, grinning broadly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what are you doing here? That last time was all a misunderstanding. He reached out to grab her small hand. This instantly ignited Cheng Tianla's fury. He grabbed Yang Biao's wrist and coldly warned, hey, handsome, show some respect to my friend. Yang Biao, his right hand seized, strained to break free. But no matter how hard he tugged, he couldn't escape. Anger flashed across his face as he snarled, you looking for trouble, kid? Let go. If you don't let go now, you think I won't cripple you? Cheng Tianla responded with a cold laugh. Big talk. You actually think you can cripple me? How utterly ridiculous. The pain in Yang Biao's arm, gripped by Cheng Tianla, made his temper flare. He glared at him and snarled, you little punk. It's you. Last time at the restaurant, you were the one stirring trouble for no reason. And today, you dare to meddle again? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson so you know how tough Brother Biao really is. With that, he swung his left fist straight at Cheng Tianla's chest. Seeing the man dare to strike first, Cheng Tianla flashed a sly grin. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for, Yang Biao initiating the attack. Only then could he find a legitimate reason to deal with this jerk.
Just as Yang Biao's fist was about to connect with Cheng Tianla's chest, Cheng suddenly sidestepped, dodging the punch. In the next instant, his left hand shot up, and with all his might, he slapped Yang Biao squarely across the face. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Before Yang Biao could even scream, Cheng Tianla delivered a powerful kick to his midsection. The force sent Yang Biao crashing to the ground, writhing in agony as he howled, "You two useless fools! What are you standing around for? Get this brat out of here!" Hearing Yang Biao's words, the two burly men snapped out of their daze. Without another word, they charged straight at Cheng Tianla. If this had been before Cheng Tianla awakened his special abilities, facing two such muscular men would have meant certain defeat. But now it was different. Since gaining his supernatural abilities, especially the devastating power of the golden threads, he could handle not just two burly men, but even 8. If Cheng Tianla wanted to take them out, it would only take seconds. Cheng Tianla summoned the golden cloud, instantly shooting out 2 golden threads that wrapped around the charging men. Once the threads had them secured, Cheng Tianla controlled the golden threads, violently yanking the 2 men toward him. The threads possessed immense strength. The sudden pull instantly robbed them of their footing, throwing them into a flustered scramble. In that very moment, Cheng Tianla's fist slammed into both men's jaws. Smack! 2 crisp sounds echoed again. The 2 men fell backward onto the ground without even a groan, knocked unconscious. Yang Biao watched his 2 bodyguards get knocked out in a single exchange and cried out in shock, "Who the hell are you?" Cheng Tianla stared coldly at Yang Biao, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Yang Biao's expression reminded him of the scene that night with Lin Xian. With a cold snort, he lunged forward, closing the distance in a single stride. His hand shot out, clamping down on Yang Biao's throat as golden threads coiled tightly around him. As Cheng Tianla controlled the golden threads to slowly tighten, tiny wounds instantly appeared all over Yang Biao's body. Bright red blood flowed continuously from the wounds. Yang Biao's howls sounded like a pig being slaughtered, instantly attracting many tourists to stop and watch. Cheng Tianla paid no heed to the onlookers' stares, his voice icy as he declared, "Must I repeat what I told you before? If you dare continue your wicked deeds, this great immortal will take your life. Which night were you that divine being?" Cheng Tianla watched Yang Biao, whose eyes were filled with terror. A cruel smile touched the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, I was the divine being sent down from heaven that night. You've committed evil deeds time and again. How should I punish you? Should I tear your flesh from your bones? Sever your tendons? Or perhaps completely destroy the root of your wickedness?" Yang Biao watched Cheng Tianla's gaze drift toward his groin. Terrified, he howled in supplication, "Divine being, spare my life. I swear I'll never covet Lin Xian again. Please don't cripple me. I'm the sole heir of 5 generations. If I'm ruined, the Yang family line will die out." Cheng Tianla chuckled. "For a scoundrel like you, isn't extinction for the best?" With a flick of his mental energy, the golden thread tightened like a vice. Yang Biao's howls of agony grew louder, but his screams were cut short as his body convulsed, and piss gushed out again. This left Cheng Tianla speechless. He swiftly withdrew the golden thread, shoving the foul-smelling Yang Biao aside and snarled, "Can you just stop already? Every time it's like this, you disgust the hell out of me." Seeing Cheng Tianla release him, Yang Biao didn't care about anything else. He screamed and scrambled frantically toward the stairs. Cheng Tianla grinned at the thoroughly terrified Yang Biao, thinking to himself that this harsh lesson should keep the bastard in line for a while. Cheng Tianla grabbed a bottle of ice-cold water from driver old Wang, then turned and splashed it directly onto the faces of the 2 bodyguards he'd knocked out. The icy water instantly woke them up. Their eyes snapped open to see Cheng Tianla's wicked grin, and they let out a startled scream. "What's with all the screaming?" Cheng Tianla glared at them, clearly annoyed. "Am I that scary looking? Is that really enough to freak you out like this?" The 2 bodyguards scrambled to their feet, glanced at Cheng Tianla, then scanned their surroundings. Spotting their boss Yang Biao nowhere in sight, they instantly realized the bastard had made a run for it. Both men slumped, their faces twisted in misery as they pleaded with Cheng Tianla, "Big brother, we're just doing our job for the money. Since we haven't done anything to harm you, could you please let us go? Releasing you isn't out of the question." The 2 bodyguards perked up at this. "Boss, if you let us go, just name your conditions. Whatever we can do, we'll give it our all to accomplish." Cheng Tianla stroked his chin and chuckled. "Actually, this task is quite simple for you too." He patted Zhou Keqing's wheelchair. "All you need to do is carry this wheelchair and escort us down the mountain." Chapter 34, God-tier bodyguards. "No problem." The 2 bodyguards pounded their chests, grinning as they assured him, "Boss, rest easy. We'll get your sister-in-law down the mountain safely." Hearing the bodyguards call her big sister-in-law, Zhou Keqing's face flushed as red as a ripe apple. Though she scolded them for their careless words, her heart felt sweeter than honey. It must be said that Cheng Tianla had shown remarkable foresight. With these 2 big, dumb oafs lending a hand, his own burden had become incredibly light, unbelievably so. Yet despite the ease, Cheng Tianla noticed a small problem. Lin Xian hadn't uttered a single word the entire journey, and Yang Lili kept shooting him glares. This couldn't help but make Cheng Tianla feel a bit uneasy.
Fortunately, no incidents occurred along the way, and everyone descended the mountain safely. Once at the foot of the mountain, the two bodyguards were nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. Though utterly spent, they still respectfully exchanged pleasantries with Chang Tianla. Not one to be unreasonable, Chang Tianla chatted briefly before letting them go. Back at the hotel entrance, Lin Xian looked at Chang Tianla and asked softly, "Brother Lo, why do you always shield me whenever danger arises?" Chang Tianla glanced at Lin Xian and smiled faintly. "I told you I'd protect you. As long as I have breath left in me, I won't let anyone hurt you." Hearing his words, Lin Xian's eyes reddened slightly. Her voice trembling, she said, "Brother Lo, I'm a bit tired. I need to go home." Without waiting for anyone to ask why, she hailed a taxi and left. This left Chang Tianla utterly speechless. He couldn't fathom what he'd done to upset Lin Xian. On the way back, she hadn't uttered a single word, seeming lost in her own thoughts. And now, without any explanation, she'd simply left. This only deepened his confusion. As soon as Lin Xian was gone, young Lily leaned close to Chang Tianla and whispered, "Brother Lo, what time will you be back tonight? Should I come to your room?" Chang Tianla met young Lily's fiery gaze, instantly recalling last night's passionate encounter. He swallowed involuntarily and replied, "I'll call you when I get back." Watching Yang Lily turn away with a seductive smile, Chang Tianla felt a surge of excitement. He'd better hurry and drop Zhou Keqing off now, then tonight he'd have a full night of passion with Yang Lily. "Bro, Lin Xian seems to be mad at you," Zhou Keqing said calmly from the car seat. Chang Tianla glanced at her and sighed softly. "But I haven't done anything to offend her. Why would she be angry with me? Women really are such complex creatures. So hard to understand." Zhou Keqing covered her mouth and giggled. "It's not that girls' emotions are complicated. It's just that, Brother Lo, you haven't been paying close enough attention. I think Sister Lin Xian is upset because she's worried about your safety. She doesn't want you getting into a fight with that scumbag Yang Biao." Chang Tianla scoffed. "If that's the case, why didn't she just say so? What's with giving me the cold shoulder? Girls care about their pride. After you drop me off, find a chance to apologize to Sister Lin Xian. Girls need to be coaxed." Chang Tianla nodded in agreement with Zhou Keqing's words, determined to apologize to Lin Xian later. Zhou Keqing glanced at Chang Tianla, then slowly leaned back into the car seat. Her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the ceiling as she spoke. "I truly envy you both. How I wish I could be like you, walking freely, commuting to work on my own 2 feet, traveling to famous mountains and rivers, exploring every corner of the world. But I can't. I can only dream of it all. When the night is deep and quiet, I secretly shed tears. I dare not let my parents see me cry, afraid they'll worry about me and feel sad for me." Chang Tianla knew Zhou Keqing was under immense pressure. Seeing the tears welling in her eyes felt like needles piercing his heart. He reached for a tissue and handed it to her, whispering softly, "Xinger, don't be sad. Master Kong Kong said your legs can be healed. You mustn't give up on yourself." Zhou Keqing took the tissue to wipe her tears, gave Chang Tianla a grateful look, and sighed deeply. "I won't give up. I'll get my leg healed. Then I can travel everywhere with Brother Lu." 20 minutes later, they arrived back at Zhou Keqing's home. Old Master Zhou and Keqing's parents were waiting for them inside, a clear sign of how deeply they cherished their daughter. Chang Tianla silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, everything had gone smoothly today. If anything had gone wrong, he would have been in big trouble. Zhou Keqing was overjoyed today, recounting every detail of her journey to her parents. Seeing their daughter's beaming face, the couple couldn't have been happier. It had been years since they'd witnessed such pure delight in her. While Zhou Keqing chatted with her parents, Chang Tianla pulled Zhou Zhanglong aside. He recounted today's conversation with Master Kong Kong and the treatment for Zhou Keqing's leg, finally handing over the rubbing materials to Zhou Zhanglong. Zhou Zhanglong was overjoyed upon hearing this. The old man had dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine before, so he carefully examined the materials. Chang Tianla joined in, taking a few sheets to study as well. As Chang Tianla looked through them, he noticed something was off. There wasn't much information about treating Zhou Keqing's illness. The rest was all strange talismans and Taoist rituals. This made Chang Tianla both curious and grateful to Master Kong Kong. Clearly, Master Kong Kong knew Chang Tianla didn't understand these things and had casually given him some copies to study in his spare time. Who knows? He might just stumble upon something incredibly valuable. Just as Chang Tianla was engrossed in his reading, Zhou Zhanglong suddenly gasped in shock. How could this be possible? Chang Tianla knew immediately that something was wrong. He urgently asked, "Old Zhou, what's wrong? Can Qinger's leg be cured?" "What's wrong, Dad?" Chang Tianla asked, puzzled by Zhou Zhanglong's startled expression. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Zhanglong handed over the documents in his hand and said, "These are the methods for treating Qinger's leg." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise and delight flashed across his face. But after taking the papers and reading them through, he murmured, "How could this be? How could this be?" Chang Tianla, confused by the situation, looked at Zhou Zhanglong and asked, "Old Zhou, what exactly is going on?" Zhou Zhanglong sighed deeply and said, If we treat Qinger's leg according to the methods described here, it could indeed be cured. But
But what? Chang Tianla asked impatiently. Just tell me.
Zhou Zhenglong sighed again.
Qing'er's legs suffered from poor blood circulation due to the car accident. Then, with all these years of delay, many blood vessels and meridians have become completely blocked.
To cure her legs, we must first unblock the blood vessels and meridians, then slowly nourish and restore them.
Chang Tianla relaxed upon hearing this. That doesn't sound too difficult, does it? Couldn't we just find a skilled doctor to perform acupuncture and have it done in no time?
Xiao Le, the problem lies precisely in the acupuncture aspect.
Needling the acupoints on her legs isn't difficult in itself.
But the final step and the most difficult one is simultaneously hitting every single acupoint on Qing'er's legs. Tell me, who in this world could possibly do that?
Forget whether one could insert over a dozen needles simultaneously. Even if they could hit the targets, who could guarantee identical force for every single needle? The records clearly state, the slightest deviation renders the treatment utterly ineffective.
In severe cases, it could even cause lifelong disability.
At these words, Chang Tianla's face immediately darkened with gravity.
His parents' expressions twisted with anguish, and Zhang Yingying's sorrow spilled over into tears. Seeing her parents so distressed, Zhou Keqing smiled and comforted them. Dad, Mom, don't be sad.
All these years have passed, and I'm still doing just fine, aren't I? Even if my legs can't be cured, I'll still live happily.
Please don't be so upset, you're making me want to cry too. Seeing their daughter so obedient and understanding, the couple felt even more heartbroken. If they could share the pain, they would rather be the ones in the wheelchair than their daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower.
Ah, the love of parents, truly the only people in this world who would never harm you. Father, what do you think of this? We could find several renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and have them simultaneously perform acupuncture on Qing'er's pressure points? Zhou Zhenglong paused thoughtfully before replying. There are indeed many skilled TCM practitioners. But if anything goes wrong, Qing'er will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life.
Zhou Keqing smiled faintly upon hearing this.
Grandpa, why not try what Dad suggested? Though there's risk, who can guarantee it won't work? If we don't try, I'll never have a chance to stand. Even if it fails, I still won't be able to walk. Either way, I can't walk. Why not take the chance?
Zhou Zhenglong gently stroked Zhou Keqing's head, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at her resolute expression.
He knew how agonizing this decision was for her.
All these years, Zhou Keqing had clung to a sliver of hope for her recovery.
But if this failed, even that last shred of hope would vanish forever. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew oppressive, everyone's breathing becoming heavy. Moments later, it was Zhou Keqing who broke the tense silence.
She blinked her beautiful big eyes and beckoned Chang Tianla over. When Chang Tianla reached her side, Zhou Keqing boldly took his hand and said, Brother Lu, if this acupuncture fails, then I won't be able to travel with you anymore.
Could you come visit me here from H City once a month? Chang Tianla felt a pang of sadness.
He gently pulled Zhou Keqing into his arms, patting her back as he comforted her. Qing'er, what nonsense are you talking?
You will get back on your feet. Don't forget, you promised to travel everywhere with me.
You mustn't go back on your word.
Hearing Chang Tianla's words, Zhou Keqing's heart gave a sudden jolt.
2 crystalline tears slid down her cheeks as she choked out, but I'm scared.
I'm really scared. What if? Chapter 35, I will make you stand. There is no what if.
Chang Tianla suddenly released Zhou Keqing, gripping her shoulders firmly. Rest assured.
I will make you stand again. You?
Tears glistened in Zhou Keqing's eyes as she stared at Chang Tianla in disbelief.
Brother Lu, you. Yes, it's me.
Chang Tianla took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. He stood up and addressed Zhou Zhenglong. Mr. Zhou, I am confident I can heal Qing'er's legs.
What did you say?
The couple stared at Chang Tianla, their faces filled with disbelief.
They dared not let Chang Tianla treat their daughter recklessly.
This was their last, only chance. If it was wasted, Zhou Keqing would never walk again. Chang Tianla observed the couple's astonished expressions with calm composure. He picked up a sheet of paper from the coffee table, then manipulated the golden cloud to release over 20 golden threads. Instantly, they pierced the paper, creating more than 20 tiny holes simultaneously. After completing this, Chang Tianla handed the paper to Zhou Zhenglong and said, Mr. Zhou, trust in my abilities. Zhou Zhenglong took the paper, examined it closely, and was utterly astonished. Every tiny hole on the paper was perfectly uniform in size, a truly astonishing sight. He passed the paper to the couple to see. As soon as they looked at it, their faces lit up with joy, their smiles nearly bursting with delight.
Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful!
Zhang Yingying, overjoyed, walked over to Zhou Keqing, took her small hand, and said, Qing'er, there's hope for your legs now.
Chang Tianla's special ability golden threads had been tested before.
It could release multiple strands simultaneously, each piercing through the skin to create tiny holes of varying sizes according to his intent. Some were as thick as a finger, while others were nearly invisible to the naked eye. These threads were entirely comparable to the silver needles used in acupuncture, and in fact, they surpassed the capabilities of silver needles. Xiao Lu, since that's the case, carefully study the treatment methods here and then heal Qing'er's legs.
Brother Lu, I trust you. Please treat me quickly. Cheng Tianla looked at the expectant expressions on everyone's faces.
Feeling awkward, he scratched his head and swallowed hard before saying, I'd love to treat your leg right away, but I don't know acupuncture. The moment those words left his mouth, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Zhou Keqing's expression turned visibly disappointed.
Seeing their expressions, Cheng Tianla quickly added, I may not know acupuncture now, but I can learn.
I pick things up fast. I remember things after just one try. Lin Xian stepped out of the taxi and walked toward a small villa, her home. Pushing open the door, she encountered her mother.
Noticing Lin Xian's unusual expression, Mrs. Lin furrowed her brow with concern. Honey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
Lin Xian glanced at her mother and replied softly, I'm just a little tired.
I'll rest in my room for a while.
Please don't disturb me unless it's urgent. With that, she walked into her room and slammed the door shut. Lin Xian glanced around the familiar room, a hint of melancholy flickering across her face. She slowly sat down on the bed and reached into the nightstand drawer, pulling out a small photo frame. It held a picture of a girl and a boy together. The girl and boy in the photo weren't very old, perhaps around 17 or 18. They stood side by side. The girl wore a radiant smile, while the boy had a faint, gentle smile on his handsome face. Lin Xian gazed at the photo, her hand gently tracing the boy's face as she murmured softly, Are you doing well over there? That year, Lin Xian was 17, and the boy, Xiaoyi, was 18. They had grown up together since childhood sweethearts who played together innocently. Their childhood companionship had fostered a deep bond between them. When they were little, Lin Xian would say she wanted to marry Xiaoyi when she grew up, and Xiaoyi would laugh and say he would take her as his wife. But as time passed and they matured, though their bond remained strong, Xiaoyi never uttered those 3 words.
Gradually, Lin Xian began to doubt his feelings for her.
She devised all sorts of bizarre ways to torment him, each time leaving him thoroughly miserable. She even deliberately provoked some local thugs, resulting in Xiaoyi being beaten so badly he ended up hospitalized to protect her. Xiaoyi remained unconscious for 2 days, while Lin Xian stayed by his bedside the entire time. When Xiaoyi finally regained consciousness on the 3rd day, Lin Xian was sobbing uncontrollably. Clinging to him, she cried, Why are you so foolish? You knew the danger, yet you still shielded me. Xiaoyi's answer was simple, I won't let anyone hurt you. As long as I live, I'll protect you with my life. From that day on, Lin Xian stopped causing trouble for Xiaoyi. She stayed by his side obediently, becoming completely devoted to him, following his every word.
This peaceful existence lasted until Lin Xian's 18th birthday.
On that day, she dressed herself up exceptionally beautifully. Bouncing about like a colorful butterfly, she took Xiaoyi's hand and asked, Brother E, do I look pretty?
You're beautiful. You're the most beautiful in my heart. Then is there something you want to tell me?
Xiaoyi blinked, then mumbled blankly, Say what?
Lin Xian instantly grew angry. She flung Xiaoyi's hand away and ran across the street.
Behind her came Xiaoyi's cries, but before he could finish calling out, a sharp, piercing screech of brakes echoed. When Lin Xian turned back, she saw Xiaoyi lying in a pool of blood. His hand clutched a small box tightly. The exquisite box was smeared with bright red blood, so vivid, so glaring. Lin Xian couldn't recall how she had muddled through the days that followed. Later, when she opened the box, she found a necklace and a note inside, gifts Xiaoyi had prepared for her. The 3 words written on the note were the ones she had longed to hear, I love you. 2 hot tears slid down Lin Xian's cheeks, gently landing on the photo frame. She quickly wiped them away with a tissue. This was the only photo she had with Xiaoyi, and to her, it was priceless. Just as Lin Xian wept, her door opened. Her mother entered, saw her reddened eyes, and sighed softly. She walked over, gently embraced her, and spoke tenderly, Missing him again? So many years have passed. Haven't you let him go yet? This only brings you more pain. Why torment yourself? Lin Xian sniffled softly. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of him. I'll be fine in a moment. A mother knows her daughter best. Hearing this, Mrs. Lin knew something was troubling her daughter. She asked softly, Did something happen? Tell me, and I'll help you figure it out. Lin Xian pulled away from her mother's embrace, tears spilling instantly. Choking back sobs, she said, Mom, I met someone just like Xiaoyi. He's so kind to me, always shielding me from danger. Even his tone of voice is exactly the same. I think I've fallen for him. Seeing her daughter's heartbroken expression, Mrs. Lin gently wiped away her tears and smiled softly. Silly girl, meeting a boy like that is a good thing. Why are you crying? I'm scared. I'm scared Dad won't. Child, since you've already fallen for him, then pursue him wholeheartedly. I'll talk to your father about it. You've regretted things once before this time, you must seize your own happiness and not let yourself regret it again. Lin Xian's eyes lit up with surprise at her mother's words. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she kissed her mother's cheek with joy and immediately got up to leave. Lin's mother watched the silly girl who had been crying just moments ago now radiating happiness.
Feeling utterly helpless, she asked, "Where are you going, daughter?" "To pursue my happiness." At that moment, Lin Xian's heart finally felt unburdened. She looked up at the sky, feeling everything was so beautiful. A charming smile curved her lips as she murmured softly, "Hee hee, brother Lu, this girl won't let you slip away from me." "Achoo!" Chang Tianla's nose twitched. "Who's thinking about me so intensely behind my back?" he muttered.
"They've even made this young master sneeze." Zhou Zhanglong frowned upon hearing Chang Tianla's words.
"What's with this kid? We're trying to fix Qing'er's leg, and he sneezes and mutters to himself? How can he be so carefree?" "Xiao Lo, you mentioned wanting to study acupuncture. But do you realize how difficult it is? Every renowned TCM practitioner was trained from childhood. With no foundation whatsoever, how long would it take you to master it before you could treat Qing'er?"
Chang Tianla glanced at Zhou Zhanglong and stroked his chin.
"Master Zhou, you're absolutely right.
If I were to study acupuncture, it might take me 10 or 8 years just to master the basics.
But my special ability has an extraordinary function. Whatever I observe once, I can remember it perfectly."
Zhou Zhanglong's face lit up with delight. He knew well that extraordinary abilities possessed miraculous powers.
If Chang Tianla claimed his golden cloud possessed such a capability, it must be true.
"Yongkan, call old Lu immediately and have him come over right away."
It must be said that the Zhou family held considerable influence in W City.
Within half an hour, they had summoned old Master Lu to their home. He was W City's most renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, whose acupuncture skills were nothing short of divine.
As soon as Master Lu arrived, Chang Tianla began seeking his guidance.
Master Lu demonstrated various acupuncture techniques one by one, while Chang Tianla wrapped golden threads around his body, meticulously mimicking every needle placement and pressure. By the time he had mastered them all, over 2 hours had passed.
Chapter 36, Rapid Progress. Those 2 hours of study left Chang Tianla utterly exhausted.
Had he not been able to freely control the golden cloud, he likely would have collapsed from fatigue by then.
Mastering acupuncture wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Chang Tianla had only scratched the surface. Yet, this basic understanding was already sufficient for him to treat Zhou Keqing's leg.
The real challenge in unblocking the meridians in Zhou Keqing's leg lay in simultaneously inserting multiple needles. If any traditional Chinese medicine practitioner could insert a dozen needles at once, Zhou Keqing's leg would have been healed long ago. From this perspective, the technique itself wasn't particularly complex. The crucial issue was accurately hitting the acupoints with multiple needles at the same time.
Chang Tianla felt confident he had everything under control.
He instructed Zhou Zhanglong to take Zhou Keqing to her room and ordered that no one was to enter.
He emphasized that the family must not make any noise that could disrupt his treatment. Once everything was prepared, Chang Tianla entered Zhou Keqing's room.
The moment he saw her lying on the bed, all the blood in his body rushed to one place.
Why was that?
Zhou Keqing noticed Chang Tianla's gaze fixed on her legs.
Her pretty face flushed slightly as she whispered, "Brother Lu, do my legs look nice?" "Yes." Chang Tianla answered instinctively.
The moment the words left his mouth, his face flushed crimson like a monkey's behind. Thankfully, Zhou Zhanglong and the others weren't in the room, otherwise, he would have been utterly embarrassed.
"It's pretty, but you can't just stare at it now, can you?
Once Brother Lu cures Qing'er's leg, whenever you want to look, Qing'er will let you."
Cough.
Chang Tianla coughed several times in quick succession, hastily shifting his gaze away from Zhou Keqing's beautiful legs. Though he had thick skin, he couldn't just stare at her so blatantly. Chang Tianla took out the carbon pen he'd prepared earlier, took a deep breath to suppress his inner excitement and restlessness, and began marking small crosses on Zhou Keqing's leg.
Though he'd grasped the essentials of acupuncture, Chang Tianla was still a novice who'd never performed the procedure on anyone.
Uncertain about the precise locations of the body's acupoints, he could only sketch them first with the pen before carefully guiding the golden thread to insert the needles. Honestly, marking crosses on Zhou Keqing's legs was pure torture for Chang Tianla. Her legs were naturally beautiful, and the unique, delicate fragrance of a woman deeply stirred his senses. Only now did he truly admire those renowned physicians. How did they ever suppress their inner desires? After shifting his gaze, Chang Tianla took several deep breaths before summoning the golden clouds. Instantly, strands of golden thread formed a peculiar web, enveloping Zhou Keqing within it. Immediately, every change occurring within her body transmitted into Chang Tianla's mind through a strange information channel. Zhou Keqing watched as golden threads enveloped her entire body. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she asked, "Brother Lu, what should I do next?" Chang Tianla gazed at her with deep affection and replied gently, "Qing'er, you don't need to do anything. Just close your eyes and lie still. Leave the rest to me." Chang Tianla exhaled deeply once more, then began inserting the needles according to the book's instructions. The golden threads possessed exceptionally keen perception, ensuring absolute precision without the slightest deviation. Under his precise control, the golden threads pierced each acupoint on Zhou Keqing's leg in exact sequence. The threads could adjust their thickness to avoid stimulating surface sensory nerves, so Zhou Keqing felt no pain whatsoever. Before long, the young woman actually drifted off to sleep.
Though Chang Tianla stood motionless, not physically performing the procedure, his task was no less demanding. He channeled every ounce of his mental energy into the golden threads, guiding each needle precisely into Zhou Keqing's acupoints.
The earlier needles weren't the most crucial, they were merely the prelude to activating blood flow and unblocking meridians. The most critical and grueling part came with the final 10 needles, which had to be placed simultaneously.
Not a single one could be off or misplaced.
Any error would condemn Zhou Keqing to a lifetime confined to a wheelchair.
This was an outcome neither the Zhou family nor Chang Tianla could tolerate, for he had fallen for Zhou Keqing. Don't say men are fickle. All men are alike in that regard, they're attracted to beauty. It's a universal flaw, men are drawn to beautiful women. The capable ones can have 3 wives, for concubines, or even more, while the incapable ones are limited to 1 woman, and that woman, it's safe to say, is definitely not a beauty. The critical moment had arrived. Chang Tianla took 2 deep breaths, adjusting himself to peak condition.
Then, from the golden cloud above, he split off 10 golden threads.
With pinpoint precision, they pierced the acupoints on Zhou Keqing's leg in one swift motion. As the threads pierced the acupoints, a vivid image instantly filled Chang Tianla's mind. The blocked meridians in Zhou Keqing's legs were now unobstructed, and blood began to flow slowly. Done. Chang Tianla exhaled heavily, retracting all the golden threads.
His entire body was now drenched in sweat, as if he'd just been pulled from water. Chang Tianla gazed at Zhou Keqing, now fast asleep.
A faint smile of contentment touched his lips.
He leaned down gently and kissed her forehead before stepping carefully out of her room. The moment he stepped outside, he froze in shock. Zhou Zhenglong and his wife stood waiting at the door, their eyes fixed on him with such intense expectation that Chang Tianla felt a chill run down his spine.
Xiaolu, how's it going? Chang Tianla smiled and nodded. Everything's fine.
After about a week of massage therapy, Qinger should be able to stand and walk again. Hearing this, the couple immediately grabbed Chang Tianla's hands, repeatedly saying, "Thank you.
Thank you." This made Chang Tianla feel a bit embarrassed. Though his face showed awkwardness, his inner thoughts were, what good is saying thanks? If you really want to thank me, just give me your Qinger as my wife. Zhou Zhenglong watched his son and daughter-in-law's excitement and felt deeply pleased. But seeing Chang Tianla drenched in sweat, he immediately said, "Yangkan, stop dawdling. Can't you see Xiaolu is soaked through? Hurry and get him some clothes so he can take a shower." Yes, yes, yes. Chang Tianla replied, then scurried off to fetch clean clothes.
Half an hour later, Chang Tianla finished washing up and changed into clean clothes, feeling utterly refreshed. When he entered the living room and saw Zhou Zhenglong and his wife present, he immediately greeted them with a smile, intending to return to the hotel. Zhou Zhenglong immediately objected, insisting Chang Tianla stay for a few days. Chang Tianla couldn't agree, explaining he'd taken leave specifically for this trip to Huaishan. Returning late would damage his reputation if company leaders gave him a hard time, that would be ridiculous. With Chang having made his position clear, Zhou Zhenglong could say little more. He reached into his pocket and handed Chang a check he had prepared earlier. Chang Tianla glanced at it and was stunned. It was for 500,000 yuan. He immediately shook his head and protested, "Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by this?" Zhou Zhenglong gazed at Chang Tianla with a benevolent smile. "Nothing special. Just a token of gratitude for healing Qinger's leg. Though it's not much, it represents our Zhou family's heartfelt appreciation. Take it to buy some nourishing food. You expended considerable energy for Qinger's sake." Chang Tianla's expression immediately darkened. He replied with some irritation, "Mr. Zhou, while I understand one shouldn't refuse gifts from elders, treating Qinger was simply my duty. Though we've only known each other briefly, I genuinely consider her a friend. What's a little effort for a friend? If I accept your money today, how could I ever face Qinger again? How could I face my other friends? Please, don't put me in this difficult position." Standing nearby, the person listening to Chang Tianla's words couldn't help but silently admire him. They had already sent people to thoroughly investigate Chang Tianla's family background. A child from an ordinary family, a 23-year-old college graduate who had just started working not long ago, 500,000 yuan was a huge sum for him. Yet he showed not the slightest temptation and even spoke such words. Truly, this was extremely rare. After much debate, the Zhou family ultimately failed to persuade Chang Tianla to accept the substantial sum. Reluctantly, they prepared some gifts for him to distribute to relatives and friends, then had their driver, Old Wang, escort him back to the hotel. Chang Tianla had intended to say goodbye to Zhou Keqing, but considering she had just fallen asleep, he chose not to disturb her. On the way back, he called Yang Lily. After some small talk, Yang Lily informed him that Lin Xian had returned and was in an exceptionally good mood. After mentioning this, Yang Lily sounded a bit disappointed, muttering to herself, "I was really looking forward to getting intimate with Brother Lu tonight, but now that Sister Lin Xian's back, it's all ruined." Chang Tianla felt a twinge of envy hearing Yang Lily's words. Though he was a bit disappointed himself, Lin Xian's return lifted his spirits considerably. Even though he wasn't sure how he'd offended her, he knew better than to provoke her anger. He had to make amends. A flower shop stood right outside the hotel entrance. Chang Tianla first had the bellhop carry his belongings to his room, then dashed to the florist to buy a large bouquet. He grabbed a card and scribbled what he hoped was a heartfelt, tear-jerking apology. Chang Tianla had barely stepped out of the elevator with the flowers when he spotted a familiar, slender figure none other than Lin Xian. Clearing his throat softly, he hid the bouquet behind his back, hurried after her, and tapped her shoulder lightly. "Hey, gorgeous," he said. "You've got an amazing figure. Would you be my girlfriend?" Lin Xian was muttering to herself about Chang Tianla when someone suddenly tapped her shoulder and uttered such lecherous words. She instantly flew into a rage, whipping around without a word and slapping him hard across the face. Chapter 37, For You. Smack! A sharp sound echoed down the hallway, leaving Chang Tianla stunned. What the hell just happened? Rubbing his stinging cheek, Chang Tianla looked utterly miserable. Who else would it be? I thought it was a pervert, right? Bro, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. If I'd known, I definitely wouldn't have. Chang Tianla watched Lin Xian's exquisite face cloud over with hurt. He immediately chuckled. Lin Xian, I know. If you'd known it was me, you definitely wouldn't have hit me, right? Lin Xian looked at Chang Tianla, a mischievous glint suddenly flashing in her eyes. She giggled. If I'd known it was you, I would have slapped you even harder. Chang Tianla rolled his eyes, but he knew Lin Xian was joking. He pulled a large bouquet of flowers from behind his back and smiled tenderly. For you. Lin Xian's cheeks flushed crimson as she accepted the bouquet, her eyes glistening. Overwhelmed with emotion, she murmured, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Then, with lightning speed, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Chang Tianla gazed at Lin Xian's captivating face and heard her teasing words, instantly feeling his blood rush. He touched the spot where she'd kissed him and grinned. Why don't we find out? Lin Xian clearly anticipated this response, showing no surprise. She casually linked her arm through his and led him toward his room. This sent Chang Tianla's heart racing. The scent wafting from her body made his heart pound wildly, and his little friend perked up immediately. Back in the room, Chang Tianla swiftly closed the door behind him. Reaching out to wrap his arms around Lin Xian's slender waist, she gently sidestepped him, offering a faint smile. This lady needs to take a shower first. 40 minutes later, Lin Xian finally emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Chang Tianla, who had been waiting impatiently, instantly rushed forward to embrace her, startling her. Lin Xian sidestepped and playfully tapped Chang Tianla on the forehead, feigning anger. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Chang Tianla froze at her words, swallowing hard before stammering, but you said you wanted to give me a deeper thrill? Lin Xian smiled faintly at his words. Yes, but I already gave it to you. You gave it to me? Chang Tianla asked, puzzled. When did you give me deep stimulation? Just now, Lin Xian replied with a sly grin. Sharing a room with a beauty, and then seeing her emerge from the bathroom like a lotus blossoming from the water, isn't that stimulating enough? Chang Tianla's mind instantly felt like a million wild horses galloping through it. What the hell was she talking about? Wasn't deep stimulation supposed to be physical friction, piston-like movement? Was taking a shower considered deep stimulation? That was ridiculous. Lin Xian watched Chang Tianla's stunned expression and gave a mischievous smile. Brother Lu, did you get the wrong idea? Chang Tianla took a step forward, arms outstretched to embrace Lin Xian. But she clearly anticipated his move, sidestepping him with a flash. Her face still wearing that mischievous grin, she asked, What are you up to, Brother Lu? What do you think? Chang Tianla grinned wickedly, glancing at Lin Xian's long, beautiful legs before swallowing hard. A man and a woman alone in a room, what do you think I could do? You've tortured me this badly, and if I don't get my revenge, wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? With that, he reached out to grab her. Seeing Chang Tianla was getting serious, Lin Xian immediately tensed up. Though her heart had been set free and she had fallen for him, the idea of being intimate so soon still felt overwhelming. She scrambled to dodge his advance. The next day, after everything was settled, Chang Tianla packed his things and headed out to call Lin Xian and the others. But as he stepped out of the room, he collided head-on with a massive figure. Chang Tianla's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized this guy. This bear-like hulk was none other than Langbuting, the man who had bravely stepped forward on the train, risking his life for a beauty. Chang Tianla stared at Langbuting, who was holding a bouquet of roses, his brow furrowing as he muttered to himself, What is he doing here? Could he be here to pursue Lin Xian? Just then, Langbuting spotted Chang Tianla. His expression shifted from surprise to delight as he hurried over, smiling broadly. Morning, Brother Lu. Which room is Miss Lin Xian in? Chang Tianla's mood soured instantly. So this jerk really was here to hit on girls, and specifically the one he had his eye on? Infuriating. Couldn't Langbuting see the connection between him and Lin Xian? Or did this guy think he was so handsome and charming he could just shamelessly follow her to the hotel? If Chang Tianla hadn't considered this guy basically harmless, he would have already given Langbuting a good scolding and kicked him out. Though deeply annoyed, Chang Tianla forced a smile and asked, What brings you here looking for Lin Xian? You're not pursuing her, are you? Langbuting nodded emphatically. Exactly. I'm pursuing Lin Xian.
As the ancients said, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal mate. Everyone loves beauty.
When you meet a girl you adore, you must overcome all obstacles and fear no failure. What others support, I oppose. What others oppose, I support.
I will win Lin Xian over no matter what. Chang Tianla listened to Lang Buting's rambling nonsense, then laughed coldly. Zizalong, no offense, but you'll never win Lin Xian over. Why? Chang Tianla smiled faintly. Simple. Lin Xian already has a boyfriend. So save yourself the trouble. Give these flowers to someone else. Don't waste your time. With that, he patted Lang Buting's shoulder and turned to leave. Wait.
Lang Buting hurried to catch up, calling after him, Brother Lu, you're dead wrong.
This is the age of free love. Fair competition is the name of the game. I believe in my own abilities.
I can definitely win her over.
Besides, what if she has a boyfriend? People get married and divorced all the time. Chang Tianla rolled his eyes at him.
Listen to your big bro, head home now. If your confession fails, you'll lose face big time. Don't blame me for not warning you when you can't save face later.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Believe it or not. Chang Tianla tossed out the remark before stopping at Lin Xian and the other's door. He knocked and called out, Hey, ladies. Up yet? Time to get moving. Squeak. The door swung open, revealing Lin Xian's lovely face before Chang Tianla and Lang Buting.
Before Chang could speak, Lang Buting pushed him aside, presented the flowers to Lin Xian with both hands, and declared with deep emotion, Fate brought us together.
Feelings made me fall for you. Longing keeps you in my thoughts. Heartache etches you in my memory. Time has made me fall in love with you. You fill every thought in my heart. If only you would accept my love, I'd give. Before Lang Buting could finish, Lin Xian cut him off. Hey, mister, did you get your head stuck in a doorframe? What's with the crazy act first thing in the morning? Chang Tianla burst out laughing at her words.
Lin Xian immediately shot him a fierce glare and snapped, Last night's business isn't settled yet. I'll deal with you later.
Chang Tianla shrank back at her glare, not daring to utter a word. Lin Xian, completely unfazed, continued with undiminished passion, holding your hand, what more could I ask for in life? Respecting each other till our hair turns gray, tolerance is the key to lasting love. Chasing dreams together, sharing worries as one. I love you, please accept my love. I swear I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Holy crap. Lin Xian was utterly flummoxed. If she weren't mindful of her ladylike image, she'd have kicked Lang Buting flat on the floor right then. What kind of person was this? Showing up first thing in the morning to spout nonsense, spewing pretentious, meaningless internet slang. With skills like that, he thinks he can pick up girls? He'd be better off hitting on grandmas.
Lin Xian suppressed her anger and forced a dry laugh.
Mr. Lang, I'm terribly sorry, but I don't feel anything for you. Please don't waste your time on me. Feelings can be cultivated over time, Lang retorted.
If you just agree to be with me, I guarantee you'll develop feelings for me within a month.
Lin Xian was speechless.
Clearing her throat softly, she replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Lang.
I can't accept your advances because I already have a boyfriend.
This puts me in a difficult position. The moment Lang Buting heard the word conflicted, he burst into laughter. Lin Xian, your conflict proves you have feelings for me. How wonderful. Even though you have a boyfriend, I'll compete fairly with him.
Lin Xian was utterly speechless.
If not for the favor he'd done her on the train, she'd have wanted to berate him and shoo him away right then and there. Suppressing her disgust, Lin Xian replied coolly, Mr. Lang, I'm grateful for your help on the train.
As a friend, I'll treat you sincerely. But if you keep this up, we won't even be able to stay friends.
Not being friends is fine, she added under her breath, as long as we can be lovers. At that moment, Lin Xian felt as if a million wild horses were galloping through her mind.
She wanted nothing more than to slap Lang Buting across the face.
Gritting her teeth, trembling with fury, she forced herself to speak calmly, we can be lovers, fine. But first, ask the handsome guy by your side if he's willing to let you barge in. Lang Buting instantly understood so Lin Xian's boyfriend was Chang Tianla. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face. He'd witnessed Chang Tianla's prowess firsthand, single-handedly taking down a dozen thugs with ease, catching bullets barehanded. The guy was a legend among legends. Stealing his girlfriend would be pure suicide. Chapter 38, Deeply in love with him. Seeing Lang Buting's hesitant expression, Lin Xian remarked coolly, what's wrong? Scared? If you are, I won't look down on you. After all, you're no match for Brother Lu. You're not as handsome as my boyfriend, nor as capable. So you'd better just leave quietly. Cold Blunt felt a sharp sting from Lin Xian's words. Men are all about face, and having the woman you like speak to you like that was something no one could easily swallow. Clutching his teeth, Lang Buting snapped back, who said I'm scared? He turned to Chang Tianla, Brother Lu, you saved my life on that train. As a friend, I'm deeply grateful. But for the sake of the love in my heart, I hope you'll accept my challenge. Chang Tianla stared at Lang Buting, who was grinning like an idiot, and frowned, laughing helplessly. Challenge? What exactly do you want to challenge me to? Honestly, you're being really Thai, you know that?
Friends don't steal each other's girlfriends. You know full well Lin Xian is my girlfriend, yet you still try to muscle in as a third wheel. Is this how you show your gratitude? Brother love, what you say is true, but I genuinely, truly, deeply love Lin Xian. Ever since I met her, I've been utterly captivated. Do you have any idea how I've been living these past few days? It feels like a decade has passed in a single day. If I can't win Lin Xian's love, I swear I'll die. Holy crap. Chang Tianla was utterly speechless. He'd seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. He snapped back irritably, you'd die? Then die right now and prove it. If you drop dead instantly, I'll give up on Lin Xian. Cold outwardly, 3 thick black lines appeared on his forehead. He gave a wry smile and said, Brother Lo, that's a bit harsh, don't you think? If I die, how am I supposed to pursue Lin Xian? Little Ding Ding, are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? Can't you grasp the meaning behind my words? Chang Tianla shook his head and sighed. As long as you're alive, you'll never snatch Lin Xian away from me. So go back to whatever you were doing. Stop wasting our time, we've got a bus to catch back to H City. Don't you dare leave. Lang Buting suddenly bellowed. Oh ho. Chang Tianla shot Lang Buting a sideways glance, his tone cool and detached. Brother, what are you trying to pull? You don't seriously think you can take me on, do you? Not that I look down on you, but a guy like you? I could take on 20 of you single-handedly. The moment Chang Tianla finished speaking, Lang Buting suddenly took a step back. This caught Chang Tianla off guard. He thought this bear-like brute was about to attack, but what happened next nearly made his jaw drop. Cold Ding suddenly dropped to his knees, his face pleading. Brother Lo, I beg you leave Lin Xian alone. Give me a month. Just a month to get to know her. If she doesn't fall for me by then, I'll disappear. I swear I'll never show my face to you two again. Before Chang Tianla could respond, Lin Xian shot Lang Buting a look of utter contempt. A man's knees are made of gold, she declared. Though you've knelt before another man for my sake and by all logic, I should be pleased that you'd sacrifice your dignity to beg for me, but what I despise most is this kind of man, a man who kneels before another man for the sake of a woman. It's utterly disgraceful. I, Lin Xian, will never want a man without dignity. Lin Xian, please listen to me. Lang Buting pleaded urgently. I did this entirely because I love you. For you, I wouldn't even blink if it cost me my life. Is that so? Lin Xian laughed bitterly, nodding. Very well. Since that's the case, then go die now. Death is fine. Lang Buting gazed deeply at Lin Xian, speaking slowly and deliberately. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend before I die, what is there to fear about death? Are you sick? Lin Xian snapped. Mr. Lang, get out of here immediately, or I'll call the police. I love you so much. Is it really that hard to give me a chance to pursue you? Lang Buting pleaded desperately. For you, I'm willing to do anything. Lin Xian felt utterly tormented by Lang Buting's persistence. You'd do anything, she snapped. If proving your love means dying, then go die right now. Fine. Lang Buting pulled a fruit knife from his pocket. Seeing he was serious, Chang Tianla wasted no time. With a flick of his mental energy, a golden cloud appeared, instantly releasing a golden thread that wrapped around the knife in Lang Buting's hand. With a gentle tug, he snatched the knife away. Are you out of your mind? Chang Tianla kicked Lang Buting hard, sending him sprawling. Did you lose your mind? If you want to die, go somewhere else. Don't drag us down with you. If I'd known you were a lunatic, I never would VE saved you. I should VE let those thugs beat you to death and been done with it. Lying on the ground, Lang Buting stared at Chang Tianla's furious face and suddenly burst into laughter. I'm crazy? I'm sick? I'm insane? Is loving someone a crime? I gave up my dignity as a man to pursue my love, to chase the dream in my heart. What did I do wrong? Loving someone isn't wrong. Lin Xian spoke with a pang of pity. But abandoning your dignity and risking your life is wrong. Tell me, if you're willing to throw away your own life, how can you ever give a girl a sense of security? Constantly using your life to prove something you think it's brave and sincere, but have you considered how she feels? Only by staying alive can you bring her happiness. If you die, there's nothing left. Cold Bud's face clouded with confusion as he heard Lin Xian's words. Slowly rising from the ground, he stared blankly at her. Am I wrong? Is what I'm doing truly wrong? Chang Tianla, noticing Lang Buting's unusual state, instantly stepped in front of Lin Xian. With a look of caution, he said, not only are you wrong, but you're horribly wrong. Let me tell you this, young master, no woman likes a spineless man. If you want to win a woman's favor, show her your best side. Don't cry and beg like a child. That won't earn you sympathy, it'll only make her look down on you. Look down on me? Ha! Look down on me? Cold Bu suddenly murmured, his eyes unfocused and expression blank, before turning and shuffling step by step deeper into the corridor. Chang Tianla watched this clueless fool drift away in a daze, letting out a long sigh. He'd never seen anyone pursue love so utterly pathetically truly epic. And the ending? Just as pathetic.
Turning to face Lin Xian, who wore a thoroughly disgruntled expression, Chang Tianla grinned.
Darling, you won't be looking for free labor again, will you?
Lin Xian shot him a fierce glare, then dug her fingernail into his waist with a sharp pinch. You have the nerve to say that, she hissed.
You think I won't wring your neck? Chang Tianla yelped in pain, teeth bared. Hey, that hurts. Can't you be a little gentler? Don't you know gentle women are the most beautiful? If you keep being so fierce, you'll never get married.
Whether I get married or not is my business, not yours to worry about.
How could I not worry?
Chang Tianla put on a pitifully wretched expression, complaining with feigned grievance, you're my girlfriend now.
If you're not gentle, how am I supposed to live my life? What on earth are you talking about? Lin Xian shot him a withering look. When did I ever agree to be your girlfriend? Just now. Chang Tianla glared. You told Lang Buting I'm your boyfriend. You're not going to back out now, are you? I was just fooling Lang Buting. You actually believed me?
Besides, I only said that to make him give up hope.
You really took it seriously? Liar. Chang Tianla groaned dramatically. That wolf was right, liars. Women are all damn liars. What wolf? Chang Tianla chuckled. Not telling you.
If you want to know, agree to be my girlfriend.
Otherwise, Big Brother here won't spill the beans. Fine, I won't tell you. I'll just ask Baidu.
After settling their bill at the front desk, Chang Tianla and the others had just stepped out of the hotel when a middle-aged man approached them.
Chang Tianla recognized him instantly and greeted him with a smile. Brother Wang, what brings you here? Did old Zhou need to see me? The man seeking Chang Tianla was none other than Zhou Jinglong's driver, old Wang.
He smiled at Chang Tianla and said, Mr. Zhou said taking the train is too uncomfortable now, so he sent me to drive you back to H City.
Chang Tianla was overjoyed at the news. While he didn't find train travel particularly painful, could a train ever match the comfort of a car?
Filled with gratitude, he promptly helped Lin Xian and the others into the car.
Chapter 39, Women's Privilege. After getting in, Chang Tianla asked, Brother Wang, how is Qinger doing? Driver old Wang chuckled, Miss Qinger is doing quite well.
She insisted on coming to see you off this morning, but Mr. Zhou thought it best she stay behind since her legs just had their meridians unblocked and she shouldn't be moving around too much. Miss Qinger said once her legs are fully recovered, she'll definitely come to City H to find you, Mr. Chang.
Oh.
A hint of joy flashed across Chang Tianla's face. Mr. Chang, I never imagined someone so young could be such a master of medicine.
I'm truly in awe. Stop calling me Mr. Chang. Just call me Xiao Lu. Chang Tianla said somewhat bashfully, Master of Medicine? I only know a little here and there. It just so happened that Qinger's condition was something I could treat, so... Stop being so modest. Driver old Wang chuckled.
Mr. Zhou brought in countless renowned doctors to treat Miss Qinger's leg, yet none could cure her. But after you arrived, Mr. Chang, you found a treatment method in less than 2 days, performed acupuncture, and saved her life.
I'm truly in awe. It's nothing, really nothing. Chang Tianla waved his hand with a smile.
After chatting with old Wang the driver for a while longer, they sped straight towards City H. Once the car was moving, Chang Tianla felt helpless again. Lin Xian and the other 3 girls chattered away in the back seat, leaving him unable to join the conversation. Bored, he flipped through the photocopied books empty void true person had given him. After reading for a while, he found himself half understanding, half confused, and soon drifted off into a drowsy sleep.
Chang Tianla had no idea how long he'd slept.
When Lin Xian tapped him awake, he realized they'd already arrived home. Stretching lazily, he remarked, cars are so comfortable.
I barely noticed we got back.
Lin Xian shot him a disapproving look. You may be comfortable, but driver Wang is exhausted.
Do you have any idea how grueling long-distance driving is? Exhausting? Chang Tianla said skeptically. Driving is so relaxing. Lin Xian shot him a disdainful look. Have you never driven before?
No way, Chang Tianla declared with righteous indignation.
I don't even have a license. How could I have driven?
Lin Xian stared at Chang Tianla, speechless and filled with contempt.
A grown man without a driver's license? How embarrassing. I'm giving you 1 month to get your license. Why? Why not?
Lin Xian narrowed her eyes.
Are you going to get it or not?
Seeing Lin Xian's murderous glare, Chang Tianla suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Ever since she found out he'd touched her chest, he'd felt completely at a disadvantage around her.
That was the downside of being caught with your hand in the cookie jar. I'll get it. I'll definitely get my driver's license. Chang Tianla nodded repeatedly in agreement.
Then, looking troubled, he added, but a month doesn't seem like enough time to get a license, does it?
That's not your concern.
Lin Xian smiled faintly.
Just learn the basics. I'll find someone to handle the rest for you. Since that's the case, why not just get me a driver's license directly? Why waste my time like that?
Lin Xian shot him another glare and retorted irritably, even if I got you a license, you still wouldn't know how to drive.
I'd never let you take me for a spin in that thing.
Oh, Chang Tianla nodded in agreement.
Brother, I understand. I'll definitely learn properly. Driver Old Wang dropped off Chang Tianla and the others at their respective homes before driving back to W City. Not long after Chang Tianla arrived home, Lin Xian called to say Li Shuya had arranged a dinner banquet that evening to thank him. Chang Tianla didn't want to go. He'd actually planned to have dinner with Li Meyer and Xu Lin after returning, but Lin Xian's intimidating presence forced him to reluctantly agree. Back home, Chang Tianla first enjoyed a relaxing bath, then stretched out on the sofa, leisurely puffing on a cigarette as he replayed the day's events. This trip to W City had been utterly exhilarating. Though there had been a minor scare on the train, the overall experience had been incredibly thrilling. Especially the passionate moments with young Lily at the hotel. Just thinking about it now left him wanting more. Just as Chang Tianla was lost in his fantasies, the door suddenly swung open. Startled, he looked up to see a slender figure appear in his line of sight. Mayor! Chang Tianla stood up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he walked over, wrapped his arms around Li Meyer, and planted a kiss on her lips. Li Meyer's cheeks flushed slightly at his kiss. She shot him a playful glare. Had a blast out partying these past few days, huh? Didn't even bother to call me. Did you forget about me entirely? How could I forget? Chang Tianla's hands were far from idle, giving Li Meyer's pert behind a playful slap. Li Meyer glared at him and snorted, "You say you didn't forget me? You didn't even call me after coming back. If I hadn't known you were returning today, who knows when you'd have bothered to notify me. I just hadn't gotten around to calling my dearest yet when you showed up." You. Li Meyer's lips parted, but before she could finish her sentence, Chang Tianla swept her into his arms, his lips smashing against hers. Just as Chang Tianla was about to take things further, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. The sound felt like a herd of wild horses galloping through his mind. He didn't want to answer it, but he feared it might be Lin Xian calling. He pulled out his phone and checked and was speechless. It really was Lin Xian. Chang Tianla reluctantly rolled off Li Meyer's body. "Hello? What's up?" Lin Xian's melodious voice came through the phone. "Brother Lo, where are you? Me and the girls are coming to pick you up." "Ha?" Chang Tianla was startled by the news. Clearing his throat, he said, "Lin Xian, you don't need to come pick me up. Just tell me where we're having dinner tonight, and I'll take a cab directly there." "Cut the crap. Just tell me where you are." Hearing Lin Xian's bossy tone, Chang Tianla immediately wilted and obediently gave her his home address. After hanging up, Li Meyer's big, watery eyes looked at Chang Tianla and asked, "What's up, Brother Lo?" Chang Tianla grinned. "Nothing much. Just that Lin Xian's treating me to dinner tonight." Li Meyer immediately frowned at this, her delicate brows furrowing. "You're not going to dinner with me and Xu Lin?" Seeing Li Meyer's displeasure, Chang Tianla quickly reassured her. "Who said I wouldn't be with you? We'll all go together later." "No way. Why not?" Chang Tianla grinned, leaning in to drape an arm around her shoulder. "Lin Xian's dinner is to thank me for curing her sister's illness. It's not a date. Why get upset? You're going out to eat with another woman, and such a beautiful one at that. This girl here isn't happy about it." "No way." Chang Tianla looked at Li Meyer's pouting lips and burst out laughing. "You're not jealous, are you? Or maybe you're just lacking confidence? Afraid you'll be outshone by that gorgeous Lin Xian? Who's lacking confidence?" Li Meyer reached out and pinched Chang Tianla's waist. "Ouch." Chang Tianla cried out in pain. "Why do all you women love pinching people?" Li Meyer's eyes flashed murderously at the remark. She fixed Chang Tianla with a piercing stare and said, word by word, "Who else pinched you? Was it Lin Xian? Or one of the others?" At that moment, Chang Tianla wished he could slap himself silly. Why was this damn mouth so unreliable? First, he'd blurted out about groping Lin Xian's chest, and now he'd gone and blurted out about Lin Xian pinching him. The saying trouble comes from the mouth seemed to hold true. Though his heart was pounding with fear and anxiety, Chang Tianla put on a calm, unconcerned expression and casually remarked, "Isn't pinching someone a woman's prerogative? I was just saying, what's the big deal?" Li Meyer's bright, large eyes fixed intently on Chang Tianla, hoping to catch a flicker of guilt in his expression. But she failed this time. Chang Tianla hid his emotions perfectly, revealing not a single crack. Chapter 40, Murder Case. After scrutinizing him for a while without finding anything, Li Meyer finally pouted, gave Chang Tianla a light punch, and threatened, "Brother Lu, don't blame me for not warning you. If I ever catch you fooling around outside, don't blame me for being ruthless and turning you into a eunuch." Chang Tianla shuddered at her words and quickly changed the subject. "Mayor, how have you been these past few days? How's the progress between Xu Lin and Lu Xiaoxian? Everything okay at the company?" "I've been doing okay. Just miss you when you're not around." "Xu Lin and Xiaoxi? They're totally smitten with each other right now. They're practically glued together all day, so lovey-dovey, you wouldn't believe it." Chang Tianla nodded slightly, a sly smile curling his lips. "Who'd have thought they'd move so fast? That Xu Lin sure knows how to charm the ladies. What tricks?" Li Meyer paused, a flicker of panic crossing her face as she whispered, "Actually, Xu Lin only managed to get with Xiaoxi because of those recent bizarre murder cases. Chang Tianla perked up at this, urgently asking, "What's the situation? Tell me." "It all started the day you left, Brother Lo," Li Meyer said, taking a deep breath. "You know our colleague Fan Xiaoya, right?" Chang Tianla nodded. "Of course I know her. Fan Xiaoya is one of the top beauties in our company. How could I not know her? She's dead." "What?" Chang Tianla was stunned. "Dead? How did she die?" "She jumped to her death." "No way." Chang Tianla's brows furrowed deeply. In his memory, Fan Xiaoya was a lively, adorable girl with a cheerful personality. In her early 20s, she was innocent and carefree. How could she possibly jump? Was it an accident or did she jump? Li Meyer shot Chang Tianla a look, then tapped his forehead lightly. "I said she jumped, not fell. What do you think? How could Fan Xiaoya have jumped? What was really going on?" Li Meyer sighed softly, a sorrowful expression crossing her face as she spoke slowly. No one would believe the story of Fan Xiaoya jumping off the building, but she did jump. And from the surveillance footage, the way she jumped was extremely bizarre. Her eyes were fixed straight ahead, her expression terrifying, and her steps were wildly uncoordinated as if someone were forcibly dragging her up to the rooftop and pushing her over the edge. After hearing Li Meyer's account, Chang Tianla's brows furrowed deeply once more. His voice grew grave. "Something's off about this. Not just strange, it's extremely strange." Li Meyer's voice trembled as she continued. "People say Fan Xiaoya seemed possessed, which is why she acted that way." Once word got out, the company colleagues were too scared to work overtime. Lu Xiaoxi was especially timid, so she started asking Xu Lin to pick her up every day after work. Before long, the two of them started dating. "Holy crap!" Chang Tianla chuckled. "So Xu Lin hooked up with Lu Xiaoxi because of this? What do you think?" Li Meyer shot Chang Tianla a withering look. "Xu Lin's as clueless as you are. Expecting him to pick up a girl in just a few days? That's like asking for the devil to come out of the bottle." Sigh. Fan Xiaoya's death actually worked out for Xu Lin. "I really don't know what to say." Chang Tianla gave a dry chuckle and bit his lip lightly. "Did the police get involved in Fan Xiaoya's death?" "The police investigated, but found nothing. The autopsy and tests showed no traces of psychiatric drugs in Fan Xiaoya's system. All evidence points to her jumping of her own accord." Chang Tianla's face clouded with confusion. He simply couldn't believe an innocent, cheerful girl would jump to her death for no apparent reason. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Fan Xiaoya's death must hide some unknown secret. What could that secret be? That was beyond Chang Tianla's comprehension. But did that mean Chang Tianla would simply ignore it? The old Chang Tianla would have certainly turned a blind eye even if he wanted to intervene. He lacked the ability. Now, however, things were different. Having awakened his supernatural powers, he possessed sufficient strength to confront unknown dangers. Most crucially, this bizarre suicide occurred at his workplace, and the victim was his colleague. He had to investigate thoroughly whether it was supernatural or human-made. He would get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, who knew what trouble might arise? "Mayor, who has Fan Xiaoya been interacting with lately? Did she have any arguments with anyone?" Li Meyer furrowed her delicate brows slightly, blinked, and pondered before replying. "No arguments, but that handsome security guard downstairs did confess his feelings to Fan Xiaoya once. She turned him down." Chang Tianla immediately sensed something fishy about this. Could it be that the security guard, enraged by rejection, resorted to murder and used black magic to kill Fan Xiaoya? In the past, Chang Tianla would never have entertained such thoughts, for back then he didn't believe in the existence of dark magic. But now he thought differently. Li Shuya had been possessed by an evil spirit, and he had witnessed the Taoist arts of Master Kong Kong. Such things were entirely possible. "Right, you mentioned several murder cases. Besides Fan Xiaoya, who else died?" 3 girls in total. The other 2 were also from our office building, though they worked for different companies. Their deaths differed from Fan Xiaoya's. One was electrocuted, the other stabbed herself in the heart with a pen. Both were gruesome and terrifying. After listening, Chang Tianla paused before speaking. "Were those other 2 girls who died pretty?" "Pretty," Li Meyer replied, her face flushing with fear. "Nowadays, many people say supernatural entities have appeared in this area. Pretty women are especially at risk, which is why Lu Xiaoxi asked Xu Lin to pick her up from work every day." "Demonic entities?" Chang Tianla scoffed coldly. "It's possible, but not very likely. In my opinion, the problem lies with humans. All 3 women were beautiful, and their deaths were bizarre. It seems the perpetrator was a man. By the way, Mayor, did you find out if any of them were being pursued by someone before they died?" Li Meyer glanced at Chang Tianla and asked, "Brother Lo, you wouldn't suspect that handsome security guard downstairs, would you?" Chang Tianla nodded. "I do suspect him, but I have no evidence yet. So I can only gather general information to make a proper analysis. I don't know about that. Anyway, Fan Xiaoya jumped the day after she rejected him." Chang Tianla nodded. "Got it. I'll check out that handsome security guard tomorrow when I'm at work. Bro, let me tell you a secret that handsome security guard confessed to Lu Xiaoxi today. Chang Tianla felt an ominous premonition wash over him. He urgently asked, when did this happen? Right after work today. Chang Tianla immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Shulin's number. As soon as the call connected, he urgently asked, Shulin, are you with Xiaoxi? Lizzie, you're back? Cut the crap. Are you with Lu Xiaoxi? Shulin, hearing the urgency in Chang Tianla's voice, asked in confusion, what's going on? I just left Xiaoqian's place. Go back. Hurry back. You absolutely must go to her place tonight and stay with Lu Xiaoxian. Don't let her be home alone. I want to stay with her too, but she won't let me. Lizzie, what's going on? You sound so worried. Chang Tianla looked utterly frantic as he said, you know about the murder case, right? I suspect the killer might target Xiaoxi tonight, so you absolutely have to stay with her tonight. No way. What can I do? Chang Tianla snapped irritably. I don't care what tricks you pull, even if you have to swallow your pride. You're staying here with Lu Xiaoxian. If she absolutely refuses to let you stay home with her, then bring her over to my place. Tell her your sister Mayer is here too. Alright, I understand. Li Meyer watched Chang Tianla after he hung up, her face etched with deep concern. Furrowing her brow, she asked, Brother Lu, you don't really suspect that handsome security guard is the killer, do you? Chang Tianla shook his head. I don't know. But I have a feeling even if he didn't do it, these murders must be connected to him somehow. That can't be. Li Meyer still found it hard to believe. That security guard seems perfectly fine to me. He's polite and courteous in everything he does. You can't judge a book by its cover. Chang Tianla gently pinched Li Meyer's delicate nose and smiled. You can't tell a person's true character just by looking at them. To understand whether someone is good or bad, you have to get to know them deeply. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Shu Lin and Lu Xiaoxian returned from outside. Seeing them come back safely, Chang Tianla felt a huge weight lift from his chest. He couldn't explain why he'd been so worried about them, but he had a strong premonition that Lu Xiaoxian would face great danger soon. As for why, Chang Tianla couldn't put his finger on it. Lizzie, what's going on? What happened? Exactly. Lu Xiaoxian pouted, her face full of displeasure. Brother Lo, why did you have Shulin bring me here? Did something major happen? Chang Tianla glanced at Lu Xiaoxi and suddenly noticed something off about her complexion. This startled him slightly. He immediately focused his mental energy and activated his psychic vision. But the moment he opened his psychic eyes, the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. A dense cloud of black mist swirled around the center of Lu Xiaoxi's forehead. Chang Tianla instantly recognized it as a malevolent spirit. This spirit resembled Li Shuya's, but it was far more ferocious. Chapter 41, Drawing Talismans to Exorcise Evil. Chang Tianla grew increasingly alarmed as he watched, his brow furrowing deeply. After a moment of silence, he asked, Xiaoqian, do you feel any discomfort? Lu Xiaoxi blinked at his question, thought for a moment, and replied, no. I feel perfectly fine. Are you absolutely sure? Chang Tianla asked, his skepticism evident. If I had to say something's off. Lu Xiaoxian shrugged. I feel especially tired today, kinda spaced out. Clever trick. Chang Tianla chuckled coldly. He then pulled out 3 jade pendants he'd bought from Wui Mountain and distributed them to the 3 of them. Wear this jade pendant close to your body. It should prove very useful. As Lu Xiaoxi accepted the jade and hung it around her neck, Chang Tianla immediately noticed the dark aura above her brow dim significantly. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this thing from Master Kong Kong really worked. Chang Tianla now had a rough idea of the source behind the recent 3 murders. Evil spirits killing people. This was a common tactic of malicious individuals. Though Chang Tianla possessed supernatural abilities, he didn't know how to harness that power to destroy evil spirits. At that moment, he recalled the ancient text Master Kong Kong had given him. He immediately walked to the coffee table, picked up the ancient book Master Kong Kong had transcribed for him, and quickly flipped to the section on talismans. Though the text contained limited information, Chang Tianla still gleaned valuable insights. Daoist arts and supernatural abilities were fundamentally different powers, yet both ultimately stemmed from the same source and energy inherent in the universe. The only difference lay in how this energy was channeled. Daoist arts encompass a broad spectrum. To wield them, one must coordinate hand seals with sacred mantras, talismanic inscriptions, and talismanic paper, a rather cumbersome process. Daoist arts form the foundation, while talismanic incantations are the manifestation. These incantations rely on Daoist arts to activate. Without them, they are mere worthless scraps of paper. While some Taoist techniques can be used independently, most require talismans to channel their power. Without these talismans, the techniques cannot manifest their intended effects. Moreover, talismans need not be confined to paper, they can be inscribed upon any object. It is said that if the practitioner's Taoist prowess is sufficiently strong, even talismans drawn in the air with bare hands can wield formidable power. After gaining a general understanding, Chang Tianla grasped the basics. He then located the talisman for banishing evil spirits.
It was brief, consisting of only 2 sentences, accompanied by hand seals and illustrations. This left Chang Tianla feeling somewhat helpless, as he knew nothing about these things. But for Lu Xiaoxi's safety, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and copy it out. He grabbed a piece of paper and traced the image from the ancient text with a carbon pen. "Brother Lu, what are you doing?" Li Meyer asked, utterly baffled. Chang Tianla glanced at her and replied, "Didn't you say these 3 recent murders were caused by demonic entities? Now I'm telling you every word you said is true." "Ah!" Li Meyer, Lu Xiaoxi, and Shu Lin all gasped in shock, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. Chang Tianla observed their expressions, his own face growing grave. He spoke softly, "Xiaoqian is already possessed by an evil spirit. If I hadn't had Shu Lin bring you here today, you'd be tomorrow's headline." "Brother Lu," Lu Xiaoxi said, her face pale with fear. "You know I'm scared. Why are you scaring me? That's not fair. Who's scaring you?" Chang Tianla took a deep breath. "I'll be honest with you. I went to Wui Mountain specifically to help a friend exorcise an evil spirit. While I was there, I also picked up a few techniques from Master Kong Kong. Xiaoxi, do you know why you felt so tired and dazed today?" Lu Xiaoxi wasn't stupid. Hearing Chang Tianla's words, she immediately understood what he meant. She asked, "Brother Lu, are you saying I'm possessed by an evil spirit?" Chang Tianla nodded. "That's right. But don't worry, this spirit isn't very powerful. Trust me, I can purge it for you." Before Lu Xiaoqian could react, he waved the talisman paper in his hand, rapidly chanting sacred mantras. As soon as he finished, he flicked open his lighter and burned the paper. The moment the paper was consumed by flames, Chang Tianla witnessed a golden light appear in his vision. Instantly, that golden light shot toward Lu Xiaoqian's brow, flickering and vanishing as it entered her body. After the golden light entered Lu Xiaoqian's body, the dark aura above her brow was instantly forced out. It then transformed into a hideous little figure, which roared angrily at Chang Tianla. Chang Tianla stared at the monstrous little figure. The golden clouds behind him instantly shot forward, releasing a powerful aura of authority. Chang Tianla roared, "I don't care who you are. If you dare lay a finger on anyone close to me, I'll make sure you're destroyed." Squeak! The hideous demon spirit, enraged by Chang Tianla's threat, flickered and lunged straight at him. Chang Tianla hadn't expected this demon spirit to be so formidable, daring to attack him. His heart jolted, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Golden threads worked against living beings, but Chang Tianla had no confidence against such a spirit form. This filled him with intense tension and fear. Yet, panic was useless, the hideous demon spirit was already upon him. "You're asking for death," Chang Tianla bellowed, trying to steel his nerves. With a surge of mental energy, golden threads shot forth from the golden cloud, instantly shredding the attacking demon spirit to pieces. Yet, the moment the spirit was torn apart, a flash of black light restored its form. Chang Tianla sucked in a sharp breath. His golden threads clearly couldn't destroy this thing. What was he to do now? Yet, just as Chang Tianla was frantically searching for a solution, the hideous demonic spirit flickered and vanished into the air. This left Chang Tianla utterly bewildered. What Chang Tianla didn't realize was that the hideous demon had already been wounded by his golden threads. Had it lingered, 2 more shredding attacks would have sent it to its grave. Did he need to recall what Master Kong Kong had said? Master Kong Kong had remarked that both Chang Tianla and Zhou Keqing possessed cultivation levels higher than his own. Why would he say that? Because the supernatural powers of Chang Tianla and Zhou Keqing were both forms of energy existing within the heavens and earth. All forms of energy possess unique characteristics. Supernatural powers are energy, Taoist arts are energy, and spirit entities are yet another form of energy. The magnitude of this energy determines its inherent potency. If Chang Tianla's golden thread were to be classified, it belonged to the metal element within the 5 elements. Metal energy possessed the most intense and yang-dominant force, inherently countering vengeful ghosts and evil spirits. Moreover, the golden thread wielded formidable offensive and destructive power, which is why a single strike had wounded the hideously grotesque evil spirit. Phew! Chang Tianla exhaled a long breath, wiping sweat from his forehead. That was close, so close. At that moment, Li Meyer and the other 2 stared blankly at Chang Tianla. Without the heavenly eye or any psychic vision, they hadn't witnessed the events unfolding before them. Seeing him shouting repeatedly at thin air, they would likely have taken him for a lunatic had they not known his background. "Brother Lu, were you just talking to?" Chang Tianla glanced at Li Meyer and nodded. "That's right. I was talking to the evil spirit possessing Xiaoqian. I've driven it away now, so you don't need to worry." "An evil spirit? Really? That's beyond belief." Seeing Lu Xiaoqian's skeptical expression, Chang Tianla knew explaining was futile. He could only prove his words through action. With that thought, he released a golden thread that coiled around the water glass on the coffee table. Then, under the stunned gazes of the 3, he gently tugged and plucked it into his hand. Holy crap! After a full 5 seconds, Shu Lin gasped, "Telekinesis? Lizzie, when did you become so freaking awesome?" Chang Tianla smiled. "Before, you only saw this in TV shows, movies, or novels.
You never believed anyone could do it in real life. But now I've done it. What do you think? Does it seem unbelievable? The three nodded simultaneously, saying in unison, "It's beyond belief. If we didn't know you well, we'd think you used some kind of prop to pull that off." Cheng Tianla motioned for them to sit down, took a sip of water, and said, "We're all family here, so I won't hide anything from you. Actually, what happened earlier wasn't telekinesis, it was what's known as psychic abilities, or supernatural powers." Psychic powers? Supernatural abilities? Shu Lin exclaimed excitedly. "Lizzie, is this like Stephen Chow's powers in God of Gamblers? Can you shuffle cards, see through objects, or use divine vision to see miles away?" Cheng Tianla nearly sprayed the water he'd just drunk all over Shu Lin. Coughing twice, he retorted, "Brother, what are you talking about? My supernatural power is completely different from Stephen Chow's. All this talk was just to convey one message to you: the world is vast and full of wonders. There are many strange and bizarre things in this world. What you think doesn't exist might very well be real." Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip slightly after hearing Cheng Tianla's words. "Brother Lu, I believe you now. I want to know why an evil spirit possessed me? Did I offend it?" Cheng Tianla shook his head gently. "Xiao Chen, to be honest, I don't know why the evil spirit possessed you either. But judging from the murder case details, it's highly likely the security guard downstairs in our building did it." "The security guard downstairs?" Shu Lin frowned. "You mean that effeminate-looking guy? What are you talking about?" Li Meyer glared at Shu Lin. "The security guard downstairs is so handsome. How could he be effeminate? Are you jealous he's better looking than you?" Shu Lin shrugged. "Me, jealous? You've got to be kidding. On the way back just now, if Xiao Qian hadn't stopped me, I would have given him a good beating." Chapter 42, Whose Pig Is This? Cheng Tianla immediately asked urgently upon hearing Shu Lin's words, "Lindsay, did you see that handsome security guard when you came back?" "Yeah." A flash of anger crossed Shu Lin's face as he snapped, "That shameless jerk came up to hit on Xiao Qian again just now. If she hadn't stopped me, I'd have slapped him silly." "How shameless is that? If Xiao Qian didn't have a boyfriend, his advances might be forgivable. But he knows full well I'm her boyfriend, yet he still has the nerve to come hitting on her. It makes me so mad. That guy's got issues." Cheng Tianla muttered under his breath, patting Shu Lin's shoulder. "Good thing we brought Xiao Qian over today. Otherwise, she'd have been in real danger." Shu Lin's eyes flashed with intense anger as he stood up. "Lizzie, are you sure it was really that security guard?" Cheng Tianla waved his hand, signaling Shu Lin not to get worked up. He spoke calmly, "Even if it wasn't the security guard's doing, this guy is definitely connected to the murder case. Things aren't clear yet, we need to keep observing." "How do we observe?" "Simple." Cheng Tianla smiled. "I've already driven away the evil spirit that possessed Xiao Qian. The killer won't let this go. Barring surprises, they'll make their move within 2 days. Starting tomorrow, have someone tail the security guard and watch for any unusual behavior." "Brother Lo," Lu Xiaoqian said with concern, "if you have Shu Lin follow the security guard, and he really is the killer, won't Shu Lin be in danger? Don't forget he's possessed by an evil spirit." Cheng Tianla chuckled. "It'll be fine. The jade pendants I gave you earlier were blessed by Master Kong Kong of Wui Palace on Wui Mountain. While they can't destroy the evil spirit, it won't be able to harm you either." "All right." Shu Lin clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. "Starting tomorrow, I'll keep a close eye on him. If I find out he's the killer, I'll cripple that bastard." "Shu Lin, don't act on impulse," Cheng Tianla hurriedly cautioned. "Call me immediately if you spot anything suspicious. The jade pendant only protects, it can't attack. If that security guard is a killer, he's bound to have more tricks up his sleeve. One wrong move and you'll lose your life. Don't do anything reckless." Though reluctant, Shu Lin nodded. "Lizzie, got it. I'll call you if I spot anything." Cheng Tianla acknowledged the message, but before he could reply, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, it was Lin Xian calling. Instantly, he knew she and the others had arrived at his doorstep. "Hey, Lin Xian, you're here?" Lin Xian's silvery voice rang out from the other end, "We're here. Hurry downstairs." "All right." After hanging up, Cheng Tianla had initially planned to go down alone. However, considering the safety of Li Meyer and the other two, he decided to take them with him. When Lin Xian saw Cheng Tianla and the other three, a hint of displeasure flashed briefly in her eyes. But it vanished just as quickly, replaced by a smile as she said, "Brother Lu, are these your friends? Why don't you introduce them?" Before Cheng Tianla could speak, Li Meyer stepped forward, extended her hand, and smiled slightly. "Hello, Lin Xian. I'm Li Meyer, Cheng Tianla's girlfriend. Nice to meet you. Hope we can get along well." Lin Xian was no fool. Hearing Li Meyer's words, she instantly recognized the girl's intense jealousy. With a cheerful smile, she shook Li Meyer's hand and exclaimed, "Wow. Brother Lu always told me his girlfriend was beautiful, but seeing her in person, she's even more stunning than I imagined." Li Meyer's almond-shaped eyes locked onto Lin Xian's, hoping to read something in her gaze. But Lin Xian's eyes were clear and bright, revealing nothing of what Li Meyer sought. She could only offer a faint smile and say no more. Chang Tianla watched the two women's expressions and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
He thought to himself, Lin Xian was indeed clever. She had handled Li Meier without batting an eyelid.
What a deep schemer. Though the two women seemed at peace, Chang Tianla felt a pang of disappointment.
If Lin Xian truly liked him, hearing he had a girlfriend should have at least made her look a little sad.
Yet, her eyes and expression showed no trace of disappointment or regret. Did she no longer like him? Or had she never liked him at all? But that seemed unlikely. When he'd given her flowers at the hotel, Lin Xian had been overjoyed and even kissed him.
If she didn't like him, she wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea.
So hard to fathom.
Lost in thought, Chang Tianla shifted his gaze to Yang Lily.
The young woman's expression was less than pleasant.
Spotting his look, she shot him a fierce glare. That glare startled Chang Tianla. He cleared his throat twice and changed the subject.
Shuya, where are you taking us for dinner later? Li Shuya gave a faint smile. The Sea View Restaurant. The Sea View Restaurant was H City's most renowned establishment.
Though not the absolute top tier, it still ranked among the city's high-end venues.
An ordinary meal here could easily cost 10 to 20,000 yuan. Those without status or connections simply couldn't afford to dine here.
The exorbitant prices meant few ordinary people would willingly spend that much on a meal. When Chang Tianla and his 7 companions arrived at the entrance of Wanghai Restaurant, they saw it lined with luxury cars. Dressed to the nines, successful individuals, arm in arm with beautiful women, were entering the restaurant.
Shuya, isn't this a bit extravagant? Chang Tianla, unaware of Li Shuya's financial standing, felt that a meal for 8 here would likely exceed his annual salary.
It's just a meal, no need for such lavish spending.
Lin Xian smiled warmly at Chang Tianla. It's not your money, so what's there to worry about?
Besides, Shuya is a genuine second-generation rich kid.
This kind of money is nothing to her. Li Shuya shot Lin Xian a disbelieving look and chuckled. Who says I'm a rich kid?
Every penny I have, I earned through hard work. If it's hard-earned money, Chang Tianla said with a look of reluctance, then we shouldn't be throwing it around carelessly.
We should go somewhere else to eat. No way. Li Shuya's face tightened.
Brother Lo, you went through so much trouble to come all this way for my treatment.
I absolutely have to thank you properly. If we go somewhere else, it'd make me look cheap.
If I couldn't afford this, I wouldn't have invited you here in the first place.
So just go along with my plan.
Chang Tianla glanced at Li Shuya, cracked a smile, and opened his mouth to speak only to be interrupted by a sickeningly foul curse from behind them.
Good dogs don't block the path. Standing here like a lamppost? Chang Tianla whipped around to see 2 figures behind him.
One was a woman in her mid-20s, dressed provocatively with heavy makeup, radiating an air of vulgarity. She was arm in arm with a man around 30, fat as a ball, both glaring at him with contempt. Chang Tianla eyed the man, a greasy-haired, brand-clad oaf sporting a thick gold chain around his neck that looked like a dog leash, and his temper flared.
Who raised this fat pig? He snapped. Your mouth stinks like you just ate manure.
The remark instantly enraged the fat man. His small, squinty eyes widened as he waddled over to Chang Tianla, raising his hand to slap him across the face. Seeing the man actually dare to strike, Chang Tianla's lips curled slightly. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the fat man's arm. He squeezed it hard and laughed coldly. Pigs are pigs. Not only do they have foul mouths, but they're also thick-headed.
Ah! The pain in his arm made the fat man yell, You little punk, you don't want to live anymore, do you? Do you know who I am?
I don't give a damn who you are, Chang Tianla sneered coldly. If you cross this young master, even if you're the son of the mayor, I'll still beat you senseless today. With that, he tightened his grip even further. This time, the pinch made the fat man howl in agony, sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, the seductive woman beside him called over the restaurant's security guard. Seeing the guards arrive, Chang Tianla decided not to stoop to the fat man's level. After all, he'd come here to eat, not to fight. He released his grip on the man. But the moment Chang Tianla let go, the fat man roared furiously, You little punk! You dare lay a hand on your old man Xin Jingbing? Today, I'll cripple you or I'll change my last name. Xin Jingbing? Xin Jingbing? What a lunatic! Chang Tianla muttered under his breath, then burst out laughing. Pointing at Xin Jingbing, he exclaimed, Holy, who named you that? It's so perfect for you, it suits you like a glove. Xin Jingbing's name was his scar. Nothing disgusted him more than people making jokes about it. His face flushed crimson with rage as he snarled, Kid, I'll kill you if you dare mock my name again today. Psycho! Chang Tianla smirked, then waved for Lin Xian and the others to enter the tavern. Security! Xin Jingbing bellowed at the guard. I don't like these people. Don't let them into the restaurant. Chang Tianla's face twisted into a cold smirk. Is this your family's restaurant? You think you can just bar people from entering? But just as Chang Tianla and the others took a few steps, the security guard hurried after them, offering a wry smile. Gentlemen and ladies, the restaurant is fully booked. Please try another establishment. What?
Shu Lin wasn't exactly known for his patience. Hearing the guard's words, he immediately lost his temper. He glanced inside the restaurant, then snapped, "You're lying through your teeth. There are plenty of empty seats in the main hall. How can you say it's full?" The security guard cleared his throat. "Those seats have all been reserved." Chapter 43, Follow Us. Shu Lin's temper flared instantly. He knew the security guard was deliberately making things difficult. He snapped back, "Your restaurant is open for business. There are clearly seats available, so why won't you let us in? Is it just because of that pig's word?" The security guard looked utterly flustered. "Enough. You're just a lowly security guard, you don't call the shots. Cut the nonsense. Go fetch your manager." The security guard felt annoyed when Shu Lin called him a lowly guard. He glanced at Shu Lin's attire, noting not a single designer label on him, and immediately felt more confident. He sneered coldly, "Sir, please show some respect in your speech. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Oh my." Shu Lin's fiery temper flared up at that remark, and he raised his hand to shove the guard. At that moment, Chang Tianla grabbed Shu Lin's arm. These days, whoever strikes first gets the short end of the stick. He couldn't let Shu Lin make the first move and give them ammunition. Pulling Lin behind him, Chang Tianla turned to the security guard with a smile. "Listen, buddy, you're just an employee. What good comes from picking a fight with us? Go get your manager out here." The security guard glanced at Chang Tianla, who also wasn't wearing a name tag, and sneered coldly, "Whether I cause trouble or not is my business. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Know your place and leave immediately. If you don't leave now, I'll have to call someone to throw you out. Get lost." Xin Jingbing, standing nearby, grinned smugly. "You think you can take on a big shot like me? If you don't get lost, I'll have my people deal with you right now." With that, the fat man planted a kiss on the face of the glamorous woman beside him. Chang Tianla took a deep breath, grinned, and looked at the security guard. "You're sure you don't want to call the manager, huh? Who do you think you are?" The security guard sneered. "If everyone who complained got the manager called, I'd be busy all day." "Very well," Chang Tianla chuckled. "If you won't call him, I'll find him myself." The security guard watched Chang Tianla start walking inside and immediately blocked him. "Are you out of your mind? I already told you this restaurant doesn't welcome you. If you try to force your way in, don't blame me for being rude." "Damn it." Chang Tianla glared fiercely at the guard. "Not polite? How exactly do you plan to be impolite?" The guard flinched at the glare, his voice trembling. "If you force your way in, I'll call the police." He reached for his phone. At that moment, Li Shuya, who had remained silent, calmly walked up to the guard. She pulled a gold card from her purse, flashed it before him, and said with a smile, "If you want to keep your job here, you'd better apologize to all of us right now. Otherwise." The security guard's face turned as dark as liver when he saw Li Shuya's premium membership card. Wanhai Restaurant had issued only 20 such cards, meaning anyone possessing one was undoubtedly someone special. If he offended a guest with a premium membership card, his job would be gone for sure. After several seconds of stunned silence, the security guard instantly adopted an excessively deferential expression. Bowing and scraping, he apologized profusely. "I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I was rude earlier. Please be magnanimous and don't report me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. If I lose this job, my family won't be able to survive." Li Shuya shot him a glare and snapped, "Cut the nonsense. I'll file a complaint immediately. Yes, yes. Please come in, honored guests." Xin Jingbing's expression shifted to surprise when he saw Li Shuya produce the premium membership card. He scrutinized her closely before snorting coldly, "So that's who's so high and mighty, the heiress of the Li group. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought the grand lady would bring 2 bumpkins to dine here? Who the hell are you calling country bumpkins?" Chang Tianla saw Shu Lin about to explode and quickly grabbed his arm. "If a dog bites you, do you bite back? Don't stoop to the level of scum like that. It only lowers your standing." "What did you say, you little brat?" Chang Tianla chuckled. "Don't you understand what I said? If you really don't get it, find a dog and bite back, then you'll know." Xin Jingbing's fat jiggled with rage. He turned to Li Shuya with a sneer. "Miss Li, this dimwit, is he your kept man? Psycho." Li Shuya shot him a glare. "Can't be bothered with you." With that, she led Chang Tianla and the others into the tavern. Xin Jingbing ogled Li Shuya and Lin Xian's curvaceous figures, licking his slightly parched lips. A lecherous gleam flashed in his eyes as he sneered coldly, "Don't think your VIP card makes you special. Just wait till after dinner, I'll show you what happens." With that, he wrapped his arm around the alluring woman and followed them inside. Chang Tianla and his group settled into their seats. Before long, the dishes arrived, making Chang Tianla's mouth water. After exchanging a few words, he dove into the feast. Chang Tianla was famously a glutton, and the others were so used to it they didn't even bother to tease him. After devouring everything in a whirlwind, Chang Tianla belched contentedly, patting his belly and declaring, "That was satisfying." The women all blushed at his words.
After eating and drinking their fill, Chang Tianla spoke up, Lin Xian, Shuya, and the rest of you make sure to always wear the jade pendants Master Kong Kong gave you.
Why?
Lin Xian looked at Chang Tianla, puzzled.
Before Chang Tianla could answer, Shu Lin interjected with a smile. Things have been unsettled in the city lately. A psychotic killer has emerged, someone who uses demonic arts to control evil spirits and target beautiful young women. Demon magic? Evil spirits?
The four beauties were startled by this. They knew evil spirits existed in the world, but they never imagined someone could actually control them to kill.
And right here in H City? That was just too bizarre. Chang Tianla observed their shocked expressions and offered a faint smile. As long as you wear the jade pendant, you should be fine. After work, go straight home. Try not to go out at night.
If you're scared to be alone, Lin Xian, ask Shuya or Lily to accompany you.
It'll be safer that way. Brother Lu, is this real? Are you sure it's really a demon's doing? Chang Tianla glanced at young Lily and nodded firmly.
Before you arrived at my place, Xiaoqian was possessed by an evil spirit. If I hadn't noticed something was wrong and driven it away in time, she might not have made it through the night. The words sent a chill through them, each girl's face turning pale with fear.
Lin Xian's expression grew grave. How could there be evil spirits? Isn't there anyone to control them? Brother Lu, since you can exorcise them, do you know who the culprit is? Chang Tianla shook his head.
We still don't know who the killer is, but I already have a suspect.
I'll find out more tomorrow when I go to the company.
You don't need to worry too much.
This evil spirit isn't that powerful. As long as you wear the jade pendant, it can't possess you or harm you.
That's good, that's good. The meal lasted over 2 hours, and overall, it was relatively harmonious. Aside from Li Meyer's slightly off gaze toward Lin Xian, nothing else happened. After the meal, just as Chang Tianla and the others stepped out of the restaurant, Shen Jingbing, lurking in the shadows, pulled out his phone and made a call. Hanging up, he grinned lecherously, tonight's gonna be a blast. 6 gorgeous babes, that's plenty to keep this old man busy.
Not long after Chang Tianla and his group exited the restaurant, they encountered 5 oddly dressed individuals who clearly weren't up to any good.
The moment Chang Tianla saw them, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as he was about to signal his companions to be cautious, the thug in the lead with his hair dyed bright red suddenly drew a pistol and pointed it at Chang Tianla, demanding, "Gentlemen, you're coming with us." Seeing the gun, Chang Tianla's heart skipped a beat. If he'd been alone, he would have instantly laced the guy with golden threads like a wasp's nest. But now, with 5 opponents and Lin Xian and the others with him, he dared not make a rash move. One wrong step could easily lead to trouble. With no other choice, he forced down his anger and nodded compliantly.
Alright, guys, don't make things difficult. We'll come with you. Truthfully, Chang Tianla possessed the ability to subdue these 5 punks in an instant.
But he had his own plan, to uncover who was plotting against him from the shadows.
Dealing with these petty thugs could wait until after he uncovered the mastermind.
The 5 thugs shoved Chang Tianla and the others into a van and sped straight toward the outskirts. Glancing at Lin Xian and the others inside, the thugs couldn't help but swallow hard. Though they'd played around with plenty of women before, they'd never had the chance to play with women of Lin Xian's caliber. One thug-eyed Lu Xiaoxi and leered, "Hey, girl, you've got the biggest boobs I've ever seen. Let Big Brother check if they're real or fake." With that, he reached out to grab her. The moment Shu Lin saw this guy daring to lay a hand on his girlfriend, his fiery temper flared. He grabbed the punk's wrist and snapped, "Bro, keep some decency. We're cooperating with you, don't push us too far." The thug's wrist throbbed painfully under Shu Lin's grip. He immediately pointed his gun at Shu Lin's head and bellowed, "Let go if you don't want to die." Shu Lin shot the punk a cold glance, snorted, and released his grip. But the moment his hand left the punk's wrist, the thug swung the pistol's hard, metal grip right into Shu Lin's forehead. The impact split open a gash on Shu Lin's brow, and blood gushed out in a torrent. Chapter 44, Haunted. Seeing blood gushing from Shu Lin's forehead, Chang Tianla exploded. He swung a powerful slap across the punk's face, knocking him into a daze. But Chang Tianla's outburst had consequences. While the red-haired driver remained still, the other 3 immediately pointed their guns at him, bellowing, "You little bastard! You better behave yourself, you hear me? You think I won't shoot you dead?" Chang Tianla's eyes turned cold. Suppressing his rage, he spoke without emotion, "I don't know what you're trying to achieve by kidnapping us, but I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on my friends, I'll fight to the death." "Bull," snarled the thug with the knife scar on his face. "I've got a gun. Killing you would take less than a minute." Chang Tianla chuckled. "If you really wanted to kill us, you wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. You're just doing a job for money. If you actually kill someone, the consequences will be huge. You'll be on the run, hiding out, never having a day of peace. These days, killing a few people is no big deal. As long as we cover our tracks, no one will ever find out. Once the heat dies down, who'll even remember you?" "Ha!" Chang Tianla laughed twice, gazing at Scarface with a look reserved for fools. "Bro, don't say I didn't warn you. Next time you take a job, do your homework on the target. Otherwise, you'll die not knowing how it happened." Scarface's expression darkened. He frowned slightly, sizing up Chang Tianla from head to toe before sneering, "You're wearing nothing of value."
Do you think you have some powerful connections? I may not have connections, but my friends do. Chang Tianla pointed at Li Shuya and smiled. This is the heiress of the Li Group. You should know the Li Group's influence in this city. If something happens to the boss's daughter, do you think the police won't go all out to hunt you down? Scarface's expression shifted to surprise upon hearing Chang Tianla's words. He turned to Redhead and said, "Boss, looks like we hit a snag."
Redhead's expression remained unchanged. He gave a cold chuckle.
We're just doing our job for money. Everything else is none of our concern. You two better behave and stop provoking them. Yes. Scarface and the other three thugs glared at Chang Tianla with such ferocity, their eyes seemed ready to devour him.
Chang Tianla saw that the blood on Lindsay's forehead had been stemmed by Lu Xiaoxi's handkerchief.
He asked with concern, "Lindsay, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just a superficial wound." An hour later, the hijackers parked the car beside an abandoned factory.
They pulled out ropes, bound Cheng Tianla and Xu Lin, and shoved them into the factory building. As soon as they entered, 5 or 6 burly men stood facing them. The one at the front stood out the most obviously obese, with a gold chain as thick as a dog leash hanging around his neck.
"Shen Gingbing." Chang Tianla sneered coldly.
"So it was you pig, who kidnapped us." Just as Shen Jingbing was about to explode, Red Hair stepped forward and said in a neutral tone, "We've brought the hostages."
"Where's the money?"
Suppressing his rage, Shen Jingbing waved his hand. One of his henchmen handed Red Hair a box. Red Hair opened it, nodded in satisfaction, then led his men away. As soon as Red Hair and his crew left, Shen Jingbing waddled over to Cheng Tianla, his obese body swaying. He grinned savagely. "Dare to call me a pig? Now your hands are tied. Let's see how you grab mine." With that, he swung his hand to slap Cheng Tianla. But just as the blow was about to land on Cheng Tianla's face, Cheng slightly tilted his head. Then, with a swift kick, he struck Shen Jingbing squarely in the stomach. The force of the kick was immense, sending Shen tumbling backward. His obese body rolled like a meatball, tumbling over 3 meters. The comical spectacle instantly sent everyone into fits of laughter. Struggling to his feet, Shen Jingbing bellowed, "What's so funny? You don't want to live anymore, huh?" The roar instantly intimidated his henchmen. Shen Jingbing glared furiously at Cheng Tianla. "You little punk! You've got some guts, kicking your old man like that." Chang Tianla grinned. "You're the crazy one. It's not that I'm brave, it's that you're a pig. My hands were tied, but my legs weren't. If you wanted to beat me, did you think I'd just stand there and let you? Fine." Shen Jingbing roared. "Originally, this old man just wanted to teach you a lesson. But now you've pissed me off. Today, I'll cripple you." With that, he waved his hand, signaling his henchmen to attack Cheng Tianla. Seeing the thugs advancing, Cheng Tianla immediately took 2 steps back, feigning terror as he pleaded, "Please don't come any closer." Seeing the fear plastered across Cheng Tianla's face, the thugs grew wildly excited. They thrived on tormenting spineless weaklings. It gave them a sick sense of satisfaction. "Kid, why did you have to piss off Shen Yung? You're gonna get your ass kicked today." The thug finished with a smug grin, swinging his fist straight at Cheng Tianla's face. Cheng Tianla watched the fierce punch coming at him, his face showing no sign of tension. With a flick of his mental energy, a golden cloud shot out from behind him. Immediately, a golden thread shot forth, wrapping itself around the thug's fist. With lightning speed, it guided the punch to graze his cheek, then the golden thread suddenly pulled with force, hurling the thug away. "Ah!" Before the thug could hit the ground, Cheng Tianla collapsed first, wailing in pain. This scene stunned everyone. They couldn't fathom what had just happened. Why had Cheng Tianla been knocked down while the thug flew away? Had the thug simply swung too hard and lost control? The thug, flung far away, scrambled to his feet. A piercing pain shot through his arm. He shook his head and looked down at his arm, letting out a horrified scream. A gruesome wound gouged his wrist, blood staining his arm crimson. "What's wrong, Liuzi? Why the hell are you screaming like that?" A guy with a head full of blonde hair looked at Liuzi, who was still yelping, and laughed sarcastically. "You can't even punch someone without throwing yourself across the room? You've lost your touch, haven't you?" Liuzi scrambled to his feet, clutching his arm as he approached the blonde-haired man. Raising his blood-soaked arm, he shouted, "Binzi!" This guy was armed. "He cut my hand." Binzi stared at Liuzi's arm, his eyes widening in shock. His brow furrowed. "What happened? That guy was tied up. How could he hurt you? And you were the one hitting him just now. Did you trip yourself?" I don't know," Liuzi said, grimacing in pain. "Forget about him. Just stop the bleeding." Binzi motioned for a thug to take Liuzi to get his wound treated. Then, glaring at the fallen Cheng Tianla, he demanded, "Kid, did you hurt my brother?" Cheng Tianla glanced at the man, feigning pain. "I'm tied up like this. How could I possibly have hurt your brother? Binzi, why are you wasting time with him? Just do it." Shen Gingbing bellowed. Binzi nodded, drew a steel pipe from his waist, and said, "Sorry, bro. With that, he swung the pipe straight at Cheng Tianla's knee. Had that pipe connected, it would have crushed his knee to smithereens. A shattered knee meant a ruined leg. Even if healed, he'd be crippled for life. Seeing such ruthlessness, Cheng Tianla saw no need to hold back. Golden thread shot out instantly, wrapping around Binzi's hand gripping the pipe. With a slight tug, he redirected the pipe, sending it crashing into the head of another thug. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as blood instantly splattered across the thug's face. Clutching his head, he yelled, "Damn it, Binzi, have you lost your mind?" Before Binzi could process what was happening, a sudden force yanked his arm, snatching the pipe from his grasp. This time, it smashed into the blood-soaked thug's neck, knocking the poor bastard unconscious. Binzi watched the scene unfold, terrified. He quickly dropped the steel pipe in his hand, his face drained of color as he gasped, "Damn it! Damn it! Why won't my hands listen to me?" The remaining two thugs, seeing Binzi's panicked expression, snorted in annoyance. "Damn it, we told you to cut back on the ice, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you hallucinating so badly you can't even tell your own brothers apart." No sooner had they finished speaking than they swung their steel pipes at Cheng Tianla. But their misfortune deepened under the control of the golden threads. They ended up striking each other instead, instantly leaving both heads bloodied and split open. Before they could even start cursing each other, the golden thread made them swing their pipes at their own partner. The two unlucky guys collapsed on the ground, convulsing. Ghosts! Binzi had initially thought he was hallucinating from too much ice skating and had mistaken his target. But seeing his two brothers beating each other senseless terrified him. He immediately assumed ghosts were at work. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere, and the empty factory was eerily desolate. Binzi's scream startled everyone, especially Shen Jingbing. This guy, who'd done every kind of dirty deed, feared ghosts and spirits more than anything. He couldn't make heads or tails of the scene unfolding before him. Combined with Binzi's blood-curdling yell, he was so terrified his pants got wet. At this point, Cheng Tianla felt it was time to stop pretending. Two golden threads severed the ropes binding him and Shulin. Rising to his feet, he brushed the dust off his clothes and laughed. "You lunatic! You pig! How dare you try to trick this young master? You clearly don't know the meaning of death." Chapter 45, Money saved is money earned. Shen Jingbing watched Cheng Tianla suddenly rise from the ground, his entire body trembling with fear. He stammered, How did you break the ropes?" Cheng Tianla shot him a glance and grinned. "You think a measly little rope could hold me back? You're being way too naive." As Cheng Tianla approached step by step, Shen Jingbing shrieked, "Don't come any closer. If you dare touch me, my cousin won't let you off." Cheng Tianla heard this and slapped Shen Jingbing across the face. With a wicked grin, he said, "So what if I touch you? Bring your cousin here if you dare. Don't think I won't touch you just because I haven't seen him. Even if I see him, I'll still deal with you. If your cousin dares to interfere, I'll deal with him too. You know who my cousin is? If you knew who he was, you wouldn't be talking like this." Cheng Tianla glanced at Shen Jingbing, thinking to himself, what the hell is this? Instead of begging for mercy, this guy actually dares to threaten me? He really is asking for a beating. He kicked him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground, then planted one foot firmly on his chest. "Fatso," he chuckled, "what's your cousin's name? Spill it." Shen Jingbing howled in pain from Cheng Tianla's kick and bellowed at Binzi nearby, "Binzi! What the hell are you standing there for? Get over here and help me." Binzi, who had been thoroughly shaken by Cheng Tianla's golden thread earlier, had just regained his composure. Hearing Shen Jingbing's furious shout, he immediately drew his dagger and charged straight at Cheng Tianla. Seeing this fool dare to attack, Cheng Tianla let out a cold laugh. With a flick of his mind, a golden thread wrapped around Binzi, sending him flying straight into the wall. He hit it hard and passed out. "Ah!" Shen Jingbing watched Binzi suddenly fly through the air for no apparent reason and screamed in terror, "Are you human or a ghost? How can you hurl someone through the air like that? Do I really need to tell you this?" Cheng Tianla grinned slyly, bending down to slap Shen Jingbing hard across the face. "Anyone who crosses me never ends well, especially those who have designs on the women around me. I usually deal with them in one of two ways." Shen Jingbing was utterly terrified now. His face twisted with panic as he pleaded, "Big brother, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have laid a hand on you. Please don't use your methods on me." Cheng Tianla chuckled at this. "I haven't even mentioned my methods yet, and you're already begging for mercy? Big brother, you don't need to say more. Just name your conditions. I'll do whatever you ask." "No," Cheng Tianla waved him off. "I'll tell you the conditions later. Right now, you'd better listen carefully as I explain how I deal with my enemies. Big brother, I beg you, please stop. I know I was wrong. Shut your mouth." Cheng Tianla glared, his voice boiling with fury. "One more word and I'll kill you right here. Listen carefully. When I deal with enemies, especially those who threaten the women around me, I have two methods. The first is to eliminate them. The second is to castrate them. Which do you choose?" "Ah!" Shen Jingbing wailed, "Can I choose neither?" "You can choose neither.
Chang Tianla chuckled darkly. I'll make the decision for you.
Since you provoked me first and then sent men to kidnap our people, I've decided to castrate you first, then finish you off.
Boss! Boss!
Shen Jingbing trembled violently, his bladder giving way as fear overwhelmed him.
He pleaded desperately, Boss, I beg you. Just don't cripple me.
I'll agree to any terms you set.
Chang Tianla looked down on Shen Jingbing's pathetic display. He'd thought this guy had some backbone. Who knew a little scare would make him such a coward? How utterly boring.
Not a shred of satisfaction, this left him thoroughly displeased.
What demands should he make?
Chang Tianla stroked his chin, glancing down at Shen Jingbing.
His eyes fell on the thick gold chain around the man's neck, the kind used to leash dogs, and it instantly hit him. This guy was loaded. An idea formed instantly. Chang Tianla shifted his foot, yanking Shen Jingbing to his feet.
Patting his chubby cheek, he said, Chubby, considering how comically adorable you look, I'll spare your life today.
But to compensate us, how many Mao Zedongs are you willing to cough up? At the news he wouldn't be killed, Shen Jingbing's chubby face lit up with a smile. He bowed and scraped, saying, Big brother, I know what to do. You and your friends make 8 people total. I'm willing to pay 1 million as compensation. How does that sound?
A million yuan was indeed a substantial sum for Chang Tianla, but to Shen Jingbing, it was likely pocket change.
Turning to Li Shuya, Chang Tianla inquired, Shuya, what line of work did this chubby fellow get his start in?
Shen Jingbing, sensing Tianla was probing his background, quickly interjected, Boss, if you think that's too little, I'll add another million.
Chang Tianla glared at him, silencing Shen Jingbing. Li Shuya approached, smiling faintly at Shen Jingbing. Mr. Shen, I hear you just acquired a new real estate project ready for construction. This should bring in quite a profit, right?
At Li Shuya's words, Shen Jingbing's face darkened instantly.
He knew he was in trouble. Sure enough, Chang Tianla then smiled at him and said, Real estate, huh? These days, real estate is the most lucrative business. Looks like you're quite wealthy, Mr. Shen. 2 million must be peanuts to you, right? Boss, please don't get upset. Let me explain, Shen Jingbing pleaded, his face etched with misery. I did acquire a new development, but it's not solely my venture.
There are numerous partners involved.
Honestly, I don't have that much money.
Mr. Shen, you're not being honest, Li Shuya chuckled. According to our Li Group's investigation, your annual net profit alone is around 50 million.
And that's just the official books. How much dirty money you've made on the side you should know better than anyone else, right? This and that. Chang Tianla watched Shen Jingbing stammering incoherently and shook his head. 2 million to buy a life worth hundreds of millions?
That's some shrewd business you've got going there. Someone this dishonest, who doesn't value his own life at all, he's of no use to us anymore. Seeing the grim expression on Chang Tianla's face, Shen Jingbing immediately panicked and pleaded urgently, Big brother, please don't get so worked up. While I do have assets worth hundreds of millions, I don't have much in liquid funds. I only have 10 million readily available in my account. If that's not too little for you, I can give it to you right now. If that's insufficient, please give me a few days to liquidate some assets. I'll deliver the full amount personally. I beg you, big brother, please don't kill me. Smack. Chang Tianla swung his hand, landing a hard slap across Shen Jingbing's face. The blow instantly swelled half his cheek, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This truly terrified Shen Jingbing. Panicking, he frantically pulled out his checkbook, wrote a 10 million yuan check, and handed it to Chang Tianla. Big brother, here's 10 million. Give me a week, and I'll deliver another 10 million to you. Chang Tianla took the 10 million yuan check, his heart pounding wildly. What did 10 million even mean? Based on his salary at the company, he'd have to work 100 years without eating or drinking to earn that much. With this money, he wouldn't have to struggle for the rest of his life. Though Chang Tianla was internally seething with excitement, his expression remained utterly composed. Fatso, he said calmly, at least you've got some sense. Money can be earned again, but once your life is gone, it's truly gone. You're absolutely right, boss. I'll never be stingy with money again. Chang Tianla patted his shoulder and chuckled. Fatso, you must be seething inside, hating me, right? No. Shen Jingbing retorted urgently. Absolutely not. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare hate the boss. Chang Tianla chuckled. Hating me is fine. You could even bring your cousin to deal with me provided you have the strength. Just remember to bring enough money. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Shen Jingbing's face drained of color at those words. He shook his head like a bobblehead. Boss, I'd never seek revenge on you. In a week, I'll definitely deliver another 10 million to you. Truth be told, Chang Tianla didn't believe a word of it. This guy knew he wasn't a match for him now. If he dared defy his orders, his life would be forfeit. As for what happened after he got out of here safely? That was another story entirely. Chang Tianla watched Shen Jingbing trembling like a leaf and waved him off. You're done here. Grab your men and get lost. Shen Jingbing felt as if he'd been granted a royal pardon. He didn't even bother with his fallen men on the ground. Bowing and scraping, he turned and sprinted toward his car nearby. But after just a few steps, Chang Tianla's voice called out from behind him, "Fatso, you can go. But you can't take the car." Shen Jingbing staggered, nearly falling flat on his face. The city was over an hour's drive away without a car. How long would it take him to get back? Though deeply reluctant, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Chang Tianla's guess was spot on. This guy now hated him to death, wishing he could eat his flesh, drink his blood, and stab him 100 times with a knife. Watching Shen Jingbing stagger away like a ball, his body swaying unsteadily, Chang Tianla's lips curled into a faint smile. He murmured softly, "Hope you don't keep coming to mess with me, kid. Or else, I'll make you regret ever crossing me." "Brother Lo, you really are ruthless, extorting 10 million from Shen Jingbing. Looks like you've made an enemy now. You'd better watch your back. His cousin, Shen Jingji, is a big shot in H City. Word is, no one who crosses him ends well." Chapter 46, Nighttime Encounter with Security. Chang Tianla glanced at Li Shuya, his brow furrowing slightly before his face twisted into a sneer. "So those who cross Shen Jingji meet a grim fate," he said coldly. "Does that mean those who cross me, Chang Tianla, fare any better?" Li Shuya observed Chang Tianla's utterly unconcerned expression and promptly cautioned, "Brother Lo, I know you're skilled, but no matter how skilled you are, can you outrun a bullet?" Word is Shen Jingji has 2 sharpshooters under him, plus several formidable enforcers. Chang Tianla smirked at this and said, "Shen Jingji had better not cross me. If he does, this young master won't let him off the hook." "Ha!" Just then, Li Meyer walked over, her eyes wide with surprise. "Brother Lo, you've become so badass. Back in college, you were never this assertive, always staying out of things. Why did you turn so tough after that trip to Wui Mountain?" Chang Tianla stroked his chin and chuckled. "People change. Constant yielding only emboldens your opponents. When you must act decisively. Hit them hard enough to make them feel the pain, make them know fear, and they'll settle down. They won't dare bully you again." "Brother Lo, you're being too naive," Li Shuya shook her head. "Shen Jingji has massive influence, with connections in both legitimate and underworld circles. Taking you down would be as easy as uttering a single command. Though his power is vast, he wouldn't stir up a major conflict over someone as obscure as you. If he sends people to cause trouble, just cooperate properly, it shouldn't be a big issue." Chang Tianla glanced at Li Shuya, a cold sneer forming in his mind. The old Chang Tianla would have caved, but not this one. Chang Tianla possessed the golden thread. He wasn't afraid to fight them head-on. Even if they had sharpshooters to ambush him, his golden thread had an auto-defense function, fully capable of intercepting any attack. To demand Chang Tianla lower himself and apologize to an ordinary person was an outright insult to his supernatural power. Wealth, power, fame, these had once been distant dreams for the old Chang Tianla. But since awakening his supernatural power, acquiring them was no longer a problem. It was merely a matter of spending a little time. Seeing Chang Tianla's utterly unconcerned expression after her words, Li Shuya felt a pang of worry and guilt. After all, this mess had started because of her. But then she dismissed her concerns. Chang Tianla was an enigma. Not only was he exceptionally well equipped, but back at Wui Palace, Master Kong Kong had remarked on his profound cultivation. Clearly, Chang Tianla was no ordinary man. What puzzled Li Shuya, however, was how someone so capable could be just an obscure laborer. Could it be that he was undergoing training arranged by some prestigious family, like in those novels? After mulling it over, Li Shuya couldn't make heads or tails of it. She decided to put it out of her mind for now and followed the others as they drove toward the city center. Seated in the car, Chang Tianla glanced at young Lily driving and then patted Shen Jingbing's ride. With a smile, he remarked, "Not bad, not bad. I was just about to get my driver's license when someone delivered one right to me. Saves me the trouble of buying one." Lin Xian shot him a disapproving look. "It's not even certain this car is yours. If Shen Jingbing gets his cousin Shen Jingji involved, not only will you lose the car, but that 10 million you just secured will vanish too, and you might even have to forfeit your entire nest egg." Chang Tianla laughed heartily. "The money is mine, the car is mine, and the wife is mine too. If Shen Jingji dares to cause trouble for this young master, I'll just take his wife's dowry instead." At this, the group collectively gave Chang Tianla a universally recognized international gesture. Chang Tianla merely chuckled and ignored it. The car sped along, reaching the city center within an hour. Chang Tianla glanced at his watch. It was already 9:15. Just as he was about to speak, Shu Lin suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. "Quick, look! Isn't that the little security guard?" Chang Tianla didn't recognize the guard at all. He peered out the window and asked, "Where?" "The guy who was sneaking around buying stuff." Yang Lily heard this and pulled the car over to the side of the road. She turned to look at Shu Lin and said, "The little security guard is your friend? Should we call him over?" "Friend?" Shu Lin sneered. "If he were my friend, I'd have killed him long ago." "Ha!" Yang Lily shot Shu Lin a puzzled look before turning to the young security guard at the convenience store entrance. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, he's handsome. No wonder you wanted to mess with him. Turns out he's better looking than you.
Handsome? I didn't notice.
Cheng Tianla and Shu Lin said in unison.
Immediately, the 6 girls in the car chimed in together. He's gorgeous. You two are just jealous. Cheng Tianla was speechless. He glared at Li Meyer and Lu Xiaoxi, thinking to himself, Lin Xian and the others don't know the situation, so it's understandable for them to say the security guard is handsome. But you two know full well this guy is connected to the murder case, and you still say he's handsome? You're hopeless. Shu Lin, you take them home. I'm getting out to follow him. Yang Lily watched Cheng Tianla get out of the car immediately after speaking. She furrowed her brow and asked, what's going on? Why is Brother Le tailing that handsome security guard? Could it be that he? Shu Lin glanced at young Lily, whose ample bust was slightly excessive, and smiled faintly. Beautiful Lily, you think the little security guard is handsome now, but if I told you what happened to him, I doubt you'd still think he's handsome. Tell me about it? Yang Lily stared at Shu Lin with wide-eyed curiosity. Seeing Yang Lily's adorable expression, Shu Lin grinned mischievously. You just got back, so you probably haven't heard about the 3 bizarre murders that happened recently? At this, the 4 women froze, their faces flushing with surprise and fear. Yang Lily turned pale with fright, her voice trembling. Boss, could these bizarre murders be connected to the handsome security guard? There's no proof yet, but I'm sure everything will become clear once Dangle finishes his surveillance. No way. He's so handsome, how could he possibly kill someone? What's really going on? Shu Lin cleared his throat and proceeded to recount the entire bizarre murder case to the 4 women. He also shared Cheng Tianla's analysis and conclusions after exorcising the evil spirit. After hearing it, the 4 women were all stunned. Possession by an evil spirit, if someone had told them this before, they would never have believed it. But now they believed it wholeheartedly, because the evil spirit possessing Li Shuya had just been exorcised by Master Kong Kong. How could this be? Yan Lily felt a chill run through her body as she touched the jade pendant around her neck. She exhaled deeply and said, thank goodness we obtained this thing from Wui Mountain. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble. Exactly. As soon as Shu Lin saw Yang Lily's terrified expression, he deliberately tried to scare her. They say this little security guard is seriously twisted. He specifically targets pretty women to confess his love to them. If his confession succeeds, he'll take them to a hotel room that very night. After getting what he wants in bed, he'll brutally murder them. If rejected, he sends his evil spirits to bewitch you, then kills you in the most brutal, terrifying ways. Still think he's handsome? Yang Lily was stunned speechless by Shu Lin's words. She pulled her clothes tighter and stammered, even though that security guard's methods are terrifying, he's still handsome. Shu Lin. After buying his items, the handsome security guard emerged from the convenience store and walked straight toward Sinwei Road without pausing. At this hour, the streets were still bustling with people, so Cheng Tianla didn't need to deliberately follow him, he simply strolled casually alongside. He followed for 10 minutes. Whether the handsome guard sensed Cheng Tianla's presence or not, he stopped abruptly at the intersection and whipped his head around. Cheng Tianla was precisely 3 meters behind him at that moment. Noticing the handsome security guard watching him, Cheng Tianla glanced at him briefly before walking past as if he were just another passerby. He then pulled out his phone, dialed a random XX customer service number, and started spouting meaningless chatter. After passing by the handsome security guard, a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. A sly smile touched his lips as he darted into a dimly lit alleyway, quickening his pace as he sprinted forward. Though Cheng Tianla appeared to be making a call, he had already activated his supernatural eye. This ability allowed him to perceive everything in all directions. Spotting the handsome security guard darting into the alley, he immediately turned and gave chase. As he pursued, Cheng Tianla released the golden thread. Possessing powerful sensory capabilities, the thread had already imprinted the handsome guard's aura. No matter where the guy fled, Cheng could locate him through the thread's unique abilities. After chasing for about 100 meters, Cheng Tianla grew frustrated. Suddenly, he could no longer sense the handsome security guard's aura. It was as if the guy had vanished instantly. There was no trace of his presence anywhere nearby. How could this be? Cheng Tianla muttered under his breath, taking a few more steps forward. Still, no trace of the handsome security guard's aura. This infuriated him. But he was certain of one thing, this security guard was up to no good. The 3 murders were very likely his doing. Having lost his target, Cheng Tianla prepared to turn back. After all, the handsome security guard would have to report to work tomorrow. If he dared show his face at the company, Cheng Tianla had his methods to deal with him. No sooner had Cheng Tianla taken a couple of steps than a deep, ominous voice echoed from behind him. Friend, the voice said, you've been following me for quite some time. What exactly are you after? Cheng Tianla whipped around to find a figure standing 5 meters behind him, none other than the handsome security guard. Through his psychic vision, Cheng Tianla studied the breathtakingly handsome security guard before him, his brow furrowing deeply. For at this moment, 2 powerful life fluctuations emanated from the handsome security guard's body. Chapter 47, The Ghost Keeper. Cheng Tianla felt 2 distinct life force fluctuations emanating from the man and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
It was impossible for a normal human to possess two life force fluctuations within a single body.
Based on Chang Tianla's current understanding, there was only one possible explanation for this phenomenon: demonic possession. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? A sinister expression now twisted the security guard's face.
His once handsome features now radiated an eerie, demonic aura, causing Chang Tianla to grow cautious. He knew this handsome security guard was a dangerous individual. One wrong move could easily get him killed.
Do I know you? Chang Tianla offered a flimsy excuse. I was just passing by.
The handsome security guard sneered coldly.
You followed me all the way from the convenience store to here, and now you say that? Don't you find that ridiculous? Tell me honestly who sent you. Chang Tianla knew concealment was futile.
A thought struck him, and he smiled faintly.
Who sent me? You know better than I do.
Poof. The handsome security guard's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent.
He coldly ordered, "You're quick enough.
But with your skills, you're no match for me. I'll give you two choices. First, end it yourself painlessly. Second, I kill you and let you experience what it means to be unable to live or die before your final breath."
Psycho. Chang Tianla spat. Why did you kill those three girls? Do I need to tell you? You don't have to tell me. Chang Tianla stroked his chin. But once I subdue you, you won't have a choice. Now, I'll give you two options too. First, surrender quietly and confess your crimes.
Second, I'll subdue you myself and use my methods to extract everything I want to know. Though I'm not as twisted as you, my methods are far beyond what you can endure.
You're asking for it.
As the handsome security guard finished speaking, he suddenly thrust both hands forward. Two fist-sized balls of crimson flame ignited before him, their eerie glow instantly illuminating the dim street. With a forward push of his hands, the two demonic red flames, as if possessed of eyes, roared toward Chang Tianla. The demonic red flames were blindingly fast, reaching Chang Tianla in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he had prepared his defenses in advance, otherwise, this attack would have injured him. As danger closed in, Chang Tianla raised both arms, activating his auto-defense to swiftly weave two defensive webs before him.
The two demonic red flames struck the first defensive web without exception.
Instantly, the powerful recoil force shattered them into countless sparks of crimson light scattering in all directions.
Though Chang Tianla suffered no injury from the strike, the immense shockwave forced him involuntarily to stumble back a step.
This left him utterly astonished.
Chang Tianla knew full well the formidable power of his golden threads. That two seemingly insignificant red flames possessed such immense force he dared not take this lightly now.
After Chang Tianla deflected the handsome security guard's attack, astonishment flashed across the guard's strikingly handsome face.
He thought to himself, he blocked my attack so easily? Looks like a tough nut to crack. We're in for a rough fight today.
Chang Tianla looked at the security guard, whose face was now a mix of shock and venomous hatred.
He spoke up, "What's your name?" Hearing Chang Tianla's question, the handsome security guard was utterly speechless. What the hell was this? They were about to engage in a life or death struggle, and Chang Tianla was asking such a stupid question? It left the handsome security guard completely dumbfounded. The handsome guard glared furiously at Chang Tianla. Suddenly, his hands formed an odd gesture. Instantly, a crimson mist began to rise from his body. As the mist deepened in color, a shadowy figure coalesced behind him, a monstrous creature with a head as large as a basketball and a body as shriveled as an infant's. Its blood-red eyes flashed with terrifying light. An infant ghost. Chang Tianla witnessed this horrifying scene through his psychic vision and screamed in shock, "You bastard! You actually conjured a baby ghost? Did your conscience get eaten by a dog?" The handsome security guard paid no heed to Chang Tianla's furious tirade. With a flick of his right hand, the shadowy infant ghost shot out from behind him, emitting a shrill, piercing scream as it lunged madly toward Chang Tianla. Chang Tianla's heart pounded violently at the sight of this terrifying infant ghost. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He wasn't afraid of flesh and blood foes, but against such a spirit entity, he had no confidence whatsoever. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and charged forward. Chang Tianla knew his golden threads couldn't completely destroy a spirit entity, but they could still be effective. Earlier that afternoon, he had used them to attack the evil spirit and successfully driven it away. So, though he felt fear, he released the golden threads without hesitation. As wave after wave of golden threads violently assaulted the infant ghost hurtling toward him, the creature actually shrieked in terror, refusing to meet the attack head-on. It screamed, trying to dodge the threads, but their speed was so blindingly fast that evasion was utterly impossible. Put! The golden threads instantly pierced the infant ghost's spirit body, sending it into a fit of shrieks. It vanished in a flash, burrowing deep into the handsome security guard's body. No matter how fiercely the guard summoned it, the ghost dared not emerge again. Holy crap! Chang Tianla stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. He never imagined his golden threads could be so formidable, defeating the infant ghost in a single round and forcing it into hiding. It was utterly beyond his expectations.
At that moment, Chang Tianla discovered another secret of the golden cloud. The golden threads it released held an absolute advantage against evil spirits.
Now you can tell me your name, can't you?
The handsome security guard now knew he was no match for Chang Tianla.
His arrogant demeanor vanished instantly.
Taking a deep breath, he revealed a hint of resignation on his face and said indifferently, "My name is Xiao Weifeng."
It's a nice name. Chang Tianla chuckled. Now, tell me, why did you kill those 3 girls? What was your purpose? Xiao Weifeng didn't answer Chang Tianla's question. Instead, he countered, "Are you a member of the Crimson Dragon X Group? Red Dragon X Group?" Chang Tianla frowned, a look of confusion spreading across his face. What kind of organization is that? Xiao Weifeng frowned at this and coldly retorted, "You don't know the Red Dragon X Group? What's this about pig stabbing and chicken stabbing? I have no idea what you're talking about."
Seeing that Chang Tianla didn't seem to be lying, Xiao Weifeng immediately pressed, "If you're not part of the Red Dragon X Group, then why were you following me?"
"I followed you out of curiosity." Curiosity? Xiao Weifeng couldn't help but laugh at Chang Tianla's words. Curiosity killed the cat.
"Since you're not part of the Crimson Dragon X Group, I advise you to stay out of this.
Just leave.
Pretend nothing ever happened." Chang Tianla stroked his chin, his expression amused as he stared at Xiao Weifeng. "Just moments ago, you were arrogantly threatening to silence me.
Now that you see no hope, you resort to this? Do you take me for a fool?" Xiao Weifeng's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "Friend, there's no enmity between us. Why fight to the death? My existence poses no threat to you. Why draw swords? More friends mean more paths. Leave some room for maneuver. It'll make future encounters easier." Chang Tianla couldn't help but laugh at this.
Stroking his chin, he replied, "Your existence poses no threat to me personally, but it endangers those around me.
I have no choice but to intervene." "Danger to your people?" Xiao Weifeng asked, puzzled. "That can't be. The 3 women I killed weren't exactly saints. Besides, I investigate before taking action. If someone's connected to you, my friend, I'd never lay a finger on them." Chang Tianla wouldn't believe his lies for a second. A demonic practitioner capable of conjuring infant ghosts?
If he trusted that man, Chang Tianla might as well buy a block of tofu and smash his head open. Infant ghost cultivation was a branch of ghost raising techniques, a peculiar and vicious profession reportedly prevalent in the Tai Kingdom region. Exorcists would kill newborn infants, then perform a series of rituals to create infant ghosts they could command. While exorcists could command other spirits, these entities possessed strong self-awareness and often turned on their masters. Thus, infant ghosts became favored though less powerful. They offered relative safety, no risk of backlash, and absolute loyalty. However, ghost summoning techniques require keeping spirits bound to the practitioner's service. This prevents the spirits from reincarnating, making it a practice that fundamentally violates the natural order. It's safe to say that anyone with even a shred of conscience would never create infant ghosts. That Xiao Weifeng can create infant ghosts, just look at how rotten his heart is. A person like that has a mind twisted beyond repair. You can't trust a single word out of his mouth. Anyone who does is a complete fool. Xiao Weifeng, you know you're no match for me. I'm giving you a chance, surrender now, and I'll accompany you to turn yourself in." Xiao Weifeng shot Chang Tianla a look reserved for fools. "Bro, cut the crap. Even if you turn me in, they'll just let me walk. They've got no evidence to pin anything on me. You're a psychic too, you know that, right?" At those words, 3 thick black lines appeared on Chang Tianla's forehead. Xiao Weifeng was right. If Chang Tianla turned him in and told the police that he'd killed the 3 girls with an infant ghost, they'd probably lock him up as a lunatic. Watching Chang Tianla's flustered expression, Xiao Weifeng smiled faintly. "Brother, I'll say it again, more friends, more paths. If you let me go, I'll owe you a favor." Chapter 48, The Man in Black. "A favor?" Chang Tianla shook his head and laughed. "I don't need your favor. I just don't get it, why the hell did you kill them? Is murder some kind of game? Would you die if you didn't kill? You wouldn't understand." Xiao Weifeng smiled faintly, a trace of sorrow flickering across his face as he said gravely, "I'm a ghost exorcist." "You know that, right?" Chang Tianla nodded. "I figured that much. But what does that have to do with you killing people?" Xiao Weifeng didn't answer directly. Instead, he spoke slowly and deliberately, "I've been a ghost exorcist since childhood, a natural one." "Isn't that strange? A natural-born ghost exorcist?" That truly astonished Chang Tianla. Ghost exorcists usually cultivated some sort of magic or technique. A natural-born one was something he'd never heard of before. "That infant ghost you saw earlier wasn't created by me," Xiao Weifeng continued. "It was my twin brother. He died at birth, leaving only me alive. Yet for some reason, he's always stayed by my side." Xiao Weifeng sighed heavily at this point, then continued with a bitter smile, "Because I was born a ghost exorcist, I could accomplish things from a young age that many couldn't. I could get anything I wanted, money, power, fame, anything. Yet I always lived an ordinary life. I wanted to earn everything through my own efforts." Chang Tianla knew immediately that this guy had a story to tell. He asked, "Your mindset is admirable, but why have you become this way?" At this, a shadow of cruelty flashed across Xiao Weifeng's face. He gritted his teeth and spat out, "It's all because of her.
She's the one who made me this way." Her? Who is she?
Xiao Weifeng glanced at Cheng Tianla. Instantly, the vicious, sinister expression vanished from his face, replaced by a sweet smile. His voice softened as he said, "Her name is Leng Ziyu. She's a very beautiful girl. I fell for her at first sight. I pursued her for 3 whole years. Finally, she was moved by my sincerity and accepted me.
We dated for a month.
Every day, I picked her up for work and dropped her off at home afterward.
That month was the happiest time of my life."
Cheng Tianla watched Xiao Weifeng's blissful smile and instantly realized the sky had likely been dumped, which explained his current state.
Sure enough, Xiao Weifeng's next words confirmed Cheng Tianla's suspicion.
Xiao Weifeng's eyes suddenly flashed with vicious fury, his entire body radiating murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and roared with rage, "But I never imagined that my wholehearted devotion could be outshone by a few $100 in the pocket of some playboy rich kid.
3 years of genuine feelings, and it all meant less than a sports car.
She cheated on me behind my back for a damn sports car.
She made me wear a green hat. This infuriates me to no end."
Xiao Weifeng's rage grew with every word, his handsome face contorted by fury. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "When I found out, I confronted her. I told her that if she could leave that spoiled brat, I might forgive her."
"But you know what she told me?"
"She said I was a poor kid, a lowly security guard making just over $2,000 a month, with no future prospects, incapable of giving her the life she wanted."
"She's right, I am a poor guy. But is that my fault? Brother, you know what? I'm a ghost exorcist.
I don't want to use my abilities to make money because I want a normal life.
I want to work hard with my own hands, fight for tomorrow. Why can't she understand me?"
Cheng Tianla sighed deeply upon hearing this and said gravely, "Xiao Weifeng, your mindset is admirable, but you're too rigid.
Why can't you be more flexible? Who says I don't know how to adapt?" Xiao Weifeng grinned.
"Ever since she crushed me that day, I decided to use my special abilities.
I'm a ghost exorcist, I'm not ordinary. Why must I live an ordinary life?
Those of us with this supernatural power are forever above the lowly common folk. We can manipulate their lives and deaths at will.
We absolutely cannot let ourselves be toyed with by ordinary people." Cheng Tianla shook his head immediately. "Brother, your thinking is too extreme. Everyone has the right to live in this world.
Even though we can control their lives and deaths at will, we shouldn't do that."
"Nonsense?" Xiao Weifeng sneered. "We're not ordinary people. Why should we be treated like puppets for them to toy with?" Cheng Tianla. I spent an entire night thinking it over.
Then one day, I went to find her, hoping she'd change her mind and come back to me. I wanted to tell her I wasn't the same person anymore. I intended to show her my special abilities. But the moment I opened her door, what I saw enraged me completely. She was performing oral sex on that spoiled rich brat.
Damn it!
We'd been together for so long, and she never did that for me.
Now she's doing such a filthy thing for some rich guy?
What's worse, she was moaning like a while doing it, looking like she was enjoying every second of it.
Xiao Weifeng paused here, took a few deep breaths, and then burst into laughter.
That moment, I knew I was wrong, and wrong in the most spectacular way. A woman like that doesn't deserve my love at all. I must have been blind to ever fall for her.
To wash away my humiliation, I didn't hesitate for a second. You killed her?
Xiao Weifeng's eyes, filled with venom, fixed on Cheng Tianla.
Clearly, Cheng Tianla's interruption had deeply annoyed him. I didn't kill her.
In my rage, I used my most powerful technique to reduce that spoiled rich brat, who was enjoying himself to death, to ashes. But Leng Ziyu, terrified by the scene before her, panicked and threw herself off the building.
I didn't kill her. I truly didn't kill her. You know I loved her deeply.
Cheng Tianla watched Xiao Weifeng's face contorted with agony and began to feel sympathy for him.
There were many parallels between Cheng Tianla and Xiao Weifeng. If it weren't for the many friends surrounding Cheng Tianla,
once he encountered an unresolved emotional knot, he might well have ended up as extreme as Xiao Weifeng. "Go," Cheng Tianla said, taking a deep breath and waving him off. "I hope you stop killing people.
Karma comes around. If you do too many bad things, you won't end well."
Xiao Weifeng stared at Cheng Tianla in astonishment. He never imagined Cheng would let him go so easily. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came out. Instead, he turned and sprinted into the darkness at incredible speed. Yet barely a few steps had Xiao Weifeng taken when a powerful surge erupted from behind Cheng Tianla. Instantly, a long spear gleaming with icy light shot toward Xiao Weifeng like lightning.
This startled Cheng Tianla.
He immediately summoned his spiritual energy, intending to control the golden threads to block the spear. Yet, the instant the golden threads shot forth, Xiao Weifeng let out a piercing scream. The spear had driven him firmly into the ground. Blood gushed from his wounds, instantly staining the ground crimson. Regardless of the reason, taking a life is a crime against the laws of this world.
One cannot live on. A cold, utterly emotionless voice echoed from behind Cheng Tianla.
Chang Tianla recognized this as a master possessing supernatural abilities. He instantly went on high alert, weaving 10 defensive nets of golden threads before him. At that moment, a man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit emerged from the darkness. Standing about 175 centimeters tall and roughly 25 or 26 years old, he was of average appearance, yet his eyes were exceptionally sharp. A single glance sent a chill down one's spine. Chang Tianla stared at this man, ordinary to the extreme, yet radiating a powerful aura. His cold, expressionless face made Chang Tianla deeply uncomfortable. The black-clad man glanced at Chang Tianla, his face still devoid of expression. With a slight flick of his finger, the spear embedded in Xiao Weifeng's body shot out, only to be thrust back into him with lightning speed. This repeated 3 times. The black-clad man, satisfied that Xiao Weifeng was utterly finished, flickered his finger once more. The spear flew back into his hand. Chang Tianla watched this bloody scene, swallowing hard. He cleared his throat, wanting to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. "Are you in cahoots with him?" Chang Tianla jumped at the accusation. This man killed without batting an eye. If he suspected any connection between himself and Xiao Weifeng, he'd eliminate him without mercy. He shook his head frantically. No, I'm not with him. I came here specifically to capture him." While responding, Chang Tianla scanned the black-clad man with his psychic vision. Yet after thorough observation, he detected nothing unusual, only an unusually strong life force. The black-clad man clearly knew Chang Tianla wasn't on his side. He pulled out a cigarette, snapped his right fingers, and the cigarette ignited on its own. He took a deep drag, exhaled a smoke ring, and smiled faintly. "If you came to arrest him, why did you let him go?" Chang Tianla pondered for a moment before replying. "I sense he is a pitiable soul. I wish to give him a chance." "Pitiful?" The black-clad man sneered coldly. "Does being pitiful grant the right to slaughter the innocent? Your heart may pity him, but have you considered those he's already killed? He's lost his mind. Keeping him alive will only cost more innocent lives." "But..." "No buts." The man in black took another deep drag on his cigarette before flicking it away. He pulled a phone from his pocket and said flatly, "Hand over your ID." Chapter 49, 9527. The moment Chang Tianla saw the object in the black-clad man's hand, he instinctively took a step back, his face etched with caution. "Why do you need my ID?" The man in black glanced at Chang Tianla's wary expression, his own face utterly expressionless. He coldly replied, "When I followed you here, I saw you possess special abilities too. According to our records, you haven't been registered yet. I need to file your details. Hand over your ID now." "Registered? File?" Chang Tianla frowned. "Who are you? You just demand registration? You demand my ID? With all the crooks around these days, what if you record my info and steal my money?" The man in black stared at Chang Tianla as if he were a freak, swallowed hard, and let out a rare wry smile. "Brother," he said, utterly speechless, "we're both people with special abilities. Who cares about money? You don't care because you're loaded. And judging by how ruthless you are, you're probably no saint either. No way I'm handing over my ID. Besides, I've got better things to do. I'm outta here. Don't you dare follow me, or else don't blame me for getting rough." The man in black fell silent again. Clearing his throat, he pulled a green ID booklet from his pocket and said with a smile, "This is my credential. I'm Lu Jianbai, member of the Red Dragon X Unit's 5th Squad, ID number 9527. I specialize in handling crimes committed by individuals with special abilities." The moment Lu Jianbai extended his credentials within a meter of Chang Tianla, the defensive silk net before him activated instantly. The golden threads instantly shredded Lu Jianbai's ID to pieces. Had Chang Tianla not regained control of the golden threads in time, Lu Jianbai's right hand would likely have been severed. Lu Jianbai took a step back in shock, instinctively preparing to strike. Seeing Lu Jianbai's aggressive stance, Chang Tianla quickly interjected, "Hold on. That was an instinctive reaction. I didn't mean to attack you. Don't get the wrong idea." Lu Jianbai exhaled in relief, swallowing hard. "That gave me a fright. I thought you were going to attack. Now that you know my status, can you hand over your ID so I can register it?" "Oh." Chang Tianla responded, reaching for his ID card. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared at Lu Jianbai, astonishment etched on his face. "What did you just say? You're a member of the Red Dragon X Unit?" Seeing Chang Tianla's astonished expression, Lu Jianbai's face flashed a hint of smugness. "I thought you didn't know the Red Dragon X group existed." Chang Tianla grinned. "What exactly does the Red Dragon X Unit do?" Lu Jianbai stumbled back, nearly falling over. "You don't know about the Red Dragon X group?" he asked, looking utterly speechless and exasperated. "Then why did you react so strongly?" Chang Tianla pointed at the utterly lifeless Xiao Weifeng, shrugged, and said, "I heard it from him, so I just asked." Lu Jianbai was utterly speechless at Chang Tianla's attitude. He couldn't be bothered with further banter, so he simply demanded Chang Tianla's ID. He swiped it over the device resembling a phone. A beep sounded, and he returned the ID to Chang Tianla.
After putting his ID away, Cheng Tianla asked, "Is that it?" "Not yet." Lu Jianbai replied coolly. "Tell me about your abilities so I can record them in your file." Cheng Tianla frowned slightly, rubbing his chin. "Comrade Lu, you still haven't told me what the Red Dragon X unit actually does." Lu Jianbai glared at Cheng Tianla. He genuinely felt like punching him in the face right then and there. In all his years of handling cases, he'd never encountered someone like Cheng Tianla constantly asking questions like a broken record. Though Lu Jianbai wanted nothing to do with Cheng Tianla, his duty compelled him to explain. After all, Cheng Tianla was also a gifted individual with extraordinary abilities. The Crimson Dragon X unit is a special department of the Celestial Dynasty, holding authority above any secular power. We handle targeted cases like the recent 3 murders, matters beyond the secular world's capacity to resolve, and foreign supernatural criminal forces. All these fall under the Crimson Dragon X unit's jurisdiction. Holy crap! Cheng Tianla exclaimed in surprise, "That's so badass? You think it's impressive too, huh?" Lu Jianbai sneered coldly, "If your supernatural abilities meet the Red Dragon X team's requirements, you can join too." "Seriously?" "Absolutely." Lu Jianbai chuckled. "But joining the Crimson Dragon X unit isn't easy. Don't get your hopes up just yet. When the time comes, the summit will send someone to evaluate you. Only if they deem you qualified will you be admitted. Now, tell me what supernatural abilities you possess. I've got other matters to attend to." "My special abilities?" Cheng Tianla scratched his head, feigning difficulty. "I'm not really sure about that." Lu Jianbai's brow furrowed slightly at this. He glanced at Cheng Tianla, then waved his hand. A nearby pile of trash shot straight toward Cheng Tianla. Caught off guard by Lu Jianbai's sudden attack, Cheng Tianla instinctively released a golden thread that wrapped around the trash and flung it aside. Object manipulation. Lu Jianbai's eyes flashed with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's the same as my ability. But yours has an extra 1 cutting. Not bad, not bad." Cheng Tianla watched Lu Jianbai's expression, which looked suspiciously, and felt his anus tighten involuntarily. He cleared his throat and asked, "Can I join the Red Dragon X team with this ability?" "That's pending," Lu Jianbai chuckled. "Once I wrap up this case, I'll report it to higher-ups. Whether you join depends on their decision. You're free to go now." Cheng Tianla shot him a glance, pursed his lips, and strode quickly out of the alley. The moment he emerged, he hailed a taxi and pulled out his phone to call Xu Lin. Only then did he learn that Xu Lin had actually brought Lin Xian and the others back to his place, a revelation that instantly gave Cheng Tianla a massive headache. A house full of beauties, 2 of whom had already slept with him. Putting them all together like this was practically asking for trouble. 20 minutes later, Cheng Tianla raced home in a panic. All he could do now was pray. Pray these girls wouldn't start gossiping or asking questions. If something got out, he was finished. As Cheng Tianla approached the door, he pressed his ear against it to listen. Finding the room quiet, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. He fumbled for his keys, unlocked the door, and saw Lin Xian and the others sitting in the living room, each looking anxious. Clearly, they'd been worried sick about him. "Brother Lu, you're finally back." Li Meyer ran over happily, throwing her arms around Cheng Tianla. "You scared the life out of us." Holding Li Meyer, Cheng Tianla glanced sideways at Lin Xian and Yang Lily. Anger flashed across both their faces, making his heart skip a beat. Cheng Tianla swallowed hard, patted Li Meyer's back, and said, "What's there to worry about? I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? I've got some good news for you all." Pulling Li Meyer onto the sofa, he steered the conversation. "The killer from that bizarre murder case has been caught." Lu Xiaoxi, most concerned about the matter, asked excitedly, "Who is the killer?" Cheng Tianla shot her a glance and grinned. "Who else could it be? Of course it's the handsome security guard, Xiao Feng." "Seriously?" The 6 women spoke in unison, their faces brimming with disbelief. Cheng Tianla looked at their expressions, utterly perplexed. "What's the deal? Is it so strange that the killer is a handsome security guard?" "Not strange, it's incredibly strange." Yang Lily pouted, "He's so handsome, how could he do something like this? What a waste of good looks." Cheng Tianla was speechless upon hearing this. What kind of logic was Yang Lily spouting? Did being handsome mean you couldn't kill? Did good-looking guys never do bad things? Bro, the handsome security guard got caught. Is he gonna get executed? No, he won't be executed. Cheng Tianla sighed, his face softening with sympathy. He's already dead. Ah! The group gasped in shock once more. Watching their startled expressions, Cheng Tianla felt utterly helpless. He proceeded to recount the entire incident to them. After hearing the story, everyone fell silent. They all felt deeply sorry for Xiao Feng. If only the handsome security guard Xiao Feng had met a good woman, he absolutely wouldn't have met this end. What a waste! Young Lily sighed. Such a handsome guy gone like that, it's a total waste of resources. Exactly. Lu Xiaoxi agreed. He even confessed to me today. If he hadn't died, I might have actually considered him.
Shu Lin immediately bristled at this, fuming, "Ladies, please don't judge someone based on looks alone.
So what if he was handsome? Is that really worth getting worked up over? Besides, can good looks put food on the table? Can good looks make someone treat you well?" "Shut up!"
The 6 women shouted in unison, glaring at Shu Lin with murderous eyes. His gaze was so fierce that Shu Lin immediately fell silent. Cheng Tianla watched this terrifying scene unfold, then cleared his throat.
"Everyone, it's getting late. Shouldn't you head back to rest?" Lin Xian stood up. "It is getting late. We should go. Let's not disturb Brother Lo and Mayor's rest." With that, she shot Cheng Tianla a fierce glare before pulling young Lily and the others away from his home. Cheng Tianla watched Lin Xian's angry expression and felt a pang of unease. But what could he do about it? Was he supposed to dump Li Mayor to be with Lin Xian? That was something Cheng Tianla couldn't bring himself to do. He and Li Mayor had shared years of affection, and they had only recently gotten back together. No matter what, Cheng Tianla wouldn't break up with Li Mayor. Cheng Tianla knew he loved both Li Mayor and Lin Xian. But could he truly be with Lin Xian? Whether it was family background or social standing, the gap between them was vast. To put it bluntly, one was a goddess, the other a nobody. They were worlds apart. If forced to choose, Cheng Tianla would still pick Li Mayor. "Bro, do you like Lin Xian?" Li Mayor's sudden question startled Cheng Tianla. Chapter 50, Our Bet. Cheng Tianla stared at Li Mayor, his mind racing to formulate a response. If he denied it vehemently, Li Mayor's stubborn nature meant she'd never believe him. It seemed his only option was to resort to the most shameless tactic. Cheng Tianla cleared his throat and grinned widely. "Like? I don't just like Lin Xian. I also like young Lily, Li Shuya, and Zhang Yi. These 4 beauties are each hotter than the last. If the marriage law allowed polygamy, I'd marry all 4 of them. Just thinking about it makes me feel great." Li Mayor stared at Cheng Tianla's infuriating smirk and promptly twisted his waist hard. The sudden pain made him yelp in protest. Watching the playful banter, Shu Lin and Lu Xiaoxi decided to retreat to the bedroom. The moment Cheng Tianla saw Shu Lin and Lu Xiaoxi leave, he immediately pulled Li Mayor into his arms. She struggled fiercely, shouting, "You filthy pervert! What do you think you're doing? Haha, what do you think I can do?" Cheng Tianla licked his parched lips, his face twisted into a wolfish grin. "It's been days since I've favored my beloved concubine. Today, this emperor intends to thoroughly enjoy some hee with you." Cheng Tianla carried Li Mayor into the room, tossed her onto the large bed, and kicked the door shut. After their passionate encounter, Cheng Tianla held Li Mayor close as he fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Li Mayor awoke early. Glancing at Cheng Tianla still snoring soundly, a blush of coyness spread across her face. She rose, dressed, and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. 20 minutes later, Li Mayor had prepared breakfast for 4. Just then, Lu Xiaoxi and Shu Lin emerged from their room. Noticing Lu Xiaoxi's flushed cheeks, Li Mayor gave a mischievous smile and asked, "Xiaoxi, did you sleep well last night?" Lu Xiaoxi understood perfectly what Li Mayor was implying. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she replied shyly, "It was okay. How about you, Mayor?" "I was okay too." Shu Lin noticed Li Mayor's flushed cheeks and grinned, asking, "Where's the fun? Why hasn't he gotten up yet?" With that, he strode toward Cheng Tianla's room. Pushing open the door, he peered inside to find Cheng Tianla sprawled out in a big X shape, snoring away. Shu Lin watched the scene, a sly grin spreading across his face. Clearly, Cheng Tianla had been up too late last night and was too exhausted to get up. He tiptoed carefully to the head of Cheng Tianla's bed, gave a mischievous smile, and suddenly bellowed, "Hey, lazy! The sun's already up." Before Shu Lin could finish his sentence, golden clouds swirled out from Cheng Tianla's body. Instantly, a golden thread lashed out, whipping Shu Lin backward and slamming him hard into the wall. "Ah!" Shu Lin's agonized cry instantly jolted Cheng Tianla awake. Opening his eyes, he saw the golden thread about to strike Shu Lin again. His mind raced as he swiftly reeled it back into the golden cloud. He scrambled out of bed to help Shu Lin up, noticing a wound gushing blood from his chest. "Lindsay, are you okay?" he demanded urgently. Lindsay clutched his chest, pain etched on his face as he looked at Cheng Tianla. "What just happened? Why did I suddenly fly out?" The commotion inside the room alerted Li Mayor and Lu Xiaoxi. They hurried in to investigate. Upon seeing Cheng Tianla, Lu Xiaoxi flushed crimson and let out a startled cry before turning away. Her reaction startled Cheng Tianla, leaving him bewildered about what had just transpired. Li Mayor first glanced at Shu Lin, then said with an awkward expression, "Brother Lu, could you please put your pants back on first?" "Ah!" Cheng Tianla felt a chill down below. Glancing down, he was speechless and mortified. In his panic earlier, he'd completely forgotten he wasn't wearing any clothes. No wonder Lu Xiaoxi had screamed and turned away after just one glance. "Sorry, really sorry. I woke up too abruptly." Cheng Tianla turned away to put his clothes back on, then helped Shu Lin to the living room and sat him down. At this point, Li Mayor fetched the first aid kit and began bandaging Shu Lin's wounds while asking, "Brother Lo, what happened earlier? How did Shu Lin get that wound on his chest? Chang Tianla sighed. How should I explain this to you? Just tell us. Do you have some secret you're hiding? Li Meyer glared at Chang Tianla. If you dare keep anything from me, just wait till I get my hands on you. Chang Tianla glanced at Li Meyer, then shifted his gaze to Shu Lin and Lu Xiaoxian. After a moment's hesitation, he said, I can tell you my secret, but you must keep it confidential. This matter is extremely serious. If handled poorly, it won't just harm me, it could drag you into trouble too. Hearing the gravity of his words, all three looked startled. Though they were all eager to know his secret, considering the seriousness of the matter, they decided it was best not to press him. Lizzie, if it's your secret, then don't tell us. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. I think it's best you keep it to yourself, lest we get dragged into trouble later. Chang Tianla shot Shu Lin a grateful look, patting his shoulder. Remember this, never pull any stupid pranks on me while I'm asleep. You only dodged a bullet this time because I woke up early. If I'd slept in a bit longer, you'd probably be back in your hometown by now. Got it. Shu Lin nodded. Lugu, has something happened to you? Shu. Chang Tianla made a shushing gesture and smiled faintly. Don't ask. I don't want to scare you. He reached for the medicine box in front of him, but a fruit knife lay beside it. In a moment of carelessness, his finger was cut. Li Meyer saw the crimson blood trickling from Chang Tianla's finger. She immediately grabbed his finger, placed it in her mouth, and gently sucked on it. That single suck instantly reminded Chang Tianla of last night's scene, and a warm current surged up from his lower abdomen. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lu Xiaoxi grinned. Sis Meyer, what's going on here? After sucking twice, Li Meyer released Chang Tianla. Seeing the bleeding had stopped, she pulled out a band-aid and applied it for him. Turning to glare at Lu Xiaoxian, she retorted, What's the deal? If Shu Lin had cut his finger, I bet you'd do the same, right? Lu Xiaoxian giggled, That depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I would. If I'm in a bad mood, forget it. Shu Lin grinned wryly at her words, shaking his head with a sigh. Sis Meyer is the best. Always looking out for Lizzie. You better treat Sis Meyer right, Lizzie. Don't break her heart. Chang Tianla sensed hidden meaning in Shu Lin's words. He shot him a look and retorted, Why are you meddling in my affairs? Mind your own business. After finishing their meal, the four headed straight to the company. Once back at the office, Li Meyer went off to handle her own affairs. Chang Tianla then tapped Lu Xiaoxi on the shoulder and whispered, Has Yao Fingshou returned yet? Come back? Lu Xiaoxi gave a cute smile. According to reliable sources, Yao Fingshou has completely lost his mind. He's still in the psychiatric hospital. Seriously? Chang Tianla was speechless. Wasn't it just that day he killed 2 dogs right in front of him? Did that really scare him into insanity? That guy's got a pretty weak constitution, huh? Xiaoqian, Yao Fingshou quit. So who's the new supervisor? What's that got to do with you? Lu Xiaoxi shot Chang Tianla a look. Are you worried the new supervisor will target Sister Meyer? Just asking. Relax. Lu Xiaoxian patted Chang Tianla's shoulder and laughed. The new manager is a woman and a real beauty at that. She wouldn't dare bother your Mimi. Oh. Chang Tianla nodded with a smile. Seeing Chang Tianla's lecherous grin, Lu Xiaoxian frowned and warned, Brother Lu, don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better keep your hands off the new manager. Rumor has it she's got some serious connections. What are you talking about? Chang Tianla slapped Lu Xiaoxi playfully. Bro, I'm planning to take some time off, that's why I asked about the new manager. Leave? What are you up to now? Is that any of your business? Lu Xiaoxian watched Chang Tianla stride toward the manager's office with a smug look on his face. Furious, she muttered a curse after him, You jerk. I hope the manager denies your leave and puts you in your place in front of this lady. Chang Tianla reached the office door, smoothed his clothes slightly, and knocked softly. A voice as clear as a silver bell came from inside, Come in. Pushing the door open, Chang Tianla stepped inside. The moment he entered the office and caught sight of the new supervisor, his gaze was instantly transfixed. Before him was a face of the most perfect classical oval, as if stepped straight out of the most iconic beauty manga. Unlike the large eyes typical of conventional beauties, hers were large and expressive, with a gentle, rippling quality in her pupils, as if they were constantly whispering unspoken words. Her firm, straight nose blended feminine grace with a hint of masculine vigor. Her slightly thin, soft lips glowed with a translucent ruby hue, so delicate they seemed intoxicating at a glance. A cascade of silky, jet black hair flowed down, draping perfectly over her delicately curved shoulders. This beautiful manager possessed an upward sweeping figure, with perfectly proportioned curves, a textbook example of a well-developed young woman. Her long legs and slender waist, paired with a height of around 5 feet 7 inches, made her form so flawless that adding an inch would make her too full, while subtracting one would leave her too thin. She was simply perfect. Noticing Chang Tianla's eyes wandering over her body, the beautiful manager's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she said with a hint of displeasure, Chang Tianla, is it? Ah. Chang Tianla froze, realizing his lapse in composure. He forced an awkward smile. Yes, that's me. Chapter 51, The Beautiful Cece. What do you want? The beautiful manager asked in a cool, indifferent tone. Chang Tianla observed the powerful aura radiating from the beautiful supervisor and suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his heart. An unprecedented desire to conquer surged from the depths of his soul. Men all share a common weakness, the urge to conquer beautiful women. But conquering a powerhouse like her would truly showcase a man's strength. Nothing major. I took some time off a few days ago and just got back today. I came to check in and see the new manager. I don't even know your name yet, beautiful manager. My name is Li Cece. The moment Chang Tianla heard the name Li Cece, a lecherous grin spread across his face. His mind immediately jumped to Li Shishir, that famously beautiful and talented courtesan from the late Northern Song dynasty. What's more, he'd once downloaded an adult film online where the actress portrayed Li Shishir with such vivid, seductive perfection that Chang Tianla had jerked off to it multiple times. Now, seeing his direct superior not only stunningly sexy but also bearing a name that sparked his imagination, Chang Tianla couldn't help but fantasize. If he could get his hands on his boss, the formidable Li Cece, it would be pure bliss. As these thoughts swirled, Chang Tianla's expression suddenly darkened. He'd just realized a serious problem. Why had he become so lecherous? He wasn't like this before. Why did he now fantasize about seducing every attractive woman he saw? Could it be that awakening his supernatural powers had somehow altered his perception of sensuality? Chang Tianla shook his head, trying to banish the lewd thoughts from his mind. Taking a deep breath, he offered a faint smile. Cece, I came here today to. Before Chang Tianla could finish, Li Cece immediately furrowed her delicate brows. Her face darkened with displeasure as she glared at him. I'm your superior. Show me some respect. Do you really think you can just call me Cece? Chang Tianla shrugged it off with a carefree smile and continued, we're all colleagues. Do we really need to be so rigid? I'm here today to request leave. Hearing Chang Tianla wanted to take leave again, Li Cece's face instantly darkened with displeasure. She thought to herself, is this guy crazy? Coming here to ask for leave and acting so cocky? Doesn't he fear I might refuse? You just took leave. Why are you asking for more? Don't you know the company's been swamped lately? I know. Knowing that, and you still ask for leave? Chang Tianla chuckled, I have something to take care of. Li Cece shot him a look and retorted irritably, couldn't you have handled it days ago? Chang Tianla cleared his throat, scratched his head, and said sheepishly, the old matters are taken care of, but new ones have come up. That's why I'm requesting a month's leave. A month? Li Cece's eyes widened. What are you up to, little brother? What could possibly take a month to handle? You might as well just resign. No way. Chang Tianla quickly beamed, Cece, I really don't want to take leave either, but I have no choice. I mean, I'm a grown man and I don't even have a driver's license. It'd be so embarrassing if word got out. So I'm taking leave to get my license. Don't worry, this leave is only for half a day. I'll skip the morning shift but come in promptly for the afternoon. I'll definitely complete all company-assigned tasks even if it means overtime. I promise to finish everything neatly every day. And don't you dare call me Cece again. Li Cece shot Chang Tianla a glare. If you call me Cece one more time, don't be surprised if I don't approve your leave. Chang Tianla's face lit up instantly. Overwhelmed with excitement, he suddenly grabbed Li Cece and planted a kiss on her. This completely startled Li Cece. She froze for several seconds before realizing she'd been taken advantage of. A shrill scream, loud enough to burst eardrums, burst from her mouth, causing Chang Tianla to jump back in fright. You scoundrel! Bandit! Shameless scum! How dare you! Seeing Li Cece about to explode, Chang Tianla scrambled to explain, Cece, I got a little carried away. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Next time? There'll be a next time? Furious, Li Cece grabbed the teacup from her desk and hurled it at Chang Tianla. But the moment she threw it, regret washed over her. At this distance, Chang Tianla couldn't dodge it. And the cup was filled with boiling water. If she injured him, the consequences would be disastrous. Yet just as Li Cece was regretting her impulsive action, her expression suddenly froze on her pretty face. She saw the teacup didn't crash into Chang Tianla as she'd expected. Instead, it abruptly stopped right in front of him. He reached out and caught it steadily in his hand. Ah! Li Cece's cherry red lips parted wide in astonishment as she pointed at the teacup in Chang Tianla's hand. How did you do that? Chang Tianla observed Li Cece's utterly astonished expression, smiled faintly, placed the teacup on his desk, and said with feigned mystery, Cece, do you want to know? Li Cece nodded instinctively. Yes. I won't tell you. Li Cece rolled her eyes in frustration and snorted coldly, fine. Since you won't tell me, I won't give you the leave. That's not fair. Chang Tianla said, slightly annoyed. As my supervisor, how can you do this? You just agreed to give me time off, and now you're taking it back? You know I'm the boss, and bosses have this kind of power. If I want to give you time off, you get it. If I don't, you don't. Now, tell me honestly, how did you make that teacup hover in midair just now? Cheng Tianla stared at Li Sisi's smug expression and was instantly speechless. It seemed like unless he came up with some excuse to explain what was going on, he'd be out of luck with this day off. What excuse could he possibly come up with? Cheng Tianla's mind raced, but after turning it over and over, he couldn't think of anything good. With a gritted teeth sigh, he finally blurted out, "Sisi, if I told you I have superpowers, would you believe me?" Superpowers? Li Sisi's face immediately twisted with disdain. She snorted, "You think you're some kind of fairy? Superpowers? If you have superpowers, then I must have magical powers too." Cheng Tianla was speechless. For the first time, he'd honestly admitted to having superpowers, only to be met with disbelief. These days, no one believed the truth, yet everyone took lies as gospel. "Sisi, will you approve my vacation request? Call me Li Sisi." Li Sisi glared at Cheng Tianla again and snapped, "Your leave is approved. Remember to come in this afternoon." "Thanks so much, Sisi." Cheng Tianla started to hug her again, but luckily Li Sisi had learned her lesson and quickly grabbed her teacup, making a threatening gesture. Cheng Tianla gave an awkward smile, glancing at Li Sisi's chest before swallowing hard. He thought to himself, this girl has a great figure, too bad it's hidden by her clothes. He opened his special vision to examine her body, casually measuring her 3 sizes with golden threads. The thought crossed his mind, and Cheng Tianla instantly activated his psychic vision. As his ability opened, Li Sisi's clothes vanished in an instant. In that moment, she stood before him completely naked. Bust 83, waist 60, hips 89, height 173 centimeters, a perfect figure. Just as Cheng Tianla was thoroughly enjoying the view, his psychic energy became overly concentrated. Suddenly, the naked Li Sisi before him transformed. Her perfect, delicate form vanished, replaced by what appeared to be veins and muscle tissue. Holy! This scene nearly scared the crap out of Cheng Tianla. Luckily, he knew this was a special ability of his psychic powers, otherwise, he would have screamed in terror. Calming his nerves, Cheng Tianla carefully examined the meridians and blood vessels on Li Sisi's body. Suddenly, he noticed a lump on her chest. Though not large, it was clearly abnormal tissue. Cheng Tianla frowned slightly, closing his psychic vision. He stroked his chin and said, "Sisi, you're sick." Li Sisi was instantly furious at Cheng Tianla's abrupt remark. "You're the one who's sick," she snapped. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, please leave." Cheng Tianla immediately adopted a look of deep grievance, his face twisted in mock sorrow as he declared, "Sisi, I'm only telling you this because we're colleagues. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother. You're the one who's sick. You're the one who's sick. Did you get your head knocked in by a door this morning? If you dare say another word, you're losing your vacation time." "Sisi." Cheng Tianla spoke calmly, "Hear me out. Don't get upset yet. Wait until I finish explaining your condition before you get angry. Get out. Right. Now." Li Sisi felt like her lungs were about to explode from Cheng Tianla's words. If she hadn't been worried about her image, she would have cursed him out by now. Cheng Tianla paid no heed to her fury, speaking calmly, "Sisi, when you feel anxious or irritable, do you notice a dull ache or sharp pain in your right breast? Or occasionally, when you touch your breast, does it feel like being pricked by a needle?" At these words, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Sisi's face. When it came to illness, one knew the truth better than anyone else. If something was wrong with her body, no one understood it more clearly than she did. Chapter 52, Observation, Auscultation, Inquiry, and Palpation. Li Sisi recognized every symptom Cheng Tianla had described, especially in recent days. Since starting her new job, she'd been incredibly busy, and her mood had suffered as a result. Her breasts sometimes ached intensely, and she'd planned to visit the hospital for a checkup once she sorted out her work commitments. Yet Cheng Tianla had described her pain in just a few words, leaving Li Sisi utterly astonished. "How did you know?" Seeing that Li Sisi believed him, Cheng Tianla grinned. "Sisi, if I said I guessed, would you believe me? Guess my head." Li Sisi glared at Cheng Tianla. "Did you study medicine?" "Sort of." "What do you mean sort of?" Li Sisi retorted, clearly annoyed. "If you studied it, you studied it. If you didn't, you didn't. Then I have." Cheng Tianla chuckled. "Sisi, do you need me to treat your illness? Since we're colleagues, I'll treat you for free. We'll see about that later. First, tell me what's wrong with me." Cheng Tianla stroked his chin thoughtfully, feigning a troubled expression. "I haven't diagnosed it yet. Based solely on your complexion, this is all I can tell. If you let me examine the affected area, I could pinpoint the illness." "What did you say?" Li Sisi exclaimed in surprise. "You want to touch my..." Cheng Tianla felt a surge of secret delight, but his face remained solemn. The 4 diagnostic methods are observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. I've only done 3 so far. Palpation is missing. Just 1 touch, and I can confirm your diagnosis." Upon hearing Cheng Tianla's words, Li Sisi felt a million wild horses galloping through her mind. This Cheng Tianla was utterly despicable. He was blatantly trying to take advantage of her.
Seeing Li Sisi's displeased expression, Chang Tianla flashed a slight smile. Sisi, don't be shy, okay? Though I'm not a real doctor, my skills surpass those of professional physicians, and I possess strong medical ethics. Rest assured, I won't take advantage of you. Li Sisi watched Chang Tianla's lecherous grin from moments ago transform into a solemn expression. She knew instantly this guy had ulterior motives. Even if he could diagnose her condition, he was definitely treating her with an agenda. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis. When did it become observation, auscultation, inquiry, and touch? Li Sisi was no fool. She saw right through Chang Tianla's intentions. With a laugh, she retorted, Chang Tianla, you lecher. Everyone else takes pulses, you actually want to touch? That's a bit too much. Chang Tianla chuckled. Sisi, you just don't get it. You know why other doctors don't touch? It's because they're not familiar with their patients, so they wouldn't dare make such a direct request to touch the very spot where you're sick. Am I familiar with you? Li Sisi glared at Chang Tianla. If you really know what you're doing, then take my pulse. Taking your pulse is fine, Chang Tianla said, a hint of reluctance crossing his face. But that might lead to a misdiagnosis. What if I get it wrong? That wouldn't be good. Here's what we'll do instead, take off your clothes and let me see the affected area. Just one look, and I'll be able to determine the cause. At Chang Tianla's words, Li Sisi's lovely face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. The idea of undressing in front of a stranger to expose her chest was utterly unbearable. Though her chest ached constantly, she refused to bare herself for Chang Tianla. You scoundrel, she snapped. First you want to touch me, now you want to look. Are you taking advantage of my illness? Chang Tianla did indeed want to take advantage of Li Sisi. After all, he had already used his special vision and golden threads to examine her. He knew her condition completely, so there was no need to touch or look anymore. But Chang Tianla had his own plan. If he could trick Li Sisi into undressing now, he'd have more excuses to get her to strip in front of him later. Although he'd already scanned her thoroughly with his psychic vision and golden threads, that was merely his special ability, something Li Sisi remained unaware of. Besides, such observation couldn't compare to the tangible reality of getting her to undress before him. If he could trick Li Sisi into undressing before him, then Chang Tianla would have every legitimate reason to proceed with a thorough examination. Sisi, haven't you heard the saying, don't shy away from treatment when you're sick? Since you're ill, you should follow the doctor's advice. I'm a doctor, I have medical ethics. Just relax and let me examine you. I absolutely won't take any liberties. Li Sisi's beautiful eyes locked onto Chang Tianla. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't shake the feeling this guy had ulterior motives. Though she didn't know how he diagnosed her illness, she was convinced he was just trying to take advantage of her by making her undress. Think about it, if Chang Tianla could identify her symptoms without even touching her, that proved he possessed genuine expertise. And if he truly had that expertise, it meant he'd already diagnosed her condition, no further examination was necessary. Yet here he was, inventing all sorts of excuses for her to undress. His intentions were painfully obvious. After weighing her thoughts, Li Sisi offered a faint smile. Chang Tianla, there's nothing for you here. You can go practice driving. Ah. Originally, Chang Tianla was pleased to see Li Sisi silent, thinking she was trying to persuade him. But he never imagined she would actually ask him to leave. Now, feeling puzzled and disappointed, he asked, Sisi, your illness isn't serious, but if you won't let me examine you, I'm afraid we might miss the best time for treatment. What if it worsens? For the sake of your health, please let me take a look. Seeing Chang Tianla's impatient expression, Li Sisi finally understood his true intentions. She snorted and said, 3 words for you. What 3 words? Brother, I'll be right there. Chang Tianla rolled his eyes at the words, then cleared his throat. Fine, get lost. You can refuse my treatment, but Sisi, you still need to get checked at a proper hospital. If they can't solve it, then come back to me. I promise I'll cure you without a single drop of pain. Li Sisi shot Chang Tianla a fierce glare, her smile forced and hollow. Don't worry. If the hospital can't fix it, this lady will make sure you treat me. Got it. Chang Tianla replied with unbridled excitement before scurrying out the door. Watching his retreating figure, Li Sisi's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she murmured softly, this kid's got some nerve. After taking leave, Chang Tianla immediately called Lin Xian to ask where she was learning to drive. She told him to wait at the company entrance, she'd drive him there shortly. Soon after, Lin Xian pulled up. Once inside the car, Chang Tianla glanced at the perfect curve of her waist outlined by the seatbelt, swallowed hard, and said, Lin Xian, I really appreciate you taking the time to drive me to driving lessons despite your busy schedule. Lin Xian shot him a dismissive glance and replied coolly, I'm doing this for my own sake. I don't want to be the one driving everywhere from now on, that's why I'm taking you to learn. Otherwise, I couldn't care less about you. And this is the only ride you're getting. Make sure you memorize the route properly. Chang Tianla laughed heartily, no problem. Once this young master learns to drive, I'll pick you up from work every single day. Yeah, right. Lin Xian stared straight ahead, a hint of melancholy flickering across her face.
If you pick me up every day, won't Li Meyer eat you alive? And even if she doesn't eat you, she'll probably eat me instead. No way. Chang Tianla chuckled. Meyer isn't that violent. Besides, why would she eat you?
Lin Xian turned to glance at Chang Tianla, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. She bit her lip, opening her mouth to speak but ultimately holding her words back. Faced with her silence, Chang Tianla found himself at a loss for words too. He was now somewhat conflicted, knowing Lin Xian liked him. But because of Li Meyer, she dared not show it too obviously. Besides, Lin Xian was exceptionally well qualified. She had no reason, or rather, no status to lower to compete with Li Meyer.
Why would she even bother competing?
She knew Chang Tianla cared for her, but he already had a girlfriend. They were university classmates, and the depth of their bond was obvious to everyone.
What kind of person would Lin Xian be if she tried to muscle in? Would she become the third wheel? Or was she willing to sacrifice everything to share a man with Li Meyer for Chang Tianla's sake? Even if Lin Xian herself agreed, would her father ever consent? Her status was too unique. Marriage was simply not something she could decide for herself.
The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more troubled and restless she became.
This unease began to worry Chang Tianla, who sat beside her. He asked softly, Lin Xian, what's wrong? Nothing. I'll be fine in a moment. Oh. Chang Tianla knew Lin Xian was upset, but he didn't know how to comfort her.
He understood her distress was undoubtedly because of him. At this moment, he knew it was best to say little. When a woman was angry, the more a man spoke, the more he risked making things worse.
The wisest course was to remain silent. Though Chang Tianla remained silent, he wasn't idle.
He opened his psychic eyes and carefully examined Lin Xian's body.
This observation wasn't lecherous, it was to check if anything was wrong with her.
Previously, Chang Tianla could use golden threads to detect illnesses in others, but that method lacked the direct, visual clarity of his psychic vision. Now he could control his psychic vision at will, seeing through any part of the human body with complete ease. After his examination, Chang Tianla found Lin Xian's body to be exceptionally healthy, with all bodily functions operating perfectly normally. What thrilled him most was discovering that Lin Xian was still a virgin. In truth, Chang Tianla had always suspected this but had never had confirmation. Now, whenever he wished, he could see through anyone completely.
Secretly, Chang Tianla calculated that if he quit this company, he could study medicine a bit more and easily open his own clinic. Specializing in treating difficult and rare diseases would definitely be a money-making venture. As Chang Tianla was lost in these daydreams, he suddenly sensed Lin Xian's emotional fluctuations growing stronger. This made him uneasy.
Then he recalled something the old Chinese medicine practitioner had told him when he was learning acupuncture points. There were 3 particularly remarkable points known as the joy points.
The joy points, also known as the revitalizing triangle zone, were located near the Zhanzhong acupoint.
Zhanzhong sat at the midpoint between the 2 nipples. Drawing a line from the center of the sternoclavicular joint below the neck to each nipple formed a golden triangle zone encompassing Zhanzhong, the sternum, and the mammary glands. The Shanzhong point is the convergence of the foot Taiyin, foot Shaoyin, hand Taiyang, hand Shaoyin, and Ren meridian. Gently tapping this triangular area with the fingertips for 3 to 5 minutes can refresh the mind and uplift the mood. This passage flashed rapidly through Chang Tianla's mind. At the time, he had been too preoccupied with the acupoints on Zhou Keqing's legs to give it much thought, nor did he fully believe it then. However, Lin Xian's mood was deteriorating rapidly. Chang Tianla decided to try stimulating acupoints to see if it could improve her state. With that thought, he immediately released 10 golden threads. Without Lin Xian sensing anything, they pierced through her clothing and began stimulating the joy point on her chest.
Chapter 53, The First Time.
As Chang Tianla guided the golden threads through Lin Xian's clothing to stimulate the pleasure triangle, she inexplicably felt her mood begin to ease. She only felt a tingling sensation at her chest. Within about a minute, that irritable mood vanished without a trace, leaving her utterly puzzled and astonished. Why had she been so irritable just moments ago, yet now felt inexplicably better? As Lin Xian's mood lifted, Chang Tianla promptly withdrew the golden thread, his excitement beyond words. The human body's acupoints were indeed profound, simply stimulating them could improve one's state of mind. This discovery prompted Chang Tianla to secretly resolve to thoroughly study the art of acupuncture.
Acupuncture wasn't just for healing illnesses.
What truly captivated Chang Tianla was its potential to stimulate meridians for beauty treatments and weight loss.
Lost in these thoughts, Chang Tianla broke into a delighted smile.
Lin Xian turned to see his lecherous grin and immediately shot him a disapproving look.
What dirty thoughts are you thinking about? How could you wear such a lecherous smile?
Nothing, Chang Tianla replied awkwardly, clearing his throat. Lin Xian shot him another disdainful glance, muttered under her breath, then focused on driving. Soon they arrived at the driving school. Since Lin Xian had already made arrangements and settled all fees beforehand, they had little to do upon arrival and headed straight to the test area for practice. Scattered across the test grounds were only about 20 people, both men and women.
The moment Chang Tianla and Lin Xian arrived, they instantly drew everyone's attention.
There was no helping it, a handsome guy and a beautiful woman would always be the center of attention wherever they went. Lin Xian glanced at the men's gazes and furrowed her delicate brows slightly. The unabashed desire in their eyes reminded her unconsciously of Yang Biao, making her feel thoroughly uncomfortable.
Look good, you stay here and study hard. Call me if you need anything. I'm heading out now. Chang Tianla responded with a nod, his heart sinking with disappointment. His disappointment wasn't because Lin Xian was leaving, but because this exam hall didn't even have a single stunning beauty. If there were no stunning beauties, that was one thing, but couldn't they at least have given him an average-looking one? Or at least someone passable? Yet among the dozen or so girls in the exam hall, each one was uglier than the last. Not a single ordinary-looking one.
Chang Tianla now suspected Lin Xian had deliberately researched this place, filling it with unattractive women before sending him here to get his driver's license.
Ugh! What a miserable life this was going to be. A whole month. Was he really going to have to spend it with these dinosaurs?
Just as Chang Tianla was wallowing in self-pity, he suddenly heard Lin Xian arguing with someone behind him. Turning his head, anger instantly flashed across his face. 3 flashily dressed punks had surrounded Lin Xian, hurling vulgar insults and lewd remarks at her.
Damn it!
Chang Tianla cursed under his breath, about to charge over and deal with the punks, when a hand tapped his shoulder. He turned to see a guy standing at 185 centimeters, built like a tank, staring at him with an amused expression.
Kid, new here? Chang Tianla frowned slightly.
He knew this big oaf was definitely part of the same gang as the 3 harassing Lin Xian. He wasn't about to waste his breath on this idiot now. He shot the big guy a fierce glare and turned to walk away.
Seeing Chang Tianla act so arrogantly, not even acknowledging him, the big oaf felt utterly humiliated. Who in this exam hall didn't know the name Wang Dazhuang? In a one-on-one fight, no one was his match.
Plus, his boss, Dong Geqiu, had explicitly told him to stop this pretty boy at all costs. Don't let him ruin his fun with the girls.
Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me ask you a question?
Chang Tianla's expression darkened instantly as he eyed the clumsy oaf who'd stepped in front of him. He hadn't planned on dealing with this kid, but the fool had clearly overstepped.
Chang Tianla couldn't be bothered with small talk now. Lin Xian's safety came first.
If those 3 punks got their hands on her right in front of him, he might as well go kill himself.
A golden thread shot out from behind Chang Tianla.
This time, he didn't use it to fling the big oaf away.
Instead, he precisely controlled the thread to jab the giant's laughter point.
The instant the thread made contact, the big oaf shuddered violently before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Chang Tianla glanced at the big oaf, who was clutching his stomach nearly doubled over with laughter.
He spat in his direction, then sprinted toward Lin Xian at top speed.
Upon reaching her, without a word, he swung his leg out, kicking a green-haired thug flat onto the ground. After taking down the thug, Chang Tianla immediately pulled Lin Xian behind him and coldly declared, "You lot have some nerve.
Daring to hit on my woman right in front of me? Do you know the consequences of this? You!"
Dong Geqiu spat, pointing at Chang Tianla.
"Kid, you know what happens when you mess with my Ball Brothers crew?"
Chang Tianla glanced at this scrawny, sallow-faced punk barely 5 feet tall and felt a wave of disgust wash over him. A scar over a dozen centimeters long ran across the right side of the guy's lip. When he tilted his head, glared, and flared his nostrils, the scar writhed like a tiny centipede, twisting and turning with the movement of his lips.
"Damn it, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?"
Chang Tianla glanced at Dong Geqiu, who was spewing arrogance and filth. In the past, he would never have bothered with such scum. But now, these guys were nothing more than trash in his eyes.
Chang Tianla stroked his chin, a playful expression on his face. "You've got 2 choices. First, get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Second, watch me cripple you." Dong Geqiu burst into laughter at this, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. In all his years on the streets, no one had ever dared speak to him like this, especially not some newbie learning to drive. Dong Geqiu had teased Lin Xian primarily because he assumed neither she nor Chang Tianla had any connections. After all, anyone with money would buy a license outright instead of taking the test.
Even those who didn't buy one would have learned to drive long before adulthood, unlike Chang Tianla, who was taking the test at this age. But what truly emboldened Dong Geqiu wasn't these assumptions. He'd seen Lin Xian drive Chang Tianla here. Women like her were either from modestly well-off families or the mistresses of wealthy men. In his eyes, Chang Tianla was just a freeloading pretty boy with 0 real talent.
Even if he flirted with Lin Xian, Chang Tianla wouldn't dare retaliate. If things escalated, it would be Lin Xian and Chang Tianla who suffered the consequences. "Kid, you're the first to talk to Brother Chiu like that."
Dong Geqiu looked at Chang Tianla with utter contempt.
"To commemorate this first time, I've decided to take one of your arms. Flirting with my woman and refusing to apologize, now you dare threaten me?"
Chang Tianla looked at Dong Geqiu, his tone calm. "Your actions piss me off, so you're gonna pay." Dong Geqiu grinned savagely at Chang Tianla.
"Kid, you're pretty cocky, huh? But no worries, I love nothing more than taking down pretentious nobodies."
The more they strut, the more satisfying it is to take them down. With that, he lunged at Chang Tianla.
It must be said, the seemingly skinny Dong Getcho was surprisingly agile. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Chang Tianla, his right fist clenched and hurtling straight for Chang Tianla's face. Chang Tianla's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. At this moment, he had already activated his special ability eyes. To him, Dong Getcho's speed seemed as slow as a snail's crawl. A golden thread shot out like lightning, instantly wrapping around Dong Getcho's arm, immobilizing him completely. To conceal his supernatural abilities, Chang Tianla struck with lightning speed, seizing Dong Getcho's wrist. Using the golden thread's tension, he wrenched downward with force. A crisp snap echoed as bone shattered. Ah! Dong Getcho screamed in agony, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Chang Tianla's grip. He bellowed, "Dalian! Quick, come help me!" Before Dong Getcho could finish speaking, Chang Tianla delivered a flying kick straight to his midsection. The force was immense. Dong Getcho felt his insides twist into knots. The excruciating pain made his entire body shudder, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. "You!" Seeing this guy still cursing, Chang Tianla delivered another flying kick, this time not to Dong Getcho's stomach, but straight to his groin. The blow sent another piercing scream from Dong Getcho, followed by his eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious. "You reap what you sow." Chang Tianla clapped his hands and chuckled, turning to the thug named Dalian. "So, are you going to end up like Dong Getcho after you try to fight? Or are you going to kneel down and beg for mercy?" Dalian stared at the unconscious Dong Getcho, especially recalling Chang Tianla's devastatingly precise kick. The sight truly terrified him. If that kick had landed on his own private parts, his sexual happiness for the rest of his life would be utterly destroyed. Now he knew the seemingly harmless young man before him was actually a smiling tiger. He acted decisively and without mercy. Worst of all, he deliberately targeted a man's private parts. This fighting style was more thuggish than thugs themselves. Though Chang Tianla showed no mercy, making Dalian kowtow an apology was absolutely out of the question. If he truly bowed down and admitted fault, he'd never be able to hold his head up around here again. "Brother, leave a little room for future encounters. You've already injured our boss, let's call it even here." Chapter 54, Seeing Stars. Chang Tianla smiled faintly at the words, "Leave a way out? Why should I? You're taking yourselves way too seriously. I already said it, a woman who flirts with me then threatens me? Your actions piss me off. Two choices. Pick one fast. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. Kid, don't push your luck." Dalian took a cautious step back, his face hardening as he snapped, "Crossing us won't do you any favors. I've already crossed you." Chang Tianla pointed at Dong Getcho, lying motionless on the ground like a dead pig. "This piece of trash is ruined by me. From now on, he's no longer a complete man. Do you think he'll let this go when he wakes up? So let's skip the nonsense. If you still won't choose, I'll have to take action." Dalian glared at Chang Tianla, his face dark. Though seething with resentment, he dared not attack. After all, he'd witnessed Chang Tianla's skills firsthand. While he believed himself a match for the young master, if he struck first, he'd be the one left crippled. What kind of life would he have then? Just as Dalian prepared to kowtow an apology, a booming curse erupted behind him. "Who the hell is bold enough to cause trouble on my turf?" At the sound of that rough voice, Dalian's face lit up with joy. He turned to see the newcomer, then rushed over in 3 strides, bowing and scraping as he said, "Brother Xion, what brings you here?" The man Dalian addressed as Brother Xion was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, his face covered in a thick beard. At first glance, he resembled Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms. "Xiao Liangzi, what happened? How did Qiuqiu end up unconscious?" "Brother Xion, Xiuga got beaten up." Dalian pointed accusingly at Chang Tianla. "See that pretty boy over there? He's the one who hit Xiuga. That bastard has no shame, he actually kicked Xiuga in the balls." Hearing Dalian's words, Brother Xion's brow furrowed slightly. "That's not how it's done on the streets. Fighting's one thing, but crippling someone's manhood like that's just uncool." A surge of anger welled up inside him as he led his dozen or so underlings over to Chang Tianla. Just as Brother Xion was about to unleash a torrent of abuse at Tianla, he suddenly spotted Lin Xian standing behind him. His eyes lit up instantly. He'd seen his share of beauties and had his fair share of fun, but a woman as stunning as Lin Xian was a first. Her perfect figure and noble demeanor sent a shiver through him, igniting an uncontrollable surge of lust. Completely ignoring Chang Tianla, Brother Xiong fixed Lin Xian with a lecherous grin and asked, "Hey, beautiful, got time for lunch together?" Another one asking for a beating. Chang Tianla stroked his chin, his expression calm as he spoke. Hearing Chang Tianla's response, Xiong's face darkened with displeasure. He coldly retorted, "Kid, you know you're standing in the way, right?" "Not really." Chang Tianla shot Brother Xiong a dismissive glance. "But I do find you standing in front of me pretty annoying. Dude, did you brush your teeth this morning?" Brother Xiong froze at Chang Tianla's inexplicable remark, but the guy answered with absolute certainty, "I did." "What's it to you?" Chang Tianla waved his hand in front of his nose, his face twisted in disgust. "Bro, you have bad breath, you know? It stinks so bad from this far away it makes me want to puke." Seriously, you're disgusting. Hearing this, Brother Xiong flew into a rage and cursed, "You ing wanna die, huh?" Smack! Cheng Tianla's hand shot out, landing squarely across Xiong Ji's face. He gave a cold, mocking laugh. Bad breath is a physical issue, I won't hold that against you. But cursing people? That's your fault. I don't care if you insult others, but if you insult me, then I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Brother Xiong was stunned by the sudden blow. The 5 distinct finger marks on his cheek were a humiliating insult. He'd come to mediate, yet before he could even play the mediator, he'd been slapped and in front of all his men, no less. It was a blatant trampling of his dignity. Xionggu touched his stinging cheek, still in disbelief. He'd been struck by this pretty boy punk standing before him. Rage, boundless rage. A fiery fury roared within his chest. He'd tear this bastard to shreds, dismember him if he didn't torture the life out of him. How could he ever hold his head high before his men again? Brothers, attack! Maim this bastard. As long as he doesn't die, I'll handle everything. Brother Yang roared furiously, his voice trailing off as dizziness and stars suddenly filled his vision. Smack! Another crisp sound rang out. Looking at Xiong Ji's other cheek, a bright red handprint stood out clearly. Needless to say, this slap was also delivered by Cheng Tianla. Now Xionggu was absolutely furious. 2 slaps. 2 slaps. He'd been slapped twice in a row. His rage boiled over as he roared, "Kill that kid!" At Xiong Ji's command, the dozen or so henchmen behind him swarmed forward in an instant. Cheng Tianla merely glanced at them as golden threads shot out, instantly snaring 2 of them and flinging them away. After tossing 2 of them aside, Cheng Tianla shielded Lin Xian as they broke out of the encirclement. He gave her a faint smile and said, "You stay out of the way for now." Lin Xian knew Cheng Tianla was formidable, even the machete-wielding train hijackers hadn't harmed him, let alone these petty thugs. Still, she urged, "Be careful. Don't kill anyone. Don't worry." Cheng Tianla grinned, turning to face the advancing thugs with a hint of excitement. It could be said every man harbors a hero complex in his youth, especially when in front of the woman he loves, eager to showcase his strength. The old Cheng Tianla had longed to be a hero, but his lack of strength had always held him back. When trouble brewed, he'd usually back away, avoiding conflict whenever possible. Now, however, he possessed this power, and with such a perfect opportunity before him, it would be a shame not to show off. Golden threads spun before Cheng Tianla, weaving a massive defensive web that shielded his vital points, leaving the thugs no chance to land a single blow. Truthfully, Cheng Tianla didn't need to go to such lengths. With his psionic vision activated, he could track every thug's movement with crystal clarity. Under the lens of his psionic vision, their attacks appeared painfully slow, utterly incapable of landing a single blow on him. As each thug charged, Cheng Tianla instantly bound them with golden threads before finishing them off with a decisive punch or kick. With each thug he took down, he felt his strength and speed surging. In under 15 seconds, he had dispatched every last one. Cheng Tianla glanced at the thugs sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain, a smug look spreading across his face. He turned and flashed a victory sign at Lin Xian, making her giggle. Cheng Tianla taking down so many thugs single-handedly had the surrounding trainees terrified. They all backed away. The male trainees secretly felt lucky they hadn't crossed this formidable guy earlier. If they had, they'd probably be lying there with the thugs now. The female trainees, meanwhile, were all starry-eyed, batting their eyelashes at Cheng Tianla like lovesick schoolgirls. Cheng Tianla spotted a few dinosaur-sized chubby girls and shuddered in fright, quickly turning away. He strode over to Xionggu, who was trembling like a leaf, stroked his chin, and said with a playful expression, "Xionggu, right? You were trying to kill me just now?" Brother Xiong now truly understood Cheng Tianla's formidable skill. One man had taken down over a dozen of his brothers. This was undoubtedly a master. His face drained of color as he stammered, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Cheng Tianla grinned, then slapped Xiong hard across the face. "You were trying to kill me just now, weren't you? Well, I'm right here in front of you now. Go ahead and kill me." Xionggu saw stars from the blow, clutching his face as he roared, "I'm warning you. You'd better behave. Do you know who I am? If you dare touch me, my boss won't let you off." "Is that so?" Cheng Tianla swung another slap across Xiong Ji's face. "What's wrong with me touching you? You." Smack. "What do you mean, what? I'm going to mess with you today, and what are you going to do about it? You had the nerve to go after my woman? Looks like you're tired of living. You've got some nerve, kid. Go ahead and hit me again if you think you can." Smack. Cheng Tianla slapped Xionggu across the face again, laughing. "So what if I slap you? You wanna bite me? I'll fight you to the death. Fight my ass." Cheng Tianla delivered a flying kick that sent Xionggu crashing to the ground. Spitting contemptuously, he sneered, "Stupid as a bear, yet you dare challenge me? You don't have what it takes." Xionggu lay sprawled on the ground, glaring up at the arrogantly triumphant Cheng Tianla. The rage boiling inside him was beyond description. This was the most humiliating beating he'd ever taken. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled to his feet and stumbled backward. "You got some guts, kid," he snarled.
If you're a real man, don't you dare leave. I'll call my boys right now and have you bastard cut to pieces. Chang Tianla watched Xianga call for backup with a look of utter contempt. He wasn't afraid of these small-time thugs. Even if 30 or 50 of them showed up, they wouldn't scratch him.
Just then, Lin Xian rushed over to Chang Tianla, gripping his arm anxiously. Brother Lo, let's get out of here fast. What if more people show up? Chang Tianla patted Lin Xian's arm and smiled faintly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Chapter 55, Kicked in the Balls. In the office of the Xing Group in H City, a man was thrusting wildly into an exquisitely seductive woman. Suddenly, his phone rang, startling him. He snatched it up, glanced at the number, and answered with irritation. Dexiong, what the hell are you calling for? Dexiong's pathetic voice came through the line. Boss, I'm getting bullied. Hurry up and bring some guys to Tianhong driving school to get me back. Hearing his brother was being bullied, the man's rage boiled over. What the hell was going on? He'd been beaten up yesterday, and now someone was picking on his little brother? They were asking for trouble. This guy was already boiling over, looking for a way to vent his rage. And now someone had come to provoke him? Talk about asking for it. He finished up as fast as he could, threw on some clothes, and stormed out of his office. At Tianhong driving school, Dexiong, his face swollen like a pig's head, stood face to face with Chang Tianla. The guy had already called his boss, and it wouldn't be long before his boss arrived with a crew of henchmen to settle the score. Dexiong now felt more confident, but he feared Chang Tianla might flee. To provoke him, he pointed at Chang Tianla and said, Kid, if you're a man, don't run. Let my boss teach you a lesson. Chang Tianla glanced at Dexiong with utter contempt. Bear, he sneered, don't worry. This young master isn't going anywhere. I'm dying to see what kind of boss could possibly lead such a pathetic little lackey like you. Lin Xian started to worry. She knew Chang Tianla was tough, but even a hero can't fight 4 opponents alone. If they really brought a gang, Tianla would definitely be at a disadvantage. She urged softly, Brother Lo, let's get out of here. If they bring a crowd, we'll be the ones who suffer. Chang Tianla shot Lin Xian a no worries glance and grinned. Xian, relax. Find a cool spot and enjoy the show. Yesterday I knocked 10 million out of someone, and today more money's coming my way. Once I knock out another 10 million, I'll buy you a sports car. Lin Xian rolled her eyes at his words and chuckled. You think H City is full of suckers? You're lucky to find one, let alone a second. Brother Lu, have you gotten addicted to this? Chang Tianla chuckled. Of course I'm hooked. I couldn't earn that much working my ass off for a whole year. Last night, I just waved my hands and made 10 million. That's faster than robbing a bank, and it's not even illegal. I'm impressed. Lin Xian rolled her eyes at Chang Tianla before actually turning and walking into the shade. Da Xiang watched Chang Tianla's arrogant demeanor and snorted coldly. Kid, I've got to hand it to you for your guts. But I'll tell you straight, you're a idiot. Smack. Chang Tianla darted to Da Xiang's side and slapped him hard across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Serves him right. You called your boss, so why didn't you just wait quietly? You had to go and trash talk Chang Tianla. That's asking for a beating. Chang Tianla grabbed Da Xiang by the collar, raining slaps on his face like they were free candy. He kept hitting him while yelling, You've got the body of a bear, but why the hell don't you have a bear's brain? Smack. Bears are dumb because their brains don't work right. But you? Not only is your brain useless, your mouth is filthy too. Today, I'll show you exactly what kind of punishment comes for talking trash. Smack. The barrage of slaps left Nobita barely recognizable, blood and teeth spilling out in a gurgling mess. But just as Chang Tianla was reveling in his assault, a furious roar erupted from behind him. You bastard! Stop this immediately! Bullying my little brother? You want to die? That voice sounded so familiar to Chang Tianla. He froze, slowly turning around. His eyes locked on the figure before him, and he couldn't help but laugh. The man standing there was none other than Shen Jingbing, the very guy who'd been beaten up last night and extorted for 10 million yuan. Could this guy be Dexiong's boss? Shen Jingbing clearly hadn't expected Chang Tianla to be the one who'd beaten up his men. Seeing Chang Tianla staring back at him with a smile, he instinctively took a step back. He almost stepped forward to try and make amends, but then thought better of it. Why would he? Last night, all his men had been knocked down by Chang Tianla, forcing him to compromise. But now he had over 50 underlings with him. Even if Chang Tianla was a formidable fighter, he couldn't possibly take on 50 men alone. This thought bolstered Shen Jingbing's confidence. A menacing expression spread across his chubby face as he sneered. Who'd I think it was? Turns out it's you, you bastard. Chang Tianla heard Shen Jingbing's words, stroked his chin, and said with a calm expression, You lunatic. You came to give me money? Money? Shen Jingbing sneered coldly. I'm here to deliver your final farewell. Chang Tianla chuckled at the remark. My dear son, your old man isn't dead yet. Why are you here to bury me? Though your filial piety is commendable, your actions have deeply offended me. Today, I'll teach this unfilial son a proper lesson. You're asking for death. Shen Jingbing roared furiously. Kid, show some sense. Hand over yesterday's check and kowtow 3 times calling me dad. Then I'll let you off today. Otherwise, I won't just cripple you, I'll take your girl too. Is that so?
A cold gleam flashed in Chang Tianla's eyes. Ever since awakening his supernatural abilities, his personality had transformed. He was no longer the timid, easily bullied Chang Tianla of the past. If he wanted to kill, these ordinary people were mere dirt and dogs utterly powerless. Though he wasn't inherently violent, Shen Jingbing's repeated provocations would enrage anyone. Especially since Shen Jingbing was no saint and had set his sights on Lin Xian, something Chang Tianla could never tolerate.
Chang Tianla had vowed to protect Lin Xian from any threat, eliminating every potential danger. At this moment, he resolved to eradicate Shen Jingbing, this scourge, entirely. Brothers, charge! Cut off an arm, 50 grand reward. Sever a leg, 100 grand. Kill his boss, and I'll take the fall for you. At Shen Jingbing's words, the thugs' eyes lit up greedily as they stared at Chang Tianla. To them, he wasn't a man, he was a goldmine. Just getting something off him meant cash in hand. Over 50 thugs drew their knives and howled as they charged toward Chang Tianla. The scene terrified Lin Xian, watching from afar. No matter how skilled Chang Tianla was, he couldn't possibly take on 50 knife-wielding thugs alone. Lin Xian dialed 911 at lightning speed, but the police couldn't arrive instantly. This left her utterly panicked. Chang Tianla stared at the 50 thugs charging toward him, his own body trembling in fear. 50 people might not sound like much, but when they were armed with cleavers and charging forward with such fury, it was terrifying. Damn it all to hell! Chang Tianla cursed furiously. Golden threads instantly wove into a protective web around him. If he weren't worried about exposing his special abilities, he could have instantly taken them all down with 50 golden threads. For now, he could only rely on the golden threads to withstand their attacks. He wasn't worried their cleavers could harm him. As long as he coordinated his movements well, no one would ever suspect he possessed any special abilities. Swish! The first thug charging forward swung his cleaver at Tianla's head with unmistakable hatred. Tianla controlled the golden threads to instantly wrap around the descending blade. He then slashed down on the blade's back with his hand, snapping it clean in two. To onlookers, it appeared Chang Tianla had severed the blade with his bare hands. The truth? He de-severed it with the golden thread. After slicing the blade in two, Chang Tianla delivered a punch straight to the thug's nasal bridge. A sharp crack echoed as the thug's nose caved in. He fell backward instantly. The problem was, the mob of thugs surging forward couldn't stop in time. One after another, they trampled over his body. Within moments, the poor bastard was stomped into unconsciousness. After taking down one thug, Chang Tianla repeated the process. None of the attacking thugs could evade his strikes. By the time he had knocked out over a dozen of them, the gang finally realized the young man before them was a formidable martial arts master. They were simply no match for him. Terrified, they hesitated to advance. Truthfully, their hesitation stemmed from one reason: Chang Tianla was downright unfair. He started by punching them in the face, but after a few blows, he realized his hands hurt too much. So he switched to his feet. He came in kicking, taking one down after another. Every kick landed, every kick hitting them squarely in the groin. The crisp sound of shattered balls sent a deep shock through the thugs' nerves. The sound alone made their balls ache and their assholes clench. One by one, they backed away, clutching their crotches in terror. Chang Tianla watched the thugs cowering in retreat, a look of utter satisfaction spreading across his face. He flexed his ankle and called out with a sly grin, "Come on, brothers. Cut off one of my arms and you get 50 grand. Hurry up and chop." The thugs glanced at Chang Tianla, then looked back at their comrade writhing on the ground, clutching his crotch and howling in pain. Who the hell would risk losing their manhood for 50 grand? Only a complete moron would charge in. Not cutting me, huh? Chang Tianla grinned, striding over to Shen Jingbing. He grabbed the trembling man by the collar, slapping his face. "Good boy," he said. "You really have no memory, do you? Forgotten what happened last night?" Chapter 56, Ice Cold Beauty. Shen Jingbing saw the rage on Chang Tianla's face and instantly wilted with fear. Yet his mouth remained stubbornly defiant as he stammered, "Kid, what do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, if you dare hurt me, my cousin won't let you off the hook." Chang Tianla frowned at this, then laughed. "You really are a lunatic. What time is it now? You're still threatening this young master? Looks like I didn't teach you a harsh enough lesson last night." With that, Chang Tianla swung his arm and began raining down slaps like they were going out of style. Within a minute, Shen Jingbing's face was a bloody mess, utterly unrecognizable. Not a single one of Shen Jingbing's henchmen dared step in to stop Chang Tianla. Clearly, Chang's earlier display of ferocity had frozen these petty thugs in their tracks. Just as Chang Tianla was relishing the beating, a cold voice rang out from behind him. "Stop!" Chang Tianla frowned at the command. Who the hell was this, meddling in his business? He immediately released Shen Jingbing, whose face now resembled a pig's snout, and turned around. The sight that met his eyes nearly made him drool. Standing behind him was a stunning beauty in a police uniform.
Her legs were exceptionally long, her waist slender enough to grasp in one hand, her breasts straining against her uniform, and her rounded, pert buttocks completed an ensemble that was simply explosive. Many women had great figures, but those who combined beauty with a perfect physique were rare. But the policewoman before Chang Tianla wasn't just well built, her face was beyond reproach. She truly had it all, beauty and a killer figure. Chang Tianla swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and asked, "Miss, were you calling me?" The policewoman caught Chang Tianla's lecherous gaze darting between her ample curves. Anger flashed across her lovely face as she snorted coldly. "Who called the police just now?" "It was me." Lin Xian strode over calmly and said, "Officer, I made the call." The policewoman glanced at Lin Xian and froze momentarily. She realized the woman before her was her equal, tall, slender, with a flawless face. In every way, she held her own against the officer, stirring a flicker of envy within her. She hit it well. "However, you called about a group fight here, correct? Looks like this fellow is the ringleader?" Chang Tianla, seeing the policewoman pointing at him, immediately gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Miss, you've got the wrong person. I'm not the ringleader, I'm the victim." "You're the victim?" The policewoman scoffed coldly. "Officer here saw you beating someone with great relish just now." "Officer, it really isn't what you think. This guy brought his crew to beat me up. They were no match for me, so I hit them back. It was self-defense, okay? Whether it's justified or not isn't for you to decide, it's for this officer to decide. Now come with me to the station for questioning." Chang Tianla had made a terrible first impression on the beautiful policewoman with his cold demeanor, so she couldn't care less whether his actions were self-defense or not. When dealing with a guy whose eyes wandered like that, Lung Bingbing would seize any opportunity to give him a thorough beating. Chang Tianla immediately bristled at her words. This chick didn't even bother to ask for his side of the story before trying to haul him off to the station? That was ridiculous. He snapped back, "What's your problem? I was the one getting bullied, okay? Investigate the situation before you make any decisions." "Bullied?" Lung Bingbing sneered coldly. "The ground is littered with people you knocked down, and you claim you're the victim? May I ask if you're injured? How do you know I'm not injured?" Chang Tianla retorted irritably. "Someone kicked me in the crotch, it's still swollen. Want me to drop my pants and show you?" "Ah!" Lang Bingbing froze, then flushed crimson, trembling with rage. How dare this man openly harass her like this? This was outrageous. Utterly lawless. Ruffian. Asking for a beating. Seeing Lang Bingbing swing her fist at him, Chang Tianla wore a mocking expression. Though she was skilled, his eyes saw her strike as painfully slow. He swiftly grabbed her swinging arm and yanked her forcefully into his embrace. Losing her balance, Lang Bingbing landed directly in his arms. His free hand, however, was far from idle. It landed squarely on her plump, rounded buttocks, instinctively giving them a squeeze. The feel was excellent, full of elasticity. Hearing this, Lang Bingbing's face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. She struggled fiercely to break free from Chang Tianla's embrace, only to discover to her shock that no matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't escape his hold. This thoroughly enraged Lang Bingbing. Being unable to break free didn't mean she'd give in. She swung her leg, aiming her knee straight for Chang Tianla's crotch. If that blow connected, Chang Tianla would be in serious trouble. Though Chang Tianla hadn't seen Lang Bingbing's leg coming, his golden threads had already prepared every defense. Just as her leg was about to collide with his groin, a strand of golden thread instantly bound her leg tightly. No matter how hard she strained, she couldn't advance even an inch. Chang Tianla grinned widely, giving Lang Bingbing's raised leg another firm squeeze with his left hand. Reluctantly, he pushed her away gently, smirking triumphantly. "Beautiful officer," he said, "I already took one kick. If you hit me again, I'll be completely crippled. You filthy pervert. I'll cripple you right now." Lang Bingbing took a few steps back, instantly drawing the service pistol from her waist and pointing it at Chang Tianla as she roared, "You foolhardy bastard. How dare you flirt with this lady?" Lang Bingbing was genuinely furious now. In her 20-plus years, she'd never endured such humiliation. This damn guy not only flirted with her but actually dared to grope her, but utterly outrageous. Lin Xian watched the officer's rage boil over and froze in shock. She wanted to curse Chang Tianla outright. Then what the hell was he thinking, flirting with a cop? Though she was furious, she was also deeply worried for his safety. If this female officer lost control, Chang Tianla would be in real danger. "Officer, please don't act impulsively. Killing someone is against the law. A scumbag like that? Killing him would be no loss." Lang Bingbing was boiling with rage right now. She couldn't care less what anyone else said. Captain! Captain! Don't act rashly." At that moment, the officers Lang Bingbing had brought with her finally snapped out of it. If Lang Bingbing shot and killed Chang Tianla, today's incident would escalate into a major scandal. "Shut up, all of you. If I don't teach this scumbag a lesson today, how am I supposed to make a name for myself?" Chang Tianla watched Lang Bingbing's chest rise and fall with rage, swallowing hard. He desperately wanted to grab her breasts, but the dark muzzle of the gun before him made him hesitate. Lang Bingbing was seething with fury. If she lost control and the gun went off, his life would be over. Chang Tianla wasn't about to gamble with his life. With a sudden thought, a golden thread shot out like lightning, instantly wrapping around the pistol's trigger. He then flickered forward, landing before Lang Bingbing. With a sly chuckle, he tapped her wrist. Instantly, Lang Bingbing felt a numbing sensation in her right hand as the pistol slipped from her grasp, landing firmly in Chang Tianla's palm. Ah! First came Lang Bingbing's startled cry, followed by the shouts of the remaining officers. Assaulting an officer and seizing a firearm was no trivial matter. If the attacker fired indiscriminately, everyone present would be in grave danger. Freeze! Freeze! One by one, the officers drew their weapons, aiming them at Chang Tianla, terrified he might open fire and kill someone. Facing multiple guns trained on him, Chang Tianla knew he'd gone too far. He immediately dropped his weapon to the ground, raising his hands above his head in the most submissive manner possible. Lang Bingbing first holstered her own service weapon, then glared at the subdued Chang Tianla, nearly choking on her own rage. How could she, the esteemed captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, have her gun snatched? If word got out, how could she ever hold her head up in the police force again? That damn scumbag was utterly despicable. The more Lang Bingbing thought about it, the angrier she became. She pulled out her handcuffs and immediately cuffed Chang Tianla to herself, snapping, "Assaulting an officer and stealing a gun? You've got some nerve, kid." Chang Tianla grinned at the beautiful policewoman now chained to him. Assaulting an officer and stealing a gun? That's child's play for me. Nothing to be proud of. Hearing Chang Tianla's words, Lang Bingbing immediately shot him a look that said he was an absolute moron. Do you even know how many years you'll get if assaulting an officer and seizing their weapon is proven? Chang Tianla genuinely had no idea. After all, when he'd grabbed the gun earlier, it was purely to prevent it from accidentally firing and hurting himself. He hadn't given it much thought. Now, with Lang Bingbing's reminder, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and urgently asked, how many years? At least 10 years. At worst, life imprisonment. Chang Tianla nearly jumped out of his skin. Stammering, he protested, seriously? I only took your gun because I was afraid you might slip up, officer. Regardless of your reason, seizing a service weapon is a criminal offense. You'd be wise to cooperate now, or don't blame this officer for being harsh. After giving orders to her colleagues to escort Shen Jingbing and his group back to the station, Lang Bingbing turned to Chang Tianla. At that moment, Lin Xian approached Chang Tianla, her expression grim. Brother Lu, don't do anything rash. Stay put at the station. Shuya and I will find a way to get you out. Chang Tianla nodded. Don't worry. I won't do anything reckless. Watching Chang Tianla being led away, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. If only she hadn't pressured him into getting his driver's license, none of this would have happened. Now, Brother Lu was arrested. If they pinned assaulting an officer and stealing a gun on him, he'd be finished. Shuya's family held considerable influence in H City. She would surely find a way to resolve this. Chapter 57, a USB drive. Chang Tianla sat in the police car, blinking at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him whose face was set in a cold expression. Ice Queen, he said, does assaulting an officer and stealing their gun really get you 10 years? 10 years is the minimum. Lang Bingbing snorted coldly. You snatched my gun and assaulted this officer. You're done for this time. No way. Chang Tianla put on a pitiful face, his voice full of despair. I took your gun for your own good. You were so angry just now. What if you'd fired in the heat of the moment? Then you'd be a murderer. Think about it, your whole life ahead, wasted in prison? For all the consideration I showed you, can't you just let me go? Let you go? Lang Bingbing's face darkened. The memory of Chang Tianla groping her but with that lecherous grin made her blood boil. You filthy pervert! You dare harass a police officer? How dare you? You'll rot in prison. Just as Chang Tianla opened his mouth to defend himself, Lang Bingbing's phone rang. She answered it, her brow immediately furrowing. She said yes twice before hanging up. Turning to the driving officer, she ordered, Officer Wang, head to the Fushan Villa district. Chang Tianla looked puzzled. Ice Queen, he whispered, aren't we going to the station? Don't call me Ice Queen, Lang Bingbing snapped irritably. If you dare be disrespectful to this officer again, believe me or not, I'll slap you. You can't beat me, Chang Tianla smirked. Gritting her teeth at his provoking expression, Lang Bingbing growled, just you wait. I'll deal with you later. Ice Queen, you look so anxious. Did something happen at Fushan Villa? Need my help? Lang Bingbing shot Chang Tianla a glare. This kid beside her was truly bizarre. He couldn't even handle his own situation, yet he still had the nerve to meddle in others' affairs. Was this guy's brain just too big? Fushan Villa district, only the wealthy or powerful resided here, and every villa was built with extravagant luxury. Chang Tianla was dragged out of the car by Lang Bingbing. One glance was enough for him to exclaim, high-end, grand, and classy. This villa must be worth millions. Lang Bingbing shot Chang Tianla a look reserved for country bumpkins and snorted, "Hick."
Chang Tianla shrugged it off. "It's just a villa. If I wanted one, I could buy it right now."
Hearing this, Lang Bingbing shot him a look of contempt. She realized there was no communicating with him. This guy was full of hot air and clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed. She immediately pulled out her keys, intending to unlock the handcuffs and chain him to the car.
Chang Tianla immediately shouted, "Ice Queen, what are you doing? Do I need to report my actions to you?"
"You're a criminal suspect. Just stay put."
"No, wait." Chang Tianla panicked.
"I need to use the restroom."
"How am I supposed to go if you handcuff me here?"
Before Lang Bingbing could respond, the officer in front urgently interjected, "Captain Lang, don't waste time.
Everyone's waiting for you."
Lang Bingbing acknowledged the call, then turned back to Chang Tianla, who was clearly struggling to hold it in. "Behave yourself once we get to the crime scene," she snapped.
"Or else you'll regret it. Don't worry, my Ice Queen. I'll be a good boy." Chang Tianla chuckled. When Chang Tianla followed Lang Bingbing into the murder victim's home, he nearly vomited the breakfast he'd eaten just moments before.
He couldn't fathom what kind of twisted mind the killer possessed.
Was it to create a terrifying atmosphere?
The perpetrator had severed all the victim's limbs and arranged them into a bizarre pattern, with red, white, and colorful organs scattered everywhere.
Even these seasoned cops couldn't stomach such a revolting sight. Who started it first? No one knew. But it triggered a chain reaction within seconds. Several officers were retching and vomiting.
The mingled stench of vomit and blood instantly filled the room with an unbearable stench. Lang Bingbing, who was naturally fastidious, couldn't stand the sight and quickly ran out.
Chang Tianla watched the Ice Queen flee.
Instinctively, he wanted to follow, but then reconsidered.
Staying might yield valuable clues.
Chang Tianla had just learned from Lang Bingbing that if the charge of assaulting an officer and stealing a gun stuck, he'd face at least 10 years.
A decade behind bars would ruin his life.
So he resolved to use his special abilities to help Lang Bingbing investigate the case. If he uncovered the killer, her gratitude might just secure his release.
With that thought, Chang Tianla instantly opened his psychic vision.
There, clinging tightly to a police officer's back, was a grotesque energy form. This so-called hideous entity was, in plain terms, a ghost. Chang Tianla recognized this ghost as the unlucky soul who'd been hacked to pieces. He watched the ghost impassively, noting it only followed the young police officer. It seemed to harbor a deep, bitter hatred for him, its ghostly hands constantly trying to strangle the officer's neck. Yet no matter how hard it squeezed, it couldn't harm the officer in the slightest. Why was that? The explanation was simple: this ghost was newly formed, its powers still weak. It simply lacked the energy to harm the living. Watching the wretched ghost's bizarre actions, Chang Tianla couldn't help but glance at the young cop a few more times. Sensing someone watching him, the cop looked up and was surprised to see Chang Tianla, still handcuffed. Immediately annoyed, he snapped, "What are you staring at? Is this where you belong? Get out of here." Chang Tianla chuckled at this and turned to leave, not to exit, but to head for the restroom. He'd felt the urge to urinate while in the car earlier, and now it was even stronger. As Chang Tianla entered the restroom to relieve himself, he realized with dismay he couldn't undo his pants. He let out a sigh of frustration. With a flick of his thoughts, 2 golden threads shot out from behind him, deftly undoing his fly. After relieving himself, Chang Tianla turned around and froze in shock. The ghost he'd seen earlier was now right behind him. But instead of harming Chang Tianla, it was crouched on the edge of the bathtub, picking at something with its fingers. Chang Tianla couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at the sight. A ghost with no powers, possessing only the consciousness of its former self, actually trying to pick something up? That was just plain silly. Chang Tianla chuckled and prepared to leave, but then a thought struck him. Why was this unlucky ghost picking at things here? Could whatever was in the tub be important? Or was his death somehow connected to whatever lay beneath the tub? The thought struck him, and he immediately released a golden thread. With a single tug, he pulled whatever lay beneath the tub into his hand. A USB drive. The wretched ghost, seeing the USB drive snatched away, lunged at Chang Tianla like a madman. Seeing the unlucky soul lunging at him, Chang Tianla wore a look of disdain. Though he knew the man couldn't harm him, he still repelled him with a jolt of golden thread. Looking at him with a sympathetic expression, he said, "If you died unjustly, I'll avenge you. That USB drive in my hand must be crucial to you. I believe it's why you were killed. If you were a good soul, I'd help bring your killer to justice. But if you weren't, well, everything will be left to the police." The wretched spirit listened to Chang Tianla's words, surprise spreading across his ghastly face. He never imagined that even as a ghost, someone could still see him. What delighted him most was that the USB drive had fallen into the hands of a capable person. With that, he had nothing left to fear and could depart in peace. Chang Tianla observed the wretched spirit and nodded, satisfied that he understood. He then instructed, "When I ask you a question, nod if the answer is correct and shake your head if it's wrong." The wretched ghost nodded. "Good. Now answer this: was the one who killed you that outer door cop?"
Seeing the unlucky ghost nod, a faint smile touched Tianla's lips as he pressed on. Did he kill you for the USB drive in my hand? Chang Tianla watched the unlucky soul nod again.
Finally, he understood the importance of the USB drive in his hand.
It must hold some major secret.
Otherwise, the outer gate police wouldn't have tortured him like that.
Ha! Chang Tianla suddenly realized a grave problem. Police officers committing murder was no simple matter. One wrong move and he could get dragged into it. Though he possessed psychic abilities, the State and the Red Dragon X division still existed.
If the contents of this USB drive touched upon some unknown secret, he'd be in serious trouble. He might very well be silenced.
No, he had to get to the bottom of this. Chang Tianla cleared his throat and whispered with a serious expression, "Does this USB drive contain state secrets?" The unlucky guy immediately shook his head. Phew! Chang Tianla exhaled deeply, the weight lifting from his chest. As long as there were no state secrets, what was there to fear? He smiled and asked, "Unlucky guy, is the information about the real mastermind on that USB drive?" The unlucky guy nodded again. With the unlucky guy's confirmation, Chang Tianla knew what he had to do. He gave the unlucky guy a knowing smile and said, "Since you're already dead, don't linger in this world. Go to where you belong.
I'll take care of your affairs." The unlucky guy shot Chang Tianla a grateful look, bowed deeply, and slowly dissolved into starlight, vanishing from Chang Tianla's sight.
Chang Tianla tucked the USB drive away and stepped out of the restroom.
The moment he emerged, he collided with someone none other than the murderous cop. The officer glared at him coldly.
"What were you sneaking around in the restroom for?"
Chang Tianla glanced at him, his expression calm.
"Using the restroom, of course. What else could I be doing? Relieving myself?"
The young cop sneered.
"Who were you talking to just now?" Chapter 58, You're the murderer. Chang Tianla grinned at the young officer's accusation. "Talking to someone? Officer, are you hearing things?"
The young cop frowned at Chang Tianla's smirking expression and snapped, "Don't try to pull a fast one on me, kid. There's been a homicide here, and you were lurking around suspiciously.
Tell me the truth, what were you up to? Did you kill the victim?" Chang Tianla's blood boiled at the officer's accusation.
He'd seen shameless people before, but never someone this brazen. The murderer was clearly the other guy, yet here he was trying to pin it on Chang Tianla.
What a sneaky, underhanded way to frame someone.
"Officer, don't you dare frame me,"
Chang Tianla said, feigning indignation.
"I only came here to use the restroom, and it was the Ice Queen who brought me up here.
I didn't kill anyone. Whether you're innocent or not isn't for you to decide.
This officer will conduct a thorough investigation to determine your innocence."
Chang Tianla was itching to curse right then. What kind of mess was this?
At the driving school, it was clearly Shen Jingbing's fault, yet Lang Bingbing had arrested him. And now, when the real killer was that young cop himself, the bastard was actually framing Chang Tianla.
This was ridiculous. Chang Tianla knew arguing with this guy was pointless. He immediately shouted, "Ice Queen, come in here and explain. Someone's accusing me of murder." Hearing Chang Tianla's shout, Lang Bingbing immediately entered the room. Seeing Chang Tianla being grilled by the young cop, she blurted out, "Wang Pengsheng, what's going on?" Only then did Chang Tianla learn the shameless man's name, Wang Pengsheng. Before Wang could respond, Chang retorted, "Ice Queen, this officer here claims I'm a murderer. How ridiculous is that?"
Lang Bingbing shot Chang Tianla a glare before turning to Wang Pengsheng. "I picked him up from the driving school.
He's no murderer."
Wang Pengsheng snorted coldly upon hearing this.
Since he's a criminal Captain Lang apprehended, then Captain Lang should keep a close eye on him. The crime scene is so crucial. If this petty thug ruins it, who will take responsibility? A flash of anger crossed Lang Bingbing's face.
She snorted coldly.
"Wang Pengsheng, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing special." Wang Pengsheng snorted back.
"You know the victim's status. He's barely cold, and you've already dragged this petty criminal here. He was lurking in the bathroom for ages. Who knows what he was up to? He could have been destroying evidence while we were oblivious."
Chang Tianla flared up at this, sneering coldly, "You'd love for me to destroy the evidence, wouldn't you?" "What did you say?" "You know exactly what I mean." Chang Tianla stared at Wang Pengsheng with a faint, mocking smile. "To remain so calm after murder, you're clearly no ordinary man. Looks like this isn't your first time, huh?"
A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Pengsheng's eyes at Chang Tianla's words, but it vanished almost instantly. He thought no one had noticed, yet the observant Chang Tianla and Lang Bingbing had both caught his expression.
"Kid, I'm warning you, watch your mouth.
You're a criminal spouting nonsense here. Careful, I might sue you for defamation."
Chang Tianla shot Wang Pengsheng a glance before leaning close to Lang Bingbing and whispering, "Ice Queen, if I help you crack this case, will you let me go?"
A sharp gleam flashed in Lang Bingbing's eyes at Chang Tianla's words.
She paused thoughtfully but said nothing. Instead, she pulled him outside. After scanning the empty surroundings, she spoke, "You know who the killer is?" Chang Tianla chuckled. "We're both smart people. Since you've already figured it out, I don't need to spell it out, right?" Lang Bingbing nodded. Though your earlier words gave me a clue, I have no proof. And as a police officer, I refuse to believe he'd commit such a heartless act. I can find the evidence for you, Cheng Tianla said with a smile. As long as you, cold beauty, agree to let me go, I can find it within an hour. Seeing Lung Bingbing's skeptical expression, Cheng Tianla continued, I haven't done anything wrong. Helping you solve this case is simply my way of wanting to be friends with you, Miss Lang. Besides, even if I can't find the evidence, it won't harm you in any way. After listening to Cheng Tianla's words, Lung Bingbing pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, she said. If you can find the evidence, this officer will release you immediately and even acknowledge you as a friend. All right then. Cheng Tianla smiled. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. But next, I'll need your cooperation, Ice Queen. Why? Cheng Tianla chuckled. Who'd listen to an ordinary citizen like me here? So whatever I say later, you have to make sure they carry it out. Cold Beauty nodded. No problem. When Cheng Tianla and Lang Bingbing re-entered the room, Lang Bingbing cleared her throat and said with a stern, cold expression, everyone, stay put. To solve this case, do exactly as Cheng Tianla says. Why? Wang Pengsheng was the first to object, glaring at Cheng Tianla with contempt. Some low-level thug like him? What gives him the right to boss us around? Captain Lang, isn't this a bit much? You know better than anyone whether it's excessive or not. Lang Bingbing stared at Wang Pengsheng with an icy expression. At this point, there's no need for me to hide anything from you all. The murderer is one of us. To prove everyone's innocence, I hope you'll all cooperate. If anyone has something to hide, then. Before Lang Bingbing could finish, Wang Pengsheng snorted coldly. Cooperate? So what? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you if you can't find the killer. Cheng Tianla watched Wang Pengsheng's arrogant, overbearing demeanor and immediately asked in confusion, what gives you the right to act so cocky? Is your position higher than Cold Beauty's? Wang Pengsheng snorted coldly with utter disdain, no. No? Then what gives you the right to act like this? Cheng Tianla looked at him with utter contempt. I thought you were the big shot around here. All this loudmouth, tough guy act, what are you trying to pull? You? What about you? Cheng Tianla shot Wang Pengsheng a withering look. You're the only one here who can't keep quiet. And you're actively trying to stop me from investigating. What's your game? Afraid I'll find evidence of your murder? Is that it? Cheng Tianla practically shouted the last sentence, startling Wang Pengsheng. He stumbled back 2 steps, stammering, what are you talking about? If you dare accuse me of murder without evidence, this officer will make you regret it. When did I ever say you committed murder? Cheng Tianla stared at Wang Pengsheng with a sly expression. May I ask, who reported this homicide to the police? Officer Wang. Cheng Tianla glanced at the 20-something officer and nodded with a smile. Very well. Wang Pengsheng called it in. Then who was the second officer to arrive at the scene? Me. This time, a female officer answered Cheng Tianla's question. He glanced at her, noting she was quite attractive, though she paled in comparison to the Ice Queen by several degrees. Officer, he asked, when you arrived at the scene, did you see only Officer Wang Pengsheng inside the room? The female officer nodded. Correct. When I entered the room, I only saw Officer Wang present at the scene. Good. Very good. Cheng Tianla's gaze turned cold as he looked at Wang Pengsheng, speaking calmly, you made the call. You were the first to arrive. How did you know a murder had occurred here? Wang Pengsheng's heart skipped a beat at Cheng Tianla's words. A thin bead of sweat formed on his forehead as he took a slight step back. He forced a relaxed expression and replied, I came here after receiving the emergency call. What exactly are you asking? Cheng Tianla laughed loudly. If I recall correctly, the emergency number is 110, right? Or is your phone number 110? Did you fly here after getting the call from the city police headquarters? Brother, it's not that I look down on you, but as a police officer, you actually said something so stupid? I really can't respect you. Cheng Tianla watched Wang Pengsheng, his forehead beaded with sweat and his face tense with anxiety. He knew the moment had come. He bellowed, Wang Pengsheng. Why did you kill him? What exactly did the victim do to offend you? Was it really worth such a brutal murder? Ah. Wang Pengsheng flinched at Cheng Tianla's shout, his face darkening as murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, who said I killed anyone? I didn't kill anyone. Fine, you say I did, then produce the evidence I committed murder. Evidence, huh? Cheng Tianla stroked his chin with a smirk. Just you wait. I'll find that evidence right now. With that, he strode to the corner of the room and pressed hard on the spot where the light switch should be. With a click, a hidden compartment sprang open in the floor. Cheng Tianla snatched a glove from a nearby officer, bent down, and retrieved a dagger from the compartment. Waving it, he declared, Wang Pengsheng, if I'm not mistaken, your fingerprints should still be on this blade. Once the forensic team examines it, the truth will be laid bare. Impossible. Impossible. The moment Cheng Tianla opened the hidden compartment, Wang Pengsheng knew he was finished.
He never imagined Cheng Tianla would know he was the murderer, let alone find the secret compartment where he hid the weapon.
Only he and the victim knew about this compartment. How did Cheng Tianla discover it? This left him utterly baffled and furious.
Kid, who the hell are you?
Who sent you? Cheng Tianla tossed the dagger aside and smiled faintly. Forget who sent me for now. First, tell me why you killed the owner of this house. Chapter 59, 6 Meridian Divine Sword.
Truthfully, Cheng Tianla already had a rough idea why Wang Pengsheng had killed that unlucky guy earlier. But to avoid revealing he knew too much, he asked this question. Wang Pengsheng stared at Cheng Tianla's smirking face, knowing escape was impossible today. With his scheme exposed, survival was out of the question. Even if the police didn't finish him off, the powerful figure backing him would certainly not spare him. Facing certain death either way, he resolved to fight to the end to avoid dragging his family down. Wang Pengsheng glared furiously at Cheng Tianla. This man was the very reason he'd been driven to this desperate end. Since death was inevitable, he'd take one down with him. As the saying went, kill one to break even, kill two to make a profit. The thought struck Wang Pengsheng, and in an instant he drew the pistol from his waist. His sudden movement startled everyone present. Lang Bingbing, reacting just as quickly, drew her own weapon and shouted furiously, Wang Pengsheng, have you lost your mind? Drop that gun. We can talk this out. Don't do anything foolish. Ha! Wang Pengsheng let out a savage laugh, pointing his gun at Lang Bingbing.
Captain Lang, I've committed murder. I'm a dead man. There's no turning back now.
Lang Bingbing watched Wang Pengsheng, his emotions running wildly. Her heart was filled with dread.
Wang Pengsheng was famously a sharpshooter in the police force. If he went berserk, everyone present would be in serious trouble.
While they could shoot him down, the cost would be devastating.
Wang Pengsheng, you must stay calm. Though you've taken a life, I believe you had compelling reasons. Someone must have ordered you to do this.
If you reveal the mastermind behind this, I will plead for leniency on your behalf before the judge.
Wang Pengsheng listened to Lang Bingbing's words and burst into laughter once more. Captain Lang, do you even know what it means to have no way back? If revealing the mastermind could exonerate me, do you think I'd still do this?
The moment I killed Zhao Donglai, I knew my life was over.
Lang Bingbing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. You knew this outcome was inevitable. Why did you kill him? Captain Lang, do you think I wanted this? I had no choice.
If I didn't do this job, not only would I die, but my wife and kids wouldn't survive either. For my family, I had no other option.
Your thinking is flawed.
Cheng Tianla opened his mouth to interject, but the moment he spoke, he instantly pushed Wang Pengsheng over the edge. Wang Pengsheng's eyes blazed crimson as he pointed his pistol at Cheng Tianla, snarling, "It's all your fault, you bastard.
If you hadn't ruined my plans, I could have walked away clean.
Now I'm doomed to die, and I'll drag you down with me."
Cheng Tianla watched the enraged Wang Pengsheng, a sly expression creeping across his face. He grinned wickedly.
The fortune teller said I'm blessed with boundless fortune and will live 100 years.
Your gun won't kill me.
Lang Bingbing heard Cheng Tianla's words and was so furious she wanted to slap him across the face.
What kind of situation was this? This brain-dead fool was actually provoking Wang Pengsheng? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Something bad was bound to happen next. Sure enough, after Cheng Tianla finished speaking, Wang Pengsheng sneered savagely.
Well said, blessed with boundless fortune and 100 years of life. Today, I'll see whose life is tougher, yours or my bullets. With that, he pulled the trigger, aiming straight at Cheng Tianla.
The moment Wang Pengsheng pulled the trigger, Lang Bingbing knew it was over. Cheng Tianla was finished this time.
But just as Lang Bingbing was silently cursing Cheng Tianla for his big mouth and blaming herself for getting him into this mess,
a sudden burst of laughter erupted from Cheng Tianla's mouth. Ha!
I told you I'm blessed with divine fortune and 100 years of life.
Look at you, you can't even fire a gun properly. Blind Wan's prediction was spot on.
Not a penny of my 50 yuan was wasted. Had anyone with supernatural vision or open celestial eyes been present, they would have seen a golden thread tightly binding the pistol's trigger as if it had been welded shut. No matter how hard Wang Pengsheng strained, he couldn't budge the trigger an inch. This plunged him into even deeper despair and sorrow.
Right then, Wang Pengsheng felt his life was just too damn miserable.
He wanted one last act of madness, but even that was denied him. How could the heavens treat him like this? It was so unfair.
Wang Pengsheng glared furiously at Cheng Tianla and roared, Why? Why? Why won't my gun fire?
Cheng Tianla watched Wang Pengsheng's pain-twisted face and sighed softly. You could have been a decent cop, but you chose to go down this crooked path.
Truly, you've chosen your own downfall.
With a flick of his wrist and a surge of psychic energy, Golden Thread snatched the pistol from Wang Pengsheng's hand and into his own. The others watched in stunned silence as the gun flew airily from Wang Pengsheng's grasp into Cheng Tianla's hand, their jaws dropping in astonishment.
Noticing their expressions, Cheng Tianla knew his actions were utterly shocking. He bellowed, 6 Meridian Divine Sword. With that, he pointed into the air. A golden thread shot forth, instantly sending Wang Pengsheng flying. He rolled to the ground and lay unconscious. A deafening silence fell, thick enough to hear every breath. After this brief stillness, gasps erupted. A peerless master. That was insane. Bro, you're insane. Several young officers were utterly captivated by Chang Tianla's displayed prowess. They swarmed around him, chattering with flattery, their eyes brimming with unbridled admiration. Boss, was that just now really the 6th Meridian Divine Sword? Boss, you're incredible. Could you take me as your disciple? Teach me a move or two. Chang Tianla basked in their flattery, a smug look spreading across his face. Clearing his throat to adopt an air of masterly authority, he declared, my skills aren't passed on to outsiders. Besides, martial arts must be trained from childhood. You've already missed the prime age for learning. Even if I taught you, you wouldn't master it. The young officers' faces fell at his words, but their disappointment quickly gave way to renewed excitement as they pressed him about other martial arts he might know. Chang Tianla chuckled and began to brag. He mentioned the 6th Meridian Divine Sword, the Fingertip Divine Technique, and the one young finger, any skill capable of shattering objects from a distance he claimed to have mastered. He even demonstrated each one using the golden threads. This display instantly filled the officers with envy. Their gazes toward Chang Tianla brimmed with profound admiration. In that moment, his stature in their eyes soared to an indescribable height. The astonishing abilities Chang Tianla displayed left Lung Bingbing utterly astonished. However, mindful of her position, she refrained from joining the commotion. She resolved to find time to thoroughly question Chang Tianla about how he achieved such feats. As Lung Bingbing watched the crowd still swarming around Chang Tianla, asking question after question, she cleared her throat sharply and declared with utmost seriousness, time to get back to work. The officers, meeting Lung Bingbing's coldly aloof gaze, reluctantly dispersed to resume their duties. Chang Tianla sidled up to Lung Bingbing, wiggling his wrists. Ice Queen, he teased, how about unlocking those handcuffs now? Lung Bingbing shot Chang Tianla a piercing look before pulling out the key to unlock his wrists. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she asked, how did you know Wang Pengsheng was the killer? Chang Tianla grinned mischievously. You wanna know? That's a rhetorical question. Lung Bingbing glared at Chang Tianla. If I didn't wanna know, I wouldn't have asked. It's simple. Just agree to be my girlfriend, and I'll tell you right away. Hearing this, Lung Bingbing's anger boiled over. Earlier that morning, this jerk had groped her but in front of everyone and snatched her gun. Now he had the nerve to demand she be his girlfriend? His audacity knew no bounds. If she didn't teach him a lesson, he'd never learn his place. Lung Bingbing swung a punch at Chang Tianla. But as her fist neared his chest, she found something blocking it 5 centimeters away. No matter how hard she struck, she couldn't advance an inch. Chang Tianla grinned triumphantly. Miss Lang, I already told you any martial arts master possesses protective chi. You can't hurt me at all. Though Lung Bingbing didn't believe Chang Tianla was any kind of martial arts master, the situation clearly proved she couldn't harm him in the slightest. Reluctantly, she withdrew her arm and snapped, so martial arts masters get to be arrogant? Can they just harass police officers? If you dare say another word, watch out, this officer will arrest you. Seeing Lung Bingbing genuinely angry, Chang Tianla burst out laughing. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. If there's nothing else, I can go now, right? Hurry up and get out of here. Just seeing you annoys me. Chang Tianla shrugged and chuckled. Ice Queen, you may be annoyed by me now, but I guarantee you'll be calling me within 3 days. Oh, and I haven't given you my number yet. Lung Bingbing stared at the business card Chang Tianla held out. She hadn't intended to take it, but everything he just demonstrated was too astonishing. She knew the seemingly ordinary young man was likely someone with real ability. Though he was thoroughly annoying, it was best not to antagonize someone like him after all, she might well need his help again in the future. Lung Bingbing took the card and snorted. So sure that this police officer will call you in 3 days? Absolutely. You might even call me before 3 days are up. Lung Bingbing stared at Chang Tianla's utterly confident expression and immediately shot him a withering look. What if this officer doesn't call you within 3 days? Chapter 60, The Beauty Strikes Up a Conversation. Chang Tianla chuckled, rubbing his chin. Within 3 days, not only will you call me, but you'll beg me for help. Lung Bingbing frowned at his words, sensing hidden meaning. Do you know something? She demanded coldly. That's why you're so sure? What do I know? Chang Tianla countered, feigning utter bewilderment. Seeing Chang Tianla pull this routine again, Lung Bingbing knew she wouldn't get a straight answer. She snapped, what you know is your own business. You're not needed here. Get out. Chang Tianla gave an awkward smile. Miss Lang, it's almost noon. How about I treat you to lunch? At the word lunch, Lung Bingbing glanced around the room filled with severed limbs and vomit. Her stomach churned violently. Her face paled as she glared fiercely at Chang Tianla. If you don't want to leave, this officer will cuff you and take you to the station right now. No thanks. I'll just leave. Watching Chang Tianla's retreating figure, Lung Bingbing's lips curved slightly into a faint smile. She sensed an air of mystery about him.
After leaving the villa complex, Chang Tianla immediately realized his predicament. This was an upscale neighborhood where every household owned a private car. Taxis never passed through here. How was he supposed to get back? Walking down from here would take at least 20 minutes. Just as he sighed in frustration, a honk sounded behind him. Instinctively, he stepped aside to avoid the vehicle. A red Bentley coupe pulled up beside him, and a crisp, pleasant voice came from the driver. "Hey, handsome. Need a ride?" Chang Tianla glanced up at the car. A stunning beauty with dyed blonde hair beamed at him. She wore a black crop top and black leather shorts, her long, straight legs exposed, her skin as fair as jade. When a beauty hits on you, ignoring her is just plain rude. Chang Tianla wasn't about to pass up such a golden opportunity. He flashed a slight smile and said, "Thanks a lot." With that, he hopped right into the car. "Hey, handsome, where are you headed?" Chang Tianla glanced at the blonde beauty's exquisite face and devilishly curvaceous figure, his heart racing with excitement once more. Why was he reacting to every beautiful woman he saw? Was his self-control really deteriorating? How embarrassing. Chang Tianla cleared his throat, shifting his gaze away from the blonde beauty. He smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, I'm heading downtown. What about you?" "What a coincidence. I'm heading downtown too. By the way, handsome, what's your name?" "I'm Meng Manan." Chang Tianla gave the blonde beauty a deep look and smiled slightly. "My name is Chang Tianla. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Manan." Meng Manan giggled at the sound of his name. "Your name is so interesting. Chang Tianla, are you always so cheerful?" Chang Tianla. Seeing Chang Tianla's slightly speechless expression, Meng Manan giggled. "Just kidding, don't mind it." "I didn't mind," Chang Tianla chuckled. "I'm just curious, no one has ever guessed from my name that I'm always happy." "How did you figure it out, Manan?" Meng Manan gave a cute smile. "I was just guessing. By the way, do you live here?" "No, I don't live here. There was a murder here today, so I came to help out." Upon hearing about the murder, Meng Manan's face flashed a hint of surprise before shifting to an envious look at Chang Tianla. "Wow, Brother Lu, are you a cop?" "Not a cop. If you're not a cop and you're helping out, then you must be a crime-solving expert." Chang Tianla looked at Meng Manan, who was beaming with curiosity, and smiled slightly before nodding. "I suppose you could say that." Meng Manan's eyes instantly crinkled into crescent moons as she gushed with admiration. "Wow, Brother Lu, you're so amazing." Manan admires crime-solving experts the most. Seeing Meng Manan's starry-eyed expression, Chang Tianla felt a surge of delight and smiled faintly. "Why do you admire crime-solving experts?" "They have incredibly sharp minds and exceptional logical thinking skills." "Isn't your logical thinking strong, Manan?" Meng Manan giggled. "It's not that it's not strong, it's just that it lacks logical thinking." Chang Tianla cleared his throat at her words, glancing at the rearview mirror out of the corner of his eye. "Do you recognize the car behind us?" "Car?" Meng Manan glanced back, her expression instantly turning grim. She slammed her foot on the accelerator and huffed. "That persistent jerk is catching up fast." Chang Tianla chuckled. "A suitor?" He glanced back at the guy in the car behind them and noticed he was even better looking than himself, inwardly scoffing at the thought. Meng Manan watched the car closing in, muttering irritably, "So annoying. These rich brats think they're hot stuff just because they have connections and filthy lucre. I couldn't care less. Not only is he rich and well-connected, but he's also incredibly handsome." Chang Tianla teased. Man, this is your classic rich, handsome, and successful guy. You'd better hold on tight." "Rich and handsome?" Meng Manan sneered. "Please don't insult the term rich and handsome. If Xiang Ming is rich and handsome, then the whole concept of rich and handsome should just die." Chang Tianla knew Meng Manan was referring to the guy behind them. He chuckled and asked, "Why? Did Xiang Ming offend you?" "Not just offended me, he's deeply, deeply offended me. He's like a fly buzzing around you all day long. Annoying as hell. If you hate him so much, man, why not just yell at him and chase him away?" "No way." Meng Manan glanced at Chang Tianla, her voice tinged with resignation. "Jiang Ming's dad is the mayor of our city. My dad works under him. If I cross Jiang Ming, with his petty temper, he'll definitely tell his old man. And then my dad will be in big trouble." Chang Tianla chuckled. "Oh, the perils of being a second-generation official. I'm just an ordinary guy with no connections. I can't help you." "Who says you can't help me?" Meng Manan grinned slyly. "You could be my boyfriend. That way, Jiang Ming wouldn't be able to touch me." Chang Tianla heard Meng Manan's words and saw her mischievous grin. He instantly understood why this girl had been so kind to give him a ride. She was looking for a shield. Chang Tianla couldn't help but notice Meng Manan's sexy figure and pretty face, and a tingle of desire flashed through his mind. He decided right then to help her out. If he did her this favor, she'd owe him one. Then he could find an excuse to ask this sexy little minx out to play later. First time's awkward, second time's familiar, third and fourth times? Well, you know how it goes. Being your boyfriend is fine, but after I help you get rid of Jiang Ming, what's in it for me? If there's no benefit, I'm not taking the risk of offending the son of a high-ranking official. Meng Manan shot him a slightly annoyed glance. She was undeniably gorgeous. Countless guys scrambled to be her boyfriend. Even if it was just a fake relationship, a single wave of her hand would draw a crowd ready to break their necks. Yet here she was giving Chang Tianla this golden opportunity, and he actually had the nerve to ask for something in return? It really rubbed her the wrong way. If not for Zhang Ming closing in, she'd have kicked Chang Tianla off the boat. Suppressing her irritation, she forced a sweet smile and asked, "Brother Lu, what kind of benefit do you want? My request is simple, you become my girlfriend." The moment Meng Manan heard Chang Tianla's words, she slammed on the brakes. As a result, Chang Tianla's head made an unfortunate, intimate contact with the windshield. Only the high-quality glass saved it from shattering under the impact. "Hey, sis. What the hell? Could you at least warn me before slamming on the brakes?" Meng Manan shot Chang Tianla a disapproving look, pouted her lips, and said, "Arrow brother, help me take care of Zhang Ming. You haven't agreed to my conditions yet. Once I've dealt with Zhang Ming, I'll agree to your terms." Just then, Zhang Ming's car caught up and pulled alongside Meng Manan's. He grinned at her. "Manan, why'd you run off? I just wanted to grab dinner. Is it really necessary to react like this?" Meng Manan's face betrayed undisguised disgust. She shot Zhang Ming a look and snapped, "Zhang Ming, what's wrong with you? I told you I don't like you, and I have a boyfriend now. Can you please stop bothering me?" Zhang Ming glanced at Chang Tianla sitting in the passenger seat. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he surveyed Chang Tianla's cheap outfit. With a dismissive smirk, he sneered, Man, if you're going to use a shield, at least pick a decent one. What kind of joke is this bumpkin?" Chang Tianla immediately bristled at the remark. While his clothes weren't designer labels, they were still worth over 1,000 yuan. How could anyone call him a bumpkin? And for Zhang Ming to look down on him like that? It was infuriating. Chang Tianla hadn't intended to antagonize Zhang Ming after all. The guy's father was the mayor, and some respect was in order. But Zhang Ming's words had pushed him over the edge. Now he was determined to teach this fair-skinned, effeminate-looking Zhang Ming a lesson. "Who's calling who a bumpkin, kid? Watch your mouth, or Big Brother'll slice you open like a peach blossom." Zhang Ming burst out laughing at Chang Tianla's threat. "Bro, have you been watching too many TV dramas? Split your peach blossom open? You think I'd just let you get away with that? You want to see me make you vanish from H City with one phone call?" Chapter 61, The Flying Knife King Ling. Chang Tianla shot Zhang Ming a look of utter contempt, then stroked his chin with a smirk. "So you're some big shot with connections? Think one call can make me vanish? You wanna bet I can make you disappear from my sight right now? Bro, your cocky attitude is pissing me off. Who's your brother?" Chang Tianla sneered, rolling his eyes at Zhang Ming. "Listen up, kid. I'm warning you, stop harassing my girlfriend. If I catch you bothering her again, I'll make you regret ever being born." "Fine. Very well." Zhang Ming laughed bitterly through gritted teeth. "Kid, you're in for it now." As soon as Chang Tianla saw Zhang Ming making a call, he channeled his psychic energy. Four golden threads shot out, instantly puncturing all four of Zhang Ming's tires. After doing this, he patted Meng Manan and said, "Honey, let's go." Meng Manan didn't hesitate. She started the sports car and sped away. Zhang Ming calling someone meant he was definitely going to have Chang Tianla dealt with. She knew Zhang Ming's methods all too well. Once Chang Tianla fell into his hands, the best case scenario was serious injury. The worst case scenario was that he'd truly vanish from H City. After driving a considerable distance, Meng Manan glanced back. Seeing Zhang Ming hadn't pursued them, she murmured in puzzlement, "This isn't like him at all. Why isn't he chasing us?" Chang Tianla grinned mischievously. "He can't catch up. Zhang Ming's car blew a tire. Didn't you see?" "No, I didn't. How could it blow out of nowhere?" Meng Manan looked at Chang Tianla's sly expression and instantly understood what had happened. Yet, as she thought about it, confusion crept back in. If Chang Tianla hadn't left the car at all, how had he managed to puncture Zhang Ming's tire? "Bro, you didn't really pop Zhang Ming's tire, did you? What do you think?" Meng Manan stared at Chang Tianla's smug expression and suddenly found him quite mysterious. She wanted to ask how he'd managed to puncture the tire, but felt it would be too abrupt. In the end, she suppressed her curiosity and kept quiet. Meng Manan sprinted all the way, reaching the city center in just over 10 minutes. After getting out of the car, Chang Tianla exchanged contact information with Meng Manan. As he was leaving, Chang Tianla grinned mischievously and said, "Darling, I'm your boyfriend now. Since we're about to part ways, shouldn't you show some appreciation?" "Sure thing." Chang Tianla watched as Meng Manan pouted her lips, ready to plant a kiss from a distance. Instantly, he moved forward, closing the gap in a flash. Swiftly, he pressed his lips to her cherry-red mouth. After the kiss, he chuckled, "Tastes pretty good." "Ah." 3 seconds later, Meng Manan's face flushed crimson as she gasped in shock, "You jerk. You actually kissed me? You're my girlfriend now. One kiss won't get you pregnant."
Chang Tianla turned and walked away immediately. He dared not linger. What if this girl blew up? No sooner had Chang Tianla walked a short distance than, upon rounding a corner, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Instantly, the golden cloud shot out on its own, releasing strands of golden silk that formed a tight defensive web. Yet the moment the net materialized, a blinding light streaked toward Chang Tianla at breakneck speed. Its friction with the air produced a piercing whistling sound, a testament to the immense power of this incoming projectile. Yet Chang Tianla felt no concern. He trusted the defensive power of his golden threads capable of stopping bullets and believed this bizarre light couldn't harm even a single hair on his body. The flash reached him in an instant. Yet the moment it approached, it was instantly ensnared by the defensive web of golden threads. In that instant, Chang Tianla recognized the unidentified flying object, a dagger gleaming with a cold, menacing light. Holy crap! Chang Tianla blurted out a curse before using his golden threads to reel the dagger into his hand. "You're quick, kid," he growled. Then, relying on the thread's unique sensory abilities, he sprinted forward. The kid hiding in the shadows who'd thrown the dagger instantly realized his weapon had been caught. He knew right away his opponent wasn't ordinary. There was no way he was staying put now. After all, he only excelled at throwing daggers. If he let his enemy get close, he'd be waiting to be crushed. It must be said, this knife-throwing kid was quite agile. With a few quick dodges, he vanished without a trace. But Chang Tianla wasn't worried. His golden thread was quite special. It could track by scent. With the scent of his opponent embedded in the dagger, Chang Tianla could track him down anywhere without difficulty. In that moment, he mused that his golden thread might even rival a police dog's abilities. 15 minutes later, the knife thrower had covered several miles. After a few leaps, he scaled the roof of a 5-story building. Glancing down to confirm Chang Tianla hadn't followed, he exhaled deeply. Pulling out his phone, he dialed a number and gasped, "Young Master Ming, mission failed." "Failed?" Zhang Ming's furious voice crackled through the line. "What the hell? You can't handle an ordinary person?" Young Master Ming, Flying Knife King, explained with a grim face, "Chang Tianla isn't an ordinary person. He actually caught my flying knife, and his reflexes are incredibly fast. He's clearly trained in martial arts. I don't want your excuses. I only care about results. If he's not dead by tonight, you know the consequences." As the dial tone echoed in his ear, Flying Knife King Lang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He snarled, "I'll kill you too, sooner or later. If you hate him so much, why are you still working for him?" A jarring voice erupted from behind Flying Knife King Lang, sending shock rippling through him. Without a second thought, he spun and flung 2 knives in quick succession. But the moment Wang Lang released the blades, he froze in utter shock. Before they could even reach their target, the daggers mysteriously shattered into golden dust. Chang Tianla watched Wang Lang's stunned expression, grinning with amusement. "Kid, you still haven't answered my question." A tidal wave of shock crashed through Wang Lang's mind. In his over 10 years as a professional, he could count on one hand the number of people who had ever caught his throwing knives barehanded. And no one had ever turned them to dust without so much as a flicker of movement. Wang Lang thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he hurled another throwing knife. But just as it was about to strike its target, it bizarrely disintegrated into dust and drifted to the ground. "My patience is limited," the young man said. "If you don't answer my question now, you'll meet the same fate as your throwing knives." Chang Tianla stroked his chin with a smile, manipulating the golden thread to bind Wang Lang's throwing knives. Flying Knife King Lang suddenly felt his entire body tighten, as if something had wrapped itself around him. Yet when he looked down, he saw nothing on his body. But when he tried to move, he found himself utterly unable to do so. At that moment, Flying Knife King Lang knew he'd encountered a master among masters. Though panic surged within him, he forced himself to remain calm and spoke, "My friend, are you a psychic?" Chang Tianla flashed a look of surprise upon hearing Flying Knife King Lang's words. He swiftly appeared before him, scrutinized him from head to toe, and chuckled, "Who'd have thought a backstabber like you would actually know about psychics? Well done. Yours truly is indeed a psychic." Upon hearing Chang Tianla's admission, Flying Knife King Lang sighed deeply. "Since you're a psychic, I concede defeat wholeheartedly. Now that I'm in your hands, do with me as you please. But I must warn you, the consequences for a psychic killing someone are extremely severe." Chang Tianla patted Wang Lang's shoulder and chuckled. "You mean the Red Dragon X Group's manhunt, right? You actually know about the Crimson Dragon X Group?" Flying Knife King Lang stared at Chang Tianla in astonishment. "Isn't that obvious?" Chang Tianla shot him a disdainful look. "I'm a psychic. Of course I know about the Red Dragon X Group." Sigh. Flying Knife Wang Lang sighed heavily at Chang Tianla's words. "I'm done for. This time I'm completely finished. Since you know everything, I won't say another word. Come on, just get it over with. Did I say I was going to kill you?" "Ah." Flying Knife King Lang eyed Chang Tianla suspiciously. "I came to kill you. Now that you've caught me, why wouldn't you kill me? We have no grudge against each other. You were merely following orders. Why would I kill you?" Chang Tianla chuckled.
Besides, killing you wouldn't benefit me in the slightest.
So I won't kill you. Flying Knife King Long wasn't stupid.
Chang Tianla's words were crystal clear. There must be conditions for sparing him.
Without beating around the bush, he asked directly, "What are your conditions?" "Nothing too demanding," Chang Tianla chuckled.
Zhang Ming sent you to kill me.
"Now I'm sending you to kill him." "No way. Absolutely not." Flying Knife King Ling shook his head like a rattledrum. "If I kill him, my entire family won't survive."
"Listen, brother," Chang Tianla said, looking at Flying Knife Wang Lang as if he were an idiot.
"You've already killed Zhang Ming. Who's left to order the execution of your entire family?"
"Big brother, you don't understand the situation." Flying Knife King Ling gave a bitter smile. "If I could kill Zhang Ming, I would have done it long ago."
"Why wait until now?" "What do you mean?"
"Zhang Ming is a treacherous bastard."
Flying Knife King Ling gritted his teeth.
"Everyone who works for him, every single person, including their families, has been forced to take a slow-acting poison.
They must take an antidote every month to survive. Only Zhang Ming has the antidote, and he keeps it hidden away.
If I kill him, when the poison takes effect, we'll all die without the antidote."
Chapter 68, Acupuncture Antidote. Upon hearing Flying Knife King Ling's words, Chang Tianla's face twisted with fury.
He never imagined Zhang Ming would devise such a vicious scheme to control his subordinates. Such things usually only happened in movies and novels, yet here it was, unfolding in reality.
This enraged Chang Tianla to no end. "Zhang Ming made you all ingest slow-acting poison. Did you willingly swallow it? Did none of you resist?"
Flying Knife King Lung heard Chang Tianla's words and shook his head with a bitter smile.
"Brother, who among us is clean?
We all have skeletons in our closets that Zhang Ming holds over our heads.
Not long ago, one of the guys couldn't take the torment anymore and ended his own life."
"Ah. If I didn't have my wife and kids to think about, I'd have been dead long ago."
"Didn't you try to steal the antidote?" Chang Tianla asked, puzzled. "You're all skilled enough. Taking down a spoiled rich kid should be easy. What good would taking him down do?"
Flying Knife King sneered bitterly.
"We once teamed up to steal the antidote. What happened?"
"We found the hiding spot, cracked the safe open, but it was empty."
"Why was that?"
"Zhang Ming may seem like a spoiled rich kid, but he's actually extremely cunning.
He only prepares enough antidote for us each month, not a single extra dose.
This man stops at nothing to achieve his goals, and his heart is utterly vicious. Today, when Zhang Ming sent you to kill me, I knew exactly how twisted his heart is."
"Do you know why he sent you?"
Flying Knife King shot Chang Tianla a cold glance before bluntly stating, "It must be because you stole a woman from him." Chang Tianla chuckled at this remark. "You seem to know him quite well. Zhang Ming kills for only two reasons. First, if you steal his woman. Second, if you stand in the way of his fortune.
Anyone who touches either of those points will be dispatched without hesitation."
Chang Tianla cursed angrily upon hearing this, then looked at Flying Knife King Lang and said, "Suppose I can expel the poison from your body.
Would you then eliminate Zhang Ming for me?"
At these words, Zhang Ming's face lit up with surprise and delight, but the expression vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He sighed softly and shook his head.
"I cannot kill Zhang Ming."
"Why?" Flying Knife King Lang gazed at Chang Tianla, his face twisted in helplessness as he forced a bitter smile. "If I kill Zhang Ming, not only will my family die, but my best friends will die too. The cost is too high. I can't sacrifice their lives just to save my own. Besides, Zhang Ming has a psychic by his side. Killing him would be incredibly difficult." After hearing Flying Knife King Lang's words, Chang Tianla stroked his chin, looking at him with a faint, ambiguous smile.
"If I were to remove the toxins from your family and your good friends, would you then kill Zhang Ming?"
"Absolutely." Flying Knife King Lang was overcome with emotion at the suggestion, his voice gritted with determination. "As long as you guarantee my family and my brother's families are safe, we'll definitely take Zhang Ming down.
We're willing to pay any price." Chang Tianla was satisfied with Flying Knife King Long's answer.
He smiled faintly and said, "Killing him won't require you to pay a heavy price."
"What do you mean?"
Flying Knife King Long was puzzled. Chang Tianla replied calmly, "Zhang Ming is a second-generation official. Given his ruthlessness, his crimes are likely too numerous to count. If we find concrete evidence of his crimes, taking him down should be a breeze. You've worked under him for so many years, you should know exactly what to pin on him." Flying Knife Wang Lang's face lit up with delight upon hearing this.
He nodded. "I know that.
Zhang Ming runs an underground casino in H City, and he also has a drug trafficking operation."
Chang Tianla chuckled. "Running those operations within the nation's jurisdiction? Get caught, and it doesn't matter if you're a second-generation official or a second-generation tycoon, you're dead meat. Wang Lang, since you know these locations, I'll first neutralize the toxins in your system. Once that's done, I'll purge the toxins from your family and your buddy too." "Agreed." Flying Knife Wang Lang knew Chang Tianla possessed supernatural abilities.
Any such individual wielded extraordinary powers. Removing the toxins from his body would be a mere formality.
Chang Tianla concentrated, withdrawing the golden threads binding Flying Knife Wang Lang.
He spoke softly, "Stand here and do nothing. Stay perfectly still." Flying Knife King Lang nodded in understanding. Cheng Tianla immediately opened his psychic vision, combining it with the golden thread's power to scan Flying Knife King Lang. What he saw made his teeth itch with rage. That bastard Zhang Ming was truly vicious. Though the poison he'd fed Flying Knife King Lang was slow-acting, it was exceptionally potent. While it wouldn't kill him instantly, it was steadily draining his vitality. If these toxins remained in Flying Knife King Lang's body long-term, even with an antidote sustaining his life, sooner or later, Lang would succumb to this poison.
Cheng Tianla stared intently at Wang Lang, then took a deep breath.
In that moment, he resolved to use acupuncture to purge the toxins from Wang Lang's body. Only now did Cheng Tianla truly grasp just how formidable that old Chinese medicine practitioner, Master Lu, whom old Zhou had invited, really was. Back when Cheng Tianla had studied acupuncture with utmost diligence to ensure Zhou Keqing's complete recovery, he had memorized every acupoint's function with crystal-clear precision. Therefore, upon seeing the poison within Flying Knife Wang Lang's body, Cheng Tianla immediately thought to use acupuncture to detoxify him. Though uncertain if he could completely purge the toxins, controlling them should pose no problem. Golden thread shot out under Cheng Tianla's control, piercing Flying Knife King Lang's body with blinding speed.
As the threads entered his body, a look of astonishment flashed across Cheng Tianla's face.
Through his psychic vision, he witnessed green fluorescent light streaming along the golden threads into Wang Lang's meridians and blood vessels. The moment this green light entered his circulatory system, it began voraciously devouring the toxins within his body.
In less than 5 minutes, Cheng Tianla observed that over half of the poison in Flying Knife King Lang's system had been consumed.
This scene left Cheng Tianla utterly perplexed and astonished. For this was the first time he had witnessed green fluorescence emanating from the golden threads.
Where did this green light originate? Why did it possess such miraculous detoxifying power? Cheng Tianla was completely baffled.
As the green glow continued to devour the toxins within Flying Knife Wang Lang's body, 20 minutes later, every trace of poison had been completely consumed. The green glow had now transformed into a deep black, still coursing through Wang Lang's bloodstream. Cheng Tianla stared at the dark glow, knowing this substance absolutely could not remain within Wang Lang's body. With that thought, a golden thread shot out, slicing open Wang Lang's finger. Cheng Tianla then used the golden thread to control the dark glow, guiding it to the wound and forcing it out. The black glow flowed out from Wang Lang's finger, instantly filling the air with a foul stench.
The odor was so unbearably putrid that it made Wang Lang retch and vomit.
Had Cheng Tianla not been standing farther away, he likely would have been sickened by it too.
Seeing Wang Lang's complexion grow noticeably rosier, Cheng Tianla knew his body was restored. He immediately reeled in all the golden threads and closed his psychic eye. The moment his eyes shut, darkness engulfed him. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, instantly feeling utterly exhausted and weak. What was going on? Cheng Tianla was startled. Ever since he met old Master Zhou and learned how to wield the golden threads, he had never experienced such exhaustion again. He had mastered the technique well enough to prevent excessive depletion of his spiritual and physical energy. Logically, purging toxins from Wang Lang's body shouldn't have drained so much of his spiritual energy. Why was he so utterly exhausted? Where exactly did the problem lie? Cheng Tianla furrowed his brow deeply. After a moment of deep thought, he grasped a crucial point, the green fluorescent light that had clung to the golden threads earlier. That light must be connected to his extreme exhaustion. But what exactly were these green glows? No matter how hard Cheng Tianla racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. Brother Lu. Fada Wang Lang observed Cheng Tianla's troubled expression and asked softly, "What's wrong? Has the toxin in my body been completely purged?" Cheng Tianla snapped back to reality at the question. He glanced up at Flying Knife King Lang, his voice sounding somewhat weak as he replied, "I'm fine. Just overexerted myself. The toxins in your body have been completely purged. You're fully restored now." Flying Knife King Lang's face lit up with profound gratitude upon hearing this. He darted to Cheng Tianla's side, knelt down, and pleaded earnestly, "Brother Lo, my life is yours now. I beg you to purge the toxins from my family too." Cheng Tianla smiled as he helped Flying Knife King Lang up, patting his shoulder. "Your life belongs to you, not to anyone else. If you gave it to me, wouldn't that make me a murderer? If you truly wish to thank me, just work for me from now on. Rest assured, I won't poison you. I'll only make sure you live better." "Thanks, boss." Flying Knife Wang Lang wasn't stupid. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity? A person with supernatural abilities was a force to be reckoned with. Recognizing such a boss meant an absolutely awesome future. Cheng Tianla didn't refuse when Flying Knife King Lang called him boss. After all, Lang was highly skilled, having such a subordinate was quite advantageous. He patted Lang's shoulder again and said, "You didn't kill me today. How will you explain this to Zhang Ming when you return?" "What's there to explain?" Flying Knife King Lang gritted his teeth. "I'll find a way to finish him off when I get back." Cheng Tianla frowned and shook his head. "No." Chapter 62, Mission Failed. Flying Knife Wang Lang immediately asked in confusion, "Boss, why not? That bastard Zhang Ming's poison no longer affects us. Why should we be so cautious?"
You're thinking too simplistically, Wang Lang, Chang Tianla said, looking at him.
Zhang Ming's father is the mayor. If you kill him, you might escape, but do you think your wife and children will get away?
Zhang Ming is so vicious his father probably isn't much better. Once you kill Zhang Ming, you're all finished.
Though Flying Knife Wang Ling seethed with resentment, he knew Chang Tianla was right. Zhang Ming was the Zhang family's only heir.
If he were killed, one could only imagine how enraged his father, Zhang Yaohua, would become.
Boss, what should we do then? Just let him go? Let him go? Chang Tianla laughed coldly.
Zhang Ming must die.
But we won't kill him in secret. We'll uproot the entire Zhang family. Zhang Yaohua, as mayor, has allowed Zhang Ming such rampant corruption.
Keeping such a corrupt official in power will only harm more people.
He must be eliminated too. Flying Knife Wang Ling couldn't help but gasp at this. He was truly impressed by Chang Tianla now. Though Chang possessed extraordinary abilities, Flying Knife Wang could see at a glance that he had no real backing whatsoever. For such an obscure nobody to declare he would eliminate Mayor Zhang Yaohua, that kind of audacity wasn't something just anyone possessed. Flying Knife King Lang now looked at Chang Tianla with excitement. Boss, how do you plan to deal with the Zhang family? Just say the word if you need my help.
I'll go through fire and water, risking my life without hesitation. Chang Tianla glanced at Flying Knife King Lang and grinned.
Saving your life from boiling water and fire? Not necessary.
You'd better start thinking about how you're going to explain this to Zhang Ming when you get back.
Boss, don't worry about that.
Even if I fail, Zhang Ming won't do anything to me.
It's you who might be in danger. Me in danger? Chang Tianla chuckled. You mean Zhang Ming would actually send someone to kill me?
Flying Knife Wang Lang nodded firmly, his tone unwavering. Boss, you're stealing a woman from Zhang Ming.
He won't let you see tomorrow's sun.
If I fail my assassination, he'll definitely send someone even more formidable to kill you.
Chang Tianla scoffed dismissively. Bring it on. I'm not afraid.
Oh, and when you return, tell Zhang Ming I'm exceptionally skilled far beyond your level. Tell him to send his most elite assassin.
No, no. Flying Knife Wang Ling shook his head immediately. Boss, that's far too dangerous. What if something goes wrong?
Relax, Chang Tianla patted Flying Knife King Lang's shoulder reassuringly.
There are people who could kill me, but they're not in H City.
I'm eager to see just how capable the best man under Zhang Ming really is.
Seeing Chang Tianla's unwavering confidence, Flying Knife Wang Ling could say no more.
After a moment's thought, he asked, Boss, once I return, should I gather evidence of Zhang Ming's crimes, or?
Right now, you only need to handle two things. First, gather evidence of Zhang Ming's crimes.
Second, get in touch with your guys, make sure they're reliable.
Boss, rest assured on that point. I'll handle it perfectly. Alright, you may leave.
As soon as Chang Tianla finished speaking, he suddenly saw Flying Knife King Lang pull out a dagger.
Chang Tianla's brows furrowed involuntarily, a look of caution appearing on his face.
Next, Flying Knife King Lang drove the dagger directly into his own shoulder.
Bright red blood instantly stained his clothes crimson. Chang Tianla watched the scene unfold, surprise evident on his face. He immediately sealed Fei Dao Wan Lang's acupoints with golden silk threads, halting the flow of blood. Thanks, boss. Be extra careful tonight.
You be careful too. Chang Tianla advised Wang Lang as he watched him, if Zhang Ming tries to kill you, don't fight back head on. Escape first, no matter what. He then slipped a business card into Wang Lang's pocket.
My number is on it. Call me immediately if anything happens. Got it. Fei Dao Wan Lang vanished in a few swift steps after speaking.
In a VIP room at Blue Sky Bar, Zhang Ming was embracing a stunningly sexy woman. Just as he was about to take things further, his phone rang. Glancing at the number, he answered immediately, his voice brimming with excitement. Wang Lang, did you take out Chang Tianla? The voice of Flying Knife Wang Lang came from the other end. Young master, I failed again.
What? Zhang Ming exploded in rage. Wan Long, what the hell is wrong with you? You can't even handle an ordinary person? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Young master, Chang Tianla isn't an ordinary person.
I'm simply no match for him. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Ming's handsome face before he regained his composure. He muttered under his breath, damn it. No wonder he dared to act so cocky in front of me. After half a year, he's actually got some skills.
I'm a man who appreciates talent.
What a pity, such a pity.
Chang Tianla, if you hadn't tried to steal my woman, I would have recruited you. But now. Poof. Flying Knife King Lang listened to Zhang Ming's mutterings before speaking up. Young master, what should we do now? Forget about Chang Tianla.
Get yourself to Blue Sky Bar immediately. Zhang Ming hung up the phone.
Half an hour later, Flying Knife King Lang arrived at the VIP room of Blue Sky Bar.
Zhang Ming patted the curvy beauty nestled beside him, and she promptly and discreetly exited the room. How did you get injured? Zhang Ming glanced at Wan Long, his tone cool and detached. Flying Knife Wang Lang glared at Zhang Ming's cold expression, his hatred boiling over. Suppressing his murderous intent, he replied, I was wounded by Chang Tianla's flying knife.
Chang Tianla has throwing knives too?
Zhang Ming asked, his face brimming with curiosity.
He didn't. Wang Lang's tone was flat.
I threw my dagger, and he caught it.
Then Chang Tianla tossed it back without a second thought. I didn't even have time to dodge.
If he hadn't chosen not to kill me, I'd be a cold corpse right now.
Zhang Ming's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing this.
He knew Wang Lang's flying knife technique was exceptionally formidable. He'd never failed a mission Zhang had assigned him.
It seemed this Chang Tianla was no ordinary man.
To kill him would likely require sending 2 more men. Zhang Ming pulled out his phone and dialed a number, his voice icy as he ordered, "Along, take a bow and take out Chang Tianla." Wang Lang, the flying knife, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Zhang Ming order Along and Bao to kill his boss. Along and Bao were Zhang Ming's 2 elite operatives, one a sniper, the other a martial arts expert. They had never failed a mission, and rumors even claimed Along had once blown the head off a psychic.
Wang Lang.
Just as Wang Lang was worrying about Chang Tianla's safety, Zhang Ming spoke up, "Today's incident isn't your fault.
I underestimated Chang Tianla. Since you're injured, you won't be on missions for now. The underground casino is short-staffed lately. Go manage the place."
"Thank you, young master."
Wang Lang's inner relation knew no bounds. The casino's location was extremely secretive. Though he served under Zhang Ming, he hadn't known its whereabouts.
On his way here, he'd fretted over how to infiltrate the casino to gather evidence. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Zhang Ming would assign him to guard the place.
Looks like even the heavens aren't on Zhang Ming's side. Wang Lang, someone will take you to the underground casino tomorrow. You're no longer needed here. You may leave now.
After leaving Blue Sky Bar, Wang Lang immediately found a secluded spot to call Chang Tianla, relaying Zhang Ming's entire plan in detail. After hanging up, a cold gleam flashed in Chang Tianla's eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a sly smile as he said coldly, "Heaven-made calamities can be avoided, but self-inflicted ones leave no room for survival." With that, he pulled the USB drive from the computer and tucked it into his inner pocket. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. To prepare for Zhang Ming's assassination attempt, Chang Tianla immediately called Xu Lin and Li Meyer, instructing them both not to come to his place that evening.
Upon hearing Chang Tianla's words, Xu Lin and Li Meyer knew something was amiss.
They understood his arrangements must have a purpose and promptly agreed, waiting for his further instructions. Time flew by, and before they knew it, night had fallen. After eating a bowl of instant noodles, Chang Tianla sat quietly in the living room, his face showing not a trace of tension.
"Hope you don't disappoint me." Chang Tianla glanced at his position and let a faint smile touch his lips. His spot was undeniably dangerous. If there truly was a sniper across the street, he could easily take him out. Chang Tianla now possessed the confidence born of mastery. He was absolutely certain he could withstand the sniper's attack.
In fact, the moment he spotted the sniper's location, his golden thread would be faster than a bullet, instantly eliminating the threat. Waiting was the most tedious and agonizing thing, for you never knew what might happen next. Time slipped away silently, and Chang Tianla waited for 3 whole hours.
Glancing at the clock, it was already 8:30. Furious, he cursed, "What the hell? Such unprofessionalism. I've waited this long for you lot, and you still haven't shown up? This is infuriating. If I catch you now, I'll make you pay dearly." Just as Chang Tianla was ranting and raving in frustration, the doorbell suddenly rang.
This made Chang Tianla frown slightly.
Who could it be so late at night? Could it be the hitman?
The thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Assassins might be arrogant, but they wouldn't be so brazen as to come to his home to kill him.
Chapter 63, Kicking Addiction. Chang Tianla walked to the door and peered through the peephole.
What he saw startled him. No one was there.
How peculiar.
His guard instantly went up, knowing the assassin might have come knocking at this hour.
He waited by the door for a while.
5 minutes passed without a sound outside, leaving him feeling frustrated. Just as he turned to head back to the living room, the doorbell rang again. The moment it rang, Chang Tianla pressed his eye to the peephole again.
But once more, no one was there. This time, he was thoroughly infuriated, a chill running down his spine. He wondered inwardly, could that bastard Zhang Ming have sent some kind of evil spirit or imp?
The old Chang Tianla would never have entertained such thoughts, having never encountered such things before. But since delving into this world, he knew that any ruthless individual with real power was likely to keep some unclean entities as companions. Chang Tianla immediately unleashed the golden cloud. Golden thread shot out at incredible speed, weaving a defensive net before him.
The next instant, he flung open the door and darted into the hallway.
Yet the instant he stepped into the hallway, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes, followed by a fist hurtling straight for his throat. The throat was arguably the most vulnerable spot on the human body. A heavy blow there could kill instantly. Seeing the attacker's vicious intent, Chang Tianla knew instantly this was Zhang Ming's assassin sent to kill him. Yet he felt no fear or tension, for he knew the killer could never breach his defensive web. This assassin was none other than Bao, the Sanda master known as the Flying Knife King Lang. Ruthless and merciless, he never left survivors, always targeting vital points on the human body. Abayo pressed the doorbell twice precisely to lure Chang Tianla out of his room, only then could he strike with optimal precision. His plan unfolded exactly as intended. After 2 rings, Chang Tianla emerged.
Abayo's ambush was flawless.
To his eyes, Chang Tianla was already as good as dead. His fist was less than 10 centimeters from the victim's throat. At that distance, Abayo believed no one could possibly dodge. But did things truly unfold as Abao imagined? Tragically, he was right about everything. Chang Tianla did not dodge. Yet, just as Abao's fist was about to strike Chang Tianla's throat, a piercing scream erupted from Abayo's throat. The shrill sound echoed down the corridor, reverberating so intensely it made Chang Tianla's eardrums ache. At that moment, Abao screamed in terror, his face twisted in utter disbelief and excruciating pain. His right hand had vanished in the most bizarre manner, and the pool of blood and scattered flesh on the ground proved one thing: his right hand had been torn to shreds. Chang Tianla wiped the blood from his face, watching his pristine white shirt turn crimson. He immediately cursed furiously, "Damn it all to hell! You bastard ruined my 50 yuan shirt!" With a flick of his wrist, a golden thread instantly bound Abao, leaving him utterly helpless. He then dragged him before him. A single punch landed squarely on Abao's nasal bridge. Chang Tianla struck with such force that he shattered the bone. Abao let out another agonized scream. Yet Chang Tianla didn't stop because of the piercing cries, or rather, he didn't stop his feet. "You piece of trash, pulling such a dirty trick? I'm not done with you yet." Chang Tianla sneered with utter contempt. A man who isn't whole doesn't deserve to use the word dot. Hearing this, Abao's eyes rolled back in his head as he passed out from rage. Chang Tianla stared at the unconscious man, then pulled out his phone to dial 110. After all, this sort of thing was best handled by the police. After hanging up, Chang Tianla muttered to himself, "If Abao is shown up, where the hell is Along hiding now?" He scanned the area with the special sensory power of his golden thread, but found nothing. He knew Along hadn't arrived yet. Looks like he'd have to stay alert. Snipers could attack from long range. One slip up, and his life would be gone. 10 minutes later, a squad of police arrived at the residential complex where Chang Tianla was stationed. When he saw the officer approaching, he couldn't help but smile, for it was none other than the icy cold beauty, Long Bingbing. The moment Long Bingbing recognized Chang Tianla, a look of disgust flashed across her face. Her expression darkened further when she noticed the blood-soaked figure lying on the ground, missing an arm. Her brows knitted tightly as she demanded in a cold voice, "Chang Tianla, what the hell is going on here?" Chang Tianla chuckled. "This guy came to kill me, but I took care of him. Now, cold beauty, you can take him away. Let me tell you in confidence, this guy's a big fish. Catching him will definitely earn you a top-tier commendation. And you expect me to just take your word for it?" Long Bingbing was thoroughly unimpressed with Chang Tianla. Sure, he'd helped her solve a murder case earlier that day, but he'd also groped her and snatched her gun, actions that left her deeply annoyed. If not for his contribution to the case, she never would have let him off the hook. "You're coming with me to the station for questioning. If you're innocent, I won't give you any trouble. But if you intentionally injured someone, don't blame me for being harsh." Seeing Long Bingbing's icy expression, Chang Tianla swallowed hard and blurted out, "Ice Queen, we're practically family. Is this really how you treat me? Who's familiar with you?" Long Bingbing snapped. "Chang Tianla, you'd better show this officer some respect, or I'll report you for harassment." "Harassment?" Chang Tianla chuckled. "Sexual harassment or some other kind?" Long Bingbing gritted her teeth in fury and snapped, "Take him away too." As 2 officers approached, Chang Tianla waved them off with a smile. "Comrades, what's the commotion? Can't you tell I'm just joking with my cold beauty? No need to escort me, I'll follow you willingly." Chang Tianla closed the door behind him and followed Long Bingbing out of the compound. The moment they stepped outside, a chill ran down his spine. A bone-chilling sensation washed over him, like needles piercing his skin. In that instant, Chang Tianla knew Along was nearby. He dared not hesitate. Golden threads instantly formed 2 defensive nets, enveloping both him and Long Bingbing. The moment the defensive nets enveloped them, a gunshot rang out. The sound of the bullet tearing through the air sent shockwaves through everyone present. Chang Tianla, in that instant, strained every ounce of his strength to control the defensive nets. After all, a sniper rifle's power far surpassed that of a handgun. If he didn't give it his all, he truly feared his defensive nets might not withstand the bullet. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the bullet struck Chang Tianla's defensive web. Fortunately, the bullet failed to penetrate the barrier in front of him, allowing Chang Tianla to relax instantly. "Ah!" Long Bingbing, struck in the chest by Chang Tianla's attack, let out a startled cry. Before she could react, however, Chang Tianla breathed hot air into her ear and said, "The sniper is on the building across the street. If you don't want to die, don't move." Long Bingbing seethed inwardly at his words, yet found no way to break free from Chang Tianla's embrace. After tackling Long Bingbing to the ground, Chang Tianla used her momentum to roll several times, carrying her to safety. Reluctantly releasing the icy beauty, he noticed her expression had changed. Without a word, he darted several times and reached the building where Along was positioned. Chang Tianla glanced up at Along, who was scanning the area with his sniper rifle. A faint smirk touched his lips as a look of disdain crossed his face. A golden thread shot out like lightning, instantly wrapping around Along and yanking him down. The poor bastard plummeted from the rooftop, screaming all the way. As he plummeted, Along's thoughts weren't on the impending crash landing. Instead, he lamented how a killer as badass as himself could slip and fall from a building, a story that would be utterly embarrassing if it got out. Seconds later, something felt off. Falling from the 10th floor shouldn't take this long. Yet, time dragged on. Why hadn't he hit the ground yet? Along abruptly snapped his eyes open and froze in terror. Standing before him was a figure. Before he could react, a fist slammed into his nose. A crisp crack echoed as Along howled and fell backward. Chang Tianla eyed Along's splayed legs, the perfect angle for another kick. Without hesitation, he delivered a devastating groin strike. The blow sent Along's body convulsing violently before he collapsed unconscious. From the gunshot to Chang Tianla subduing Along, what seemed like an eternity had actually lasted less than a minute. The officers' gazes toward Chang Tianla had completely shifted. They couldn't fathom how he'd managed to bring Along down from the upper floor, and what baffled them even more was that he'd caught Along with just one hand. Chapter 64, Poisoned to Death. It took the officers a full moment to snap out of their shock. Lang Bingbing stormed over to Chang Tianla, her voice dripping with irritation. Chang Tianla, you've already subdued the criminal. Why did you have to kick it to pieces? Before Lang Bingbing could finish her sentence, Chang Tianla grinned mischievously at her and said, Kick what to pieces? You scoundrel. Lang Bingbing's face flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at Chang Tianla. You're clearly no good, someone even sent a sniper to kill you. Chang Tianla smirked. Cold beauty, you've got that wrong. I'm not a bad guy. If you're not a bad guy, then you must be a good guy? Lang Bingbing snorted. If you were a good guy, why would someone come to kill you? Precisely because I am a good person that these two scoundrels came to kill me. Chang Tianla fixed his gaze on Lang Bingbing. This afternoon, I acted bravely and offended the eldest son of our city's mayor. That shameless bastard actually sent people to kill me. Cold beauty, tell me, isn't that unfair? What did you say? A look of surprise flashed across Lang Bingbing's face. You offended Zhang Ming? Yeah. Chang Tianla looked at Lang Bingbing's shocked expression and asked, puzzled, so what if I offended him? What's so surprising about that? Lang Bingbing stared at Chang Tianla's nonchalant expression, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Chang Tianla, this officer acknowledges you're formidable. But you've crossed Zhang Ming. I can say with certainty you're now on the death list. Barring any surprises, you'll be finished within 3 days. Oh, I'm so scared. Chang Tianla feigned utter terror, trying to lean against Lang Bingbing for support. But she sidestepped him, snapping, now you're scared? Mark my words, this is just the beginning. Zhang Ming will send waves of killers after you. Chang Tianla adopted an innocent look, pouting as he protested, no way. How petty is that jerk Zhang Ming? I just insulted him once, does he really need to send 3 assassins after me within a day? Hearing Chang Tianla's words, Lang Bingbing's face flashed with surprise once more. She wasn't shocked that Zhang Ming had sent 3 assassins after him, but that Chang Tianla had actually evaded all 3 attempts. She now realized just how mysterious this man truly was, seemingly a carefree slacker, yet undeniably possessing genuine skill. Zhang Ming's henchmen were each more formidable than the last. Lang Bingbing had long sought to arrest Zhang Ming, yet lacked concrete evidence. And even if she had it, what could she do? Minor evidence alone was utterly insufficient to bring down Zhang Ming. Investigating Zhang Ming, Lang Bingbing knew he wouldn't let her off easily. Yet this lecherous bastard had his eyes fixed on her. After all, she was the police force's most beautiful woman. That was precisely why he hadn't secretly eliminated her. Lang Bingbing desperately wanted to find solid evidence to arrest Zhang Ming, knowing his patience was finite. If she failed to bring him to justice before his patience ran out, she would be the one facing dire consequences. All along, Lang Bingbing had harbored a plan to use someone else's hands to deal with Zhang Ming. Yet, in the end, it never materialized. All because of Zhang Ming's father, H-City's mayor Zhang Yaohua. Who in their right mind would risk offending the mayor over a female cop? These days, people mind their own business. No one would be foolish enough to make an enemy of the mayor. Lang Bingbing had thought she was alone in this fight. But seeing Chang Tianla reignited her resolve she would use him to take down Zhang Ming. This move served 2 purposes, protecting herself and aiding Chang Tianla. Though Chang was formidable, he couldn't possibly stand up to Zhang Ming, a second-generation official. After weighing her options, Lang Bingbing made her decision. She shot Chang Tianla a cold glance and declared, I already told you, this is only the beginning. As long as you're alive, Zhang Ming will keep sending people to kill you. If he still can't eliminate you, he'll kidnap your family and friends to pressure you. Then you'll have no choice but to die before him, or else your entire family will be destroyed. He dares. At those words, the feigned fear vanished from Chang Tianla's face, replaced by an utterly ruthless expression. If Zhang Ming dares to harm my family, then the entire Zhang family will be wiped from H City.
Lang Bingbing gasped in surprise.
She hadn't expected Chang Tianla to be so ruthless. In that moment, she had to reassess him entirely.
Chang Tianla, do you know who Zhang Ming's father is? Chang Tianla sneered coldly. He's just the mayor of our H City. What's so great about that? The mayor isn't impressive?
Lang Bingbing stared at Chang Tianla in astonishment.
He's the big boss of H City. He's the local tyrant here. Whatever he says goes. Is that so?
Chang Tianla countered, then stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Ice Queen, how about we make a bet? What kind of bet? If I say Zhang Ming will die within a week and Zhang Yaohua will fall from power within 10 days, would you believe me?
Lang Bingbing stared at Chang Tianla's utterly confident expression, and her heart skipped a beat.
If the Zhang family fell, then she would be safe. But what could possibly give Chang Tianla such certainty in making this claim? Could it be that he had obtained crucial evidence of the Zhang family's crimes? This bet had to be made.
Regardless of the outcome, it would benefit her.
What was the wager? Chang Tianla chuckled. If I win, you become my girlfriend. If I lose, I become your boyfriend. Lang Bingbing immediately rolled her eyes, retorting irritably, you come out ahead either way.
You sure know how to dream up sweet deals for yourself.
Who would want to think about bad things?
Lang Bingbing glanced at Chang Tianla again, a rare flicker of amusement crossing her eyes. She murmured softly, if you win, I can be your girlfriend.
If you lose, you can be my boyfriend. But if you lose your life. Being my boyfriend would just be a title. I won't lose, Chang Tianla said with a smirk.
This young master never takes on a bad deal without a sure thing.
Cold beauty, you'd better get ready to be my girlfriend. Now give me your number. In 3 days, your husband will send you a big gift. I'm not your girlfriend yet, Lang Bingbing shot him a glare. Watch your language around this police officer. With that, she pulled out her business card and tossed it to Chang Tianla.
As Chang Tianla took the card and began entering the number, Lang Bingbing casually leaned in for a peek. To her utter dismay and speechlessness, the name displayed was Wife, Cold Beauty.
Chang Tianla grinned as he saved the number, then said with a cheeky smile, honey, we're practically family now. You still want to take me to the police station? Who's your wife?
Lang Bingbing snorted, her tone sharp.
Today, you're coming with this officer to the station just to keep someone from trying to kill you again. Chang Tianla beamed with delight.
My dearest truly cares about me already.
I swear no one will ever hurt you.
I'll protect you with everything I have. Hearing Chang Tianla's words and catching the strange looks from her colleagues,
Lang Bingbing immediately snapped, if you don't shut your mouth right now, you think this officer won't tear your mouth off? Honey, if you tear my mouth off, how will I kiss you later? If you're still angry, I'll lend you my but you can rub it all you want. Lang Bingbing was so furious she wanted to slap Chang Tianla hard across the face. She now knew arguing with this big bully of a Chang Tianla wouldn't get her anywhere. She shot him a fierce glare and strode quickly toward the police car. Bro, you're something else. You're the first guy to flirt with Captain Lang and still walk away in one piece. And you turned her into your future wife? That's seriously impressive.
Chang Tianla glanced at the 6-foot-tall officer with his handsome features and smiled faintly.
What's your name, buddy? Zhao Yang.
Hey.
Chang Tianla winked at Zhao Yang, grinning slyly. What are the hobbies of a cold beauty? Hobbies?
Zhao Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. The only hobby Captain Lang seems to have is catching criminals.
No way? Chang Tianla looked visibly disappointed. How could she not?
Zhao Yang said with admiration, Team Leader Lang is famously a workaholic. Aside from eating and sleeping, she spends every waking moment working.
Chang Tianla immediately felt a pang of concern.
I'll take good care of her from now on. I don't want my wife to become nothing but a tool for catching criminals. Zhao Yang smiled faintly at this, then looked at Chang Tianla with admiration.
Bro, how did you pull that off just now? What do you mean, how? Chang Tianla gave Zhao Yang a puzzled look.
How you caught that criminal falling from the rooftop in one go?
Oh, you mean that? Chang Tianla chuckled. Simple. Just use your hands. Zhao Yang. 20 minutes later, Chang Tianla was brought to the police station.
Just as Lang Bingbing was about to take his statement according to procedure, a young officer rushed over frantically, exclaiming, Captain Lang, it's bad.
Wang Pengsheng is dead. Lang Bingbing's fair face flashed with surprise as she demanded coldly, what happened? How did he die? The young officer shook his head. I don't know, Captain Lang.
You should go see for yourself. When Lang Bingbing and Chang Tianla arrived at the cell where Wang Pengsheng was being held, they saw him lying there with a twisted, vicious expression on his face.
Dark, blackish blood was trickling from the corners of his mouth.
Chang Tianla glanced at him, sighed softly, and shook his head. How vicious. They actually poisoned the prisoner.
Poisoned? Lang Bingbing glanced at Chang Tianla, her brow furrowing. How do you know he was poisoned? Honey, would you believe me if I said I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Chapter 65, Black Silver Needle. At Chang Tianla's words, Lang Bingbing's expression darkened.
If you dare spout nonsense again, she snapped, this officer will tear your filthy mouth to shreds.
Chang Tianla chuckled, I already told you my husband's mouth is for kissing. If you want to show affection, you can have my butt. Get lost. Lang Bingbing finally couldn't tolerate Chang Tianla anymore.
After cursing him, she snapped, who told you to follow me? Zhao Yang, take him to the interrogation room and wait. Zhao Yang glanced at Lang Bingbing and cleared his throat.
Captain Lang, Brother Lu has valuable investigative experience. Don't pick a fight with him.
Let's get Brother Lu to look into what really happened with Wang Pengsheng.
Chang Tianla smiled at Zhao Yang.
He sensed this guy was decent right up his alley.
Honey, hurry up and open the door.
I need to see if I can still save this poor guy.
Seeing Lang Bingbing about to explode again, Chang Tianla quickly added, saving lives comes first.
We'll settle the rest later.
Lang Bingbing shot Chang Tianla a fierce glare.
Though she itched to teach him a lesson, she knew how to prioritize.
She ordered the officer guarding Wang Pengsheng to open the door.
Chang Tianla stepped inside, leaned close to examine Wang Pengsheng, and pressed a finger against the pulse in his neck. A resigned expression crossed his face as he murmured, he's already dead. Not even a god could save him now. He then moved his hand to Wang Pengsheng's chest, pulling out a silver needle as fine as a hair. The needle was entirely black, clearly laced with a potent poison.
Lang Bingbing stared at the blackened needle in Chang Tianla's hand, her expression darkening as she asked, this is the murder weapon?
That's correct.
Chang Tianla nodded. This unassuming silver needle took Wang Pengsheng's life.
I never imagined his master would be so ruthless, eliminating witnesses to silence the truth.
Brother Lu.
At that moment, Zhao Yang spoke up, how long has Wang Pengsheng been dead?
Can you tell who the killer is?
Chang Tianla shot Zhao Yang a sideways glance, his tone dripping with exasperation.
Young Master Yang, do you think I'm some kind of god?
While I can determine the time of Wang Pengsheng's death, I have no idea who the killer is.
Then how did you find the killer at the villa this afternoon?
Chang Tianla took out a tissue, wrapped the silver needle, and tucked it into his pocket. He then shot Zhao Yang a contemptuous look and said, I found the killer at noon because I followed the scent. But this time, the silver needle used in the murder wasn't thrown by hand, it was fired from a special hidden weapon. There wasn't a single trace of the killer's scent left on it, so there's no way I could track them down. Your nose is sharper than a dog's.
Hearing Lang Bingbing's words, Chang Tianla showed no sign of anger.
He stepped closer and whispered into her ear, hey, honey, your temper's been so fiery lately.
Turns out it's that time of the month. Lang Bingbing's face flushed crimson to her ears at the remark, her body trembling with fury.
She nearly lashed out to slap Chang Tianla across the face. Yet her gaze shifted to him in utter astonishment.
How did this guy know she was on her period? Was his nose really that sensitive? Chang Tianla gazed at Lang Bingbing's flushed face and smirked triumphantly.
Honey, don't look at me with such adoring eyes.
Rogue.
After cursing Chang Tianla, Lang Bingbing immediately ordered her men to remove Wang Pengsheng's body.
Once she, Chang Tianla, and Zhao Yang returned to the office, Zhao Yang asked, Captain Lang, what now? Since the killer's been killed, shouldn't we close the case? Close the case? Lang Bingbing shot Zhao Yang a glare. Close it when the real killer hasn't even been caught? What are you thinking? With Wang Pengsheng dead, our leads are completely cut off. How can we continue investigating?
Zhao Yang said with a helpless expression. It'd be easier to just close the case.
What nonsense are you spouting, Zhao Yan? Lang Bingbing snapped. As law enforcement officers, we can't let any criminal slip through our fingers.
Even if the leads have dried up, we must find new ones.
But how? Zhao Yang's question gave Lang Bingbing a headache.
Wang Pengsheng's death was a massive blow to the case. As the most crucial suspect, his demise severed all leads.
Finding new clues was incredibly difficult.
They had hoped to uncover something at the home of Qi Peng, the victim Wang Pengsheng had murdered, but their search turned up nothing.
Chang Tianla watched Lang Bingbing's delicate brows furrow tightly. Clearing his throat, he grinned and said, Honey, running into trouble?
If you ask nicely, maybe I can help solve this case. The moment Lang Bingbing heard Chang Tianla call her wife, her temper flared. She snapped back, Chang Tianla, I've warned you multiple times.
If you dare to call me that again, you'd better watch out, I'll shoot you.
You wouldn't dare, Chang Tianla retorted with a smug expression, speaking slowly and deliberately. Killing me wouldn't just be your loss, you'd never solve this case either.
Brother Lu, you have a way to help solve the case? Chang Tianla glanced at Zhao Yang and chuckled. I wouldn't say solve it, but I can help you find clues. What kind of clues? Chang Tianla looked at Lang Bingbing and Zhao Yang, who asked in unison.
He immediately put on a calm and collected expression, then rubbed his stomach and said, When I'm hungry, I can't think straight.
Seeing Chang Tianla's expression, Zhao Yang immediately laughed, Brother Lu, just wait a moment. I'll have someone bring food over right away. Chang Tianla was quite pleased with Zhao Yang's expression.
Stroking his chin, he said, Actually, finding new clues in this case is quite simple.
Let me ask, what was the name of the person Wang Pengsheng killed? What was their background? Who were they associated with? Lang Bingbing heard Chang Tianla's words and couldn't help but give him a deep look. Though he wasn't a cop, this guy had a sharp mind to think of this was truly remarkable. Lang Bingbing knew these details too, but today she'd been overwhelmed with work. Wang Pengxing's murder had thrown her into turmoil, and his death only made her emotions more unstable, preventing her from considering this angle. Moments later, Zhao Yan brought over the victim's file and handed it to Chang Tianla. Truthfully, Chang Tianla was merely going through the motions. He already knew who the killer was, but he wasn't ready to hand the evidence over to the police just yet. He had his own plans. His first plan was to use this opportunity to win Lang Bingbing over. His second plan was that his opponent was too powerful, the evidence he held alone wasn't enough to bring them down with absolute certainty. After reviewing the file, Chang Tianla casually set it aside and smiled faintly. According to the records, Xi Peng doesn't have any major connections, but he's extremely wealthy. His money comes from dubious sources, essentially all illicit funds. Furthermore, investigative data indicates Xi Peng had financial dealings with Zhang Ming. What exactly those dealings entailed remains unknown. Then the matter is straightforward: investigate Zhang Ming directly. It's quite possible he's the real murderer. Lang Bingbing listened intently to Chang Tianla's analysis before immediately picking up Xi Peng's file to review it herself. After reading it, she found herself in complete agreement with Chang Tianla's assessment. Based on the current investigative materials, Zhang Ming was the only individual with a clear motive for the crime. Crucially, the influence required to orchestrate an internal police hit on Xi Peng was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Furthermore, Wang Pengxing's death was undoubtedly also an inside job. The number of people in all of H City capable of pulling off both these feats couldn't exceed 5. And Zhang Ming was one of those 5. He'd committed countless crimes, but his family's connections were too powerful. Even when cases were solved, someone else would take the fall, making him untouchable. Investigate Zhang Ming? At the suggestion, Zhao Yang's face twisted with dread. Brother Lo, you're already a marked man. You know offending Zhang Ming means no good days ahead. If we go digging into him, we'll probably die without knowing how. Chang Tianla shot Zhao Yang a contemptuous glare. If all cops think like you, I say we just disband the entire force. If you back down whenever someone has power or connections, what's the point of the police? I really despise that attitude. Brother Lo, you can't talk like that, Zhao Yang hurriedly explained. Zhang Ming is the son of the chief. His influence is immense. He's ruthless and cunning, leaving no trace of his crimes. Even if evidence surfaces, he always has scapegoats to take the fall. This isn't the first time. The reason he gets others to take the fall is because your evidence isn't solid enough. If you let me handle it, I guarantee I'll nail Zhang Ming for good. Brother Lo, you're barely keeping your head above water. If you step outside the police station, who knows how many assassination attempts you'll face. Assassinate me? Chang Tianla sneered coldly. I'm not afraid. Send as many as Zhang Ming wants to kill me, and I'll kill them all. Once his hitmen are wiped out, let's see how arrogant he can be. Enough of this nonsense. Lang Bingbing shot Chang Tianla a cold glare. Stay put in the station tonight. It's safer here than anywhere else. Safe? Chang Tianla shook his head. Honey, this place isn't safe at all. Look, Wang Pengxing got killed right under your noses. If I stay here tonight, I'll probably be finished too. You'll be finished even faster if you leave. Lang Bingbing glared at Chang Tianla angrily before turning and storming out of the office. She was utterly disgusted with him now. His damn mouth kept calling her wife an ex-wife. It was more irritating by the second. In a VIP room at Blue Sky Bar, Zhang Ming received a call. Upon learning that both Along and Abao had failed and were now in police custody, a savage expression twisted his handsome face. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Chang Tianla, I'll make sure you suffer every last bit of this hatred in my heart. After venting his fury, Zhang Ming dialed a number and spoke with deference. Dad, I need you to kill someone for me. Chapter 66, Danger Approaches. A deep voice answered from the other end, Son, with your abilities, is there really someone in H City you can't kill? Sounds like this guy's pretty formidable. Zhang Ming clenched his teeth, suppressing his hatred as he replied, Dad, this man is formidable. He took down both Along and Bao. He's currently detained at the police station. You know how it is once the police are involved, I'm powerless. That's why I'm begging you, Dad, to arrange for someone to take him out. Speak. Zhang Yaohua smiled faintly. What's the name of the man you want killed? What's his background? Zhang Ming's face lit up at his father's response. He has no connections whatsoever, but he's incredibly skilled. He's just some struggling laborer named Chang Tianla. What? His name is Chang Tianla? Hearing the tone in his father's voice, Zhang Ming asked in confusion, What's wrong, Dad? You know Chang Tianla? You don't need to get involved in this. I'll arrange for someone to take care of him. Zhang Ming frowned slightly as he heard the busy signal on the phone. With a puzzled look, he muttered to himself, What the hell is going on? In the cold, empty office, only Chang Tianla remained.
Bored out of his mind, he was browsing a forum about Taoist arts, filled with all sorts of random Taoist writings. None of this held his interest. His sole curiosity now lay in the materials sent by Master Kong Kong, specifically, the talismanic inscriptions.
Chang Tianla's fascination stemmed from their ability to ward off evil spirits. Though he possessed supernatural abilities, Chang Tianla was utterly helpless when confronted with malevolent spirits.
Thus, he began studying the talisman section of the forum and, to his surprise, made some modest progress. He had previously learned from the materials Master Kong Kong gave him that so-called Taoist arts required corresponding talismans and hand seals to be effective. Merely memorizing the arts without the proper talismans and seals rendered them utterly useless. As Chang Tianla scrolled through the webpage, a particularly eye-catching title caught his attention.
The post contained just 5 characters, Divine Thunder Heavenly Gang Sutra. Chang Tianla grinned at the name. Sounds pretty badass, he muttered before clicking on it.
Upon clicking, he discovered a rather poorly drawn talisman posted there. Though the drawing itself was crude, it seemed to possess a peculiar, mysterious beauty that instantly struck him as extraordinary.
Chang Tianla scrutinized the talisman, seemingly ordinary yet shrouded in mystery. Stroking his chin, he muttered, I wonder if this thing is real? With that, he released a golden thread, guiding it to trace the talisman's outline.
After tracing it once, Chang Tianla committed the entire pattern to memory. When he finished tracing the talisman, he scrolled down with his mouse and discovered a line of small text below, Divine Thunder Heavenly Gang Sutra, bestowed upon those destined to receive it. This sutra possesses immense power, may the destined one wield it with caution. The incantation is, Heavenly Thunder of the Nine Gods, the awe-inspiring might, the righteous energy of the Heavenly Gang Sutra, Divine Thunder subdues demons. After reading it, Chang Tianla grinned, blinked, and mused, sounds pretty mystical, is this legit or fake? Let this young master test it out. With that, he traced the screen again with his finger while muttering the Divine Thunder Heavenly Gang's mantra under his breath. Yet when he finished chanting, nothing unusual happened. Realizing he'd been tricked, he was about to curse the poster in anger when suddenly, an inexplicable disturbance rippled through the surrounding space. Immediately after, a thunderous boom echoed the computer before Chang Tianla exploded. This startled Chang Tianla to his core. Fortunately, at the very moment the computer exploded, the golden threads formed a defensive web before him. Otherwise, Chang Tianla would have surely been disfigured by the shattering glass. Damn it, what kind of crappy computer is this? Chang Tianla muttered irritably. But the moment he finished cursing, his body reacted strangely. It was a peculiar sensation, extremely comfortable, yet tinged with a sense of being threatened. This feeling puzzled Chang Tianla deeply. Because he could clearly sense that this sensation wasn't originating from his own body, but was being transmitted from somewhere else. This made Tianla's heart skip a beat. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in that feeling, trying to understand what was happening deep within his body. As his eyes closed, the strange sensation intensified. Vaguely, he sensed that Li Meyer was in danger. Though he couldn't explain why he felt this danger so clearly, his instincts told him this information was real, absolutely true. He could even pinpoint her location. 5 seconds later, Chang Tianla abruptly snapped his eyes open, his face contorted with rage. He knew Zhang Ming had targeted someone close to him. Panic seized him instantly, and he bolted toward the exit. But the moment he stepped out of the office, he collided head-on with Zhao Yang. Seeing Chang Tianla rushing out in such a hurry, Zhao Yang immediately shouted, Brother Lu, where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Chang Tianla had no time to respond. In a few swift dashes, he bolted out of the police station. Yet the moment he stepped outside, an inexplicable sense of danger surged from his core. Without hesitation, golden threads instantly formed multiple defensive nets before him, and his psychic vision eyes snapped open. The moment his psychic eye opened, he spotted a dark muzzle aimed at him from a building across the street. Rage surged through him. With a flick of his mind, a golden thread shot forth, piercing the sniper's skull before he could even pull the trigger. Having eliminated the sniper, Chang Tianla knew more enemies likely lay in ambush along his path. Time was critical, he couldn't afford delays in rescuing Li Meyer. Golden threads shot from his back, wrapping around rooftop structures. With a powerful tug, his entire body soared into the air. Chang Tianla sensed Li Meyer's location and darted between skyscrapers at breakneck speed. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would surely gasp in astonishment. It was like a real-life Spider-Man. 10 minutes later, propelled by the golden threads, Chang Tianla landed steadily on the roof of a 20-story building, the tallest structure in the vicinity. Above him, the massive neon sign for the Blue Sky Hotel flashed in shifting colors, its glare piercing the night. The dazzling light made Chang Tianla squint slightly. Glancing down, he couldn't help but gasp. The 20th floor was no joke, the height was terrifying. Chang Tianla took a deep breath to steady his nerves. He could now sense Li Meyer's presence within the building, and the aura of danger was growing stronger by the second. There was no time for hesitation. He leaped off the rooftop, using the golden thread's power to propel himself into the building. The moment he plunged inside, a piercing scream erupted from a distant room. The shriek sent a chill down his spine, and his face instantly twisted with tension.
Could something have happened to Mayer? Guided by the psychic link between him and Li Mayer, Cheng Tianla raced toward the room where the scream originated. The moment he pushed open the door, a thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses, nearly making him vomit up his dinner. Stepping inside, Cheng Tianla was met with a sea of crimson. Human limbs littered the floor, some still twitching as fresh blood gushed from their severed stumps. These dismembered parts couldn't possibly belong to just one person. At least 3 victims lay scattered here. Staring at the scattered limbs, Cheng Tianla felt an eerie sense of familiarity. But his concern for Li Mayer's safety prevented him from dwelling on it. As he reached the room's central hall, he saw a woman sitting motionless on a chair, her clothes disheveled and drenched in blood. Long hair obscured her face, with blood dripping intermittently from the ends. Her entire outfit was soaked red, her horrifying appearance blending with the room's bloody environment to create an eerie tableau. Cheng Tianla stared at the long-haired woman, then noticed several lengths of rope beside the chair. He instantly realized the murdered assailant had intended to assault her. But in that moment, Cheng Tianla recognized the blood-soaked figure. It was Li Mayer. "Mayer, what happened to you?" Li Mayer, sitting blankly in the chair, seemed to stir at Cheng Tianla's voice. She slowly lifted her head. The instant she did, Cheng Tianla froze in shock. Before him now was a face completely covered in dried blood. The liquid had long since congealed, forming a dark crimson crust. Li Mayer's once beautiful eyes were now dull and lifeless, hollow, and vacant. Li Mayer stared blankly at Cheng Tianla, showing no reaction whatsoever. It seemed as though only an empty shell remained in this world. "Mayer, don't scare me. What happened to you?" At that moment, Cheng Tianla's heart felt as though it were being stabbed by 1,000 sharp knives. He rushed forward, about to embrace Li Mayer, but just then, the defensive web before him suddenly activated its automatic defense. No matter how hard he pushed forward, he couldn't get close to Li Mayer. His heart tightened. He knew that once the golden threads activated their defense, danger was imminent. In that instant, he opened his special vision eyes again. What he saw made him gasp in horror. Countless golden threads radiated out from Li Mayer, weaving an irregular defensive web around her. No external object could force its way into the protected area. Should any intrusion occur, the myriad golden threads would instantly launch an attack, shredding the intruder to pieces. Chapter 67, The Bald Dwarf. Cheng Tianla stared in utter astonishment at Li Mayer, now completely enveloped in golden threads. He was utterly baffled. How could Li Mayer possess golden threads identical to his own? Had she also awakened psychic powers? And powers identical to his? A barrage of questions flooded Cheng Tianla's mind. What on earth was happening? "Mayer, Mayer." Cheng Tianla called out gently. "It's Brother Lu." Cheng Tianla tried to communicate with Li Mayer, urging her to voluntarily withdraw the golden threads surrounding her. Yet no matter how he spoke to her, she showed no response whatsoever. Her vacant eyes stared straight at him, while her mouth kept repeating incomprehensible words. Watching this scene unfold, Cheng Tianla was utterly frantic. From the looks of it, Li Mayer had clearly suffered a mental breakdown from extreme fright. If he couldn't snap her out of this panic soon, she might very well lose her mind. There was no other choice but to force the issue. Resolved, Cheng Tianla channeled his spiritual energy, summoning a golden cloud. Golden threads streamed forth from behind him. Yet before he could proceed, the myriad golden threads surrounding Li Mayer suddenly surged toward him of their own accord. To be precise, they weren't heading toward Cheng Tianla himself, but toward the golden cloud behind him. In less than 10 seconds, every golden thread surrounding Li Mayer had entered the golden cloud. This scene left Cheng Tianla utterly speechless, his face etched with confusion and worry. He couldn't fathom why the golden threads surrounding Li Mayer were being absorbed by him. And if he absorbed Li Mayer's golden threads, would it harm her? Yet just as Cheng Tianla was consumed by confusion and deep worry, Li Mayer suddenly collapsed unconscious. This startled Cheng Tianla so much he rushed to her side, ignoring the blood on her body as he scooped her up from the ground. Gazing at the unconscious Li Mayer, covered in blood, Cheng Tianla's heart ached unbearably. In that moment, he clenched his teeth, resolved to make Zhang Ming pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price for what he had done today. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. Cheng Tianla knew reinforcements had arrived. His mind flashed, and several golden threads shot out, instantly slamming the door shut. Holding Li Mayer, he used the golden thread's power to break through the window and escape. In a few swift leaps, he scaled the rooftop. Just as Cheng Tianla landed on the rooftop, ready to flee, a strangely eerie voice echoed from the darkness. "Who'd have thought both of you are psychics? No wonder you dared to meddle so brazenly in the boss's affairs." Cheng Tianla spun at the sudden voice, seeing a figure emerge from the shadows. The man appeared to be around 40, standing about 5 feet tall, and was downright hideous, especially with his distinctive bald head and bright red robes. He clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. Cheng Tianla stared at this hideously ugly creature, his expression turning grave. He had already sensed it. This little runt was no ordinary man. The powerful life force pulsing from him signaled that this was a very dangerous individual. "Did you kidnap my girlfriend?" Cheng Tianla asked, his voice icy.
The short man glanced at Cheng Tianla, a faint smile playing on his lips.
He nodded lightly. That's right. I kidnapped your woman. So what? Got a problem with that? Cheng Tianla stared at the other's calm expression, a wave of tension rising within him. This was his first direct confrontation with a psychic and one from an enemy faction at that. He knew a fierce battle was inevitable today. Cheng Tianla took a deep breath, using golden threads to transport Li Meyer to safety.
He then turned to the short man, his voice devoid of emotion.
Do you know the consequences of kidnapping my girlfriend?
The short man watched Cheng Tianla teleport Li Meyer away, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before it vanished. He sneered, I don't know the consequences of kidnapping your woman, but I sure know the consequences of messing with the boss.
You're going to face utter destruction. Catastrophic consequences? Tianlo laughed.
Don't think Zhang Ming can do whatever he wants just because his dad is a mayor. Today, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill both of them.
You?
The bald dwarf roared with laughter, glaring at Cheng Tianla like he was an idiot.
A little punk who just awakened his powers spouting such nonsense? You clearly don't know the meaning of death. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight.
Let this young master see just how much skill you have, you little runt under 5 feet tall. The bald dwarf trembled with rage at Cheng Tianla's words, snarling, You're asking for death. As soon as the bald dwarf finished speaking, his right arm shot up. Sparks of electricity danced around his forearm. With a single punch, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot forth, hurtling madly toward Cheng Tianla. Facing such a ruthless strike, Cheng Tianla dared not take it lightly. Golden thread shot out instantly, wrapping around the neon light's large support frame. He yanked it toward himself, colliding it directly with the lightning bolt. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the entire neon light frame shattered under the powerful electric blast.
Cheng Tianla took a slight step back.
He knew the bald dwarf's special ability was electricity, and the power unleashed was exceptionally potent. If he were carelessly struck, it could easily electrocute him into charcoal.
With danger looming, Cheng Tianla dared not be overconfident.
He knew he had to end this fight as quickly as possible, or else he'd be in serious trouble. Instantly, golden threads formed a defensive web before him, and he controlled 10 of these threads to shoot toward the bald dwarf like lightning. The golden threads moved with blinding speed, possessing razor-sharp cutting and piercing power.
A direct hit would undoubtedly mean certain death for the enemy.
But just as the 10 golden threads were about to strike the bald dwarf, a defensive light barrier formed by electricity suddenly appeared before him. The moment this barrier materialized, all 10 golden threads struck it. The threads, which had previously been unstoppable, failed to penetrate the defensive barrier the bald dwarf had erected. What astonished Cheng Tianla most was that not only did the 10 golden threads fail to pierce the barrier, they were instantly obliterated by the electrical energy radiating from it.
Looks like today's going to be dangerous.
A look of extreme caution flashed across Cheng Tianla's face as he took 2 quick steps back, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. Kid, hand over what you found at Chi Peng's place.
I'll give you a quick death and spare your woman.
If you keep resisting, not only will you suffer a fate worse than death, but your friends and family won't survive either.
Cheng Tianla's eye twitched involuntarily at the words. What nonsense, he roared. If you have a problem, take it out on me. What kind of skill is it to target my loved ones? The bald, short man watched Cheng Tianla with an amused expression, grinning widely. Kid, you're as dumb as they come. We do things the simplest way possible. If using your family gets us what we want fastest, why go out of our way? Despicable. The bald dwarf roared with laughter. I am despicable. What are you going to do about it? Don't say I didn't give you a chance.
Hand over the evidence you obtained right now, kneel down, and beg me on your knees.
If I'm feeling generous, I might just let you go. Go to hell. Cheng Tianla roared, instantly unleashing 20 golden threads that attacked the bald dwarf from all directions.
But the moment they touched the protective light barrier before him, they were instantly obliterated by the electric current surging from its surface.
Kid, your psychic powers don't affect me at all. Stop this futile struggle and hand over the evidence. You're dreaming.
Cheng Tianla uttered these words expressionlessly, continuing to unleash golden threads to assault the bald dwarf.
Watching Cheng Tianla's foolish actions, the bald dwarf shook his head and chuckled.
I told you, your psychic power doesn't work on me.
What's the point of this?
Cheng Tianla paid no heed to the bald dwarf's words. As if possessed, he unleashed golden threads from behind him as if they were worthless, sending them crashing madly into the protective light barrier before the bald dwarf.
You idiot, you're such an idiot.
The bald dwarf chuckled.
A person's mental energy is finite.
Releasing your power so recklessly will only hasten your death.
You really think you can kill this young master? Cheng Tianla sneered coldly. Don't think you're so great, shorty.
Don't get cocky until the very end.
Because arrogant people usually die the most miserable deaths.
The bald dwarf stared at Cheng Tianla as if he were already dead. He couldn't stand being called dwarf. A man of his caliber possessed both status and power. To him, ordinary lives were as insignificant as ants he could kill at will.
Yet, despite his formidable prowess, there was one flaw that gnawed at his self-esteem: his height. Standing under 5 feet tall was unacceptable for any man. The bald dwarf was especially sensitive about this. The more powerful one became, the less they could tolerate others mocking their flaws and insecurities. It was a scar deep within his soul. Chang Tianla's repeated taunts of Shorty finally pushed him over the edge. The bald dwarf's eyes turned icy as he spat out each word: "Your ignorance will bring you endless suffering. I'll use the most brutal methods to make you understand what it means to wish you were dead." Chapter 68, Blood Essence of Supernatural Powers. Chang Tianla watched the bald dwarf, now seething with fury. A sly smile curled the corners of his mouth. That very smile struck an uneasy chord within the dwarf's heart. Yet the bald dwarf dismissed this unease entirely. After all, in his eyes, Chang Tianla was already little more than a corpse. What threat could a lifeless shell possibly pose? The bald dwarf roared, his fists crackling with electric sparks. The sheer power unleashed by that intense current was truly terrifying. "Kid, go to hell!" As the bald dwarf shouted, his fists shot forward. The crackling sparks on his knuckles coalesced into 2 arm-thick pillars of light, surging toward Chang Tianla with devastating force. Chang Tianla watched the ferocious beams approach, his face betraying no trace of tension. Instead, he gave a cold chuckle and, propelled by the golden thread's power, instantly vanished to the side. The moment he dodged, the bald dwarf froze in shock before letting out a wretched, piercing howl. Impossible! Impossible! How could this happen? Staring at his severed left hand lying on the ground, the bald dwarf screamed frantically, "Your psychic power couldn't possibly break through my defensive barrier. What the hell just happened?" Chang Tianla paid no heed to the bald dwarf's wails. His immediate task was to cripple the creature completely before it could react. Chang Tianla wasted no time. Time was too precious to squander. With a flick of his mind, the single golden thread instantly coiled around the bald dwarf's right hand. With a sudden, violent contraction, the thread sliced cleanly through the wrist, severing the hand. The golden thread vanished the instant it severed both of the bald dwarf's hands. It must be said, the bald dwarf was truly formidable. Even with both hands severed, he hadn't fainted from the pain. This clearly demonstrated how incredibly resilient those with supernatural abilities could be. Staring at his severed arms gushing blood, the bald dwarf let out a horrified scream. 2 bolts of lightning shot from his eyes, not toward Chang Tianla, but toward his own arms. The moment the bolt struck his arms, the acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. Now, both of the bald dwarf's arms were charred black, the flow of blood halted. Fierce. Decisive. Capable of inflicting such severity even upon himself. Truly twisted. Chang Tianla swallowed hard, staring at the bald dwarf in astonishment. The bald dwarf turned to face him, his face twisted into a hideous grimace. His eyes burned with venomous hatred. If looks could kill, Chang Tianla would have died 100 times over by now. "How did you break through my defensive light barrier?" Chang Tianla glanced at the bald dwarf, knowing he posed little threat now. Stroking his chin with a smirk, he asked, "You want to know?" The bald dwarf erupted in fury at Chang Tianla's words, cursing furiously, "You bastard! That's obvious. If I didn't want to know, I wouldn't have asked you in the first place." Chang Tianla's expression darkened at the dwarf's rant. "I'll tell you when you're dying," he said coldly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 golden threads materialized eerily within the dwarf's protective barrier. Before the dwarf could react, the threads instantly pierced through his legs. Finger-thick holes gushed blood, spraying crimson fluid everywhere. "Ah!" The bald dwarf collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. The protective light screen around his body vanished instantly. His already hideous face contorted further in pain, his complexion turning deathly pale from excessive blood loss. Chang Tianla glanced at the bald dwarf, now lying like a dead dog, his face showing not a shred of pity. For such a man knew nothing of deserving compassion. One who held no reverence for life was unworthy of respect or mercy, and even more so, unworthy of living in this world. "Aren't you the one who's so quick to harm yourself?" Chang Tianla's voice was utterly devoid of emotion. "If you don't treat that wound on your leg, you'll bleed out and die before long. I'll kill you." The bald dwarf snarled, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Chang Tianla. "Don't be foolish." Chang Tianla sneered dismissively. "What state are you in now? Do you really think you can kill me? Not only am I not giving you the chance, but if you treat your wound now, you might live a little longer. If you don't hurry and get that wound stitched up, I bet you won't last 10 minutes before you kick the bucket and meet your maker." The bald dwarf watched Chang Tianla's smirking face, his teeth grinding in fury. He was consumed by rage. Rage at his own carelessness, at having fallen to some punk kid. 2 bolts of lightning shot from the bald dwarf's eyes once more, instantly searing the gaping wound on his leg. But the moment he sealed that wound, Chang Tianla's golden threads pierced 2 new holes through his shoulders. "Ah!" The bald dwarf let out another piercing scream, a shriek several times more agonizing than a pig being slaughtered. His features contorted into a single grimace as beads of sweat the size of beans dripped relentlessly from his forehead. The excruciating pain was so intense he bit his lips until they bled and tore. Cheng Tianla, even as a ghost, Sun Mingquan, will never let you off the hook. At that moment, Cheng Tianla finally learned the bald dwarf's name. He grinned, utterly unconcerned by the threat, and said casually, "You know how I broke through your defensive light barrier, right? How did you break through?" Cheng Tianla glanced at him, a cold smile curling his lips. "I won't tell you. Die with that regret." With that, a golden thread pierced Sun Mingquan's heart. After killing Sun Mingquan, Cheng Tianla exhaled deeply, wiping sweat from his forehead. He thought to himself, close call. If he hadn't discovered the weakness in Sun Mingquan's defensive light barrier, he would have died today. Sun Mingquan's vulnerability was actually quite simple. He only defended 3 sides, leaving his feet completely unprotected. For other psychic users, this would have been impossible to exploit. But for Cheng Tianla's golden thread, it was child's play. The thread's piercing capability was incredibly powerful. A mere layer of reinforced concrete was no match for it. Cheng Tianla's earlier relentless barrage of golden threads against Sun Mingquan was purely a diversion, a tactic to seize his attention and deliver the decisive blow. Unfortunately, Sun Mingquan never knew how Cheng Tianla had breached his defensive barrier. It was truly a frustrating and helpless death. Cheng Tianla cast another glance at Sun Mingquan's corpse before striding over to Li Meyer and scooping her up. He knew this was no place to linger. Yet just as he prepared to leap from the high building with Li Meyer in his arms, a figure appeared behind him. "You think you can just walk away after killing someone? Do you really think so little of me?" Cheng Tianla's expression darkened upon hearing this. His senses already detected that the newcomer was no ordinary person. The powerful life fluctuations indicated this individual was formidable. Cheng Tianla instantly turned around. As he saw the figure emerging from the darkness, his brow furrowed. His voice grew deep. 9527? Why is it you?" The figure was none other than 9527 Lu Jianbai, a member of the Crimson Dragon X unit who had killed the handsome security guard when Cheng Tianla had been tailing him last time. Upon hearing Cheng Tianla's voice, Lu Jianbai immediately recognized it as familiar. He looked closely and similarly frowned, replying in a deep voice, "Why is it you?" Cheng Tianla knew Lu Jianbai's identity and couldn't help but exhale deeply. At least they were acquainted, and he had killed a bad guy, so it shouldn't be a problem. He grinned and said, "What a coincidence." Lu Jianbai glanced at Cheng Tianla, then shifted his gaze to Li Meyer in his arms. His expression turned stern as he demanded, "Were those people downstairs killed by you or by her? Does it matter?" Cheng Tianla asked cautiously, his eyes fixed on Lu Jianbai. "If you killed them, please cooperate and come with me. If she killed them, please cooperate and hand her over to me." At Lu Jianbai's words, Cheng Tianla's expression darkened instantly. His voice turned cold. "I admit I killed people, and my girlfriend killed people too. But the people we killed were all bad guys. And the people my girlfriend killed were the ones who kidnapped her. From that standpoint, we were acting in self-defense." A cold gleam flashed in Lu Jianbai's eyes as he replied icily, "Cheng Tianla, do you take me for a child? If ordinary people could kidnap psychics, then those psychics would be pretty weak, wouldn't they?" "That's not how it is," Cheng Tianla immediately explained. "My girlfriend didn't have any special abilities before. I don't know what happened, but she suddenly gained powers just like mine. When those villains tried to harm her, her abilities kicked in to fight back, and she killed them." Lu Jianbai pondered Cheng Tianla's words for a moment before murmuring softly, "So it's because of the psychic blood essence." "Supernatural blood essence?" Cheng Tianla asked in confusion. "What is that? If I'm not mistaken, did your girlfriend drink your blood?" "Drink my blood?" Cheng Tianla thought for a moment before replying, "Yes. A couple days ago, I accidentally cut my finger, and my girlfriend sucked the blood off it with her mouth." "That's exactly it," Lu Jianbai said calmly. When an ordinary person consumes the blood of a psychic, they temporarily gain some of the psychic's abilities. This effect lasts for 1 month. Chapter 69, The Stubborn One. Upon hearing Lu Jianbai's explanation, Cheng Tianla finally understood why Li Meyer possessed supernatural abilities. It turned out she hadn't awakened any powers, she had temporarily gained the special ability of his golden threads after consuming his blood. Lu Jianbai glanced at Cheng Tianla and continued, "An ordinary person who consumes a blood essence can only unleash their acquired abilities once. After the power dissipates, they must wait a full month before consuming it again." "Why is that?" "It's simple." Lu Jianbai explained calmly, "Ordinary people's physiques aren't as robust as those of supernatural beings. After consuming the essence, they must rest for a month to recover the depleted spiritual energy. If they keep taking it non-stop, the backlash would be too much, they'd explode from the force and die. So that's how it is." Cheng Tianla looked at Lu Jianbai with an expression of enlightenment before speaking up, "Brother Bai, now that you know the whole story, could you let us go?" "No." Lu Jianbai uttered the 2 words with a cold, unyielding expression. "Why not?" Cheng Tianla grew impatient, retorting sharply, "We killed criminals. Why must you arrest us? It's my duty. Those who commit crimes using supernatural abilities must face appropriate punishment. Considering you killed the bad guys, I won't be too hard on you. Just come with me, and everything can be discussed. Chang Tianla stared at Lu Jianbai's expressionless face and couldn't help but snort coldly. Killing people wasn't a minor offense. Even though Li Meyer had acted in self-defense, she had still killed several people. If she were taken to the Crimson Dragon X Division, she definitely wouldn't receive a light sentence. Was Li Meyer supposed to spend the prime of her life in prison? Absolutely not. Chang Tianla would never allow that to happen. He had promised Li Meyer he would protect her, that she would never come to harm. Now Lu Jianbai wanted to take her away. How could Chang Tianla possibly agree? Chang Tianla swiftly used golden threads to transport Li Meyer to a distant location once more. His face darkened as he declared, "If you insist on arresting my girlfriend, don't blame me for being unkind. I've made myself perfectly clear. You know full well my girlfriend isn't a psychic. Why won't you leave her alone?" Lu Jianbai glanced at Chang Tianla, his brow furrowing. "Chang Tianla, don't be impulsive. Your girlfriend has broken the law. If you shield her, you'll be breaking the law too. Hand her over to me. Trust me, I'll handle this fairly." "Impartial handling?" Chang Tianla sneered. "No matter how impartial your handling is, you'll still sentence my girlfriend. I may not be a legal expert, but I know murder is a capital offense. Am I supposed to let my girlfriend rot in a dungeon where she'll never see daylight? I already made it perfectly clear, she's not a psychic. The abilities she used were mine. If you want to arrest someone, arrest me." Lu Jianbai gave Chang Tianla a deep look and sighed softly. "Chang Tianla, you're a talented individual. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Though you killed someone, it was a superpowered individual, a wanted criminal, no less. Killing him wasn't a crime, it was an act of merit." Lu Jianbai paused, gauging Chang Tianla's expression before continuing. "If you cooperate with me, perhaps your girlfriend won't face sentencing. But if you refuse, not only will she be in trouble, you too will face legal consequences. The repercussions are severe, do you understand? Think carefully about whether it's worth it." Chang Tianla listened to Lu Jianbai's words and chuckled softly. "Actually, the matter is quite simple, yet you've made it so complicated. Why must you arrest my girlfriend? You just said I've done a good deed. I'm willing to trade that merit for my girlfriend's freedom. Meritorious service is one thing, murder is another. These are two separate matters. Please don't confuse them, okay?" Lu Jianbai said, sounding somewhat displeased. "Chang Tianla, I don't want you to break the law for your woman." Chang Tianla knew arguing with this stubborn fool was futile. Once he set his mind on something, nothing would sway him. No amount of pleading would save Li Meyer. This was his final chance to fight. "Brother Bai, you know she's my woman. So let me ask you this, when your woman gets hurt, what would you do? Would you just back down?" Chang Tianla stared at Lu Jianbai with a smirk. "If you can't even protect your own woman, what kind of man are you? I know my woman broke the law, but I won't stand by and watch you take her away. If anyone dares to harm my woman in front of me, I won't hesitate to kill for her." A cold glint flashed in Lu Jianbai's eyes as he retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me?" Chang Tianla shook his head. "I'm not threatening you. I know you're a man of principle, Brother Bai, and a good man. I truly don't want to hurt you. You should leave." Lu Jianbai froze at this unexpected response. He hadn't anticipated Chang Tianla's words. He sneered again. "Chang Tianla, why must you cut off your own future? Perhaps I truly am no match for you. But don't forget the Crimson Dragon X Division is teeming with elite fighters. Killing me won't matter, but can you evade every last one of them? This path leads only to ruin for both you and your girlfriend. You'll regret it." Chang Tianla turned to glance at the unconscious Li Meyer. Her face was smeared with blood, and his eyes softened with tenderness. She was his first woman, one of the people he was bound to protect in his life. No matter what happened, he would shield her from the world. Unless he died, he would never let anyone harm her. Chang Tianla gazed deeply at Li Meyer, but eventually tore his eyes away from her. Turning to face Lu Jianbai, he fixed him with an intense stare. "I don't regret the choice I've made." Lu Jianbai sighed, slowly drawing his weapon from his bosom, a half-meter-long iron spear. With a gentle pull of the mechanism, the spear instantly extended to about 1.5 meters. He then gave it a light upward tug, causing the spear to hover in midair, its tip aimed squarely at Chang Tianla. "Chang Tianla, your character resembles mine from the past, willing to sacrifice everything for loved ones. But this is irrational. Won't you reconsider my suggestion?" Chang Tianla smiled indifferently. "This is my own decision. Even if it's wrong, I won't regret it." With that, he channeled his spiritual energy, sending out countless golden threads that rapidly formed a defensive web before him. Once the net was complete, countless golden threads erupted from the cloud above him. In that instant, the overwhelming aura radiating from Chang Tianla reached its peak. He acted this way solely because Lu Jianbai had made a somewhat favorable impression on him. Chang Tianla didn't wish to harm him, he only hoped that by demonstrating his formidable power, Lu Jianbai would recognize the futility of his actions and back down. Lu Jianbai felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Chang Tianla. His expression darkened considerably.
With a bitter smile, he said, "In that case, don't blame me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the iron spear before him shot toward Cheng Tianla along an unnatural trajectory. Simultaneously, Lu Jianbai himself leapt into the air, lunging directly at Cheng Tianla.
Cheng Tianla watched the scene, momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but wryly smile.
Truthfully, Lu Jianbai's attack held no real threat to him. As the iron spear neared Cheng Tianla, it was instantly entangled by dozens of golden threads, instantly sliced into over a dozen pieces.
At that very moment, one golden thread wrapped itself around Lu Jianbai's neck, rapidly tightening. Cheng Tianla's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't intended to kill Lu Jianbai.
He immediately recalled the golden thread, but it was too late.
A 3-inch gash still marred Lu Jianbai's neck.
Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep enough to sever the carotid artery. Otherwise, this guy would have kicked the bucket. After retrieving the golden thread, Cheng Tianla used it to fling Lu Jianbai aside. Landing on the ground, Lu Jianbai looked utterly horrified. He touched his neck, finding it covered in blood. His face darkened as he demanded, "Your ability is unique. You clearly could have killed me. Why didn't you?" Cheng Tianla glared at this stubborn, principled fool, his frustration boiling over.
"Brother Bai," he snapped, "I truly don't want to hurt anyone, least of all you. Please stop making this difficult. With your authority, you could easily let us go."
Lu Jianbai glanced at Cheng Tianla standing not far ahead and shook his head softly.
"Cheng Tianla, I'm a member of the Red Dragon X unit. I have my duties. I won't let you off.
I'm sorry, but I advise you not to hold back against me.
Otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers. You're completely unreasonable." Lu Jianbai didn't waste any more words with Cheng Tianla.
Though his iron spear had been sliced into pieces by Cheng Tianla, it didn't hinder his ability to wield it.
Lu Jianbai's special ability was telekinesis. He could manipulate any physical object.
Sections of steel pipe mysteriously rose from the ground, arcing through the air toward Cheng Tianla.
Witnessing this, Cheng Tianla was utterly speechless. He knew that unless he knocked Lu Jianbai down, he wouldn't be leaving today.
Without further hesitation, Cheng Tianla instantly twisted the flying steel pipes into iron shavings with his golden threads. Yet, after shredding the pipes, he suddenly realized Lu Jianbai had vanished. This made him instantly aware something was terribly wrong. A powerful fist wind swept in from behind him. Cheng Tianla had no idea how Lu Jianbai had managed to get behind him so quickly. Without time to think, he swiftly formed a defensive web of golden threads behind him. But the moment the defensive web materialized, Lu Jianbai's brutal punch slammed into it.
Chapter 70, Supernatural Showdown. When Lu Jianbai's fist slammed into the defensive web, Cheng Tianla didn't activate the threads to shred his opponent.
Instead, he used the sheer force of the golden threads to absorb the blow.
It must be said that Lu Jianbai's punch carried tremendous force.
The single blow sent Cheng Tianla flying sideways, crashing heavily to the ground. Having absorbed Lu Jianbai's punch head-on, the immense impact reverberated through Cheng Tianla's internal organs, causing sharp pains. The brutal landing on the ground compounded the damage, instantly causing a stifling sensation in his chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Jianbai watched Cheng Tianla, now spitting blood from his own punch. Instead of pressing his advantage, he offered a bitter smile. "Why bother? This truly benefits you not at all."
Cheng Tianla wiped the blood from his lips, took a deep breath, and rose from the ground.
He forced a grimace into a smile.
"Brother Bai, why must you push me to this? Must I kill you before you'll relent? It's my duty. I cannot disobey." "Duty?" Cheng Tianla scoffed. "You're unarmed now. How could you possibly fight me?
Though your punch wounded me, if I'd wanted to finish you, you'd be dead by now. Brother Bai, I truly don't wish to harm you or cripple you. Your psychic powers are useless against me.
You could return and report your mission completed. Why must we fight to the death? Truly ineffective?" Lu Jianbai's eyes turned cold.
With a sudden sweep of his hands, the scattered neon light stands on the ground instantly levitated into the air. Their momentum shifted, and they shot toward Cheng Tianla like lightning. Cheng Tianla watched the ferocious attack with displeasure. He genuinely didn't want to hurt Lu Jianbai, but this guy's relentless provocation was infuriating. A surge of rage welled up within him. Golden threads formed an impenetrable defense, instantly shredding the incoming supports into powder. The very moment Cheng Tianla pulverized the brackets, Lu Jianbai vanished mysteriously before his eyes once more. Cheng Tianla instantly realized Lu Jianbai had darted behind him again. His mind snapped into action, commanding the impenetrable golden threads to spin at breakneck speed. Any object spinning at high speed generates a powerful rebound force, and since the golden threads were infused with supernatural energy, their rotational rebound was even more formidable. Just then, Lu Jianbai struck out with another punch, landing squarely on the whirling threads.
The immense rebound force instantly hurled him backward. "Ah!" A startled cry erupted from Lu Jianbai's mouth.
Cheng Tianla turned to see the scene, his face instantly draining of color. The unfortunate Lu Jianbai had been propelled off the rooftop by the immense recoil force.
Cheng Tianla panicked.
He drove a golden thread deep into the reinforced concrete, then leaped off the rooftop.
He couldn't let Lu Jianbai die.
If Lu Jianbai died, then he and Li Meyer would truly be finished.
The wind whistled past Cheng Tianla's ears as he plummeted downward.
3 seconds later, he finally spotted Lu Jianbai falling and let out a long sigh of relief.
A golden thread shot out like lightning, wrapping around the rapidly descending Lu Jianbai. Immediately, the golden thread's power surged, pulling both Cheng Tianla and Lu Jianbai back onto the rooftop.
Cheng Tianla, you shouldn't have saved me, Lu Jianbai said, sitting on the rooftop, his face deathly pale. He coughed incessantly, his body covered in wounds, clearly badly injured. After a long moment of recovery, he continued, killing me would have silenced me.
The Red Dragon X Division wouldn't have traced it back to you. Cheng Tianla gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Brother Bai, maybe you're right. But I just couldn't do it. I show no mercy to villains, but asking me to kill a good person? I simply couldn't bring myself to do it.
Lu Jianbai stared deeply at Cheng Tianla. After a moment's silence, he said, take your girlfriend and leave. Cheng Tianla stared at Lu Jianbai in surprise, his brow furrowing slightly. Just moments ago, this guy had fought tooth and nail to keep him from leaving.
Why was he suddenly letting him go now? Could it be because he'd saved his life? Had that changed this stubborn man's mind? Lu Jianbai saw the confusion in Cheng Tianla's eyes and gave a bitter smile.
Even though you saved me, I'll still handle this impartially.
You injured me and escaped on your own, I didn't let you go. You don't owe me anything. Cheng Tianla stared at Lu Jianbai's cold expression before turning to pick up Li Meyer.
With his back to Lu, he said, Brother Bai, no matter what, I still need to thank you.
Cheng Tianla, wait for my news at home.
I'll figure out a way to help clear your girlfriend of charges.
Thanks.
After uttering those 2 words, Cheng Tianla leaped off the rooftop with Li Meyer in his arms. In a few swift movements, he vanished into the vast night. Lu Jianbai, still on the rooftop, gazed at the spot where Cheng Tianla had vanished. He sighed softly, murmuring as if to himself, was helping you this time the right thing? Perhaps it was.
Though I have a way to clear your girlfriend of the charges, is it fair to you? H City. In the frigid office,
Lang Bingbing stared at the scattered fragments of her computer. She felt murderous.
How long had that bastard Cheng Tianla been in her office? He managed to blow up her work computer? That machine held crucial data. Now that it was destroyed, trouble was brewing. Zhao Yang stood by, watching Lang Bingbing's darkening expression. He dared not utter a word, afraid she'd explode and berate him. After a long moment, Lang Bingbing lifted her head and glanced at Zhao Yang, her voice devoid of emotion. Where did Cheng Tianla go? Zhao Yang stammered, I don't know. Brother Law left in a hurry just now.
I vaguely heard someone say his girlfriend was kidnapped.
Hearing this, Lang Bingbing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She muttered under her breath, that scoundrel. He has a girlfriend yet dares to flirt with this police officer? How despicable. Zhao Yang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat at those words. He cleared his throat and said, Captain Lang, what about the deceased outside? Has the victim's identity been confirmed? Identified.
Zhao Yang placed a stack of files before Lang Bingbing. The deceased was a wanted criminal. In just the past year, he committed dozens of crimes and is suspected of murdering 25 people. He was a truly vicious criminal. Lang Bingbing skimmed the file before tossing it aside.
With a wry smile, she remarked, who'd have thought Cheng Tianla would keep racking up achievements like this? Zhao Yang chuckled, yeah, Brother Lu is a real standout. Not only is he handsome, but he's skilled in combat too.
Best of all, he's a genius at solving cases.
Captain Lang, haven't you always wanted to find a man more capable than yourself? I think Brother Lu would be perfect. Why not give it some thought?
Lang Bingbing shot Zhao Yang a sharp glare. If you like him, you can go chase after him yourself, she snapped.
Zhao Yang. Clean up my office. Lang Bingbing stood up and headed for the door.
As she stepped out of the office, she glanced toward the director's office. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she murmured softly, why is he here again? If Cheng Tianla were here, he'd recognize the man instantly. It was Lu Jianbai, the one he'd just battled on the rooftop. Inside the bureau chief's office, Chief Meng sat at his desk, headache-inducing piles of case files spread before him. Recently, H City's crime rate had surged significantly, compounded by several baffling, bizarre murder cases. These crimes defied conventional investigative methods. They seemed almost inhuman. Finally, with no other options, Director Meng had reported these cases to his superiors. To his surprise, they had sent only one person, refusing to show credentials. The sole order was to fully cooperate with this individual's investigation while maintaining absolute secrecy about their identity. All Director Meng knew was that this young man was named Lu Jianbai. Director Meng found this Lu Jianbai deeply peculiar. The young man kept to himself, coming and going at all hours, and refused to accept the police officers assigned to assist him. He handled everything alone, truly baffling. Just as Director Meng was racking his brain over this, the office door swung open. This instantly annoyed him. Didn't he the person know to knock? He was about to explode, but the moment he saw who had entered, his anger vanished without a trace.
He rose and greeted him with a smile. Comrade Lu, were you out on a case? How did you get so badly hurt?
Lu Jianbai stood before him, his face bruised and swollen, his clothes torn and tattered. His earlier battle with Chang Tianla on the rooftop, especially the fall that ended it, had left him with numerous scrapes and abrasions. Bureau Chief Meng pulled out a chair for Lu Jianbai to sit down, his face full of concern. Investigating cases is important, but your health matters more.
Are your injuries serious? I'll take you to the city hospital for a checkup later.
Director Meng's fawning concern seemed genuine, but in truth, he wasn't worried about Lu's health. He feared the man would risk his life too recklessly on the case and accidentally lose it. Lu's identity was shrouded in mystery, and he'd been specially assigned by higher-ups.
If he died within Director Meng's jurisdiction, Meng's career would be over.
Lu Jianbai shot Director Meng a look, thoroughly disgusted by his phony concern. His face remained expressionless as he replied coldly, just superficial wounds.
Nothing serious. Noticing Lu Jianbai's sour expression, Director Meng gave a nervous chuckle and asked, have you identified the perpetrator in the Blue Sky Hotel murder case?
Lu Jianbai glanced at him, his voice icy. You needn't interfere with this case.
Your job is to suppress it.
Under no circumstances should it be exposed to the media.
This matter is rather bizarre and involves too many connections.
I trust Director Meng understands the gravity of the situation.
As for how to proceed, I needn't elaborate further, right? Director Meng glared at Lu Jianbai's smug expression, seething inwardly.
Yet his face remained stern as he nodded repeatedly.
Understood, Comrade Lu. Rest assured, I'll handle this flawlessly. Lu Jianbai nodded, then pulled out his special purpose phone and dialed a number. Chapter 71, Mayor's Coma. Seconds after Lu Jianbai dialed the number, a sweet, melodious voice answered, this is headquarters. What is your report? 9527. Hearing the sweet voice, Lu Jianbai's face softened into a rare smile.
He didn't rush to speak with the person on the line but instead glanced at Director Meng, who was squinting his eyes and staring at him with obvious curiosity. Director Meng was a cunning old fox.
Catching Lu Jianbai's gaze, he instantly understood the implication.
He grinned and said, suddenly feeling the urge to pee,
I'll be right back.
With that, he strode swiftly out of the office.
9527, why aren't you speaking? What's going on?
You little brat, if you call me 9527 again, just wait till I'm back on duty, I'll make you pay.
Lu Jianbai was utterly speechless about his code name.
The number 9527 itself wasn't the issue, it just happened to match the code name from Xing Zai's movie. Now, whenever anyone in the Red Dragon X unit shouted 9527, they all burst out laughing. If Lu Jianbai had been the type to laugh it off, the code name wouldn't have bothered him. But he was dead serious by nature. Now, paired with this ridiculously funny code name, it became a running joke among the squad members.
9527, what's up with you calling back all of a sudden? Xiao Yu, you keep calling me that? You really deserve a beating. Call me Big Brother one more time and I'll lose my temper.
Long Yu giggled.
Alright, you're so petty. Can't even take a joke. Quick, tell me why you called back. Lu Jianbai glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice. I've discovered a psionic. Preliminary assessment, B grade or higher. His abilities are exceptionally unique. Most valuable of all, he's a man of integrity willing to sacrifice everything for his family. Someone this loyal to his loved ones will be fiercely devoted to the nation and the organization. I recommend recruiting him specially to join the Crimson Dragon X unit.
Upon hearing Lu Jianbai's words, Lang Yu paused briefly before replying, Brother Bai, hold on. I'll transfer this call to the boss. He'll discuss the details with you.
Alright.
Moments later, the call was transferred.
A magnetic voice came through the line. Xiao Lu,
I hear you've discovered a special abilities user?
Lu Jianbai repeated what he'd told Lang Yu.
After listening, the other party fell silent for about half a minute before speaking. Little Lu, I agree with your suggestion. After all, our Crimson Dragon X unit hasn't had any new members join for quite some time, and things have been particularly unsettled lately.
Adding new members is a good thing.
Especially someone with B-level abilities, this is a major piece of good news for us. Boss, if that's the case, I'll go find him tomorrow.
Xiao Lu, you know our principles. We never force anyone to join. Everything is voluntary.
If he has any requests, we'll do our best to accommodate them.
If his demands are too excessive, then we'll pass. Requests? Lu Jianbai chuckled. Well, he does have one request right now. What demand? Lu Jianbai enunciated each word, immunity for accidental killings.
After Lu Jianbai uttered those words, the other fell silent again for a moment before speaking up. Xiao Lu, this privilege is only granted to those carrying out missions outside.
And him? Boss, here's what happened. After Lu Jianbai recounted the entire incident in detail, the magnetic voice on the other end of the line declared, grant him the privilege.
Bring him back for me to see when the time is right.
Understood, boss.
After hanging up, Lu Jianbai called out to the hallway, "Director Meng, you may come in now." Director Meng, who had been smoking in the hallway, immediately flicked his cigarette butt to the ground upon hearing Lu Jianbai's call. He hurried back into the office and offered a slight smile. "Comrade Lu, what were the instructions from above?" Lu Jianbai glanced at Director Meng and replied in a neutral tone, "The Blue Sky Hotel murder case has been classified as a confidential investigation. From this moment on, no department is to interfere. Immediately seal off all information related to this case. Anyone leaking details will be treated as disclosing state secrets." Sweat beaded on Director Meng's forehead as tension crept across his face. He hadn't anticipated a murder case involving state secrets. Fortunately, everyone with knowledge of the case had been placed under control, otherwise, the trouble would have been immense. "Comrade Xiao Lu, rest assured. I guarantee no one will leak a word about this. Let's hope it turns out as you say." Lu Jianbai shot Director Meng a look of distaste before continuing, "I've been quite busy lately, so I won't be reporting in daily." "No problem, Comrade Lu. Your injured resting is only natural. Come report to the bureau once you've recovered. Your health is the foundation of your work. Only with a sound body can you better serve the people." Lu Jianbai listened to Director Meng's utterly insincere tone, his face twisting with disgust. He stood up and strode quickly out of the office. Upon returning home, Chang Tianla immediately carried Li Meyer into the bathroom. He removed her blood-soaked clothes, and as the naked Li Meyer lay in the bathtub, Chang Tianla felt a flicker of excitement. Yet he knew this was no time for distractions. After adjusting the water temperature and turning on the showerhead, Chang Tianla meticulously and tenderly washed Li Meyer's body. Once all traces of blood were cleansed away, the crystalline droplets glistened on her jade-like skin. The visual impact left Chang Tianla momentarily transfixed. But Chang Tianla only indulged in a brief fantasy in his mind before quickly drying her delicate body, dressing her in pajamas, and laying her on the large bed. Watching Li Meyer, still unconscious, his heart ached deeply. He gently kissed her forehead, then stepped out of the bedroom to take a shower in the bathroom. After his shower, Chang Tianla sat in the living room, silently smoking a cigarette. His mind replayed the events of the day, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. His resolve was now firm: the Zhang family must die. Anyone who dared touch his woman would pay with their life. After finishing the cigarette, Chang Tianla suddenly groaned inwardly. A nagging worry surfaced. Lu Jianbai, that stubborn fool. Though Lu had promised to help clear Li Meyer of her charges, the man was single-minded. If no viable solution emerged, he'd surely come back for Li Meyer. If Lu Jianbai came for Li Meyer regardless of the consequences, Chang Tianla would never agree. That would inevitably lead to another confrontation. He wasn't afraid of ordinary people, high-ranking officials, or even gangsters. None of them posed a real threat to him. But Lu Jianbai was a member of the Red Dragon X unit. Though Chang Tianla didn't know the exact nature of this organization, it was affiliated with the state. No matter how formidable he was, Chang Tianla couldn't possibly stand against the state. Moreover, the Red Dragon X unit comprised individuals with supernatural abilities. No matter how powerful one person might be, they couldn't possibly match an organization backed by the state. Chang Tianla sighed helplessly, walked back to his bedroom, and lay down on the bed. He hugged Li Meyer tightly and kissed her once before drifting off to sleep shortly after. There was no helping it. This day had exhausted him beyond measure. He'd drained so much mental and physical energy that few could have endured it. Shortly after Chang Tianla fell asleep, the golden cloud automatically emerged from his body. As soon as it flew out, strands of golden threads shot forth, wrapping around the jade pendant hanging by the bedside. They began frantically absorbing the spiritual energy within the jade pendant. Had Chang Tianla not been asleep but instead opened his psychic eyes, he would have witnessed a marvelous spectacle, the golden threads devouring a full half of the jade pendant's spiritual energy. Once the golden threads had absorbed their fill, they all returned to the golden cloud. As they merged into it, the cloud's form underwent a subtle shift, taking on a vague shape that vaguely resembled the legendary dragon. Of course, this form was extremely indistinct. Without careful observation, it would be impossible to discern. The night passed uneventfully. When Chang Tianla awoke the next morning, he discovered Li Meyer still unconscious. Immediately sensing something amiss, he opened his special vision to examine her body closely. What he saw sent a chill through him. Li Meyer's brainwaves were abnormal. When a person's brainwaves show such irregularities, the situation is extremely serious. After his examination, Chang Tianla understood the cause. The scene she had witnessed the previous night had been too bloody and terrifying, plunging her into a state of shock and unconsciousness. This was a major problem. Though Chang Tianla knew acupuncture, it couldn't treat mental issues. He knew he couldn't waste time here. Li Meyer must be rushed to the hospital immediately. Delaying could easily lead to serious complications. 20 minutes later, Chang Tianla admitted Li Meyer to H City First People's Hospital. He sat blankly on a corridor bench, his face dark and grim. Guilt gnawed at him. If Li Meyer recovered, everything would be manageable. But if she remained unconscious, or awoke mentally impaired, he would never forgive himself. Chang Tianla clenched his fists so tightly his teeth ground together. If not for the responsibility of caring for Li Meyer, he would have stormed to the Zhang residence immediately to kill both Zhang Ming and his father, Zhang Yaohua. Waiting was torture. The unknown was terrifying, and this kind of waiting was not something ordinary people could endure.
As time ticked by, Chang Tianla's mood grew increasingly gloomy.
Just as he was reaching his breaking point, the doctor finally emerged from the ward and beckoned him to the office.
As soon as Chang Tianla entered the office, he urgently asked, "Doctor, how is my girlfriend?"
The doctor gestured for Chang Tianla to sit in the chair opposite him. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The patient's condition is not looking good. You need to prepare yourself mentally."
Chapter 72, Accidental Homicide. Chang Tianla's heart sank at the doctor's words. Worry flashed across his face as he urgently demanded, "Doctor, what exactly is wrong with my girlfriend?" The doctor looked at Chang Tianla, gesturing for him to calm down. "Although her condition doesn't look promising right now," he said softly, "it's not critically severe. She's likely suffered significant psychological trauma. Whether she fully recovers depends on her own willpower. If she can awaken on her own, everything will be fine. If not, then the situation becomes more serious." Noticing Chang Tianla's troubled expression, the doctor quickly reassured him, "Don't worry too much. Your girlfriend has just been admitted for treatment, and we're closely monitoring her. If she truly can't awaken on her own, we'll take measures to help her regain consciousness." Chang Tianla nodded slightly after hearing the doctor's words. "Thank you, doctor. Please do everything you can to treat my girlfriend."
"Money is no object. I'll pay whatever it takes to bring her back to consciousness." Li Meyer had already been moved to a private room. After leaving the doctor's office, Chang Tianla entered her ward. Seeing her lying motionless on the bed, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. He desperately wanted to slap himself. He knew Zhang Ming was coming for him, yet he deliberately kept Li Meyer away from home. It seemed like protecting her, but in reality, it had harmed Li Meyer. Where was the safest place? Of course, it was by his side. Though staying with him might bring minor dangers, at least Chang Tianla could protect her. And now, Li Meyer lay unconscious in the hospital bed. All of this stemmed from Chang Tianla's one wrong decision. Chang Tianla sat silently by Li Meyer's bedside, gently stroking her cheek. His voice thick with guilt, he choked out, "Meyer, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If I'd let you come with me last night, none of this would have happened. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Not a single person involved in this will escape. I promise you, I will make them pay 100-fold for their pain." Squeak! Just as Chang Tianla was consumed by anguish, the door creaked open. A figure stepped inside. Chang Tianla frowned, lifting his head to look ahead. His expression instantly turned guarded. He sprang to his feet, positioning himself in front of Li Meyer. Golden thread shot out from behind him in an instant, readying him for battle. His voice turned cold, "Brother Bai, what brings you here?" Lu Jianbai observed Chang Tianla's tense expression and sensed the palpable killing intent radiating from him. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. Chang Tianla's abilities seemed to have grown significantly overnight, truly peculiar. "I mean you no harm." Lu Jianbai offered a rare grin, though his smile looked more like a grimace. "Brother Lu, you don't need to be so hostile toward me. I'm not here to arrest you, I'm here to help clear your names." Chang Tianla immediately withdrew all the golden threads. His expression finally eased slightly as he said, somewhat sheepishly, "Sorry. I thought you were here to arrest us, Brother Bai." Seeing Chang Tianla's mood return to normal, Lu Jianbai smiled. "Look at the state you left me in. If I truly wanted to arrest you, would I dare come alone? I don't have a masochistic tendency. Brother Bai, have a seat." Chang Tianla pulled a chair over for Lu Jianbai, who sat down beside Li Meyer's hospital bed. His face lit up with anticipation as he asked, "You figured out a way to clear my girlfriend's name?" Lu Jianbai nodded. "That's right. What method?" "Join the Crimson Dragon X unit." Chang Tianla's face immediately flashed with astonishment. After a full 10 seconds of stunned silence, he finally spoke, "Brother Bai, you're joking, right? Didn't you say joining the Red Dragon X unit requires passing the higher-ups trials? Joining without even undergoing the trials, isn't that a bit ridiculous? You've already passed the test." "Passed?" Chang Tianla asked, utterly baffled. "When did I pass?" "Last night." Lu Jianbai smiled faintly. "A man who abandons everything for the woman he loves is a man of deep loyalty and honor. You knew I was here to arrest you, yet you held back to spare the innocent. And when I fell from the building, you risked your own safety to save me. All of this proves you are a kind-hearted man with a strong sense of justice. Based on the above, you have passed the Red Dragon X Group's trial and are eligible to join." Chang Tianla listened to Lu Jianbai's words, paused in surprise, then asked, "If I join the Crimson Dragon X unit, will my girlfriend's charges be dropped?" "Yes." "Seriously? Are you kidding me?" Lu Jianbai saw the astonishment on Chang Tianla's face and immediately laughed. "Don't get worked up. Just hear me out, and you'll understand everything."
Chang Tianla shot Lu Jianbai a contemptuous glare and forced himself to calm down. Brother Bai, cut the crap. Spit it out. He picked up the paper cups on the table, poured 2 glasses of water, and handed one to Lu Jianbai. Lu Jianbai took the cup, sipped, and spoke calmly. Any member of the Crimson Dragon X unit who's on an external mission has one special privilege: immunity for accidental killings. Put. Chang Tianla had just taken a sip when Lu Jianbai's words made him spit water all over his face. Immunity for accidental killings? That was essentially a get-out-of-jail-free card for murder. How could the Crimson Dragon X unit wield such immense power? Lu Jianbai wiped the water from his face and glared at Chang Tianla. What's with the drama? It's just immunity for accidental killings. For Red Dragon X group operatives on field missions, it's perfectly normal. Normal? Chang Tianla stared wide-eyed at Lu Jianbai and said, if you guys kill innocent people by mistake during missions, wouldn't they die for nothing? It is unjust, Lu Jianbai conceded without denial, continuing, but for any mistakenly killed, the higher-ups provide compensation and it's extremely generous. What good is generous? Chang Tianla retorted, clearly annoyed. The person is dead. Even if the state gave him 100 million, he couldn't enjoy it. Lu Jianbai gave a dry chuckle before saying, you know we're all psychics. Our missions are highly specialized, and collateral damage or accidental killings are unavoidable. To free us from excessive hesitation, the Red Dragon X unit grants us a special privilege during field operations. Oh. Chang Tianla nodded. So that's how it is. But Brother Bai, everything you've said has nothing to do with my girlfriend's situation, right? How isn't it related? Lu Jianbai chuckled. As long as you agree to join the Red Dragon X unit, you're now considered an active member on assignment. That means you've gained immunity for accidental killings. What does my accidental killing immunity have to do with my girlfriend? How can you be so stubborn? Chang Tianla's forehead creased with exasperation at Lu Jianbai calling him stubborn. That guy was the epitome of stubbornness himself. How dare he call others stubborn? Brother Lu, think about it. If you get immunity for accidental homicide, the murder case at Blue Sky Hotel can be transferred directly to you. Then your girlfriend would be safe, right? And with that privilege, no one would dare investigate you. Chang Tianla smirked at Lu Jianbai's words. So that's how it is. But when my girlfriend committed the murder, there must be surveillance footage from the hotel. That's evidence. I'm afraid that later. You still won't admit you're stubborn. Lu Jianbai shot Chang Tianla a contemptuous look as he explained, to clear you guys of charges, I suppressed this case last night. Everyone involved is under surveillance, and it's been classified as top secret. Anyone leaking details will be charged with disclosing state secrets. Chang Tianla's face flashed with astonishment. Holy, that's insane. There's plenty more where that came from. You'll see once you join the Red Dragon X unit. Seeing he'd said enough, Lu Jianbai immediately asked, so, are you in or out? I agree. Of course I agree. Chang Tianla chuckled. Only a fool would refuse. Good. After speaking, Lu Jianbai immediately pulled out his special phone, dialed a number, and began reporting the situation. Once he hung up, he looked at Chang Tianla with a smile and said, the boss said to report to headquarters within a week. Upon hearing he had to report to headquarters within a week, Chang Tianla shook his head immediately. No way. I haven't finished handling things here yet. What business do you need to handle? A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Chang Tianla's eyes as he roared, the kidnappers of my girlfriend and those who secretly targeted me, I'll eliminate every last one of them. Unless these beasts are brought to justice, I won't leave this place. Lu Jianbai, seeing the murderous intent radiating from Chang Tianla's face, asked with some surprise, who's behind the attacks on you? Chang Tianla didn't answer Lu Jianbai's question. Instead, he countered, Brother Bai, is the power of our Red Dragon X group greater, or is the local government's power greater? That's a no-brainer, Lu Jianbai replied, looking at Chang Tianla as if he were an idiot. Our Red Dragon X unit stands above all authority. Of course, we're still under national jurisdiction, and we have our own internal rules and standards. As long as we're more powerful than the local authorities, that's all that matters. Seeing Chang Tianla's expression, Lu Jianbai couldn't help but ask with concern, Xiao Lo, what are you planning? Let me tell you, even though we wield significant power, if you dare abuse it to kill someone, the moment it's discovered, the Red Dragon X group will immediately send someone to eliminate you. Chapter 73, Wang Ling's Letter. 160 Chang Tianla observed Lu Jianbai's worried expression and smiled faintly. Brother Bai, rest assured. I won't recklessly use my authority to kill. What I intend to do is eliminate those who harmed me through proper channels. Lu Jianbai frowned slightly. Xiao Lu, do you know who's targeting you? And who exactly have you offended to warrant sending psychic operatives after you? Chang Tianla glanced at Lu Jianbai and replied coldly, the person I've offended wields immense power in H City. They've committed countless unscrupulous acts. Do you know why I haven't acted yet? Lu Jianbai stared intently at Chang Tianla. After a moment's silence, he said, if I'm not mistaken, your enemy has official connections.
While the evidence you hold is damning, it's not enough to convict him beyond a shadow of a doubt. Or rather, even if your evidence is rock solid, no one would dare take on this case.
Chang Tianla shot Lu Jianbai an admiring glance.
With just a few hints, Lu had pieced together so much proof of how sharp the stubborn old dog's mind really was.
Brother Bai, you're spot on.
Chang Tianla took a sip of water and continued, I'm sure you've heard about yesterday's villa murder.
But do you know why the victim was killed?
Lu Jianbai glanced at Chang Tianla and chuckled. After all you've said, if I still can't guess, I might as well buy a block of tofu and smash my head against it.
Tell me.
Lu Jianbai observed Chang Tianla's expression of disbelief and curiosity, then whispered softly, the man murdered in the villa district held incriminating evidence against your enemy. You visited the villa district yesterday, and with your skills, finding whatever evidence the victim had hidden would have been child's play.
Though no one knows you discovered it, your enemy, or rather, the person who wasn't yet your enemy at that time, knew.
Lu Jianbai took a sip of water, paused briefly, then continued, your enemy suspected you had the evidence.
So he sent someone to assassinate you. He did this because he was absolutely certain you hadn't handed the evidence over to the police. He wanted to eliminate the threat by eliminating you.
With you dead, all problems would be solved. But his carefully laid plans went awry when he never imagined you'd be so formidable you took out every man he sent. Panicked, he changed tactics, deciding to kidnap your girlfriend to force you to hand over the incriminating evidence.
Is my guess correct? After listening to Lu Jianbai's explanation, Chang Tianla nodded and said, you're mostly right, but there are still some inaccuracies. Lu Jianbai gave a wry smile. Brother, do you think I'm some kind of god? Getting this much out of me is already pretty impressive.
Brother Bai, you're already quite impressive.
Chang Tianla chuckled.
Actually, the one who initially tried to kill me was his son. After I took out his son's men, they had no choice but to ask his father for help. By then, his father probably already knew that the evidence of his crimes might be in my hands. That's why he directly sent psychics to kidnap my girlfriend to blackmail me. Xiao Lo, who exactly are your enemies? Zhang Yaohua and Zhang Ming.
Lu Jianbai's face flashed with surprise before he laughed. Let me see that incriminating evidence.
If they're guilty, I'll execute them right here on the spot.
Execute them on the spot? Chang Tianla exclaimed. Brother Bai, that's way too ruthless.
They're still officials.
Shouldn't there at least be a trial?
As long as the evidence is solid, no trial is needed.
Just execute them. No way? That's ruthless. Lu Jianbai glanced at Chang Tianla's stunned expression and smiled faintly. This is how the Red Dragon X Division operates. But every rule has its exceptions. If you weren't a member of the Red Dragon X Division, I wouldn't have intervened in this matter. After all, the affairs we handle aren't these trivial trifles. Trivial matters? Chang Tianla rolled his eyes in fury at the remark.
If not for his supernatural abilities, he'd have died countless times over. Just as Chang Tianla was about to retort to Lu Jianbai, the door swung open. Shu Lin and Lu Shaoxian rushed in from outside.
Spotting Chang Tianla, Lu Shaoxian anxiously asked, Brother Lu, how is Sister Mei? Chang Tianla stood up, looking at Lu Shaoxian's worried expression.
After a moment's thought, he decided not to tell her the truth, to spare her from excessive worry and distress.
Nothing serious.
She fainted from shock.
She should be fine in a couple of days. As long as she's okay, that's what matters. That's what matters.
Lu Shaoxian walked to the bedside, took Li Meyer's hand, and said with heartfelt concern, when I heard Shu Lin say Sister Meyer was unconscious and hospitalized, my heart nearly broke with worry.
Chang Tianla forced a faint smile. Meyer's fine now. She'll recover with some rest. You can put your mind at ease. Funny. Shu Lin gave Chang Tianla a deep look. What exactly happened last night? Nothing much, Chang Tianla chuckled. Just ran into a few punks last night.
Shu Lin's face betrayed his disbelief at Chang Tianla's words, but seeing the latter unwilling to elaborate, he chose not to press further. After all, neither Chang Tianla nor Li Meyer seemed to have suffered any serious harm. Xiao Lo, Lu Jianbai said, come with me for a moment.
Shu Lin, watch over Meyer for me. Chang Tianla gave a brief instruction before following Lu Jianbai out.
Once they found a secluded spot, Lu Jianbai spoke up, Xiao Lu, hand over the evidence. If it's genuine, I'll take care of Zhang Yaohua myself. Brother Bai, you don't need to lift a finger, Chang Tianla said, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent, his voice icy cold. I'll kill Zhang Yaohua and his son with my own hands. Seeing the intensity of Chang Tianla's murderous intent, Lu Jianbai immediately asked in confusion, Xiao Lo, why must you do it yourself? What exactly did they do to you?
Chang Tianla gritted his teeth.
If they'd only targeted me, I wouldn't hate them this much.
But they went after those close to me. It's because of them that my girlfriend lies in a coma. But you just said your girlfriend would be fine after resting, right? I was lying to Lu Xiaoxi. Chang Tianla sighed.
The truth is, my girlfriend's condition is critical.
There's a strong possibility she may never wake up. Lu Jianbai grew even more puzzled. Taking the psychic blood essence shouldn't cause such severe consequences, right? Brother Bai. Chang Tianla gave a bitter smile. It's not the superpower blood essence. It's because Mayer was utterly traumatized by that horrific scene that day. Lu Jianbai finally grasped the situation. Just imagine when had a white-collar woman ever witnessed such horrific, bloody scenes? Not only was Li Mayer just a woman, but even a man would likely have been driven insane by that terror. Xiaolo, I understand how you feel. Since you want to handle this yourself, I'll grant you that wish. But you must promise me you absolutely cannot kill the innocent.
Don't worry, Chang Tianla patted Lu Jianbai's shoulder.
I'm no murderous maniac. I won't touch the innocent. The only ones I'm after are the Zhang's father and son. Once they're gone, I'll leave the rest to the police.
The moment Chang Tianla finished speaking, his phone rang.
Glancing at the unfamiliar number,
he frowned before answering. Hello, this is Chang Tianla.
Boss.
The voice on the other end was hushed and hurried.
This is Wang Long. I'm giving you an address. Memorize it and bring the police here immediately. Zhang Ming is currently at the casino. Alright, go ahead. 96, Xingfu Street, basement level 3. Hurry over.
After Wang Long hung up, Chang Tianla immediately dialed Long Bingbing's number.
Hello, this is Long Bingbing. Honey, it's me. Lang Bingbing snapped back irritably. Who's your wife? You must have the wrong number. Chang Tianla sensed the icy tone and quickly laughed. Honey, it's Chang Tianla. You scoundrel. How dare you call me? Long Bingbing snapped.
You trashed this officer's office, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet.
Where are you right now? Get your ass back here immediately. Honey, why are you so mad? Who's your wife? Long Bingbing snapped. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll take you down.
Chang Tianla paid no heed to Long Bingbing's threats, grinning as he said, Honey, I'm giving you a chance to catch Zhang Ming.
Listen carefully, I'll only say this once. After Chang Tianla relayed the address Wang Long had given him, Long Bingbing asked skeptically, Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. Honey, make sure you bring plenty of backup.
That bastard Zhang Ming is capable of anything, and that underground casino is his lair. It's full of desperate criminals.
Chang Tianla said with genuine concern. You must protect yourself. I'll be there to help you soon.
After hanging up, Chang Tianla hurried back to the ward, briefly greeting Shulin and Lu Xiaoxi, instructing them to look after Li Meyer.
Then, he and Lu Jianbai headed straight for number 96, Happiness Street. Happiness Street wasn't too far from the city hospital. Within about 20 minutes, Chang Tianla and Lu Jianbai arrived at their destination. Glancing at the scene unfolding before them, they couldn't help but be utterly speechless.
The entire street was cordoned off with police tape, with pairs of officers armed with live ammunition maintaining a tight perimeter.
Chang Tianla glanced at Lu Jianbai and asked, Brother Bai, will your credentials get us past these cops? Let's try it.
Lu Jianbai replied indifferently, already stepping forward.
Try? Chang Tianla was speechless. He grabbed Lu Jianbai's arm. Bro, don't mess around. This is a critical time. If you're not sure, don't stir up trouble. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Long Bingbing. Chapter 74, Underground Casino.
Upon receiving Chang Tianla's call, Lang Bingbing immediately instructed Zhao Yang to escort both Chang Tianla and Lu Jianbai over.
When Chang Tianla stood before Lang Bingbing, he flashed a grin, thinking he looked dashing. Honey, what's the situation inside? Who's your wife? Lang Bingbing snapped.
Chang Tianla, if you dare spout nonsense again, believe me when I say this police officer will tear your mouth apart.
Honey, how could you? Chang Tianla's expression darkened as he feigned displeasure.
We made a bet if I took care of the Zhang family, you'd agree to be my girlfriend.
You're not going back on your word, are you?
Lang Bingbing shot him a fierce glare, suppressing her anger. We haven't caught the Zhangs yet, so this officer isn't your girlfriend. You'd better show me some respect, or don't blame me for being rude.
Don't worry, Chang Tianla grinned.
We'll have Zhang Ming in no time.
By the way, what's the situation inside?
The situation is grim, Lang Bingbing replied, her brow furrowed. Not only are they armed, but they're ruthless. Worst of all, they're using hostages to force me to release them.
Damn it. Hearing this, Lang Bingbing immediately glanced at Lu Jianbai beside Chang Tianla.
She paused in surprise.
Earlier, she'd been so flustered by Chang Tianla that she hadn't noticed Lu Jianbai.
Now, hearing him speak, her gaze locked on him.
What are you doing here?
Lu Jianbai glanced at Lang Bingbing, his face expressionless.
Why shouldn't I be here? At Lu Jianbai's words, Lang Bingbing's pretty face instantly clouded with displeasure. She coldly ordered, unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach this area. Lu Jianbai glanced at Lang Bingbing with a hint of disdain.
If it weren't for the fact that you're my brother Xiao Li's girlfriend and you invited me, I wouldn't have come at all.
He finished by slapping Chang Tianla on the shoulder. Let's go inside. Stop right there.
Lang Bingbing, naturally a strong-willed person, had never been so blatantly ignored. Rage flared within her, and she snapped, even if you have connections with Director Meng, this is an official operation. If you dare to cause trouble, don't blame this officer for being unkind.
Is that so?
Lu Jianbai turned, his gaze icy as he stared at Lang Bingbing.
Chang Tianla saw the tension escalating. This wasn't good. If these two started clashing, the upcoming operation would be ruined.
He immediately stepped between them, flashing a forced smile.
We're all here to catch criminals. Why make things so unpleasant?
He took a couple quick steps forward and lowered his voice to Lang Bingbing.
He's a member of the Special Operations Unit. He's highly capable.
Cold Beauty, you'd be wise not to get involved in this.
Just wait inside and we'll handle the arrest smoothly. Lang Bingbing stared at Chang Tianla's stern expression.
Though she didn't fully trust his words, Lu Jianbai's arrogant demeanor grated on her nerves. If the man loved showing off so much, let him keep it up. When the criminals inside killed him later, no one could blame her. Since colleagues from the Special Operations Unit are handling this case, this officer won't interfere.
I hope this colleague doesn't disgrace the Special Operations Unit.
After speaking, Lang Bingbing immediately issued orders to the other detectives, instructing everyone not to obstruct Chang Tianla and Lu Jianbai.
Just as Chang Tianla and Lu Jianbai reached the basement entrance, Lang Bingbing's voice echoed behind them. Chang Tianla, be careful.
If they're too much for you, retreat immediately. You're so sweet, honey, Chang Tianla said cheerfully, turning back.
Now you're starting to care about me.
Lang Bingbing clenched her teeth in anger.
Go to hell. Zhang Ming's underground casino occupied the third basement level. The first and second levels were cluttered with piles of junk, clearly intended to obscure its true purpose. The third level, however, was entirely different. Logically, the basement shouldn't have been very large, and even if it were, the layout couldn't have been practical. Yet this three-level basement completely surpassed Chang Tianla and Lu Jianbai's expectations. Not only was the construction impeccable, but the layout was flawless. Evidently, the design of this underground complex had been meticulously planned from the outset with the specific purpose of creating an underground casino. Chang Tianla and Lu Jianbai stood at the entrance to the third level. They exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. The place was so extravagantly built that if they hadn't known they were underground, they would have thought they'd walked into a five-star hotel. What a lavish undertaking! Chang Tianla grinned.
Only the Zhang family could pull off something this extravagant, building such a luxurious underground casino.
Damn them! Lu Jianbai's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. For this alone, the Zhang family father and son deserved to die. Chang Tianla chuckled. Brother Bai, what should we do next? Lu Jianbai ignored the question.
Instead, he pulled 10 specially made steel pipes from his coat, each as thick as a finger and about 20 centimeters long. Holding them up, he bellowed toward the entrance. Everyone inside, listen up.
Surrender now. You have 30 seconds to decide. If you don't, we'll shoot to kill. Chang Tianla listened to Lu Jianbai's words and couldn't help but feel speechless. This guy was way too violent. Always talking about killing people. Once Lu Jianbai said he'd kill, he definitely meant it.
If the people inside didn't come out to surrender, then once he charged in, he would absolutely slaughter them without mercy.
If some unlucky bastard got killed by this guy, then he'd just have to consider himself unlucky.
Brother Bai, if we move in, please don't hurt Wang Lang.
Lu Jianbai glanced at Chang Tianla and nodded. Wang Lang is your inside man. I won't hurt him. Good. Chang Tianla smiled. The time is up. What do we do now? Force our way in or?
Of course we force our way in.
Do you really think those thugs inside will just open the door for us?
After speaking, Lu Jianbai flicked his right hand. 10 steel pipes instantly shot from his grasp, hurtling toward the 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide luxury gate.
Bang! A series of metallic clangs echoed around them.
Yet the grand door showed not a single scratch.
Lu Jianbai's face darkened.
He snapped all the pipes back to his hand with a flick of his wrist, then cleared his throat awkwardly. Never imagined this door was made of steel.
Chang Tianla couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Jianbai's flustered expression.
Brother Bai, Zhang Ming is a very shrewd man.
He must have anticipated a day like this.
The gate is the first line of defense, so he definitely spent a fortune making it impenetrable.
Lu Jianbai shot Chang Tianla a glance, his face tinged with irritation.
Clearly, failing to blast open this gate despite his abilities left him feeling rather displeased. Before arriving, Lu Jianbai had boasted loudly that killing someone like Zhang Ming would be as easy as crushing an ant.
But now that they were here,
he couldn't even breach the gate, let alone kill Zhang Ming.
This left Lu Jianbai feeling utterly humiliated.
This was his first mission with Chang Tianla, and it had turned into such an embarrassment. Xiaoluo, he asked, Zhang Ming seems like a sharp operator.
Do you think he left himself an escape route?
Chang Tianla stroked his chin and smiled.
Don't worry.
Zhang Ming is still inside. If he tries to escape, I'll know the moment it happens.
Lu Jianbai couldn't help but give Chang Tianla another look.
He found himself increasingly unable to figure this young man out. There was an unfathomable mystery about him.
Xiaoluo, do you have a way to open the main gate? Chang Tianla stroked his chin thoughtfully.
I can't guarantee it, but I'll try. If I can't open it either, then we'll have to call the detectives from above to figure something out. After speaking, Chang Tianla focused his psychic energy. A golden cloud materialized behind him as he simultaneously opened his psychic eye. But the moment he saw the golden cloud, he let out a startled cry. The sudden cry startled Lu Jianbai, who asked with a look of alertness, "What's wrong?"
Nothing. Chang Tianla forced himself to suppress his inner shock as he uttered these words. It was safe to say that a colossal wave of astonishment had just crashed through his mind. For he saw that the form of the golden cloud had changed. It now resembled the legendary divine dragon. Though the image wasn't yet fully defined, at first glance it was unmistakably the shape of a dragon. After a moment of astonishment, Chang Tianla took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. After all, he possessed some understanding of his own psychic abilities. Form this thing could shift shape based on his own power or other factors. Each transformation signaled a special change in the psychic energy. Though countless questions swirled in Chang Tianla's mind, he knew his own understanding of psychic power was insufficient to unravel these mysteries. It seemed he would have to find time to visit Old Master Zhou Zhenlong. Perhaps only Old Master Zhou could explain why his psychic form had transformed in this way. Chang Tianla drew another breath, then directed his psychic energy to guide the golden thread toward the steel gate. The moment the thread neared the gate, a palpable sense of danger surged through it, jolting him. This startled Chang Tianla. He immediately focused his psychic vision to peer through the gate. As his psychic vision penetrated deeper, cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. Behind the gate, he discovered a hidden mechanism, one that was already activated. The moment anyone approached, infrared sensors would detect them, triggering the trap. 3 machine guns would automatically emerge from above the gate, unleashing a hail of bullets that would riddle anyone at the entrance like a honeycomb. Chapter 75, Beaten to a Pulp. Chang Tianla's forehead was drenched in cold sweat upon this realization. Though his golden threads could deflect bullets, they could only withstand a single shot, and that was from long range. 3 machine guns firing simultaneously at such close range? Even Chang Tianla's golden threads would struggle to handle that. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he turned to Lu Jianbai and said, "Brother Bai, we were just moments away from meeting the King of Hell." "What do you mean?" Seeing Lu Jianbai's puzzled expression, Chang Tianla immediately pointed above the door. "There are 3 machine guns up there. The moment anyone approaches the door, they open fire. Do you think our flesh and blood could survive that? We'd be blown to bits." Lu Jianbai broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. Though he possessed the ability to control objects, he couldn't possibly deflect bullets fired from machine guns. "Xiaolo, what should we do now? Can you disable those 3 machine guns?" "Shouldn't be a problem." Chang Tianla stroked his chin with a smile before directing the 3 golden threads toward the machine guns. These threads could shift in size and thickness at will, and their razor-sharp edges made disabling the weapons a trivial task. Moments later, the golden threads had rendered all 3 machine guns completely useless. Chang Tianla continued manipulating the threads, shredding the gate's activation mechanism to pieces. After finishing these tasks, he immediately directed the golden threads to stun the 3 criminals behind the door. Instantly, the threads coiled around the door handle, and with a sudden, powerful jerk, the gate swung open. The moment the door swung open, Chang Tianla and Lu Jianbai darted inside. Both moved with blinding speed and pinpoint precision, especially Chang Tianla's golden threads truly superhuman. Any thug preparing to fire found their pistol inexplicably snapped in half before they could react. Within 10 seconds, every criminal posing a threat to Chang Tianla and Lu Jianbai was subdued. Standing before the lobby, Chang Tianla swept a glance across the crowd. Before he could speak, Flying Knife Wang Ling scampered over, his face aglow with admiration. "Boss, you're so cool," he exclaimed. Chang Tianla glanced at Wang Ling and chuckled. "Boss, I've always been cool." "Wang Ling, so you were the traitor who sold me out?" Zhang Ming roared, his handsome face contorted with fury. "Don't you fear endangering your family and friends by doing this?" Wang Ling shot Zhang Ming a glance, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He casually flung a knife, but it missed Zhang Ming entirely, intercepted instead by a skilled fighter standing before him. "Wang Ling, have you lost your mind?" the burly man who caught the dagger roared. "If you want to die, we won't stop you, but don't drag us down with you." Wang Ling glanced at the man and laughed. "Jia Shiliang, do you really think I'd be that foolish? Let me tell you the truth, the poison in my body has been completely neutralized, and my family won't die because of this." "Impossible." Before Jia Shiliang could respond, Zhang Ming bellowed, "The poison in your body couldn't possibly be cured. Only I possess the antidote." "Idiot." Wang Ling glared at Zhang Ming. "If the poison hadn't been neutralized, do you really think I'd betray you?" Zhang Ming, called an idiot by Wang Ling, instantly boiled over with rage. He shouted, "Wang Ling, how dare you insult me? Do you know the consequences of insulting me?" "I know." Wang Ling replied calmly. "The consequence of insulting me used to be a miserable death. But that was before. Now, calling you an idiot carries no consequences. On the contrary, your death is imminent. Kill him." Zhang Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth. "Whoever kills Wang Ling, I'll give you the antidote and I'll provide it for your families too." At these words, 3 men stepped forward.
Wang Lang watched them, took a slight step back, and said with a smile, "Brothers, are you still willing to serve this beast?
Jiang Ming is as good as dead today. Why aid tyranny?
Just capture Jiang Ming, and I guarantee my boss will help you and your families with the antidote."
The three exchanged hesitant glances. They knew the police surrounded the area. Even with Jiang Ming's influence, escape seemed impossible today.
His capture would drag them down, some might even be forced to take the fall for him. "Don't trust Wang Lang, he's lying to you." Seeing their hesitation, Jiang Ming urgently interjected, "The poison I gave you is unique.
Only my exclusive antidote can save you.
If you don't want to die, kill Wang Lang now."
You idiot, are you done yet? Chang Tianla finally couldn't stand it anymore and snapped, "You really think your poison is that powerful? Let me tell you, your poison is weak as hell.
I could clear the toxins from their bodies with just a flick of my wrist." Bull. At Jiang Ming's words, a cold glint flashed in Chang Tianla's eyes. A golden thread shot out, binding Jiang Ming tightly before yanking him out of the crowd. When Jiang Ming was yanked before Chang Tianla, everyone in the hall was utterly stunned. When had they ever witnessed such a thing? Telekinesis? And on a living person, no less? It was beyond belief. It wasn't just the ordinary folk who'd never seen such a thing who were stunned. Even Lu Jianbai, standing beside Chang Tianla, was utterly astonished. He knew Chang Tianla also possessed the ability to manipulate objects, but his power only worked on inanimate things. Yet here was Chang Tianla, able to control a living, breathing human being? That was just too damn impressive. Chang Tianla bound Jiang Ming tightly with golden threads, gripping his collar with his left hand as he sneered coldly, "You know what happens when you cross this young master, right?" Before Jiang Ming could respond, Chang Tianla continued, "Guess with your moron IQ, you'd never figure it out. So this little master will show you exactly what happens when you cross me." With that, his massive fist flew like it was going out of style.
20 seconds later, the once handsome Jiang Ming was nowhere to be seen.
In his place stood a bloated, swollen-faced pig head, blood streaming from nose and mouth. Chang Tianla surveyed his handiwork, nodding with satisfaction and chuckling. "Now that looks much more pleasing to the eye."
Wang Lang, hearing Chang Tianla's words, asked in confusion, "Boss, why is this more pleasing to the eye? Because he used to be better looking than me?"
Chang Tianla casually tossed the unconscious Jiang Ming aside, clapped his hands, and declared, "Anyone who's better looking than me, the boss, and has crossed me, I'll beat them into a pig's head. That'll teach them how enjoyable it is to mess with me." The gamblers in the hall heard Chang Tianla's words and each of them felt a wave of exasperation wash over them. They'd seen twisted people before, but never someone as twisted as Chang Tianla.
Being more handsome than him was actually a crime.
"Are you going to surrender?" he asked, stroking his chin with a smirk as he looked at Jiang Ming's men.
Chang Tianla's astonishing display had already intimidated them. Now that he'd spoken, they immediately fell silent.
They'd never dare fight him.
Having followed Jiang Ming for so long, they knew about the existence of psychics.
The incredible move Chang Tianla had just displayed was clearly psychic power. Against ordinary people, they might stand a chance, but against a psychic, they were nothing but cannon fodder.
"Boss."
Jia Shiliang stepped forward, kneeling before Chang Tianla. His voice was earnest as he pleaded, "Boss, please save my family.
If you spare their lives, I'll do anything you ask."
"All right."
Chang Tianla agreed readily. Seeing Chang Tianla's swift agreement, the others immediately followed Jia Shiliang's lead, kneeling down and pleading, "Boss, please save my family. I'll do anything you ask. Boss, save me. Boss, please save my family too." Chang Tianla looked at the 6 men kneeling before him and couldn't help but sigh.
Though their backgrounds weren't clean, each was a flesh and blood tough guy. For their families, they had no choice but to help Jiang Ming commit crimes.
It was truly pitiful. "Rise," Chang Tianla said grimly.
"I will cure you, and I will cure your families. When the police come down shortly, I hope none of you will resist.
I promise they won't harm you."
"Yes, boss." Lu Jianbai, standing to the side, watched the scene unfold and shook his head with a wry smile.
"Xiaolo, are you recruiting underlings or seeking revenge? This approach seems a bit inappropriate." Chang Tianla glanced at Lu Jianbai and smiled faintly. "What's appropriate or not? Isn't this outcome perfect?" He pulled out his phone to call Lung Bingbing.
But the moment he turned to make the call, a figure suddenly darted out of the crowd. Though short in stature, the person moved with astonishing agility. In the blink of an eye, they were behind Chang Tianla, a cold, gleaming dagger thrusting straight toward his heart. By the time anyone noticed the little man, it was too late to stop him. Even Lu Jianbai couldn't react fast enough. Just as Chang Tianla seemed certain to die by the little man's blade, a piercing scream erupted. Everyone initially thought it came from Chang Tianla. Yet, as they snapped out of their shock, they realized the scream hadn't originated from Chang Tianla's mouth, but from the dwarf's. The dwarf's right hand, clutching the dagger, fell to the ground. Blood gushed like a fountain from his severed arm, a truly breathtaking sight. Chang Tianla paid no heed to the dwarf's screams, as if the cries had nothing to do with him. After hanging up the phone and turning around, he muttered with a displeased expression, "It's just a severed hand, is that really worth such a wail?"
Chapter 76, Cece's Call.
Hearing Chang Tianla's words, everyone immediately shot him strange looks. Even a small cut on the arm could cause excruciating pain, let alone having an entire limb severed cleanly. The agony of losing an arm, bones and all, was beyond measure.
Chang Tianla stared at the stunted dwarf holding his severed limb, a hint of amusement flickering across his face.
You hit it well. If not for my unique psychic abilities, I might have died by your hand today.
Chang Tianla. The dwarf pressed his left hand tightly against the artery in his right arm, his face contorted in fury as he roared, "Today, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Chang Tianla looked at him with utter contempt. "If you could truly kill me, I'd die without regret. But you don't have what it takes. Even at your peak, you couldn't take me down in a sneak attack. Now, forget it. You." The dwarf managed only a single syllable before a piercing scream erupted from his throat. A sudden chill washed over his chest, followed by excruciating pain. Glancing down, he saw a steel pipe as thick as a finger embedded in his chest. Bright red blood gushed from the groove along the pipe's surface. "Still so talkative when you're dying." Lu Jianbai waved his hand, withdrawing the steel pipe from the dwarf's chest. His expression cold as ice, he declared, "If you won't use your skills for the righteous path, then death is your only path." Chang Tianla stared at the little man writhing on the ground before dying completely. He was utterly speechless. How decisive was Lu Jianbai's strike? He killed without a second thought, not a hint of hesitation. Noticing the strange look in Chang Tianla's eyes, Lu Jianbai patted his shoulder. "We gave him a chance to reform. But instead of repenting, he tried to kill you. A man like that has no conscience left. He'd only harm the innocent if he lived. That's why he had to die." Chang Tianla knew Lu Jianbai spoke the truth, yet he still struggled to accept his approach. This man killed without a second thought. For any criminal deserving death who dared to flee, there was only one outcome: no mercy. As Chang Tianla pondered this, Lung Bingbing led her team inside. The sight that met her eyes startled her. 2 or 3 dozen unconscious criminals lay sprawled on the floor. Her gaze toward Chang Tianla and Lu Jianbai shifted noticeably. Were these two even human? Taking on dozens of men with just the two of them? That was downright insane. Spotting Lung Bingbing's arrival, Chang Tianla swiftly hoisted the unconscious Zhang Ming off the floor and sauntered toward her with a smirk. "Hey, honey, you're here." The moment the words left his mouth, he saw the frost in Lung Bingbing's eyes and knew the Ice Queen was about to unleash her wrath. He shoved Zhang Ming forward and declared, "Look, I caught him. Now will you agree to be my girlfriend?" Lung Bingbing stared at the man before her, his face beaten to a pulp, utterly astonished. This is Zhang Ming?" "It is Zhang Ming." Chang Tianla chuckled. "I accidentally beat him up like this earlier." Lung Bingbing shot Chang Tianla a withering look and retorted, "This police officer suspects you did this on purpose." "Never mind if it was on purpose or not," Chang Tianla laughed. "Honey, hurry up and gather evidence of Zhang Ming's crimes. This place isn't just an underground casino, it's also a drug trafficking spot. I'm sure this evidence will definitely convict Zhang Ming." Lung Bingbing nodded, then gave an order to have all the customers and criminals here taken away. Chang Tianla instructed Flying Knife King Ling a few more things, telling him to arrange for his men to come to his house for treatment every noon, with no more than 5 at a time. With everything settled, Chang Tianla knew his business here was done. He followed Lu Jianbai out of the 3rd floor of the underground casino. Once outside, Lu Jianbai spoke up, "Xiaolo, should we go arrest Zhang Yaohua directly, or wait for him to come to us? What difference does it make?" "Not much. I just have something to attend to and need to step away for a bit. If you're not in a rush, then wait for me to return and we'll take him down together. If you are in a hurry, I can make time to accompany you now." Chang Tianla chuckled at this. "No rush, brother Bai. You go handle your business. Zhang Yaohua is already a fish on the chopping block, it's only a matter of time before we deal with him." "In that case, I'll be going now," Lu Jianbai said, handing Chang Tianla a business card. "Call this number if you need anything." Chang Tianla watched Lu Jianbai quickly disappear. He grinned, tucked the card away, and immediately felt his phone buzz. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he wondered, who could this be? "Hello? Who are you looking for? Isn't that obvious?" A sharp, displeased voice snapped from the other end. "Who else would I be calling if not you?" Chang Tianla instantly felt annoyed. Is this person crazy? Why are they so rude? He was about to snap back, but upon closer listening, the voice sounded familiar though he couldn't place it. Suppressing his irritation, he asked, "Who is this?" The voice on the other end, hearing the question, snapped back irritably, "I'm Li Cece. Do you still want this job, Chang Tianla? Tell me, how many days have you been absent from work?" "Not many days, right?" Chang Tianla replied weakly. "Maybe just 2 or 3 days? 2 or 3 days isn't enough?" Li Cece was clearly furious. "You asked for half a day off, and I approved it. But just skipping work like this? How can I explain this to the general manager? You have 1 hour to come to my office immediately." With that, she hung up. Chang Tianla listened to the busy tone, rubbed his chin, and muttered to himself, did this girl eat gunpowder? Why is she so angry? Could it be her period? Or did her illness flare up again?
It must be her chest hurting again. The thought brought a lecherous grin to Chang Tianla's face. He chuckled to himself, she's calling me back in such a hurry she must want me to treat her, ha!
I'm gonna have a blast in a minute. Chang Tianla grew more excited by the second.
Ever since first meeting Li Sisi, especially after scanning her from head to toe with his special vision, he'd been fixated on this stunningly proportioned supervisor. He vowed to make her strip naked before him, and it seemed today might finally be the day.
30 minutes later, Chang Tianla appeared before Li Sisi.
Seeing his face lit up with amusement and not a trace of remorse, Li Sisi instantly flared up.
Chang Tianla, she snapped, don't you have anything to explain? What's there to explain? Chang Tianla replied with a smirk. I'm already planning to quit.
Li Sisi froze at his words, her delicate brows furrowing slightly.
What do you mean, Chang Tianla? I didn't call you here to do anything to you. I just wanted to talk. Since you requested half a day off, you should have worked half a day. If you truly had something urgent, you could have taken the whole day off. But showing up without even a word of warning and not coming to work puts me in a very awkward position. Besides, my discomfort is one thing, but your pay will take a big hit. Chang Tianla looked at Li Sisi's displeased expression and couldn't help but laugh.
Sisi, I know you're in a tough spot, which is exactly why I've decided to resign. Li Sisi had just said all that to remind Chang Tianla to notify her in advance if he needed time off. She never intended to make things difficult for him.
But after all that, Chang Tianla was actually threatening to quit, which left her feeling rather annoyed. She furrowed her delicate brows and snapped, what's your problem?
I made it perfectly clear you can take leave if you need it.
Why bring up quitting? Sisi. Chang Tianla pulled out a chair and sat down, grinning. My resignation isn't about leave. It's personal.
Honestly, even if you hadn't called today, I would have come to the office anyway.
I'm leaving H City soon, so I have to resign. Upon hearing Chang Tianla was leaving H City, a hint of disappointment flashed across Li Sisi's face. She bit her lip lightly and said, if that's the case, then I won't say anything more. Chang Tianla caught the hint of disappointment in Li Sisi's eyes.
He smiled softly, his expression deeply affectionate.
Sisi, do you know why I came to the company today?
Li Sisi met his intense gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied shyly, didn't you come to process your resignation?
Could it be you came just to see me? Congratulations, you got it right. Chang Tianla laughed. I came back just to see you, Sisi. Nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Chang Tianla watched Li Sisi's bashful expression, his heart skipping a beat.
He could tell now this little cutie seemed to have feelings for him. He stood up, took her delicate hand in his, and said with deep affection, whether you process the resignation paperwork or not doesn't matter. I haven't worked many days this month anyway, and that measly salary isn't worth my time. First, I came here to see you. Second, before I leave, I want to cure your illness. Li Sisi's face flushed as red as a ripe apple under Chang Tianla's firm grip. She tugged hard at her arms but couldn't free them. Hearing his offer to treat her illness made her blush even deeper.
Chang Tianla gazed at Li Sisi's flushed cheeks. Her appearance was utterly captivating.
Suppressing the desire surging within him, he spoke softly, I trust you've already had examinations, Sisi.
If treated in a hospital, your condition would require either surgery or medication. Neither option suits you.
Surgery would leave scars on your beautiful chest, and all medicine carries some toxicity. You'd face significant side effects.
Chapter 77, I have a solution.
After hearing Li Sisi's words, she said shyly, I know all that, but without surgery or medication, my illness won't get better.
Brother Lu, do you have a way to cure my illness without either? Chang Tianla's heart soared with delight at being called Brother Lu. He knew that if he could cure Li Sisi's illness, this stunning beauty would likely be his. Sisi.
Chang Tianla gazed at her with deep affection and said, don't worry, little sister.
I'll definitely cure you.
There won't be any pain or side effects. In fact, it'll feel quite pleasant. Li Sisi blushed fiercely, her cheeks flushing crimson as if they might bleed, when she heard Chang Tianla emphasize the word comfortable.
She bit her lip and whispered, Brother Lu, when do you plan to treat me? Right now.
Li Sisi looked surprised.
Here in the office? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?
It's not about being appropriate or not, Chang Tianla replied with a smile. The treatment won't take long, an hour at most.
Oh. Li Sisi said, her face flushed. Brother Lu, what do you need me to do for the treatment? Just unbutton your clothes. A look of hesitation flashed across Li Sisi's face as she whispered, Brother Lu, isn't this a bit awkward? What if someone walks in? Easy.
Chang Tianla reluctantly released Li Sisi's hands, stood up, locked the office door from the inside, then returned to her side.
There. All set. But,
seeing Li Sisi still hesitating, Chang Tianla immediately said, Sisi, there's no but about it.
I'll cure you quickly. All right. Li Sisi seemed to have made up her mind, her face flushing as she asked, what should I do now? Chang Tianla smiled faintly and gestured toward the large sofa beside them. Lie down on it and take off your top. Li Sisi bit her lip lightly, hesitating as she asked, Brother Lu, are you sure? Chang Tianla burst out laughing at her question, grinning mischievously. If you want to, you can.
Ugh, Li Sisi shot him a playful glare.
Well, congratulations, you got it right. Li Sisi bit her lip again and asked, Brother Lu, is that okay? No. Chang Tianla put on a serious expression. I need to treat you, so I have to examine you properly.
I can't see the acupoints on your chest, which means I can't diagnose your condition.
You have to unbutton your shirt for me to see.
Seeing the embarrassed look on Li Sisi's face after he finished speaking, Chang Tianla immediately adopted a stern expression again.
Sisi, what are you afraid of? It's just the two of us in the office. Besides, I'm a doctor.
Rest assured, even though I don't have a medical license, my medical ethics are impeccable.
I won't take advantage of you. Li Sisi stared at Chang Tianla's utterly solemn expression, her inner conflict raging. Ultimately, she relented.
For the past few nights, whenever evening fell or troubles arose, her chest had throbbed intensely, especially last night, when the pain had kept her awake. She didn't want medication or surgery, which was why she'd called Chang Tianla today to treat her. It wasn't the treatment she feared, it was Chang Tianla's boldness that felt excessive. Listening to Chang Tianla's words, Li Sisi wrestled internally once more before whispering softly, Brother Lu, that's enough.
All right, Sisi. Lie down. Li Sisi knew Chang Tianla was about to treat her.
Though she was extremely reluctant, she had no choice but to follow his instructions. She slowly lay down on the sofa, her face flushing bright red as she shyly said, Brother Lu, hurry up.
Could you please put your hands down? Li Sisi's delicate brows furrowed slightly as a hint of anger flashed across her face. Brother Lu, I trust you, that's why I let you treat me. Seeing Li Sisi's rising anger, Chang Tianla's expression froze. He feigned displeasure and retorted, Sisi, what do you mean by that? Do you really think I'm such a sleazy person? Let me tell you, you have a problem now. I must massage you first, then perform acupuncture to unblock your meridians. But with you acting like this, how am I supposed to do the acupuncture? Massage? Acupuncture? Li Sisi stared at Chang Tianla in astonishment. You said you're going to massage me? You've got issues. Chang Tianla said with deadpan seriousness. You. Stop with the you nonsense. Don't waste any more time.
As Chang Tianla's hand slowly applied pressure, Li Sisi immediately groaned in pain. At that moment, Chang Tianla reluctantly pulled his lips away and whispered, Sisi, you mustn't get worked up.
I'm telling you, there's already a blood clot. If you don't cooperate with my treatment, you're in serious danger.
Li Sisi had been about to explode, but Chang Tianla's words froze her.
Her face twisted with fear as she asked, Brother Lu, what do you mean can't be saved? Unrecoverable means we might have to perform a surgical removal. Think about it, you're so beautiful. If we have to cut, it would be such a tragedy. Brother Lu, you have to think of a way. Chang Tianla watched Li Sisi's terrified expression and felt a surge of delight. This little girl finally knew fear.
As long as she was scared, everything else would fall into place.
Sisi, lie still now. Don't resist. If you struggle, it'll interfere with my treatment.
I know, Li Sisi murmured so softly it was barely audible. Had Chang Tianla not been so close, he might not have heard her at all. At that moment, every drop of blood in Chang Tianla's body seemed to rush to one place. It wasn't that he was particularly lustful, any man witnessing this scene would lose control.
Chang Tianla exhaled deeply. He had to treat Li Sisi first.
Chang Tianla shook his head, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, then sat beside Li Sisi to begin the treatment. As the golden thread pierced Li Sisi's acupoint, a green light flowed along it, merging into her body.
Witnessing this scene, Chang Tianla was once again astonished.
For this was the second time he had seen green light enter a human body through golden threads.
Chapter 78, The Sleazy Old Man.
As the green light merged into Li Sisi's body, it immediately began its work. With astonishing speed, it dissolved the stagnant blood within her chest cavity in an instant. It then guided that stagnant blood into her blood vessels, ultimately diluting and dispersing it completely.
Chang Tianla watched this miraculous scene through his psychic vision.
His face first twisted with horror, then lit up with overwhelming delight. He now understood that the green light was a profoundly extraordinary force, one capable not only of expelling toxins but also of healing diseased organs. This green light was practically the universal panacea described in novels. Supernatural powers were indeed profound and mysterious.
As Chang Tianla reflected inwardly, he drew a deep breath.
Old Zhou had spoken the absolute truth. Everyone's psychic power was unique, with distinct functions. Only through his own research could he uncover these profoundly mysterious capabilities.
H City First Police Station.
Inside the station, two groups faced off at gunpoint. On one side stood Lung Bingbing of the Criminal Investigation Division, on the other, soldiers in military uniforms. Clutching her pistol with a cold, arrogant expression, Lung Bingbing barked, "You have some nerve. Don't think having the chief backing you gives you free rein to run amok.
Do you think this officer won't shoot you dead?
On the military side, a man in his 30s with a crew cut named De Xiong responded with a cold laugh upon hearing Lung Bingbing's words. Lung Bingbing, don't push your luck. You're just a lowly criminal investigation team captain daring to oppose us. Don't you want to live? Hand over Zhang Ming immediately, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Zhang Ming is suspected of running an underground gambling den and dealing drugs. I finally caught him. How could I let you take him away? Lung Bingbing glared at the leader with icy eyes and roared, don't think I'm unaware of your dirty deeds. If you take Zhang Ming away, all his charges will be cleared. Today, no matter what, this officer won't let you take him. Lung Bingbing, are you really not afraid of death? Lung Bingbing shot a glance at De Xiong and replied coldly, everyone fears death, but this officer won't bow to scum like you. You may forcibly take Zhang Ming away, but you'll pay a heavy price. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. Everyone, calm down. Everyone, calm down. Just then, Chief Meng burst out of his office, his face etched with urgency. What are you all doing? We're all on the same side here. Why tear each other apart? Who's on their side? Lung Bingbing glared at Chief Meng and snapped, Zhang Ming is a monster. We finally caught him red-handed. I won't let them walk free and wash away his crimes. Anyone who dares shield Zhang Ming will face my gun without mercy. Bingbing. Director Meng approached her with a dark expression. Your job is to apprehend criminals, not judge them. Zhang Ming's guilt isn't for you to decide, that's for the court. Since you've already arrested him, the rest isn't your concern. Put down that gun now and stop causing trouble for the bureau. At Director Meng's words, Lung Bingbing's delicate brows furrowed, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She glared at him angrily and snapped, Meng Xiaokai. As the highest-ranking officer in this police station, how dare you say such things? This breaks our hearts. Do you even understand the implications of your actions? Meng Xiaokai's face darkened instantly at the direct address. He roared, Lung Bingbing. I am your superior. How dare you speak to me like this? Are you defying my orders? Drop your weapon, or don't blame me for being harsh. Lung Bingbing laughed bitterly at his words, Meng Xiaokai, Meng Xiaokai. I never imagined you were in cahoots with Zhang Ming. I used to wonder why Zhang Ming always got advance notice of our operations. So it was you feeding him intel all along. What nonsense are you spouting? Meng Xiaokai roared. Don't think you're some big shot just because you've cracked a few high-profile cases. You're openly defying my orders. Do you think I won't fire you on the spot? Dismissal? That's your problem, not mine. I couldn't care less if I lose my position. But today, no one takes Zhang Ming from me. Anyone who tries to force it will find 6 bullets means 6 dead bodies. Meng Xiaokai stared at Lung Bingbing's face, now twisted with murderous intent, and the rage made him tremble. If his skills weren't inferior to hers, he would have already moved to take her down. Just as Meng Xiaokai seethed with fury, a sharp voice rang out from the bureau chief's office. Commissioner Meng, this old man warned you long ago that you couldn't persuade this young lady, yet you refused to believe it. How does it feel now? Left speechless by her words? As the voice echoed, Lung Bingbing saw a blur before her eyes. A small, white-haired old man, likely in his 60s, appeared before her. Though frail and thin, his eyes burned with an intense, piercing light, as if they could see straight through a person's soul. Lung Bingbing stared at the sudden apparition. She knew this fellow was a master. If nothing else, his speed of movement was beyond that of an ordinary person. Facing such a skilled opponent, Lung Bingbing instinctively took a step back, her pistol firmly aimed at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man grinned at Lung Bingbing's cautious expression, his eyes gleaming with unashamed lechery as they roamed over her ample bosom. Little girl, he said, listen to your uncle. Put that gun down now. Don't make me act, because if I do, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Cold Ice felt a wave of disgust at the old man's lecherous expression and lustful gaze. She snapped angrily, know your place and get lost, or this officer will blow your head off. Quite the temper. The old man rubbed his nose with a chuckle. But I like it. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. If you can shoot me dead, you won't be held responsible for my death. Mr. Sun, you mustn't. Meng Xiaokai immediately stepped in front of the old man, urgently protesting, Lung Bingbing's marksmanship is deadly accurate. Though your skills are formidable. Old Sun laughed heartily, patting Meng Xiaokai's shoulder. Don't worry, Xiaokai. A little pistol won't hurt me. Just step back so you don't get hit. Meng Xiaokai watched the old man's face, radiating absolute confidence. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, no words came out. Sighing, he stepped back and moved to a safe distance. Young lady, seize this chance while you only get one shot. Cold Ice stared at the lecherous old pervert, her anger rising. Since you're asking for it, she said coldly, don't blame this officer for being ruthless. With that, she pulled the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, all eyes turned toward Old Man Sun's position. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Old Man Sun was nowhere to be seen. Just as bewilderment spread across their faces, Lung Bingbing suddenly groaned and collapsed to the ground. Sun Lao stood behind her, licking his dry lips as he remarked, I told you, old man, you only get one shot.
Too bad your aim is so poor. With that, he opened his palm and tossed something onto the floor, where it clattered with a metallic clink. Chapter 79, Answering Questions. As the metallic clang echoed, everyone stared in shock. There, on the ground, lay a bullet undoubtedly fired from Lung Bingbing's pistol. At that moment, everyone's gaze toward Old Man Sun shifted. Dodging a bullet was already beyond belief, but catching one? That was downright defying the laws of nature. How could a human move faster than a bullet? It defied all physics, utterly unbelievable. But what could they do? The evidence was right before their eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Drop your guns. Seeing Lang Bingbing subdued, De Xiong raised his gun and bellowed, "Your leader is under control. If you don't want to die, drop your weapons now." Zhao Yang and the others glanced at Lang Bingbing lying on the ground, anger flushing their faces. They wanted to resist further, but the courage to do so had deserted them. For standing before them, Old Sun wore a lecherous grin as he watched them. That smile seemed to say, "Dare any of you resist, and you'll meet the same fate as Lang Bingbing." Sigh. Zhao Yang sighed and was the first to drop his gun. Seeing Zhao Yang surrender his weapon, the remaining officers lost their resolve. One by one, they obediently tossed their guns aside. "Take them all to the office." At De Xiong's command, several soldiers armed with submachine guns herded Zhao Yang and the others into the office and locked them inside. As soon as Zhao Yang saw those men lock the door and leave, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. In Li Sisi's office, a scene of intense passion was unfolding. Chang Tianla panted heavily as he moved rhythmically atop her. An hour later, he lay exhausted on top of her, breathing heavily. He gently kissed her forehead and smiled faintly. "Sisi, does it hurt any more?" Li Sisi shot him a look, pinched his waist playfully, and purred, "You're so annoying. I knew you had ulterior motives." Chang Tianla chuckled. "If you knew I had ulterior motives, why did you let me treat you? Looks like you weren't exactly innocent either. How annoying you are," Li Sisi said, blushing intensely. "You're getting away with everything." With that, she pushed Chang Tianla away and got up to dress. Seeing Li Sisi dressing, Chang Tianla realized he couldn't stay naked either, so he quickly pulled his clothes on. The moment he finished, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw an unfamiliar number and wondered, who could this be? After answering, an anxious voice came through, "Brother Lo, where are you?" The voice sounded familiar to Chang Tianla, but he couldn't quite place it. He asked, "Who is this?" "It's Zhao Yang." "Oh." Upon hearing the name Zhao Yang, Chang Tianla instantly remembered. He chuckled and asked, "Zhao Yang, why are you calling me? Did my wife tell you to call?" "Brother Lo," Zhao Yang said urgently, "come to the police station immediately. Captain Long has been knocked unconscious, and someone is trying to take Zhang Ming away." The moment Chang Tianla heard Lang Bingbing had been knocked unconscious, a surge of rage filled him. He cursed furiously, "Who the hell is bold enough to do this? Daring to lay a finger on my wife? They don't even know how to spell death. Just you wait, I'll be at the station soon." Chang Tianla hung up, gave Li Sisi a quick nod, then stormed out of the office. He hailed a taxi and sped toward the police station. In Long Bingbing's office, Meng Xiaokai watched as Old Sun placed Long Bingbing onto the desk. A grim expression crossed his face. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his jaw and demanded, "Old Sun, what are you doing?" Sun Lao didn't even glance at Meng Xiaokai. His lecherous eyes were fixed on Lang Bingbing's towering, proud breasts and her long, beautiful legs. He licked his dry lips and chuckled lewdly, "I've played with plenty of beauties, but a top-tier woman like Lang Bingbing? Never had one like her. Based on my years of experience, this little minx is definitely still a virgin. Today, I'll help her lose her virginity and make her a real woman." Meng Xiaokai's already sullen expression darkened further as he heard Sun Lao's words. His voice grew heavy as he asked, "Sun Lao, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Sun Lao whipped around at the words, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. "Say that again." Meng Xiaokai shuddered at the old man's piercing glare. He knew this man was ruthless. If he uttered another word, the old bastard might just kill him on the spot. Meng Xiaokai took a slight step back, forcing a dry laugh. "Old Sun, this is a police station. It's really not appropriate to conduct such matters here. If you truly wish to have some fun, it'd be better to get a room. That would be much more romantic." The murderous intent in Old Sun's eyes slowly faded. He grinned. "You're right, kid. Playing here is no fun. A hotel is definitely better." Without waiting for Meng Xiaokai's response, Old Sun scooped up Lang Bingbing and strode out of the office. The hotel wasn't far from the police station, only about 500 meters away. Sun Lao moved swiftly, reaching the station entrance in seconds. Just as he was striding toward the hotel, cradling Lang Bingbing and brimming with excitement, a furious roar erupted from ahead. After the roar, a handsome man stepped out of a taxi. It was none other than Chang Tianla, who had rushed over from Li Sisi's office in a panic. The moment he reached the police station entrance, he saw Old Sun carrying Lang Bingbing out. Seeing the lecherous expression on Old Sun's face, he knew exactly what the old bastard intended to do. Chang Tianla stopped 3 meters in front of Old Sun, his face twisted with fury. Who gave you the right to touch my woman?
Old Sun, catching sight of the sudden intruder, sneered coldly, "Who are you, punk?"
If you don't want to die, get lost. Don't interrupt me enjoying myself with my beauty.
Answer my question, Cheng Tianla said, his voice icy.
Who gave you the right to touch my woman? Sun Lao, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Cheng Tianla, couldn't help but show caution on his face. He took a slight step back, pushing Ling Ling to the side, and replied in an equally icy tone, "Who are you?" Cheng Tianla stared at Old Sun as if he were already dead. "I've asked you twice. Don't make me ask a third time. Answer my question now. You're asking for death."
Old Sun roared, a cold, gleaming dagger suddenly appearing in his hand. His form flickered, becoming a blur as he charged straight at Cheng Tianla.
Cheng Tianla watched the ferocious attack from Old Sunday.
A hint of surprise flashed across his face. This seemingly unremarkable old man was actually a psychic.
Yet Cheng Tianla didn't take Old Sun seriously.
To him, the old man was merely fast. He likely possessed no other special abilities. The moment Sun Lao launched his attack, golden thread shot out rapidly, weaving a defensive web before Cheng Tianla. The dagger struck the web the instant it formed. Watching Sun Lao's dagger blocked by his golden threads, Cheng Tianla's lips curved into a faint smile. With a flick of his psychic energy, a golden thread instantly coiled around the dagger, preparing to shred it. Yet, the moment he channeled his psychic force to crush the blade, a startling sight unfolded. His ever-victorious golden thread failed to shred the dagger. Instead, the golden thread was severed by the blade, as if cotton thread met a swift blade utterly incapable of destroying it. Yet in the brief moment Cheng Tianla faltered, the defensive web that had blocked the dagger was instantly slashed through. Horrified, he scattered to the side with all his might. Despite his swift evasion, he couldn't escape Old Sun's dagger. A deep gash, exposing bone, instantly opened on his arm, and crimson blood instantly stained his arm red. Staring at his bleeding arm, Cheng Tianla swiftly sealed the wound with golden silk threads, halting the flow of blood. In that moment, he realized his earlier carelessness. This seemingly unremarkable old man wielded a dagger that was clearly no ordinary weapon. To defeat him, Cheng Tianla knew he must first wrest the dagger from his grasp. The old man glanced at Cheng Tianla, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You're quite something, kid. No wonder you dared meddle in my affairs. You've got some skills. Not only did you dodge my strike, but you even stopped the bleeding. You've got real talent." At that moment, the gaze Cheng Tianla directed at Old Sun held nothing but intense killing intent, devoid of any other emotion. His voice was icy as he said, "If you had answered my question earlier, I would have given you a quick death. But now, even if you answer, I won't spare you. I'll make you understand what it means to wish you were dead." Big talk. Old Sun let out a few loud laughs, his eyes flashing coldly as he replied in a sinister tone, "There are plenty who could kill me, but you're not one of them, you greenhorn brat." With that, his figure flickered, transforming into a blur as he charged straight at Cheng Tianla once more. Having learned from his last mistake, Cheng Tianla wouldn't repeat the same error. This time, he dared not be careless. Old Zhou had once warned him never to underestimate anyone possessing supernatural abilities, for you could never know the extent of their power. A single lapse in caution could easily cost you your life. Cheng Tianla opened his psychic eye, instantly tracking Sun Lao's trajectory. Though Sun Lao's speed remained blinding, the psychic eye's unique function allowed Cheng Tianla to pinpoint his attack direction with precision. Golden threads wove into a defensive web once more, parrying Master Sun's assault. Though this barrier couldn't fully nullify the attack, it bought Cheng Tianla that crucial split second. In a clash between masters, victory hinges on an instant. Chapter 80, The Fatal Strike. The golden threads merely deflected Old Sun's dagger momentarily. That split-second delay was sufficient for Cheng Tianla to unleash his own golden threads in counterattack. The golden threads shot forth like thunder, instantly coiling around Sun Lao's arm. The next instant, Cheng Tianla directed his spiritual energy, causing the threads to contract violently. He was certain this contraction would sever Sun Lao's dagger-clutching arm. Yet Cheng Tianla was stunned by the outcome. Sun Lao's speed was blinding, and his judgment impeccably precise. The moment the golden thread wrapped around his arm, the old man swiftly reversed his grip and severed the thread cleanly with his dagger. This outcome had completely caught Cheng Tianla off guard. Cheng Tianla now dared not approach Old Sun too closely. That dagger in the old man's hand was highly unusual, and its speed was beyond belief. If he allowed Old Sun to get close, he would be in grave danger today. One wrong move, and his life would be forfeit. With that thought, Cheng Tianla immediately harnessed the power of the golden threads to propel his body far away. As he seemed to fly off, an expression of surprise flashed across Old Sun's face. He coldly remarked, "I never expected you to be a psychic too." Cheng Tianla shot the old man a look and retorted irritably, "You idiot. You only figured out I'm a psychic now? Go to hell." With that, he channeled his psychic energy, sending 3 golden threads flying once more, targeting vital points on Old Man Sun's body. This time, Cheng Tianla wouldn't foolishly try to snatch the dagger from Sun Lao's hand. That would be utterly pointless. Instead, he'd first incapacitate Sun Lao, rendering him unable to attack. That would do the trick.
But did things unfold as Chung Tianla had imagined? The answer was no. When the golden threads struck Old Sun, they failed to produce the effect Chung Tianla anticipated. Logically, threads capable of piercing steel plates should have easily penetrated Old Sun's flesh and blood. Yet, inexplicably, the threads didn't pierce his body. Instead, they were melted by a strange force. This left Chung Tianla visibly shaken. Since awakening the golden thread, he'd engaged in several battles, always holding the upper hand or at least never facing such relentless suppression as today, where his arm bore a deep gash down to the bone. Chung Tianla watched Old Sun from afar with extreme caution, his brow deeply furrowed. He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. The opponent's speed was too swift, and the dagger in his hand was too eerie. The slightest lapse in concentration could mean death by that blade. Old Sun glanced at Chung Tianla hiding in the distance and chuckled darkly. "Kid, since you're also a psychic, how about we make a deal?" "Trade my ass," Chung Tianla retorted coldly. "Touch my woman, and you'll only meet one fate, a death worse than death. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being impolite." As Old Sun finished speaking, murderous intent surged in his eyes. In that instant, he vanished mysteriously. Chung Tianla's expression darkened at the sight. This technique was all too familiar. Lu Jianbai had used the same eerie move during their battle on the rooftop. Now Chung Tianla recognized Old Sun using the same technique, though with far greater speed than Lu Jianbai. He dared not take any chances. The moment Old Sun vanished, his body shot sideways at lightning speed. After dodging, he didn't linger in one spot but shifted positions at breakneck pace, terrified Old Sun might stab him in the back. Witnesses present would have seen a bizarre spectacle, two figures darting wildly around the police station entrance, their movements as swift and ghostly as phantoms. Within a minute, 3 fresh wounds had appeared on Chung Tianla's body. Thankfully, his quick reflexes had saved him from being stabbed to death by Old Sun. This couldn't go on. He had to find a way out, or he'd be toyed with until he was finished. While dodging Old Sun's attacks, Chung Tianla raced through options. The golden thread was an unstoppable weapon, adjustable in length, size, thickness, and fineness. When he considered its variable thickness, a viable solution suddenly struck him: thicken the thread and strike Old Sun with maximum force. Though Old Sun could deflect the golden thread itself, he couldn't nullify the force generated by its speed and momentum. A single strike would surely cripple this skinny old geezer. Having made his decision, Chung Tianla instantly shifted his stance and leaped to the base of the wall. This position completely eliminated the risk of Sun Lao attacking from behind. Now, Chung Tianla could better prepare his counterattack. Having secured his defense, Chung Tianla instantly commanded a golden thread to swell to a meter in diameter. Combined with its lightning-fast speed and the thread's inherent destructive power, the resulting force was unimaginably devastating. The golden thread was inherently invisible without special vision, its trajectory was impossible to track. Though Old Sun was swift, he couldn't match the thread's speed. The outcome was inevitable: the powerful, meter-thick golden thread slammed into his body. The force of the strike was immense, yet contrary to Chung Tianla's expectation, it did not instantly kill Old Master Sunday. Instead, it sent him flying over 3 meters. After landing, Old Master Sun felt his blood surging violently. He tried to suppress it but failed, immediately coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing Sun Lao spit out only a mouthful of blood, Chung Tianla was so furious he felt like cursing. For when the golden thread struck Sun Lao, a dazzling golden light had erupted from his body, and it was this very light that had dissipated most of the attack's force. Without that golden light, this strike would have absolutely finished Sun Lao off. "Old bastard!" Chung Tianla roared. "What the hell kind of power do you possess? Why can't my abilities finish you off?" Old Sun wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. How many years has it been since anyone made me spit blood? And today, you've beaten me until I'm coughing up blood. How shall I torment you to quench this hatred in my heart?" At these words, Chung Tianla's expression turned cautious. He saw a golden light suddenly appear on Sun Lao's body again. Though not as dazzling as before, its aura was immensely powerful. Clearly, the old bastard was now truly enraged. Golden threads shot forth at incredible speed, weaving 5 defensive nets before Chung Tianla. The moment these nets formed, Old Sun moved. This time, his speed was 3 times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Chung Tianla, the razor-sharp dagger once more aimed at his heart. The 5 defensive nets offered only a slight delay to the bizarre dagger. Just as it seemed certain to pierce Chung Tianla's heart, he threw himself aside with every ounce of strength. This time, it wasn't that he hadn't seen Old Sun's attack, it was that the strike was so incredibly fast, so blindingly swift, that he couldn't react consciously. Only his instincts allowed him to narrowly escape this deadly peril. Whether it was Chung Tianla's sheer luck or Master Sun's own injuries, the fatal strike that should have been unavoidable was somehow dodged. Although Chung Tianla dodged the dagger aimed at his heart, Master Sun's blade still pierced his right side. The excruciating pain nearly knocked him unconscious. He roared in fury and instinctively lunged to kick Master Sun away.
But in that very instant, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Beyond his lightning-fast attacks, his ability to ignore Chang Tianla's golden thread assaults, and that bizarre dagger in his hand, Old Sun possessed no other special abilities.
Just because the golden threads couldn't harm him didn't mean other things couldn't.
If not for this life or death crisis, Chang Tianla would have slapped himself.
How could he have been so stupid? Why hadn't he thought of this?
Chang Tianla gripped the dagger lodged in his chest with both hands, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he coldly declared, "Old man, you can go die now." Sun Lao's face twisted into a hideous grimace at Chang Tianla's words. His voice dripped with venom.
Have you lost your mind, boy? The one who should be damned is.
Before Sun Lao could finish, a spray of blood splattered across Chang Tianla's face. Sun Lao's chest had been pierced by an iron rod.
Staring down at his own wound, Sun Lao's face twisted with disbelief and resentment.
This. Chang Tianla, gritting his teeth against the pain, kicked Sun Lao hard, sending him crashing to the ground.
He sneered coldly, You thought suppressing my abilities meant I couldn't touch you? Well, you can go die now. Sun Lao's face contorted in rage as he glared at Chang Tianla.
He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. After a few final convulsions, he breathed his last.
Chang Tianla stared at the utterly lifeless body of Old Sunday. He immediately glanced down at the dagger embedded in his right chest.
Originally, he hadn't planned to pull it out, but the dagger felt too eerie. Leaving it inside felt like inviting trouble. Gritting his teeth, he mustered all his strength and yanked the dagger clean out of his chest. As the blade emerged, blood gushed forth as if it were worthless.
At that moment, Chang Tianla dared not hesitate.
He knew that if he didn't stop the bleeding, he'd be following Old Sun to the grave within a minute. Golden threads shot out swiftly, sealing the wound along acupoints at lightning speed.
Watching the bleeding finally cease, Chang Tianla exhaled a long breath of relief.
He felt profound gratitude toward Old Master Zhou. Had he not encountered him and learned acupuncture, he'd likely be dead by now.
Just as Chang Tianla was lost in thought, Lung Bingbing stirred and woke up groggily.
The first thing she saw was Chang Tianla standing nearby, covered in blood. She let out a startled cry and rushed over. When she got a clear look at the gash on his chest, she nearly burst into tears. "Chang Tianla, what happened to you?"
Chapter 81, Who's the Idiot? Chang Tianla, seeing Lung Bingbing's worried expression, forced a smile despite the searing pain.
"Honey," he said, "I'm relieved you're safe.
Thank goodness I got here in time.
Otherwise, you'd have been in real trouble." Lung Bingbing heard his words. She had been about to explode with anger, but when she glanced at the utterly lifeless Old Sun, then looked at the gash across Chang Tianla's chest and the wounds on his arm, all her resentment instantly melted into deep emotion. A man willing to risk his life for a woman, it showed how deeply she mattered to him, how profoundly he loved her. Finding someone willing to fight for you in this lifetime was rare indeed. Such a man deserved to be cherished. Lung Bingbing stared deeply at Chang Tianla, her voice catching slightly as she asked, "Chang Tianla, why are you so foolish?"
Was it worth it for me? Worth it? Absolutely worth it. Chang Tianla grinned widely. You're my future wife. I won't let anyone hurt you.
As long as I have breath in me, anyone who dares to harm you, this young master will destroy them.
Stop talking.
Lung Bingbing watched Chang Tianla grimace in pain and immediately helped him up.
Let's get you to the hospital first. No need, Chang Tianla waved her off. I can't go to the hospital yet. You'll die if you don't go. Lung Bingbing exclaimed urgently. Everything else can wait. Get your injuries treated first.
No, Chang Tianla gritted his teeth.
Someone's coming for Zhang Ming.
If they take him away, I lose our bet.
How can you be my girlfriend then?
Lung Bingbing was so furious she wanted to yell at Chang Tianla, but seeing how badly he'd been hurt for her sake, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Suppressing her anger, she tried to coax him into getting treatment. Fine, you win this time.
Is that okay?
At her words, a flicker of joy lit Chang Tianla's face.
He grinned widely. Winning is winning, no ifs or buts.
Since you say I won, I absolutely won't let anyone take Zhang Ming away. I'll kill that bastard myself. Kill this one, kill that one.
Lung Bingbing snapped angrily.
You're nearly dead yourself.
Look at the wound on your chest. Before Lung Bingbing could finish, she abruptly fell silent.
Her face twisted in horror as she stared at Chang Tianla's chest. Her cherry red lips parted in shock, her finger pointing at the wound.
After a long moment, she stammered, the wound is gone? Chang Tianla nodded upon hearing this and looked down, startled himself.
The gash on his chest had indeed vanished. He quickly pressed it with his right hand. It didn't hurt at all. If not for the blood still soaking his chest, he would have doubted he'd ever been wounded.
Just then, Lung Bingbing gasped in astonishment again. Look! The wound on your arm is healing too.
At Lung Bingbing's words, Chang Tianla immediately looked at his arm. There, the deep gash that had exposed bone was miraculously closing. The tingling sensation made Chang Tianla let out a comfortable sigh. Chang Tianla instantly activated his psionic vision, suspecting the miraculous healing was linked to the green light. Upon opening his psionic vision, his hunch was confirmed, the green light was indeed healing his wounds. The green light swirled around the wound, repairing the damaged skin with astonishing speed and power. To better understand the light's function, Chang Tianla concentrated his mental energy, expanding the range of his psychic vision. Instantly, he saw through his arm, deep into the flesh and blood beneath the skin. In that moment, Chang Tianla witnessed the green light repairing his damaged muscle tissue through an inexplicable phenomenon. Seeing this, he probed deeper once more. This time, he finally saw clearly. Under the miraculous influence of the green light, the cells within his body were dividing at an indescribable speed. Cells are the structural and functional units of the human body. Flesh, blood, and all bodily substances are composed of cells and other organic matter. It could be said that cells are the most vital component of the human body. The speed of recovery from injury is entirely determined by the activity level of these cells. When cells are highly active, blood circulation and nutrient delivery keep pace, allowing flesh and blood to regenerate rapidly, thus hastening wound recovery. The green light within Chang Tianla's body not only healed ailments but also accelerated cell division. This was utterly beyond comprehension. Within a minute, the deep gash on Chang Tianla's arm, which had exposed bone, had completely healed. Witnessing this, Lung Bingbing stared at him as if he were a monster. After a long moment, she finally spoke. "Chang Tianla, are you even human?" Chang Tianla closed his psychic eye and replied with a hint of amusement, "Honey, what are you saying? If I'm not human, does that make me a monster? You definitely aren't human." Lung Bingbing scrutinized Chang Tianla from head to toe with a strange look, her brow furrowing deeply. "You must be a monster. How else could your wound heal itself? Actually, this." Just as Chang Tianla was about to explain to Lung Bingbing, he suddenly spotted a squad of armed guards escorting Zhang Ming out of the police station. The sight instantly ignited a surge of rage within him. He bellowed, "Halt!" Chang Tianla's bellow startled the entire group, especially Zhang Ming, who flinched backward. But when he recognized Chang Tianla, his eyes nearly shot flames. Pointing a finger at him, he snarled, You bastard, you actually show your face?" Chang Tianla's expression darkened at Zhang Ming's words. His brow furrowed as he coldly warned, "If you dare utter another insult, do you think I won't kill you right now?" "You!" Zhang Ming roared back, bursting into laughter. "I'm cursing you on purpose. What are you gonna do about it? Don't think your skills make you untouchable. Take one step forward if you've got the guts, and I'll turn you into Swiss cheese the moment I give the order." "You're asking for it." Seeing Chang Tianla about to act, Lung Bingbing quickly grabbed his arm, urgently shouting, "What are you doing? Can't you see they're all armed?" Chang Tianla glanced at Lung Bingbing, flashing a supremely confident smile. He patted her hand and said, "Guns may be formidable, but they're useless against me. Killing Zhang Ming would be as easy as pie." Before Lung Bingbing could respond, Zhang Ming burst into laughter, pointing at Chang Tianla. "I've seen plenty of idiots, but never one like you. People like you are a waste of resources. Today, I'll do you a favor and send you to the afterlife." Chang Tianla glanced at Zhang Ming and coldly retorted, "The word idiot fits you like a glove." "You bastard!" Zhang Ming roared, bellowing, "Guys, take him down." At Zhang Ming's command, De Xiong and the others raised their submachine guns, ready to fire at Chang Tianla. But at that moment, Chang Tianla remained utterly calm, wearing a faint smile. "You dare bring out this junk to embarrass yourselves?" As soon as the words left his mouth, De Xiong and the others let out agonized screams. Their guns fell to the ground, each hand pierced by a finger-thick hole from which bright red blood gushed. Instantly, they all collapsed unconscious, motionless as if half dead. Chang Tianla surveyed the unconscious bodies scattered across the floor. Running a hand over his chin, he regarded Zhang Ming with a look of amusement. "Now, I wonder, are you the fool, or am I?" Zhang Ming stared in utter terror at the scene before him, shrieking in horror, "What kind of demonic magic did you use? What's wrong with them?" "You're the fool who won't believe it," Chang Tianla said with a smile. "They're all unconscious. Can't you see? Help! Help me!" Zhang Ming was genuinely terrified now. The events unfolding before him defied all his understanding. This scene was too bizarre beyond his comprehension to explain. Fear gripped him, driving him to beg for help regardless of the consequences. Seeing Zhang Ming try to flee, Chang Tianla wouldn't let him get away so easily. With a flick of his mind, a golden thread shot out, instantly piercing 2 holes in Zhang Ming's legs. The moment the holes opened, Zhang Ming lost his balance and crashed to the ground, rolling far away. "Ah!" Staring at the gaping holes in his legs, Zhang Ming let out a blood-curdling scream, a shrieking wail dozens of times more piercing than a pig being slaughtered. His face contorted in horror as he bellowed toward the police station, "Help! Someone, help me!" Chang Tianla listened to Zhang Ming's cries for help, smiling as he walked up to him. With a wave of his hand, he delivered a hard slap across Zhang Ming's face, coldly laughing, "Scream all you want. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you." "You!" Zhang Ming, enraged by the slap, cursed furiously. "You dare hit me? You actually hit me? I told you you're an idiot, and you still don't believe me?" Chang Tianla swung his hand again, landing another slap on Zhang Ming's face. With a smirk, he said, "So what if I hit you? What can you do to me, little master?"
I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Ming snarled, grabbing Chang Tianla's arm and lunging to bite it. This left Chang Tianla speechless. He swatted Zhang Ming to the ground with a single blow, then delivered a kick straight to Zhang Ming's chest. The force nearly knocked Zhang Ming unconscious. Clutching his chest, he rolled around in agony. I've seen plenty of idiots, but never one as dumb as you. People like you are just a waste of resources. Today, I'll do you a favor and send you to the West. Chang Tianla turned Zhang Ming's own words back on him. Just as he focused his spiritual energy to end Zhang Ming's life with golden threads, a furious shout erupted, followed by the crack of gunfire. The moment the shot rang out, countless golden threads instantly formed a defensive web before Chang Tianla, shredding the speeding bullet into powder. A psychic? You're actually a psychic? Chapter 82, Instantly Knocked Down. Chang Tianla turned toward the sound at the police station entrance. Before he could react, over 20 officers burst out, surrounding him completely. Freeze! Freeze! Chang Tianla grinned at the officers' shouts. Officer, are you guys brain dead? Or blind? Can't you see I'm standing perfectly still right here? Hearing Chang Tianla's words, some of the more hot-tempered officers immediately snapped back. You little punk. Talking back to us like that? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Chang Tianla rolled his eyes at the angry officer and sneered, Kid, talking back to me like that? You wanna die? Oh my. The officer, enraged by Chang Tianla's words, drew his gun and strode toward him, raising his leg to kick. At that moment, Lung Bingbing stepped forward, punching the officer hard enough to send him crashing to the ground. She roared, as law enforcement officers, you don't know how to use your guns to protect the people? Yet you dare lay hands on a law-abiding citizen? Who gave you this right? Lung Bingbing's sudden intervention stunned the surrounding officers. Though not her subordinates, they all recognized her. Who in the entire Criminal Investigation Division didn't know this stunningly beautiful yet ruthlessly formidable policewoman? Rumor had it that anyone who crossed her never met a good end. Chief Lang, a neatly dressed officer, spoke up. We're just following orders. Please don't make this difficult for us. Following orders? Lang Bingbing narrowed her phoenix eyes, her expression turning stern. Zhang Xiao, don't tell me you're following his orders? She pointed toward Meng Xiaokai standing by the police station entrance. Zhang Xiao nodded. The chief here holds the highest authority. Naturally, we're following Chief Meng's orders. Him? Lang Bingbing snorted disdainfully. A man who doesn't even care about the police force's reputation. You're following his orders? Don't you feel ashamed? Captain Lang, Zhang Xiao said, his tone tinged with irritation. I'll let it slide because you're a woman, but insulting Chief Meng and us like this, isn't that going too far? Too much? Lang Bingbing stared at Zhang Xiao with scorn. Don't you know what despicable things Meng Xiaokai has done? I don't care what the chief did, nor do I have the authority to interfere. As a police officer, my job is to apprehend criminals. Who are you arresting? Before Lang Bingbing could speak, Chang Tianla asked with a smirk, it's not me, is it? Of course it's you. Zhang Zhao's eyes turned cold as he said sternly, you committed a crime right outside the police station. Who else would we arrest? Oh. Chang Tianla shrugged indifferently, then turned to Lang Bingbing with a smile. Honey, they're not your subordinates, are they? Lang Bingbing shot Chang Tianla a fierce glare before snapping, they're from the 3rd Division. Not under my jurisdiction. Oh. Chang Tianla grinned. Well, that makes things easier then. Lang Bingbing looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? The moment the words left her lips, over 20 police officers surrounding them all collapsed unconscious on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Lang Bingbing was once again utterly astonished. What kind of person was Chang Tianla? How had he instantly incapacitated all these officers? And what about those soldiers with real guns and ammunition? How had they all ended up with bloody wounds? A series of huge question marks appeared in Lang Bingbing's mind. At that moment, she found herself even more unable to fathom Chang Tianla. How did you knock them out? Chang Tianla grinned. I didn't knock them out. It's just too hot, they all got heatstroke. Seeing Chang Tianla refuse to admit it, Lang Bingbing shot him a displeased glare. Whatever you say. Seeing Lang Bingbing's anger, Chang Tianla immediately adopted a conciliatory tone. Honey, fine, I'll tell you. Actually, they were shot by. Before Chang Tianla could finish, a sharp gunshot rang out. This infuriated him, for the bullet hadn't been aimed at him, it had struck Lang Bingbing. Anyone daring to lay a finger on his woman in front of Chang Tianla was practically asking for death. The Chang Tianla of today was no longer the timid man he once was. He was now capable of killing people without a second thought, and afterward, he felt no remorse whatsoever. Not only had Chang Tianla grown bold, but crucially, he fiercely protected the woman he had fallen for. Anyone who dared lay a finger on the woman he desired would never be spared. Golden threads shot out, first shredding the incoming bullets, then swiftly taking care of the sniper lurking behind him. A piercing scream echoed as a man in a black tight-fitting vest collapsed at Meng Xiaokai's feet. He twitched a few times before going still.
Meng Xiaokai stared in shock at his subordinate, who had inexplicably collapsed after firing a single shot. His face twisted with terror as he drew his gun, pointing it at Cheng Tianla.
"Don't do anything rash," he snarled. "I'll shoot you dead if you do."
Cheng Tianla looked at Meng Xiaokai pointing the gun at him, his face immediately contorting with disgust.
He snapped back, "Was it you who ordered him to shoot my wife just now?" Impossible. Meng Xiaokai wasn't stupid. Cheng Tianla had taken down over 20 police officers single-handedly.
Though Cheng claimed they'd all fainted from heatstroke, only a fool would believe that.
Chief Ling Bingbing is my subordinate. How could I order someone to shoot my own people?
Meng Xiaokai said with a forced smile.
Handsome, didn't you see this guy isn't wearing a police uniform? He's clearly not one of us. Not your man? He walked out of the police station armed. How do you explain that?
Seeing Cheng Tianla's face flush with anger, Meng Xiaokai's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, unable to find the right words. Ling Bingbing shot Meng Xiaokai a disgusted look and said coldly, "Chief Meng,
Don't tell me you don't recognize this man. He's Zhang Yaohua's bodyguard, isn't he? You might fool Cheng Tianla, but you won't fool me." "Who said he could fool me?"
Cheng Tianla said with a hint of satisfaction, looking at Ling Bingbing.
"Honey, I knew they were in cahoots all along.
If you say that bastard lying on the ground is Zhang Yaohua's bodyguard, then Zhang Yaohua must be here too."
"Perfect, I'd been wanting to deal with him. This saves me a lot of trouble." Cheng Tianla glanced at Meng Xiaokai.
"Buddy, go fetch Zhang Yaohua to meet this young master."
Meng Xiaokai watched Cheng Tianla's arrogantly defiant expression, his face darkening.
He gave a few dry, forced laughs and looked at Cheng Tianla with an expression reserved for fools.
"Kid, I'll admit you're impressive. But do you even know who Zhang Yaohua is? Acting this brazenly? You better be careful, you might not even know how you died." Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the air. Meng Xiaokai's face now bore a clear handprint. Cheng Tianla flicked his wrist dismissively.
"Your face and my palm were made for each other."
That felt damn satisfying.
Meng Xiaokai felt his left cheek burn with stinging pain.
An unprecedented rage surged from his core. He was the chief of police for the entire city of H, a position so high even the mayor wouldn't dare strike him. Yet today, he'd been slapped by some greenhorn punk. To Meng Xiaokai, this was an utter disgrace. "You ing bastard!" Meng Xiaokai roared. "I'll kill you." Cheng Tianla watched the enraged Meng Xiaokai with a look of contempt.
With a flick of the golden threads, he snatched the gun from Meng Xiaokai's hand. Then, with a twist of the golden thread's power, the pistol crumbled into iron filings scattered on the ground. "Don't think a gun makes you tough," Cheng Tianla said, brushing the metal dust from his hand.
"I hate it when people point guns at me. This is your first warning. If you ever dare point a gun at me again, it won't be the gun that shatters, it'll be your hand." Meng Xiaokai was utterly terrified by Cheng Tianla's display. How much strength would it take for a single person to instantly crush a solid handgun into powder? As Cheng Tianla had said, if that had been his hand instead of the gun, wouldn't it have been reduced to mincemeat?
"Handsome," Meng Xiaokai stammered, trembling.
"I get it. I won't point a gun at you again. That's more like it." Cheng Tianla grinned. "Now get Zhang Yaohua out here. Don't force me to come find him myself.
If I have to go looking for him, I can't guarantee he'll walk out of this station in one piece."
"Handsome guy, I'll go get Chief Zhang right now."
Meng Xiaokai turned to fetch Zhang Yaohua when a deep, resonant voice boomed from inside the station. "Let this chief see who's so arrogant as to threaten me."
Cheng Tianla followed the source of the voice and saw 5 people emerging from the station.
The speaker was a man in his 50s, of medium build and imposing appearance, exuding an aura of natural authority. His eyes were particularly sharp, seeming to pierce straight through one's soul.
"You're here to see this mayor?"
Cheng Tianla glanced at the man and grinned.
"You must be that bastard Zhang Ming's old man, that scumbag Zhang Yaohua, right?" "What did you say? Don't you understand what I said?" Cheng Tianla replied with a smirk.
"You look in fine health, your ears aren't deaf, are they?"
"If you truly didn't catch what this young master just said, I'll repeat it."
A flash of anger crossed Zhang Yaohua's face as he coldly replied, "Young man, I admire your boldness.
But you're too impulsive. Do you know the consequences of such recklessness?
One misstep could cost you your life and drag your friends and family down with you."
At Zhang Yaohua's threatening words, a murderous glint flashed in Cheng Tianla's eyes.
Nothing disgusted him more than threats involving his family and friends, and Zhang Yaohua had already threatened him once. This renewed threat instantly ignited the rage within Cheng Tianla. Glaring at Zhang Yaohua, he spat out each word, "Your attitude pisses me off, so I've decided to teach you a lesson."
Chapter 83, Knock 'em all down.
Zhang Yaohua's face twisted into a sneer at Cheng Tianla's words. "People who've tried to teach me a lesson aren't exactly rare, but it's never been a little punk like you."
"Me?" Cheng Tianla cursed, seething. "You're the one whose hair's practically falling out, yet you've got the nerve to call me young master? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson so you know who's boss. Take him out."
As Zhang Yaohua uttered these words calmly, his 4 bodyguards sprang forward, fists flying toward Cheng Tianla.
Cheng Tianla took one glance and knew these 4 were mere mortals.
He grinned, and 4 golden threads shot from his back, piercing the bodyguard's pressure points. The next moment, the 4 bastard bodyguards collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before passing out. Ah! Zhang Yaohua gasped, staring in disbelief at the 4 bodyguards on the ground. His voice trembled as he demanded, "What's going on? What the hell is happening? Your son's an idiot, and you're an idiot too." Chang Tianla sneered coldly. "You really are a family. Can't you see they're all passed out? What did you do to them?" Before Chang Tianla could respond, Meng Xiaokai lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yaohua, "Director Zhang, this man is a psychic. We're no match for him." "A psychic?" Shock flashed across Zhang Yaohua's face as he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Seeing Zhang Yaohua calling for help, Chang Tianla moved to snatch the phone. But just then, cheerful music began playing from the lifeless body of old Sun. Chang Tianla glanced at the old man, then at Zhang Yaohua, and burst out laughing. "You idiot," he exclaimed. "Were you calling him?" He pointed at the corpse of the old man. Zhang Yaohua followed the direction of Chang Tianla's finger and was so shocked he dropped his phone. Stammering, he asked, "How did he die?" "I killed him." Chang Tianla grinned at Zhang Yaohua. "Mr. Zhang, you're something else. Having a psychic as your bodyguard? Impressive, really impressive." Zhang Yaohua stared at the dead body of old Sun, the unconscious Zhang Ming on the ground, and all the people he had brought with him. At that moment, he knew he was finished. Instantly, he seemed to age decades, and the imposing aura that had once radiated from him vanished without a trace. Meng Xiaokai observed Zhang Yaohua's defeated expression, his own face darkening with gravity. For if Zhang Yaohua fell, Meng Xiaokai's position would surely be lost, an outcome he neither desired nor could bear to witness. In that moment, he resolved to protect everything at any cost. He would make one final, desperate gamble. Victory meant preserving all he held dear, defeat meant accepting his fate. With that resolve, Meng Xiaokai bellowed at the police station, "Team B, get your asses out here." The moment the words left his mouth, 10 heavily armed officers burst out, each clutching an assault rifle. The black muzzles of their weapons instantly locked onto Chang Tianla. "You forced my hand," Meng Xiaokai snarled, his face twisted in fury as he glared at Chang Tianla. "Why? Why did you push me to this?" Chang Tianla heard Meng Xiaokai's words, his brows furrowing deeply. He looked at him with an expression as if he were staring at an idiot. "Did a donkey kick you in the head? I'm here to deal with the Zhang family, what the hell does that have to do with you? Stop meddling in this. Did you forget the warning I gave you earlier? Shut your mouth." Meng Xiaokai roared. "If you hadn't come here to cause trouble, would things have turned out like this? Everything is your fault. That's why I'm going to finish you off today." Chang Tianla stroked his chin, a smirk spreading across his face. "Are you genuinely stupid or just pretending? You think a handful of scrap metal can do anything to me? If that's what you truly believe, then I can only say you're incredibly naive. I admit you're skilled." Meng Xiaokai glared at Chang Tianla, his eyes practically shooting flames. "But don't forget a pistol and a submachine gun aren't even in the same league. One word from me, and I'll blow you to smithereens in an instant. Is that so?" Chang Tianla's eyes turned cold. "Go ahead, try firing if you've got the guts. I was willing to talk and let you hand over the evidence. But since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." As Meng Xiaokai finished speaking and raised his hand to give the order, a flash of black light streaked past. A piercing scream echoed immediately afterward. Meng Xiaokai's raised right hand now had a steel pipe about 20 centimeters long embedded in it. Chang Tianla's face lit up with a satisfied smile when he saw the pipe. Turning around, he spotted Lu Jianbai standing there with a cold, ruthless expression. "Director Meng, you have some nerve, killing my men." Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his right hand, Meng Xiaokai snarled at Lu Jianbai with a twisted expression. You're a psychic too? Looks like I underestimated you before." Lu Jianbai stood shoulder to shoulder with Chang Tianla, gazing at Meng Xiaokai with a dead man's stare. "Go ahead. Any last words?" "Last words?" Meng Xiaokai roared with laughter. "My last words are to send you all to hell. Brothers, wipe them out. Anyone who dares move gets killed." As Lu Jianbai spoke, his specially modified steel pipe, designed for lethality, hovered before him. His icy gaze swept over the group as he said calmly, "You can try. See if your bullets are faster than my weapon." 10 fully armed police officers exchanged glances, each seeing terror in the other's eyes. Though specially trained, they were still ordinary men. When had they ever encountered someone capable of making objects levitate? To their eyes, this scene was straight out of a novel, featuring one of those god-tier protagonists. Such a man was far beyond their capabilities. Not a single one of the 10 officers dared to make a move, terrified that provoking him might result in being impaled by that steel pipe. Lu Jianbai was pleased with their reaction. Rarely, he offered a faint smile. "I know you were forced into this. If you lay down your weapons, I can pardon your crimes." "Surrendering our guns is possible," one officer mustered the courage to speak up. "But what gives you the right to pardon the crimes we've committed?" Before Lu Jianbai could respond, Chang Tianla cut in, "None of you fired to kill.
What crime have you committed?
And even if you had, Brother Bai could clear your names with a single word. Don't think I'm spouting nonsense.
You've surely heard of our nation's Special Operations Department. We are members of that very department.
After Chang Tianla finished speaking, Lu Jianbai promptly produced his credentials. With a flick of his psychic energy, he made the ID fly past the 10 officers. This display instantly subdued them, and they immediately trained their guns on Meng Xiaokai and Zhang Yaohua. Facing the muzzles of the guns, Meng Xiaokai and Zhang Yaohua knew everything was over.
Lu Jianbai glanced at Chang Tianla and smiled faintly. Should we execute them on the spot or send them to court? Chang Tianla blinked, considered, and replied, better to eliminate them now to prevent any surprises. We can't risk unforeseen complications if they end up in court. Since you put it that way, then I'll do as you say. As soon as Lu Jianbai finished speaking, the specially designed steel pipe floating before him shot out instantly, piercing through the hearts of Meng Xiaokai and Zhang Yaohua. After eliminating the two, Lu Jianbai turned to glance at the unconscious Zhang Ming and chuckled, you handle this one, or shall I take care of it? Chang Tianla stared at Lu Jianbai's excited expression and felt a chill run down his spine. How could this guy be so fascinated by killing? Chang Tianla was starting to suspect Lu Jianbai felt uncomfortable if he didn't kill someone every day. Noticing the strange look on Chang Tianla's face, Lu Jianbai grinned. Don't look at me like that. I only did it because I thought you might not be used to it. If you want to kill him, then do it yourself. No, Brother Bai, Chang Tianla waved him off. You handle it. Killing isn't my thing. Lu Jianbai shook his head and murmured softly, sooner or later, you'll become just like me. After disposing of Zhang Ming, Lu Jianbai turned to Long Bingbing and said, leave everything here to you. Without waiting for her response, he grabbed Chang Tianla and walked off into the distance. Brother Bai, what's the rush? Chang Tianla, who'd been dragged quite a distance, shook off Lu Jianbai's hand and snapped, what's so urgent? At least let your brother say a few words to his girlfriend. Lu Jianbai shot Chang Tianla a disdainful look. Little Lu, no offense coming from your big bro, but you're being a real jerk. You already have a girlfriend, why are you hitting on the police officer? I despise men who can't keep their feelings in check. Cut it out, Chang Tianla waved him off. Mind your own business when it comes to my personal life. Besides, I'm not being unfaithful, I treat them both equally. I genuinely love them both. Shut it. Lu Jianbai couldn't be bothered with Chang Tianla's nonsense and cut straight to the point. Headquarters just called. They want you to report to Beijing in 3 days. What? Chang Tianla looked stunned. No way. So sudden? I've got tons of stuff to wrap up here. 3 days is way too short. Why are you freaking out? Lu Jianbai sneered. They're not banning you from coming back after you go. What's the big deal? Bro, it's not that I'm afraid, Chang Tianla said, clearly annoyed. 3 days really isn't enough time. Could you try to negotiate a few more days with headquarters? My girlfriend is still unconscious in the hospital. How can I just leave like this? Lu Jianbai pondered Chang Tianla's words for a moment before replying, alright, I'll put in the request for you. But I can't guarantee it'll go through. Chapter 84, Treating Mayor. Chang Tianla shot Lu Jianbai a glance and grinned. As long as you put in a good word for me, the organization will understand my situation. They'll definitely give me an extra 10 days or even half a month. 10 days or half a month? Lu Jianbai said with a touch of embarrassment, Xiao Le, you really have some nerve. Getting a week's extension would be lucky enough. You actually want 10 days or half a month? Are you dreaming? Chang Tianla chuckled. I'd love to dream about it, but I wonder if the organization will give me that chance. Alright, I'll put in the request for your leave. You better get your personal affairs sorted out quickly, or you might not be able to leave when the time comes. Got it, no problem. Chang Tianla smiled as he saw Lu Jianbai off, then headed back to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, he froze momentarily. Li Meyer's parents were both present, making Chang Tianla feel slightly awkward. Clearing his throat, he asked, Uncle, Auntie, when did you arrive? Li Meyer's father shot Chang Tianla a sharp glance. What the hell happened to Meyer? Why is she unconscious? How the hell have you been taking care of her? Chang Tianla opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss. Well, what happened to Meyer? Uncle, please don't get angry, Shu Lin interjected, trying to smooth things over for Chang Tianla. Sister Meyer was robbed. She was so terrified she fainted. The doctor said she's fine and should wake up soon. Soon? Li Tiangang snapped. Meyer's been unconscious for nearly 2 days now. Do you take your uncle for a fool? There's definitely something physically wrong with her. Chang Tianla, mark my words, if anything happens to Meyer, I'll hold you personally responsible. Honey, what's gotten into you? Li Meyer's mother, Wang Xiaoman, tugged at Li Tiangong's arm. Shulin already said Meyer fainted from shock. Why are you blaming Xiao Lo? I understand you're worried about Meyer, but why take it out on Xiao Lo? If it weren't for him saving her, who knows what would have happened to her? What kind of time is this for you to be defending him? Li Tiangang shot Wang Xiaoman a displeased look and snapped angrily, if it weren't for Chang Tianla, would Meyer have fainted? He's the one responsible for all this. Uncle, auntie. Chang Tianla took a deep breath and spoke up. This incident did start because of me. Rest assured, I will cure Mayor. Who do you think you are? Some kind of miracle doctor? Li Tiangang glared at Chang Tianla. The hospital couldn't wake Mayor up, and you claim you can? I do have one method.
Chang Tianla forced a faint smile, glancing at Xulin and Lu Xiaoxi before signaling with his eyes.
You two accompany uncle and auntie outside for a moment. I need to perform acupuncture on Mayor. What? Before Xulin and Lu Xiaoxi could respond, Li Tiangang immediately protested, acupuncture? When did you learn that? How come I never knew? Uncle, it's like this, Lu Xiaoxian hurriedly interjected.
Brother Li's acupuncture skills are passed down through his family.
They're truly exceptional.
He can cure any kind of difficult or mysterious illness.
Really? Of course it's true. Lu Xiaoxian tugged at Li Tiangong's sleeve, her eyes crinkling with a smile.
Uncle, Mayor is Brother Li's girlfriend, and I'm her best friend.
Do you really think I'd lie to you? If Brother Li didn't have this skill, I wouldn't let him treat Sister Mayor casually. Rest assured, if Brother Li says he can cure Sister Mayor, then it's definitely possible. Let's step outside for now. Sister Mayor should wake up soon. Li Tiangang glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, then looked at Chang Tianla. After a moment's thought, he spoke, You little punk, if you can cure Mayor, I won't bother you. In fact, I'll apologize and admit my mistake. But if you can't cure her, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Enough. Wang Xiaoman pulled Li Tiangang aside. Stop pressuring Xiao Lu. Let's get out of here. With that, she pushed Li Tiangang out of the ward. As the four departed, the room fell instantly silent. Chang Tianla approached the bedside, gazing at the still unconscious Li Meyer. He gently stroked her cheek, his voice soft. Meyer, it's all my fault you're like this. I'm truly sorry. I've killed the villains, they'll never harm you again. Now I'll treat you. I hope my method works. Chang Tianla leaned down and kissed Li Meyer's forehead lightly. Rising to his feet, he channeled his spiritual energy. 10 golden threads shot out from behind him, striking Li Meyer's acupoints with pinpoint accuracy. These 10 points were all responsible for unblocking meridians, promoting blood circulation, and dispersing blood stasis. As the golden threads struck their targets, Chang Tianla witnessed a green light surge along them into Li Meyer's body. This profoundly mysterious green light immediately unleashed its miraculous effect, swiftly circulating through Li Meyer's meridians. It was an inexplicable phenomenon, healing her body. The process was tedious and intricate, defying adequate verbal description. The treatment lasted roughly 10 minutes. When the green light ceased its circulation, Chang Tianla withdrew the golden threads, exhaled a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt utterly drained, as if on the verge of collapse. What exactly was that green light? A huge question mark appeared in Chang Tianla's mind. He realized that whenever he expended too much of it, he became incredibly weak. It seemed this green light was a form of energy similar to mental or physical strength, a function attached to the golden thread. Overusing it left him exhausted. Clearly, this power couldn't be used frequently. If he depleted it without recovery, he'd be finished. Where was this? A weak voice emerged from Li Meyer's lips. She opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. When she spotted Chang Tianla, she immediately cried out in surprise, Brother Lu. She tried to sit up. Chang Tianla quickly sat beside her, gesturing for her to stay put. He held her tightly and said, Meyer, don't move. You're extremely weak. Just lie down and rest. Weak? Li Meyer chuckled at the suggestion. How could I be weak? I feel full of energy now, I'm incredibly alert. She brushed Chang Tianla's hand away, got out of bed, stretched deeply, and said with pure contentment, Brother Lo, how many days have I been lying here? 2 days. Ah! Li Meyer gasped. I've been unconscious for 2 whole days? Oh no, oh no. My parents must be worried sick. The moment she finished speaking, the door burst open. Startled, she spun around to find Li Tiangang and Wang Xiaoman staring at her in astonishment. The elderly couple stared at the lively, energetic Li Meyer for several seconds before registering what was happening. Wang Xiaoman hurried to Li Meyer's side, took her hand, and said with a choked voice, You little devil, you scared the life out of your mom. Seeing her mother's reddened eyes, Li Meyer felt a pang of sorrow. Tears streamed down her face as she hugged Wang Xiaoman and sobbed, It's all my fault, Mom. I've caused you so much worry. Seeing his daughter awake, Li Tiangang felt a huge weight lift from his heart. He walked over to Chang Tianla, patted his shoulder, and said, Little Lu, I spoke a bit harshly earlier. I apologize now. Please don't take it to heart. Chang Tianla scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled, Uncle, what are you saying? How could I possibly be angry with you? Besides, it's only natural you'd be upset. You have only this precious daughter, and suddenly she falls into a mysterious coma. You didn't even slap me a few times when you saw me, that's already showing me great leniency. Li Tiangang laughed heartily. You're still as smooth talking as ever. By the way, Xiao Lu, your acupuncture skills are truly remarkable. A condition the hospital couldn't cure, and you managed to heal it. If you'd started treatment earlier, maybe Mayor wouldn't have been unconscious for 2 whole days? Chang Tianla scratched his head again and explained, I was so flustered I completely forgot about it.
These days, whenever someone gets sick, we just rush to the hospital.
It was just a reflex, I didn't think twice. If I'd known acupuncture could cure Mayor, I would treated her at home. You kid, Li Tiangang chuckled, shaking his head.
Glancing at the mother and daughter still clinging to each other in tears, he patted them gently.
All right. Stop crying, both of you. Get yourselves ready to check out. I'm treating you to a feast today.
At the mention of a feast, Lu Xiaoxi immediately cheered, awesome. I'm sick of eating boxed meals these past 2 days.
The discharge process went smoothly. Li Tiangang led Cheng Tianla and the others to Tian Tian Seafood Restaurant.
Though not a high-end establishment, it was packed with customers because all the seafood was freshly caught, offering an incredibly delicious taste. As soon as Cheng Tianla and the others stepped inside, the group at the first table by the entrance turned to stare. These diners clearly weren't upstanding citizens, each using a thuggish demeanor. What infuriated Cheng Tianla most was the lecherous glances these men cast over Li Meyer and Lu Xiaoxi, murmuring lewd comments about their figures.
This instantly put Cheng Tianla in a foul mood.
He shot them a fierce glare. But this glare proved to be a mistake.
A guy with a scar on his face roared at Cheng Tianla, Bro, what are you glaring at? Cheng Tianla shot him a look and snapped, Idiot, who the hell are you calling brother? Do I even know you guys? Oh, you're asking for a beating, aren't you?
The scarred man cursed at Cheng Tianla, leaping to his feet and hurling a liquor bottle at him.
Chapter 85, It's Too Hot.
The moment the scarred man hurled the beer bottle, everyone thought Cheng Tianla was a goner.
But what happened?
The beer bottle was caught right in his hand. Cheng Tianla weighed the bottle in his hand, glanced at the scarred man, and grinned.
You like throwing bottles, huh? Here, have it back. With that, he flicked the bottle back toward the scarred man. The guy never expected Cheng Tianla to catch the bottle and hurl it right back.
He froze for just a split second. Then, with a thud, the bottle smashed squarely into his head, splitting it open. Blood gushed out, staining half his face crimson. Seeing their buddy get hit, the other punks jumped up from their chairs, grabbed whatever weapons were nearby, and charged forward.
Cheng Tianla shot them a furious look.
His previously calm mood vanished instantly at the sight of these punks. As he took a step forward, 6 golden threads shot out from behind him, striking the punks' pressure points with lightning speed. A bizarre scene unfolded, all 6 thugs collapsed to the ground, convulsing inexplicably.
What the hell? What the hell? Just then, the manager approached.
He glanced at the fallen men, then turned to the blood-covered scarred man, his voice urgent.
Brother Ma, what happened to you? You! Brother Ma roared. Can't you see I got beaten? This kid did it. Call the cops and arrest him.
The manager flinched at Brother Ma's outburst, his face darkening with displeasure.
But displeasure was one thing he dared not confront Brother Ma.
After all, this man was the local gang leader. Cross him, and you'd be asking for trouble.
Getting home safely after work would be the least of your worries.
As the lobby manager pulled out his phone to call the police, Li Tiangang stepped forward and quickly interjected, It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. No need to involve the police. This brother got hurt, but we can settle this privately.
The manager glanced at Li Tiangang, then turned to Brother Ma and asked, Settle this privately? Settle it privately?
Brother Ma wiped the blood from his face and grinned menacingly.
Fine. Pay $1 million in medical expenses, and this is over. 1 million? Li Tiangang retorted angrily. Brother, isn't that a bit much? Too much?
Brother Ma sneered coldly. I make over 40 grand a month. Now I'm injured by you guys and need at least a month to recover. Plus, my 6 brothers suddenly passed out clearly scared by you.
$1 million isn't too much. If you don't pay, I'm calling the cops. You decide. My ass.
Before Li Tiangang could respond, Cheng Tianla retorted impatiently, Go ahead and call the cops if you've got the guts.
I'm not scared of you. Don't push your luck, you bastard. Let me tell you, I know people at the police station. Once you're inside, I'll make sure they torture you to death. Watch your mouth. Cheng Tianla glared at Brother Ma coldly. Or don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Lu. Li Tiangang tugged at Cheng Tianla's sleeve, his expression stern. What are you doing? Talk to him properly. Speak nicely? Cheng Tianla scoffed. With scum like this, talking nicely won't work. They're just a bunch of thugs. If you don't teach them a lesson, they'll think everyone's scared of them. Got the guts to say that again? You think I won't find someone to take you out? Seeing Brother Ma's rage, Li Tiangang quickly intervened, Brother, calm down. Youngsters have hot tempers, don't stoop to his level. I'll compensate you. Let's call it even. Compensation, huh? Brother Ma sneered. Hand over 2 million, and this is settled. But you just said 1 million. Li Tiangang protested, clearly annoyed. Why did it suddenly jump to 2 million?
Brother Ma, his face covered in blood, glared at Li Tiangang and sneered, I did ask for $1 million earlier, but that little bastard insulted me.
Now if you want to settle this privately, it'll cost you 2 million. Chang Tianla observed Ma Ji's arrogant expression, then glanced at Li Tiangong's furious face. He offered a faint smile. Uncle, see? This sort of person thrives on provocation. The more you give him an inch, the more he'll push his luck. Listen to me, ignore him. Let him call the police if he wants. We've nothing to fear when the cops arrive. Don't forget, he initiated the attack. My response was self-defense. Li Tiangang hesitated, about to protest, when Li Meyer stepped forward. Dad, just listen to Brother Lu. It'll be fine. With that, she pulled Li Tiangang toward a private room. As soon as Brother Ma saw Li Tiangang leave, he shouted, Kid, you know you're asking for it, right? Cheng Tianla shot him a glance, flipped him off, and spat, Idiot. One more word and I'll beat you to death. With that, he turned and strode into the private room. Call the police now. Brother Ma roared at the stunned manager, his eyes blazing. If I don't take that kid down today, I'll change my last name. After Cheng Tianla entered the private room, Li Tiangang looked worriedly at him and said, Xiao Lu, you're being too impulsive. Do you even know who you're messing with? He's just some small-time punk. No big deal. Cheng Tianla shrugged indifferently. If he dares come looking for trouble again, I'll make him regret ever being born. What's gotten into you lately? Li Tiangang looked at Cheng Tianla with disapproval. You used to be such a well-behaved kid. Why are you so eager to pick fights now? What if Ma Tianxin gathers a bunch of thugs to beat you up? Those guys are ruthless. Beat me? Cheng Tianla laughed. They'd better not show their faces around me again. Otherwise, I'll make them regret it. Why won't you listen, boy? They're gangsters. What good can come of you provoking them? Alright, uncle, Cheng Tianla waved him off. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it myself. Hurry up and order so we can eat. I'm starving. Li Tiangang watched Cheng Tianla like this. He opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back down, letting out a sigh. The food arrived swiftly, and soon the table was set. But just as Cheng Tianla and his companions took their first bites, the private room door was kicked open. Cheng Tianla turned to see Ma Tianxin standing there. Rage surged through him. Without a word, he rose and delivered a kick that sent Ma Tianxin flying across the room. After sending Ma Tianxin flying, Cheng Tianla stepped out of the private room. Seeing 5 police officers standing at the entrance made his expression even more grim. He snorted coldly, You're here to arrest me? The lead officer, a man in his 30s, chuckled at Cheng Tianla's question. Are you kidding me? You beat someone up like that. If I don't arrest you, what do you think I'm here for? To let you get away with it? Cheng Tianla shot the officer a cold glance. Know your place. Get your men out of here immediately. Don't disturb this young master's meal. In all my years investigating cases, Wang Chunjiang, I've never seen anyone so brazen after beating someone up. Cheng Tianla chuckled. If you'd met me earlier, you'd know I'm the kind of guy who stays cocky even after beating someone up. Now get your men out of here. Don't blame me if I get rough. Kid, you're really something. Think we cops just sit around doing nothing? Let's show you some color. A young officer lunged to grab Cheng Tianla, but the man sidestepped and slapped the officer hard across the face. Did you even wash your hands before grabbing my clothes? If you get them dirty, you're washing them. The young cop, stung by the slap, flared up and reached for his gun. But the moment he drew it, a sudden numbness spread through his body. His vision went black, and he lost all awareness. Wang Chunjiang stared at Xiao Huang, who lay motionless on the ground. Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang. What happened to you? He cried urgently. Brother Wang, my guy's just passed out for no reason. Ma Tianxin clutched his stomach as he approached. This kid must have done something. Grab him and take him to the station for a good interrogation. Hearing Ma Tianxin's words, Wang Chunjiang immediately glared at Cheng Tianla with fury. Did you do this? Cheng Tianla grinned at him. Which eye of yours saw me do anything? Look at Officer Xiao Huang, skinny as a rail, clearly malnourished. With this heat, he must have just gotten heat stroke. Bull! Wang Chunjiang roared. There's air conditioning here, how could anyone get heat stroke? Spill it. Did you mess with it? If you don't come clean, don't blame me for getting rough. Cheng Tianla frowned at this and coldly replied, Officer Wang, please watch your language. And you'd better not get worked up, because when you get worked up, your blood pressure rises. It's so hot out, you might just get heat stroke and pass out yourself. Brother Wang, stop wasting time with this kid. Just arrest him already. Wang Chunjiang agreed that Ma Tianxin had a point. As a police officer, bickering with Cheng Tianla here would damage his image. Moreover, with so many people watching, he couldn't resort to vigilante justice. He immediately ordered, take this kid back to the station. At Wang Chunjiang's command, the remaining 3 officers immediately closed in, ready to seize Cheng Tianla. But the moment they moved, they all shuddered violently and collapsed unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chunjiang was utterly terrified. He stumbled back several steps, his voice trembling as he demanded, "What did you do to them? Are you stupid?" Chang Tianla snapped irritably. "What could I possibly do to them? I already told you it's hot out, and they're all suffering from heat stroke. If you don't leave now, you'll probably pass out too."
After speaking, Chang Tianla glanced at Wang Chuanjiang's panicked expression and immediately grinned.
"I'm off to eat now. Remember not to bother me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Chunjiang watched Chang Tianla walk into the private dining room.
The frustration welling up inside him was beyond words. Though he knew his men had definitely been knocked out by Chang Tianla, he had no idea how it had happened.
This realization filled him with dread. He wasn't about to charge in like a fool now. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called headquarters for help. Chapter 86, Let's watch a movie.
After Chang Tianla returned to the private room, Li Tiangang stared at him as if he were a monster.
He stood frozen for a long moment before finally speaking. "Xiaolo, how come you're getting bolder and bolder? You actually dared to beat up cops? And how did you knock them out?" Chang Tianla grinned at Li Tiangong's astonished expression. "Uncle Li, I didn't knock them out. I told you it was the heat. They just passed out from heat stroke." Li Tiangang didn't buy Chang Tianla's story, but seeing his reluctance to elaborate, he dropped the subject. Still, concern lingered as he urged, "Xiaolo, with all this trouble brewing, we should leave quickly. Don't let things escalate. Uncle Li, don't worry. Just eat your meal in peace." "Alright then."
Li Tiangang watched Chang Tianla eat with his head down, acting as if nothing had happened. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back.
Chang Tianla finished his meal as quickly as possible.
He knew that soon, some hothead would come looking for trouble. If he didn't eat fast, he probably wouldn't have time to finish. Sure enough, no sooner had he finished than a clamor erupted outside.
Someone bellowed, "Who did this? Attacking a cop? How dare they? Captain, the assailant is in that private room. Bring your men and arrest him." Wang Chunjiang, emboldened by the arrival of police reinforcements, led a dozen officers straight toward Chang Tianla's private room. Reaching the door, Wang Chunjiang bellowed inside, "Kid, Captain Zhao from the Criminal Investigation Division is here. Come out and face your punishment." Hearing Wang Chuanjiang's voice, Chang Tianla's face twisted with disgust. He stood up and stepped out of the private room. The moment he emerged, he heard the police officers in front of him exclaim in shock, "Brother Lo, why is it you?" Recognizing the voice, Chang Tianla glanced sideways and chuckled. "Zhao Yang, you little punk. Did you bring all these men to arrest me?" "Brother Lu, what are you talking about?" Zhao Yang grinned. "Someone called reporting a fight here, so I came to check. Since it's you, Brother Lu, this must be a misunderstanding. Go ahead and eat, I won't bother you." Wang Chunjiang watched Zhao Yang fawning over Chang Tianla and immediately protested, "Captain Zhao, this jerk knocked us brothers unconscious. Why aren't you arresting him?" Hearing Wang Chuanjiang's words, Zhao Yang wanted to slap him across the face. He'd gone out of his way to speak humbly to Chang Tianla. Could this big dummy not see that? "Shut up." Zhao Yang glared at Wang Chunjiang. "We'll settle this later." Then, turning to Chang Tianla with a smile, he said, "Brother Lu, I'll head out now. Oh, and swing by the station sometime. Chief Long wants to see you." Chang Tianla nodded. "Got it. Captain Zhao, are we just letting this slide? That kid actually hit." Smack. Before Wang Chunjiang could finish, Zhao Yang slapped him across the face. Without another word, he yanked Wang Chunjiang by the collar to the entrance of the seafood restaurant and roared, "Wang Chunjiang, are you stupid? Can't you see I'm careful not to offend him? Who the hell do you think you are?" Instead of reflecting on his outburst, Wang Chunjiang retorted angrily, "Captain Zhao, when did you become like this? Scared off by some punk? With all of us here, you tell me we can't take down one guy? You really are a idiot if you think that." Zhao Yang sneered, his rage boiling over. "If you want to die, I won't stop you. Go try arresting him now. I guarantee you won't even know how you died." Wang Chuanjiang's face drained of color. Even he knew this guy wasn't someone to mess with. His eyes filled with terror as he stammered, "Captain Zhao, what's his background?" "Don't ask about their background. All you need to know is that no one in the entire city of H dares to touch them." As Zhao Yang finished speaking, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Just 3 hours earlier, Lung Bingbing had released him from her office. After learning the details of the incident, he'd been so stunned he couldn't utter a word for half an hour. Zhao Yang had seen his share of exceptional individuals, but someone who took down an entire squad of fully armed soldiers and then wiped out the Zhang family father and son? Chang Tianla was beyond exceptional. This was someone they couldn't possibly afford to provoke. Chang Tianla had resolved the situation with just a few words, leaving Li Tiangang both astonished and intrigued. His gaze toward Chang Tianla had shifted, and he whispered, "Xiaolu, do you have friends in the police force?" Chang Tianla shook his head and smiled. "No. That can't be right. If you didn't have connections, why would that Captain Zhao treat you with such deference, even a hint of fear?" "Well, it's like this. Chang Tianla didn't want to elaborate further, so he made up a story. I saved Captain Zhao's life once, that's why he gives me so much face. Oh, I see. Li Tiangang nodded with a smile.
No wonder Captain Zhao was so polite to you, you saved his life.
Chang Tianla smiled but said nothing more.
After everyone finished eating, Xu Lin and Lu Xiaoxian went off to find a romantic spot, while Li Meyer followed her parents home.
Only Chang Tianla remained, standing somewhat bored on the street, unsure of what to do. Just as boredom was setting in, his phone rang cheerfully. Glancing down, he saw an unknown number. Already in a foul mood, he answered curtly, "Who is this?"
Hearing the edge in his voice, the person on the other end paused slightly before giggling.
"Handsome guy, who upset you? You sound so angry." Chang Tianla frowned at the crisp voice on the line. "Who are you? You forgot me already?"
Chang Tianla immediately laughed upon sensing the other person's slight irritation. "Hey, beautiful, it's not that I forgot about you, I've just been swamped these past few days. Plus, you called from an unfamiliar number, so I honestly didn't recognize it at first.
I knew you'd forgotten about me.
But considering how busy you've been lately and the huge favor you did for me, I won't hold it against you."
"Where are you now?" "I'm at the entrance of Tian Tian Seafood City." "Alright, I got it. Stay there, don't go anywhere. I'll be right over." Chang Tianla listened to the dial tone on the phone and was utterly speechless. After talking for so long, he still hadn't figured out who the other person was. This was getting ridiculous. 10 minutes later, a red Bentley coupe pulled up in front of Chang Tianla. The moment he saw the red sports car, he instantly knew who had called him. Glancing up at the vehicle, sure enough, it was Meng Manan. "Darling." Chang Tianla grinned as he hopped toward the car, reaching out to grab Meng Manan's arm.
She glared at him fiercely and threatened, "If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll kick you out right now."
"What are you doing?"
Chang Tianla paid no heed to Meng Manan's threat, his arm naturally resting on her fragrant shoulder as he chuckled, "Don't forget, you're my girlfriend now."
"What's wrong with a hug? Flatter yourself. Who says I'm your girlfriend?"
"You said it yourself. If I took care of Zhang Ming for you, you'd agree to be my girlfriend. Not only did I handle Zhang Ming, I even took care of his old man."
"You win, you lose. You can't go back on your word now, can you?" Meng Manan's cherry red lips formed an O of utter astonishment.
"Just now, my father told me the Zhang family fell because of some young punk named Cheng Tianla. I didn't believe it then, but now I see it's true, you really did take out both father and son."
Chang Tianla chuckled. "You think it was easy for me to make you my girlfriend?"
"I risked my life gathering evidence on the Zhang's crimes, then barely escaped death to take them down.
Considering how hard I worked for you, shouldn't you, as my girlfriend, show some appreciation?" With that, Chang Tianla leaned in, waiting for Meng Manan to give him a kiss. Meng Manan watched his face draw near, then playfully smacked his cheek. "Fine," she chuckled, "I'll show my appreciation today by treating you to dinner."
"Ah." Chang Tianla pouted, "Dinner's out of the question, I just ate."
"You already ate?" Meng Manan glanced at him, then suggested, "Well then, let's go see a movie. I heard a pretty good one opened today."
Chang Tianla agreed after a moment's thought. He had nothing else to do anyway, and crucially, dinner time would likely follow the movie. He could then find a way to get Meng Manan drunk during the meal, making tonight the perfect opportunity to turn her into his real girlfriend.
Chang Tianla and Meng Manan arrived at the cinema to find it wasn't very crowded. Chang Tianla went to buy tickets.
As soon as he approached, the ticket seller looked up at him and said with a starry-eyed smile, "You're so handsome." Chang Tianla glanced at the ticket seller. She was actually quite cute and smiled teasingly.
"Since you think I'm handsome, would you be my girlfriend?"
"Sure," the ticket seller replied with an adorable smile.
"If you want me to, I'm your girlfriend right now." Chang Tianla's forehead instantly creased with exasperation.
He'd only been joking, but the ticket seller had taken it seriously. Grinning wryly, he said, "Actually, just give me 2 tickets.
After buying the tickets, Chang Tianla returned just as boarding began. Meng Manan walked ahead, and as he watched her sexy, crossed legs, a warm wave surged through his lower abdomen.
Instinctively, he reached out to pat her butt. "Hey, beautiful.
Going to the movies alone? Fancy grabbing dinner together after the show?" Chang Tianla frowned at the lecherous voice.
Looking up, he saw a sleazy-looking guy holding Meng Manan's ticket, grinning obscenely as his lecherous gaze roamed unabashedly over her body.
Chapter 87, The Guy Deserving a Beating. Chang Tianla's expression darkened instantly.
Rage surged within him. "This is ridiculous. My girlfriend and I came to watch a movie, not hang out in a bar or club.
And this is how we get harassed? What the hell?"
Chang Tianla stepped forward, snatched the ticket from the creep's hand, and slapped him hard across the face.
"Want to hit on girls? I won't stop you," he snarled. "But don't you dare lay a finger on my woman."
The creep staggered back 2 steps from the blow, 5 finger marks etched clearly across his face.
Rubbing his stinging cheek, he laughed bitterly through gritted teeth. "Kid, you actually hit me? You've got some nerve, you know who I am?"
Chang Tianla glanced at the guy, snorting with contempt. "I don't give a damn who you are. If you dare lay a finger on my woman, even if you're the emperor himself, I'll still beat you to a pulp. The sleazy man burst into laughter upon hearing Chang Tianla's words.
Your ignorance has thoroughly enraged me.
If I don't take something from you today, I'm not the flower-crushing king Wang Wenchao.
Chang Tianla's face twisted with contempt at Wang Wenchao's words.
He shook his head and let out a cold laugh. He genuinely had no desire to bully such a small-time nobody.
Seeing Chang Tianla's derisive sneer, Wang Wenchao's eyes widened in fury.
Kid, what the hell are you laughing at? If you don't want to die, get down on your knees, kowtow, and apologize.
And have your chick keep me company all night. I'm laughing my ass off at you.
Chang Tianla shot Wang Wenchao a dismissive glance and replied in a flat tone, You little brat, you haven't even grown any hair yet and you're already showing off.
Think you're immortal? Before I lose my temper completely, get the hell out of my sight.
Or you'll regret it.
Oh my, you're quite the show-off, kid. Wang Wenchao, seeing Chang Tianla's arrogant expression that clearly didn't take him seriously, instantly boiled over. He took a step forward and swung a punch straight at Chang Tianla's face. Chang Tianla watched Wang Wenchao's punch, slow as a snail, and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle.
Then, with lightning speed, he grabbed Wang Wenchao's wrist. Applying just a little pressure, Wang Wenchao started yelping in pain. Chang Tianla grinned at the writhing Wang Wenchao.
If you're no good, don't come out pretending. Today I'm in a decent mood, so I won't stoop to your level. Now get lost.
If you still don't know your place, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Chang Tianla flung Wang Wenchao out with a flick of his right hand. The man landed face first on the ground. Chang Tianla had thrown him hard, aiming to deliver a warning. Wang Wenchao had no business crossing him, and the gap between them was vast. Watching Wang Wenchao storm off in anger, Chang Tianla flashed a look of contempt. He then turned to the other ticket inspector, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and said, Hey, snap out of it. The movie's about to start.
Are you going to check our tickets or not?
Jolted back to reality by Chang Tianla's prompt, the ticket taker quickly scanned Chang Tianla and Meng Manan's passes. After finishing, he leaned close to Chang Tianla and whispered, Bro, I know you've got some skills, but do you have any idea who you just hit? He's the brother-in-law of this theater's owner, and that owner's a big shot in the underworld.
You don't want to cross him.
Before they come looking for you, you and your girlfriend should get out of here fast.
Otherwise, you won't be able to leave later.
Chang Tianla looked at the young man in his 20s, gave a slight smile, and patted his shoulder.
Thanks for the concern, but I'm not leaving. I already bought the tickets, it'd be such a waste not to watch the movie. The ticket inspector shot Chang Tianla a look and sighed, Bro, what's more important, your life or watching a movie?
My life matters, but watching a movie with my girlfriend matters even more.
Seeing Chang Tianla had no intention of leaving, the ticket inspector sighed. Well, since you won't budge, I won't press you.
But if Wang Wenchao finds out I tipped you off, I'll be in big trouble.
Take care.
Watching the ticket inspector hurry away, Chang Tianla felt the young man was quite decent. Though he hadn't stopped Li Wenchao earlier, he'd warned Chang afterward. That showed the young man had a kind heart.
Chang Tianla and Meng Manan entered the theater just as the film began. 2 hours later, the movie ended. Overall, it was quite well made. After the credits rolled, Meng Manan stretched lazily and said, The show's over. Let's go.
The real show is just beginning, Chang Tianla grinned. Sit down quietly and wait for the live performance.
Meng Manan looked puzzled. What live show? Let's go already, haven't you seen everyone else leaving? Chang Tianla smiled faintly. Don't rush. The real show is about to begin. As soon as Chang Tianla finished speaking, the theater emptied completely.
At that moment, the lights suddenly blazed on, and 10 burly men burst in through each of the front and back doors. Chang Tianla watched the 20 men storming in, smiled faintly, clapped his hands, stood up from his seat, and stroked his chin.
Where's that idiot Wang Wenchao? Why haven't I seen him? You're the idiot. Your whole family's idiots. Wang Wenchao bellowed as he burst through the front door. Pointing at Chang Tianla, he spat, You bastard. You're pretty cocky, aren't you? You know you pissed me off, yet instead of running, you actually stayed to finish the movie. If it weren't for all these people watching, I'd have come after you ages ago. Take me down?
Chang Tianla stared at Wang Wenchao with a look reserved for fools.
You think you can take me down? Don't imagine that throwing 20 muscle-brained thugs at me will do anything. Kid, your ideas are just too naive, too adorable. Holy! Wang Wenchao blared at Chang Tianla, his face twisted with arrogance. You little punk talk a big game.
You're the most cocky, most punchable piece of trash I've ever seen. If I don't beat you so badly today that even your own mother wouldn't recognize you, I'll take your damn surname.
Take my surname? Chang Tianla waved him off with a laugh. Forget it.
The great Chang family doesn't need a lowlife like you, a pathetic, good-for-nothing scum.
You! Wang Wenchao roared in rage. Guys, take this bastard down.
Leave that woman for me, I'll her right in front of him later.
Chang Tianla flared up instantly at Wang Wenchao's vile insult.
He knew the guy cursed like a sailor, but how could he let this punk insult his mother? Originally, Chang Tianla had only intended to teach Wang Wenchao a lesson. But now his mind was changed. He would make him suffer, showing him what it meant to be caught between life and death. All because of Wang Wenchao's filthy mouth. Not only had he insulted Cheng Tianla's mother, but he also dared to threaten to play with his woman. Cheng Tianla watched the burly men charging from both sides, a faint smile playing on his lips. He grabbed Meng Manan, shielding her behind him, then delivered a flying kick that sent the first attacker flying backward.
Next came the second, then the third.
In mere moments, Cheng Tianla had knocked every charging thug flat on their backs.
Ever since awakening the golden threads, his combat prowess had skyrocketed.
Against these petty thugs, he didn't even need to tap into his supernatural abilities.
The entire fight lasted less than 2 minutes.
Wang Wenchao froze in place, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow 2 goose eggs whole. Cheng Tianla stroked his chin with a wicked grin as he approached Wang Wenchao.
The moment Wang saw him coming, panic seized him. "What are you doing? My brother-in-law owns this cinema. If you touch me, you won't walk out of here alive." Cheng Tianla shot Wang Wenchao a look of utter contempt and replied calmly, "Is the owner of the cinema really that formidable?"
Seeing Cheng Tianla wasn't the least bit intimidated by his brother-in-law, Wang Shichao turned and tried to bolt for the exit. But Cheng Tianla wasn't about to let him escape. With a flick of his psychic energy, he sealed the front door shut with golden threads. Wang Shichao rushed to the front door and yanked at it with all his might, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't budge it. This terrified him. He began pounding on the door and bellowing, "Help!
Someone help me!
There's a murderer in here!" Cheng Tianla watched Wang Shichao's frantic, howling assault on the door with keen interest. Stroking his chin, he chuckled darkly, "Scream all you want.
Scream until your throat gives out, no one's coming to save you.
I usually save that line for women, but today I'll make an exception for you.
Consider yourself lucky, kid."
Wang Shichao pulled at the door with all his might, screaming at the top of his lungs, but there was no response from outside.
Why? Because Cheng Tianla had rigged it.
Not only had he sealed the door shut with golden threads, but he'd also blocked every crack in the room with countless strands of the same material.
The cinema's soundproofing was already top-notch.
Now, Cheng Tianla had used the unique properties of the golden threads to seal off the gaps. No matter how loudly Wang Shichao yelled, no one outside would hear him.
After shouting for a while with no effect, Wang Shichao finally gave up.
Though he abandoned his pleas for help, he refused to back down. Glaring at Cheng Tianla with eyes wide with fury, he snarled, "Kid, don't think your skills make you tough enough to show off in front of me.
I'm warning you, this is my brother-in-law's turf.
If you dare touch me, I guarantee you won't walk out of this theater alive." Cheng Tianla stared at Wang Shichao's defiant expression and coldly sneered, "You little brat, I see your mouth is as tough as your skin.
Can't you tell what's going on here?" Chapter 88, Too Slow. Situation? Wang Shichao roared with laughter. "Kid, don't get cocky. The monitoring room will spot this mess any minute. Once backup rolls in, I'll make sure you're dead meat." Cheng Tianla's blood boiled at those words. He strode forward, grabbed Wang Shichao by the collar, and sneered, "You want to kill me? You're not worthy. I hate that filthy mouth of yours." With that, his fists rained down on Wang Shichao's face like they were free. After a dozen blows, the guy's face was a mess, his cheeks swollen as if stuffed with 2 eggs. Spitting blood from the blows, Wang Shichao still refused to back down. "You think you can kill me? If you can't finish me off, I guarantee you won't walk out of this theater in one piece." Cheng Tianla burst out laughing at this. He was a psychic, after all not yet a full member of the Crimson Dragon X Squad, but at least a reserve. Being threatened by some low-level thug was laughable. Cheng Tianla yanked Wang Shichao by the collar and unleashed another brutal beating without a word. This round left Wang completely disoriented. Still unsatisfied, Cheng Tianla pinned him to the floor and pounded him relentlessly until he was screaming for mercy. Shortly after the beating, perhaps the monitoring room had spotted the commotion. Someone finally unlocked the door, and the cinema owner burst in from outside. He glared at Cheng Tianla with smug arrogance and bellowed, "Kid, you've got some nerve. Daring to show off on my turf? Don't you want to live anymore?" Cheng Tianla was thoroughly enjoying the fight when he was abruptly interrupted. He sprang to his feet, slowly turned his body, and fixed his gaze on the man yelling at him. The moment he saw him, Cheng Tianla burst into laughter. Running a hand over his chin, he remarked, "Shen Jingbing, it seems I run into you everywhere I go." "What the hell? It's you?"
Shen Jingbing stared at Cheng Tianla with a look of sheer panic, instinctively taking 2 steps back. This guy had really been beaten up by Cheng Tianla and was now scared stiff. Just seeing Cheng Tianla made him tremble. "You lunatic! When are you going to pay me back the 10 million you owe me?" Shen Jingbing's forehead broke out in a cold sweat at Cheng Tianla's words. He stammered, glancing nervously at Cheng Tianla before finally managing, "Brother Lo, could we maybe put this off for a bit? I really don't have that kind of money right now. How about you wait here? I'll go find someone to borrow it from?" Cheng Tianla saw the evasive glint in Shen Jingbing's eyes and instantly knew the guy was up to no good. But what could he do about it? Cheng Tianla wasn't afraid of any tricks he might try. He gave a slight smile. "Since you put it that way, then this young master will wait here while you figure out how to get me my money." Thanks for understanding, Brother Lu, Shin Jingbing said, plastering on a smile as he looked at Chang Tianla. Since you've agreed to give me time, there's no need for you to wait here. Come to my office first. I'll have my secretary brew you a nice cup of tea.
Chang Tianla agreed with a smile, then led Meng Manan into Shin Jingbing's office.
The moment Shin stepped out, his expression darkened to the extreme, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. Chang Tianla had repeatedly crossed him, and now that he finally lured him into his office, Shin Jingbing intended to call upon his cousin, Shin Jingji, to exact revenge. Shin Jingbing walked to a secluded spot, pulled out his phone, and dialed Shin Jingji's number. The moment the call connected, he immediately lowered his voice. Cousin, you absolutely must help me out this time.
What's happened now? What else could it be? That bastard Chang Tianla again. Shin Jingbing gritted his teeth.
That asshole showed up at my cinema again today, causing trouble. Not only did he beat up my brother-in-law, but he's demanding another 10 million from me. You know I already gave him 10 million, cousin. Yet this ungrateful brat has the nerve to come asking for more.
Didn't you tell him my name? I did. Shin Jingbing lamented, but that brat didn't give a damn. He still wants to see you, cousin. If he spots you, he'll definitely give you a good beating. Shin Jingji couldn't help but snort coldly. Where is Chang Tianla now? He's in my office at the cinema. Good. Shin Jingji sneered. Keep him there. Don't let him leave. I'll bring people to handle this for you shortly. Shin Jingbing was overjoyed at this, but he still cautioned, cousin, Chang Tianla is quite skilled. You'd better bring plenty of people. In the office, Meng Manan watched Chang Tianla leisurely sipping his tea. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Brother Lu, don't you think something's off here? Would Shin Jingbing really prepare money for you? I'd bet 80% he's out gathering people to deal with you. Why don't we leave now, before their men arrive? Don't wait until we can't leave. Chang Tianla took a sip of tea, glanced at Meng Manan with a smile, and asked, You scared? I'm not scared at all. Meng Manan glared at Chang Tianla's infuriating expression, pouting her lips. My dad now controls H City. If they dare touch a single hair on my head, I'll make sure every last one of them dies. Chang Tianla chuckled. Oh, little missy, threatening to kill them all? If it weren't for me being here, Wang Shichao would have assaulted you just now. Learn to be more careful. Don't think your dad's status makes you untouchable. Let me tell you, those street thugs and punks won't believe a word you say. Once their animal instincts kick in, you're finished. I'll see if they dare. Meng Manan snorted coldly. Anyone who touches this lady will be made childless. Look at you, all tough. Chang Tianla chuckled as he rose from his chair, glancing at the wall clock and muttering, Where's the money delivery guy? That poor schmuck Shin Jingbing hope he didn't chicken out. Seems likely. The moment Meng Manan finished speaking, the office door swung open. Chang Tianla frowned upon seeing the newcomer not Shin Jingbing, but a man in his mid-30s. Standing about 5 feet 9 inches, he had a medium build, a buzz-cut, bronze-toned skin, and eyes that radiated an eerie chill. You're Chang Tianla? Chang Tianla studied the man intently before offering a faint smile. That's right. I'm Chang Tianla. And you are? Who I am isn't important. The man's lips curled slightly, revealing a sinister grin. I just want to know why you're so hell-bent on catching Shin Jingbing. He already gave you 10 million. What more do you want? Nothing, Chang Tianla replied calmly. Shin Jingbing owes me 20 million yuan. He still owes me 10 million. So what's wrong with me coming to collect? Besides, a man should keep his word. If you say you'll do something, you should see it through. You. Shin Jingbing suddenly burst into the office, pointing a finger at Chang Tianla and shouting, If you hadn't threatened me that night, why would I have agreed to give you 20 million? Let me tell you, the man standing before you is Shin Jingji, the renowned figure of H City, my cousin. You'd better spit out the 10 million you took from me and kneel down to beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll make sure you vanish from H City. Chang Tianla felt deeply offended by Shin Jingbing's constant use of old man, especially when he heard the final threat. A surge of rage shot through him. In a flash, he was in front of Shin Jingbing, delivering a powerful slap across his face. The force sent Shin Jingbing crashing to the ground. Watch your mouth, or don't blame me for being rude. Shin Jingji watched Chang Tianla's lightning-fast movement, surprise flickering across his face. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said icily, Brother, hitting my cousin right in front of me? Isn't that a bit much? Who the hell is your brother? Chang Tianla glared at Shin Jingji, snapping back. If you're here to pay for Shin Jingbing, then hand over the money without fuss. If you're here to show off, don't blame me for beating you up too. Shin Jingji burst out laughing at Chang Tianla's words. It's been ages since anyone dared talk to me like that. Think you're so hot stuff? Chang Tianla sneered contemptuously. Cut the crap. Are you here to hand over the money or show off? Spit it out already, this kid's got better things to do than waste time on you lot. Young man, you're... Shut your damn mouth. Chang Tianla cut Shin Jingji off before he could finish, snapping impatiently, You're only a few years older than me. Stop acting superior in front of me. Hand over 10 million now, and I'll let it slide. If not, none of you will leave here happy today. Fine. Very fine. With those two words, Shin Jingji turned and strode out of the office. Immediately, two men in black approached Cheng Tianla. Cheng Tianla glanced at them, his face betraying utter disbelief. Know your place and get lost. Don't force me to take action. Looking for death. Both men uttered the phrase simultaneously. In the next instant, cold, gleaming daggers appeared in their hands. Their bodies flickered as they lunged toward Cheng Tianla's vital points. Cheng Tianla eyed these two fairly skilled opponents with a look reserved for fools. He grinned, "You're too slow." With that, a single punch and kick knocked the two pretentious-looking men unconscious. Wow! Mang Manan clapped enthusiastically. Brother Lo, you're so awesome. Totally badass. Cheng Tianla turned to Mang Manan, puzzled. I took down 20 guys earlier and you didn't praise me. Why cheer just because I knocked out these two? What's going on here? Chapter 89, Take 10%. Mang Manan shot Cheng Tianla a glance and grinned. Bro, those guys you took down earlier were total idiots, obviously no real skill. But these two you just knocked out? Their moves were sharp. You could tell they were pros. Yet you took them down with just a punch and a kick. That shows just how good you really are. Cheng Tianla grinned at Mang Manan's words. Who knew you had such keen observation skills? Not bad, not bad. Put. Mang Manan pouted. I'm a 5th degree black belt in Taekwondo. If I didn't have this much discernment, wouldn't all those years of training have been wasted? Cheng Tianla couldn't help but give Mang Manan a long, thoughtful look. No wonder this gorgeous girl had said that if any punk dared lay a finger on her, she'd make sure he couldn't father children. So this beauty had a secret weapon after all. Honey, if you're so skilled, why didn't you help your husband back there? Mang Manan giggled. If my husband can't even protect me, what good is he to me? Fair enough. Cheng Tianla grinned, then turned to face Shin Jingbing, who was cowering on the ground with terror etched across his face. You idiot, are you going to pay up or not? If you don't, I'll really have to get serious with you. Shin Jingbing watched Cheng Tianla stride toward him and immediately wailed, Cousin! Cousin, save me! Amid Shin Jing's shrieks, a man darted into the office from outside. Short in stature, he wasted no words raising his gun and firing straight at Cheng Tianla, who was startled out of his wits. But Cheng Tianla was only startled for a moment. As the short man charged in, he had already seen the pistol in his hand. What Cheng Tianla hadn't expected was that the guy would actually dare to shoot and with such lethal intent, aiming straight for his head. A surge of rage erupted within Cheng Tianla. The golden threads before him first shredded the bullet, then pierced the short man's arm with lightning speed. In the next instant, Cheng Tianla was upon him, grabbing both arms and wrenching them apart. Two sharp cracks echoed as the short man's arms snapped clean off. Before the short man could utter a piercing scream, Cheng Tianla delivered two swift kicks to his knees. With two crisp snaps, the man's knees shattered. Ah! Only then did the short man finally let out a piercing scream, a sound so agonizing it sent shivers down anyone's spine upon hearing it. Holy, that was badass. So freaking badass, Brother Lu. You're off the charts. Mang Manan clapped her hands in admiration. Catching bullets? That's insane. No wonder you took out the Zhang family, you're seriously something else. Cheng Tianla had intended to continue tormenting the short man who'd fired at him, but upon hearing Mang Manan's words, he immediately turned and walked over to her, smiling as he said, Now you know how formidable your husband is, right? Considering how mighty your husband is, shouldn't there be a reward? Reward my ass. Deal with those guys behind us first. Just then, 3 more men entered from outside. Their appearance greatly annoyed Cheng Tianla, as it interrupted his chance to take advantage of the situation. This left him feeling thoroughly displeased, and consequently, these 3 unlucky fellows were in for trouble. They didn't even get a chance to act before 3 golden threads knocked them out cold. Mang Manan stared at the 3 suddenly collapsed figures, her mouth forming an O of surprise. She glanced at the men on the floor, then at Cheng Tianla, and after a long moment, stammered, How did they all faint so suddenly? Could it be? You bet it was my doing, honey. Give me a kiss. Seeing Mang Manan showed no inclination to kiss him, Cheng Tianla promptly took the initiative and planted a quick peck on her red lips. Ah! Startled by Cheng Tianla's kiss, Mang Manan snapped out of her shock. Her face flushed crimson as she feigned anger. You scoundrel! How could you do that? Cheng Tianla grinned at Mang Manan's flushed face. Kissing your own wife isn't being a hooligan. Without waiting for her response, he strode out of the office. Several thugs were waiting outside for him to deal with. The moment Cheng Tianla stepped out, the impatient thugs outside immediately charged at him, swinging their machetes. At that point, Cheng Tianla couldn't be bothered to fight them. He simply released golden threads that shredded their machetes to pieces. Then, using the same golden threads, he pierced their pressure points, knocking them all out cold. After finishing this, Cheng Tianla turned to Shin Jingji, who stood nearby, and grinned. Idiot, he sneered. Your little buddies are all knocked out. So, are you gonna hand over the cash to this young master nicely? Or do I have to come find it myself? The scene before him had utterly stunned Shin Jingji. Though he'd been in the underworld for years and fought countless battles, he'd never witnessed anything like this one man taking down over 20 of his men. How fake was that? Even with cheat codes, this level of absurdity was impossible. Where in reality did such a god-tier master exist? This kind of plot only appeared in movies or novels. Why was he the one to encounter it? Shin Jingji didn't know whether to feel fortunate for witnessing a miracle or to pity himself for the tragedy. Seeing Shin Jingji's silence, Chang Tianla grew irritated and snapped, "Idiot! Made up your mind yet? Keep quiet, and I'll make you an idiot for real." Shin Jingji snapped out of his shock at Chang Tianla's words. He was no stranger to rough seas. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he walked expressionlessly to Chang Tianla and said flatly, "Brother, your skills are impressive. How about this? Didn't I just say, who the hell are you calling brother? Do I even know you?" Chang Tianla snapped impatiently. "Cut the crap. Hand over the money first. We'll talk about the rest later." Though Shin Jingji resented Chang Tianla's attitude, he dared not show it. After all, Chang's skills were undeniable. Provoking him would only bring misfortune upon himself. 10 million? Small change. Shin Jingji chuckled, pulled out his checkbook, wrote a 10 million yuan check, and handed it over. Chang Tianla took the check, glanced at it, and slipped it into his pocket. Running his fingers over his chin, he grinned slyly. "All right, that idiot Shin Jingbing's debt is settled. Now it's time to settle yours." Shin Jingji heard Chang Tianla's words and saw the malicious expression on his face. He knew immediately that he was about to get into trouble. Sure enough, Chang Tianla's next sentence confirmed Shin Jingji's thoughts. "Idiot, you brought a bunch of people to disrupt this young master's business, and you even fired a gun trying to kill me. How do you plan to settle that debt?" Cold sweat beaded on Shin Jingji's forehead as he listened. His mind raced for a way out. He knew better than to cross Chang Tianla. He'd gain nothing from it. If he pushed Chang Tianla too far, his life would be forfeit. "Brother! I told you, I'm not your brother." Chang Tianla shot Shin Jingji a withering glare. Shin Jingji took a step back at Chang Tianla's glare, clearing his throat to steady his voice. "Brother Lu, how do you want to handle this? You're asking me?" Chang Tianla grinned. "My way of handling things is simple. Whoever crosses me, I eliminate them. Since you want me to handle this myself, I'll send you on your way." Hearing this, Shin Jingji immediately begged frantically, Brother Lu, please don't get angry. Everything can be negotiated. Whatever conditions you set, I'll do my utmost to fulfill them." Chang Tianla watched Shin Jingji's submissive demeanor and was quite satisfied with his attitude. A faint smile touched his lips as he said, "Well then, this makes things easy. Let me ask you this, if someone were trying to kill you, what would you do?" Shin Jingji's face darkened at the question. After stammering for a long moment, he finally stammered out, "Brother Lu, just tell me what you want. I'll do everything in my power to satisfy you." Chang Tianla glanced at Shin Jingji and grinned. "Since you put it that way, I won't beat around the bush. Hand over 90% of your entire fortune, and today's incident will be forgotten." 90%? Shin Jingji nearly fainted at the demand. Chang Tianla's asking price was outrageous. Demanding 90% outright was downright extortionate. "Brother Lu, isn't that a bit much? Too much?" Chang Tianla took a step forward, grinning. "Since you think I'm asking for too much, I'll settle for less. How about just 10%? Sound good?" Shin Jingji's face lit up at first, but when he saw the wicked grin on Chang Tianla's face, he knew it wasn't that simple. He cautiously asked, "Brother Lu, is there a catch to taking just 10%? Chang Tianla laughed heartily. "You're a natural leader. Your mind works fast. For every 10% of your wealth I take, I'll take 8 items from you. For 20%, 7 items. And so on. Each additional 10% means 1 fewer item taken from you, while 1 less means 1 more item taken. You decide, hand over your wealth or suffer physical harm." Shin Jingji's face darkened to the extreme upon hearing Chang Tianla's words. His rage was beyond description. If Shin Jingbing were standing before him now, he'd strip off his shoe and beat him senseless. If you must bully someone, pick someone without any skills. Now he'd provoked this demonic figure, and he was the one suffering the consequences. Had Shin Jingji known Chang Tianla was this formidable, he'd never have meddled in this mess, not even if you paid him. Seeing Shin Jingji's utterly conflicted expression, Chang Tianla instantly grew irritated. With impatience, he declared, "Since choosing is so hard for you, I'll make the decision for you. You're stingy with money, aren't you? Fine, I won't take a single penny." Chapter 90, The Divine Plan. At those words, Shin Jingji's face darkened to the extreme. If Chang Tianla truly refused any payment, it was a clear attempt to finish him off. He immediately protested, "Brother Lu, what kind of talk is this? It's just money, something you can't take with you when you die. Keeping all this cash is useless to me anyway. Since you like money so much, I'll give you every last cent I have." With that, Shin Jingji pulled out his checkbook, wrote a check for 300 million, and respectfully handed it to Chang Tianla. Chang Tianla took the check with a faint smile, nodding in satisfaction. Money in hand, this matter ends here. But let me warn you, don't even think about getting revenge. If you do, you'll die a miserable death. Brother Lu, what are you saying? Shin Jingji asked, sweat beading on his forehead. Even if you gave me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare retaliate against you. I hope you're telling the truth. Chang Tianla patted Shin Jingji's shoulder, his expression a mix of amusement and warning. Even if you're lying, it doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of your revenge.
Shin Jingji's knees buckled from the impact of Chang Tianla's slap, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. Staring at Chang Tianla's retreating back, his eyes blazed with murderous intent. Though the hatred burned fiercely, Shin Jingji knew this grudge would likely remain forever unavenged.
After Chang Tianla and Meng Manan exited the cinema, night had fallen.
It was the perfect time for dinner, so Chang Tianla took Meng Manan to an ultra-luxurious restaurant for a sumptuous meal.
During the meal, Chang Tianla deliberately encouraged Meng Manan to drink several more glasses. As a result, Meng Manan was completely intoxicated by Chang Tianla.
What followed unfolded exactly as Chang Tianla had planned.
After entering the hotel, Tokyo, Japan.
Tokyo glowed brightly beneath the faint moonlight. In the heart of the city stood a towering structure approximately 100 meters high. This recently constructed headquarters of the Yamamoto family now held the title of Japan's tallest building.
It had become one of the city's iconic landmarks, rivaling the Tokyo Tower in fame. In an office on one of the upper floors, a young man of about 24 or 25 was poring over documents inside a safe, moonlight illuminating his face. His brow furrowed frequently, as if troubled by something. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door of the adjacent room. Startled, the young man swiftly returned the documents to their place and locked the safe. He then approached the wall, pressing a hand against it. Instantly, the wall seemed to transform into liquid, rippling faintly as the young man's body swiftly passed through it into the next room. The wall immediately returned to its original state. The young man smoothed his clothes, took a deep breath, and quickly calmed his nerves, trying to appear as natural as possible. He walked to the door, opened it, glanced at the person standing there, and gave a slight smile. Before he could speak, the man outside said, "Sato Koen, still working this late? Truly the elite talent the president values." Sato glanced at the portly, slightly balding middle-aged man and replied with a faint smile, "Mr. Hashimoto, what brings you here so late?" "Oh, well, the product proposal you submitted last time caught the general manager's interest. He's asking you to come to his office immediately." Mr. Hashimoto patted Sato on the shoulder encouragingly. "You've got real drive, young man. Keep up the good work." Sato Koen offered a modest smile and a few polite words before turning toward the exit. He had barely taken 2 steps when Mr. Hashimoto's voice called after him, "The main elevator is fixed now. Remember to take the main elevator up." Watching Sato's receding figure, Hashimoto immediately broke into an eerie smile. He pulled out his phone, quickly dialed a number, said a few words, then turned and walked out himself. It was already past 9 in the evening. Not many people remained at the company working overtime, and Sato Koen didn't see a single soul along the way. When he reached the elevator, sure enough, a notice was posted on the door, "Repairs complete. Welcome to use." Sato pressed the button for the upper floors and stepped inside when the elevator arrived. For some reason, the moment he stepped inside, Sato felt an overwhelming sense of being watched, accompanied by a palpable aura of danger. Glancing up at the ceiling, he spotted a small, inconspicuous hole in one corner. He didn't need to guess, it was undoubtedly a surveillance camera. Sato Koen immediately pressed the elevator buttons, but no matter how many times he pressed them, the elevator showed no response. This sent a chill down his spine. Just as he was about to unleash his peculiar power, a loud laugh echoed through the elevator. Immediately after, a middle-aged man's voice boomed down from above. "Sato Koen, oh, no, perhaps I should use your Chinese name, Zhao Zhenghua. I must admire the skills of your Red Dragon X division managing to plant someone within my company and keep them hidden for half a year. Unfortunately, your luck ends here." Zhao Zhenghua instantly realized his cover was blown. Without hesitation, he pressed both hands against the elevator walls. "Zhao Zhenghua, you won't escape. I never let anyone who betrays me get away." As soon as the words left his mouth, 4 small metal tubes extended from the 4 corners of the ceiling. 4 streams of pitch-black smoke spewed out from within. Poison gas. Having infiltrated the Yamamoto family for so long, Zhao Zhenghua knew their methods inside out. The sight of that black poison gas told him he was doomed. He immediately held his breath and channeled all his psychic energy to penetrate the elevator walls. But as he poured his power into the effort, despair washed over him. For within the elevator's outer walls lay a barrier of psychic energy. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it was sufficient to thwart his ability to liquefy solid matter. Only now did Zhao Zhenghua realize that the elevator maintenance over the past few days had been nothing but a setup to kill him. The black toxic gas swiftly filled the entire elevator space. Zhao Zhenghua didn't last long. Soon, blood poured from his 7 orifices as he collapsed onto the elevator floor. In the secret chamber of General Manager Yamamoto's office sat a middle-aged man with an imposing presence. Through surveillance equipment, he had witnessed everything unfolding inside the elevator.
A faint, cruel smile curled the corners of his mouth.
Mr. Yamamoto, what should we do with Zhao Zhonghua's body?
The speaker was the same middle-aged man from earlier, Mr. Hashimoto. Yamamoto Ruji waved his hand dismissively, his voice cold.
You needn't concern yourself with that. I'll have someone handle it. You may go back to your duties. After Hashimoto bowed and withdrew, Yamamoto Ruji's phone suddenly rang.
He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and his expression immediately turned serious. Answering the call, he spoke with utmost respect, President.
A slightly displeased voice came from the other end. How is the Divine Spirit project progressing?
Noticing the president's displeasure, Yamamoto Ruji hastened to reassure him, rest assured, President.
The obstructionist has just been eliminated. Everything is proceeding smoothly. We only await the successful completion of the Longshan Tomb expedition before the Divine Spirit project can formally commence. H City, China.
Cheng Tianla and Meng Manan had been at it until dawn, finally drifting off in exhaustion. But barely moments after Cheng Tianla fell asleep, his phone blared loudly, instantly infuriating him to the point of wanting to curse. He didn't want to answer, but feared it might be Lin Xian or Li Meyer calling.
He picked up and snapped, "Who is it?" "It's me, boss."
The moment Cheng Tianla heard it was Flying Knife Wang Lang, he snapped back irritably, "What the hell are you calling me for this early?
Don't you know I'm sleeping?"
Wang Lang paid no mind to Cheng Tianla's rant, chuckling as he replied, "Boss, yesterday you told us to gather our families at your place for the detoxification ritual. We're all here at your doorstep now, but no one answered when we knocked. That's why I called you."
Hearing this, Cheng Tianla snapped, "Wait for me at the door. I'll be back in half an hour."
He hung up the phone and reluctantly got out of bed to get dressed. As he dressed, his eyes drifted to the stunning beauty lying on the bed. The frustration boiling inside him was palpable.
5 minutes later, Cheng Tianla finished washing up and reluctantly left the hotel.
He hailed a cab and sped straight toward his home. 20 minutes later, Cheng Tianla stared in surprise at the scene outside his door, over 20 people, young and old alike. His head instantly spun.
He glared at Wang Lang and snapped, "Didn't I tell you to bring them in batches? Why did you bring so many at once? Are you trying to exhaust your boss?"
Wang Lang scratched his head, grinning.
"Big boss, your healing powers are legendary. Treating 20 people at once should be no problem. Get lost." Cheng Tianla raised his hand and smacked Wang Lang on the head. "Flattery won't help. Boss here can only treat 10 people a day max. Any more than that, and I can't handle it. By the way, how many people need detoxification?" Wang Lang held up 4 fingers. 40. Cheng Tianla nodded. That number was manageable. Any more, and he might work himself to death without even clearing the toxins from their bodies.
Cheng Tianla instructed Wang Lang to send 10 people away, telling them to return the next day. The remaining 10 followed him back to his home.
The detoxification process wasn't overly complicated.
After about an hour of intense effort, Cheng Tianla had completely purged the toxins from these 10 people. After seeing everyone off, Cheng Tianla felt so weak he nearly collapsed. This time, he had expended far too much of his green light.
Frankly speaking, less than 10% remained within him.
Unable to hold on any longer, Cheng Tianla staggered into the bedroom, collapsed onto the bed, and fell into a deep, snoring sleep. Once Cheng Tianla was sound asleep, the golden dragon-shaped cloud behind him automatically flew out. It released a golden thread that pierced into the jade pendant, frantically draining its energy. Chapter 91, No Fluctuations. Time flew by. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Aside from spending time with his girlfriend, Cheng Tianla had spent his days neutralizing the toxins in all the poison individuals. It was during this period that Lu Jianbai found Cheng Tianla, informing him it was time to depart for the headquarters in the capital. Cheng Tianla glanced at Lu Jianbai, whose face remained as cold and impassive as ever, and let out a soft sigh. Truthfully, he didn't want to leave, but staying wasn't an option either. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Noticing the melancholy on Cheng Tianla's face, Lu Jianbai offered a rare smile. "Little Lu, don't be so sad. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you'll only be at headquarters for a month at most. What if something unexpected happens?" Lu Jianbai cleared his throat at this, shaking his head with a smile. "Don't worry. Nothing unexpected will happen. Even if it did, it wouldn't involve you. After all, you're just a new recruit. You won't be assigned any missions." He added, "Pack your things. We'll be leaving today." Cheng Tianla sighed after hearing Lu Jianbai's words, then asked in a pleading tone, "Brother Bai, can't we delay a few more days?" "No." Lu Jianbai shot Cheng Tianla a stern glare. "Headquarters has called me several times already. If it weren't for the fact that you're going to save someone and need to say goodbye to several girlfriends, I would have had you packing your things for headquarters long ago." Cheng Tianla grinned at Lu Jianbai's words. "Brother Bai, you're such a good guy. You actually understand how many girlfriends I have to juggle. Nice, nice. Nice my ass." Lu Jianbai glared at Cheng Tianla. Shallow, I know you're popular with the ladies, but I still need to make one thing clear. Once you're at headquarters, you're not allowed to set your sights on Lungyu. Chang Tianla froze at the accusation, then chuckled. Brother Bai, come clean, what's your deal with Lungyu? Honestly, I already guessed. You've got a crush on her, right? How did you know? Chang Tianla stared at Lu Jianbai's stunned expression and burst into laughter. Brother Bai, that's a stupid question. If you were dating Lungyu, would you even need to tell me? You're just worried I'll charm her when I get to headquarters, so you're giving me a heads up. Don't blame me for speaking my mind, but your pickup game is terrible. Work on it, kid. Lu Jianbai was so flustered by Chang Tianla's words he couldn't even argue back. He just glared at him fiercely and snapped, pack your stuff and get out of here. Chang Tianla laughed heartily. No need to pack. We can leave right now. Did I ever say I'd go with you? Lu Jianbai glared at Chang Tianla. Didn't I tell you I still have a mission to complete here? Are you out of your mind? Bro, you can't do this to me. Chang Tianla rolled his eyes. Headquarters is so secretive, it must be incredibly hard to find. If you don't take me, what if I get lost? Get lost? Lu Jianbai sneered. If you get lost, you might as well buy a block of tofu and smash your head against it. He handed Chang Tianla a note. Here's the address. Once you get to the capital, just follow the directions on this slip to find headquarters. Chang Tianla glanced at the note before tucking it away. After exchanging a few more meaningless words with Lu Jianbai, he headed straight for the train station. This time, he left without telling anyone, because he really didn't want to see the reluctant looks in their eyes when they parted. When Chang Tianla arrived at the station, the weekend crowds made the ticket office a sea of people. While waiting in line, he cursed Lu Jianbai under his breath. After all, the Red Dragon X unit was a special department. Couldn't they have sent a private jet to pick him up? If not a jet, at least a private car. And if neither was possible, couldn't they have at least arranged a train ticket? After wasting a considerable amount of time, Chang Tianla finally managed to buy a sleeper ticket to the capital. He let out a long sigh and turned around, nearly colliding with someone. He looked up to see an 18 or 19-year-old girl. She was quite pretty, but her clothes were worn and shabby, making her look like she might be from the mountains. The girl shot Chang Tianla a displeased glare as he looked her up and down. Taken aback, he frowned, shook his head, and smiled apologetically, stepping aside to let her buy her ticket. She walked up to the ticket counter and said flatly to the clerk, "I'm going to Kyoto." The ticket agent glanced at her and replied in a neutral tone, 200 yuan per ticket. Money? What is money? The girl stared at the ticket clerk in utter bewilderment. Chang Tianla, who had just taken a few steps away, nearly stumbled and fell upon hearing her words. How bizarre in this day and age, someone actually didn't know what money was? Even people from impoverished areas couldn't possibly be unaware of money, right? No money? Then don't come here causing trouble. Get out. If you don't leave, I'll call security. The ticket seller impatiently shooed the country bumpkin girl away. The girl shot the ticket agent a resentful glare, but what could resentment do? Without money, they simply wouldn't give you a ticket. Dejected, she walked to a secluded corner and crouched down, her brows furrowed as she stared at the ground, deep in thought. Chang Tianla watched the girl, growing increasingly unsettled. She showed no signs of life energy, a thought that sent a chill down his spine. Only the dead lacked life energy. Yet this girl moved and spoke. Could she possess the same strange supernatural power as him? Without hesitation, Chang Tianla activated his special vision to look at her. What he saw nearly made him scream in shock. After opening his special vision, he couldn't see the girl at all. His physical eyes could clearly see her, yet his psychic vision couldn't detect her presence. This was utterly bizarre, beyond comprehension. Chang Tianla exhaled deeply, forcing down his astonishment. This was the first time he'd encountered someone invisible to his psychic vision, and he found himself intrigued. After a moment's thought, he turned back, squeezed through the crowd again, bought a sleeper ticket, and emerged. Chang Tianla walked up to the girl, handed her the ticket, and smiled faintly. This is your train ticket to the capital. The girl froze slightly, lifting her head to regard Chang Tianla warily. Why are you helping me? We don't know each other, do we? Chang Tianla offered only a faint smile, leaving her question unanswered. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, he simply didn't know how. Could he really tell her he was helping because he found her intriguing? Uttering that reason would surely earn him a scolding. Seeing Chang Tianla's silence, the girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly before she finally accepted the ticket. Watching her take it without so much as a thank you, then continue lost in thought, Chang Tianla felt a pang of exasperation. He shook his head with a wry smile, muttering, being a good person sure is tough these days. With that, he strode toward the ticket gate as boarding time approached. During boarding, Chang Tianla glanced back and noticed the girl wasn't far behind. Yet she stared at him with obvious wariness, deepening his frustration. He'd kindly bought her a ticket, only to earn such a look utterly ridiculous. After boarding the train, Chang Tianla realized the girl who had been following him had vanished, probably gone to another car. He found his sleeper compartment, kicked off his shoes, and climbed up.
No sooner had he climbed up than he suddenly heard the girl's voice. "Excuse me, where is my berth?" Chang Tianla chuckled at the question.
Peering down, he saw it was indeed the girl. What surprised him was that her berth was directly across from his. This brought a small thrill to his heart. Being closer would allow him to observe her better. After climbing into her top bunk, the girl suddenly spotted Chang Tianla. She froze for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, snorted, and turned away, facing away from him.
With a whistle, the train began its journey.
The long and utterly tedious trip commenced.
Chang Tianla tossed and turned a few times, finding it unbearably boring.
He closed his eyes, trying to sleep, but no matter how hard he tried, sleep wouldn't come. The reason for his sleeplessness was simple: the girl across from him. A person with not a single trace of life energy lying there, seemingly present yet absent.
The feeling was truly eerie.
Faced with such a situation, anyone would likely find sleep impossible.
Chang Tianla let out a wretched sigh, silently berating himself for inviting trouble. Great, now he'd be awake the entire journey. Time flew by.
Before he knew it, evening had arrived. Chang Tianla had spent the entire afternoon staring blankly at the carriage, his eyes wide open.
Gradually, hunger crept up on him.
Just as he was about to get up to eat, a stewardess pushed a cart filled with various boxed meals toward him. Spotting the meal service, Chang Tianla immediately flagged down the attendant and bought 6 boxed meals. He then tapped the girl on the upper bunk, flashing a slight smile.
"Hey, little beauty, hungry? Come down and eat." The girl glanced at the boxed meals in Chang Tianla's hands and instinctively licked her lips. She must have been hungry too.
After climbing down, she didn't say a word to Chang Tianla. She simply took 2 boxes from his hands and started eating. Watching her wolf down the food, Chang Tianla smiled and said, "Take your time.
No one's rushing you. If you need more, I've got plenty. By the way, what's your name? What brings you to Kyoto?"
The girl lifted her head to glance at him, but didn't say a word. She lowered her gaze and continued eating.
After finishing, she didn't even say thank you.
She simply climbed into her bunk and fell asleep.
Chang Tianla watched the girl lying on the bed and couldn't help but smirk.
This girl really was a peculiar flower. She didn't understand the slightest bit about social interaction.
He really had no idea where she came from.
After eating his fill, Chang Tianla climbed into bed to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep. He kept feeling something eerie about the girl beside him, and that feeling was unbearably uncomfortable. Late into the night, just as Chang Tianla was finally drifting off, the girl unexpectedly spoke up. Staring straight at him, she said slowly and deliberately, "I warn you. If you dare to touch the soul-sealing essence on my body, I will kill you."
Chapter 92, The Old Guard. Chang Tianla's face flashed with surprise at her words. He murmured softly, "What is a soul-sealing essence? Is it that important to you?" The girl ignored his question, simply rolling over to sleep.
Chang Tianla glanced at her, his brow furrowing deeply. After a moment of silence, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Checking his watch, he saw it was already midnight. Deep into the night, only the dim glow of emergency lights filled the carriage. Beyond the steady rumble of the train and the occasional cough, no other sounds could be heard.
Chang Tianla lay on his bed. Though exhausted, sleep eluded him.
He rolled over and studied the girl on the opposite bunk. She still faced away from him, breathing evenly as if fast asleep. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, yet Chang Tianla suddenly felt a strange illusion. The girl across from him seemed younger than when he first saw her.
Though not very noticeable, he definitely sensed it. What was going on? What was this girl's identity and background?
Just as Chang Tianla was deep in thought, the girl shifted unintentionally. A red jade stone, strung on a red cord, slipped from her collar. Though the carriage was dimly lit, this thumb-sized red jade was enveloped in a faint crimson glow, standing out distinctly in the gloom. Chang Tianla recognized the stone instantly. It must be the soul-sealing essence the girl had mentioned. He immediately activated his special vision. As his eyes opened to this power, he saw a faint white light swirling within the red jade. The shape of this light resembled an adorable fox, sending a shockwave of astonishment through Chang Tianla.
What exactly was this girl doing? What was the purpose of this red jade? A barrage of questions flooded Chang Tianla's mind. Just as Chang Tianla was utterly baffled, the train suddenly jolted.
The red jade stone around the girl's neck shifted slightly.
This simple movement nearly made Chang Tianla scream in astonishment.
For what he saw was astonishing. On the reverse side of the red jade, an eerie rune pattern was etched. And this rune pattern was none other than the very design of the Divine Thunder Heavenly Gang spell he had seen on that cold, lifeless computer screen.
This instantly piqued Chang Tianla's curiosity.
He shifted, craning his neck to get a closer look at the red jade. Yet the moment he rose, an unknown force abruptly shoved him back into place. Immediately, a crushing pressure as immense as a towering mountain descended upon him, squeezing the life from his lungs. Had the golden threads within him not automatically activated their resistance, he would have perished instantly.
Chang Tianla was crushed by the pressure, unable to breathe.
His entire body was immobilized by this inexplicable force, leaving him unable even to utter a word. Gritting his teeth, he fought desperately against it, but his resistance proved futile. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade. Just as Chang Tianla was about to lose consciousness, he mustered his last shred of awareness to glance at the bed across from him. There, a pair of eyes glowing with a blood-red light stared at him with pure, vicious hatred.
Tianqiao Capital Station. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to.
The station announcement sounded again as a train packed with passengers from all regions pulled into the platform.
The expectant crowd on the platform instantly came alive, each rushing toward their designated car to find long-distance relatives or friends. For a moment, the air was filled with a constant chorus of greetings and inquiries. As passengers disembarked, a girl who appeared to be only 15 emerged from a sleeper car. Standing on the platform, she glanced around before wiping sweat from her face. Her already grimy little face grew even dirtier, and paired with her oversized, ill-fitting old clothes, she looked almost indistinguishable from a beggar. The girl's appearance immediately drew looks of disdain from the surrounding passengers, but she paid them no mind. Her large, dark eyes darted around before she suddenly dashed toward a massive billboard standing on the platform. Sir, wake up. We've reached the final stop. The flight attendant roused Chang Tianla from his unconscious state.
He shook his head and slowly sat up. As he rose, a splitting headache instantly gripped him. He forced himself to shake it off, enduring the agony as he climbed down from the bunk. Recalling last night's events, he broke out in a cold sweat. Turning to look across the aisle, he realized the girl was gone.
Curiosity killed the cat. Looks like I can't do good deeds anymore. Chang Tianla muttered under his breath as he stepped off the train.
Once outside the station, he stretched his body. Being cooped up in such a cramped space felt awful. His whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. Every joint creaked and cracked as he moved. After being jostled around on the train for so long, nothing felt better than solid ground beneath his feet.
Chang Tianla pulled the note Lu Jianbai had given him from his wallet and glanced at it.
He hailed a taxi and showed the driver the address. To his surprise, the driver knew the place and drove him straight there.
The driver was incredibly talkative, chattering nonstop from the moment Chang Tianla got in, leaving him speechless. About half an hour later, the driver dropped Chang Tianla off at his destination.
Chang Tianla glanced at the meter reading and winced inwardly. His heart ached for the people of the capital city.
200 yuan for a half-hour ride?
That was outrageously expensive.
Chang Tianla even suspected the chatty driver had deliberately taken him on a detour. Chang Tianla reluctantly paid the fare and requested a receipt.
He planned to have these expenses reimbursed by someone at headquarters as soon as he arrived.
Though he was quite wealthy, why spend his own money when reimbursement was available? 208 Jingda Road.
Chang Tianla muttered under his breath, staring at the unremarkable building before him.
His brows knitted tightly, his face etched with profound disappointment.
It wasn't his fault he was let down. The legendary, famed headquarters of the Red Dragon X Group was, in fact, such a humble place. If he went by what he'd seen in movies, the Red Dragon X Group should have been a towering structure surrounded by high walls and barbed wire, guarded by soldiers armed with nuclear rifles and live ammunition.
Yet what Chang Tianla now witnessed was worlds apart from his expectations.
The Red Dragon X Group headquarters was a dilapidated shack occupying less than 500 square meters. What left him utterly speechless was the sign above the entrance reading, XX Religious Affairs Bureau. Everything here was a million miles away from what he had imagined.
Chang Tianla double-checked the address. It was correct.
This was indeed the place he was meant to come to. But why was it like this? He immediately pulled out his phone to call Lu Jianbai, wondering if he had given him the wrong address. But when he called, Lu Jianbai's phone was turned off.
Chang Tianla felt an overwhelming urge to curse.
He sighed softly, consoled himself for a moment, then stepped up the stairs, utterly disappointed.
Chang Tianla pushed open the building's main door.
A cool breeze greeted him. Seemed the air conditioning system here was still working well. Beyond the entrance was a lobby, with the security guard's office to the right. Inside, a kind, adorable old man was humming a tune, sipping tea, and happily reading the newspaper.
Seeing this, Chang Tianla was speechless once more.
Clearing his throat, he asked, "Sir, is this 208 Jingda Road?" The kindly old man put down his newspaper, glanced at Chang Tianla, and smiled. "It's written so clearly on the door.
Can't you see it?
Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if there's something wrong with your eyes."
Damn it. Chang Tianla felt an urge to curse out loud. How could this old guy be so ridiculous?
He was smiling but saying such nasty things. If it weren't for his age, Chang Tianla would have given him a piece of his mind.
Chang Tianla didn't bother arguing.
He simply handed the note Lu Jianbai had given him to the old man and said, "I was referred by Lu Jianbai." The old man took the note, glanced at it, gave a slight nod, then tossed it into the trash can. He picked up a set of keys and stepped out of the guardhouse, smiling at Chang Tianla.
"So you're here to report for duty, recommended by little Lu? Then come with me."
With that, he headed toward the backyard. After following this charming old man to the backyard, Chang Tianla, already deeply disappointed, hit rock bottom. The vast open space was cluttered with random junk and dilapidated machinery, overgrown with thick weeds.
Chang Tianla couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sir, are you really taking me to report for duty? I thought the person I was supposed to find was Director Li. Are you taking me to see Director Li? The old man grinned, pointing toward a building ahead. Director Li is in that house up there. Chang Tianla followed the old man's gesture and saw a dilapidated factory building, so worn down it couldn't get any worse, standing not far ahead. He couldn't help but groan, holy crap, old man, you gotta be kidding me. How could Director Li possibly be in that rundown factory building? The old man glanced at Chang Tianla but said nothing. He walked to the factory entrance and, using some switch only he knew, opened the massive iron gate that looked incredibly heavy. As the gate swung open, a damp, musty stench wafted out, making Chang Tianla feel nauseous and uncomfortable. Noticing Chang Tianla's wary gaze toward the interior, the old man smiled faintly. Director Li is inside. Go on in. Chang Tianla studied the old man's smiling face, finding it odd no matter how he looked at it. He didn't want to go in, but then he remembered that the Red Dragon X unit was a special department of the Heavenly Dynasty. Using a place that looked this shabby as a cover was perfectly normal. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Yet the moment Chang Tianla stepped inside the factory building, the old man outside suddenly let out a sinister chuckle. The massive iron gate slammed shut with a thunderous clang, instantly severing all connection between inside and out. Chapter 93, Thunderclap Old Man. The old man stood at the doorway, staring at the sturdy iron gate. He grinned and muttered to himself, B-class ability, huh? Let's see how you get out of this, kid. 3 minutes later, the sky grew overcast. Wind whipped the surrounding weeds, while the old man's expression darkened. He muttered to himself, Xiaobai said this guy has a B-class ability. How come he hasn't come out yet? Could he have suffocated in there? The moment the words left his lips, 3 thunderbolts erupted without warning from the sky. Each struck the factory roof with pinpoint accuracy. After the deafening roar and billowing smoke, half the once fortified building collapsed. Surrounding debris lay scattered in utter chaos, shattered by the lightning's fury. Holy crap, what the hell? Is this a natural disaster or man-made chaos? The old man brushed dust off his clothes, rubbed his ears buzzing from the deafening blast, and gaped at the scene before him. Damn it all to hell. He nearly got killed by a little con artist on the train, and now he's being set up at headquarters? Is there no end to this? Amidst a torrent of curses, Chang Tianla emerged from the wreckage. 3 talismanic patterns, flickering with eerie light, now swirled around him. As they danced, bursts of lightning and sparks erupted from their surfaces. The old man saw the dancing talisman patterns before Chang Tianla and immediately scrambled backward, his weathered face twisted with fear. He realized he'd gone too far. He shouted urgently, Chang Tianla, don't get worked up. Quickly withdraw your divine power. Listen to my explanation, I mean you no harm. Chang Tianla listened to the old man's words, a hint of pain flitting across his face. His hands moved uncontrollably, suddenly waving wildly. 3 talismanic patterns, following the ever-changing hand seals, instantly lined up in a specific sequence. Immediately, a massive surge of energy rapidly gathered. Streaks of lightning and sparks appeared out of thin air, and the overwhelming pressure instantly engulfed the entire space. Divine Thunder Heavenly Gang Spell. By the time Chang Tianla shouted these words, the old man had already fled far away. As he ran, he bellowed, Chang Tianla, I am Director Li, the very person you seek. Don't make a mistake, you brat. Director Li's warning came too late. Chang Tianla had already unleashed his spell. The 3 patterns, shimmering with talismanic inscriptions, rotated slowly before him, periodically erupting with powerful bolts of lightning. The piercing crackling sound filled the air. The energy in the air seemed to be drawn toward the rotating symbols, surging toward Chang Tianla in an unending stream. The surrounding space itself warped under the immense force, distorting the environment into bizarre reflections. Director Li, witnessing this spectacle, immediately bellowed at Chang Tianla, you brat, stop this at once. Do you want me dead? Chang Tianla heard Director Li's words and let out a bitter smile. At that moment, he was enduring indescribable agony, his forehead covered in beads of sweat as large as peas, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. I can't stop, old man. The words were practically forced out between his clenched teeth. It seemed that continuously unleashing this Taoist technique had drained him of considerable strength. It's over. This time I've really gone too far. I've gambled away my life. Director Li was utterly despairing. As one of the peripheral leaders of the Red Dragon X group, Director Li had only intended to play a prank on Chang Tianla during his reporting in and test his abilities. He never imagined he'd get himself dragged into this mess. Now, Director Li could only watch as the electric light before Chang Tianla grew increasingly intense. The overwhelming pressure and the energy generated by that powerful current deeply stimulated his nerves. Yet, he could only see the intense electric light gradually form into a dazzling sphere of light, then slowly shrink, finally vanishing into the air as a burst of electric sparks. Ah! Director Li stared at Chang Tianla in utter astonishment, his face a mask of confusion. That's it, he asked. He glanced up at the sky, still thick with dark clouds, yet showing no signs of impending thunder. He had no idea what kind of trick Chang Tianla was playing. The overwhelming aura from moments ago had vanished completely. Chang Tianla stared at the talisman pattern vanishing before him. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. My spiritual power can only be activated once. Director Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face still pale with fear. Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness your psychic power isn't strong enough. Otherwise, I'd be dead meat. Director Lee was still trembling from the flashes of lightning. That sheer power, if it had struck him directly, it would have reduced him to a pile of charred flesh. A single bolt had ripped through the factory roof. 3 hitting him simultaneously would have left nothing but bone fragments. Director Lee scrutinized Chang Tianla from head to toe once more, now intensely intrigued by his abilities. He could tell Chang hadn't undergone any specialized training, yet had unleashed an attack powerful enough to take down several A-class ability users. This demonstrated immense untapped potential. With proper cultivation, Chang would undoubtedly become one of the elite members of the Crimson Dragon X team. Director Lee circled Chang Tianla, his brow furrowing slightly as a look of puzzlement crossed his face. He noticed that the technique Chang had just used bore a striking resemblance to Taoist magic. Could he be a Taoist practitioner? Yet upon further reflection, Director Lee found this notion unsettling. While Taoist arts could summon lightning power, achieving such pinpoint accuracy was utterly impossible. The precision of Chang Tianla's strike was undeniable. 3 bolts of lightning had struck nearly the same spot. Such precision seemed exclusive to the legendary magic of the West. Could this fellow be wielding magic? Director Lee grew increasingly confused. No matter how he pondered it, he couldn't make sense of it. Finally, he gave up. Regardless, Xiaobai had indeed brought back a treasure this time. Chang Tianla crouched by the factory ruins, panting heavily. The old man before him was grinning like a child, his gaze as lecherous as a pervert eyeing a prime nude. This instantly rubbed Chang the wrong way. Old fart, he snapped. Done staring? Now explain yourself. Why did you lie to me just now? Director Lee gave a dry chuckle, reaching out to help Chang Tianla up. His face flushed with embarrassment as he explained. Xiaobai said your abilities had reached B level, but this old man here wasn't entirely convinced. I just wanted to test your capabilities. But once I did, I discovered something astonishing. That strike you landed on the factory roof? It was AAA level. Chang Tianla froze at the words, shot Director Lee a withering look, and retorted, so by your logic, I'm now a AAA level powerhouse? You could say that. Chang Tianla immediately bristled. It is or it isn't. Stop beating around the bush with sort of. Old man, if it weren't for your position as Director Lee, I'd have given you a proper beating today. You'd better explain yourself clearly, or don't blame me for being rude. Director Lee observed Chang Tianla's fury without a trace of anger. He smiled and explained, the technique you just unleashed indeed possessed AAA level power. However, you could only execute that single move. You lacked the capacity to continue fighting afterward. A true AAA level power user can unleash at least 10 powerful attacks. You only managed 1. By that measure, you remain a B-level power user. Chang Tianla felt a pang of disappointment at Director Lee's words, but his mood quickly lifted. The Divine Thunder Heavenly Gang spell was undeniably powerful. Even if he could only unleash it once, that single devastating strike was already incredibly formidable. When Chang Tianla was locked in the factory earlier, he had used the power of the golden threads. Yet the golden threads couldn't pierce the factory walls. Such a sturdy structure resisted the threads, only to be demolished by the Divine Thunder Heavenly Guardian spell. That alone showed just how formidable this spell was. Outside, the sky grew increasingly gloomy, and soon rain began to fall. Director Lee led Chang Tianla toward the office building. The moment they stepped into the corridor, it was pitch black inside, obscuring everything. This made Chang Tianla inwardly suspicious. He grumbled, old man, you're not pulling another sneaky trick on me, are you? Hearing this, Director Lee shook his head and gave a wry smile. Old man, I'm not that bored. I barely managed to scrape by with my life. I wouldn't dare mess around. If you're not playing tricks, then why didn't you turn on the lights? This pitch black darkness is downright scary. Director Lee gave Chang Tianla a long, meaningful look before clearing his throat. The lights were on before. If I'm not mistaken, it was your big move that just now blew the circuit. Chang Tianla grinned wryly. So this was all his fault. He slunk away without another word. Director Lee led Chang Tianla to an inconspicuous room on the 3rd floor, opened the door, and motioned for him to enter. This time, Chang Tianla wasn't foolish enough to follow blindly. He'd learned his lesson the hard way earlier. So, he waited until the old man stepped inside before trailing after him. Stepping inside, Chang Tianla glanced around. It was an ordinary room, a desk, several chairs, a sofa, a coffee table, and 2 filing cabinets, just a typical office. Director Lee turned and closed the door. The room instantly fell silent, broken only by the soft patter of raindrops against the window. I'm Chang Tianla, he began, but the old man cut him off immediately. Lu Jianbai has already briefed me on your situation. Your abilities are unique, and you're self-awakened.
Essentially, you have no practical combat experience.
Therefore, there are no missions for you at this time. Your primary task now is to undergo training and study. Training?
Yes. The old man grinned. Actually, if you'd arrived 3 days earlier, you would have joined the previous batch of trainees for their training.
Chapter 94, A Beauty. Chang Tianla frowned upon hearing this. We have new recruits?
Director Li shot Chang Tianla a look and grinned.
Did you think you were the only one?
If that were the case, the Red Dragon X unit would have folded long ago. Every year, we select promising talent from across the country for training. Only by constantly injecting fresh blood can the Red Dragon X unit better serve the nation.
Oh. Chang Tianla nodded and asked, Oldly, since the last batch of trainees has left, how long will I have to wait before joining the training?
Hard to say, maybe a month, maybe a week. If you're really in a hurry, I'll report to the higher-ups in a couple of days and see if I can get you cut in line.
Chang Tianla immediately waved his hands.
No need for that trouble. I'll just wait here patiently. You young whippersnapper, Oldly chuckled kindly. A young man should have drive.
Don't always be thinking about enjoying a comfortable life.
Chang Tianla stroked his chin and chuckled.
Master Li, I currently have nowhere to stay.
Where do you plan to arrange accommodations for me?
Let me make it clear up front, I won't be staying here.
If you wanted to stay here, I wouldn't let you.
This is my turf, outsiders aren't allowed to stay.
Old Man Li poured a cup of water and handed it to Chang Tianla.
I'll arrange your lodging. Don't worry about that. Now, could you show me that powerful move you just used? Chang Tianla's eyes widened in exasperation. Old man, you're out of your mind. Asking me to unleash my ultimate move here?
I'd blow this entire office to smithereens.
My apologies, Old Li chuckled. My mistake.
I meant to see the talisman you summoned earlier.
Should have said so earlier. You scared the hell out of me, I thought you wanted me to unleash my ultimate move. Chang Tianla snapped.
He grabbed a notebook from Li Lao's desk and swiftly sketched the pattern of the Divine Thunder Heavenly Guardian spell. Old Li stared in stunned silence as Chang Tianla finished the sketch so swiftly. The old man clearly hadn't expected such an awe-inspiring talisman to be drawn in such an ordinary notebook. Old Li took the notebook Chang Tianla handed him and scrutinized the diagram. Suddenly, his face contorted with astonishment as he exclaimed, This diagram? Old man, you recognize this pattern? Chang Tianla asked urgently. The origin of the Divine Thunder Heavenly Guardian spell had always been a mystery to him, and he had no idea who had posted such a terrifying talisman online. He never expected this seemingly strange old man to recognize the pattern. Yes, that's correct. Old Li examined the pattern once more and nodded. Chang Tianla watched Old Li nod, then asked with some confusion, What does that mean? Old man, say something. Old Li grinned at Chang Tianla's impatient expression, set down his notebook, and pointed to the patterns on his clothes. Look, kid. See how this pattern resembles the one on my clothes? I always thought it was rather nice. Never imagined you'd like it too. Seems we share the same taste, you and I. Chang Tianla felt a million wild horses galloping through his mind at those words. This old geezer was talking utter bull. After all that, he actually offered that as an explanation? Chang Tianla was furious. He'd hoped to learn about the origins of the Divine Thunder Heavenly Guardian spell from Old Li, but he was sorely disappointed. Time flew by, and before they knew it, lunchtime arrived. The rain outside had stopped, bringing a welcome coolness to the previously stifling heat. Director Li took Chang Tianla out for an authentic Beijing roast duck meal. During the meal, Chang Tianla once again lived up to his reputation as a glutton, devouring everything until the plates were clean. Old Li watched in astonishment. He'd seen people with big appetites before, but never anyone who could eat like Chang Tianla. Thankfully, the meal was on the company dime, otherwise, the old man would have been heartbroken. After finishing, Chang Tianla let out a satisfied burp, then casually pulled his bus ticket from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Grinning, he said, Reimburse me for the bus fare I took here. Old Li rolled his eyes at Chang Tianla's cheeky expression. You expect me to reimburse you for a few $100? Don't you feel ashamed? Cut the crap and reimburse me now. Listen up, kid, I may have money, but it didn't just blow in on the wind. You're reimbursing me, or I'm calling headquarters boss to get it covered. I'm speechless. Old Li shot Chang Tianla another withering look before saying, Now that you're fed and watered, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call. After finishing his call, Old Li grumbled, You little brat, I'll take you to see if you're satisfied with your place. Once Chang Tianla and Old Li hopped into a taxi, the old man chimed in, You cheapskate. Can't you see a little money? I just blessed you, kid. Enjoy your time in the capital these next few days. I'll cover every single penny. Don't say I didn't warn you, make the most of it. Once you're in the training camp, you won't have a chance to play around anymore. Throughout the ride, Old Li droned on about all the must-visit spots in the capital, the most thrilling attractions, the tastiest local delicacies. Chang Tianla began to wonder if this old codger had been a tour guide in his youth. His descriptions were downright professional.
20 minutes later, the car stopped. Old Li and Chang Tianla stood before a magnificent, opulent building. Staring at the extravagant place, Chang Tianla couldn't help but smack his lips and mutter softly, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hearing the muttering, Old Li shot him a puzzled look. What are you muttering about, kid? Chang Tianla cleared his throat and answered earnestly, counting stars. Old Li. The two entered the hotel. Old Li led Chang Tianla straight to a room on the 5th floor, unlocked the door with a key, and tossed the key to Chang Tianla. You're staying here for free these few days, he said. Once your housing gets approved from above, you'd better get the hell out of here. He then handed Chang Tianla a business card. My number's on this. Call me if you need anything. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. Watching Old Li vanish without a second glance, Chang Tianla immediately mimed a series of gestures at his retreating back. What a relief! Lying on the guest room's large bed, Chang Tianla yawned. Drowsiness crept over him, and just as he was drifting off, the eerie scene from yesterday's train flashes before his eyes, sending a chill down his spine. Who exactly was that girl? Why would she kill to protect that stone? What did the patterns on the stone signify? As these burning questions filled Chang Tianla's mind, his drowsiness vanished instantly. He rose and glanced out the window. The setting sun was slowly sinking behind the mountain ridge, and night was descending. As the pitch-black night enveloped the earth, the scorching heat finally began to subside. Some say a city's nightscape is its most beautiful and captivating sight. Chang Tianla lingered in his room for a while, finding it dull. He tidied up and stepped out of the hotel. Kyoto truly lived up to its reputation. Its nightlife was beyond description. Bars and discos of every kind were everywhere, making Chang Tianla's heart flutter with excitement. They say Kyoto is a place where beautiful women gather, especially in the entertainment districts, which are absolutely packed. Without hesitation, Chang Tianla spotted a bar that looked promising and stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, deafening music assaulted his ears. His gaze was instantly drawn to the dazzling array of alluring young women dancing in the center of the floor. The beauties swayed their bodies wildly to the pounding disco beats, their fair skin gleaming alluringly under the flickering lights. Long hair swept back and forth, up and down, instantly filling the bar with an air of sensuality. Chang Tianla couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. The girls here were far more liberated than those in H City, especially in their daring attire. In short, it was a view that instantly set one's blood boiling. Chang Tianla found a seat, sipping his drink while admiring the diverse array of women. But just as he was lost in the sight, a woman dressed in a bold, revealing outfit sat down beside him. Hey, handsome. All alone? Seeing the beauty strike up a conversation, Chang Tianla set down his glass and replied, Yep. You alone too? Yes, what a coincidence. Chang Tianla studied the refreshingly beautiful woman before him, a hint of amusement playing across his face. Was her approach to striking up a conversation really this straightforward? If she was looking for fun, why not just say so? Was it necessary to play games like this? Handsome, won't you buy me a drink? Order whatever you like. I'll cover the tab. A hint of allure flashed across the beauty's face as she nodded and smiled. She ordered a strong liquor, downed it in one gulp without hesitation, and soon her cheeks flushed crimson. Her large, watery eyes gazed deeply at Chang Tianla as she declared, Handsome, I like you. Holy crap. Chang Tianla was speechless. Women in the capital were way too forward. One drink down and she was already confessing her feelings? This was clearly setting the stage for a one-night stand. But one-night stands were commonplace in bars like this. Though the place was chaotic, Chang Tianla wasn't worried about any tricks she might pull. These people held no threat in his eyes. Chang Tianla looked at this stunning beauty, whose looks and figure were both top-notch, and immediately felt his heart stir. He hadn't originally intended to get involved with her, but when he used his golden thread to probe her body, he discovered to his great surprise that this refreshingly pure beauty was actually still a virgin. Chapter 95, Throw Her Out. This discovery delighted Chang Tianla immensely. Finding a virgin these days was far harder than finding a dinosaur. Didn't everyone say that to find a virgin, you'd probably have to go to kindergarten? But even kindergarten wasn't entirely safe. That so-called beastly principal might have already molested the elementary school kids. Chang Tianla stared at the beauty before him. He could state with absolute certainty that she was a virgin, a genuine one. Though hospitals nowadays could repair that membrane, the artificial kind would be instantly detectable by his golden thread. Handsome, I'm a little tired. When a sexy woman says that, even a fool would know what it means. Chang Tianla wasn't a fool. He understood perfectly well this beauty was offering herself. But something felt off. How could such a stunning woman, who'd been hanging around bars for so long, still be a virgin? It seemed too far-fetched. Or was it just his luck? Did beauties just naturally gravitate toward him? Well then, I'll see you to your room. Chang Tianla set down his glass, paid the bill, and swept the beauty out the door. But barely 2 steps later, a jarring voice cut through the air. Hey, beautiful, leaving so early? Yeah, you usually stick around till 11 or 12. Why the early exit tonight? Echoed another voice.
The sexy woman in Chang Tianla's arms heard the voices behind them and furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Though a little tipsy, she knew these were two thugs trying to hit on her. She whispered in Chang Tianla's ear, "Hurry up and leave. Ignore them." Chang Tianla glanced deeply at the beauty, gave a faint smile, and nodded. Seeing Chang Tianla ignore them and instead walk away with the beauty in his arms, the two punks were thoroughly annoyed. They quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "Hey, buddy, who the hell are you calling bro? Do I even know you?" Chang Tianla glared at the thug, snapping irritably, "Get out of my way. Don't make me lose my temper." The two punks flashed angry expressions at first, then grinned at Chang Tianla with a look of amusement. "Kid, you're pushing your luck. We were trying to be civil, but clearly that won't work. Now, leave the beauty with you behind, kowtow to us, apologize, and then you can get lost. Otherwise, we'll make you regret it." Chang Tianla chuckled at this, returning their playful gaze with a slight smile. "Why should I leave the beauty behind? And what gives you the right to demand this idiot kowtows to you?" "Why?" The yellow-haired punk chuckled. "Because I spotted this beauty first. Now you're holding the woman I wanted. That's disrespecting me. Why should I give you face?" Chang Tianla sneered. "Think you're so important? If you've got nothing to do, get lost. Keep whining, and don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, the other youth with green hair erupted in rage. "Damn it, you little punk. Think you're too good for me? You think I won't cripple you today? Mark my words, no woman I set my sights on has ever gotten away. Know your place and get lost." Chang Tianla frowned at the remark, too lazy to waste words on these two idiots. He darted behind them and delivered two swift kicks that sent the fools flying. The force was immense, hurling the unfortunate pair several meters away. Fortunately, they didn't hit anyone else but crashed into two glass coffee tables, shattering them instantly. The bar erupted with tension as a fight broke out and property was destroyed. Though brawls were commonplace here, patrons quickly scattered to the sides, clearing the area. The sexy beauty watched Chang Tianla's physique and the speed of his kicks. A look of astonishment flashed across her flushed face, and a hint of admiration sparkled in her beautiful eyes. She was amazed by the man she had chosen. The bar fell suddenly silent as the music cut off. Everyone stared at the small-time thug lying amidst the shards of glass, wailing pitifully, their faces twisted with contempt. Clearly, the pair had disrupted the crowd's enjoyment, leaving them thoroughly displeased. "You two bastards again!" A deep, angry voice boomed as a burly man, about 185 centimeters tall, emerged with 5 or 6 other men sporting buzz cuts. Spotting the big man, the two punks immediately forced themselves up despite their pain, their faces filled with fear as they called out, "Brother Ming!" The man addressed as Ming glanced at them and snapped irritably, "I warned you not to cause trouble here. Did you idiots just let my words go in one ear and out the other? Don't think I won't deal with you just because you're He Dantu's underlings." "Brother Ming," the yellow-haired punk said with a miserable look, "it wasn't us causing trouble. That guy over there started it." He Dantu followed the yellow-haired punk's pointing finger and saw Chang Tianla, arm around a sexy woman, grinning their way. This instantly annoyed He Dantu, but despite his irritation, he didn't immediately go after Chang Tianla. He knew it was probably the yellow-haired and green-haired punks eyeing the other's woman and trying to steal her, only to get beaten up. All in all, the blonde and green-haired thugs had started it. "Someone!" Hearing Ming Ji's command, the yellow-haired and green-haired thugs immediately lit up with delight, glancing at Chang Tianla with schadenfreude. "Beat the crap out of them and throw them out for me. Yeah, Ming, that punk dared to cause trouble in your turf. He needs a proper lesson." "Exactly. Big Brother Ming, you must teach him a lesson so he knows what happens when you cause trouble in Big Brother Ming's territory. Oh, and Big Brother Ming, just deal with that kid, don't hit that sexy lady. She didn't do anything wrong." Before the blonde punk could finish his sentence, something felt off. The 5 enforcers behind Ming Ji weren't heading toward Chang Tianla, they were charging toward them with murderous intent. Realizing trouble was brewing, the two stammered to speak, only to be met with a hail of sandbag-sized fists pounding down on them. 3 minutes later, the two punks, now beaten into pig-like swellings, were tossed out of the bar. Chang Tianla watched as the 5 enforcers, having disposed of the thugs, stood in perfect formation before him. His brow furrowed as he turned to Minggu. "What's this about?" Ming stepped forward, first glancing at Chang Tianla before his gaze lingered on the stunning beauty beside him. The sight made Ming's heart race wildly. He'd played with plenty of women, but such a rare gem was seldom seen. Especially when he noticed her long, shapely legs and her impressive bust, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Kid, causing trouble in my bar, you know what the consequences will be?" Chang Tianla watched Ming Ji's lecherous gaze, fixated on the woman in his arms, sweeping her body with unrestrained lust. He couldn't help but snort coldly, "Consequences? Just a beating and getting thrown out. No big deal." Hearing Chang Tianla's words and seeing his utterly unconcerned expression, Ming immediately laughed. "Kid, don't get too cocky. I've run this bar for over a decade, and no one's ever dared cause trouble here. Today, you not only beat up Danta's henchmen, but you also scared the out of my customers. If I don't teach you a lesson, people will think Ming here is easy to push around. Cheng Tianla knew this guy was clearly looking for trouble, and the reason was the woman by his side. They say beautiful women are trouble, looks like that's absolutely true. But Cheng Tianla wasn't the least bit nervous. Though this so-called Mingo had some small-time clout, he was still just an ordinary person. Such a low-level thug was no pressure at all for Cheng Tianla. Taking him down would take no more than a minute.
Big brother Ming, huh? What color do you want to show this young master?
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. I like red best.
Got any?
Seeing Cheng Tianla's cocky attitude, Mingu burst into laughter. Kid, you're pretty arrogant.
And I love arrogant people.
The more cocky you are, the more excited I get when I crush you underfoot.
You like red?
Then I'll make sure you see red. With that, he gave a wave of his hand.
As Mingo waved his hand, the 5 thugs standing behind Cheng Tianla instantly lunged at him like ravenous beasts.
Watching their fierce charge, Cheng Tianla grinned and said, "Your moves are too slow." With that, his body shifted, and in an instant, he delivered 5 swift kicks.
5 agonized screams pierced the air.
The 5 enforcers, who moments ago had been brimming with aggressive energy, were now flying through the air, crashing out of the bar and landing sprawled on the street.
Ah!
Brother Ming gasped in shock, staring at his knocked-out men in utter disbelief.
He instinctively stumbled back several steps, stammering, "How did you do that? You idiot!" Cheng Tianla looked at him with utter contempt. "Didn't you see I did it with my feet?"
With that, he strode toward Mingu.
"Don't come any closer."
Ming watched Cheng Tianla advance step by step, terrified, and scrambled backward. Anyone who could instantly kick his 5 men flying was clearly a master. Though Ming was no slouch himself, he was no match for this opponent. Ming brother backed away while grabbing a wine bottle. His voice trembled as he warned, "Don't come any closer, or I won't hold back."
Cheng Tianla watched Mingu, now trembling all over.
He stroked his chin with a smile. "You idiot, don't be scared.
I won't hurt you. I just want a little red. Look at how scared you are." Mingu didn't believe a word of it.
He roared, "Don't come any closer.
I'm not falling for your tricks."
"You really are an idiot." Cheng Tianla shook his head and chuckled.
"You think a bottle of liquor can stop me?
If that's what you think, you're being incredibly naive."
Chapter 96, You're Not Dead? The moment Cheng Tianla uttered those words, he was already standing before Mingu.
With a swift grab, he snatched the bottle from Ming Ji's hand and smashed it down hard on the back of his head. The bottle split Ming Ji's skull open. Bright red blood gushed out, staining his cheeks crimson. Combined with his agonized expression, his contorted face looked terrifying.
"You ing bastard."
Mingu staggered back 2 steps, clutching his head as he snarled, "Kid, you're dead meat today." He grabbed another bottle, ready to attack Cheng Tianla. But the moment he raised it, he suddenly realized with shock that the bottle had vanished from his hand. Immediately, excruciating pain shot through his head. His vision went black, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. As he fell, Mingu roared, "You little bastard! You're courting death, you know that? Someone beat this kid to a pulp for me." With Ming Ji's furious roar, dozens of men burst out from around the bar. Cheng Tianla glanced at their attire and immediately flashed a smile. These guys were dressed so comically, each sporting a buzz cut and identical black tank tops, as if desperate for everyone to recognize them as enforcers.
Cheng Tianla watched the approaching thugs with a playful expression.
He casually grabbed a nearby liquor bottle and knocked one down with each swing. Within mere seconds, the entire group of attackers lay sprawled on the floor, blood streaming from their heads as they howled in pain. And just then, Ming, seemingly oblivious to danger, charged forward clutching a liquor bottle. But before he could take 2 steps, the bottle vanished from his hand. Next, excruciating pain erupted on his head. This time, he couldn't endure it. His vision went black and he collapsed unconscious. Cheng Tianla stared down at Mingu, sprawled on the ground, face covered in blood, a look of utter contempt on his own. He kicked Mingu with his foot and sneered, "Hey, don't play dead. You're a street thug, can't even handle 3 bottles?" Hearing Cheng Tianla's words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 2 blows from a bottle, each more vicious than the last. Anyone would struggle to endure that, let alone someone beaten to a bloody pulp. Under these circumstances, it would be strange if he hadn't passed out. After kicking Mingu twice, Cheng Tianla realized the guy was genuinely unconscious. Shaking his head with a sneer, he sneered, "Can't take a beating and still try to mix in this world? You're an embarrassment to your gang. Pathetic." He then walked over to Mingu, casually patted him twice, and moments later, Mingu stirred awake. In truth, those pats were merely a diversion. What truly roused Mingu was Cheng Tianla's golden thread. He just used it to pierce Mingu's acupoints, jolting him awake. The moment Mingu opened his eyes, he locked onto Cheng Tianla's face, twisted with a sly, cunning grin. Terrified, he let out a shrieking cry, "Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer!" Cheng Tianla chuckled darkly. "Think I'll just stand here? Who was it just now threatening to teach this young master a lesson? Well, show me what you've got. I'm eagerly waiting for your move." Hearing Cheng Tianla's words, Ming nearly burst into tears.
In that moment, he finally grasped the full extent of Chang Tianla's ruthlessness.
His face twisted in misery as he looked up at Chang Tianla, pleading pitifully, "Big brother, I didn't know who I was messing with.
Please spare me?" "Spare you?" Chang Tianla stroked his chin. "Give me a reason to spare you." Minggu, his face twisted in despair, replied, "Boss, you love red, don't you? Look at us bloodied and battered, the ground stained crimson. We've given you your color. Please, show mercy and let us off this time." Chang Tianla burst out laughing at Ming Ji's plea. He helped him up, patted his shoulder, and said, "Since you're smart enough to know better, I'll let today slide. But if you pull this stunt again, don't blame me for being ruthless." "You can count on it, boss," Ming Ji assured him, his face still streaked with blood. "This won't happen again. That's more like it." Just as Chang Tianla finished speaking and turned to leave, several police officers burst in.
Seeing the floor littered with bloodied thugs, the officers froze in shock.
This scene was a bit much, wasn't it?
"I'm Lin Xiaofeng, captain of the public security squad at the East City Precinct.
We just received a report of a fight here."
"Who called it in?" Moments later, the tall young man in his mid-20s at the front asked.
"Reported? No one called the police."
"Captain Lin, you must have the wrong place." Lin Xiaofeng was startled when a blood-covered figure suddenly approached him.
He frowned and demanded, "Who are you?" "Captain Lin, cut the crap. Don't tell me you don't recognize me?" Ming said, grimacing. "It's me, Daming." Lin Xiaofeng clearly recognized Daming and exclaimed in surprise, "What happened to you? Who beat you up? Tell me quickly, and I'll get revenge for you." "Nobody hit me." Daming tugged at Lin Xiaofeng and gave him a meaningful look.
"Just now, a bunch of brothers accidentally knocked over the liquor rack.
I got smashed by the bottles.
It was a pure accident." Lin Xiaofeng glanced at Daming and knew instantly the guy didn't want to make a big deal out of it.
He nodded and said, "If that's the case, then it's all a misunderstanding. Just be more careful next time."
"You're a grown man, look at the state you've gotten yourself into."
"If there's nothing else, I'll wrap things up." "Alright, wrap it up,"
Daming said with a smile.
"Captain Lin, I'll treat you to a meal sometime."
As Lin Xiaofeng left, Daming approached Chang Tianla with an obsequious expression.
"Boss, the cops are gone. Why don't you come up for a chat?" "No thanks, I've got things to do." Chang Tianla waved him off, scanning the area for that sexy beauty. But after looking around, he was disappointed there was no sign of her anywhere. Chang Tianla's frustration was beyond words. He'd finally encountered such a stunning beauty, a virgin, no less, only for her to slip away in the commotion. What a waste! Chang Tianla was not only frustrated but furious. He'd shared several drinks with this sexy beauty, yet hadn't even learned her name or exchanged any contact information. The duck that was practically in his mouth had flown away. Who wouldn't be pissed off? Sighing heavily, Chang Tianla emerged from the bar and wandered aimlessly down the street. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a child sitting in a shadowy corner not far ahead. Judging by the figure, the child was about 10 years old. Chang Tianla was too far away to make out the child's features clearly in the dim light. The child's clothes were worn and old, giving the impression of a beggar from out of town. Even the most prosperous places have their poor. Chang Tianla sighed to himself as he walked toward the little beggar. Just then, he passed a street vendor selling grilled meat. He bought 20 yuan worth of grilled meat and walked over. When Chang Tianla bent down and placed the grilled meat in front of the little beggar, the child seemed to catch the aroma. He suddenly looked up, furrowed his brow, and said in a puzzled tone, "Why is it you? Why aren't you dead?" The word sent a chill down Chang Tianla's spine. He instinctively stood up and took 2 steps back, then scrutinized the little beggar before him from head to toe. When he recognized the child's appearance, he let out a startled cry. For the little girl was none other than the one who had shared the train compartment with Chang Tianla. Yet he felt this girl wasn't the same. He clearly remembered the girl across from him was 18 or 19, while this one, though resembling her, appeared only about 10. How could someone transform from 18 to 10 in a single day? Seeing the terror on Chang Tianla's face, the little girl immediately snapped, "What do you want following me all this time? I told you, if you dare lay a finger on my soul-sealing spirit, I'll kill you." Hearing her words, Chang Tianla instantly confirmed that this 10-year-old girl was indeed the one from the train. But why had she shrunk overnight? What happened to you? How did you become like this? Chang Tianla stared at the girl in disbelief. "I never had any intention of harming your soul-sealing spirit. Please don't try to kill me again." Chang Tianla spoke these words because he genuinely feared this little girl. Especially after what happened on the train, just thinking about it still terrified him. It could be said that if this seemingly unremarkable little girl wanted to kill Chang Tianla, he wouldn't stand a chance. The girl eyed the grilled meat in Chang Tianla's hand and swallowed hard. "Leave the food you're holding." Chang Tianla immediately handed over the grilled meat and asked, "I've given you the food. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." With that, he turned and hurried away. Chang Tianla dared not linger a moment longer. This little girl radiated eeriness in every way, especially with her unpredictable temper.
If she suddenly flew into a murderous rage, he wouldn't even know how he'd met his end.
Did I say you could leave? Having barely taken 2 steps away, Chang Tianla heard those words.
His mind instantly felt like a million wild horses galloping through it.
He realized he'd gone looking for trouble.
He nearly lost his life buying a ticket for a girl on the train, only to narrowly escape and make it to the capital. He thought his troubles were over, but then what happened?
He kindly bought grilled meat for a beggar, and what did he get in return?
He ran into this cold-blooded killer again.
How ridiculous was that?
At that moment, Chang Tianla silently vowed never to do good deeds again, let alone meddle in others' affairs. He'd learned the hard way that whenever he did something kind, it never ended well for him. Chang Tianla froze, turning to face the little girl whose eyes blazed with murderous intent.
He couldn't help but shiver. He whined pitifully, "Sis, what are you trying to do? I've never crossed you before, and we've got no beef now. Why pick on me?" Chapter 97, The Unfortunate One. Hearing Chang Tianla's words, the girl frowned.
She hadn't expected such a troublesome man to beg for mercy with such a pitiful expression. It made her look down on him. If Chang Tianla knew what she was thinking, he'd probably be furious enough to curse up a storm.
Who wants to die these days?
Especially someone as young as him, who just joined the Celestial Dynasty's Crimson Dragon X unit. His future was bright. To be killed for no good reason would be such a terrible injustice. The girl glanced at Chang Tianla, took a bite of the grilled meat in her hand, and said calmly, "I need someone's help."
"You're the only one I can turn to." Chang Tianla immediately retorted, "If you need help, you can go to the police.
I've heard the officers in the capital are very helpful.
Whatever trouble you're in, they'll definitely sort it out for you. Sister, you really should let me go. I'm busy, I've got a lot of things to handle. Besides, I really can't help you." "You can help me," the little girl declared firmly.
"Since you survived my punch on the train, it proves you're no ordinary person.
This favor can only be granted by you."
Chang Tianla saw the girl was dead set on getting his help, and his head started spinning.
He was completely helpless against this little girl.
Fighting her was pointless, and running away was impossible. Because this girl possessed such bizarre abilities, if he tried to escape, he could be absolutely certain she'd strike him down without hesitation.
Weighing his options, Chang Tianla finally conceded.
With a sigh, he said, "All right, sis, I give in. Since you think so highly of me, this young master will agree to help. But let me make it clear, no murder or arson for me." Seeing his agreement, the girl's face lit up with a rare smile.
"Don't worry, I won't ask you to kill anyone.
Your job is to accompany me to retrieve something that belongs to me."
"Accompany you to retrieve something? That's basically stealing."
"I'm not getting involved in such a shady business. If word got out, it'd be utterly humiliating."
Chang Tianla shook his head like a bobblehead.
Seeing Chang Tianla refuse, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in the girl's eyes. She glared at him so fiercely that he instantly fell silent, too terrified to utter another word. In this situation, he was like fish on a cutting board, completely at her mercy. If he dared resist further, this little witch would show him no mercy.
"Listen up," she said. "What I'm going to take is mine to begin with.
Those jerks stole it from me."
"So this isn't stealing, got it?" Chang Tianla swallowed hard at her words, his face twisted with fear.
"Big sis, whoever could snatch things from your hands must be some kind of monster.
You want me to follow you to get it back?
That's like pushing me into a pit of fire." The girl shot back irritably,
"Just give me a straight answer, are you coming or not? What if I say no?" "Simple."
The little girl's eyes turned cold as she said, word by word, "I'll kill you right now."
"Holy crap!" Chang Tianla wailed. "This isn't fair. What's the point of messing with me like this? I get it, following you to steal back the item is a suicide mission.
But if I don't go, I'm dead for sure.
What choice do I have?" "You're smart."
After finishing the last skewer of grilled meat, the little girl roughly wiped the grease from her mouth and dragged Chang Tianla forward. At that moment, Chang Tianla looked at the little witch's body and was startled. He realized that in just a short while, the little witch's body had shrunk again, now roughly the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child.
"Sis, how come your body?" The little witch whirled around and glared fiercely at Chang Tianla, snapping, "Are you tired of living? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Or don't blame me for being rude."
Chang Tianla instantly lost his nerve at the little witch's threat.
Who could blame him? She was clearly more powerful than him. He could only endure the bullying. In truth, Chang Tianla had secretly released golden threads, attempting to bind the little witch.
Yet for some inexplicable reason, the moment the threads neared her, they were violently repelled by a strange force, preventing any contact with her body. The little witch led Chang Tianla through a series of twists and turns for about 20 minutes before finally stopping at the gate of a villa district.
Peering inside, she declared, "My things should be in that villa. Go in and get them for me." "Ha?" Chang Tianla exclaimed in shock, "Sis, you're not joking, right? You want me to break into a house to steal for you? Do you even know that trespassing is illegal? If I get caught, I'll be locked up for at least a few days."
Is your life more important than getting locked up? The little witch said expressionlessly. Besides, if a psionic like you can get caught that easily, you might as well just die.
With that, she extended a finger and tapped Chang Tianla's arm. A flash of red light entered his body. Witnessing this, Chang Tianla gasped in shock. What did you do to me? Nothing much.
The little witch blinked her big, dark eyes and said, I was worried you might not play nice, so I left a mark inside you. If you dare to run, I'll make you experience what it means to wish you were dead.
Sis, what did I ever do to you?
Chang Tianla whined, his face twisted in mock despair.
I kindly bought you a ticket and even brought you food. Is this how you repay your benefactor?
I know you're a good person, which is precisely why I haven't killed you yet, the little witch said coldly. Rest assured, if you help me retrieve the item, I'll thank you handsomely.
Reward me? Chang Tianla sneered bitterly.
You're just cutting the bridge after crossing it and silencing witnesses. I'd be doing you a favor by not killing you.
Enough chatter.
Hurry up and go inside to get my things. The little witch urged.
Chang Tianla stared down at the little witch clinging to his waist, exasperated. Sis, you keep telling me to go in and get something. What exactly am I supposed to get?
Only then did the little witch realize she hadn't specified what item. Her cheeks flushed, and she offered a rare smile. Sorry, I was so flustered I completely forgot. Go inside and fetch the little white snake inside.
A little white snake? Chang Tianla widened his eyes.
Sis, you didn't chase them all the way here just because they stole your pet, did you? Why do you have to talk so much? Just go already. If you don't hurry, I'll have to get serious with you. Faced with the little witch's threat, Chang Tianla instantly lost his temper. With a pitiful sigh, he channeled his spiritual energy, sending a golden thread shooting out. It instantly wrapped around a corner of the villa. With a sudden tug, Chang Tianla soared onto the villa's rooftop. Watching Chang Tianla soar upward in an instant, the little witch outside the villa flashed a satisfied smile. I definitely picked the right person, she murmured softly.
After landing on the villa's roof, Chang Tianla surveyed the surroundings from above.
Finding everything normal, he released a golden thread to lower himself slowly down. When he reached the third-floor window, he glanced inside and, seeing no one, immediately pushed it open and jumped in. But the moment he entered, he froze. Just 3 meters away, 2 enormous Tibetan mastiffs stood drooling, baring their teeth and glaring at him menacingly. Good grief, these Tibetan mastiffs were vicious beasts. Rumor had it they could even take on bears. If they charged, Chang Tianla would be in serious trouble.
Chang Tianla dared not hesitate for a moment.
If either dog launched an attack or even let out a growl, it would surely alert the owner. That would mean failure in completing the task the little witch had assigned him. She was the kind of person who killed without a second thought.
Failing her mission would undoubtedly lead to something terrifying.
Swish, swish.
Chang Tianla instantly released 2 golden threads, instantly twisting the 2 Tibetan mastiffs into pretzels.
He then swiftly used more golden threads to knock the vicious dogs unconscious. After finishing this, Chang Tianla exhaled a long breath, patted his chest, and muttered, that was close, that was close. After dealing with the Tibetan mastiffs, Chang Tianla cautiously made his way to the second floor. But upon reaching it, he found himself stumped. The third floor was virtually identical to the second. The hall's furnishings were exactly the same. Everything was clearly visible at a glance, making it impossible to spot the little white snake anywhere. It seemed he had no choice but to rely on the sensing power of the golden threads. The thought crossed his mind, and he immediately released the golden threads. As they rapidly spread out in all directions, streams of information flooded into his mind. After about a minute, Chang Tianla finally located the little white snake the little witch had mentioned. Though called a little white snake, this creature was the longest snake Chang Tianla had ever seen, over 4 meters long and as thick as an arm. It was located in the villa's basement. The basement itself was hidden within a secret chamber, guarded by 2 skilled fighters at the entrance. What troubled Chang Tianla most was the presence of another skilled fighter inside the basement. This truly gave him a major headache. Previously, Chang Tianla had absolute confidence in his golden threads. But after battling the psychic and nearly being killed by the little witch, he now harbored doubts about their effectiveness. Too many forces in this world could counter his golden threads. If the hidden expert inside possessed such an ability, wouldn't he be doomed? If not for the mark the little witch had placed on him, he would have turned tail and run right now. This mess wasn't something he could easily wade through. Sigh. Chang Tianla heaved a heavy sigh. He was already on the pirate ship. There was no turning back now. He could only grit his teeth, steel his nerves, and charge forward. Chapter 98, The White Snake Spirit Pearl. Chang Tianla hurried down to the first floor. He'd already scouted it with his golden threads, no danger there. If he could take out the 2 experts guarding the entrance, he'd have easy access to the secret compartment leading to the basement. Upon reaching the first floor, Chang Tianla found a concealed spot to hide. He then released 2 golden threads, which shot toward the 2 elite guards stationed at the door with lightning speed. Chang Tianla had deemed them elite fighters because his golden threads had sensed peculiar fluctuations within their bodies.
Though faint, these vibrations clearly marked them as extraordinary individuals. Against non-ordinary opponents, Chang Tianla dared not be careless.
He remembered old Master Zhou's words clearly: regardless of whether an opponent's supernatural power was low or high, they possessed mysterious and bizarre abilities.
One misstep could plunge him into mortal danger.
Thud! Thud! Two muffled groans echoed as he turned to find both guards at the entrance lying unconscious.
Chang Tianla's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. This was ridiculous.
He'd been dreading how difficult it would be to deal with these two, only to knock them out in half a second.
It left him utterly speechless.
Chang Tianla strode over to the unconscious pair, delivering two swift kicks to their bodies before spitting contemptuously at them.
He then tapped an inconspicuous spot near the door. The mechanism activated instantly, a door splitting open in the wall.
As Chang Tianla slipped inside, the door closed behind him. The moment he entered, a chill ran down his spine. The basement was bone-chillingly cold, radiating a terrifying, eerie atmosphere.
Golden threads rapidly formed two defensive nets before him. Following the intelligence he'd gathered earlier, Chang Tianla proceeded deeper into the basement.
The structure was uniquely designed. After entering, he navigated two sharp turns before descending a staircase.
Only after traversing the stairs did he truly reach the basement.
There, within an iron cage, lay the 4-meter-long white snake.
The journey itself held no real danger.
What truly made Chang Tianla wary were the 5 experts inside. These 5 were far more formidable than the 2 guards outside, their vibrant life energy radiating an obvious power beyond compare. Chang Tianla had already made up his mind: the moment he saw them, he would strike immediately. If he could take them all down, he would. Only then would he have a 50-50 chance of winning. As Chang Tianla drew closer to the basement, his heartbeat quickened, and beads of sweat began to form on his palms. A minute later, he finally reached the basement's corner. His psychic vision eyes were now open, revealing everything below. Yet the moment he activated them, he froze in shock. The 5 men had dragged the white snake out of its cage, and one bastard was thrusting a dagger toward its head. Without a moment to spare, Chang Tianla sent 5 golden threads shooting toward the attackers like lightning. With muffled groans, 3 of them were struck and knocked unconscious. Yet the man with the knife and another somehow dodged the strike. Who's there? The man with the dagger fixed a cold stare on the basement exit. With his cover blown, Chang Tianla saw no need to hide. Stepping out, he sized up the knife-wielding man about 5 feet 9 inches, with a hideous face and a centipede-like scar across his forehead. The other man, however, was strikingly handsome, especially his eyes, which flashed with fiery red light. As Chang Tianla appeared, both men instantly readied themselves for combat. The fiery-eyed man, in particular, glared at Chang Tianla with visible anger. "Friend," he spat, "what brings you here?" Chang Tianla glanced at them both, cleared his throat, and said, "I won't beat around the bush. I believe you know why I'm here." "Friend, you came here for the spirit pearl? But we discovered it first and went through great lengths to retrieve it. Isn't it rather unethical of you to come here and try to seize it?" "Spirit orb?" Chang Tianla frowned. "What spirit orb? You don't know about the spirit pearl?" The handsome man stared at Chang Tianla in disbelief. "Then what exactly brought you here?" Chang Tianla pointed at the white snake on the ground. "I'm here to retrieve this white snake for my friend." At those words, the handsome man's face flushed with anger. He coldly retorted, "Friend, you're not playing games with me, Su Shuehui, are you?" "Who's playing you?" Chang Tianla asked, puzzled. "I genuinely have no idea what this spirit pearl you're talking about is. I'm only here to help my friend take this white snake." "Kid, are you doing this on purpose?" the scarred man roared. "The spirit pearl is inside the white snake. You want the snake, don't you? Don't you want the spirit pearl?" "Ha?" Chang Tianla frowned. "The spirit pearl is inside the white snake? How is that possible?" Su Shuehui shot Chang Tianla a contemptuous glare. "Enough with the charade. We're all adults here, why the pretense? Just tell us what you want in exchange for letting it go." Chang Tianla ignored Su Shuehui's question and asked instead, "Will the white snake die after the spirit pearl is removed?" "That's a no-brainer." Su Shuehui snapped. "How could she survive after you cut her open?" "Cut the crap. What exactly do you want?" Chang Tianla fixed Su Shuehui with a piercing gaze before murmuring, "Truthfully, I never wished to be your enemy. Nor did I come for the spirit pearl. I merely sought to help my friend reclaim what rightfully belongs to her. But if you extract the pearl, the white snake will surely die. That outcome is precisely what I wish to avoid. I hope you. So you want us to hand over the white snake?" Su Shuehui sneered. "After all that talk, you just want to pocket the spirit pearl for yourself. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame us for being rude." The moment Su Shuehui finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Instantly, the temperature in the entire basement soared. As the heat intensified, blazing flames ignited across Su Shuehui's form, transforming him into a towering ball of fire. Chang Tianla watched the scene unfold, his expression turning grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered aside. Yet the instant he moved, a crimson orb slammed into his former position, carving a deep crater into the floor. Staring at the massive crater, Chang Tianla swallowed hard. Had he been even 2 seconds slower to move, the fireball would have struck him. While he couldn't be certain if it could pierce his defensive web, such a powerful attack hitting his defenses would still be devastating. Sun Lei, hurry up and retrieve the spirit orb. Su Xuehue barked. With that, he stepped forward, blocking Chang Tianla's path. His hand shot out, unleashing 2 fireballs that blazed with a temperature capable of consuming all things, hurtling straight toward Chang Tianla. Chang Tianla dared not clash head-on with Su Xuehue, knowing such a confrontation would yield him no advantage. He could only rely on the power of the golden threads to dart away swiftly. As Chang Tianla shifted, Sun Lei thrust his dagger toward the white snake's head. This enraged Chang Tianla, who instantly unleashed 2 golden threads hurtling toward Sun Lei. These golden threads moved with lightning speed, instantly coiling around Sun Lei's dagger and violently twisting it to shreds. The other golden thread bound Sun Lei, yet failed to restrict his mobility. This left Chang Tianla both astonished and secretly relieved. Thankfully he had released 2 golden threads. Had he sent only one to restrain Sun Lei, the white snake's head would have been severed by now. Boom! 3 massive fireballs slammed beside Chang Tianla, their intense heat curling his hair. His expression darkened. He knew these 2 opponents were no pushovers. Escaping with the white snake seemed increasingly unlikely. While his mind raced for a solution, Chang Tianla dodged Su Xuehue's attacks with lightning speed. The golden threads relentlessly assaulted Su Xuehue, yet they couldn't harm him. The flames surrounding Su Xuehue were too powerful. The moment the golden threads approached, they were instantly incinerated. This left Chang Tianla speechless and frantic. But what good did frustration do? Both opponents possessed abilities that countered his own, leaving Chang Tianla completely on the defensive. He could only grit his teeth and dodge Su Xuehue's attacks at lightning speed. Watching Chang Tianla dodge relentlessly, Su Xuehue erupted in rage. "You little punk," he bellowed. "Are you even a man? If you've got the guts, stop and face me in a fair fight." "Idiot!" Chang Tianla spat before darting to the side again. This infuriated Su Xuehue to no end. Deep inside, Su Xuehue was frantic. He could feel his strength waning. Though the flames were devastating, they also drained his physical and mental energy. In his current state, he could barely hold on for another 30 seconds. Once the time was up, the flames would vanish, leaving him utterly weakened, powerless to lift a finger. Watching Chang Tianla darting around the basement, Su Xuehue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in rage. "You're not a man," he roared. "You're just a cowardly turtle hiding. I curse you to have sons born without assholes." Chang Tianla's face twisted with disgust. "Your sons will be the ones born without assholes," he snapped back. "If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the damn chatter? You sound like a woman, whining and nagging." Su Xuehue trembled with rage at Chang Tianla's words and bellowed, "Sun Lei, grab him." The moment Su Xuehue shouted this, Sun Lei, who hadn't lifted a finger until now, suddenly vanished from sight. Chapter 99, You're a Transvestite. The moment Sun Lei vanished, Chang Tianla instantly sensed a dangerous aura closing in. Without a second thought, he flickered and leaped far away. But the instant he landed, he felt a sudden tightness around his body. Looking down, he froze in horror. Sun Lei, who had vanished, had now bizarrely wrapped his arms around Chang Tianla. This left Chang Tianla stunned by Sun Lei's ability, but even more horrified. If his movements were hindered, Su Xiaoqian's massive fireball would strike him without mercy. If hit, he would be in serious trouble. Seeing Chang Tianla held by Sun Lei, Su Xiaoqian burst into excited laughter. "Kid, you're done for." With that, he thrust both hands forward, sending 2 massive fireballs, fueled by his rage, hurtling straight toward Chang Tianla. Before the fireballs even reached him, Chang Tianla was already being scorched by the intense heat wave, making him feel unbearably uncomfortable. He tried desperately to break free from Sun Lei's grip, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. This instantly panicked Chang Tianla, for he knew the power of these 2 fireballs was immense. If they struck his body, he would likely be either killed or severely injured. With danger closing in, evasion was impossible. With a fierce shout, Chang Tianla spun violently, thrusting Sun Lei from behind to the front, forcing him to take the brunt of the attack. Chang Tianla's plan was sound, and Sun Lei did indeed block the 2 fireballs for him. Yet the outcome left Chang Tianla utterly stunned. The fireball struck Sun Lei's body as though hitting air, passing cleanly through him and slamming heavily into Chang Tianla's defensive silk net. The fireball's impact wasn't immense, but their scorching heat was extraordinary. Within mere breaths, they tore through the defensive web before Chang Tianla and slammed solidly into his body. Chang Tianla felt a wave of scorching heat wash over him, instantly leaving him feeling as if he'd been dried out. The agony was unlike anything he'd ever experienced, and a sense of impending doom settled over his heart. Through his psychic vision, Chang Tianla saw his entire body engulfed in raging flames. Yet that bastard Sun Lei still clung tightly to him. To Chang Tianla's astonishment, Sun Lei showed no sign of pain whatsoever. The blazing fire seemed to inflict no harm on him at all.
Witnessing this scene, Cheng Tianla could scarcely believe his eyes.
Now Cheng Tianla understood why Su Shaoqian had instructed Sun Lei to hold him. Sun Lei was utterly immune to the flame's damage.
Or rather, Sun Lei was immune to all psychic attacks. Misery. Utter misery. Was this really the end?
Cheng Tianla had given up resisting, for he knew it was far too late, no matter how he struggled. The raging flames had already seared his consciousness into a haze.
Am I really going to die? Am I truly going to perish here? I refuse to accept this. I finally made it to the capital, yet I'm dying before I even get to enjoy life? This is utterly unfair.
I don't want to die, and I can't die. My girlfriends are still waiting for me to take care of them.
As the raging flames continued to roast him, Cheng Tianla finally couldn't hold on any longer.
His consciousness grew increasingly hazy until darkness engulfed his vision and his eyes closed. Yet, the very instant he shut his eyes, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. Immediately afterward, an icy chill spread throughout his entire body. The sensation was incredibly soothing, far more pleasurable than any massage.
This sudden change startled Cheng Tianla awake. Instinctively, he opened his eyes.
What he saw left him utterly bewildered. The raging flames on his body had vanished, and Sun Lei lay sprawled nearby, seemingly for reasons unknown.
This bizarre scene left Cheng Tianla utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? And what had been that thunderous roar in his mind just now? Are you human? Or a demon? A terrified voice reached Cheng Tianla's ears, snapping him out of his reverie.
He looked at Su Shaoqian, now utterly weakened and no longer engulfed in flames, and frowned slightly.
What do you think? You're not human. You're a demon. But why don't you have demonic energy? If you lack demonic energy, how can you wield demonic arts? What on earth is going on? I know what he is.
Cheng Tianla and Su Shaoqian simultaneously turned their gaze toward Sun Lei, who was scrambling to his feet. Both stared at him expectantly, hoping for a satisfactory answer.
But Sun Lei's single sentence left them utterly stunned. He's a human-demon hybrid. A human demon? You've got to be kidding me.
Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianla felt like a million wild horses were galloping through his mind.
What the hell kind of logic is this? I'm a real man, so why does Sun Lei call me a human demon? And why did Su Shaoqian say he can use demonic arts? What the hell is going on here? No matter how hard he racked his brain, Cheng Tianla couldn't make heads or tails of it. Finally, he blurted out, "You idiot. You said I used demonic arts? What the hell are you talking about?" Su Shaoqian glared at Cheng Tianla, snapping back, "You think you'd still be alive if you hadn't used demonic arts? That red bean just now was clearly demonic magic. Don't tell me I don't recognize it? Red light? Demon magic?" Cheng Tianla furrowed his brow, staring at Su Shaoqian in utter confusion. "When did I ever use demon magic? Open your aluminum alloy dog eyes and look properly. This young master is a righteous human, not some demon." "Not a demon?" Su Shaoqian scrutinized Cheng Tianla, his expression darkening. "If you're not a demon, then why did you use demonic arts? Could it be?" Su Shaoqian's voice trailed off as he darted his eyes nervously around the room. His face twisted with panic as he demanded, "You said you were helping your friend retrieve what belonged to her. So where is your friend?" Cheng Tianla observed Su Shaoqian's terrified expression and instantly realized something was off with the little witch outside. Could she be a demon? It was possible, highly possible, in fact. The mere fact that Cheng Tianla couldn't see her body with his psychic vision proved something was amiss. But having never encountered a demon before, he couldn't definitively say whether the little witch was one. Though Cheng Tianla couldn't confirm whether the little witch outside was a demon, he knew she was far from ordinary. Even if she wasn't a demon herself, she must have some connection to the demon Su Shaoqian had mentioned. In the past, Cheng Tianla would never have believed such a thing. But since awakening his supernatural powers and opening his psychic vision, he'd seen ghosts. What could a demon possibly be? So now he deeply suspected the little witch outside might indeed be a demon. He just didn't know what kind. Seeing Cheng Tianla staring blankly without answering, Su Shaoqian immediately bellowed, "Kid, you're human and a cultivator at that. You should know humans and demons can never coexist. Helping a demon reclaim what belongs to it. Do you realize the catastrophe you're bringing upon us? How can you justify this to the nation? To the people?" Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes at this. "I'm helping my friend reclaim what's hers. How does that involve the country, the people, or the old man? You're just spouting nonsense here. Spill it. You captured the white snake. What's that spirit pearl you're extracting from it for? You don't need to know its purpose. Just get out of here immediately," Su Shaoqian snorted coldly. "You're an unlucky person. Staying here will only bring us misfortune." "Me, an ill omen?" Cheng Tianla flew into a rage, stomping his foot. "You're full of... Damn it all to hell. For that remark alone, I'll beat you to a pulp today or I'll take your last name." With that, a golden thread shot forth, instantly piercing Su Shaoqian's pressure points. As the golden thread pierced Su Shaoqian, he felt a sudden numbness spread through his entire body. Instantly immobilized, he was utterly terrified. Staring at Cheng Tianla with a horrified expression, he roared, "You bastard! What did you do to me? You dare insult me?" Cheng Tianla snorted coldly. "I said I'd cripple you. Now you are crippled. You'll spend the rest of your life bedridden." Hearing Cheng Tianla's words, Su Xiaoqian's face twisted in disbelief. A fiery glint flashed in his eyes as he snarled, "Don't think I don't know what you did to me. You think you can cripple me? You don't have the guts. If you don't cure me today, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Still talking tough when death's knocking at your door?" Cheng Tianla snapped. "Scum like you won't know your place unless you're taught a lesson." With that, he unleashed 2 golden threads that instantly pierced Su Xiaoqian's body, opening 2 bloody holes. As the blood gushed from these wounds, Su Xiaoqian finally felt fear. In that moment, he realized Cheng Tianla was an extremely dangerous individual. Earlier, he had been able to suppress him only because his flame abilities countered his opponents. Now, Su Xiaoqian had lost the strength to fight. In Cheng Tianla's eyes, he was utterly weak. "Sun Lei, save me." The moment Su Xiaoqian uttered these words, Sun Lei instantly materialized before him. His expression turned cautious as he addressed Cheng Tianla, "Brother, show some restraint. We might want to see each other again someday." Cheng Tianla laughed. "Why didn't you say that when you had me pinned down? Now that you realize you're no match for this young master, you start talking nice? You're being way too naive, aren't you?" Sun Lei forced down his anger. "Brother, get one thing straight. You charged at us first, took down several of our brothers without a word. Who wouldn't want to settle this? Enough." Cheng Tianla waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not wasting words on you lot. You'd better step aside and let me take this white snake away. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. As you can see, I only knocked them unconscious, I didn't kill them. In that sense, I don't want to make enemies with you. I was forced into this by someone else's request." Chapter 100, The Mystery of the Witch. Sun Lei knew full well that Cheng Tianla hadn't killed them. But even so, he wouldn't let Cheng Tianla take the white snake away. The spirit pearl inside that snake was crucial to them. They'd risked their lives to capture it. If they didn't get the pearl, death awaited them. "Brother, I truly can't give you this white snake. You'd better leave." Cheng Tianla's face darkened with anger. He snorted coldly, "Seems I've wasted my breath. Since you refuse to step aside, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, he channeled his spiritual energy, sending out golden threads that instantly coiled around the white snake, pulling it toward him. Object manipulation? You can actually manipulate objects? Sun Lei and Su Xiaoqian exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. "Who sent you?" Cheng Tianla used the golden threads to suspend the 4-meter-long white snake behind him. A smug look spread across his face as he addressed the 2 men. "Who sent me? I can't be bothered with that." Seeing Cheng Tianla about to leave, Sun Lei's face instantly twisted with anxiety. He bellowed, "You can go, but you must leave the white snake behind." Cheng Tianla turned with a cold smile. "Your strongest fighter is already down. Do you really think you can stop me? Though your ability is unique, ignoring all supernatural attacks, you're no match for me. Best not to come closer and die." A cold glint flashed in Sun Lei's eyes as he replied icily, "Since you're so ungrateful, there's nothing more to discuss." With that, he vanished instantly. Cheng Tianla watched Sun Lei vanish once more, a faint expression of calm crossing his face. Sun Lei's instant teleportation ability was no challenge for Cheng Tianla, who possessed the supernatural eye. He could clearly track Sun Lei's movement trajectory and react instantly. This time, Sun Lei appeared and immediately locked his arms around Cheng Tianla. The difference was a dagger now clutched in his hand, thrusting straight toward Cheng Tianla's heart. As the blade shot toward his chest, Cheng Tianla showed no trace of panic. The moment Sun Lei moved, he had already woven a defensive web of golden threads. Sun Lei could ignore the power of supernatural abilities, but his dagger could not. Through his supernatural vision, Cheng Tianla had already discerned that Sun Lei's blade was nothing more than an ordinary knife. For Cheng Tianla's golden threads, destroying such a weapon was effortless and even pleasurable. As the blade neared Cheng Tianla's throat, it instantly collided with the defensive web. In an instant, it was shredded to pieces by the golden thread's power. This left Sun Lei stunned once more. He exclaimed in utter terror, "How could this be?" Cheng Tianla shot Sun Lei a sidelong glance and chuckled, "How could this happen? Let me tell you." With that, he suddenly tensed his entire body, breaking free from Sun Lei's grip in one swift motion. He grabbed Sun Lei by the throat and drove his fist straight into Sun Lei's nasal bridge. This punch harnessed purely Cheng Tianla's physical strength, devoid of any supernatural power. Yet it sent Sun Lei reeling, blood gushing from his nose. Just as I suspected. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Cheng Tianla's face. With a flick of his psychic energy, a golden thread severed a section of steel pipe from Guan Baisha's cage, delivering it directly into his hands. Sun Lei's face drained of color the moment he saw the steel pipe in Cheng Tianla's grasp. He started to activate his teleportation ability, but before he could move, a heavy blow landed squarely on his head. The single strike knocked Sun Lei unconscious. Cheng Tianla-eyed Sun Lei, knocked out by his single blow, but still felt uneasy.
He delivered several more strikes until he was certain the man was truly unconscious, then stopped. He then turned his attention to Su Shaoqian. With a swift movement, he appeared before him. Before Su Shaoqian could utter a word, Cheng Tianla flashed a grin and brought the steel pipe crashing down on his head, knocking Su Shaoqian unconscious instantly. After finishing this, Cheng Tianla tossed aside the pipe, clapped his hands, and chuckled, finally done. With that, he cast one last glance at the basement before sprinting out. After exiting, Cheng Tianla leapt several times, dragging the 4-meter-long white snake out of the villa. Upon landing, he spotted the little witch sitting dazed in a shadowy corner, her expression haunted and absent. Thud! The sound of the snake hitting the ground startled the little witch. She looked up to see Cheng Tianla standing not far from her, and the white snake lying motionless on the ground. Overwhelmed with emotion, she immediately ran over. But the moment she reached the snake and touched it with her hand, she let out a scream, kneeling on the ground and roaring, "How could this happen?" Cheng Tianla stood watching the little witch, whose face had twisted into a grotesque expression, startling him. He whispered, "What's wrong?" The little witch slowly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot, her voice icy as she said, "She's dead." "She's dead." "Ah!" Cheng Tianla exclaimed in shock, "How could she be dead? She was perfectly fine just a moment ago." Hearing this, the little witch slowly lowered her head, letting out a few cold laughs as she murmured, "Dead? I'm actually dead." Hearing the witch's words, Cheng Tianla recoiled several steps backward, his face etched with utter bewilderment. Clearly, it was the snake that had died. Why was she claiming it was herself? Could she be this white snake? The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, sending a chill down his spine. Though Cheng Tianla had long suspected the little witch wasn't human, he never imagined she was a snake spirit. Cheng Tianla stared blankly at the little witch slumped on the ground. Seeing her sorrowful expression, he felt an unexpected pang of sadness. He wanted to go comfort her, but feared she might lose control and attack him. Helpless, he could only say softly, "Sis, please try to cope. The dead can't be brought back. Don't grieve so much." The little witch heard Cheng Tianla's words and a bitter smile touched her lips. She murmured something under her breath, but Cheng Tianla couldn't make out a single word. After a moment, she stood up, her face calm as she looked at him and said, "Help me bury me." Cheng Tianla felt an awkwardness at the little girl's words. Though he now believed this little witch was the snake spirit, he still wanted to uncover the truth from her mouth. He cautiously asked, "You're clearly alive and well. Why say you're dead?" The little witch glanced at Cheng Tianla and slowly walked toward him. In that moment, Cheng Tianla noticed her body had shrunk slightly again. Her already oversized clothes now looked comically absurd. Leaves thrive only with the support of a great tree. Now that the tree is dead, do you think the leaves still have any vitality? The little witch waved her right hand lightly, and a leaf fell into her tiny palm. Without a body, I'm like that leaf. My life force is constantly draining away. Once that last bit of vitality is gone, I'll vanish completely from this world. You've seen my body, it shrinks every so often. That's because the life force within me is rapidly depleting. Cheng Tianla listened to the little witch's words, shook his head, and asked with some confusion, "But you have a body now, right? How could you still die?" The little witch gave a bitter smile. "What you see now is merely a body I formed using my demonic power. This body isn't real. That can't be." Cheng Tianla exclaimed in astonishment. "If you were a spiritual entity, my eyes wouldn't perceive your form, yet my psychic vision should detect it. But now it's the exact opposite. That's because of the soul-sealing essence within me. It can transform the medicinal essence into a tangible form. The fact that I can even be here is entirely due to the soul-sealing essence. Now you understand why I warned you not to covet it, because this stone is of utmost importance to me." Cheng Tianla watched the little witch touch the small stone and sighed deeply. "No wonder you've always cared so much about this stone. It turns out it's this important to you. Alright, I don't want to talk anymore. Find a place and bury me quickly." Cheng Tianla nodded, then lifted the little witch. Using the power of the golden threads, he moved swiftly. 10 minutes later, they landed in a small grove. After setting her down, he channeled the golden thread's energy to carve a large pit in the ground. Just as he was about to lower the white snake's corpse into the pit, the little witch spoke up, "I told you, if you helped me find my things, I'd reward you. Now, open the skull of my true form. Inside lies a spirit pearl. This pearl will surely be of great use to you in the future." With that, she removed the soul-sealing essence from around her neck and handed it to Cheng Tianla. "It contains immense spiritual energy. If you can absorb it all, your special ability form might evolve to the next level." Cheng Tianla stared blankly at the little witch. After a long moment, he finally spoke, "But if you give me the soul-sealing essence, won't you vanish soon?" "Vanish?" The little witch gave a bitter smile. "My true form is already dead. I won't live much longer either. What use are these things now? Hurry and extract the spirit pearl." Cheng Tianla sighed upon hearing this. After securing the soul-sealing essence, he immediately used golden threads to open the white snake's skull. Inside lay a bead the size of a ping-pong ball. The entire bead was green, emitting a faint glow, resembling jade.
Chang Tianla took the spirit pearl and buried the white snake's body. He looked deeply at the little witch, suddenly feeling a wave of pity for her. He asked softly, "Is there any way to prevent you from disappearing?" The little girl glanced at Chang Tianla, pondered for a moment, and replied, "There's only one way to prevent my disappearance: find a new body for me to possess. But after the possession, that person will die. I don't want to do that." Possession? The moment Chang Tianla heard those words, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had always thought possession was something only found in fictional novels, yet here it was, real in the world. Chapter 101, The Witch's Possession. A flicker of unease crossed Chang Tianla's face. He cleared his throat softly and asked, "Do you truly wish to fade away like this?" The little witch glanced back at Chang Tianla and smiled bitterly. "Do you think my life still has meaning? My original body is dead, and he is gone too. Living only brings me pain. Perhaps death is the best fate for me." Chang Tianla gazed deeply at the little witch before pulling the soul-sealing essence from his pocket and handing it to her. "Here, take this back," he said. "Don't be so pessimistic about everything. Always look on the bright side." The little witch gazed at the soul-sealing essence in Chang Tianla's hand, her expression twisting into an even more bitter smile. She gently took it, turned it over to examine the patterns on the back, and murmured softly, "You must be so lonely down there, right? Don't worry, it won't be long before I join you." Chang Tianla watched the little witch mutter to herself, fixated on the engraving on the back of the soul-sealing essence. His curiosity wasn't about the you she mentioned, but rather the engraving itself. For this pattern was identical to the Divine Thunder Heavenly Gang spell he'd seen on the forum. The Divine Thunder Heavenly Guardian spell had always been an enigma that troubled Chang Tianla. The little witch before him seemed to know its origins. Such a rare opportunity demanded thorough questioning, for if missed, this mystery might never be solved. "Hey," Chang Tianla took a deep breath and spoke up, "is that Divine Thunder Heavenly Guardian spell drawn on this soul-binding essence?" The little witch abruptly lifted her head, staring at Chang Tianla with astonishment. "How did you know this is the Divine Thunder Heavenly Gang spell?" she exclaimed urgently. Seeing the astonishment in the little witch's eyes, Chang Tianla felt a surge of delight. It seemed she truly knew the origins of the Divine Thunder Heavenly Guardian spell. Smiling, he recounted the entire story of how he had obtained it. After listening, the little witch's face twisted into a strange expression. She stared down at the soul-sealing essence in her hand and murmured, "Could he still be alive? That's impossible. He clearly died. How could he still be alive?" Chang Tianla frowned at her nonsensical words. "What are you talking about? Death and life? Who exactly are you referring to?" The little witch didn't answer Chang Tianla's question. Instead, she reattached the soul-sealing crystal to her neck, looked up at him, and grinned. "I've decided. I won't die." At first, Chang Tianla's face lit up with joy, but it quickly darkened. He knew all too well that if the little witch wasn't going to die, she would have to possess someone else. Where on earth was he supposed to find someone for her to possess in the middle of the night? "Sis, if you don't want to die, what exactly do you plan to do? Didn't you say you didn't want to kill anyone anymore?" The little witch heard Chang Tianla's words, a hint of amusement flickering across her face. A crimson light flashed in her eyes as she murmured softly, "If I don't want to die, then what's the harm in killing one more person? I don't care if you kill people, just don't make me help you do it." Chang Tianla swallowed hard, staring into the little witch's eerie eyes. He was starting to regret this. He really shouldn't have tried to talk her out of it. This girl killed without blinking. If she turned on him, he'd be finished. "What's your name?" Chang Tianla glanced at the little witch. Though puzzled by her question, he answered instinctively, "My name is Chang Tianla." The little witch smiled upon hearing this, her gaze fixed on Chang Tianla in an unsettling way. The intensity of her stare sent a chill down his spine, and an ominous foreboding washed over him. What do you want?" Chang Tianla instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes fixed on the little witch before him. Though she kept smiling, he couldn't shake the feeling that something else lurked behind that smile. Chang Tianla. A very good name. Easy to remember. I'll remember you forever. After saying this, the little witch actually removed the soul-sealing essence she had just put on. She walked over, grabbed Chang Tianla's hand, placed the soul-sealing essence in it, and said with a smile, "I've decided it's better to give it to you." Chang Tianla stared at the little witch in surprise, unsure what she was up to. He knew exactly what the soul-sealing essence did for her. Without its power, she would vanish quickly. Yet moments ago, she had declared she didn't want to die, meaning she still needed the soul-sealing essence. Now, the little witch was giving it to him? It made no sense at all. Why? Why give it to me? As Chang Tianla murmured this question, he realized the little witch had vanished before his eyes. Startled, Chang Tianla shouted into the surrounding darkness, "Little witch! What are you trying to do? Why give me something that holds the key to your very life? Don't you want to live anymore? Because I want your body." Her voice drifted in from somewhere, soft and gentle, as if right beside Chang Tianla's ear. As the words reached his ears, Chang Tianla suddenly felt dizzy, accompanied by excruciating pain in his head.
He clutched his head in agony, pounding it fiercely, but it did nothing to ease the torment. His entire being seemed torn apart by the pain. He rolled and rolled, but the physical torment did nothing to ease the agony. His consciousness began to blur, and in his daze, he saw those blood-red eyes again. Why? Why must it be like this? Chang Tianla roared in fury. The moment the words left his lips, the voice of the little witch echoed in his mind. There was not a shred of remorse in her tone, only utter coldness. Achieving my goals by any means necessary is my nature. Because I am a demon. I am a snake demon. Chang Tianla's consciousness seemed to slip away from him. Perhaps this was the assimilation the little witch had spoken of? In the final moment before his mind vanished, a famous saying suddenly flashed through his mind: the most terrifying thing in the world is not a woman's heart, but a woman's lies. Where was this? Chang Tianla suddenly found himself in a dense forest. Looking down at himself, he discovered he had transformed into a snake. He didn't know why he was running. It seemed another consciousness controlled this body, while he was merely an observer able to see and hear, but unable to speak or act. Danger! Chang Tianla fled for his life, desperate to evade the impending danger. He didn't know what it was: a beast? A hunter? Or something even more terrifying? But he wasn't curious. The fear deep within him screamed that this thing was best avoided for the rest of his life. As Chang Tianla, now a snake, fled frantically, sudden bolts of lightning streaked down from the sky, striking before him and forming a vast web of thunder that blocked his path. At that moment, Chang Tianla made a sharp turn and sprinted off. But before he could cover more than a few paces, a towering figure descended from the sky. An aura of authority radiated from him, the kind only a true ruler possessed. The cold, commanding presence sent shivers down Chang Tianla's spine. He curled into a tight ball, not daring to move a muscle. He sensed that this sudden apparition could crush him with a mere flick of his finger. The imposing man observed the motionless Chang Tianla, a faint smile touching his lips. He bent down, picked up the snake-transformed Chang Tianla, and murmured softly, "Little rascal, you're quite the troublemaker. You've kept me chasing you for 3 days and nights, but I've finally caught you. From today onward, I am your master." Blinding light. Chang Tianla had no idea how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a 5-star hotel room. A blinding ray of sunlight streamed through the curtains, hitting his face. This made Chang Tianla jump out of bed in an instant, muttering under his breath, "This is strange. How did I end up here? Where's the little witch? Wasn't I possessed? Could everything that happened yesterday have been a dream?" Chang Tianla touched his wound and glanced down at the soul-sealing crystal hanging around his neck. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. It was true, everything that happened yesterday was real. This only deepened Chang Tianla's confusion and bewilderment. If yesterday's events were real, how had he returned to the hotel? And if the little witch intended to possess his body, why did he still retain consciousness? Could it be she'd had a change of heart and abandoned the plan? The thought vanished as quickly as it appeared. The little witch was far too wicked to give up midway. Chang Tianla racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it. He decided to stop thinking about it altogether. Overthinking would only bring unnecessary trouble. Right now, nothing else mattered. The most important thing was that he was still alive. Chang Tianla made a decision right then and there: he would never meddle in other people's business again, especially women's affairs. Better safe than sorry. He didn't want to end up not even knowing how he died. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the clear blue sky. It was perfect weather for an outing. Chang Tianla had already planned to take advantage of these idle days to go out and have some fun. But yesterday's events had completely killed his desire to go out. He'd nearly died twice just after arriving here. Who knew what else might happen if he went out? So Chang Tianla decided it was safer to just stay put in the hotel. After washing up and brushing his teeth, he tucked into the generous breakfast delivered by the waiter. Chang Tianla casually picked up the remote and turned on the TV. After all, going out wasn't the only way to enjoy oneself. Savoring breakfast while watching television was equally delightful. Back home, rushing to work every day left him little time for such leisurely TV viewing. So even the usually dull morning news held his interest. According to our station's reporter, late last night, a villa was attacked by criminals. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Police have cordoned off the scene. A police official revealed. Watching the news unfold on screen, Chang Tianla couldn't help but exclaim, "That was close. So close." Chapter 102, The Power of a Single Punch. Just as Chang Tianla was still shaken by yesterday's events, his phone suddenly rang, startling him. He angrily pulled out his phone to see it was Old Man Lee calling. He answered and snapped, "Old Man Lee, what's the meaning of calling so early in the morning? Don't you know I'm resting? Early morning?" Director Lee's voice came through the phone. "Hey, Xiaolu, did you sleep through your alarm?" Chang Tianla was in a foul mood after yesterday's events and couldn't be bothered with Director Lee's small talk. He cut straight to the chase. "What do you want?" Hearing Chang Tianla's cocky tone, Director Lee's mood soured instantly. "You little brat. One night apart and you've gotten cocky? You think I won't come over and teach you a lesson right now?" At the mention of the old man coming for him, Chang Tianla jumped. Even with his B-level abilities, he stood no chance against Director Li. The moment he heard the threat, his arrogance vanished. He immediately put on a cheerful tone, "Old Li, what's with you? Where's your sense of humor? Can't you tell I'm just teasing you? Cut the crap." Director Li snorted. "I'm an old man, do I need your jokes? You brat, pack your things and come to my office immediately." "What for?" Chang Tianla asked, puzzled. "Is there some event today or something? Why do you have to talk so much?" Director Li said impatiently. "You have half an hour. Get your ass over here to the old man. If you're late, you'll bear the consequences." Director Li emphasized the words "consequences are your own responsibility" with such weight that Chang Tianla was instantly terrified. He dared not delay, quickly gathered his things, and dashed out of the hotel. 35 minutes later, Chang Tianla arrived at 208 Jingda Road, panting heavily. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he saw the adorable little old man smiling warmly at him. 5 minutes late. Hearing Director Li's words, Chang Tianla immediately began explaining, "Mr. Li, please hear me out. This was a complete accident. You know how congested the traffic is in the capital. I practically ran and jumped my way here, pushing myself to the limit. So, no excuses. Can't we skip the punishment?" Chang Tianla pleaded, his face twisted in a wretched expression. Truthfully, he'd only said it half-heartedly, never expecting Director Li to actually let him off the hook. Fine. The word "alright" caught Chang Tianla off guard. He stared at Director Li with a skeptical look. "Seriously? No strings attached? Old man, do I have no credibility in your eyes at all?" Director Li shot Chang Tianla a look and scolded with a smile, "You little rascal. I called you here because I have some good news to share." "Good news?" Chang Tianla curled his lips. "Good news for you, maybe. For me? Probably just bad news." Director Li chuckled. "Kid, you've got some nerve. Congratulations, you're absolutely right. This news is indeed good for me, because you, the unwelcome one, are getting the boot today." "Get out today?" Chang Tianla looked utterly shocked. "It can't be that fast, can it? I've barely been here 2 days, my seat isn't even warm yet, and now I'm being kicked out? That's not very fair, is it?" Hearing this, Director Li immediately adopted a stern tone. "Comrade Chang Tianla, your words are highly inappropriate. Were it not for your special circumstances, you would have been sent to the boot camp a week ago. You should consider yourself fortunate that you can join the boot camp without further delay." "Lucky?" Chang Tianla curled his lip and muttered under his breath, "Getting thrown into that special unit for training? You'd be skinned alive if you didn't die first. What exactly am I supposed to be grateful for?" Chang Tianla's voice was barely audible, but Old Man Li caught every word. His eyes widened in disbelief as he snapped, "What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? Do you think the training camp is some kind of playground? Do you think anyone can just walk in? Let me tell you this, kid, the only reason you got back into the camp this time is because of Xia Tian." "Summer?" Chang Tianla immediately looked utterly dumbfounded. "What does the weather have to do with whether I can get into the training camp? Are there special restrictions for summer, winter, or autumn?" Old Man Li knew the kid had misunderstood. Clearing his throat, he turned and called out toward the office building, "Summer, Jiaoming, Li, Jiaoring, you four, come out here." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chang Tianla felt a blur before his eyes. 4 figures materialized instantly before him. Holy crap! Staring at the 4 unexpected figures before him, Chang Tianla was so stunned he couldn't speak. He could distinctly sense the peculiar aura emanating from each of them. Their vitality was exceptionally robust, making it immediately clear they were no ordinary people. Old Li, noticing Chang Tianla's stunned expression, immediately grinned smugly. "Hey kid, what are you standing there for? Quickly introduce yourself. Starting today, you're part of Team 18. Upon hearing Old Man Li's words, Chang Tianla froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. If he wanted to enter the training camp this time, he had to join this group of 4. Only then could he be admitted as an exception. Truthfully, Chang Tianla hadn't wanted to join the training camp so soon. He hadn't had his fill of fun yet and wasn't mentally prepared. He hesitated slightly, but hesitation aside, he knew he'd have to enter the camp eventually. He had no choice but to introduce himself. Just as he was about to speak, one of the 4 stepped forward. Standing around 5 feet 9 inches, he looked to be about 20 or 21, with an average face and a buzz cut. His tight-fitting black outfit highlighted his bulging muscles, radiating raw power. He glanced at Chang Tianla and said in a tone neither warm nor cold, "Our team doesn't take in useless trash. If you don't have any skills, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself." Chang Tianla's expression darkened instantly. He snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. "You think any group can recruit me? If you don't have the strength, you can get down on your knees and beg, but this young master won't join." "Good. Very good." The buzz-cut man clapped his hands. "I, Xia Tian, admire men with backbone and swagger. Since you speak with such conviction, I hope your skills won't disappoint me." Chang Tianla's brow furrowed slightly. So this was the summer Old Li had mentioned. The man was clearly no ordinary figure, a skilled fighter at first glance. It seemed a battle was inevitable today.
Chang Tianla took a deep breath, suppressing his slight nervousness. With a cold smile, he said, "Rest assured, Big Brother won't disappoint you.
On the contrary, you short as you are and so young better not let me down." At the provocative words, a cold glint flashed in Xia Tian's eyes. His voice turned icy as he replied, "Then please." He gestured invitingly. Old Li saw the utter coldness in Xia Tian's expression and knew he was truly enraged. Once the fight started, he would show no mercy. If he accidentally injured Chang Tianla and the higher-ups blamed him, he'd be in serious trouble. He quickly interjected, "You two brats can duel, but let me make this clear, if either of you dares to injure the other, your entire team will be immediately disqualified from the training camp.
You'll all be sent packing home."
At this, Xia Tian immediately protested, "Old Li, that's a bit much."
"Excessive?" Old Man Li's eyes widened in irritation. "How is it excessive?"
Xia Tian shot Old Man Li a displeased look. "You won't let us injure each other, but this is a sparring match.
Who can guarantee 100% they won't hurt someone? What if? A trial? Do you even know what a trial is?"
Old Man Li shot him a withering look.
"If you can't even handle a trial, what use are you? If we sent you on a mission to rescue someone, could you pull it off? Fundamentals determine everything. You must follow my instructions. This trial is your assessment. Pass, and you can leave. Fail, and you're all out on your asses."
Xia Tian's heart burned with fury at Old Man Li's words, though he kept his anger hidden. He'd already decided to vent this rage on Chang Tianla. Old Man Li only said not to injure the opponent so he'd make sure the other suffered some flesh wounds.
As long as it didn't break bones or hinder training, it was fine. Chang Tianla watched Xia Tian's slightly upturned lips and felt his heart skip a beat.
A premonition struck him: this guy named Xia Tian was definitely up to no good.
But Chang Tianla wasn't afraid of Xia Tian at all. Though he didn't know Xia Tian's combat strength, he had absolute confidence he wouldn't lose to him. Because right now, Chang Tianla had already secretly activated his psionic eye.
With the supernatural eye active, every trajectory of Xia Tian's attacks became visible to Chang Tianla. It was as if he could anticipate Xia Tian's moves before they even happened. If he still got knocked down after that, there'd be nothing left to say. "Kid, if you can last 10 moves under my attacks, I'll admit you as a member of our squad." Chang Tianla listened to Xia Tian's arrogantly contemptuous words and couldn't help but laugh coldly. "If you can withstand 5 of my attacks, Big Brother will join your team."
"Fine."
The moment Summer uttered that word, he vanished from his spot.
His fist shot forward, aiming straight for Chang Tianla's chest.
Xia Tian believed that even if this sudden punch missed Chang Tianla, it would surely throw him off balance. Yet the outcome greatly surprised him. As the fist hurtled toward Chang Tianla, just moments from impact, Chang's body shifted ever so slightly, a movement so minute it was almost imperceptible. Yet with effortless grace, he dodged the blow entirely. How could this be?
Summer exclaimed in astonishment, his face etched with disbelief. That footwork is too mysteriously profound. Chapter 103, Competing for the Top Spot.
Chang Tianla observed Xia Tian's astonished expression, yet his own heart held no trace of delight. Instead, he was profoundly shaken. For just moments ago, as that fist approached, he had activated his supernatural eye in advance.
Had he not, Xia Tian's punch would have struck him without fail.
No one understood better than Chang Tianla how overwhelmingly powerful that punch had been. Though the fist hadn't yet struck, the force of its momentum alone had blown against his face like a razor-sharp wind, leaving his cheeks stinging painfully. Watching Chang Tianla effortlessly evade his strike, Xia Tian paused in surprise before regaining his composure. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, "You've got some skills, I see. No wonder you dared to act so cocky in front of me.
Let's see if you can surprise me again." Chang Tianla, hearing Xia Tian's utterly pretentious words, retorted with obvious irritation, "That was just one move. 4 more to go. If you haven't knocked me down within 5 moves, then you're the one who'll be in trouble. Flattery won't work on me." Xia Tian retorted with a cold smile. "That was merely an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. I hope you're prepared." With that, his right fist shot upward, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning that streaked toward Chang Tianla. Chang Tianla instantly recognized the lightning's power as formidable. Though his own unique abilities were extraordinary, they couldn't block this lightning force. If this were a life or death battle, he could unleash a killing move to eliminate Xia Tian outright. But this was a sparring match. Lethal strikes were forbidden. He could only rely on the golden thread to pull himself swiftly out of the way. Yet the moment Chang Tianla evaded the lightning strike, Xia Tian immediately unleashed another bolt. This time, the lightning's power was vastly superior to the previous one. Without needing to say more, just looking at the column of light revealed this bolt was easily twice as thick as the last. As the lightning beam thickened, its speed increased accordingly. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on Chang Tianla, sending a chill down his spine. Had he not been prepared, this strike would have dealt him a severe blow. As danger closed in, Chang Tianla manipulated the golden thread to yank a massive boulder from the courtyard, slamming it in front of him.
The boulder caught the lightning beam dead on. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the boulder Chang Tianla had shifted was shattered by the lightning beam unleashed by Xia Tian. A cloud of stone dust instantly blanketed him, leaving him covered in grime and looking utterly bedraggled. Cough! Chang Tianla coughed violently, scrambling back several steps. He brushed the stone dust from his clothes and grumbled, "Hey, kid, can you cut it out? Look at the mess you've made, covered me in dust. After this fight, you're washing me down." Hearing this, Summer's nose nearly twisted with fury. He snorted coldly and snapped, "Chang Tianla, shut your mouth. This is a duel. Can you please take it seriously?" "Serious?" Chang Tianla grinned. "It's not that I don't want to be serious. It's just that I can't be serious. Because if I were serious, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. I'd probably beat you to a pulp, or even knock the wind out of you." "What did you say?" Xia Tian's eyes widened in fury. "You've got some nerve. If I weren't worried about hurting you, I'd take you down with a single move." Chang Tianla heard Xia Tian's words and felt some pressure, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. He had already figured out most of Xia Tian's moves. Even if Xia Tian had a big move up his sleeve, he wasn't scared. At worst, he'd just use his golden threads to bind him into a big pretzel, making it impossible for him to unleash any big moves. Now, Chang Tianla relaxed completely. He stroked his chin, watching Xia Tian with interest. "You say you can take me down in one move? Brother here just doesn't buy it. You wanna bet I can take you down in one move? Take me down with one move?" Xia Tian seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. After a burst of wild laughter, he looked at Chang Tianla with a hint of contempt and said, "Kid, it's not that I look down on you, but if you can take me down with one move, the four of us will respect you as our leader." Chang Tianla's eyes immediately flashed with sharp brilliance. He grinned and said, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Even after getting Xia Tian's confirmation, Chang Tianla still felt uneasy. He turned to Zhao Ming and the other two, grinning as he asked, "You guys got no objections? If you can take down brother Xia Tian in one move, we'll recognize you as our leader." Alright. After uttering 3 resounding okays, Chang Tianla instantly dropped his playful demeanor and declared with utmost seriousness, "A man of honor keeps his word. Since you've all agreed, there'll be no regrets." "No regrets, absolutely none." Zhao Ming grinned. "But I want to know, if you can't take down brother Xia Tian in one move and end up losing to him, what's your bet?" "I won't lose," Chang Tianla declared with unwavering resolve. "Bull." Zhao Ming rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. "Chang Tianla, do you take us for 3-year-olds? If you win, we'll acknowledge you as boss. But if we win, we get nothing? What a sweet deal you've cooked up." Chang Tianla felt a pang of guilt at Zhao Ming's words. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he replied, "If you insist on a wager, then mine will be the same as yours. If I lose, I'll respect you as the boss." "Respect you as our leader?" Jia Ren sneered coldly. "We don't want some useless loser as our underling." Chang Tianla's eyes narrowed into slits. He stared at Jia Ren as if he were an idiot. "Do you realize how pathetic that statement just was? Rest assured, I won't disappoint you. I'll gladly take you 4 as my underlings. Since that's the case, let's cut the nonsense and stop wasting time." Xia Tian stepped forward, his entire body crackling with bursts of lightning and fiery serpents. His voice carried an air of dominance, "One move to defeat you. Show off." Chang Tianla responded to Xia Tian with just those 2 words. The next moment, he unleashed his golden cloud-like ability, golden threads swirling around him as he prepared to bind Xia Tian with a single move. But just as Chang Tianla and Summer were about to clash, Old Manly suddenly leaped forward, bellowing in exasperation, "You've gone mad. Do you think I was farting when I spoke earlier? I ordered you to spar, not fight to the death. Yet here you are, each ready to unleash your ultimate moves. What a grand display of courage." Chang Tianla and Xia Tian stared at the furious Oldly, both utterly speechless. It was obvious without saying the sparring was absolutely over. "Oldly, what are you doing?" Chang Tianla chimed in with a playful grin. "We're just sparring normally. Even if we unleash our ultimate moves, we won't hurt each other. You can relax, old man." Old Man Li's eyes widened at Chang Tianla's words. He bellowed, "Ultimate moves. Do you even know what they represent? They're the abilities you're most proud of. Once unleashed, they're completely beyond your control. If anything happens to you too, I'll be the one to take the fall." "Relax," Chang Tianla replied, still grinning. "We wouldn't risk our own lives. We're competing for the top spot in the 18 groups. You'd better step aside and not interfere with our contest." At that moment, Xia Tian also spoke up, "Oldly, rest assured. We won't harm each other. We'll definitely stop short of causing serious injury." Old Manly listened to Chang Tianla and Xia Tian, then observed their demeanor utterly devoid of any killing intent. After a moment's thought, he spoke, "Since you insist, I'll grant your wish. But I must reiterate, if either of you gets injured, none of your 5 will enter the training camp." With that, he stepped aside, no longer obstructing them. Seeing Old Manly step aside, both Chang Tianla and Xia Tian revealed faint smiles.
Chang Tianla grinned mischievously, little Tian, hope you defend yourself well. Don't get hurt by your big brother here, or all 5 of us will be out of luck. Same here.
The moment Xia Tian uttered those 2 words, his previously amused expression turned stern.
He bellowed, kid, take this.
With Xia Tian's roar, the electric sparks and lightning serpents swirling around his body instantly coalesced along specific trajectories. In an instant, they converged into a dragon-shaped bolt of lightning over 10 feet long, hovering above Xia Tian's head.
Roar! The dragon-shaped lightning opened its mouth and let out a dragon's roar. Yet the moment that roar echoed, Summer's face twisted into a look of utter satisfaction as he murmured softly, one move to take you down. Summer hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly jerked as if struck by lightning, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently, while the dragon-shaped lightning above his head vanished the moment he fell. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with Brother Tian? Brother Tian has never acted like this in battle. Could he be sick? Why is his whole body convulsing? Chang Tianla overheard Li Ming and the others talking and couldn't help but burst into laughter, stop guessing wildly.
Your Tiangu isn't sick, he just got knocked out by one move from yours truly.
What?
Jia Ren's face twisted in disbelief.
Chang Tianla, what nonsense are you spouting? None of us saw you make a move. How could you possibly take down Brother Tian?
Even if you're skilled, you couldn't have defeated him so easily.
Chang Tianla eyed Jia Ren's defiant expression, stroked his chin, and chuckled. You think your Tiangu is formidable?
But before your brother here, he falls just a tad short. That's why your Tiangu was bound to lose in our duel. Well, the outcome's settled.
What are you 3 still standing around for? Come pay your respects to the boss.
Jia Ren's eyes blazed at Chang Tianla's arrogant demeanor. He strode forward, towering a full head above the smaller man.
His burly frame loomed over Chang Tianla as he declared, you must have used some dirty trick. I refuse to accept this. I challenge you to a duel.
Chang Tianla's brow furrowed slightly at the words. He glanced up at the hulking figure, his expression sour as he retorted, Jia Ren, you may disagree with me, but you absolutely cannot insult me.
Chapter 104, Hosting a Banquet. Insult you?
Jia Ren snorted coldly.
How have I insulted you? If you hadn't resorted to underhanded tricks, do you really think you could have beaten Brother Tian so easily?
Chang Tianla responded with a cold smile, since you're so unwilling to accept defeat and insist I used underhanded tactics, let's settle this once and for all. We'll see whether it's me using tricks or your brother Tian who's simply not up to par.
Fine. Jia Ren roared, immediately stepping back a pace, ready to attack Chang Tianla. Just then, Old Li reappeared between them, clearing his throat.
Jia Ren, you're no match for Chang Tianla. Go chill somewhere else.
Ah.
Jia Ren, hearing Old Man Li's words, retorted irritably, Old Li, I haven't even fought him yet.
How can you be so sure I'm no match for him? Are you a match for Summer?
Old Man Li rolled his eyes. Your brother Tian was knocked out in one move by Chang Tianla.
Do you really think you could gain any advantage against him?
Take my advice, kid, go chill somewhere cool.
Brother Tian was really defeated by Chang Tianla?
Hearing confirmation from Old Man Li, Jia Ren was stunned into speechlessness. But just as Jia Ren was at a loss, Tian Xia slowly rose from the ground. He reached out, patted Jia Ren's shoulder, and whispered softly, third brother, you're no match for the boss.
He's stronger than all 4 of us combined.
With that, he saluted Chang Tianla with a standard military salute and boomed, Tian Xia greets the boss. The moment Zhao Ming and the other 2 saw Xia Tian address Chang Tianla as boss, they instantly understood the situation.
One by one, they followed Xia Tian's lead, saluting Chang Tianla in unison.
Seeing their earnestness, Chang Tianla returned the military salute with a slight smile.
From now on, we're family, he said casually. I'm not one for complications.
Whatever comes up, we'll discuss it together. Even though I join this team later, I hope you won't exclude me as your leader.
Don't worry, boss. We won't exclude you, Xia Tian said with genuine admiration. Your skills are superior to ours. We respect you from the bottom of our hearts. We won't exclude you, on the contrary, we'll support you even more. That's too kind. Chang Tianla felt a bit flattered by Xia Tian's flattery.
If you feel awkward, boss, I've got a way to make you feel right at home, Zhao Ming said mischievously, winking at Chang Tianla. There are plenty of famous delicacies in the capital. Just treat us to a nice meal later, boss.
Chang Tianla immediately burst into laughter. No problem at all. Tell me what you want to eat, boss, here we'll cover everything today. Really?
Zhao Ming stared at Chang Tianla in surprise. He'd assumed their boss was as broke as they were, but never imagined he'd be so generous, offering to let them eat whatever they wanted. Now, if they didn't take full advantage of this opportunity, they'd be letting down their new boss.
Chang Tianla watched Zhao Ming's utterly astonished expression, stroked his chin, and said with a smile, you think I'd lie about treating you to a meal? Besides, how much could the 4 of you possibly eat? Brother Lu, you shouldn't say that.
Xia Tian shot Chang Tianla a look, then turned to Zhao Ming and the other 3, his face darkening.
When I became their boss, I treated them to a meal just like you did. Guess what happened? What happened then? Summer sighed heavily at Chang Tianla's eager expression. Those 3 bastards ate me out of 30 grand. Now I'm still tightening my belt and living frugally. Chang Tianla grinned instantly upon hearing this, slapping his shoulder and declaring, "Bro, today you guys eat your fill. Your boss here will make sure you're stuffed to the gills." Summer froze for a second, then grinned mischievously. "So Brother Lou is a rich kid, huh? No wonder you're so confident. Well, don't blame us for having big appetites and knowing how to eat then. Eat away, I've got plenty of cash." Hearing Chang Tianla's words, Xia Tian and the others chimed in unison, "Money talks, huh? Rich and spoiled, my ass." Old Manly shot them a glare before turning to Chang Tianla. "Why are you pretending to be some big shot? I covered your train tickets and taxi fare just now. You're clearly just a cheapskate." Chang Tianla heard Old Man Li's words, rubbed his chin, and rolled his eyes. "Mr. Li, why does what you say sound so unpleasant to me? When I came, Lu Jianbai told me the organization would cover all expenses. Since someone's paying, why would I spend my own money? Even though my train ticket here wasn't too expensive, it's still money. Penny pinching. Absolutely penny pinching." Old Li rolled his eyes again before adding, "So when you lot go out for a big feast, you won't bring this old man along? Why bring you along?" Chang Tianla curled his lip, clearly annoyed. "You've been calling me a penny pincher all day. Obviously, I can't afford to treat you to anything fancy. So you really don't need to come." "Well, that just makes me want to come along even more," Old Li said, looking down on Chang Tianla. "I'll see what kind of meal this penny pincher can afford to treat us to." "What kind of meal it is none of your business," Chang Tianla retorted with a smirk. "At least it'll fill everyone up." Mr. Li rolled his eyes at this. "Full has standards, you know? A 20 yuan bowl of noodles and a 10,000 yuan serving of abalone both fill you up. Are you treating us to abalone or noodles?" Chang Tianla rolled his eyes just as dramatically. "You're something else, old man. Wanting abalone that costs tens of thousands? Why not ask for dragon meat while you're at it?" "I'd love to try it," Old Li chuckled. "Too bad it's unavailable." Hearing this, Chang Tianla and Xia Tian all shot Mr. Li contemptuous glances. They'd thought the old man was respectable, but today they'd finally gotten a glimpse of his true colors. If they spent more time with him, they'd probably discover plenty more of his fine qualities. Truthfully, Chang Tianla really didn't want to bring Old Man Li along. The young folks had so much fun together, suddenly adding a little old man made them feel incredibly uncomfortable. So Chang Tianla tried his hardest to refuse Old Man Li. But no matter how hard Chang Tianla protested, Old Man Li refused to budge. He insisted on joining them for dinner. In the end, Chang Tianla gave in, reluctantly and with a mix of exasperation and disdain, leading Old Man Li and Xia Tian out the door. Old Man Li knew the capital like the back of his hand, where things were pricey, where the best food and entertainment, where there wasn't a spot he didn't know. This saved Chang Tianla and the others the trouble of asking around, though of course, the money flowed out like water. In less than half a morning, Zhao Ming roughly calculated that they'd spent over 100,000 yuan. Hearing that figure, Xia Tian and the others' eyes widened in shock. While secretly feeling satisfied, they couldn't help but look down on Old Man Li. It turned out they weren't spending his money at all. He ordered whatever was most expensive and demanded whatever tasted best. "Brother Lu, it's getting late. Should we head back?" Xia Tian couldn't bear to watch any longer. Sure, Chang Tianla was loaded, but no one's money grew on trees. He spoke up to head back. "Why go back now?" Before Chang Tianla could respond, Old Man Li grinned and said, "The real fun is just beginning. We've eaten well and played well, but we haven't drunk well yet. In a bit, this old man will take you to Kyoto's most famous place weekday 8 for some fun. Sunday night?" Seeing Old Man Li's mischievous expression, Chang Tianla instantly knew what kind of place this was. He cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Li, you're getting on in years. You should head back to your post. None of us are big drinkers, so we young folks will just go for a stroll." Old Man Li shot Chang Tianla a stunned look, his face brimming with disbelief. "Youngsters who don't hit the bars or drink? Do you take me for a child?" "Honestly, we really don't drink," Chang Tianla declared earnestly. "Ask the others if you don't believe me. You really don't drink?" Old Man Li looked at Xia Tian and the others. "No. We don't like it. That stuff tastes like horse piss. Not as good as soda. Old Li, you needn't worry about us. You should go back and rest. The 4 of us will just take a stroll with Brother Lu and head back soon." Old Man Li glanced at the 5 of them, including Chang Tianla, and paused briefly before saying, "You brats, I'm laying it out for you now. Wander around however you like, but remember this, don't cause trouble for me. No matter what happens, under no circumstances should you get someone killed." "Death?" Chang Tianla swallowed hard. "What are you talking about, Old Man Li? We're just taking a stroll. How could we possibly cause a death? Besides, the capital isn't crawling with murderers. Just keep yourselves in check." With that, Old Man Li hailed a taxi and sped off in a flash.
Cheng Tianla stared blankly at the dust cloud trailing behind Old Manly, his brow furrowing slightly.
What did Old Manly mean just now? What did he mean? Zhao Ming chuckled. Nothing much. Just a warning for us to behave. If anyone crosses us, as long as we don't kill them, we can do whatever we want with them. Ah! Cheng Tianla's jaw dropped wide open.
He never imagined Old Man Li's words meant something like that.
Brother Lu.
Xia Tian patted him on the shoulder.
Nothing to be surprised about.
Don't forget, we're all people with special abilities. In a place like the capital, there are plenty of powerful and influential people. They all have their noses in the air. Often, you don't even have to start trouble, they'll come looking for it. But people like us, with our skills? Who's going to put up with that kind of nonsense? That's why Old Li warned us he fears our youthful impetuosity might accidentally kill someone. As long as no one dies, the organization will clean up the mess.
Seriously?
Cheng Tianla grinned widely. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go strut our stuff at week 8 right now. I'll see who's got the guts to cross us. If anyone dares give us attitude, this little master will make sure they enjoy every second of it. Chapter 105, Searching for Targets. Upon hearing Cheng Tianla's words, the four of them, Xia Tian and the others, were instantly speechless. They'd thought Old Man Li's warning was meant for them, but it turned out he was actually cautioning their new boss. Looks like the seemingly harmless guy isn't someone to be trifled with. Week 8 was a combined bar and disco entertainment venue, a place where young people indulged and sought thrills. Every young man and woman who came here had their own agenda, either to drown their sorrows in alcohol or to fill the void of emotional and physical loneliness. By the time Cheng Tianla and his 4 companions arrived at Thursday, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The venue hadn't officially opened yet, with about 20 minutes left before doors opened. Though opening time hadn't arrived, a crowd of young men and women had already gathered at the entrance, all dressed in flashy attire. Among them were the offspring of officials and wealthy families, as well as various street punks.
Cheng Tianla glanced around and was startled.
When they'd arrived earlier, there had been only a dozen or so people at the entrance. Yet in less than 10 minutes, the entire entrance to Thursday 8 was now completely packed, so tightly that only the wide main entrance allowed any movement. Holy crap!
Cheng Tianla curled his lip.
Never imagined week 8 was this popular, drawing such a huge crowd. Old Li was right after all, Zhao Ming chuckled. This really is the most famous spot in the capital.
Looks like we're in for some fun tonight.
You bet, Xia Tian chuckled. But fun aside, let's not stir up trouble. If we happen to cross some powerful big shot here, we'll be in for a world of trouble. Old Li said it himself.
Cheng Tianla stroked his chin with a mischievous grin.
As long as no one gets killed, he'll take the fall for everything.
Besides, we're here to spend money and have fun.
Who'd go out of their way to provoke those disgusting people? This young master only has eyes for the beauties. Pointing to a girl not far away, he added, "Hey, what do you think of that cutie in the pink dress?"
Xia Tian followed Cheng Tianla's gesture and glanced over.
He shook his head slightly. Her back view's passable, but she's not my type.
I don't like girls that skinny. Not into skinny girls? Cheng Tianla muttered under his breath.
His eyes darted around the room, and after a quick scan, he immediately spotted a target he thought would suit Xia Tian. Patting his shoulder, he said, 45 degrees to your left, there's a girl. She's totally your type. At the mention of your type, Xia Tian perked up and eagerly scanned the indicated direction. The sight nearly made him choke on his drink. The type Cheng Tianla had found for him was a hefty girl weighing at least 100 kilograms. A girl of that caliber would likely never be anyone's type in this lifetime. Bro, you're kidding me, Xia Tian said, glaring at Cheng Tianla with a dark expression. You're being way too uncool here. I may not be into skinny girls, but you didn't have to find me someone this substantial. Who the hell could handle that?
Cheng Tianla burst out laughing at Xia Tian's displeased expression.
You said you don't like skinny girls, so I got you a sturdy one. Who knew you'd be so picky? Fine, I won't find you another. You're on your own now. Don't you dare find one for me, Xia Tian retorted, pursing his lips. When it comes to picking up girls, it's better to rely on yourself.
Many hands make light work, Cheng Tianla teased with a grin. How many can you spot on your own?
With 5 of us searching together, we can find your ideal match in no time. Give me a break.
Xia Tian curled his lip.
I don't need your help. You guys better hurry up and find your own. Cheng Tianla and the others laughed heartily at this, then each began zeroing in on their own targets. Coming to a place like this was all about letting loose, so there was no need to hold back. If someone caught your eye, just go for it. If it worked out, great. If not, move on to the next one. It had to be said, Zhao Ming was the most skilled at picking up girls. He was quirky and handsome, and it didn't take him long to land one. Their conversation was so heated it was almost embarrassing. Only the public setting kept them restrained. If they'd been in a private room, this little couple would have been rolling around together already.
Cheng Tianla watched Zhao Ming's success and silently gave him a thumbs up. Then, smiling at Xia Tian, he asked, "So? See anyone you like?" Xia Tian pursed his lips and shook his head. Too crowded. Even if I saw someone I liked, I couldn't get through. Besides, it's not packed enough yet. More people will come later tonight. That's when the real gems show up. Hey, did you find anyone, Brother Lu? Cheng Tianla eyed Xia Tian's smug grin and slapped him playfully.
Brothers waiting for tonight's gems. Xia Tian rolled his eyes dramatically at the remark, sneering with obvious contempt. Who knew your tastes were so unique, Brother Lu? All these gorgeous girls and you're not interested? You're not, are you? Get lost. Cheng Tianla glared with wide eyes, then grinned wickedly. If I were, you'd be the first one I'd hook up with. Hearing Cheng Tianla's words and seeing his disgusting expression, Xia Tian felt a sudden wave of revulsion. The doors are opening. Someone shouted, and Cheng Tianla and the others immediately looked up. The massive signboard of Week 8 suddenly burst into dazzling, colorful lights, creating a dreamlike illusion. Then the magnificent doors swung open. 2 rows of well-dressed, handsome men and beautiful women emerged, politely greeting in unison, "Welcome to Thursday."
Following the staff's greeting, pulsing DJ beats erupted from within.
The music ignited the crowd. Countless young men and women, as if possessed, let out excited screams and began swaying toward the club's entrance. Holy crap! Cheng Tianla stared dumbfounded at the spectacular scene before him, swallowing hard.
This is insane. Did they all pop ecstasy or something? How come every single one of them is so hyped up? Upon hearing this, Xia Tian shot Cheng Tianla a look of utter contempt. Bro, seriously? That sounds like you're visiting a dance club for the first time. Cheng Tianla nodded emphatically. Because I am a first-timer. This remark not only surprised Xia Tian but also drew scornful glances from passers-by. Their looks seemed to say, "You're a grown man, what are you playing innocent for?" Cheng Tianla grinned cheekily at the disapproving stares, saying shamelessly, "What are you looking at? Never seen such a handsome guy before?" This remark drew another wave of scornful looks. Upon entering Week 8, Cheng Tianla and his 4 companions were genuinely stunned by the interior decor. The opulence and grandeur were beyond description. It felt like stepping into an unparalleled palace of splendor. Holy crap! Li Yi, who had never spoken before, exclaimed in astonishment, "Are they out of their minds? How did they build this place so extravagantly? Look at the floor, it reflects people's images. Damn, that's impressive." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Cheng Tianla and the others immediately backed away, keeping a safe distance from him, terrified anyone might recognize them as his crew. This quiet guy never says a word, but when he does, it's like he won't rest until he shocks everyone. This guy must be from the countryside, right? Young Master Wang has such keen eyes. Just look at his clothes and that down-to-earth style, you can tell right away he's from the sticks. Cheng Tianla immediately turned to the speaker. A guy around 23 or 24, decked out in designer clothes, stood surrounded by a few others, gesturing and gossiping about Li Yi. Annoying flies are everywhere. Cheng Tianla shot them a displeased glance and snorted, "What's with all the gesturing? Go chill somewhere else. Don't go looking for trouble. Let me tell you, you guys aren't the kind of people we mess with." At this, the designer-clad youth froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. He pointed at Cheng Tianla and declared, "Bro, you're hilarious. I'm genuinely impressed by your guts. Who the hell is your brother?" Cheng Tianla knew the young man before him was likely some rich and powerful guy. But seeing his utterly smug expression, Cheng felt nothing but irritation. He gave him no face whatsoever, snapping back, "My guts don't need your admiration. Who the hell do you think you are?" The moment these words left Cheng Tianla's mouth, Wang Xiao's henchmen immediately bared their teeth, ready to pounce. But Wang Xiao stopped them with a slight curl of his lips and a sinister chuckle. "Your ignorance infuriates me," he said. "Now, young man, I'm going to have some fun with you. I'll make sure you understand just how terrifying it is to cross me here." Cheng Tianla heard the threat but didn't take it seriously. He'd already used his special abilities to scan Wang Xiao and his men, discovering they were all ordinary humans. Sure, they knew some martial arts, but compared to him, they were worlds apart. "Brother Lu, you must control yourself." At that moment, Xia Tian stepped forward, patting Cheng Tianla's shoulder before turning to Wang Xiaokuan with a scowl. "Why aren't you scrambling out of here? If you piss Brother Lu off, you'll regret it. Get lost now, or you won't even have a place to cry." Wang Xiaokuan heard Xia Tian's words but showed no sign of anger. Instead, he clapped his hands in approval. "Excellent. Just excellent. What's going on today? How did so many people who don't know the meaning of death end up here? I originally didn't want to come here today, thinking there wouldn't be any fun. But it seems there's a special surprise waiting for me. You guys, go easy on them. Don't kill them outright. That would ruin the fun. Rest assured, young Master Wang. We'll handle this to your complete satisfaction." Summer listened to Wang Xiaokuan's words, then glanced at the wildly excited little punks. His brow immediately furrowed as he coldly remarked, "You really don't know when to quit." With that, he strode forward, stepping directly in front of the leader. Without another word, he delivered a flying kick that sent the punk flying backward. The force of Summer's kick sent the thug tumbling over 2 meters before crashing to the ground.
He groaned twice before losing consciousness.
Chapter 106, Get the hell out of here. Xia Tian's sudden kick sent Wang Xiaoquan's henchmen flying. This unexpected turn of events instantly stunned the remaining thugs.
They were used to bullying others here. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect someone to dare attack them today, let alone with such decisive and ruthless force.
Kill him. Disable that bastard. Hell, he dared hit our brother. We won't rest until we finish him off today.
After a momentary daze, the thugs snapped back to reality.
Seeing their comrade kicked unconscious, rage boiled over.
They howled and charged straight at Summer. Xia Tian watched these punks, his face showing not a trace of tension.
To him, these guys posed absolutely no threat. Dealing with them would be effortless. Ignorant bastards.
Xia Tian snorted in anger, swinging a backhand that smacked the first thug charging at him square in the face. The blow was so powerful it sent the guy flying, landing squarely on top of the other thug who'd been kicked unconscious.
The newcomer twitched twice before going limp. Don't think tagging along with someone with a bit of clout gives you the right to act cocky.
Brother Tian will show you today that sometimes there are people you simply can't afford to cross. After uttering these words, Xia Tian delivered another flying kick, sending yet another thug tumbling unconscious to lie beside his two unfortunate companions.
Smack! Thud!
Amid muffled groans and screams, the thugs all lay sprawled together, unconscious.
Summer surveyed his handiwork, clapped his hands, and grinned. Look at you showing off. That's what happens when you act like a big shot.
Wang Xiaoquan stood frozen in place, his face twisted in anger. He knew his men were skilled fighters. Usually taking down 3 opponents was a breeze. Yet today, they'd been knocked out instantly by this seemingly ordinary young man. How could he be this formidable? Wang Xiaoquan knew he'd bitten off more than he could chew. Though fear gnawed at his gut, his status and influence compelled him to feign composure. Clapping his hands, he offered a cold, mocking smile. Very good. Extremely good. You lot have surprised this young master.
Surprised? Chang Tianla shot Wang Xiaoquan a dismissive glance. Who do you think you are? Stop putting on airs.
Get lost before I lose my patience. If you don't clear out, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Xiaoquan's rage boiled over at Chang Tianla's words, but he knew this wasn't the time for outbursts. Offending this man would spell certain doom. Forcing down his fury, he sneered coldly, fine.
I'll leave. I'll leave immediately.
With that, he spun and vanished from Chang Tianla's sight at lightning speed.
Watching Wang Xiaoquan depart so decisively, Chang Tianla sighed.
Ah, I thought this playboy would talk back, giving me a chance to teach him a lesson.
Who'd have thought it'd end like this?
What a waste. The onlookers heard Chang Tianla's words and all rolled their eyes. While Chang Tianla didn't know the extent of Wang Xiaoquan's influence, no one who frequented these bars was unaware of him. His methods and style were notoriously ruthless. A single disagreement could lead to brutal violence. Minor offenses resulted in broken arms or legs, while major ones meant the offender simply vanished.
Guys, let's have a good time tonight. Chang Tianla didn't give Wang Xiaoquan a second thought.
In his eyes, the small-time thug posed no real threat.
Handsome.
A voice sweet enough to melt bones drifted from behind Chang Tianla.
His whole body trembled as he spun around instantly.
The sight before him made his eyes light up, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. He'd spotted a familiar face. This acquaintance was the stunning woman he'd met last time he'd been bored in a bar. It was because of this very woman that he'd gotten into a major fight with Minggu, the bar's tough guy. In the end, it had been a wasted effort, yielding nothing. The frustration back then was beyond words. Spotting this stunningly alluring woman here today, Chang Tianla instantly perked up. He naturally reached out, pulling her into his embrace with a smirk. Hey, gorgeous, he said. What was that all about last time? Why did you suddenly leave without a word? The beauty twisted her body slightly, slipping out of Chang Tianla's embrace. She gave a faint smile. Handsome, if I'd stayed in that situation, who knows what trouble I might have gotten into. So? You just took off without a care for my life or death. Chang Tianla looked at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Brother risked his own safety to deal with the bad guys for you, yet you left me hanging for your own sake. That's really breaking my heart, sis. What are we gonna do about this? Seeing Chang Tianla's shameless expression, the alluring beauty immediately covered her mouth and giggled. So what do you want me to do? Simple, Chang Tianla grinned wickedly. Just compensate me. Compensate? The alluring beauty feigned confusion. How exactly? Do I really need to spell it out? The charming beauty flushed at his mischievous gaze and pouted. You rascal, your mind is full of nonsense. Handsome, you really are something. I've only met you twice, and both times you were fighting someone. I don't even know what to say about you. Chang Tianla chuckled heartily, about to respond, when Xia Tian grinned and leaned in. Admiration lit his eyes as he asked, Bro Lu, who's this beauty? Aren't you going to introduce us? Yeah. Li Yi joined in, grinning cheekily. Bro, hurry up and introduce her. Introduce my ass. Chang Tianla shot back, eyeing the mischievous glances from Xia Tian and Li Yi. She's my type, guys. Don't even think about it. Holy. Summer and Lee both let out a snort of contempt before chiming in unison. Bro, you're overthinking it.
We're not that shady.
When we asked you to introduce us, it was so this lovely lady could introduce her girlfriends to us. Chang Tianla immediately grinned sheepishly, scratching his head awkwardly.
Oh, so that's what it was.
I thought you two jerks were trying to steal her away from me.
Xia Tian rolled his eyes at this, exasperated.
Bro, you know the saying, don't mess with a friend's wife.
We get it.
Sure, this beauty isn't your wife, but if you've got your eye on her, why would we brothers go after her?
So relax, man. Chang Tianla slapped Xia Tian playfully and teased, shut your mouth, you little brat. You just want the beautiful sister to introduce you to some girls, right? Why did it take you so long to get around to it?
He then turned to the beauty beside him and said, you heard what these two said, right? Hurry up and call a few of your good sisters over so they can meet them.
Brother Lu, you really are bold.
The alluring beauty smiled faintly at Chang Tianla.
Do you have any idea how powerful that Wang Xiaokuan you just offended is?
Take this humble maiden's advice, leave this place with your brothers immediately.
Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of here later. Chang Tianla paid no heed to the alluring woman's warning.
He grinned at her and said, we've met twice now, and I still don't know your name.
Wan Han. What a lovely name. Chang Tianla clapped his hands in approval. It suits you perfectly. Seeing no sign of tension or urgency to leave from Chang Tianla, Wan Han's face flushed with anxiety. Brother Lu, stop messing around. I'm serious.
You and your men need to get out of here now.
Once Wang Xiaokuan returns, you won't be able to leave. Chang Tianla smiled faintly at Wan Han. Are you sure?
Seeing the confident look on Chang Tianla's face, Wan Han immediately stared at him in astonishment. Brother Lo, I know you and your brothers are formidable, but one tiger can't hold off a pack of wolves. You're no match for Wang Xiaokuan. He has too many skilled fighters under him. So what if they're skilled?
Xia Tian retorted dismissively. The five of us are the nemesis of skilled fighters.
Forget about Wang Xiaokuan. Even if his father, Wang Dongqian, showed up, I wouldn't be afraid.
You know Wang Dongqian? Wan Han stared at Xia Tian in astonishment. Xia Tian snorted coldly.
He's just the deputy chief of the capital's police bureau.
Nothing special.
That father-son duo might bully ordinary folks, but if they dare mess with us, don't blame us for being ruthless. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Wan Han's fair face flushed slightly. Covering her mouth, she giggled, no wonder Brother Lu is so confident.
So you five have even more clout than Wang Xiaokuan?
That explains why every time I see Brother Lu, he is picking on someone. He has got powerful connections.
Last time at the bar, this little lady mistook Brother Lu for a nobody. Talk about misjudging someone. Misjudged me? Chang Tianla chuckled. Little Wan Han, that's not the whole truth. With your discerning eye, would you ever notice some obscure nobody?
Sure, Brother Lu here is quite the catch, but if I had nothing special, would you even glance my way? A fleeting, unreadable gleam flashed in Wan Han's eyes.
She playfully tapped Le Ji's arm and pouted, Le Go, why are you so annoying? You already know what your little sister is thinking, why did you have to say it out loud? Seriously.
Chang Tianla chuckled, about to respond, when suddenly the music from Thursday abruptly stopped. A shrill voice cut through the air, excuse me for 5 minutes, everyone. This young master needs to handle some personal business.
Chapter 107, Unsteady on Your Feet. The jarring sound left everyone momentarily stunned.
But when they turned their gaze to the figure standing on the massive stage, every mouth shut tight. Of course, those who fell silent were the customers without connections.
The well-connected types, however,
all stared at the person on stage with the look of spectators watching a show.
What's going on? Is young Master Wang about to take someone down again?
Whoever had the misfortune to cross young Master Wang was in for a world of trouble. Summer listened to the murmurs around him, then shot a playful glance at Wang Xiaokuan on stage before turning to Chang Tianla.
He grinned.
Bro, don't go too hard on him later.
Just beat him half to death.
Chang Tianla rolled his eyes at the remark, clearing his throat before replying, bro, I'm not that twisted. As long as this guy doesn't push his luck, I won't beat him too badly. We're cultured, civilized people, we win people over with virtue. Wan Han, standing beside Chang Tianla and Xia Tian, listened to their exchange as a thick black line appeared on her forehead. Silently, she began praying for Wang Xiaokuan on stage, for she already knew the next unlucky ones would undoubtedly be him and his henchmen. The dance hall was now bathed in light as bright as day.
Wang Xiaokuan stood at the edge of the stage, his cold gaze sweeping downward until it locked onto Chang Tianla and his group.
His eyes lit up with surprise when he spotted Wan Han standing beside Chang Tianla. Clearly, her beauty had caught his attention. Kid, Wang Xiaokuan pointed at Chang Tianla.
Are you coming over to take your punishment yourself? Or should I come get you?
At his words, everyone immediately followed the direction of Wang Xiaokuan's finger. Chang Tianla, however, took a leisurely step forward with a smile on his face. Pointing back at Wang Xiaokuan, he grinned and retorted, Kid, are you here to take your punishment yourself? Or should I do it for you?
The room erupted in shock.
No one expected this seemingly handsome, background-less guy to speak to Wang Xiaoquan like that.
Didn't he know about Wang Xiaoquan's methods and his powerful, influential father? Who gave him the nerve to insult Wang Xiaoquan so blatantly? Wang Xiaoquan listened to Chang Tianla's taunts, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching involuntarily.
A murderous intent flared in his eyes as he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. Fine.
Very fine. Your ignorance has thoroughly enraged this young master.
Next, this young master.
Shut your mouth.
Before Wang Xiaoquan could finish, Chang Tianla yawned and cut him off. Don't try to act all high and mighty in front of this young master.
Think you're so awesome?
You can barely stand straight, yet you come out here to embarrass yourself.
What did you say?
Wang Xiaoquan froze at Chang Tianla's abrupt shift in tone, utterly bewildered.
Chang Tianla's mind flickered, and a golden thread shot out, silently wrapping around Wang Xiaoquan's ankle.
With a mischievous grin, he said, I told you, you can't even stand properly.
You're going to fall off the stage. You let go.
Before Wang Xiaoquan could finish his curse, he let out a startled yell and tumbled off the stage. The stage was over a meter high, and the sudden fall landing hard on the floor knocked the wind right out of him. He nearly passed out.
Ha!
The moment Summer and the others saw Wang Xiaoquan tumble down, they knew Chang Tianla was behind it.
They burst into laughter, mocking him. A guy who can't even stand steady comes out to show off? Don't you feel embarrassed? Pack your stuff and get lost already. Don't stay here making a fool of yourself. Young Master Wang, young Master Wang. How are you, young Master Wang?
Several underlings hurried over to help Wang Xiaoquan up from the ground, each asking with feigned concern.
Damn it.
Wang Xiaoquan caught his breath, clenched his teeth, and snarled, beat them to death. Not a single one of those 5 should be spared. Don't worry, young master.
We won't let you down.
Today, we'll restore young Master Wang's might and glory, showing those bastards that his authority isn't to be trifled with.
A dozen men spoke with fierce bravado, instantly surrounding Chang Tianla and his group.
The leader was a bald young man, standing about 1.9 meters tall with a powerfully muscular build. The bald giant glanced down at Chang Tianla and his crew, his voice booming like a bell. Kid, you dare strut around the capital without doing your homework?
Haven't you heard of young Master Wang's name?
You've crossed our young master today, so don't blame us for showing you no mercy. Chang Tianla looked up at this muscle-bound dimwit, grinning widely. Hey, big bald head, what did you eat growing up? Too much gutter oil fry your brain? Your buddies aren't our lovers, they didn't cuckold us. How could we possibly owe you anything? The bald guy froze at Chang Tianla's words, then his face darkened instantly.
At first glance, Chang Tianla's remark seemed harmless, but upon reflection, it was a veiled insult calling them whores. Without a moment's hesitation, the bald giant roared angrily, you've got some nerve. Brothers, beat the crap out of him. At his command, a dozen burly men roared and charged toward Chang Tianla and his crew, swinging fists as big as sandbags. Chang Tianla watched the men charging at him, shaking his head with a dismissive smile. You call yourselves tough guys with skills like that? With that, he delivered a flying kick that sent the first attacker flying. He then sidestepped a powerful punch, reached out, grabbed the man's wrist, and twisted it with a slight effort. A sharp crack echoed as the wrist snapped. Ah! A series of piercing screams erupted. The dozen or so men who had charged forward all rolled to the ground, howling in agony. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Chang Tianla surveyed the fallen men, fixing his gaze on the bald giant. Planting his foot squarely on the man's chest, he grinned maliciously. Baldy, he sneered, what was that you said? You wanted to kill us? Well, get up and show this young master what you've got. If you don't get up and fight, you're nothing but a coward. The bald giant, kicked squarely in the groin by that kid Li Yi, was writhing in agony. Hearing Chang Tianla's words only made his frustration boil over. He'd been under Wang Xiaoquan's wing for years, never once bullied or beaten in this neighborhood. But today, not only had he been humiliated and beaten, but worst of all, he'd been insulted. Kid, the bald guy gasped painfully, you better let me go now. Or else, you won't even know how you died. Chang Tianla immediately bent down, grinning wickedly. Without another word, he lashed out, slapping the bald guy hard across the face. The blow sent blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Guess you've been eating too much gutter oil, Chang Tianla snorted. Can't you tell what's going on here? Your brothers are nothing but puny chickens and dogs in front of us, utterly powerless. Now, instead of owning up to your mistakes, you're threatening this young master? I've got no idea what you're thinking. You bastard. Li Yi stepped forward and delivered another devastating kick to the bald man's groin. The blow sent a piercing scream through the bald man's throat before he collapsed unconscious. That was brutal. Chang Tianla watched the giant bald man knocked out, instinctively shielding his groin. He gave Li Yi a strange look and said, Little Li, you have this kind of hobby? That's a bit too over the top, isn't it? Li Yi scratched his head and chuckled. This move works like a charm. Usually one kick takes them out. Didn't expect this bald guy to be such a tough nut, took 2 kicks to knock him out. Chang Tianla rolled his eyes at Li Yi's words, cleared his throat, and turned away.
He looked up at Wang Xiaoquan, who was being tightly guarded nearby, and sneered coldly with utter contempt.
I thought you'd come back with some real experts after all this time. But after half a year, you've only brought a bunch of weaklings? You've really let me down. Now, I'll give you one last chance.
If any of your remaining men are skilled fighters, bring them out to face me.
If not, then come over here and kowtow to me to apologize.
Wang Xiaoquan's face burned like it was on fire as he listened to Cheng Tianla's arrogance. Truth be told, he was genuinely scared now. The group he'd brought this time were arguably his strongest men, yet Cheng Tianla and his crew had dispatched them with astonishing ease. This outcome had completely caught him off guard. Kid, what are you spacing out for? Cheng Tianla stroked his chin, a wicked grin spreading across his face. If you don't have any experts, then come over here and kowtow obediently. Don't make me have to act, because once I do, it won't be as simple as kowtowing and apologizing. You. Wang Xiaoquan was furious enough to burst his lungs, but despite his rage, he was utterly helpless.
Fighting? He wasn't a match for Cheng Tianla and his crew. Running? That would be too humiliating.
Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, a cold voice rang out from behind him.
How dare you bully the Wang family?
Wang Xiaoquan whirled around at the voice. His eyes lit up instantly. Overflowing with excitement, he exclaimed, Uncle Wang.
What brings you here? Chapter 108, Joining the Wang Family.
Cheng Tianla frowned slightly at the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man. His psychic senses detected that this man was no ordinary person. A peculiar energy fluctuation emanated from him so faint that if not for the evolution of Cheng Tianla's golden cloud, he likely wouldn't have detected it at all.
Brother Lo, this guy's no ordinary person. Xia Tian's expression turned serious as he dropped his playful demeanor.
If we have to fight him, it's best to take him down with one strike. Otherwise, we might run into some trouble.
Cheng Tianla nodded. Don't worry.
He's a bit strange, but I'm confident I can handle him.
Hearing this, Xia Tian immediately relaxed. He grinned widely and said, if Brother Lu is so confident, what have we to fear? If you can handle him alone, go for it. If not, we'll all jump in. I bet we can take him down. Cheng Tianla listened to Xia Tian's words, his forehead creasing with exasperation. He'd thought himself the most cocky and boastful, but it seemed Xia Tian surpassed him by a mile. Young man.
The middle-aged man addressed as Uncle Wang by Wang Xiaoquan was named Wang Tianyi. His eyes gleamed with malice as he looked at Cheng Tianla, his face twisted with contempt. No matter what connections you have, messing with the Wang family in the capital won't end well for you.
Will you come over quietly and bow to apologize? Or do I have to make you? Cheng Tianla's rage flared instantly at Wang Tianyi's words.
He never imagined this man would be so unreasonable, let alone so overbearing. Only his own formidable skills saved them from certain doom today.
The Wang family?
Cheng Tianla scoffed coldly, his voice dripping with contempt.
How utterly majestic and domineering. Demanding we kowtow and apologize without even hearing our side of the story. Do you think your Wang family is the emperor himself? Does the entire imperial capital belong to you?
Whether this is our Wang family business is none of your concern. Wang Tianyi snorted, his voice dripping with contempt. All you need to know is that our Wang family has more than enough power to deal with small fry like you. Li Yi flew into a rage the moment he heard Wang Tianyi's words, bellowing, damn you to hell. Cheng Tianla saw Li Yi was about to lose his temper and quickly grabbed him, grinning as he said, Hey Yi, don't get worked up. That old guy's words are infuriating, but it's not your turn to teach him a lesson. Just hang back and enjoy the show. Watch how I discipline this arrogant bastard.
Teach him a lesson? Li Yi chuckled at the phrase. Boss, isn't that term usually reserved for women? Why use it on this old fart? Are your tastes really that unique? Damn it. Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes at Li Yi's lecherous expression, landing a punch squarely on his chest. Get lost somewhere cool.
You can't expect pearls from a pig's mouth. Li Yi grimaced from the blow, then retreated to the side with a deliberately provocative posture. As he backed away, he flashed Wang Tianyi a universally understood gesture. The gesture prompted Wang Tianyi to snap coldly, Young man, you truly don't know your place. I had no intention of making things difficult for you today, but since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. He then ordered Wang Xiaoquan beside him, clear out all the uninvited guests. Before Wang Xiaoquan could issue the order, young men and women without influence or connections began voluntarily retreating in rapid succession. 3 minutes later, the once bustling Thursday night scene was now sparsely populated, with only 2 or 3 dozen people remaining. That was fast. Cheng Tianla scanned the room, showing no sign of tension. With a carefree expression, he remarked, Who knew your Wang family had such clout around here? One word from you and this place empties out. Impressive, really. Kid, keep putting on that act for me. Wang Xiaoquan glared at Cheng Tianla's infuriating expression, his hatred boiling over. He desperately wished Wang Tianyi would step in and knock Cheng down immediately, so he could take his turn delivering a brutal beating. Act? Cheng Tianla stared at Wang Xiaoquan as if he were an idiot. Are you a complete moron or just blind?
Or did you get your head stuck in a doorframe when you were little? A guy who can't even stand straight has no right to speak in front of this young master. You. Before Wang Xiaoquan could finish his sentence, his feet slipped. His body lost all control and slammed straight into the ground, leaving him reeling from the impact. Though the fall was hard, the terror gripping his heart far outweighed the physical pain. Because both times he'd fallen right after Chang Tianla spoke, if anyone called that a coincidence, only a fool would believe it. Wang Xiaoquan knew Chang Tianla was behind all this. The sheer skill to make him fall without anyone noticing was astonishing. Uncle. At that moment, Wang Xiaoquan was genuinely terrified. He had finally realized that Chang Tianla, standing before him, was no ordinary man. Wang Tianyi reached out, yanked Wang Xiaoquan to his feet, and shielded him behind his own body. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he coldly laughed. At first, I wondered why you were so arrogant. After half a year, it turns out you're a psychic. Truly beyond my expectations. What are you? Chang Tianla retorted without a shred of politeness. Is it so strange that you're surprised? Don't think being a psychic makes you all that. Let me tell you, in front of this young master, you're nothing but a pile of. What did you say? Wang Tianyi glared furiously at Chang Tianla. Are you deaf? Chang Tianla grinned, looking like he was asking for a beating. I said you're a piece of. Need me to repeat it? Wang Tianyi's face flushed crimson with rage, but he forced himself to hold it, and he had his own plans. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, Young man, as fellow psychics, if you'll just apologize properly and join our Wang family, I promise to forget today's incident. We'll even treat you to the finest food and drink. How about it? Chang Tianla immediately made a gagging motion. Old man, have you lost your mind? You want me to join the family of a piece of? The remark instantly set off roars of laughter from the powerful young masters surrounding them. You've been given face, yet you refuse it. Wang Tianyi, seeing the mocking expressions around him, could no longer contain his rage. He roared, not a single one of you five will leave here alive today. Big talk. Chang Tianla showed no fear toward Wang Tianyi, coldly replying, Young master here is eager to see just how much you're worth, this so-called hidden urban psychic. With that, he stirred his psychic energy, and a golden cloud immediately soared from behind him, circling above his head. Wang Tianyi sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Chang Tianla and immediately grew cautious. Though a psionicist himself, he couldn't perceive the golden cloud behind Chang Tianla, nor did he possess the divine psionic eye to defy the heavens. All he could detect was an intensely powerful and eerie energy field, one he knew he couldn't confront head-on. Come on, old man. Chang Tianla taunted the overly cautious Wang Tianyi. You were shouting so loudly just now. Why are you afraid to fight now? Quickly unleash your special abilities and let this young master see what you've got. Wang Tianyi's face flushed crimson under Chang Tianla's scathing taunts. Truth be told, he was beginning to regret this confrontation. He suddenly realized he might not stand a chance against his opponent. That sheer aura alone was overwhelming. If they clashed, he'd likely suffer a crushing defeat. Watching Wang Tianyi's hesitation, Chang Tianla felt a pang of regret. He knew he'd overplayed his hand, underestimating his opponent. He shouldn't have summoned the golden cloud with full force right off the bat. Its aura was too overwhelming, any psychic could sense it. That old codger Wang Tianyi was probably just scared stiff. The thought crossed Chang Tianla's mind as his eyes darted around. A mischievous grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. He channeled his psychic energy, drawing the golden cloud back into his body. As the cloud vanished, so did the formidable aura. Suddenly, Chang Tianla staggered, his expression shifting abruptly. A flicker of panic shot through his eyes before he cleared his throat and declared, Old man, if you don't make your move soon, I won't play along anymore. Originally, Wang Tianyi had felt some apprehension toward Chang Tianla. But the sudden disappearance of that peculiar aura from Chang Tianla's body instantly lifted his spirits. He immediately began scrutinizing Chang Tianla closely, quickly detecting something amiss. Especially the fleeting panic that flashed across Chang Tianla's eyes did not escape his notice. The moment those words left Chang Tianla's mouth, Wang Tianyi knew Chang Tianla was all bark and no bite. Everything that had happened earlier was a desperate act of pretense. Wang Tianyi was a psychic himself, deeply knowledgeable about psychic abilities. He understood that a person's mental energy was finite. Overconsumption inevitably led to exhaustion. Combining this knowledge with Chang Tianla's earlier display, Wang Tianyi concluded the young man was now in precisely that state, already weakened. And if he was already weakened, what was there left to fear? Young man. Wang Tianyi fixed Chang Tianla with a contemptuous stare. Before acting, think carefully. Don't ruin your entire life for a moment's satisfaction. I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel and beg for forgiveness, or agree to join the Wang family. Then I, Wang, will spare you today. The moment Chang Tianla heard Wang Tianyi's words and saw the smug look on his face, he knew the old man had fallen for it. Chapter 109, A Class Ability. Chang Tianla knew that old bastard Wang Tianyi had been fooled by him, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside. However, he didn't let a single trace of his excitement show on his face. He merely snorted coldly and put on an air of superiority as he said, "Old man, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Are you really so sure you've got me cornered? We'll see about that." Wang Tianyi stared at Cheng Tianla with a cold sneer. Cheng Tianla eyed Wang Tianyi's smug expression, thinking to himself, "Enjoy your moment, you bastard. Just wait till we clash. I'll crush you flat." Not every psychic's abilities are god tier. Cheng Tianla stroked his chin, grinning. "Though I don't know what your power is, seeing how you're so old and still haven't made a name for yourself, I guess your abilities aren't that strong. May I ask, have you even reached B rank?" The moment those words left his mouth, Wang Tianyi, who had been calm and smug just seconds before, suddenly flashed intense murderous intent in his eyes. His expression darkened to the extreme. Staring at Cheng Tianla, he spat out each word, "You deserve to die." Seeing Wang Tianyi's sudden outburst, Cheng Tianla instantly understood what had happened. His earlier remark had struck a nerve, causing Wang Tianyi to lose all control. "Bro, watch out." Cheng Tianla grinned at Xia Tian's warning. "What's there to worry about with a powerless C rank? I hope this old fart's years of cultivation paid off. Better not get knocked out by this young master right off the bat." What utter recklessness! Wang Xiaoquan heard Cheng Tianla's mocking words about his uncle, yet he showed no sign of anger. On the contrary, he was overjoyed, for while others knew nothing of his uncle's situation, he understood it perfectly well. Back in the day, Wang Tianyi had been identified as a psychic at just 6 years old, possessing exceptionally powerful psychic energy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become a formidable psychic. Yet things didn't unfold as the Wang family had hoped. As Wang Tianyi grew older, his psychic power didn't increase, it weakened. By the time he turned 18 and was ready to join the special organization, testing revealed his psychic power couldn't even reach the most basic C level. The outcome was predictable. Wang Tianyi failed to join the special organization, known as the Crimson Dragon X Unit. Upon returning home, he immediately lost the family's special privileges. It was as if he had plummeted from heaven to hell. At that time, Wang Tianyi even contemplated death. Had it not been for his girlfriend, Yang Xiaoman, staying by his side to console and persuade him, he would have long since ceased to exist in this world. Yang Xiaoman became Wang Tianyi's reason to live. She was his entire world at that time, and only with her by his side could he muster the strength to survive. But misfortune never comes singly. If Yang Xiaoman could have stayed by his side, he might have gradually recovered. Yet she was no ordinary girl. Her family, the Yangs, wielded considerable influence in the capital. How could they tolerate their cherished daughter being with a worthless man? Though Yang Xiaoman didn't want to leave Wang Tianyi, knowing how desperately he needed her now, and that leaving him would surely lead to trouble, what good did that knowledge do? The Yang family would never allow her to stay by his side. Yang Xiaoman was forcibly taken away by the Yang family, plunging Wang Tianyi's world back into darkness. He considered ending his miserable existence, but then remembered Yang Xiaoman's words, to live well, for only in life lay hope, only in life could he regain his lost abilities. She would wait for him, waiting until his powers returned. Days turned into years, and before he knew it, 3 years had passed. Throughout that time, Wang Tianyi had diligently experimented with various methods. While he achieved some minor results, his abilities remained elusive. 3 years, neither long nor short, yet over 1,000 days and nights, could transform countless people and circumstances. Just as Wang Tianyi was brimming with confidence in his quest to rediscover his abilities, a devastating piece of news struck like a nightmare. The woman he deeply loved, Yang Xiaoman, was about to marry someone else. This news struck Wang Tianyi like a bolt from the blue. What had all his efforts been for? Wasn't it to spend his life with Yang Xiaoman? Yet this was the outcome? He couldn't accept it. He had to confront her and demand answers. He refused to believe she would leave him. When Wang Tianyi stormed into the Yang residence and saw Yang Xiaoman, he froze. Beside her stood a handsome, refined young man. What stunned him most was that this man was also a psychic. This handsome man was Yang Xiaoman's fiancé, Zhang Xiaojin, a member of the Red Dragon X team. He merely glanced at the furious Wang Tianyi, offered a faint smile, and then treated him as if he were invisible. This blatant contempt nearly drove Wang Tianyi mad. He recklessly unleashed his only ability, but it proved utterly insignificant against Zhang Xiaojin. Zhang Xiaojin effortlessly deflected Wang Tianyi's attack. With an expression of utter indifference, he dismissed him with a single sentence: someone not even possessing C-level abilities was utterly unworthy of competing with him for a woman. If not for Yang Xiaoman's sake, he would have made Wang Tianyi pay with his life today. Wang Tianyi never imagined the outcome would be this. What he never anticipated even more was that Yang Xiaoman hadn't uttered a single word throughout the entire ordeal. No matter what he said, Yang Xiaoman's only response was a helpless look. Wang Tianyi left the Yang residence in a daze. That very night, upon returning home, he chose to end his life. Yet, in that moment of utter despair when he abandoned his existence, whether his latent potential was ignited by the intent to die or some other force, his supernatural power suddenly returned and surged significantly. There were faint signs he was on the verge of breaking through to B rank. The first thing Wang Tianyi did after regaining his abilities was to seek revenge.
His target was Zhang Xiaojin, who had utterly disregarded him, especially that taunt about being not even C rank had cut deep.
It must be said that the newly empowered Wang Tianyi was formidable.
On a dark and stormy night, he ambushed Zhang Xiaojin while the latter was out on a mission. After a fierce battle, Wang severed one of Zhang's arms, though at the cost of severe injuries to himself. After escaping, Zhang Xiaojin planned to use the Red Dragon X group's influence to eliminate Wang Tianyi. However, Yang Xiaoman refused. After Zhang Xiaojin's desperate pleas, what else could he say? He had to agree not to kill Wang Tianyi. But to prevent his arrogance from endangering others, he reported it to the organization to restrict Wang Tianyi's abilities.
The Crimson Dragon X group was brimming with exceptional talent. Dealing with Wang Tianyi was a breeze. In fact, the higher-ups had instructed them to test Wang Tianyi once more.
If his character remained as pure as it had been years ago, he could be admitted into the organization. However, after a series of tests, the Red Dragon X group leadership discovered Wang Tianyi was no longer the innocent child he had been 3 years prior. His current disposition was far too extreme and volatile, making him entirely unsuitable for the organization.
Moreover, if left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a major threat in the future.
To protect innocent civilians and maintain social stability, the Crimson Dragon X unit intervened. With a single move, they subdued Wang Tianyi, who was on the verge of breaking through to Class B abilities, permanently sealing his powers. From that day forward, he would forever be confined to Class C abilities, never able to advance beyond the threshold. Though his powers were sealed, Wang Tianyi remained a formidable C-rank ability user beyond ordinary opposition. Deeply aware of the Crimson Dragon X group's might and their unwritten rules, he thereafter conducted all his affairs outside their oversight, never crossing their boundaries. Over the years, he had thoroughly revitalized the Wang family.
Possessing a C-rank psionic within a clan was like holding a trump card. Though this card couldn't be played freely, its mere presence within the family served as a formidable deterrent.
Often, he didn't even need to intervene personally. His mere presence at the scene was enough to resolve conflicts among ordinary people.
In his entire life, Wang Tianyi had only two profound hatreds. First, the Crimson Dragon X group. Second, the utter loathing he felt whenever anyone suggested he couldn't even reach C-class ability.
Had Wang Tianyi known Chang Tianla belonged to the Red Dragon X group, he likely would have pursued his annihilation at all costs.
For Chang Tianla embodied both objects of Wang's deepest hatred.
Chang Tianla stared at Wang Xiaoquan's smug expression and sneered coldly, "You idiot.
Who's the one courting death? You're the idiot." Wang Xiaoquan roared angrily. "You reckless bastard. You just said the one thing my uncle hates most. Not a single one of you 5 will leave here alive today." "Fools are fools," Chang Tianla chuckled, rubbing his chin.
"Even if your uncle is a psychic, I'm not afraid of him. If he's got the guts, let him come beat me up."
"You? What do you mean, you?" Chang Tianla snorted, utterly dismissive. "Don't think your uncle is some great, mighty figure. He's nothing compared to me. I won't even bully him because of his age. I'll let him have 3 moves. Kid, you're way too cocky." Wang Tianyi's voice was unusually cold, his expression grim.
Glaring at Chang Tianla, he gritted his teeth. "Today, even if it costs me dearly, I'll make sure all 5 of you stay here."
Chapter 110, The Ice Mage. "Leave all 5 of us?" Chang Tianla roared with laughter. "Old man, you really think you're something special, don't you? I've noticed your attitude's even bigger than mine. Whether you can even keep me here is questionable, yet you actually want to keep all 5 of us? I'm truly impressed by you. Cut the trash talk." Wang Tianyi roared angrily.
"You'll soon learn the consequences of crossing the Wang family."
As he finished, his entire body trembled. A powerful, strange fluctuation instantly radiated from him.
With the emergence of this energy wave, the surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly. In an instant, the cold became so intense it made everyone shiver uncontrollably. At that moment, 5 crystal-clear ice blades, glowing with a blue light, materialized out of thin air beside Wang Tianyi.
Water attribute ice ability.
Chang Tianla watched the icy blades glinting in the cold light, a faint smile playing on his lips. He felt completely at ease now, for this ability was several tiers below Lu Jianbai's.
Dealing with Wang Tianyi would be effortless for him. Though Wang Tianyi's ability was mediocre and posed little threat to Chang Tianla, he dared not be overconfident.
After all, old Zhou had once warned him never to underestimate any enemy, especially those wielding supernatural abilities. Their powers held too many unknowns. What seemed harmless to him might easily end his life. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. And Wang Tianyi was no rabbit. The moment Chang Tianla saw the ice dagger materialize, his vigilance sharpened. With a surge of psychic energy, 6 golden threads shot forth from his back, targeting both Wang Tianyi and the 5 throwing knives before him. Having initiated the attack, Chang Tianla resolved to subdue Wang Tianyi with lightning speed, preventing him from unexpectedly unleashing other bizarre techniques. As the 6 golden threads raced toward Wang Tianyi, he instantly sensed danger. Without hesitation, he hurled the 5 ice blades at Chang Tianla and his companions.
The moment the blades launched, Wang Tianyi channeled his spiritual energy to erect an ice wall before him with blinding speed. At that moment, the 5 threads Cheng Tianla had released intercepted the ice blades with pinpoint accuracy. The 6th thread, however, slammed squarely into the ice wall. The instant the golden thread touched the ice barrier, a bone-chilling cold surged through the thread and into Cheng Tianla, sending shivers down his spine. Damn it!
Cheng Tianla swiftly withdrew the golden thread, his face etched with astonishment.
Old geezer, never would have guessed your seemingly ordinary ability could be this formidable.
Truly beyond this young master's expectations.
Wang Tianyi's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Young man, there's much more to surprise you.
Soon, I'll show you what true astonishment feels like." Truthfully, as Wang Tianyi spoke these words, his own heart was filled with astonishment. He knew full well the power of his ice blades and ice walls. Yet Cheng Tianla had effortlessly destroyed his ice blades and struck his ice walls undetected without suffering a scratch. It was nothing short of a miracle. Surprise me?
Cheng Tianla grinned.
Your abilities may be strange, but they're nothing to this young master.
Old man, pray for your own good. I hope you can withstand my next attack. With that, Cheng Tianla immediately unleashed 2 golden threads again.
This time, he intended to bypass the ice wall and bind Wang Tianyi directly. Once restrained, everything would be manageable. The 2 golden threads shot forth, one guided to strike the ice wall, the other bypassing it to target Wang Tianyi.
Theoretically, the plan and coordination were flawless.
Yet, just as the thread meant to bind Wang Tianyi was about to strike him, a sudden blue light erupted from his body, colliding directly with the golden thread.
This blue light carried an intensely frigid energy.
Upon contact, it instantly froze the golden thread into an icy strand. Nearby, Cheng Tianla suffered backlash, his entire body instantly encased in a thin layer of ice.
Wang Tianyi paid no attention to the frozen Cheng Tianla.
His gaze fixed on the white ice thread on the ground, his eyes widening in astonishment. Though he didn't know the nature of Cheng Tianla's ability, the mere fact that he could transform into an invisible thread for attack was already remarkably formidable.
Young man, Wang offers you one final chance. Will you join the Wang family? Wang Tianyi extended the invitation with solemn sincerity. Should you choose to join our clan, I guarantee you'll live in luxury, every desire fulfilled. Cheng Tianla, encased in a layer of ice, shuddered violently. Golden clouds shot forth, instantly melting the frost.
He sniffed, wiping the icy water from his face with a dismissive gesture. Old codger, he snapped, his expression sour.
Shut your trap. Things have come to this. Do you really think I'd join your Wang family now? If you don't join the Wang family, you're all doomed. Cheng Tianla sneered coldly. We'll survive just fine without your Wang family. Consider yourself warned. Be smart and apologize quickly. Maybe I'll spare your Wang family. Otherwise what? Wang Tianyi glared at Cheng Tianla with murderous intent.
At this moment, he finally understood negotiating terms with this young man was like talking to a wall.
What then? Cheng Tianla laughed heartily. Simple. I'll wipe out your Wang family. Wang Tianyi's rage boiled over into a bitter laugh. Fine. Very well.
You're not the first to threaten to wipe out the Wang family. But let me tell you this with absolute certainty, everyone who's ever uttered those words has met a miserable end.
Is that so? Cheng Tianla replied, utterly unconcerned.
Since you've made your position clear, there's nothing more to discuss.
Wang Tianyi's eyes turned cold. Die. As Wang Tianyi uttered these words, the surrounding temperature plummeted once more.
Before him, a dense swarm of no fewer than 50 ice blades materialized. The moment they appeared, they shot toward Cheng Tianla and his companions.
Cheng Tianla watched the overwhelming number of blades, his brow furrowing deeply. Facing such a barrage was a headache indeed. Each blade carried that icy, chilling aura, and that very aura could be transmitted through the golden threads.
A handful of blades wouldn't faze him, but this deluge was troublesome. Yet despite the headache, Cheng Tianla remained largely unconcerned. He had absolute faith in his golden cloud, confident it could easily intercept all these blades though it would cost him a minor inconvenience.
How annoying. Cheng Tianla sighed as he uttered these words.
Then, with a flick of his mental energy, countless golden threads rapidly coalesced before him, forming a golden defensive light net. As the golden net materialized, the 50-plus ice blades shot toward him. The moment they touched the net, the golden thread spun wildly, twisting and coiling. The sheer power of the golden strands was immense. Shattering these tiny ice blades was no challenge at all. Amidst a clattering din, the flying blades disintegrated into dust mid-air, scattering to the ground. This unexpected outcome utterly astonished Wang Tianyi. He had been certain his 50-plus ice blades would effortlessly cut Cheng Tianla and his companions down. Yet the result had far exceeded his wildest expectations. How could this be? Wang Tianyi exclaimed in disbelief, his face etched with shock. How is this possible? How could you so effortlessly block my attack? This defies all logic. Cheng Tianla heard Wang Tianyi's words and couldn't help but smirk, feigning an innocent expression.
Who said I blocked your attack so easily? Can't you tell how cold this young master is?
Hearing this, Wang Tianyi nearly choked on his own blood.
He had unleashed over 50 ice blades, draining at least half his spiritual energy, pushing his combat power to its absolute limit. Such a tremendous sacrifice would have been worth it if it had destroyed his enemy. Yet despite Wang Tianyi's immense sacrifice, Chang Tianla remained unscathed.
Worse, he had the audacity to mockingly remark that he felt a bit chilly. This was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face. Wang Tianyi was so enraged he could barely speak. "Young man, your arrogance knows no bounds." Chang Tianla laughed heartily at this. "If youth isn't for recklessness, then when should one be reckless? Old codger, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Use them now, because if you haven't subdued this young master after 3 moves, then once I strike, you won't have a single chance left."
Wang Tianyi stared at Chang Tianla's utterly arrogant demeanor, his rage boiling over.
He'd finally seen through this scoundrel from the very start. He'd been putting on a show, whether feigning strength or weakness, all to lure him into action. Now that he'd taken the bait, there was no turning back. This had to be settled once and for all. With things pushed this far, Wang Tianyi knew retreat was impossible. Only one outcome remained: take down all 5 of them.
Otherwise, the Wang family's reputation would be utterly ruined today.
Kill!
With Wang Tianyi's thunderous shout, a blue blow instantly engulfed the area within 3 meters.
Instantly, snowflakes the size of goose feathers materialized out of thin air, carrying a biting cold as they swept toward Chang Tianla and his group.
"Brother Lu, can you withstand this?" Li Yi watched the blue snowflakes, charged with murderous intent, with visible concern. Chapter 111, Sudden Reconciliation. Chang Tianla heard Li Yi's words and gave a faint, wry smile.
"Though this old guy's move looks fierce, you needn't worry.
Brother Lu here has absolute confidence in countering it."
With that, his psychic energy surged, weaving golden threads that tightly shielded all 5 of them.
Wang Tianyi sensed the powerful fluctuations emanating from Chang Tianla and felt a jolt of alarm, though his face betrayed no surprise. Instead, he spoke in a cold, menacing tone. "You think this can block Wang's strike? If that's what you truly believe, then all 5 of you can go to hell." "Old geezer," Chang Tianla retorted irritably. "What are you pretending? Don't be surprised I can't see through your bluff. You're nothing but a spent force now. If you can't handle me after this move, then you're in for a world of trouble. I'll make sure to thoroughly torment you." Wang Tianyi's expression darkened instantly. He never imagined Chang Tianla could see through his bluff. This made him worry Chang Tianla was right. If this move failed to take him down, he'd be in real trouble. Though not as dire as Chang Tianla claimed, escaping would likely cost him dearly. Wang Tianyi understood the stakes clearly. Every second wasted increased his peril. With a roar, he shouted, "Die!" With that roar, the swirling blue snowflakes instantly transformed into icy crystal blades. Carrying an icy chill, they swept toward Chang Tianla and his companions. Chang Tianla, seeing the ferocious onslaught of the blue snowflakes, dared not take it lightly. He activated his golden defensive net with full force, launching the most intense counterattack. Golden threads spun at breakneck speed, shredding every single blue snowflake that dared to approach. Wang Tianyi watched in stunned disbelief as the blue snowflakes he had unleashed dissolved into shimmering blue sparks just moments before reaching Chang Tianla and his companions. The bizarre and awe-inspiring visual spectacle left him utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Once again, Wang Tianyi was plunged into disbelief. He still couldn't fathom what kind of extraordinary ability Chang Tianla possessed. How could he so effortlessly nullify Wang Tianyi's ultimate technique and do so with something as intangible as invisible energy? "Who are you?" Wang Tianyi swiftly withdrew his psychic energy, his face drained of color as he took several steps back. Adopting a defensive posture, he demanded, "Who sent you? Take a guess." Chang Tianla watched Wang Tianyi's anxious expression and immediately chuckled teasingly. "Guess correctly, and you'll get a reward. Your skills clearly show you're not a lone wolf," Wang Tianyi said with heightened caution. "And you're so young. Aside from that place, I doubt any family could possess talent like yours." Chang Tianla knew exactly which place Wang Tianyi referred to: the Red Dragon X Division. Stroking his chin with a wicked grin, he replied, surprisingly sharp. "You guessed right. Since you know our origins, you must also know our rules. Given today's situation, how do you propose we resolve this? So you really are from that place?" Wang Tianyi clenched his teeth, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he growled. "Zhang Xiaojin sent you, didn't he?" "Zhang Xiaojin?" Chang Tianla furrowed his brow slightly, curling his lips. "Who'd have thought you'd have connections within our organization? Looks like you've got quite the story to tell." Wang Tianyi, hearing Chang Tianla's words, immediately grew puzzled. "You don't know Zhang Xiaojin? Then who exactly sent you?" "Wang here only has a grudge against him, and I've never done anything against that organization, so..." "So what?" Chang Tianla snorted. "Let me make this clear, the 5 of us aren't here on anyone's orders. We just came to unwind. Never expected to run into your big shot here trying to steal this young master's woman." He pointed toward Wanhan nearby. "And how could this young master let that slide? So I gave him a beating. Then you showed up. Need I explain what happened next?" Wang Tianyi listened to Chang Tianla's words and regretted it so much he could have kicked himself.
Although he harbored deep jealousy and hatred toward the Crimson Dragon X group, he dared not lay a finger on their members. He knew full well the group's formidable power and understood the true significance of their organization. That's why he never crossed their red lines in his dealings. It was precisely because of this that he had managed to survive until now. Otherwise, the Crimson Dragon X group would have eliminated him long ago. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Wang Tianyi immediately softened his tone. Brothers, this is a huge misunderstanding today. Why didn't you identify yourselves earlier? If you had, we wouldn't have come to blows. What's the deal? Cheng Tianla eyed Wang Tianyi's contrite expression with obvious irritation. Now you're scared? You think apologizing now will help? Wang Tianyi's face darkened as he spoke. Earlier, I was a bit too aggressive. I assumed you were just ordinary people with some martial arts skills.
Who knew? Alright, no point in saying more. I was wrong. What do you want me to do to appease you, brothers?
Brother Lu. Xiaotian stared at Wang Tianyi, whose mood shifted faster than a woman's, and exclaimed in astonishment, did this old guy take the wrong medicine? Or was he scared off by your domineering aura earlier? Why the sudden change? What's going on here? What are you talking about, brother? Before Cheng Tianla could respond, Wang Tianyi shook his head and said with a bitter smile, though I may be a bit domineering in my ways, I've never dared to go against people like you. I apologize for any offense earlier. Please forgive me, brothers. It's all my fault for disrupting your fun. I'm willing to pay any price to make it up to you.
Cheng Tianla stroked his chin, watching Wang Tianyi with keen interest.
A mischievous grin spread across his face.
A sufficient price? That's quite the boast. But what if this young master asks for something you can't deliver? Hearing this, Wang Tianyi felt a black line appear on his forehead. He knew full well that Cheng Tianla was no good bird.
Whatever he demanded would surely be incredibly difficult to fulfill. Wang Tianyi chuckled awkwardly, within my capabilities, I'll certainly do my best. I just hope you won't make things too difficult for me.
Cheng Tianla reeled in the golden thread and chuckled.
Since you put it that way, I'm not one to be unreasonable. Your Wang family is a prestigious clan in the capital with considerable resources.
I wonder if you happen to have this kind of jade pendant? Wang Tianyi watched as Cheng Tianla pulled a green jade pendant from his pocket.
His brow furrowed slightly before immediately smoothing out.
He laughed heartily. Young man, so you collect antique jade pieces?
While our Wang family doesn't have a jade pendant in your exact style, we possess many of comparable quality.
If you like them, I'd be happy to give them all to you.
Cheng Tianla's face lit up with delight at Wang Tianyi's words. Since your Wang family possesses so many jade pendants, this young master will certainly take my time selecting one.
Hey! Xia Tian stared at Cheng Tianla with a look of utter disbelief. Boss, we're just letting this slide? You were just screaming about fighting to the death, and now you're making up in the blink of an eye? And we're actually going to pick out stuff from the Wang family? That's a pretty big leap, don't you think?
Exactly. Cheng Tianla slapped his forehead, feigning great displeasure as he glared at Wang Tianyi. Hey, old man, you distracted me earlier and nearly made me forget to settle the score with you. Now, since you were so generous offering me the jade pendant, I'll let it slide. But my 4 brothers were scared out of their wits just now.
If you don't give them an explanation, this isn't over. Hearing Cheng Tianla speak like this, Wang Tianyi instantly understood what was going on.
He immediately put on a smiling face and apologized to Xia Tian and the other 3 brothers. What happened earlier was all my fault. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold it against me. For any offense I've caused, I will definitely make it up to you properly.
How exactly do you plan to make it up to us?
Li Yi glared at Wang Tianyi, his face sour. We came here in high spirits, but you've ruined everything. What do you suggest we do?
Easy enough. Wang Tianyi grinned mischievously. You 5 just wanted some fun, right? My arrangements will absolutely satisfy you. If they fall short, I'll keep going until you're completely satisfied.
Fine.
Xia Tian chuckled. If that's the case, what are we waiting for?
Lead the way.
No problem.
Wang Tianyi quickly agreed, then turned to stare at the dumbfounded Wang Xiaokuan.
Immediately, he barked impatiently, you little punk. What are you standing around for?
Get moving and open the most prestigious VIP suite. Wang Xiaokuan froze at Wang Tianyi's scolding, then nodded frantically without daring to utter a word. At this point, if Wang Xiaokuan still couldn't grasp the situation, he might as well go die. The young men around them, who had been watching the spectacle, were all deeply disappointed to see things resolved so quickly. They'd been expecting a proper fight, but after half a year, it ended with just a few exchanges. How boring. One by one, they dispersed. Within 5 minutes of the incident being resolved, the entire 7th Street was packed with people again.
Holy crap! Seeing the crowd instantly swell to capacity, Cheng Tianla couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. Where did all these people come from?
Forget about them, Xia Tian said with a grin. Let's see how prestigious this VIP room old Wang keeps talking about really is. Before long, Chang Tianla, Wan Han, and the other four were guided by Wang Tianyi to the so-called most prestigious VIP room. The moment they stepped inside, they were all stunned by the scene before them. This wasn't just an entertainment venue, it felt like entering a lavish palace. The walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists. Rows of wine cabinets displayed an array of premium red wines. The entire room shimmered with gold and splendor, reaching the pinnacle of extravagance. Extravagant. Too extravagant. This is a bit over the top, isn't it? Money talks. I like this place. Wang Tianyi listened to Cheng Tianla and the others chatting, a smug look spreading across his face. He smiled faintly and said, "Does this room meet the standards of all five of you?" Chapter 112, Sudden Fainting. Cheng Tianla looked at Wang Tianyi's smug expression. Though he was quite satisfied with the room, he put on a nonchalant face, cleared his throat, and said, "It's okay. Much better than the regular rooms." Wang Tianyi knew Cheng Tianla was playing it cool. He'd already seen the surprise in their eyes earlier. He didn't call them out on it, just smiled and replied, "This is a VIP room after all, so it's bound to be better than outside. As long as you brothers are satisfied, then I'm relieved." With that, he clapped his hands. Instantly, several slender beauties entered from the doorway, each draped in sheer veils that hinted at the alluring curves beneath. Xia Tian and the others were all taken aback. Cheng Tianla, seeing Wang Tianyi had arranged for so many beauties to enter, cleared his throat, about to speak, when Wan Han rose from beside him, smiling as she said, "Brother Lu, I've got something to take care of. I'll be heading out first. You guys have fun." Cheng Tianla frowned at her sudden departure. "Why leave now? What business could possibly interrupt your fun? You're being unreasonable, Wan Han." Wan Han heard Cheng Tianla's words and immediately gave a faint smile. "Brother Lu, things can happen at any moment. I just remembered something I need to handle right now, so..." "All right." Cheng Tianla knew Wan Han was intentionally leaving, so he didn't try to stop her. He smiled and said, "Since Sister Wan Han wants to go, then brother will walk you part of the way. After all, it's nighttime, and with a beauty like you walking the streets alone, I really can't help but worry." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Cheng Tianla watched Wan Han's eyes, filled with alluring charm, and felt his heart flutter. He raised his hand and gave her but a pat, grinning mischievously, "You little vixen, you're too good at being enchanting." "Oh, come on," Wan Han pouted playfully, her eyes darting at him. "Don't get handsy. Can't you see there are other people around? Beautiful lady, you can treat us like we're invisible." Xia Tian laughed heartily, "Brother Lu, come back safe and sound. You little brat." Cheng Tianla playfully scolded Xia Tian before giving a few final instructions. He then took Wan Han by the arm and walked out of room 8. Outside, Cheng Tianla reached out to hail a cab for Wan Han, but she waved him off. Taken aback, he chuckled, "You're not walking back, are you? Why can't I walk?" Wan Han batted her eyes seductively and purred, "Take me to the hotel around the corner." Cheng Tianla glanced at the hotel in the distance and instantly understood her meaning. He wrapped his arm around her waist with a mischievous grin. "You little vixen, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Wan Han wriggled free from his embrace, giggling softly. "What on purpose? Brother Lu, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't ask you to walk me out, you insisted on it yourself." Cheng Tianla didn't buy Wan Han's explanation. He knew this girl wasn't simple. She'd approached him twice on her own initiative, clearly with ulterior motives. He didn't press the issue, instead grinning broadly and saying, "Wan Han, sis, you don't need to say anything. Brother Lu will take you to the hotel right now, and then..." "Then what?" Wan Han looked at Cheng Tianla with a smile. "Then I'll just leave." Cheng Tianla shrugged indifferently. "If you want to keep Brother Lu here, I'll stick around and chat. If not, I'll head back to have fun with my buddies." "Ugh." Wan Han raised her jade-like hand and playfully smacked Cheng Tianla's shoulder, giggling coyly, "Brother Lu, you're so naughty. Does your girlfriend know about this?" Cheng Tianla felt Wan Han's light touch, and a wave of sweet fragrance drifted into his nose. It instantly perked him up, sending ripples through his mind. He grinned and chuckled, "Girls love a little bad boy. If I weren't bad enough, how could I have a girlfriend? If I weren't bad enough, do you think we'd have met twice? So? No buts about it." Wan Han pouted, "This lady's a bit tired. Hurry up and take me back to rest." Cheng Tianla gazed at Wan Han's slender figure and beautiful face, immediately flashing a mischievous grin. "Alrighty then, big bro will take you back right this very instant." The 8 Express Hotel was where Wan Han stayed, just 2 blocks from Week 8. In moments, Cheng Tianla and Wan Han arrived at the hotel. Wan Han had already booked a room, so after entering, she led Cheng Tianla straight to the elevator and took him up to the 16th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, Cheng Tianla naturally wrapped his arm around Wan Han and asked, "Aren't you scared staying this high up?" This time, Wan Han didn't pull away from his embrace. She let him hold her and replied with a coy smile, "What's there to be afraid of?" As she spoke, they reached the room door. She swiftly swiped her key card and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted out. Cheng Tianla sniffed the air and grinned. "A beauty is a beauty," he said cheerfully. Not only does she smell heavenly, but her room has this intoxicating scent too.
I like it. You like it?
Stepping inside, Wanhan stretched lazily and smiled faintly.
Since you like it, take your time smelling it.
But once you've had your fill, hurry back, your buddies are waiting for you.
What if I can't get enough? Cheng Tianla asked with a sly grin. Does that mean I can stay here? Dream on. Wanhan raised an eyebrow and snorted.
This lady wouldn't dare keep a big pervert like you in my room.
Lecture? Cheng Tianla roared with laughter. Wanhan, that sounds pretty fake coming from you. If you wouldn't dare keep me overnight, then why bring me here? Isn't that like inviting a wolf into the house or a lamb into the tiger's den? At this, panic flashed across Wanhan's beautiful face. Her voice tightened slightly as she asked, Brother Lu, you won't take advantage of the situation, will you? Do something? Cheng Tianla feigned confusion. Why would I need to? If I recall correctly, you hinted at it last time.
Now we've met again, sharing this room.
Do I really need to force anything? We're both adults, no need for coyness. If you want it, just act on it now. What did you say? Wanhan watched Cheng Tianla stride toward her, immediately taking 2 steps back and exclaiming, Brother Lo, what do you want? What do I want? Cheng Tianla stroked his chin, his eyes roaming unabashedly over Wanhan's body.
He grinned mischievously. To do what we both want, of course. With that, he took a step forward, arms outstretched to embrace her.
Seeing Cheng Tianla lunge toward her, Wanhan scrambled backward.
But after 2 steps, she hit a wall. The room was too small, and she was already pressed against it.
Seeing Wanhan trapped, Cheng Tianla grinned. Don't worry, Wanhan. Brother Lo won't hurt you. Let's make tonight unforgettable.
With that, he stepped forward and pulled her tightly into his arms.
No, Brother Lu.
Wanhan was held tightly, wriggling her body in protest.
Please, don't do this. No. Cheng Tianla lowered his head and kissed her cheek. He carried her swiftly to the bed, flung her onto it with a toss of his arm, and then pounced, pinning Wanhan beneath him. Brother Lo, no. Please don't do this. Wanhan squirmed urgently. If you really want to do that, at least let me take a shower first?
The moment Wanhan mentioned bathing, Cheng Tianla knew she'd conceded. He immediately tried to roll over, but just as he began to rise, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious.
After speaking, Wanhan saw Cheng Tianla hadn't responded.
His entire weight pressed down on her, making it hard to breathe.
Annoyed, she snapped, Brother Lu, stop messing around. Get up. Are you trying to crush me?
She pushed him with her hands, but several shoves failed to budge him.
Lu Gu, Wanhan frowned, her delicate brows furrowed. Stop playing around. If you don't get up, I'm going to get angry.
After waiting a few seconds and seeing no change, she gently tapped him with one arm.
Still no response. She whispered, Brother Lu, what's wrong? Stop playing around, okay? If you don't wake up soon, I won't do that thing with you anymore.
Wanhan waited a little longer, but Cheng Tianla still didn't stir. Her previously anxious expression gave way to a cold smile. With a slight push, she moved Cheng Tianla off her body, stood up, smoothed out the slightly wrinkled clothes, and said with a look of disdain, who knew this drug would work so well.
All men are the same, aren't they?
I thought you were something special, but after all that effort over half a year, this is all you've got?
What a disappointment. Stop hiding. Come out. With that, she turned to glance at the bathroom. As Wanhan finished speaking, the bathroom door swung open.
A man clad in black emerged, well-proportioned and handsome, his eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. Without so much as a glance at the motionless figure of Cheng Tianla on the bed, he strode directly to Wanhan. Seizing her in his arms, he pressed a deep, passionate kiss to her cherry-red lips without a word. Only after their lips parted did the dark-clad man turn his gaze toward Cheng Tianla on the bed, his voice tinged with a dark chuckle. We thought the one who could easily subdue Sun Lei and Su Shaoqian would give us a hard time.
Well,
Wanhan observed the man's resigned smile and immediately stepped forward with a faint smile of her own. Brother Feng, heroes have always struggled to resist the allure of beauty.
Especially when the beauty isn't even a hero. Luo Feng heard Wanhan's words and a faint smile touched his handsome features. You're just indirectly complimenting yourself as a beauty. Ugh, Wanhan shot him a playful glare before asking, so what do we do with Cheng Tianla now? Simple.
A cold gleam flashed in Luo Feng's eyes.
Find the spirit pearl, then destroy the body and cover our tracks. Kill him? Wanhan frowned. Even though he stole the white snake spirit pearl, he didn't harm Sun Lei or Su Shaoqian. Wouldn't killing him be going too far? Excessive? Luo Feng snorted coldly.
Since he dared to seize the white snake spirit pearl, he must know something. For our safety, we have no choice but to eliminate him.
If he leaks our plan, none of us will escape death. Chapter 113, Transformers.
Wanhan listened to Luo Feng's words, then glanced at Cheng Tianla lying motionless on the bed. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly.
Must we really kill him? Can't we spare his life? Luo Feng's brow furrowed at her words.
His eyes, gleaming with coldness, fixed intently on Wan Han as he spoke in an icy tone. Why must you spare his life?
Do you like him? What are you implying, Brother Feng? Wan Han's beautiful face flushed with irritation. She snorted. I just think he's a decent person. Plus, his special abilities are quite unique. It would be a shame to kill him like that. What good does that do? Luo Feng retorted coldly. Do you even know his identity? What identity? He's a reserve member of the Red Dragon X unit. Wan Han gasped in shock upon hearing this. He's actually a reserve member of the Crimson Dragon X unit? No wonder he's so formidable. Wait, if he's a reserve member, he should be at the boot camp. Why is he here? Luo Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth. I don't know why he's here, but he must die. Too many of our brothers and sisters have fallen at the hands of the Crimson Dragon X unit. Killing him is just collecting some interest. This time, we have a special plan targeting their training camp. Our goal this year is to turn the Crimson Dragon X unit's fresh blood into real blood. I'd hoped to guide him into joining our organization. Wan Han sighed softly. Looks like that's hopeless now. Everyone in the Crimson Dragon X group deserves to die. So Cheng Tianla, don't blame me. Honestly, I truly don't want to kill you, but duty calls. I have no choice. Cut the crap. Luo Feng snapped impatiently. Check if he has the white snake spirit pearl on him. If not, we can't kill him. He flipped Cheng Tianla over and began searching him frantically. After a thorough search, a grim expression crossed Luo Feng's face. He roared angrily, damn it. The white snake spirit pearl isn't on him. Not on him? Wan Han furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze settling on Cheng Tianla's neck. A red jade stone strung on a red cord peeked out from his collar, piquing her curiosity. What is this? She murmured, reaching out to pluck it. But just as Wan Han's hand neared the jade, a sudden red beam shot out, striking her arm. She felt an electric shock run through her body, causing her to shudder violently and stumble backward uncontrollably. Had Luo Feng not acted swiftly to catch her, she would have fallen to the ground. Luo Feng, who caught her, looked at her with a puzzled expression. Wan Han, what's wrong? What was that? Wan Han recovered slightly, her face still pale with shock. Why did that red jade stone attack me? Red jade? Luo Feng hadn't seen Wan Han struck by any red light from the jade. He frowned. What exactly happened? Seeing Luo Feng's puzzled expression, Wan Han immediately explained, Cheng Tianla has a red jade pendant around his neck. It emits a red light. I was just hit by that red light. Luo Feng immediately looked down at Cheng Tianla's neck. His expression darkened instantly. He snorted coldly, Wan Han, what time is it now? Please don't joke around. What red jade? Wan Han turned her gaze to Cheng Tianla's neck upon hearing Luo Feng's words. What she saw left her utterly stunned. The red jade pendant that had clearly been hanging there moments ago had vanished. This was utterly baffling. How could Wan Han not be shocked? How could this happen? Wan Han exclaimed. That red jade was clearly hanging around his neck just now. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Enough. Luo Feng's voice turned cold. Wan Han, stop talking. What we're searching for now isn't the red jade, but the white serpent spirit pearl. You should know how crucial that pearl is to us. If we fail to find the white serpent spirit pearl and return it to headquarters within 7 days, both you and I will face the harshest punishment. At the mention of the harshest punishment, fear instantly flashed across Wan Han's lovely face. She knew full well that failing to complete the task assigned by the higher-ups would result in a punishment worse than death. Brother Feng, the white snake spirit pearl isn't on Cheng Tianla. What should we do next? What should we do? Luo Feng snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. He yanked Cheng Tianla off the bed and said in a sinister voice, since it's not on him, we'll have to use harsh interrogation to make him reveal the white snake spirit pearl's whereabouts. With that, he swung his fist and slammed it into Cheng Tianla's chest. Luo Feng's punch carried immense force. A single blow like that would have killed an ordinary man outright. Even against Cheng Tianla, it would have caused serious injury. Yet, just as the fist was about to connect, the seemingly unconscious Cheng Tianla suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand, grabbed Luo Feng's fist, and grinned. Kid, you're pretty cocky, aren't you? Daring to hit this young master. Luo Feng's fist was abruptly seized. Seeing Cheng Tianla's smirking face, he paled with shock. His right hand jerked violently, wrenching free from Cheng Tianla's grasp. He stepped back swiftly, his expression turning grave as he spoke. To become a reserve member of the Crimson Dragon X squad at such a young age, you've got some skills. How did you neutralize the poison of the 7-star confusing incense? If you don't know, then shut up. Cheng Tianla shot Luo Feng a disgusted look and snapped, who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to question me? Luo Feng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Good. Very good. You're truly exceptional. Of course, Cheng Tianla shot back with a dismissive glance. I don't need you to tell me I'm great. Otherwise, why would your sweetheart come looking for me? Smooth-talking bastard. Luo Feng's face darkened to the extreme.
His voice was devoid of emotion as he declared, "You're the first person I've ever despised this much.
Today, you'd better hand over the white snake spirit pearl clean and quick. If you do, I might let you off painlessly. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." Cheng Tianla watched Luo Feng's gnashing teeth, utterly unfazed. He stroked his chin and chuckled, "Let me tell you something, kid. I've killed plenty of posers like you. You'd better not put on airs in front of me, or I'll make you cry with nowhere to hide. You're asking for death." Seeing Luo Feng about to strike, Wan Han immediately stepped in to restrain him. She then turned to Cheng Tianla and said, "Brother Luo, I hope you won't resist needlessly. If you're willing to hand over the white snake spirit pearl and agree to follow us back to headquarters to serve, I believe your future will be bright with your abilities." Cheng Tianla glanced at Wan Han and smiled faintly. "Based on what you just said, and that brotherly you used, I won't kill you today. You can go." Wan Han's delicate brows furrowed slightly at Cheng Tianla's words. Her expression darkened as she retorted, "Cheng Tianla, don't think your supernatural powers make you invincible. Let me tell you this, you're no match for us. Surrender peacefully and come with me. Otherwise, death is your only path." Cheng Tianla didn't respond to Wan Han's words, maintaining his smile as he looked at her. "Sis Wan Han, don't say Brother Le didn't give you a chance. If you leave now, I won't stop you. But if you remain stubborn, then don't blame Brother Le for crushing the flower. You don't know when to quit." A dark shadow crossed Wan Han's beautiful face as she coldly declared, "Since you're courting death, don't blame this lady. Brother Feng, take him down." "About time." Luo Feng snorted coldly. His eyes instantly blazed with dazzling golden light. As the glow intensified, his entire body became enveloped in golden radiance. When the light fully engulfed him, a series of deep metallic clangs echoed. The resonant ringing reverberated so fiercely it made Cheng Tianla's eardrums ache. Seconds later, as the metallic clanging faded and the golden light receded, Cheng Tianla stared straight ahead. His eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! Is he defying the heavens? A transformer!" Not far from Cheng Tianla, Luo Feng, who had been clad entirely in black moments before, was now covered in a layer of golden armor. A fierce killing intent radiated from him. Pointing a finger at Cheng Tianla, a metallic voice emerged from his mouth, "I'll ask you one last time. Where is the white snake spirit pearl? Tell me the truth and I'll let you off painlessly. Otherwise, I'll make you shut your damn mouth." Before Luo Feng could finish, Cheng Tianla snapped irritably, "Don't think putting on a turtle shell makes you tough. Let me tell you, I'll take you down whenever I want. Stop putting on airs in front of me. You're asking for it." Luo Feng roared, swinging his golden fist toward Cheng Tianla. Though his golden armor made him appear cumbersome, his speed was astonishing. As the golden fist struck out, his entire body closed in on Cheng Tianla. This scene truly startled Cheng Tianla. Fortunately, he had the golden threads, which he used to yank himself away at lightning speed. Otherwise, his carelessness would have surely left him injured by Luo Feng's golden fist. "Not bad speed, kid," the golden-armored Luo Feng sneered coldly. "Let's see how you dodge once I've restricted your speed." "Limit my speed?" Cheng Tianla laughed heartily. "How exactly do you plan to do that?" "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." After speaking, Luo Feng immediately turned to Wan Han and said, "Wan Han, it's up to you." Wan Han nodded. With a simple press of her palms against the air, the entire room's space trembled violently. Instantly, an immense pressure filled the space. As the pressure descended, Cheng Tianla instantly felt as if sacks of sand had been dumped on him. His legs grew leaden and heavy, causing his expression to darken. He exclaimed in shock, "I never expected both of you to be psychics, and with such peculiar abilities at that. I truly underestimated you." Wan Han, observing the grave expression on Cheng Tianla's face, promptly interjected, "Cheng Tianla, if you concede defeat now, everything I promised earlier still stands. Your life or death rests entirely in your hands. Please, don't make a foolish decision." Cheng Tianla grinned wryly. "Wan Han, based on that promise alone, Brother Luo will never kill you." Upon hearing Cheng Tianla's words, Luo Feng burst into a savage laugh. "Boy, you're still so cocky even as death approaches? Your face is thicker than anything I've ever seen. Once I subdue you, I'll peel off your skin just to see what lies beneath." Chapter 114, Golden Fist Shadows. Cheng Tianla stared at Luo Feng, clad entirely in golden armor, and couldn't help but snort coldly. "You think restricting this young master's speed will subdue me? If that's what you believe, then I can only say you're spitting out naivety. Is that so?" Luo Feng, his golden armor gleaming, grinned. "We'll see who's naive in a moment." With that, his entire body erupted in golden light. In a flash, he transformed into a golden afterimage, charging straight at Cheng Tianla. Seeing Luo Feng's ferocious charge, Cheng Tianla dared not meet it head-on. After all, engaging in a direct confrontation without gauging his opponent's strength would be extremely disadvantageous. Swish! Cheng Tianla vanished instantly from his position, propelled by the power of the golden threads. His speed remained unchanged from before, leaving Luo Feng and Wan Han utterly stunned. If they couldn't restrict Chang Tianla's speed, subduing him would prove exceedingly difficult.
Chang Tianla's ability to evade so effortlessly, seemingly ignoring spatial pressure, stemmed entirely from his extraordinary golden threads. Without them, he could never have dodged using his own movement alone. The golden threads, however, worked differently. They only needed to anchor to a fixed point, then violently contract to pull him across, completely bypassing the need to calculate spatial pressure. Having flashed aside, Chang Tianla grinned at the stunned expressions of Wan Han and Luo Feng.
Kid, see how naive you were? Don't think compressing space can limit this young master's speed.
My methods are far beyond your comprehension.
Damn it!
Roared Luo Feng in his golden armor. Even if I can't limit your speed, I'll still take you down.
Is that so? Chang Tianla grinned at Luo Feng. Bring it on. Once I make my move, you won't have a chance to resist. You're talking big. Luo Feng roared in anger. His golden armor instantly burst into dazzling light. The moment that golden radiance appeared, Chang Tianla felt a sharp pain in his eyes, followed by complete blindness. Damn it! Chang Tianla cursed inwardly, swiftly releasing golden threads that rapidly formed an impenetrable defensive net before him.
The golden defense net had barely formed when Luo Feng, clad in gold, attacked. His golden fist, carrying a force heavier than 1,000 jin, slammed into the defensive light net. The impact sent both Chang Tianla and Luo Feng staggering backward, muffled groans escaping their throats. Stabilizing his stance, Chang Tianla still saw nothing. In that moment, he had no time for anything else. He swiftly activated his psionic eye. As it emerged, everything around him appeared in three-dimensional form within his mind.
Not far away, Luo Feng in his golden armor glared at Chang Tianla with fury.
Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Boy, what kind of ability is that?
How could it possibly damage Luo Feng's invulnerable body?"
Chang Tianla listened to Luo Feng's words while scanning his right hand through the supernatural eye. He saw that a large section of the golden armor on Luo Feng's right hand had been shredded to pieces by golden threads, exposing the flesh beneath.
Are you an idiot? Chang Tianla snorted coldly.
If I told you what my ability is, I might as well stand still and let you hit me.
Damn it, I'll kill you.
At that moment, Luo Feng was genuinely enraged beyond measure. Never before had his golden body suffered injury, and this outcome had completely caught him off guard.
Not only was his body wounded, but his psyche had been utterly crushed by Chang Tianla's vile insults. Kill me? Chang Tianla sneered contemptuously. You think you can kill me? Let me tell you, neither of you is leaving today. You're both staying right here for me. Without waiting for Luo Feng's reaction, golden threads shot out rapidly, instantly binding both the golden armored Luo Feng and Wan Han tightly. Ah!
Wan Han cried out in alarm as the spatial binding force vanished. The moment the spatial restraints vanished, Chang Tianla felt an immediate release throughout his body. Though the restraints hadn't limited his speed, the immense pressure weighing on him had been unbearably uncomfortable.
What just happened? Wan Han exclaimed. What kind of ability did you use? How could you bind us out of thin air? Could it be? Yes, you guessed right.
Chang Tianla smiled at Wan Han as he said, "My ability is exactly what you imagined." Truthfully, Chang Tianla had no idea what ability Wan Han imagined.
He was simply making it up on the spot to intimidate her.
Often, when someone feigned surprise yet held the answer within, that answer was bound to astonish them.
Thus, Chang Tianla rode the wave of her reaction. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wan Han exclaimed. How could you possibly possess such an astonishing ability? How could you know advanced spatial confinement? That completely defies the rules. What's against the rules? Chang Tianla grinned. Your brother here has talent 1 in a million. So don't be surprised advanced spatial binding is nothing to me. I could do it since I was a kid. Bull. Golden armored Luo Feng roared from the side. A flash of golden light erupted from his body, releasing a strange force that instantly shattered all the golden threads binding him. He bellowed, "Stop spouting nonsense. Die." A fist shot out, a golden fist shadow erupting from his fist and striking toward Chang Tianla with lightning speed. This sudden attack caught Chang Tianla completely off guard. He had been far too confident in his golden threads and never imagined Luo Feng could break free so effortlessly. With danger closing in, Chang Tianla had no time for second thoughts. His sole focus now was to dodge that golden fist shadow with every ounce of strength. The sheer lethality radiating from it left him with no doubt if he couldn't evade it, his fate would be utterly grim. However, no matter how hard Chang Tianla tried, it was all too late. Jin Jialuofeng's speed was too swift, and with the two of them standing so close together, the golden fist struck Chang Tianla squarely on his left shoulder the moment he began to move. A sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by a piercing scream. Chang Tianla was sent flying sideways, crashing into the window and hurled out through it. Wan Han, seeing Chang Tianla sent flying, immediately cried out, "Quick, save him!" Stunned, Jin Jialuofeng never imagined his single punch would send Chang Tianla flying. Wan Han's urgent prompting snapped him out of his daze. He took a step forward, reaching the window ready to leap down. But looking down, he was utterly shocked.
Where Chang Tianla had been falling, he now suddenly hovered mid-air, soaring at incredible speed toward another skyscraper.
No way!
Jin Jia Luofeng's eyes widened in disbelief.
How many different supernatural powers does this guy possess?
Hearing this, Wan Han hurried to the window.
Seeing Chang Tianla safely land on the opposite building, she gasped in shock. If we cannot make him work for us, then he must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will become a constant threat. Cough. With several coughs, Chang Tianla spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Feng's earlier strike had been too fierce. If not for the golden thread's last-minute defense weakening the blow, his left shoulder would likely be gone now.
Even with that protection, his entire left shoulder was now shattered.
Luo Feng, this debt is not forgotten. Chang Tianla's eyes regained their sight, blazing with fury. He snarled, "You'd better hide well. Once I've recovered, I'll skin you alive."
"You won't get the chance," snorted the golden-armored Luo Feng.
"Because tonight, you must die." "Is that so?" Chang Tianla retorted angrily across the distance. "Do you think you can stop me if I want to leave?"
"I'll stand right here and wait for you. If you've got the guts, fly over and kill me." Before Chang Tianla could finish, Wan Han standing beside Jin Jia Luofeng suddenly sprouted transparent butterfly wings from her back. She grabbed Jin Jia Luofeng and flew out the window.
Holy crap! Chang Tianla was stunned speechless. "Sis Wan Han, are you even going to be able to play happily anymore? You actually have dual abilities?"
"But since you dared to fly over, don't blame Brother Lu for being ruthless."
Hearing Chang Tianla's words mid-flight, Wan Han's lovely face instantly drained of color.
She knew that if he activated his spatial binding to immobilize her, she'd plummet straight down from the 16th floor with Luo Feng. A fall from that height would crush them both to death. Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around and flew back into the room.
"Ha!"
Chang Tianla watched Wan Han and Luo Feng retreat into the room, laughing heartily as he called out, "Sis Wan Han, you're quick on your feet. Truth be told, you didn't need to rush like that. You should know that advanced spatial restraints demand immense mental energy, and your brother here is already gravely wounded.
There's no way I could possibly cast it now."
Golden Armor Luo Feng, upon hearing Chang Tianla's words, immediately urged, "Wan Han, hurry over." Wan Han glanced at Luo Feng and replied coldly, "Brother Feng, Chang Tianla is cunning beyond measure.
Do you really think he lacks the strength to fight? Look at his calm demeanor.
If we fly out now, he'll surely strike with lightning speed.
By then, regret will be too late. Damn it."
Luo Feng slammed his fist into the wall, punching a deep hole through it. He roared, "We finally managed to severely wound him today.
Are we just going to let him leave like this?"
"Don't worry," Wan Han said with a faint smile.
"I've already marked him. We'll just follow him secretly.
Now, let's go down immediately and wait for him like rabbits waiting for rabbits."
With that, she turned and left the room. Chang Tianla frowned slightly upon seeing Wan Han and Luo Feng leave.
He knew these two weren't up to anything good, but he couldn't spare the energy to care right now. His shoulder was a bloody mess, and he needed to tend to his injuries immediately.
Chang Tianla glanced at his left shoulder, then swiftly activated his spiritual energy.
Golden threads sealed several acupoints, channeling streams of green fluorescent light into his shoulder through the threads. This green light possessed profoundly mysterious properties that even now, Tianla hadn't fully grasped. Though he didn't understand it completely, he knew this green light could rapidly repair his shattered left shoulder.
Chapter 115, The Blue-Haired Youth.
As Chang Tianla continuously infused the green light into his shoulder, moments later the shattered bones slowly regrew, and the flesh and blood fully restored to their original state. Chang Tianla examined his restored shoulder, flexing it slightly. Finding it no different from before, he exhaled deeply.
Thank goodness I discovered this green light. Otherwise, I'd be crippled.
After healing his shoulder, Chang Tianla immediately used the golden thread's power to descend rapidly from the 16th floor to the ground. It was fortunate that it was nighttime and deserted. Had this been daytime, his actions would surely have caused a sensation.
After landing, he scanned his surroundings.
Finding nothing amiss, he wasted no time and sprinted toward Week 8. He knew an organization capable of countering the Crimson Dragon X group had set its sights on them. If Xia Tian and the others let their guard down, their lives could be in danger. He had to reach them immediately. The Super 8 hotel wasn't too far from Week 8, and Chang Tianla sprinted at top speed. Within minutes, he was back at Week 8. Pushing open the VIP room door, he let out a long sigh of relief. Summer and the other three were alive and well, having a blast. Spotting Chang Tianla's return, Xia Tian immediately burst into laughter. "Bro Tianla, what's the deal? How'd you get back so fast? We thought you weren't coming back tonight." "Not coming back?" Chang Tianla shot Xia Tian a look. "If I hadn't come back now, you wouldn't have seen me at all." "What do you mean?" Xia Tian looked at Chang Tianla, puzzled. "Turn on the lights," Chang Tianla said, plopping down onto the sofa. The colorful lights instantly shifted to a soft white glow at his command. When the white light illuminated Chang Tianla, Xia Tian and the other three were utterly shocked. Chang Tianla's shirt was almost entirely drenched in blood. "What happened? Bro, what happened to you?" "No way.
Bro, this is ridiculous. How did picking up girls get you covered in blood? Did you and Wanhan go rolling in the hay? Chang Tianla rolled his eyes at the four of them, especially Li Yi's last remark, which infuriated him. He snapped back, you little brat. Can't we just have a pleasant chat? I'm in this state, and instead of showing concern, you have the nerve to tease me? You've got no heart. Just then, Wang Tianyi heard that Chang Tianla had returned, injured.
He rushed in from outside. Seeing Chang Tianla covered in blood, he was genuinely alarmed. It wasn't that he feared blood, but rather the dread that Chang Tianla might die right there. If Chang Tianla kicked the bucket, Wang Tianyi would be in deep trouble. He'd just had a clash with Chang Tianla, and if the guy went cold in the next breath, Wang Tianyi would be as good as dead. No amount of jumping into the Yellow River could wash away the blame. Brother Lu, what happened to you? Wang Tianyi asked with genuine concern, his face etched with worry. Who on earth injured you like this? I swear I'll get to the bottom of this for you. Chang Tianla looked at Wang Tianyi's frantic expression and couldn't help but grin. No need to worry so much, and no need to investigate for me.
I know who the culprit is.
Hearing this, Wang Tianyi felt a huge weight lift from his chest. He exhaled deeply, then slammed his fist on the table and roared, this is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Didn't the attacker know Brother Lu was my honored guest? Today, I will track down this ungrateful bastard. I'll see just who this nobody is who dares to act so brazenly and show no respect for me. Brother Lu, who exactly injured you? Li Yi asked. Xia Tian shot Li Yi a dark look before replying, if I'm not mistaken, it was Wanhan. Brother Lu, am I right? Chang Tianla nodded. It involves Wanhan, but she wasn't the one who attacked me.
That little. Jia Ren roared angrily.
Don't let me catch her next time, or I'll make her pay.
Who could be that powerful? Xia Tian asked grimly. To injure Brother Lu this badly? Before Chang Tianla could respond, Zhao Ming glanced at his arm and frowned. Boss, I've been sizing you up since you walked in. You're covered in blood, but where are the wounds? Is this blood even yours? Chang Tianla shot Zhao Ming a withering look. You little brat, you don't think I'm pulling your leg, do you?
It's possible, Xia Tian and the other three chimed in unison.
Chang Tianla burst out laughing in exasperation, shaking his head helplessly. You guys get me. I won't waste words on this. Right now, immediately we have to get out of here.
Seeing Chang Tianla's urgency, Xia Tian knew something major had happened.
He pressed, Boss, what's going on? Someone's out to kill us.
If we don't leave now, we're in for big trouble.
They've gone too far, Li Yi roared. Who dares target our brothers? Think we're pushovers? I'll see who's got the guts to do this. Shut up. Chang Tianla glared at Li Yi and snapped, they're no pushovers.
Their power rivals are Red Dragon X Group. I don't know how many of them are here this time, so we have to get out of here immediately.
Otherwise, I'm afraid. Boom. Before Chang Tianla could finish, the VIP room door was kicked open. In the next instant, 5 figures appeared before them. Chang Tianla scanned the group, his expression turning grim. The newcomers were none other than Luo Feng and Wan Han. What made Chang Tianla's face darken was the realization that Luo Feng wasn't leading them, nor was Wan Han. Instead, the leader was a young man in his 20s with blue hair.
This alone suggested the blue-haired youth possessed formidable strength, at the very least, stronger than Luo Feng.
Luo Feng alone had already dealt Chang Tianla a heavy blow. Now, 3 more unknowns had arrived. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. If things went badly, the 5 of them might not even make it out of this VIP room alive. Who are you? Wang Tianyi roared angrily. You have some nerve. This is the imperial capital. Do you dare to cause trouble here? Don't you fear death? Shut up.
The blue-haired youth casually swung his right hand.
Wang Tianyi's body shot backward uncontrollably, slamming hard into the wall before tumbling to the floor.
His face flushed crimson as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious.
Too strong.
Chang Tianla and his 4 companions swallowed hard simultaneously, immediately huddling together, their expressions grim. Chang Tianla stared intently at the blue-haired youth. Though he himself could easily defeat Wang Tianyi, he knew it was due to the unique nature of his golden thread ability. Yet the blue-haired youth had knocked Wang Tianyi unconscious with a single, seemingly effortless strike, proof of his formidable power. Chang Tianla. The blue-haired youth spoke with utter coldness. You have 2 choices. First, hand over the white snake spirit pearl and swear allegiance to us. Second, I kill you. Chang Tianla glared at the blue-haired youth's pretentious demeanor, his irritation boiling over. He snorted coldly and retorted, Who the hell do you think you are? Putting on airs with this young master? Don't give me that ask for it look, it's nothing but annoying. Let me make this clear, I won't hand over the white snake spirit pearl. You're asking for it. The blue-haired youth uttered the 2 words indifferently, then raised his hand to grab at Chang Tianla through the air. Instantly, a strange force surged over Chang Tianla, forcing him to float uncontrollably. This bizarre power felt like giant pincers, threatening to crush him. Damn it!
Suspended mid-air, Chang Tianla roared, unleashing his psychic vision. The moment he saw, a look of contempt flashed across his face. He'd thought this guy was something special, but after half a year, it turned out his ability was barely on par with Lu Jianbai's except his could even control living beings. Whoosh! Golden threads shot out from behind Chang Tianla with blinding speed, instantly severing all traces of the strange force emanating from the young man at the front. Landing back on the ground, Chang Tianla stroked his chin and chuckled coldly. Now you'll pay for your arrogance. Watch out. The moment Luo Feng saw Chang Tianla's composed expression, he knew the man was about to unleash his ultimate move. With a loud shout, his entire body erupted in dazzling golden light. The moment this golden light appeared, Xia Tian and the other three were instantly affected. They cursed furiously, and seeing the four rendered combat inactive, Chang Tianla knew this battle held no chance of victory for him. He immediately unleashed 6 golden threads, 5 to attack Luo Feng's group, 1 to bind Xia Tian and the others tightly, and another to blast a massive hole through the wall. He then swiftly carried the 4 of them out of the VIP room. After bursting out of week 8, Chang Tianla dared not run along the road. He immediately released golden threads to haul all 5 of them into the air. Using the momentum of the rebound, they swiftly headed toward the registration office at 208 Jingda Road. Chang Tianla knew that under the current circumstances, only returning there would be safe. That old codger, Master Li, was undoubtedly a deeply hidden master. Dealing with greenhorns like Luo Feng and his crew would be child's play for him. Chang Tianla, let's see where you run to now. Mid-flight, Chang Tianla jolted at the sudden voice. He whipped his head around and gasped in shock. Wan Han was chasing them, AK-47 in hand. If he had been alone, Tianla wouldn't have feared Wan Han or her AK-47. But now he was carrying Xia Tian and the other 3. He couldn't protect them all. If Wan Han fired recklessly, they'd be in grave danger. Abandoning his aerial dash, he plummeted toward the ground. As soon as Wan Han saw Chang Tianla plummeting downward, she immediately followed suit, though she dared not get too close. She was deeply wary of his advanced spatial binding technique, fearing he might immobilize her mid-air and send her tumbling to the ground. After landing, Chang Tianla glanced at Wan Han from afar, clenched his teeth, and muttered, "Hey, girl, no need to treat your brother like this. Sooner or later, I'll conquer you." With that, he wrapped a golden thread around a small statue nearby and hurled it toward Wan Han. After tossing the statue, Chang Tianla dragged Xia Tian and the others forward at a rapid pace. But before they had gone far, Luo Feng, clad in golden armor, blocked their path. Luo Feng gave a cold laugh, his gaze as cold as death as he stared at Chang Tianla. "Kid, don't struggle in vain. Hand over the white snake spirit pearl willingly. Otherwise, the 5 of you won't even get to die." Chapter 116, Clashing with Luo Feng. Chang Tianla's face darkened to the extreme as he stared at Luo Feng's arrogantly imposing figure in golden armor. He wanted nothing more than to punch the crap out of him right then and there. He despised him that much. But despite his loathing, Chang Tianla wouldn't let personal grievances dictate his actions. The current situation simply wouldn't allow it. He had to ensure the safety of Xia Tian and the others, escorting them to the Religious Affairs Bureau on Jingda Road. "Boss, is that bastard radiating golden light blocking our path?" Jia Run cursed angrily. "That son of a is beyond despicable. He ambushed me, temporarily blinding me. If I could see, I'd skin him alive." "You insolent little punk." Luo Feng sneered coldly. "You puny minnows dare act so arrogant before me? Don't think a few martial arts tricks make you invincible. To me, you're nothing but worthless trash, easily crushed. Damn you, you bastard." Jiaren roared, fury boiling over. "If I could see straight, I'd skin you alive right now." Chang Tianla watched Jiaren's furious expression, his eyes darting as he swiftly released a golden thread that pierced into Jiaren's body. Green light flowed through the golden thread and merged into him. As the green light entered Jiaren's body, he felt an involuntary tingling throughout his limbs. Soon, his eyes grew warm, followed by a wave of comfort. Overjoyed, he instantly opened his eyes and saw Luo Feng, clad in golden armor and radiating brilliant light, standing before him. "Damn it!" Jiaren shouted at Luo Feng's arrogant stance. "Boss, my eyes are clear again. Release my restraints. I'm going to teach this bastard a lesson for looking down on us brothers." "Got it." Chang Tianla flicked his mental energy, loosening the golden threads binding them. He then released 2 more strands that pierced into Xia Tian and the other 2, restoring their vision at astonishing speed. Once restored, Xia Tian and the others were seething with rage. They felt utterly humiliated, ambushed from the start, completely rendered useless, reduced to worthless trash with combat power of 5. Earlier that morning, they had explicitly told Chang Tianla that their team had no room for useless or incompetent members. Now, when trouble struck, the 4 of them had become useless. Where could they possibly hide their faces? "Old 5, if you can't take down that golden-shelled bastard today, you're no man." "Yeah, Brother Tian's right," Li shouted. "Don't embarrass yourself in front of Brother Lu and Brother Tian." "Relax, Old 5," Jiaorin bellowed. "Today I'll kick the ass of this arrogant golden-armored turtle."
Luo Feng, the golden armored one, heard Jia Ren's words and his face darkened to the extreme. He snorted coldly, "You little brat, I was originally going to give you a quick death. But seeing how foul your mouth is, if I don't torture you today until you beg for death, I'll take your surname."
"Who the hell needs to take your surname? I'll kill you today."
With that, Jia Ren roared. His already burly frame suddenly swelled like an inflated balloon, instantly growing 3 times larger. His height shot up to nearly 2 meters in an instant, every muscle bulging with a powerful, sculpted definition.
"Holy, old five can transform?" Chang Tianla exclaimed. "What kind of skill is that?" "Copper head, iron arms," Xia Tian explained with a smile.
After transforming, Old Five becomes impervious to blades and bullets, with strength beyond measure.
Crushing this golden armored turtle should be no problem.
Golden armored Luo Feng eyed the gigantic Jia Ren with cautious eyes, yet his face wore a thick layer of contempt. He had absolute confidence in his golden armor and feared nothing from Jia Ren's copper head and iron arms.
"Take this punch."
Jia Ren lunged forward, swinging his iron fists down toward Luo Feng in his golden armor.
Golden armor Luo Feng watched Jia Ren's ferocious charge.
He showed no fear whatsoever and had no intention of dodging. He intended to crush Jia Ren with a powerful counterattack, making him understand just how vast the gap between them truly was.
"Die!" Luo Feng roared, his golden glowing fists striking like lightning.
They collided squarely with Jia Ren's rapidly advancing fists. When the two immense forces clashed, a piercing metallic screech erupted. Boom! With that thunderous impact, both Jia Ren and Luo Feng in his golden armor grunted and stumbled back 2 steps.
Once they steadied themselves, Luo Feng's expression turned grave. That single clash had revealed Jia Ren was no ordinary opponent. His formidable physique could easily rival, if not surpass, Luo Feng's own golden body. Jia Ren eyed Luo Feng's stern expression, flexed his arms, and grinned.
"Kid, never thought your turtle shell was this tough. But no worries, the harder the shell, the more I like it. Only then can I feel truly excited."
"You're asking for it."
Luo Feng's blood boiled at those words. He'd hit rock bottom, stuck with scum like Chang Tianla and his crew. Instead of fighting properly, they just shot their mouths off, belittling their opponents without a shred of respect.
It was an outright insult. "Got the guts to kill me?"
Jia Ren grinned, his face practically begging for a punch. "Don't think that just because you're wearing a turtle shell, it's like golden armor.
I'm not scared of you."
"Ah!" Golden armor Luo Feng roared, his entire body erupting in blinding golden light. This time, he was truly enraged. The dazzling radiance instantly bathed the surroundings in gold. Yet, this time, the glaring light didn't harm Jia Ren and the others' eyes. Having learned their lesson, these guys were now as sharp as monkeys. The moment they sensed something was off, they all shut their eyes immediately. The moment Cheng Tianla and the others closed their eyes, golden armor Luo Feng seized the opportunity. With a roar, he transformed into a golden afterimage, his fist hurtling toward Jia Ren's chest. This punch carried the full force of Luo Feng's furious rage, its power beyond imagination. If it connected with Jia Ren's chest, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injury, perhaps even end his life. In this critical moment, though Jia Ren had closed his eyes, he sensed Jin Jialuofeng's presence and pinpointed his exact location. Without hesitation or evasion, Jia Ren swung both fists down, aiming them squarely at the oncoming Jin Jialuofeng's head.
It all happened in the blink of an eye.
When golden armor Luo Feng saw Jia Ren's massive fist descending, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that if those iron fists truly connected with his head, they could kill him instantly. Evading was now impossible, time simply wouldn't allow it. With no other choice, Jin Jialuofeng roared and twisted his head with all his might. Jia Ren's iron fist slammed squarely into his shoulder, while Jin Jialuofeng's golden fist, slightly deflected by his movement, struck Jia Ren's shoulder. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous crashes echoed as Jia Ren and Jin Jialuofeng were both sent flying sideways. During their flight, both men coughed up blood in great gulps, as if their blood flowed freely, their pitiful state beyond description. Seeing Jia Ren so severely injured, Cheng Tianla immediately shot out the golden thread, wrapping it around him and pulling him back. Without a word, he rapidly channeled the green light into Jia Ren's body, swiftly healing his wounded physique. Several seconds later, Cheng Tianla withdrew the golden thread and exhaled deeply. Looking slightly fatigued, he asked, "Fifth brother, how do you feel?" Jia Ren glanced at his shoulder, then stared at Cheng Tianla with utter astonishment. "Boss, how did you do that? How did my injury heal so fast?" "Glad you're okay." Cheng Tianla's expression darkened as he looked ahead. The blue-haired youth and the others had all materialized. "The 5 of us have a tough fight ahead. Stay close to me, all of you. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Brother Lu, you can rest assured." Xia Tian's face darkened as he spoke coldly. "If they hadn't ambushed us, they wouldn't have been worthy of making us flee in disarray. Not a single one of those 5 will walk away today. Boss, you stand aside and provide cover. I'll use them to show you what we 4 brothers are capable of." Cheng Tianla shook his head at Xia Tian's words. "Xia Tian, this isn't the time for reckless bravado. I know you brothers are skilled, and those guys can't really touch us.
But the situation is critical. Who knows how many enemies lurk in the shadows? We need to finish this quickly and get out of here. Otherwise, trouble will find us. Though Summer's face darkened at the rebuke, he knew Cheng Tianla was right. This wasn't the time for bravado. The battlefield shifted in an instant. If the enemy dragged things out, trouble would brew easily. The enemy across from us was acting so brazenly, clearly having planned everything in advance. A swift resolution was absolutely essential. No delay could be tolerated. Xia Tian could only nod in agreement, clenching his teeth as he gritted out, "Fine then. The 5 of us will join forces and see just how much they're worth. Kill them." Jia Ren, now fully recovered, turned to the gravely wounded Luo Feng and sneered with a wide grin. "Kid, weren't you just bragging about taking my life? Why so cowardly now? If you've got the guts, show off again for me." Hearing Jia Ren's words, the utterly weakened Luo Feng's chest heaved with rage. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from the effort. Luo Feng's group lacked the godlike abilities of Cheng Tianla. Thus, after being gravely wounded by Jia Ren, he was utterly incapable of recovery. Now completely incapacitated, he could only be supported and tended to by Wan Han. The blue-haired youth glanced at Luo Feng, his expression darkening to the extreme. Among the 4 he'd brought, Luo Feng had been the strongest combatant. Yet this formidable opponent had been beaten to a pulp, while the other, though also gravely wounded, had recovered in the blink of an eye. This outcome was utterly beyond his expectations. The blue-haired youth now harbored no trace of underestimation toward Cheng Tianla. A man who could effortlessly break free from his restraints and fly through the air was astonishing enough. But now, he could swiftly restore a gravely wounded person to full health? This was practically like a game's healing doctor. Cheng Tianla studied the blue-haired youth's murderous glare, then stroked his chin with a cold, mocking grin. "Blue-haired freak," he sneered, "don't give me that look. Sure, I'm a handsome devil, but I'm not into your type. So give up that fantasy right now." At those words, the blue-haired youth trembled with rage. His teeth clenched as he snarled, "Kill!" Chapter 117, Summoning the Grim Reaper. The moment the blue-haired youth uttered that single word, he immediately spurred his 2 companions into action. With speed bordering on the impossible, they charged toward Cheng Tianla and his 4 companions like leopards pouncing on their prey. Seeing the 3 attackers charging with such ferocity, Cheng Tianla wasted no time. He instantly released the golden threads, which shot toward them at incredible speed, coiling and tightening around their bodies. Yet, just as the golden threads were about to strike, a crimson glow erupted from the blue-haired youth. This blaze instantly forced the threads to recoil violently. This scene utterly stunned Cheng Tianla. His golden threads rarely met their match unless an opponent's psychic power vastly surpassed his own. They were virtually unstoppable. After the red light flared, the blue-haired youth paled with shock. He immediately retreated swiftly with his 2 companions. Once he reached what he deemed a safe distance, a pair of cold, piercing eyes fixed intently on Cheng Tianla as he growled, "I never imagined you hid your strength so deeply. If not for the protective artifact my superiors entrusted to me, I would have perished at your hands just now." Upon hearing mention of a protective artifact, Cheng Tianla instantly recognized it as the red glowing object from earlier, the very thing that had repelled his golden threads. "Blue-haired freak." Cheng Tianla feigned indifference, clearing his throat lightly. "I never imagined you possessed such a mysterious artifact. If that thing hadn't shielded you just now, the 3 of you would be piles of rotten flesh by now." The blue-haired youth eyed Cheng Tianla's composed expression and snorted coldly. "We underestimated your strength this time. But it doesn't matter. Next time, we'll capture you alive." "Next time?" Cheng Tianla knew the blue-haired youth was feeling insecure. He chuckled darkly. "You think you'll get another chance? Brothers, charge!" At Cheng Tianla's command, Xia Tian and the others charged like ravenous wolves, roaring in unison as they unleashed their special abilities. Sparks of electricity danced above Xia Tian's head, and 2 lightning bolts as thick as arms shot from his hands, slashing toward the blue-haired youth. Li Yi let out a strange cry, and a hurricane instantly swirled around him, forming a massive pillar of wind. Within it, a powerful destructive force surged toward the blue-haired youth and his group. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming swung his right hand, sending tendrils of branches and vines flying like octopus tentacles. In an instant, they sealed off the blue-haired youth's retreat completely. At that moment, Jia Ren roared like a tank, charging recklessly into the blue-haired youth's formation. His flesh was impervious to blades and arrows, arguably harder than steel itself. Engaging the blue-haired youth in close combat, he was utterly unstoppable. The melee erupted, and the blue-haired youth's group immediately faltered. Summer's lightning bolt struck down one enemy in a single flash, while Zhao Ming's vines were ruthless, piercing one opponent clean through. Jia Ren was even more brutal, landing a punch that sent the blue-haired youth spewing blood in great gulps. Had the blue-haired youth not possessed a protective artifact, Jia Ren's punch would have sent him straight to meet his grandmother. Utterly pathetic. Jia Ren watched the blue-haired youth, now gravely wounded in mere moments, and couldn't help but snort coldly. With utter disdain, he sneered, "Damn, I thought you lot were something special. 6 months of preparation, and this is all you've got? Made me sweat for nothing. If I'd known you were this weak, we wouldn't have bothered ganging up on you.
The blue-haired youth paled at Jia Ren's words, his voice icy.
Don't mistake defeating us for greatness.
This time, Blue Demon was overly careless and underestimated you.
Careless? Underestimated? Not far away, Xiatian flicked his wrist, sending a bolt of lightning striking Blue Demon. He sneered coldly, defeated is defeated. What excuses are you looking for?
Let me tell you, if you didn't have that protective artifact, Brother Li's strike just now would have killed you both dead. Blue Demon glanced at the two dead bodies, then looked at Luo Feng and Wan Han.
He gave a cold, mocking laugh. I never imagined the first battle would end like this. All right. Cheng Tianla shot Blue Demon a glance. I won't waste my breath on you.
So, are you gonna sneak attack me, or should I make you do it?
Surrender?
Blue Demon burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world. After a fit of maniacal cackling, his expression twisted into a savage grimace as he stared at Cheng Tianla. A golden glowing object appeared in his hand, and he spoke with brutal cruelty. Now, Blue here gives you two choices. First, let us go. Second, we both go down together. Let me tell you this in confidence, if I detonate this thing in my hand, everything within 100 meters will be reduced to ashes.
Holy! Cheng Tianla's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, You're trying to scare me?
He lunged forward to attack.
Seeing Cheng Tianla's move, Xiatian quickly stepped in, urgently pleading, Brother Lo, let them go. That thing in his hand is incredibly powerful, it's called the Death Summon. If it explodes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cheng Tianla's expression darkened instantly.
His brows knitted tightly as he growled, damn it, letting them walk free like this is way too easy on them.
No choice, Xiatian sighed.
If we were fighting in the suburbs or an open field, we wouldn't fear his death summon. But this is the busiest part of the capital.
If he detonates it recklessly, the consequences would be catastrophic.
Kid, I admire your guts, Blue Demon sneered.
Today's debt, I'll repay tenfold someday. You arrogant bastard. Jia Ren roared. If we weren't worried about harming innocents, do you think you'd be walking out of here alive? Now get the hell out of my sight. If you push me too far, I won't care about the consequences, I'll kill you anyway. You big dumb ox. Blue Demon glared at Jia Ren through gritted teeth.
You disgust me beyond measure.
Next time, I'll give you special attention. Get the hell out of here. Cheng Tianla's face darkened as he coldly ordered, Don't push us to change our minds. Go. Blue Demon snorted angrily, gripping Death's Summon as he swiftly vanished into the city's night with Wan Han and the gravely wounded Luo Feng. After Lan Mo departed, Xiatian exhaled a long breath, his voice still trembling with lingering fear. Just now, I was genuinely terrified that Madman Lan Mo would detonate the Death Summoner.
If he had, all 5 of us would have been toast.
Is that thing really that powerful? Cheng Tianla asked skeptically. Capable of obliterating everything within 100 meters? That's insane. It's practically on par with a massive bomb.
Not comparable, Xiatian replied with grave seriousness.
It absolutely surpasses them. The Death Summon is a suicide-type thermal weapon developed by the island nation.
It's typically detonated when there's no escape, ensuring the enemy goes down with them.
Developed by the island nation? Cheng Tianla's expression darkened. So you're saying Wan Han and the others have ties to the island nation? Xia Tianla shook his head. Not entirely sure.
While the Death Summon was developed by the island nation, it can still be purchased with sufficient funds.
Cheng Tianla nodded. Oh, I see.
By the way, boss, Xia Tian looked at Cheng Tianla with a puzzled expression. The Blue Devils want to kill you because of something called the White Snake Spirit Pearl. What exactly is that White Snake Spirit Pearl? It seems incredibly important to them.
Why did it end up in your hands? Cheng Tianla scratched his head and cleared his throat. It's a long story. I can't explain it all to you right now, and this isn't the place for it. Let's hurry back to the Religious Affairs Bureau. I'll tell you everything in detail once we're back. Alright, let's head back now. Xia Tian kicked the 2 corpses lying on the ground. What should we do with these 2 unlucky souls?
Cheng Tianla glanced at the corpses, then released a golden thread of spiritual energy to bind them together.
He grinned. Take them back for old Li to study.
Half an hour later, Cheng Tianla and his 4 companions returned safely to the Religious Affairs Bureau. As they stepped into the courtyard, they immediately encountered Master Li.
Master Li, you're up this late? Where were you headed? Upon recognizing Cheng Tianla and his group, Director Li visibly relaxed, though his tone remained sharp. You little rascals. You're both still alive. You scared the living daylights out of me. I just got word that some evil force in the capital was after you. I was about to mobilize reinforcements to rescue you, and here you are, safe and sound. Cheng Tianla smirked at this and said, if we'd waited for you to come save us, we probably wouldn't have been left with even bone fragments. What do you mean? Old Li frowned. Did you encounter enemies? Just open your own black, squinty little eyes and see for yourself. Cheng Tianla said, pointing to his own body.
Old Li stared at his blood-soaked clothes and exclaimed in shock, "Your enemies are incredibly powerful."
They've wounded you this badly?
"They did hurt me, but they got it worse." Chang Tianla flicked his fingers, manipulating golden threads to fling 2 corpses from behind him onto the ground before Old Li. Grinning, he said, "Here's a special gift for you, old man." Startled by the sudden appearance of the corpses, Old Master Li snapped, "You brat.
Throwing corpses at me in the dead of night to scare the old man? Don't you fear scaring me to death? What kind of corpse haven't I seen?" Chang Tianla shrugged nonchalantly. "Hurry up and see if these 2 have any clues on them."
Old Li scolded him with a laugh, then bent down to examine the bodies on the ground. After a thorough check, his brow furrowed deeply. Turning to the 5 of them with a grim expression, he said in a low voice, "How did you get targeted by the 5 demons sect so quickly?"
This shouldn't be happening. Did any of you cross them? What exactly happened? Offend them? Xia Tian cleared his throat. You'd better ask Brother Lu about that.
Seems like he's the one who crossed the 5 demons sect.
You little brat. Old Li glared at Chang Tianla, his voice dripping with irritation.
You're nothing but trouble.
How did you manage to offend them? Chang Tianla looked utterly aggrieved as he spoke up. This really isn't my fault. I'm the victim here. Cut the nonsense and get to the point. Chang Tianla pursed his lips and said, Old Li, you must know about the villa that was attacked by criminals last night, right? I know. What about it? Old Li's eyes suddenly widened as he spoke. Seeing the old man's expression, Chang Tianla sighed and nodded. I was the criminal. Chapter 118, Scare Without Danger. Upon hearing Chang Tianla's confession, Old Li flew into a rage, his beard bristling as he shouted, You good-for-nothing brat. Can't you just stay out of trouble? You've barely been in the capital for 2 days, and already you're attacking people's villas? Chang Tianla felt terribly embarrassed by Old Li's scolding. Scratching his head awkwardly, he protested, Old Li, you're really misjudging me here. Honestly, I was forced into it. Someone compelled me to act that way. Forced you? Old Li's expression darkened instantly, his tone turning grave. He knew Chang Tianla's capabilities. If someone could coerce him, they must be exceptionally formidable. If that were the case, he'd be failing miserably as head of the Red Dragon X Division. Young man, what exactly happened? Tell me everything clearly. Chang Tianla took a deep breath before speaking. Old Master Li, do you believe in demons and ghosts in this world? That's a rhetorical question. Old Li snapped, rolling his eyes. We all possess supernatural powers. We're monsters ourselves. How could I not believe in demons and ghosts? Good. That makes things easier. Chang Tianla grinned. It all started when I took the train to the capital city to report for duty. Several minutes later, seeing Old Master Li and Xia Tian staring blankly, Chang Tianla cleared his throat. Does this sound like a mythical tale? Seriously? Xia Tian swallowed hard. Bro, you actually encountered a snake demon who'd attained supernatural powers? Was that white snake really as formidable as you described? Why would I lie? Chang Tianla curled his lip. Boss, I almost got possessed by her. If she hadn't been so weak she couldn't break through my consciousness, I'd probably be someone else by now. You're one lucky bastard. Old Li patted Chang Tianla on the shoulder. That white snake was both weak and unlucky. If she'd targeted an ordinary person, she'd have succeeded for sure. But choosing to possess someone with your mental strength? That was suicide. By the way, you said the 5 demons sect went after you because of the white snake spirit pearl. Where is it now? Chang Tianla gave a mysterious smirk and said with a sly grin, I've stashed it somewhere perfectly safe. You needn't worry about it, old man. Smack. Old Li raised his hand and slapped Chang Tianla across the face, snapping irritably, You little brat, don't think I don't know your sneaky tricks. Rest assured, since that white snake spirit pearl was given to you by the snake demon, I won't touch it. Then why ask where it is? The 5 demons sect values the white snake spirit pearl so highly. Clearly, it's crucial to them. Old Li stared at Chang Tianla and the others with grave expression. As you mentioned earlier, the 5 demons sect has a bloody plan targeting our training camp. This camp is filled with the cream of the crop. Absolutely no mistakes can be tolerated. No wonder the 5 demons hall is deploying such a bloody plan. Chang Tianla stroked his chin, his expression dawning with realization. So it's all because these trainees are so damn powerful. They're afraid that after these trainees graduate, they'll launch a massive purge against them. You brat! Old Li narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp. Now hand over that white snake spirit pearl. This old man wants to see what it's really capable of if it can be refined to enhance your abilities. With Li Lao pressing him like this, Chang Tianla had no choice but to comply. He led Li Lao and the others back to the hotel, where he had hidden the white snake spirit pearl in a secret location. On the way, Old Li asked Chang Tianla if he hadn't also obtained a soul sealing essence, urging him to bring it out for the old man to see. Chang Tianla immediately touched his neck and gave a wry smile. Master Li, the events I've encountered these past few days have been utterly bizarre. After I was struck by that 7-star charm incense, the soul sealing essence mysteriously integrated itself into my body.
It was precisely because of this that I could instantly neutralize the poison of the 7-star charm incense.
After hearing Chang Tianla's explanation, Old Li sighed deeply with profound emotion. The world of demons is truly wondrous.
If I ever get the chance, this old man will venture deep into the ancient forests to see if I can make friends with a few powerful demonic beings.
Chang Tianla.
The moment Chang Tianla and the others pushed open the hotel room door, they were all stunned. The entire room had been turned upside down. This infuriated old Master Li to no end.
His eyes bulged as he roared angrily, insolent. Utterly insolent.
They dared to run wild on my turf. You brat, check if the white snake spirit pearl is still there. Seeing old Master Li's frantic expression, Chang Tianla's eyes darted about. He immediately put on a pained look, sighed heavily, and walked over to the bedside table.
With a kick, he declared, the cabinet's been turned upside down. Do you really think the white snake spirit pearl could still be safe?
I'm utterly amazed by you, Old Li blurted out a curse, pointing angrily at Chang Tianla.
Are you a complete moron? What were you thinking? How could you leave something so crucial in such an obvious spot? Don't you know the white snake spirit pearl is a treasure? I know.
Hearing this, Old Li nearly exploded with rage.
Knowing it's precious, yet you left it so conspicuous? Calm down, old master. Let me finish. Chang Tianla cleared his throat and stroked his chin.
Master Li, I only learned today that this white snake spirit pearl is a treasure and such a crucial one at that. Yesterday, I merely regarded it as an extraordinary item, so…
Yeah, right.
Old Li fumed, his beard bristling. This white snake spirit pearl is likely the very artifact the 5 demon sect uses to control you new recruits. Without it, their operations might falter.
But with it? You could face mortal danger. You brat! You're driving me mad. Seriously?
Chang Tianla stared at Old Li, his face brimming with disbelief.
At best, this white snake spirit pearl is just a demon core imbued with spiritual energy. How could it possibly be that significant?
Stop scaring us with your alarmist talk.
Scare you?
Old Li snorted coldly.
Do you think this old man has time to waste?
Setting aside other matters, just look at how many people the 5 demon sect mobilized to infiltrate the imperial capital and steal the white snake spirit pearl. That alone shows its importance.
Let me tell you, any demon's inner core possesses boundless power.
The spiritual energy it contains is beyond your imagination.
It can't be that exaggerated, right?
Summer listened to Old Li's words, his voice tinged with disbelief.
Monsters are just abnormal creatures that gain sentience. Even if their inner cores are peculiar, they can't possibly be that powerful, can they? And if it's just spiritual energy inside, it shouldn't be that useful, right? Not much use?
Old Li shot Xia Tian a look as if he were an idiot. Let me tell you, old man, everything in heaven and earth needs spiritual energy to thrive.
Give me a break. Xia Tian laughed. Don't all things rely on the sun? How does that connect to spiritual energy?
Old Li rolled his eyes in exasperation at Xia Tian's words, snapping, shut your mouth, you brat.
What I say goes.
I won't waste my breath explaining further. Just remember this, spiritual energy is a profoundly mysterious substance.
It belongs to the realm of psychic and mental powers, the very essence of supernatural abilities. All cultivation relies on spiritual energy. Got it? Chang Tianla and the others watched old Master Li's face flush crimson with rage.
They all nodded obediently in unison, knowing full well that any further defiance would earn them a withering glare from the old man. Seeing the 5 little rascals finally fall into line, Old Li exhaled a long breath. Clearing his throat, he declared, with the white snake spirit pearl gone, the 5 demons hall will certainly make their move. First thing tomorrow morning, you're to depart immediately for the training camp. You must report to Instructor Lu that the 5 demons hall is targeting you new recruits.
Leave tomorrow? Not so soon. I haven't had enough fun yet. Mr. Li, could you give us another week? Exactly. We just got to the capital and haven't even had a chance to look around yet. Shut the hell up, all of you.
Old Li's eyes narrowed, his expression instantly turning stern. An inexplicable aura of authority instantly silenced Chang Tianla and the others. You are reserve members of the Red Dragon X unit, bearing the safety of the Heavenly Dynasty on your shoulders. The 5 Demons Hall has already begun their operations, yet you 5 bastards still think about playing around? Don't you care about the safety of the other members? Delivering intelligence one day earlier means the instructor can prepare one day sooner.
One day sooner means fewer unnecessary casualties. Do you understand?
Chang Tianla and the others froze at Old Li's scolding, then stood ramrod straight and replied in unison, understood.
That's more like it.
Seeing their solemn expressions, Old Li immediately smiled warmly.
Members of the Crimson Dragon X unit must carry themselves like Crimson Dragon X unit members. Keep it up. Alright, we're heading back now. Departure is first thing tomorrow morning.
With that, he turned to leave. Seeing Old Li about to leave, Chang Tianla immediately called out, Old Li.
Master Li turned back, smiling as he asked, what else is on your mind, you little rascal?
Cheng Tianla scratched his head, grinned sheepishly, and admitted with a hint of guilt, well,
I've been hiding something. If I tell you now, will you punish me?
oh. Old Master Li narrowed his eyes into slits, grinning mischievously at Cheng Tianla.
You little rascal, hiding things from your old man? Cut the nonsense and spit it out. Cheng Tianla stammered hesitantly, the white snake spirit pearl, it's still in my possession. It wasn't stolen by those villains from the Five Demons sect. What?
Old Master Li's face lit up with astonishment. He strode to Cheng Tianla's side, gripped his shoulders tightly, and demanded urgently, you little rascal, what did you say?
The white snake spirit pearl is still with you? Quickly, hand it over so this old man can see it.
Cheng Tianla grimaced at the grip of Old Master Li's strong, calloused hands, winking and saying, Old Master, please don't get so worked up, okay? Let go of me first.
If you keep squeezing, you'll wreck my shoulders.
Old Li flushed crimson at the rebuke, offering an awkward chuckle.
My apologies. That was a bit unbecoming. Now, lad, stop dawdling. Go fetch that white snake spirit pearl. Hold on. Watching Cheng Tianla's mischievous grin, Old Li strode to the computer desk and picked up an oversized apple. Utterly speechless, he snapped, you brat, stop dawdling. Just get that white snake spirit pearl out already. Exactly.
Xia Tian and the others chimed in, urging, Brother Lu, stop dawdling.
Hurry up. We're all waiting to see it. Chapter 119, 3 Abilities. Cheng Tianla glanced at them, weighed the apple in his hand, and chuckled. Open your eyes wide. The moment of wonder is upon us.
With that, he channeled his psychic energy. A golden thread shot out, slicing clean through the massive apple. The moment it split open, a crystal clear bead radiating green fluorescence rolled out, landing in Cheng Tianla's palm.
Holy crap! Li Yi exclaimed in shock. Boss, you're a genius. How the hell did you get that white snake spirit pearl inside without damaging the apple? You're the real deal, boss. Jia Run exclaimed with admiration. Who would have thought to hide something so precious inside an apple? The enemy would never guess the white snake spirit pearl was concealed there. How did you even think of that? You little rascal.
Old Li's face nearly split from grinning. Squinting his eyes, he chuckled, you're just full of tricks.
What's going on in your head all day? How did you even think to hide the white snake spirit pearl in an apple? Aren't you worried some glutton in the Five Demons Hall might come along and eat the apple? Cheng Tianla, basking in the astonished expressions around him, declared with smug satisfaction, what's there to fear?
This young master isn't scared.
Who goes on a mission and starts eating other people's stuff?
If some insubordinate glutton actually ate this apple, then I just have to accept my bad luck.
Boss, you gotta tell us how you got that white snake spirit pearl into the apple. That was easy, Cheng Tianla chuckled.
With my formidable abilities, placing the white snake spirit pearl inside was a piece of cake. With that, he flickered his spiritual energy. 2 golden threads shot out, swiftly snatching the apple from the table. He sliced it open, scooped out the core, and guided the threads to place the white snake spirit pearl inside with pinpoint accuracy. Then he snapped the halves back together. The fit was so precise there wasn't a single gap.
To Cheng Tianla, this was child's play.
But to Xia Tian and the others, it was utterly astonishing. Especially how the apple had risen silently, then fallen piece by piece, only for the white snake spirit pearl to slip inside with perfect alignment. This seemingly simple telekinesis required extreme precision. The slightest miscalculation would ruin the seamless fit.
That's just too powerful. Li Yi's eyes widened in awe as he stared at Cheng Tianla. Bro, how did you do that? Cheng Tianla grinned and chuckled. Technique doesn't need explanation. Old Master Li, observing Cheng Tianla's cocky demeanor, immediately laughed and scolded, you brat.
Your abilities keep surprising this old man.
I never imagined psychic power could be used like this. With that, he reached out and took the apple hovering before Cheng Tianla.
With a gentle squeeze, the apple split in two, and the white snake spirit pearl rolled into his hand. Old Li held the white snake spirit pearl before his eyes, squinting as he examined it meticulously. As he studied it intently, his face lit up with astonishment. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. My. This is truly a marvelous treasure. No wonder the Five Demons sect was so desperate to seize it. Master Li, what have you discovered? Cheng Tianla urgently asked. Tell me quickly what makes this white snake spirit pearl so extraordinary?
This thing is extraordinary.
Old Master Li didn't even glance at Cheng Tianla, his entire focus fixed on the white snake spirit pearl in his hand. This pearl contains immense spiritual power and psychic energy, and even a heart-chilling resentment force.
What? Cheng Tianla gasped in shock. How is that possible? How could a demon's inner core possess 3 distinct powers? 2 powers alone would be utterly unheard of. 3? And resentment energy? That's pure fantasy. A fairy tale? Old Li shot Cheng Tianla a look and snorted. You know nothing, kid. Do you understand why the Five Demons sect is willing to pay any price for this white snake spirit pearl? It's precisely because it possesses 3 powers. It's no ordinary object. That resentment energy is the very thing the Five Demons sect covets most. No way? Chang Tianla asked in confusion. What exactly is this resentment power? What use could it possibly have? Old Li cleared his throat and pondered briefly. Resentment power is simple yet complex. Essentially, it's the force born from negative emotions. This power is immeasurable. The stronger the being in life, the greater the resentment power after death. Once it reaches a certain intensity, if harnessed by someone with evil intent, it becomes a formidable force for harm. Oh. Chang Tianla's face lit up with understanding. I see.
So resentment power is similar to wish power, except one leans toward good and the other toward evil.
You're spot on, kid. Old Li chuckled. The Five Demons sect is an evil cult.
They must have masters who specialize in resentment energy. This kind of energy is essential for curses. So, I suspect the Five Demons sect wants to use the resentment energy within the White Snake Spirit Pearl to curse righteous practitioners.
Lucky Brother Lu was quick-witted. Xia Tian grinned. Otherwise, the Five Demons sect's villains would have snatched the White Snake Spirit Pearl.
Old Master Li, please see if you can channel the three powers within it to enhance our abilities. That way, our skills improve while the powers are depleted. No need to fear the Five Demons sect's demons coveting it.
Truly a win-win situation. Let me study it, Old Li replied.
He held the White Snake Spirit Orb before his eyes once more, examining it closely. Then, he gently closed his eyes and stood motionless.
Seeing Elderly close his eyes as if asleep, Xia Tianla nudged Cheng Tianla with his elbow and whispered, "What is Elderly doing?" Cheng Tianla placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture and lowered his voice. Master Li is using his spiritual energy to probe the White Snake Spirit Orb. Don't disturb him under any circumstances.
Xia Tian nodded, closed his mouth, and turned to signal Li Yi and the other two to stay quiet. He then focused intently, staring fixedly at the motionless old Master Li.
Cheng Tianla couldn't help but grin at the sight of Xia Tian and the others so engrossed. He then activated his psychic powers, releasing his psionic vision.
After all, the naked eye could see nothing. Only the psionic vision could reveal all energy and spiritual entities. As his psychic vision opened, Cheng Tianla immediately saw an eagle soaring above old Master Li's head.
The moment the eagle noticed Cheng Tianla looking at it, it let out a piercing shriek.
Of course, this eagle's cry was inaudible to Xia Tian and the others. Only Cheng Tianla and Old Li could hear it clearly. The eagle's cry startled old Master Li.
Without psychic vision, he couldn't perceive his own psychic form. Though he knew his abilities were eagle-related, he'd never before heard an eagle's cry. Truth be told, old Master Li's surprise was nowhere near as intense as Cheng Tianla's. Not every psychic possessed a psychic form. As old Master Zhou had once mentioned, even at the peak of their Five Elements Palace lineage, only a mere 24 disciples had ever manifested such a form. Initially, Cheng Tianla had lumped psychic power and psychic forms together as one category. But as he encountered more psychics, he realized that psychic forms were truly rare. Among them, possibly 1 in 10, or even 1 in 100, might possess one. That Master Li could possess a psychic form and such a formidable one, an eagle with immense attack power, was truly extraordinary. Moreover, Master Li was highly likely a lost disciple of the Five Elements Palace, a fellow disciple of Master Zhou Zhenlong. Judging by their ages, this possibility was very real. Cheng Tianla suppressed his curiosity and immediately retracted his psionic eye. With it active, the eagle had been incessantly calling out at him, clearly perceiving him as an enemy. To avoid interfering with Old Li's investigation into the White Snake Spirit Pearl's secrets, Cheng Tianla had no choice but to withdraw his psionic vision. As soon as the psychic eye was withdrawn, the eagle fell silent. This left Old Li thoroughly puzzled and perplexed. Since awakening his psychic abilities, he had never experienced anything like today. Hearing so many eagle cries in succession was truly unprecedented. Taking a deep breath, Old Li calmed himself before fully releasing his psychic energy. He began meticulously examining the White Snake Spirit Orb in his hand, a process that consumed a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes might not seem long, but for a psychic, sustaining such an energy release for that duration was a significant drain. Only Li Lao's immense mental reserves prevented him from collapsing from exhaustion. Huff. Old Li exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. Though his face bore traces of fatigue, his joy outweighed the weariness. Grinning excitedly, he declared, "You little rascals, you 5 have truly struck gold. I can channel the spiritual energy within this White Snake Spirit Pearl and infuse it into your bodies. This will undoubtedly elevate your abilities to a whole new level." Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianla and the others grinned like fools, unable to stop their silly chuckles. After all, enhancing one's supernatural abilities was an incredibly rare opportunity. Such power either manifested with great strength at birth or required relentless cultivation over time to gradually strengthen. Now, old Master Li was offering to infuse the spiritual energy from the White Snake Spirit Pearl into their bodies to strengthen their supernatural abilities. It was like a golden ingot falling from the sky. Seeing the silly expressions on Cheng Tianla and the others, Old Li couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "Stop grinning like fools. Now, this old man will take you to enhance your supernatural abilities." With that, he turned to head toward the backyard. Seeing Old Master Li heading toward the workshop, Chang Tianla immediately spoke up. Old Master, what about these two unlucky souls? Bring them along. Old Man Li replied without turning back. It's perfect timing. I've been wanting to study the supernatural powers of the 5 demons sect disciples to see if I can extract anything useful. Chang Tianla swallowed hard at Old Master Li's words, his eyes widening in shock. He cleared his throat and asked, Old Master, you mean you can extract something from the corpses of these psychic users? Of course. Old Man Li glanced back at Chang Tianla and urged, enough about that. You'll learn all about it once you're at the training camp. Right now, my top priority is helping you strengthen your supernatural powers. Chapter 120, A Pen. The pitch-black factory reeked of a pungent, musty odor. Chang Tianla had been here before just a few days ago, when Old Li, that sly fox, had tricked him into coming for an ability test that nearly cost the old man his own life. Returning now, Chang Tianla felt nothing unusual, but Xia Tian and the other 3 were speechless. They sighed helplessly. Old Li, what are you taking us here for? Cleaning? Could you turn on the lights? It's pitch black in here, we can't see a thing. Plus, there are 2 corpses floating around back there. This is way too intense. Hearing their words, Old Li shot Chang Tianla a displeased look before snorting. There's no electricity here. Haven't you noticed the gaping hole in the factory roof? At this remark, Xia Tian and the other 3 immediately looked up. Sure enough, there was a hole over 10 feet in diameter. They all sucked in their breath in shock. Their eyesight was far sharper than average, and they could instantly tell the factory roof was covered in incredibly hard steel. That such a massive hole had been blasted through such a sturdy roof truly astonished them. Old Li, what's going on here? Li asked, his face brimming with curiosity. Old Li shot Li a look and replied irritably, a couple days ago, some little punk decided to show off. One hit from him blew this huge hole right through the roof. Because of him, all the wiring here got fried. That's why we've been without power. Holy crap! Li exclaimed in shock. Who the hell was that punk? To unleash such overwhelming combat power that's at least 3A tier strength. Smack! The moment Li finished speaking, he got smacked on the head. The blow stunned him momentarily before he glared wide-eyed at Chang Tianla. Bro, what's up? Why'd you hit me? Why did I hit you? Chang Tianla shot him a sly grin. You just asked which bastard unleashed that kind of power. Yeah, Li nodded. That bastard was so fierce he blew the roof off. Can I even say that? Besides, what's that bastard got to do with you, boss? I'm the bastard you're talking about. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding area fell deathly silent. After about 3 seconds of stillness, Xia Tian and the other 3 simultaneously let out a wolf-like howl, nearly jumping up in sheer excitement. Holy! Li grabbed Chang Tianla's arm. Boss, you've been hiding your true strength way too well. Possessing 3A level combat power? That's such a surprise for us brothers. Exactly. Xia Tian grinned mischievously. Bro, you've been hiding your true strength all this time. Were you waiting for the most critical moment to reveal it, just to play the savior? To make us feel that fleeting happiness between life and death? Boss, you're being so unfair. Zhao Ming chimed in with a similarly delighted expression. You've got 3A tier abilities, why didn't you show them earlier? You could have taken down Blue Demon and the whole crew. Xiao Mingzi, you're way off. Jiao Ren rolled his eyes. The boss having 3A tier combat power is a secret. How could he just casually reveal it in front of a bunch of small fry? We need to keep this secret for him. No one can spill the beans. That's the only way to win by surprise. Chang Tianla listened to the 4 of them and suddenly felt overwhelmed. With a speechless look on his face, he said, Are you 4 done? It's my turn to speak. Actually, my AAA level combat power is fundamentally unstable. To be precise, it's not truly AAA level combat power. Although I can unleash a single AAA level strike, after that one hit, I have no ability to continue fighting. What? No way? Is that even possible? Never heard of that before. You little brat. Your brother Lu is an exception, a real oddball. His abilities hover between A and B tiers. Sometimes, with external aids, he can reach 3A level combat power. Overall, he's an unpredictable factor. You never know when he'll suddenly unleash astonishing strength, but that power is wildly unstable. You kids better not rely on him, because depending on him will lead to a very grim outcome. After hearing Old Li's explanation, the 4 of them finally understood the situation. They all looked at Chang Tianla with peculiar expressions. That look instantly rubbed Chang Tianla the wrong way. He raised his hand and smacked Li, who was closest, on the head. Keep giving the boss that look, he said irritably, and I'll deal with you. Then he turned to Old Li with contempt. Are you still up to it, old man? Can you find a decent place to help us enhance our abilities? This environment is worse than the courtyard outside. Exactly. Xia Tian chimed in. Not only is the environment lousy, but the air is disgusting, it makes you want to puke. Old Li, you better move us somewhere else ASAP. You lot are quite the bunch of picky eaters.
Old Master Li shot a glance at Cheng Tianla and the others, his face twisting into a mischievous grin.
Alright, I'll show some mercy and indulge your whims for now.
But once you enter the boot camp, this kind of treatment will end. There, you'll have to follow Instructor Lu's orders to the letter.
Whatever he tells you to do, you'll do. And if we don't?
What if you disobey? Old Master Li chuckled wickedly.
The consequences would be unimaginable. Do you even know what Instructor Lu's nickname is? Cheng Tianla and the others shook their heads in unison. No idea. Skinflay.
Old Li said with a smile.
No matter how strong-willed a trainee is, once he gets his hands on them, they'll obey. Really? Cheng Tianla looked skeptical. What if someone's stubborn as a mule? Refuses to obey orders no matter what? That sort?
Old Li furrowed his brow and sighed softly. They've all been beaten to death.
Whoa! Holy crap! Seriously? How twisted is that? Is there any hope left?
Seeing the 5 of them react so strongly, Old Li immediately grinned mischievously.
What do you think the boot camp is? Let me tell you, anyone who graduates from there is the cream of the crop.
They have to meet extremely high standards in ability, character, and everything else. Just think about it, someone who defies their instructors and insists on doing things their own way, how good could their character really be? One misstep from such a person could wreak havoc on society. That's why they're eliminated to prevent them from graduating and becoming a threat to society and the nation. Upon hearing Old Li's words, Cheng Tianla and the other 4 instinctively swallowed hard. The Chiliang X Group's boot camp was clearly no place for the faint of heart. Especially that devil of an instructor, Liu Baopi.
Alright, Old Li said with a smile. No need to be so afraid.
Instructor Liu may be strict, but it's all for your own good. As long as you complete the tasks he assigns, he won't make things difficult for you. He's a straightforward man, treat him well, and he'll treat you well.
Of course, that doesn't mean he'll cut you any slack on the missions. Impartial as iron.
Cheng Tianla stuck out his tongue, then cleared his throat to change the subject.
Master Li, you said you'd meet our request. Does that mean you'll take us somewhere else now? Absolutely. Master Li chuckled before striding to the wall. He placed his palm against it and struck it firmly. The impact sent a mechanical clacking sound reverberating through the structure, causing the entire floor to tremble violently. As the clacking continued, a crack suddenly split open in the wall before Old Li. In an instant, the fissure widened dramatically, and a dazzling light spilled out from within. A vast room, entirely adorned with alloy, appeared before Cheng Tianla and the others. Holy crap! Li Yi exclaimed. A secret base. It really is the Red Dragon X team. Who would have thought such a luxurious special room could be hidden in this rundown warehouse? It's incredibly well concealed and totally unexpected.
Brother Liu was right, Jia Ren chuckled heartily.
This is truly astonishing.
Enough, Old Li said, thoroughly pleased with their astonished expressions.
Stop standing around like fools and get inside already. Haven't you had enough of that musty smell? Cheng Tianla and the others chuckled and hurried inside. The moment they stepped into the alloy room, the crack in the wall automatically sealed shut. From the outside, it looked completely normal, just a dilapidated wall. Don't touch any of the equipment in here, Old Li warned, observing their wide-eyed curiosity.
Many of these devices pack serious lethal power.
One careless move could cost you your lives.
For your own good, you'd better behave yourselves around this old man.
Powerful lethal force?
Cheng Tianla mentally moved the 2 unfortunate corpses to the floor, smirking as he retorted, Old Li, cut the scare tactics. These instruments look like nothing more than chemistry lab equipment.
How could they possibly be deadly? You brat.
Old Li couldn't be bothered to explain. He pulled an unassuming pen from a drawer in front of him, unscrewed the cap, and pressed a small red dot on the top. A rainbow-colored beam shot from the tip, striking the alloy wall and instantly leaving a tiny, deep crater. That's not much of a hit, Cheng Tianla remarked dismissively, leaning forward to examine the tiny indentation.
Barely left a scratch. A tiny mark? Old Li eyed Cheng Tianla as if he were an idiot. You brat, push your special ability to its absolute peak. Try leaving a mark on this wall then.
Cheng Tianla instantly felt disdainful at Old Li's words. His golden threads were incredibly powerful, their penetration and force were immense. Leaving a deep crater on this alloy wall would be a breeze.
Easy there, boss, Xia Tian warned with a smile. Just enough to show us.
Don't unleash your full power. If you collapse this place, we'll all be buried alive.
Relax, Cheng Tianla grinned. If we get buried, it'll just be you guys. I'm not dumb enough to bury myself too. Chapter 121, Divine Light. Hearing Cheng Tianla's words and seeing his mischievous expression, Xia Tian was instantly speechless. Boss, you're being way too unkind, aren't you? I'm just trying to look out for you, and you have the nerve to bury us alive? Cheng Tianla chuckled. Buried or not, you know the deal. Alright, everyone step back. I'm gonna unleash my psychic power and see just how tough this alloy wall really is. With that, he channeled his mental energy. Golden clouds instantly billowed up behind him, followed by a golden thread that coiled and danced through the air. The boss's aura is so powerful. No wonder he's the boss, that presence alone puts him leagues ahead of us. Brother Tian, do you think Brother Lu can leave a mark on this alloy wall? Summer glanced at Li Yi, smacked his lips, and shook his head. Hard to say. Ordinary alloy wouldn't phase Brother Lu, but this wall was developed by the Red Dragon X division. I reckon it'll be tough. No way? Li Yi pursed his lips and whispered, Brother Lu has 3A tier combat power. How could he not break through this alloy wall? Hard to say. Summer shrugged, offering a faint smile. No need to get so worked up, kid. We'll find out soon enough. Look, Brother Lu is about to make his move. As soon as Xia Tian finished speaking, Chang Tianla roared, his aura surging to a new level. The golden threads behind him coiled like a lightning dragon, shooting toward the alloy wall at the speed of thunder. Clang! A piercing metallic clang echoed, causing the entire alloy room to tremble. Xia Tian and the others jumped in fright, convinced the structure was about to collapse. So, boss? Did you make a deep dent? Li Yi strode up to Chang Tianla, grinning as he asked. Chang Tianla frowned, shot Li Yi a glance, and sneered, You've got those big eyes for nothing? Can't you tell? Or are you deliberately trying to rub salt in the wound? Hearing this, Li Yi immediately adopted a hurt tone. Boss, what are you saying? Your ability is so mysterious, and that tremor just now was extraordinary. With such immense power, how could you possibly not break through this small alloy wall? Cut the crap. Chang Tianla slapped Li Yi on the back and laughed, Stop mocking me, kid. I'm not as great as you make me out to be. What's wrong with my abilities? Ah! Li Yi stared at Chang Tianla in utter shock. Just as he was about to speak, old Li approached, grinning mischievously at Chang Tianla. Good for you, kid, for knowing your limits. While 3A class combat power is formidable, leaving a mark on this alloy wall requires at least S-class strength. Chang Tianla's eyes widened at old Li's words. S-class combat power was something he could only dream of achieving at his current level. And yet, that unassuming pen could unleash S-class power? It was utterly unbelievable and absurd. In that instant, Chang Tianla grasped the pen's true value. If he could get his hands on it, it would be an absolute trump card. Old Li. Chang Tianla's eyes darted around as he feigned astonishment and admiration. What on earth is this tiny pen made of? How could it possibly possess such formidable attack power? Hand it over so this kid can take a look. Old Li, basking in the admiration in Chang Tianla's eyes, grew visibly smug. With an air of supreme confidence, he handed the pen over and chuckled, This is the latest high-tech marvel I've spent my entire life perfecting. It's called Divine Light. No matter how skilled you are, if hit by this divine light, you'll be dead as a doornail. Is it really that powerful? Jiaran asked skeptically. Old Li, you'd better stand by your words. Didn't you just say breaking through this alloy wall requires S-class combat power? If your divine light can breach it, that means it's only S-class. What happens when it faces an SS-class psionicist? Won't it be useless then? You know nothing, youngster. Old Li rolled his eyes and grinned. S-class power can break through the alloy wall, but only barely. My divine light is different. Not only can it shatter the alloy, it can penetrate deep beyond. That alone makes it surpass S-class, it's already SS-class. Impressive. Truly impressive. Jiaran offered his praise, then added with a simple smile, This divine light is truly extraordinary. But what a pity. Seeing Jiaran's earnest expression followed by such words, Old Li felt a pang of irritation. You brat, what's so regrettable about it? Nothing much, Jiaran replied earnestly. While it reaches SS tier combat power, it's utterly useless against actual S tier psychics. An S tier psychic won't just stand there letting you shoot them with divine light, they'll wipe us out with a single ability. Upon hearing Jiaran's words, Old Li was both speechless and exasperated. You brat, you sure think a lot. Do you even know what the divine light is for? Do you know why it was developed? You don't know anything, yet here you are spouting off nonsense. Jiaran froze at the rebuke, about to retort, when Chang Tianla cut in. He grinned at Old Li and asked, Old Li, this divine light is so compact, how many beams can it fire? How do you recharge it once the energy's depleted? And what exactly is it meant for? Don't be fooled by its size, Old Master Li said with pride. It can emit 10 beams, each possessing S rank or even SS rank attack power. Currently, this divine light is purely a consumable item, the old man continued. I'm researching how to recharge it after all 10 beams are fired. As for its uses, well, it's incredibly versatile. It's an essential tool for those who roam the martial world, slaying foes and plundering treasures. Especially for newcomers like you, it's an absolute treasure for protection. Chang Tianla beamed with delight upon hearing Old Li's words, grinning widely as he asked, Old Li, how many times does this divine light have left? 8 times. Gak! Gak! Chang Tianla let out 2 excited, strange cries. Great! Fantastic! 8 more uses left. I absolutely must keep this thing safe. I won't use it unless I'm facing a life or death crisis. With that, he tucked it away into his innermost clothing. Seeing Chang Tianla stash his divine light away, Old Li's eyes widened in shock. He bellowed, You brat! Who said I gave you the divine light? You're quite the self-serving little devil. Hand it back this instant.
Old Masterly, Cheng Tianla retorted with a sly grin, if you can develop something like this, you must have plenty in stock. Consider this one our welcome gift, something for us to keep for self-defense. Out of the question, Old Masterly declared sternly. While I can indeed create divine light, crafting even a single strand demands an immense amount of time and staggering costs. I possess no stockpile whatsoever.
You'd best hand it over willingly, young man. Otherwise, don't blame me for what follows. Cut the crap.
Cheng Tianla grinned as he walked up to Old Manly, leaned close, and whispered something in his ear.
Afterward, he burst out laughing. You're not losing out on this deal. Oldly glared at Cheng Tianla's smug expression, his teeth grinding in irritation. You little brat, he growled, just you wait. Once I've enhanced your abilities, if I find you lied, I'll skin you alive. Cheng Tianla chuckled, patting his chest. Relax, it's absolutely true. What's real? Xia Tian looked at Cheng Tianla with curiosity. Bro, what did you tell Old Manly?
Cheng Tianla grinned, made a shushing gesture, and whispered, secret. Seeing Cheng Tianla didn't want to talk, Xia Tian immediately dropped the subject. He knew that if Cheng Tianla intended to share it, he would eventually tell them. If not, it meant the matter was extremely important, and the fewer people who knew, the better.
You brats. Oldly glared at Cheng Tianla with obvious displeasure. Your moment of happiness has arrived. I, the old man, am about to channel the spiritual energy from the white snake spirit pearl to enhance your supernatural powers. Let's see if you 5 little rascals can seize this chance to advance your ranks.
At this, Cheng Tianla and the other 4 immediately erupted in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. We must advance. Old Masterly swept a glance over the 5 of them before reaching out to press a red button on the wall. The moment the button was pressed, the floor suddenly opened, and a precision instrument slowly rose from beneath it.
It was a 3-meter-tall cylinder encircled by 9 transparent glass chambers.
Each chamber stood about 2 meters high, perfectly sized to hold 1 person.
Once the entire contraption was fully exposed and stabilized, Cheng Tianla and the other 4 exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy crap! What the hell is this thing? It looks straight out of a sci-fi movie."
Old Masterly glanced at Cheng Tianla and his companions, his voice brimming with pride.
This is the masterpiece I'm most proud of in my entire life.
Through it, any item possessing spiritual energy can be placed inside, and then the spiritual energy within is extracted and infused into a vessel.
Holy crap! Cheng Tianla exclaimed. That's insane. So if we captured a spirit-possessed monster and put it in here, we could squeeze its spiritual energy out too?
Absolutely, Oldly grinned wickedly. Otherwise, why would I have you bring those 2 unlucky souls in here? Cheng Tianla felt a chill run down his spine at the old man's unsettling gaze. He'd seen plenty of movies about mad scientists. Creatures of this caliber always had peculiar obsessions, their minds and desires utterly beyond normal comprehension.
Cheng Tianla swallowed hard. Oldly, this enhanced psychic power, it won't be dangerous, will it?
Oldly chuckled, strode to the cylinder, opened a small window, and placed the white snake spirit pearl inside. Then, with utter nonchalance, he said, nothing dangerous. The only time was when some unlucky soul couldn't withstand the powerful spiritual energy surge and just exploded.
Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian both gasped. Chapter 122, Successful Advancement. Masterly observed the terrified expressions on Cheng Tianla and the others, bursting into laughter. Look at you lot. Scared already? For so-called elite among elites, this is utterly disgraceful.
Cheng Tianla, seeing the contempt in Oldly's eyes, instantly grew displeased. He retorted with a sour expression, Oldly, speak with integrity.
Who in this world isn't afraid of death? Every human being fears death.
You yourself just said entering this place carries the risk of being unable to withstand the powerful spiritual energy shock and exploding to death.
I'd say anyone would be scared.
Pathetic, just pathetic.
Oldly grinned mischievously at Cheng Tianla and the others. Actually, you needn't worry so much. Do you know why that one unlucky soul I mentioned ended up exploding?
No idea, Cheng Tianla and the others shook their heads in unison.
Oldly grinned widely.
2 reasons led to that poor soul's demise.
First and most crucial, he was an ordinary person who couldn't withstand the immense spiritual energy shock. Second, my own oversight.
This conversion machine was freshly developed, and I was a bit rusty with its operation.
That's how the tragedy unfolded. Holy crap! Cheng Tianla's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of badass was that guy? To be the first to test this newly developed machine. I'm seriously impressed by his courage. He actually trusted you, old man. Exactly. Xia Tian chimed in. That guy must be a total badass. How else could he have volunteered for the experiment? What kind of badass? Jia Rin snorted. He's just a fool. Trusting unreliable Oldly like that? Talk about stupid. You little bastard.
Oldly flared up at Jia Ren's words, snapping, you 4 get inside this instant.
You stay behind, you little jerk. I'll give you a personal reinforcement session later. Jiaren instantly wilted, nearly bursting into tears. He pouted his lips and looked at Old Li pitifully. Old Li, I'm sorry. Please don't leave me behind alone, okay? We're a team. Doing this will make us lose heart. Dissatisfaction? Old Master Li snorted, turning to Cheng Tianla and the others with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Are you going in now? Or should Jiaren come along too? Cheng Tianla immediately asked, what's the difference?
Of course there is, Old Li chuckled. If you go in now, you'll face the standard spiritual energy shock. But if Jiaren goes in, he'll endure an abnormal one.
Pick your poison.
The moment Old Li finished speaking, Cheng Tianla and his three companions bolted faster than rabbits, darting into the transparent glass enclosure in the blink of an eye. The scene left Old Li and Jiaren utterly dumbfounded.
Unfair bastards. No loyalty whatsoever.
Jiaren glared at Cheng Tianla and the others with utter contempt.
You four are scum. Betraying your own brother like this? You've really broken my heart. Summer chuckled through the glass. Little Jia, how exactly are we being disloyal? Old Li offered you special treatment, not us. So this perk is all yours to enjoy. I despise you.
Jiaren made a universally understood gesture. Old Li watched the four enter the glass room, grinning widely. He slapped Jiaren on the shoulder. Remember this, kid, never cross the person directly above you. Your boss can take you down anytime. And don't think I'm keeping you here for some sinister reason. Truth is, I haven't quite figured out this converter yet myself. So, before Old Man Li could finish, Cheng Tianla and the other three turned green. They all frantically pushed the door, but no matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't budge.
Damn it! This is so unfair. This isn't fair. Old Li, what kind of stunt are you pulling?
Hearing their exclamations and watching them pound relentlessly on the glass chamber, Old Li immediately adopted a solemn expression.
With unflappable composure, he declared, though this old man hasn't fully grasped the functions and effects of this conversion device, rest assured I trust your physical constitutions. You'll surely endure it with ease. Holy crap, you're such a liar. That was the exact thought running through Cheng Tianla and the other three's minds.
Seeing the four of them glaring at him like they could eat him alive, Old Li grinned and chuckled. Young men, get ready to experience something truly unprecedented. With that, he reached out and pressed a red button. The moment the button pressed, the 3-meter-tall spherical structure erupted in blinding light. Its entire surface instantly became crystal clear, and silver-white radiance surged through the 9 connecting tubes, flooding the glass chambers at astonishing speed. As the silver light filled the glass chambers, Cheng Tianla and his companions instantly felt a warm glow envelop their bodies. This sensation instantly eased their frightened hearts. So this was all Old Li scaring them. Forcibly infusing them with the essence of heaven and earth caused no pain whatsoever. With fear and trepidation gone, the four of them, Cheng Tianla and the others, calmed their minds and focused their energy, absorbing the heaven and earth spirit chi with all their might. They unleashed their own special abilities, allowing them to voraciously absorb this hard-won spiritual energy.
Master Li, what's going on?
Jiaren watched Cheng Tianla and the others standing completely still, his curiosity tinged with slight worry.
Is everything okay with the others? What could possibly happen to them? Old Li replied with a smile.
Jiaren froze upon hearing this, then blurted out, but you said forcing spiritual energy could be dangerous.
Why are you?
You silly boy, Old Master Li laughed heartily.
I was just teasing you earlier. Did you actually take it seriously? Teasing us?
Jiaren looked skeptical.
Master Li, why can't I trust what you say? Not a single word out of your mouth is truthful now. I don't know which one to believe. You say you were teasing us, do you really think I'd buy that?
Believe it or not, Old Li said with a twinkle in his eye.
At least these four are fine now. Isn't that the best proof? Right now? Nothing's wrong?
Jiaren swallowed hard, his voice unnatural.
Nothing's wrong now doesn't mean it'll stay that way. You're no ordinary trickster, old man.
The moment Jiaren finished speaking, the 4 figures inside the glass chamber began convulsing uncontrollably.
The sight sent a chill down Jiaren's spine. He cried out urgently, Old Li! Old Li! What's happening?
Seeing Cheng Tianla and the others convulsing uncontrollably, Old Li immediately reached for the stop button. But just as his hand touched it, he noticed that only Zhao Ming and Li Yi were still convulsing. Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian had returned to normal. Realizing Zhao Ming and Li Yi couldn't hold on much longer, Old Li swiftly cut off the spiritual energy, opened the glass chamber door, and dragged Li Yi and Zhao Ming out. He watched them closely. After uttering those words, Old Li didn't glance at Zhao Ming or Li Yi once. His eyes were fixed intently on Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian. He knew these two had entered an extraordinary state. Their transition from convulsing to normalcy signified one thing: they had successfully withstood a spiritual energy shockwave. They were undoubtedly in the midst of a breakthrough. Breaking through a psychic barrier was no simple feat. Any mishap could spell the end of their psychic potential. Thus, Old Li dared not be the slightest bit careless. He had to observe Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian meticulously. Should he detect any abnormality, he would cut off the spiritual energy infusion without hesitation.
Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, about 10 minutes had passed. By now, Zhao Ming and Li Yi had also recovered. All three of them, along with Jia Run, stood completely still, not daring to breathe a word, their eyes fixed on Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian inside the glass chamber. At this moment, Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian had fully immersed themselves in the realm of breakthrough. To achieve a breakthrough in their supernatural abilities, they needed to absorb sufficient energy entities, the amount varying based on individual constitution. Celestial energy was one such form. This time, leveraging the conversion machine's unique properties, Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian had squeezed every last drop of spiritual energy from the white snake spirit pearl, violently channeling it into their bodies. This action shattered their respective bottlenecks, propelling them toward higher tiers. Seeing that Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian could absorb no more spiritual energy, Old Li knew they had successfully broken through. He immediately severed the energy flow, and the dazzling white light gradually faded from view. Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian each assessed their new states, both wearing faint smiles as they stepped out of the glass chamber. This breakthrough presented no unexpected challenges for Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian. Their formidable physiques and extraordinary abilities effortlessly sidestepped the risks of spiritual energy infusion. They successfully converted the spiritual energy from the white snake spirit pearl into their own extraordinary powers, significantly elevating their combat strength by an entire tier. Cheng Tianla reaped the greatest benefit from this breakthrough, his combat strength leaping directly from B rank to 3B rank. Xia Tian, meanwhile, advanced from 2C rank to 3C rank. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Old Master Li's face nearly split with joy as he exclaimed, I never imagined you two youngsters could be so formidable. One leaps 2 tiers, the other breaks through 1 truly remarkable. Cheng Tianla stroked his chin and smiled faintly. Nothing special. Our breakthroughs are entirely thanks to Elderly. He then turned to Li Yi and Xiao Ming. What about you two? Why did you come out early? Could it be? Li Yi glanced at Cheng Tianla and nodded. We failed. Though we didn't break through, we've reached our absolute limit. Given a bit more time, we'd likely break through on our own soon. Oh, I see. Cheng Tianla smiled reassuringly. Anyway, this chance to absorb spiritual energy was a free gift. If you can break through, great. If not, just think of it as experiencing some high-tech stuff. Exactly, Xia Tian chimed in with a grin. If you can break through, great. If not, it's no big deal. Old Li watched Cheng Tianla and Xia Tian grinning like fools, his eyes narrowing as he murmured contentedly, never imagined the second trial would actually succeed. Chapter 123, The Real Answer. Though Old Li spoke softly, Cheng Tianla's ears were exceptionally sharp, and he stood closest to the old man. Hearing those words nearly sent him into a rage. Pointing at Old Li, he snapped, You old bastard. You're something else. You killed 1 person in the first experiment, and now you dare use the 4 of us as test subjects? Your nerve is beyond belief. Or do you simply not care about our lives at all? Treating us like lab rats? Old Li looked at Cheng Tianla's furious face and felt a pang of guilt. After all, it was somewhat unethical of him to use the 4 of them as test subjects. But this experiment had been remarkably successful. And if he dared to use them, it was because he had thoroughly researched the conversion machine. He'd even tested it several times on various small animals. It was flawless. His confidence in letting Cheng Tianla and the others channel spiritual energy stemmed from the certainty that even if it failed, it wouldn't harm them. Ahem. Old Li cleared his throat a few times, completely ignoring Cheng Tianla's murderous glare. He gave a slight smile and said, Young man, no need to get so worked up. While I did use you as test subjects, you truly gained immense benefits. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If you expect gains without any risk, do you really think that's possible? Besides, this old man here had absolute confidence, which is precisely why I let you go in. Absolute certainty? Cheng Tianla's eyes widened. Counting this time as the second attempt and you call that certainty? You're being unreliable and full of hot air, old man. You little brat. Old Li scolded with a laugh, Don't go thinking this old man is so unreliable, okay? You're all fresh blood for the Red Dragon X team. Do you think I'd dare send you in without absolute certainty? If anything went wrong and the higher-ups blamed me, they'd tear this old body of mine apart. Besides, before letting you in, this old man conducted countless animal experiments. Success is guaranteed, failure would be the real surprise. Yeah, right. Cheng Tianla snorted before speaking up, Now that all 4 of us are enhanced, what about Jia Run? What kind of inhuman torture do you plan to subject him to, old man? Heh, well. Old Li grinned wickedly at Cheng Tianla. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. That phrase, secrets of heaven must not be revealed, nearly scared the pants off Jia Run. He finally understood just how unreliable old man Li really was. Sure, he claimed to have done countless experiments, but those were on animals, not living humans. What if something went wrong once he stepped into that transparent glass chamber? Old Li turned to see Jia Ren's terrified expression and grinned. Young Jia, no need to be so scared. Look, those 4 came out perfectly fine. So will you.
I'm giving you such special treatment, don't embarrass this old man. You must fully accept the spiritual energy infusion and strive to break through to third-tier combat power. Third-tier combat power. Jiaoren nearly wept at the words, his face twisted in despair. Master Li, please don't joke about such things. Just getting out safely would be a miracle. Expecting me to break through? That's nothing short of wishful thinking, daydreaming. Whether it's wishful thinking or daydreaming, you won't be able to wriggle out of this today. With that, old Master Li chuckled, so you'd better go in obediently. Otherwise, what do you want to happen? Jiaoren stared at old Master Li, his face filled with fear. Simple. Old Li grinned wickedly. I'll personally escort you inside. Pick one, you decide. Brother Lu. Seeing Jiaoren's pleading gaze, Cheng Tianla immediately cleared his throat twice, grinned, and said, Hey, little Jia, just go in with peace of mind. Old Li won't do anything to you. Look, we all came out safe and sound, so you have nothing to fear. And if anything happens, we'll definitely avenge you. Go on. Xia Tian grinned. If anything happens to you, we'll make sure Old Li keeps you company. Alright. Jia Ren retorted with a scoff. With your word, I'm at ease. If anything happens to me, you'd better take care of Old Li for me. Rest assured, we'll see it through. Listening to Cheng Tianla and the others, Old Li flew into a rage, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. You ungrateful little ingrates. I worked my fingers to the bone to help you advance your abilities, and not only do you show no gratitude, you actually want to take me down? This is infuriating. With that, old Master Li pressed a button to open a glass chamber. He then grabbed the hesitant Jiaoren and shoved him inside with a kick. You little brat, you'd better stay in there and keep your cool. Remember, no agitation whatsoever. Jiaoren rubbed his sore behind, his face a picture of misery as he nodded. Got it. Old Li nodded in response, his playful expression fading. Once he saw Jiaoren had fully relaxed, he immediately pressed the red activation button. The conversion machine instantly began squeezing the white snake spirit pearl again, extracting the celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy within and channeling it into the glass chamber. As the cosmic energy flooded the chamber, Jiaoren unleashed his own supernatural power, frantically absorbing the relentless, intensely concentrated cosmic energy. Cheng Tianla observed Jiaoren's expression of pure bliss, stroked his chin thoughtfully, then turned to old Master Li with a playful smile. Why is Jiaoren the only one receiving this spiritual energy infusion? Is his constitution different from ours? Or is there some other reason? Old Li's expression stiffened at the question. Clearing his throat, he replied, That's a very difficult question to answer. It involves too many factors and has too many implications. I don't know where to begin explaining it to you. No way. Cheng Tianla stared at the solemn-faced elderly, utterly astonished. What's going on? Does Jiaoren's ability have some special function? Or... Enough. Old Li waved his hand. Stop speculating. The answer will blow your mind. If I told you, you'd be so shocked your pants would fall down. That extreme? Xia Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Jiaoren and I grew up together. I know his background inside out and am thoroughly familiar with his abilities. Why would he be so special that he needs a separate infusion of spiritual energy? What's really going on? Exactly. Zhao Ming chimed in urgently. What's really going on with Jiaoren? Li Yi pressed, Mr. Li, stop teasing us. Just tell us what's going on. Want to know? Cheng Tianla and the other three spoke in unison, yes. Master Li looked at them with a stern expression. Very well, I'll satisfy your curiosity. But once you know the truth, I hope you won't be so shocked you start wailing and crying. Stop beating around the bush, old man. Just tell us already. Our mental resilience is pretty strong. We've been waiting so long our patience is wearing thin. Old Li looked at the four impatient chaps, cleared his throat, and declared with utmost solemnity, the reason Jiaoren was left behind to receive the spiritual energy infusion separately is because the conversion machine can only supply 4 glass chambers. The remaining 5 chambers are not yet connected. Damn it! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap, for crying out loud! Upon hearing old Master Li's explanation, Cheng Tianla and the other 3 fell into a mix of speechlessness and helplessness. They could only endure it because old Master Li was a senior figure. They couldn't do anything to him. If he were their peer, they'd have beaten him senseless by now. After all that secrecy and build-up, this was the outcome? Anyone would go nuts. Well. Old Master Li put on a solemn expression and declared, I told you, the moment I revealed the truth, you'd be so shocked you'd cry out for your parents and lose your pants. Just as I expected. Look at how excited you 4 are. Unbelievable. Cheng Tianla and the other 3 listened to old man Li's words and felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and beat him senseless. But that thought was all they could manage. Even if they mustered all their courage, they wouldn't dare. Old man Li was a venerable elder. Dealing with the 4 of them would be a breeze for him. Look! Jiaoren is breaking through. As soon as Zhao Ming shouted this, Jiaoren inside the glass chamber first convulsed violently, then entered a meditative state. Silver-white celestial and terrestrial chi immediately swirled and poured into his body. At that moment, Oldly swiftly approached the spirit transformation device, his eyes blazing with sharp focus. He dared not let his guard down for even an instant. Once the psychic energy entered the breakthrough phase, absolutely no mishaps could occur. This step was far too perilous and crucial.
Hang in there. You must succeed in this breakthrough. Chang Tianla watched Xia Tian's clenched fists and immediately patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't worry. Jia Ren is incredibly strong and has a formidable physique. He'll definitely be able to absorb vast amounts of celestial energy to achieve the breakthrough. Boom! A deep rumbling echoed through the glass chamber. Within, Jia Ren's entire body radiated a dazzling golden light. Instantly, all the golden radiance retracted into his body. The next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing an overwhelmingly domineering aura that truly startled Chang Tianla and the others. Yet beneath their astonishment lay unparalleled joy and excitement. The moment Elderly saw Jia Ren's successful breakthrough, he swiftly severed the spiritual energy connection and pressed the release button. Bursting into laughter, he exclaimed, "Excellent! Absolutely brilliant! I never imagined you'd break through so smoothly. How many tiers did you advance?" Seeing the old man's excitement, Jia Ren burst into laughter himself. He then gave Li Lao a hearty bear hug and declared with unrestrained enthusiasm, "Not too many, not too few, 2 minor tiers. I'm now a 3B tier combatant. Let go of this old man." Jia Ren was a burly, muscular man, and he'd deliberately given Oldly a bear hug. You can imagine what state Oldly was left in after that embrace. "You stinking brat!" Oldly rolled his eyes, gasping for breath. "If you don't let go, don't blame this old man for getting rough. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move." Chapter 124, Attacked Along the Way. Hearing Old Masterly threaten to unleash his ultimate move, Jia Ren immediately released him. He knew this old man was incredibly formidable. Once he acted, it would be utterly terrifying. So he knew when to quit, instantly maintaining a safe distance from Old Masterly. Oldly nearly passed out from oxygen deprivation during Jia Ren's sudden bear hug. After being released, he took 2 deep breaths and cracked his slightly stiff joints before grumbling, "You little brat, are you trying to kill me? This old man's arms and legs can't handle your antics." "Give me a break," Jia Ren retorted with a wide grin. "You may look old, but you're as strong as an ox. Not only could a hug like that not hurt you, but even if I went all out, I doubt I could scratch you." Old Masterly shot Jia Ren a fierce glare upon hearing this. He then reached out, opened the small window on the main body of the spirit turning device, and retrieved the white snake spirit pearl. After examining it for a moment, he flung it toward Chang Tianla. "There's still some spiritual energy left inside for you to absorb," he said. "Take it out and study it when you have free time. Young man, remember this, you must guard this white snake spirit orb with utmost care. Under no circumstances must it fall into the hands of the 5 Demon sect or any other unscrupulous individuals." Chang Tianla caught the pearl and tucked it carefully into his inner pocket. Grinning, he assured the elder, "Rest easy, sir. I'll guard this white snake spirit pearl with my life." Oldly nodded. "Now that all of you have enhanced abilities, there's nothing left for you here. Depart immediately for the training camp." This time, not a single one of them objected. They all agreed that staying in the imperial capital was far too dangerous. The 5 Demon sect's demonic practitioners had shown such brazen audacity that they dared to attack them right here in the capital. If they were caught off guard by an ambush, the consequences would be dire at best, severe injuries at worst, death. After weighing the risks, heading to the training camp was clearly the best option. The training camp was a gathering place for elites, teeming with powerful practitioners. Even if the 5 Demon sect had numerous followers, they wouldn't dare openly attack the training camp. "Masterly, where exactly is the training camp?" "Classified." As soon as he uttered those 2 words, Oldly stepped aside, pulled out a satellite phone, and dialed a number. After muttering a few words, he hung up. Returning, he glanced at Chang Tianla and the others. "A transfer vehicle will pick you up in 15 minutes. Do you have any important items to bring? If not, assemble in the courtyard now." Chang Tianla grinned widely. "Oldly, our meeting was fate. Now we're leaving, facing an uncertain and dangerous path ahead. Won't you show us some favor? Do you have any secret weapons hidden in this alloy room? If so, how about giving each of us one?" Chang Tianla shouldn't have mentioned secret weapons. The moment he did, Oldly instantly recalled his divine light. His eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Get the hell out of my sight now!" With that, he shoved and pushed the 5 of them out of the alloy room, guarding them like thieves, as if terrified they might pilfer another of his treasures. 15 minutes passed quickly. One had to admit the discipline and efficiency of the Crimson Dragon X team. Right on time, a small military truck pulled up to the Religious Affairs Bureau's entrance. "You brats, hurry up and get in!" Oldly bellowed, kicking Chang Tianla's backside with his foot. Chang Tianla stumbled forward from the kick, rolled his eyes, and retorted, "Oldly, no offense, but we're leaving now. Couldn't you at least say something nice to make us feel good? So we can reminisce about your kindness later."
Instead, you're shooing us five out like we're pests.
That really wounds our tender little hearts. Get lost. Old Lee scolded with a laugh. If anyone could hurt the feelings of you five, I'd be so impressed I'd prostrate myself in admiration. I've always been curious.
Chang Tianla dropped his playful expression and looked at Old Master Lee with serious intent.
What does prostrate myself in awe mean? And which 5 parts of the body are we talking about?
Old Lee paused for a moment before snapping, "Get lost.
Now, get lost, you little rascals. Ha!"
Chang Tianla and the others watched Old Master Lee's furious expression, burst into laughter, and promptly scrambled onto the small truck.
An hour later, the truck finally left the bustling heart of the capital. Along the way, Chang Tianla couldn't help but marvel.
Even at this early hour, the capital's roads remained incredibly congested. Only thanks to the special privileges of the Red Dragon X unit would they have been able to navigate out of the busy district. Otherwise, it would likely have taken another hour just to escape the city center. Once out of the city center, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Glancing back through the window at the hazy, foggy weather, they all grimaced in unison.
The air's terrible.
Besides the 5 of them, the car also held a middle-aged man in his 50s. He had fierce eyes, sharp eyebrows, and a square jaw, with a sturdy, muscular build that rivaled Jiao Ren's. Both were the type with well-developed limbs.
"Sir," Chang Tianla offered a cigarette as he inquired politely, "where exactly are you taking us?"
The middle-aged man took the cigarette, drew a puff, and replied, "The training camp."
Chang Tianla cleared his throat. "I know it's the training camp, but where exactly is it? Are we leaving the capital? How long will the ride take? Getting there by car is out of the question." The square-jawed man took another drag, exhaling a large smoke ring. "Where the training camp is? I wouldn't know. That's top secret. Our job is just to get you to the airport. You'll take a special flight from there." "We have to fly again?" Li Yi said with a look of utter misery. "Bro, I absolutely dread flying." Chang Tianla immediately asked with keen interest, "Why?"
"That thing just feels unsafe no matter how you look at it."
"What if it crashes?" Chang Tianla shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, little Leo. Planes have the lowest accident rate of any mode of transportation. Nothing usually happens."
"Yeah," Li Yi retorted with a scoff. "Usually nothing happens, but when it does, it's all over."
Chang Tianla. "Enough, fourth brother." Xia Tian shot Li Yi a look of utter contempt. "Just say you get airsick, you jerk. Nobody's laughing at you. What's the point of droning on for ages making excuses for yourself?" Li Yi.
Chang Tianla glanced at Li Yi, who looked slightly embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. "Uncle, I haven't had the pleasure of learning your name."
"Dong Jun. Nice name." Chang Tianla smiled and remarked, "Looking at your sturdy build and all that muscle, you must have military background, right?"
Dong Jun nodded, about to speak, when the truck suddenly slammed on its brakes.
The jolt nearly sent Chang Tianla's head crashing into the cab. "Xiao Wang, what's going on?"
Dong Jun shouted at the driver, his expression turning grim.
"Captain, the road ahead is blocked by rocks. We'll have to get out and clear them to pass." "Damn it."
Dong Jun cursed under his breath and started to get out. At that moment, Chang Tianla grabbed his arm, his expression darkening.
"Uncle, hold on. This feels fishy. How could rocks just appear out of nowhere in the middle of nowhere like this?"
Dong Jun's sharp brows knitted together.
"You mean someone deliberately did this?" "Highly likely." Chang Tianla stroked his chin.
"The question is whether this person is just a common robber or someone specifically targeting us." Dong Jun instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. If it were a common robbery, any one of their group could handle it. But if it wasn't ordinary people, if it was the latter, then this would be trouble. Their current position was extremely disadvantageous, cut off from reinforcements in both directions. If a fierce battle erupted, they could suffer heavy losses.
"What now?" Dong Jun glanced at Chang Tianla and asked, "Are we just going to wait in the car?" Chang Tianla nodded.
"Let's stay in the car and assess the situation first. After all, it's slightly safer than being out here."
"Safe?" Dong Jun's expression darkened. "The car isn't any safer than being outside.
What if they blast us with rocket launchers?
We wouldn't even have anywhere to run." "Are you kidding?" Li Yi scoffed.
"Highway robbers wouldn't have such lethal heat weapons. If they really hit us with rocket launchers today, I wouldn't blame anyone if I died." No sooner had Li Yi finished speaking than Chang Tianla and the others could barely get a word in. Suddenly, the driver up front, Xiao Wang, shouted in a changed tone, "Jump out. Shells are coming from the other side." At the warning, Chang Tianla and the others broke out in cold sweat. Without a word, they scrambled out of the truck in an orderly fashion. Barely 5 meters had they cleared the vehicle when a thunderous boom erupted behind them.
An immense blast wave instantly hurled them over 2 meters away.
Once they regained their footing, their faces were grim. Only their supernatural abilities had saved them from certain death.
"Holy!" Li Yi cursed furiously. "Damn it, they actually used a rocket launcher on us? If I ever see those bastards again, I'll kill them." Captain, what should we do?
Driver Xiao Wang returned, covered in dust and dirt, his face grim.
The enemies across the way are armed. I'm afraid we're no match for them. Poof. Chang Tianla snorted coldly.
If they're just armed with conventional weapons and not psychic users, they're nothing but a bunch of punks.
Bring them on, I'll take them down one by one.
I'll see who's got the guts to ambush us brothers again within the capital's jurisdiction. The moment Chang Tianla finished speaking, figures burst from the shadows, charging toward them with blinding speed.
Everyone, be careful.
Chang Tianla immediately released strands of golden threads as he saw the attackers approaching, shouting a warning.
Leave these enemies to me.
You watch out for those lurking in the shadows. With that, he took a step forward to meet the first attacker charging at him.
It must be said that Chang Tianla was far more decisive now than before.
When the enemy charged, he showed not a shred of mercy, for he knew these were desperate men. With a flick of his golden threads, he instantly bound the attacker, then with a surge of psychic energy, shredded him to pieces.
Chapter 125, Late Night Clash. Ah!
The first agonized scream echoed across the open wilderness, setting off a chain reaction.
Any enemy who came near Chang Tianla or was spotted by him met an inescapable fate: annihilation by his golden threads. In less than 2 minutes, Chang Tianla had slaughtered 13 men. Every corpse torn apart by the golden threads was mangled beyond recognition, some severed at the waist, others sliced into multiple pieces. The scene was truly bloody and brutal. Summer and the others watched, their skin crawling. They never imagined their leader, Chang Tianla, would employ such brutal methods to eliminate enemies.
Even more astonishing was his combat prowess. They hadn't even seen him strike before witnessing those foes mysteriously dismembered one after another. After eliminating 13 enemies, Chang Tianla retreated, his expression cautious as he reported, "I've taken care of those few small fry. I've also scanned the surroundings with my psychic abilities and haven't detected any enemies for now."
You're awesome, boss. Li Yi stared at Chang Tianla with a strange look. I never imagined your methods could be so ruthless.
This.
What? Chang Tianla shot him a glare, sneering, you mean to say my methods are too ruthless? Had ha. Li Yi grinned. No mercy for enemies, Chang Tianla declared grimly. They came to kill us.
If we show them mercy, they'll harm us and our loved ones.
No need to hold back when eliminating them. Boss, I'm starting to regret it now. If we'd kept Blue Demon, Luo Feng, and Wan Han alive, this ambush wouldn't have happened. Boss, Xia Tian's expression darkened. How can you be certain it was the Five Demons sect? Chang Tianla glanced at Xia Tian and explained, my ability is unique. Anyone I touch leaves their aura imprinted on my power. I detected a familiar scent on these attackers, the scent of Blue Demon and his crew. These men are all Five Demons sect members. Damn it! Jia Ren roared angrily. Don't let me see them again, or I'll kick their heads around like soccer balls. Uncle. Chang Tianla frowned at Dong Guojun, whose face had gone pale. How far is it to our destination? Ah.
Dong Guojun stared blankly, responding instinctively. It wasn't his fault, the events had been too overwhelming. Though Dong Guojun had seen his share of action and was a psychic himself, he'd never witnessed anyone strike with such ruthless ferocity as Chang Tianla. Every move was lethal, shattering living bodies into pieces. The scene before him was turning into a veritable hell. Dong Guojun swallowed hard, took a deep breath to steady himself, and replied in a trembling voice, about 100 li. 100 li. Chang Tianla's brow furrowed deeply into a deep V shape. His face darkened as he said, without backup, this 100 li will be a bloody road for us. Whether we can reach our destination safely is still unknown. Rest assured. Dong Guojun had fully regained his composure, his voice booming like a bell. The vehicle is equipped with a tracking device. Headquarters can see our every move. With the truck destroyed, they've definitely received the safety alert. Barring any mishaps, a rescue helicopter should arrive within 10 to 20 minutes. Chang Tianla's expression eased slightly at the news of imminent rescue. Hope we can hold out until they arrive. Boss, what do you mean? Jia Ren looked at Chang Tianla with confusion. Chang Tianla glanced at him and said, I believe the enemy ambushed us here precisely because they have thorough knowledge of our movements and internal operations. They must know that destroying our vehicle will trigger a rescue within 20 minutes. If you were the enemy and wanted to eliminate us completely, what would you do? Without hesitation, Jia Ren replied, I'd eliminate them at any cost within 10 minutes. If we can think of that, so can the enemy. Chang Tianla's expression darkened. Therefore, the next 10 minutes will determine our very survival. If we endure them, everything will be fine. If we don't, then we'll just have to say we were unlucky. How could we brothers fail to hold out? Xia Tian laughed heartily. Whatever comes, we'll take them down. I'll see just how arrogant the Five Demons Hall is, daring to pluck teeth from the tiger's mouth. Bang! The moment Xia Tian finished speaking, a sharp gunshot rang out. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. He knew that sound came from a sniper rifle and it was aimed right at them. This was trouble. Watch out! Chang Tianla swiftly activated his psionic vision, instantly pinpointing the bullet's origin. Golden threads shot forth without hesitation, intercepting and shredding the projectile at extreme speed. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed from the distance. Clearly the sniper struck down by Chang Tianla's golden threads. As the scream echoed, it seemed to serve as a signal. Under the dim night sky, countless infant-sized objects, no bigger than fists, swarmed toward Chang Tianla and his companions like locusts descending upon a field. Clatter! As these small objects hit the ground, they immediately produced a series of crisp, sharp sounds. Only then did the group finally recognize what they were. The moment they did, each of them let out a startled cry of horror. These objects were nothing less than highly lethal hand grenades. If such a massive number of grenades detonated near Chang Tianla and his companions, even their extraordinary abilities wouldn't save them. They'd be blown to smithereens. In the critical moment, Xia Tian roared, "Fourth brother, it's up to you." "Got it." Li Yi responded with a nod, then channeled his psychic energy. Instantly, a violent wind surged, sweeping all the incoming grenades back along their original trajectory. Boom! A deafening series of explosions erupted, punctuated by piercing screams. The blinding flashes of fire lit up the surroundings as bright as day. "Nice work." Chang Tianla exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Thank goodness your ability kicked in, kid. Otherwise, we'd all be reporting to heaven." Li Yi chuckled darkly. "Our bodies are too big for heaven to hold us." Chang Tianla shook his head and smiled. "From now on, we can't afford the slightest carelessness. The Five Demons sect has launched a frenzied assault. After this wave of conventional weapons, they'll realize they can't kill us outright. Barring surprises, the next phase will be a showdown between their psychics and us. Let's hope they didn't send their absolute top-tier experts." At this, Xia Tian and the others all grew somber. Though confident in their own combat prowess, if the Five Demons sect sent an A-rank psychic, could they truly walk away unscathed? No wonder they could inflict heavy losses on the Blue Demon sect. They really are formidable. A strangely inflected voice echoed from the distance. In the next instant, a figure approached rapidly, closing the gap to Chang Tianla and his companions in just 3 breaths. The newcomer appeared to be around 30, standing roughly 1.7 meters tall. He was gaunt and emaciated, resembling an opium addict. His sunken eyes radiated an eerie, terrifying aura, especially when paired with his androgynous voice. Combined with the already unsettling scene, he truly resembled a little demon. Chang Tianla glanced at this eerie figure, his expression darkening as his brows furrowed tightly. He had detected a grave issue. This man's combat strength likely reached Class A. The fluctuations emanating from him caused Chang Tianla's own abilities to stir restlessly. "Little ones, shall you kneel and accept your doom yourselves? Or shall I take the liberty of finishing you off?" "You!" Jia Ren snapped angrily. "You effeminate sissy, what the hell are you playing at? Think you're some big shot? You think I won't smack you flat with one slap? Looking for death?" A cold gleam flashed in the effeminate figure's eyes. With a flick of his body, he charged straight at Jia Ren. In his eyes, Chang Tianla and the others were nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered, posing absolutely no threat. Therefore, he didn't take them seriously at all. But did things unfold as the sissy imagined? The answer was a resounding no. Jia Ren had just received a surge of spiritual energy, instantly breaking through to 3C level combat power. Though he lagged far behind the sissy in raw strength, his unique ability was no joke. His copper-headed, iron-armed physique was no exaggeration. Seeing the sissy charging straight at him, Jia Ren unleashed his ability without hesitation, raising his fist and smashing it forward. Seeing Jia Ren dare to counterattack, the effeminate man sneered coldly, "Trivial." Boom! Before the sissy could finish speaking, Jia Ren's fist slammed into his palm, sending him flying backward. The instant the effeminate man was hurled away, Chang Tianla instantly released a golden thread that pierced his forehead with lightning speed. When the sissy finally hit the ground, his eyes burned with disbelief and resentment. Even now, he couldn't fathom how he'd died. He'd been a helpless lamb moments ago. How had he suddenly transformed into a ferocious tiger? To think he, a peak 3B tier fighter, had met his end so utterly baffling and unjust. Jia Ren stared at the motionless wimp lying on the ground, his brow furrowing as he cursed irritably, "Holy, no way. This weakling actually came out to show off? This is ridiculous. One punch? Just one punch took him down?" Li Yi curled his lip. Is this guy mentally ill? Can't even take a single punch and still dares to show off? I'm seriously impressed. Xia Tian listened to their conversation, utterly speechless. Do you two really think this sissy is a pushover? Don't be naive. This guy is at least B-grade combat strength. The only reason he got one punched by old 5 was because Brother Le stepped in to help. Lu Ge helped? Jia Ren sounded skeptical. Brother Tian, are you serious? See for yourselves. Xia Tian pointed at the sissy's forehead. Only Brother Le could leave such a tiny wound on him without anyone noticing. Hearing this, Jia Ren and Li started walking toward the effeminate man's body to inspect it. But just then, Chang Tianla suddenly sensed an abnormal fluctuation. A sense of danger made his face turn pale as he urgently shouted. Watch out!
Chapter 126, The Sinister Ambush. The moment Cheng Tianla shouted watch out, he yanked Jia Ren and Li Yi back. At that instant, two gouges over a foot deep appeared where Jia Ren and Li Yi had stood moments before. The sheer terror of that strike was evident. Had it connected, it would have sliced them clean in two. Boss, what the hell just happened? Jia Ren roared, fury and shock mingling in his voice. That bastard ambushing us from behind is a ing monster. He actually tried to slice me in two. Cheng Tianla had no time to answer Jia Ren's question. He was straining his psychic vision to locate the figure lurking in the shadows. This time, he had to be cautious. He knew the attacker was a stealth specialized psychic, the most dangerous kind. Such elusive foes could strike without warning, seizing any opening to deliver a fatal blow. As Cheng Tianla strained to locate the stealthy psionicist, three figures emerged from the flames before them. All radiated powerful, distinct psionic fluctuations, clearly psionicists themselves. Without a word, they unleashed their abilities, attacking Cheng Tianla and his companions. Damn it! Xia Tian roared. You think we're pushovers? That we're easy to bully? Not today. None of you are leaving here alive. With that, he vanished in an eerie flash. The next moment, he materialized behind the trio, unleashing three lightning bolts as thick as arms that slammed into their bodies. Boom! After three deafening explosions, Xia Tian didn't linger. Having achieved his goal, he teleported back instantly. He stared coldly at the three figures enveloped in lightning energy, sneering, are all five demon sect members just bluffing? Each of you has little real skill, yet you're all so good at putting on airs. I really don't know what you're thinking. Did you come here to die? Before Xia Tian could finish speaking, Cheng Tianla's expression changed abruptly. Golden thread shot out, instantly binding Xia Tian and yanking him toward Cheng. The moment Xia Tian was pulled away, a deep indentation appeared where he had stood, evidence that the hidden psionicist had struck again. Damn it! Summer shouted angrily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. You cowardly scum resorting to ambushes? If you're a man, come out and fight. Impressive. He really has some skills. The three struck by lightning shuddered, yet none were harmed. The one in the middle grinned. No wonder he took down old Chrysanthemum in one hit. Cheng Tianla watched the trio warily, then released golden threads that swiftly formed a tight defensive web. He harbored some apprehension toward the hidden psychic lurking in the shadows. But it was only apprehension. Should any hidden psychic dare approach, the golden threads would instantly launch an attack, leaving no room for escape. Thus, Cheng Tianla erected the golden thread net, the only way to ensure Xia Tian and the others' safety. Young man, Feng asked coldly, I have only one question, is the white snake spirit pearl on your person? Cheng Tianla glanced at the man calling himself Feng. With a cold smile, he retorted, who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty. You think asking me will get you answers? Let me tell you this, if you want useful information from me, you'd better have something valuable to offer. Benefits? Fomihan's brow furrowed slightly. What kind of benefits do you want? Money, beautiful women, anything you can think of. Cheng Tianla deliberately stalled, spouting nonsense. As long as what you offer catches my fancy, I'll hand over the white snake spirit pearl. Fomihan heard Cheng Tianla's words and saw the look on his face. He instantly knew this guy was stalling for time. His voice turned angry. Kid, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Let me tell you, your reinforcements won't arrive for at least an hour. So you can stop playing your little games. What? Cheng Tianla's expression darkened. You think I'd believe your words? Believe it or not, Fomihan said with a smirk. If we ambushed you here, we knew reinforcements were coming. Do you think we'd be unprepared? Your headquarters is probably busy with other matters right now. Forget about any rescue. Bull. Jia Ren snapped. Do you take us for fools? Think we'll just swallow your lies? Stop playing your little games, they won't work on us. Fomihan glanced at Jia Ren, then turned to Cheng Tianla with a smile. Cheng Tianla, a fine name. We can meet every demand you made earlier. Hand over the white snake spirit pearl, and we'll let you leave immediately. Not a hair on your heads will be harmed. Cheng Tianla frowned slightly at Fomihan's words, his voice cold. Do you really think I can trust your words? Believe it or not, you have no choice. Fomihan smiled faintly. You're a talent. We don't wish to stifle talent. What we need is the white snake spirit pearl. If you're willing to hand it over, we have no reason to make things difficult for you. Though the Five Demon Sect and the Crimson Dragon X Group are old rivals, the three of us aren't the kind to kill off young upstarts like you. Fine. Cheng Tianla declared. In that case, this deal is done. Upon hearing Cheng Tianla's words, Xia Tian and the others immediately cried out in alarm. Brother Lo, what's gotten into you? How can you make a deal with the devil? Exactly. Every member of the Five Demon Sect is a ruthless criminal. How could they possibly keep their word? Boss, don't trust a word they say. Cheng Tianla listened calmly, gave them a steady look, and lowered his voice. One of them is an A-class combatant. We're no match for them. I'll stall them while you rush deep into the mountains. I'll find a way to catch up. Xia Tian immediately grew anxious, his voice hushed. No, Brother Lu, this is far too dangerous. Exactly. How could the five of us let you face danger alone, boss? If we fight together. If we flee together. Chang Tianla looked at the sincere expressions on Xia Tian and the others' faces, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. His expression suddenly turned stern as he declared, "It's not that I don't want to fight alongside you. But just now, I secretly used my abilities to attack them, and I couldn't even scratch them. So, as your leader, you must follow my plan. If you refuse to obey my orders, then after this battle, we're strangers." Leader. Brother Lu. Chang Tianla waved his hand to cut them off. Separation means a chance to survive. If you insist on staying, not only will you die, but you'll drag me down too. Understand? Xia Tian and the others opened their mouths to protest, but upon reflection, Chang Tianla's words rang true. Though their combat prowess was decent, it paled in comparison to his. Moreover, among the three opponents was an A-rank psychic. If they engaged in battle, they'd be in grave danger. If they let Chang Tianla stay behind while they left early, he might still escape unscathed if he seized the opportunity. But if they insisted on staying, even if they managed to escape together, the cost would likely be devastating. Seeing Xia Tian and the others fall silent, Chang Tianla knew they tacitly agreed. He wasted no more time, lifting his gaze to Fomihan with a grin. To show good faith, he said, "Shouldn't our brothers hiding in the shadows come out now?" Fomihan smiled at the suggestion. "Li Qin, step out." As Fomihan called out the name, a ripple like water undulated and twisted not far from Chang Tianla and his group. A slender figure stepped out from within it. Holy crap! Turns out it's a woman. No wonder I said if it was a man, I'd come out and fight. She didn't show up, and after half a year, it turns out to be a woman. Say that again? Li Qin's exquisite features instantly darkened with fury. "If not for Chang Tianla sensing my presence early, all of you would already be corpses," she said coldly. Jia Run, hearing Li Qin's words, retorted with obvious displeasure, "If you weren't cloaked, I could take you down with a single finger." "Is that so?" Li Qin's lips curled slightly, a playful expression on her face. "Don't like it? Come out and prove it. Let's settle this." Fifth brother. Before Jia Run could finish, Xia Tian cut him off. "Now's not the time for bravado. Follow Brother Li's lead." Jia Run shot Li Qin a resentful glare and snorted, "Got other business today. I won't be playing with you. Next time we meet, we'll have a proper spar." "Fine. I look forward to seeing you both again." Chang Tianla glanced at Li Qin, then turned to Fomihan with a faint smile. "You want the white snake spirit pearl? I can give it to you. But I have one condition, you must let my brothers leave first." Fomihan chuckled. "What if they leave and you don't give me the white snake spirit pearl?" "Ha!" Chang Tianla roared with laughter. "Brother Foam, are you joking? As a formidable A-rank psionic warrior, do you really think I'd withhold the white snake spirit pearl? Even if I wanted to, I doubt I could escape your grasp. Besides, what do you think matters more to me, the pearl or my own life?" Fomihan nodded and chuckled softly. "I always enjoy dealing with clever men. Since you put it that way, what more can I say? Your brothers may leave. I guarantee none of those present here will harm them in the slightest today." Chang Tianla couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Fomihan's words carried deep meaning. If those present today didn't harm them, it implied others lurked in the shadows. Once Xia Tian and his men left, there was no guarantee these hidden figures wouldn't strike. If any among them possessed B rank or higher combat strength, wouldn't Xia Tian and his men still be in grave danger? "Brother Phone, spare me the mind games," Chang Tianla remarked, stroking his chin with a chilling smile. "What I demand is for my brothers to leave this place safely to see tomorrow's sun, not merely to depart safely from my sight." "Rest assured." Fomihan offered a faint smile. "We won't harm you today." "Good." After uttering that single word, Chang Tianla swiftly slit his wrist, letting Xia Tian and the others each take a sip of his blood. He then urgently urged them to leave immediately. Chapter 127, No More Running. Fomihan's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Chang Tianla offer his blood to Xia Tian and the others. He understood Chang Tianla was transferring his abilities to them, granting them temporary access to his powers. This meant any attempt to confront them would require careful weighing of the risks and rewards. "Big brother," the bald man standing to Fomihan's left spoke up, "are we really letting them go? We could easily capture them and force a confession." Fomihan glanced at the bald man and grinned. "Number 2, when will you ever use your brain? Do you really think subduing Chang Tianla and his crew will get us the white snake spirit pearl?" Bald Zhao Zhongxiong touched his shiny scalp in confusion. "Why wouldn't subduing them get us the white snake spirit pearl?" Second brother, Li Qin glanced at Zhao Zhongxiong and explained, "Didn't you notice how utterly calm Chang Tianla was? He must have hidden the white snake spirit pearl somewhere. If we force him, he'll probably never reveal it, even if we beat him to death. So in this situation, we can only make a deal. That way, it benefits both sides and requires minimal effort." "Never reveal it?" Zhao Zhongxiong scoffed coldly. "That kid Chang Tianla is far too young to want to die.
A little pressure should be enough to make him talk.
No need for any deal. No need to bargain with me?
Watching Xia Tian and the others depart safely, Cheng Tianla turned and sneered coldly, "Baldy, mind your volume.
Such blatant behavior could jeopardize our cooperation. His sensitivity is this high?" Zhao Zhongxiong's expression darkened. No wonder the boss wanted to deal with him. Turns out this kid's combat strength isn't low. Folihan shot Zhao Zhongxiong a glare before turning to Cheng Tianla with a smile. "My second brother's temper is just that blunt. Don't take it to heart. Now that your men have left, shall we discuss our cooperation?"
"Agreed," Cheng Tianla replied with a smile. "But we'll need to wait another 10 minutes.
"Why?" Zhao Zhongxiong snapped irritably. "We let your men go. Why delay the deal?" Cheng Tianla looked at Zhao Zhongxiong as if he were an idiot. Answering that question would insult my intelligence.
This single sentence left Zhao Zhongxiong completely stumped. He looked at Cheng Tianla with a puzzled expression, then turned to Li Qin, hoping she could offer an explanation.
Seeing Zhao Zhongxiong's bewildered expression, Li Qin sighed in exasperation. "Second brother, from this moment on, you're to keep your mouth shut. No more interruptions. Otherwise, you'd better watch out for Big Brother's wrath."
Zhao Zhongxiong immediately stole a glance at Feng Yihan. Seeing the grim expression on his face, he was instantly terrified and shut his mouth tight. He knew that if Big Brother lost his temper, he'd be in for a world of trouble. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
When the time was up, Feng Yihan smiled faintly at Cheng Tianla and said, "Brother Lu, is it time to hand over the White Snake Spirit Pearl now?" Cheng Tianla grinned. "I can give you the White Snake Spirit Pearl, but it's not on my person. If you want it, you'll have to come with me." "Come with us?" Feng Yihan smiled faintly. "No need to go just yet. First, let us search you." "Search? Inspection?" Cheng Tianla's voice turned cold. "Brother Feng, are you joking? We're both psychics. We both know how dangerous it is to let another psychic get close. Do you really think I'd let you search me?" "Rest assured," Feng Yihan assured him. "I won't harm you in any way." "I can't exactly feel at ease about that." Cheng Tianla shook his head with a wry smile. "The White Snake Spirit Pearl truly isn't on my person. If you want it, come with me." "Follow you?" Feng Yihan chuckled. "You mean to the Red Dragon X Division branch in the Imperial capital? To witness the twisted old man Li's prowess?"
"Brother Lo, we're both smart men, no need for beating around the bush. I've already agreed to release your comrades.
Just hand over the White Snake Spirit Pearl willingly. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Cheng Tianla stroked his chin, watching him with a playful smile. Feng Yihan frowned at Cheng Tianla's playful expression, his voice turning icy. "Then don't blame me for bullying the weak.
I'll disregard our prior agreement, capture you first, then round up your brothers. I'll slaughter them one by one before your eyes until you hand over the White Snake Spirit Pearl."
Cheng Tianla shrugged helplessly. "Brother Feng, why can't you understand me? I told you the White Serpent Spirit Pearl isn't on me. If you want it, come with me to retrieve it. Rest assured, I didn't hide it in the Imperial Capital branch. Instead, I concealed it beneath an inconspicuous boulder not long ago." "Beneath a boulder?" Feng Yihan frowned. "Is that true? Do you think I have any reason to deceive you?" Cheng Tianla replied earnestly.
"About 30 li from here lies a massive boulder.
The White Snake Spirit Pearl is hidden beneath it." "Very well." Feng Yihan replied coldly with a faint smile. "Feng will trust you this once.
We shall proceed immediately to the boulder you mentioned. Do not deceive me, or do not blame Feng for being unkind. Rest assured."
Cheng Tianla replied with a smile. "That White Snake Spirit Pearl holds little value to me.
Since you've offered such enticing terms and resolved my troubles, why would I keep it?"
"Let's hope so." Feng Yihan's lips curled slightly as he gestured forward. "Lead the way." "Very well." The moment Cheng Tianla spoke, golden threads instantly coiled around him, while his psychic vision locked onto Feng Yihan.
Of the four, only Feng posed a genuine threat, demanding constant vigilance. One slip, and Feng could seize him.
In truth, Cheng Tianla understood Feng Yihan's intentions perfectly.
The reason Feng Han Ti launched a full-scale attack was that they already clashed once in secret, neither gaining an advantage. That's why he opted for negotiation instead of a direct confrontation, offering terms in hopes Chang would surrender the White Snake Spirit Pearl. "Brother Lo, your speed is truly extraordinary," Feng Yihan remarked with a smile as he watched Cheng Tianla darting ahead like a streak of lightning. "That's the advantage of my combat strength surpassing yours, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to keep up. I never imagined someone so young could already be a grade 3B combat strength psionicist. Your future is truly bright." Cheng Tianla maintained a steady distance from Feng Yihan, genuinely wary of the man. Hearing his praise, he glanced back and smiled. "Not at all. I'm still a bit behind Brother Feng." As he spoke, several golden threads shot out, swiftly wrapping around a distant tree and pulling him forward at breakneck speed. Chang Tianla lied about hiding the white snake spirit pearl along the way for 3 reasons. First, to buy time for Xia Tian and the others. Second, to give headquarters time to dispatch reinforcements. And third, to create an escape opportunity during the return journey. After Chang Tianla accelerated, Fengmihan's expression darkened. He was already pushing himself to the limit, yet he still couldn't catch up to Chang Tianla, forced to maintain a distance of about 2 zhang behind him. This gap left Fengmihan utterly frustrated. To capture Chang Tianla in one fell swoop, he needed to close within 2 meters of him. Yet Chang Tianla offered no such opportunity, forcing Fengmihan to chase relentlessly, his frustration mounting. Seeing Fengmihan still trailing at a steady distance after his own burst of speed, Chang Tianla grew anxious. At this pace, they would reach the giant boulder in less than half an hour. If he hadn't shaken Fengmihan off by then, danger loomed. What to do? What to do? Chang Tianla's mind raced for a solution. Suddenly, inspiration struck as he noticed the surrounding trees growing denser. This meant his golden threads would have more targets to latch onto, propelling him forward at even greater speed. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Chang Tianla's speed doubled. Within mere breaths, he had left Fengmihan far behind. This startled Fengmihan, who immediately shouted to Zhao Zhongxiong and the others behind him, "I'll chase him first. Don't fall too far behind." With that, he channeled his full power, frantically pursuing Chang Tianla. Chang Tianla sped along while monitoring Fengmihan's movements through his psychic vision. Seeing he'd shaken him off, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. But barely a few seconds of elation passed before Fengmihan's figure reappeared in his field of vision, infuriating Chang Tianla to no end. Anger aside, Chang Tianla felt a surge of relief. Li Qin, bald Zhao Zhongxiong, and their fourth brother Hu Guiyi were all out of sight. This drastically reduced the danger. If he played his cards right, he might even take Fengmihan down. He had to keep running for a while longer. In high spirits, Chang Tianla muttered to himself before accelerating again. 15 minutes of sprinting later, Zhao Zhongxiong and the others were completely out of sight. Now he could relax entirely. He estimated it would take them at least 5 minutes to catch up, more than enough time for him to face Fengmihan. Chang Tianla chose to confront Fengmihan because he knew he couldn't shake him off. Rather than this frantic sprint, he might as well fight freely. After all, Fengmihan was alone, there was no reason to fear him. Chang Tianla's audacity to challenge Fengmihan, and a class combatant, stemmed entirely from the confidence granted by the divine light he'd extorted from Old Li. His plan was clear: once the fight began, he'd unleash everything he had to strike down Fengmihan. If he couldn't eliminate him outright, he'd resort to the divine light as a final resort. After all, divine light possessed S-rank, even SS rank combat power. Wiping out an A-rank opponent like Fengmihan would be a breeze provided the ambush was precise. The reason Chang Tianla hadn't unleashed the divine light from the start was that he felt using it against Fengmihan and his group would be a waste. Seeing Chang Tianla suddenly halt, Fengmihan also came to a stop on the road, furrowing his brow slightly. "Brother Lu, why did you stop running? Have we reached our destination?" Chang Tianla grinned faintly. "I'm tired of running, so I'm done running. As for our destination, I doubt we'll ever get there." Chapter 128, The Black Wooden Block. "You don't want to run anymore?" Fengmihan's expression darkened. His brows knitted as he coldly demanded, "Brother Lu, what do you mean by that?" Chang Tianla grinned. "Nothing much. I'm just tired and don't feel like walking anymore. As for that destination you mentioned, I doubt you'll ever get there." At Chang Tianla's words, Fengmihan's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. His voice turned icy. "Are you suggesting you wish to break our agreement? Do you understand the consequences of such an act?" "Consequences?" Chang Tianla laughed. "Your death." The moment the words left his mouth, 2 golden threads shot out like lightning, striking Fengmihan in an utterly bizarre manner, leaving him no chance to react. The crisis struck, and Fengmihan's face instantly paled with shock. Though he couldn't see the golden threads Chang Tianla had released, he sensed their presence through the fluctuations of his psychic abilities. Roaring, he instantly ignited blazing flames around himself. The intense heat instantly caused the golden threads to falter. Seizing that split-second pause, Fengmihan not only evaded the deadly strike but launched a devastating counterattack. His form flickered, transforming into a fiery streak of blazing heat as he charged straight toward Chang Tianla. Chang Tianla's expression shifted slightly as he witnessed Fengmihan's ferocious advance. He now understood, his golden threads feared fire and lightning power above all else. These two forces could suppress the threads, rendering them utterly incapable of unleashing their true potential. And a class combatant truly lived up to his reputation. Chang Tianla gave a cold snort. More golden threads shot out from behind him, instantly snatching up several waist-high boulders from the ground. He hurled them directly at Fengmihan, who was charging forward. Seeing 5 or 6 massive boulders plummeting toward him, Fengmihan roared. A dazzling flame fist shot out, colliding with the falling stones like lightning. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the half-man-tall boulders shattered completely under Fengmihan's assault, scattering into a swirling dust cloud that drifted throughout the surroundings. "Kid, you're no ordinary opponent." Fomihan staggered back a few steps, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he fixed them on Chang Tianla.
You actually possess the ability to manipulate objects. Chang Tianla gave a cold laugh, refusing to answer. Time was too precious to waste on banter.
Golden threads shot forth again, wrapping around boulders and trees, hurling them violently toward Fomihan.
This instantly threw Fomihan into a flustered mess. Angry shouts erupted from his mouth, but what good did rage do? What good did curses do?
They had no effect whatsoever.
Chang Tianla continued to smash him relentlessly. After a barrage of relentless attacks, Fomihan's temper completely evaporated.
The sheer abundance of stones and trees around him meant the supply was inexhaustible, driving him to the brink of madness. While attacking, Chang Tianla scanned Fomihan for openings through his psychic vision. After careful observation, he found himself speechless.
Fomihan was far too cautious.
Despite his furious shouts and counterattacks, not a single weakness was visible on his body. This made even a sneak attack impossible for Chang Tianla. 3 minutes had passed since the fight began. At this rate, another 10 minutes of battle wouldn't decide the outcome. There was no point in prolonging it. If Zhao Zhongxiong and the others caught up, defeat was certain.
With that thought, Chang Tianla hesitated not a moment.
He drew the divine light, coiling its golden threads to secretly extend it above Fomihan's head. This position was the perfect spot to strike him down. Fomihan, currently preoccupied with fending off countless boulders and trees, would never suspect such a deadly weapon looming overhead.
Chang Tianla watched Fomihan scrambling to fend off the boulders and trees, then glanced up at the divine light hovering above his head.
A sly grin spread across his face.
Farewell, brother Feng.
The moment Fomihan heard Chang Tianla's words and saw the malicious expression on his face, a chill ran through his body.
A palpable sense of mortal danger instantly sent shivers down his spine.
Acting on instinct, he abruptly looked up toward the sky above his head.
There, suspended eerily above his head, was an unremarkable fountain pen. The deadly threat emanated from this very object. Realizing the danger, he tried to react, but it was already too late.
Chang Tianla grinned, activating the divine light emitter with the golden thread.
A beam, barely noticeable to the naked eye, shot out at blinding speed, piercing Fomihan's forehead. The moment the beam pierced Fomihan's brow, the flames engulfing him instantly extinguished. All signs of life vanished from his body. His eyes flickered with profound reluctance before his warm, lifeless form crashed heavily to the ground. Whoosh! Chang Tianla retrieved the divine light, then strode over to Fomihan's corpse. He swiftly searched the body, pulling out a black wooden block engraved with countless mysterious patterns. Chang Tianla examined the black block closely. He noticed a peculiar fluctuation rippling across its surface. Instantly, he realized this must be the object that had resisted and deflected his golden thread attack. This thing was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. After securing the treasure, Chang Tianla continued searching and finally discovered another item. The moment he recognized it, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This time, what Chang Tianla had found was the very thing the blue demon had used to threaten them last time, the death summoning. Holy crap! That's way too dangerous. Chang Tianla muttered in lingering fear, then without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee swiftly. Yet the instant he spun around, a cold gleam met him head-on. This sudden attack startled Chang Tianla completely. He knew that little vixen Li Qin had caught up. With danger closing in, Chang Tianla had no time to think. Golden threads shot out automatically, weaving a tight defensive net before him. In an instant, they shredded the incoming cold light to pieces. As the light shattered completely, a piercing scream echoed from the void. Hearing that scream, Chang Tianla knew his golden threads had struck Li Qin, who was concealed within the space. He realized this was the perfect moment to eliminate her. Her injury would cause blood to flow, and the drops hitting the ground would immediately reveal her location. Sorry, little lady. At this moment, Chang Tianla showed no mercy simply because Li Qin was a beautiful woman. A golden thread shot out swiftly, piercing straight through the already wounded Li Qin. A slender figure materialized from the void, twitching once in the dirt before her life force vanished. Big brother, third sister. Zhao Zhongxiong arrived just in time to witness the scene, his voice cracking as he roared, Chang Tianla, I'll kill you. Damn you, damn you. Hu Gi roared in equal fury. 100 deaths wouldn't ease the hatred in my heart. Chang Tianla listened to their furious roars, unconcerned as he stroked his chin. What's all this shouting about? Don't you know that those who kill must be prepared to die? You forced my hand. You deserve to die. I'll kill you. Chang Tianla watched Zhao Zhongxiong and Hu Gi, who were nearly driven mad, and couldn't help but laugh coldly. Your big brother and third sister are both dead by my hand. Do you two really think you have the ability to kill me? Now I'll give you two choices. First, end your own lives. Second, let this young master finish you off. You're dreaming. We'll drag you down with us even in death. Chang Tianla listened to their words and couldn't help but laugh coldly. I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. Ha! After a burst of laughter, Zhao Zhongxiong's face twisted into a maniacal expression. He swiftly drew a golden glowing object from his robe and bellowed hoarsely, we'll take you down with us. Crack! Crack! Two sharp cracks echoed. Zhao Zhongxiong and Hu Gi, who had been snarling with fury moments before, now lay twitching on the ground. Two massive stones, bound by golden threads, hovered before them. Blood gushed from the back of their skulls. Holy! Cheng Tianla strode over to Zhao Zhongxiong's corpse, kicked him with a dismissive snort, and muttered, "Damn it, think summoning the Grim Reaper makes you so awesome? Serves you right for getting smashed by this young master." After speaking, Cheng Tianla bent down to retrieve the death summoner from Zhao Zhongxiong's hand. He then searched Zhao Zhongxiong, Li Qin, and Hu Gi, discovering 3 more black wooden blocks. Cheng Tianla stared at the 3 black wooden blocks in his hand, his expression darkening. Thankfully, he'd used stones to kill Zhao Zhongxiong and Hu Gi earlier. Had he attacked with the golden thread, it likely would have been blocked by these black blocks. If that had happened, and the Death God summon had detonated, he'd probably be a pile of bloody pulp right now. Dangerous. Damn dangerous. Cheng Tianla stowed the treasures away and immediately retraced his steps. After a frantic dash, he returned to the spot where he'd parted ways with Xia Tian and the others. He found the scene unchanged. The corpses of the dead still lay where they'd fallen. He quickly located the effeminate man whom Fengyihan had called Old Chrysanthemum and discovered another black wooden block on his body. Cheng Tianla glanced at the black wooden block in his hand and muttered, "Wonder if those little shrimps have them too?" He quickly searched through several minor henchmen in the roadside grass, but found not a single black wooden block. This made Cheng Tianla realize that these black wooden blocks were definitely only possessed by individuals of high status and standing. Wonder how those bastards Xia Tian and the others are faring? Cheng Tianla glanced at the distant mountains shrouded in darkness and immediately sprinted deep into the primeval forest. Along the way, he used the special ability of the golden thread to search for Summer and the others' traces. Cheng Tianla pursued for over 20 minutes. As he delved deeper into the mountains, his expression darkened. Corpses littered the landscape everywhere, clearly evidence of a fierce battle between Xia Tian and his group against the demonic practitioners of the Five Demons sect. "Fengyihan, you bastard!" Cheng Tianla snarled through gritted teeth. "I felt a twinge of guilt for killing you, but now it seems I let you die too easily. If I'd known you were such a liar, I would have tortured you to death alive just now, so you could taste what it's like to be unable to live or die." Cheng Tianla cursed under his breath as he sprinted deeper into the mountains. Time was of the essence. He dared not waste a single moment, for every second delayed meant greater peril for Xia Tian and his companions. Almost there. Almost there. Through the golden thread's unique sensory link, Cheng Tianla had pinpointed Xia Tian and the others' exact location. He immediately strained the thread to its limit, propelling himself forward at breakneck speed. Boom! A series of explosions erupted nearby, sending shockwaves that shook the entire mountain violently. Witnessing this, Cheng Tianla's anxiety intensified. He feared that Xia Tian and the others might be killed by this barrage of grenades. Chapter 129, Racing Against Time. Deafening explosions erupted alongside blinding flashes of light shooting skyward. The sight made Cheng Tianla shudder involuntarily, his heart leaping to his throat in terror that this barrage might wipe out Xia Tian and the others. Damn it! After cursing under his breath, Cheng Tianla immediately accelerated again. Within mere breaths, he closed in on the Five Demons sect's followers. Now concealed in the shadows, he saw roughly 30 heavily armed men, rocket launchers and submachine guns strapped to their backs, furiously assaulting Xia Tian's position. Damn it all to hell! Cheng Tianla roared in fury. "You bastards, go to hell!" With that, golden threads shot out from behind him, wildly snapping toward the Five Demons sect's villains. Ah! A series of agonized screams filled the air. Within moments, every enemy within Cheng Tianla's sight, even those still concealed in the shadows, was systematically eliminated by the golden threads. After eliminating all the enemies wielding firearms, Cheng Tianla shouted, "Xia Tian, how are you guys holding up?" Xia Tian, nearby, recognized Cheng Tianla's voice and immediately beamed with joy. He then shouted urgently, "Brother Lu, hurry over. Xiao Wang and Lao Si are barely hanging on." Hearing that driver Xiao Wang and Lao Si Li were near death, Cheng Tianla's expression darkened to the extreme. Without another word, he sprinted towards Xia Tian's location. Within seconds, upon seeing Xia Tian and the others, Cheng Tianla clenched his teeth in fury and roared, "Damn it! This is utterly despicable. Boss, hold your temper for now. We need to save Lao Si and Xiao Wang first." "All right." Cheng Tianla bent down to examine fourth brother Li Yi's wound, his brow immediately furrowing. The injury was on the carotid artery in his neck. Though the wound itself wasn't large, the artery's critical importance and the immense blood pressure meant that if it ruptured, it would be impossible to stop the bleeding. Only because Li Yi wasn't an ordinary person had he not already kicked the bucket. The situation was critical. Cheng Tianla had no time to think. He immediately released a golden thread, swiftly locating the acupoint to stop Li Yi's bleeding first, preventing him from passing out and dying from excessive blood loss. After sealing the acupoint, Cheng Tianla prepared to treat Li Yi's wound. Just then, Li spoke in a weak voice, "Boss, I'm not going to die just yet. You need to save Xiao Wang first." Cheng Tianla nodded in understanding. With the bleeding stopped, Li Yi was essentially out of immediate danger.
As a psychic, he wouldn't be in critical condition anytime soon. The driver, Xiao Wang, however, was a different story. Dong Guojun clutched the blood-soaked driver Xiao Wang, his face pleading as he looked at Cheng Tianla.
Brother Lu, you must save Xiao Wang. I will. Cheng Tianla uttered these 3 words with extraordinary heaviness.
He could already see that the driver was on the brink of death. Saving him would require nothing short of a miracle, for his injuries were too severe. His entire body had been blown to a pulp by the grenade. With a surge of psychic energy, Cheng Tianla released a golden thread that swiftly pierced into Xiao Wang's body. Immediately, green fluorescent energy flowed through the golden thread into his body.
Cheng Tianla knew this green glow could rapidly heal injuries and even restore vitality. Yet, all things had their limits.
With injuries as severe as Xiao Wang's, he had no confidence in saving him. He could only cling to a sliver of hope, praying for a miracle to bring the driver back to life.
Yet human capabilities were finite.
Though Cheng Tianla possessed supernatural abilities and the restorative green glow, he ultimately failed to wrest Xiao Wang from the clutches of death.
Damn it! I'll slaughter every last bastard in the 5 Demons sect.
Dong Guojun, staring at Xiao Wang's closed eyes, erupted in a frenzied rage.
Slaughter them all! Slaughter them all! I'll avenge Xiao Wang!
Cheng Tianla glanced at Dong Guojun, sighed softly, and shook his head. Brother Dong, now isn't the time for revenge.
You need to find a way to contact headquarters immediately.
Otherwise, we'll never get through this crisis. He then turned to Li Yi, instantly healing his wounds with the green glow and restoring his physical strength. Xia Tian watched Li Yi, who had been on the brink of death moments ago, now fully recovered. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, "Bro Lu, you're incredible.
I admire you more and more. I never imagined you could actually save someone on the verge of death." Cheng Tianla shook his head with a bitter smile. If I were that amazing, Xiao Wang wouldn't have died.
Brother Lu, Xia Tian saw the pain on Cheng Tianla's face and quickly comforted him. It's not your fault.
Xiao Wang's injuries were too severe. Honestly, I doubt anyone could have saved him. Boss, you eased his suffering in his final moments.
I'm sure he was grateful for that.
Exactly.
Jia Rensheng boomed like a bell.
Don't beat yourself up, boss.
Brother Lu, Dong Guojun approached then, patting Cheng Tianla's shoulder.
I went too far earlier. I hope you'll forgive me.
Xiao Wang was trained by me from scratch, so
no need to say more. Cheng Tianla smiled faintly.
When a close friend departs, anyone might act impulsively. And yours wasn't even excessive, so there's truly no need for this.
Exactly.
Zhao Ming, covered in dust and grime, chimed in.
No one's happy when a comrade dies. But what good does that do? Wang won't come back.
What we need to do now is get out of here fast, get to the training camp, learn our skills, and kill a bunch of those 5 Demons Hall bastards to avenge Wang.
Dong Guojun clenched his teeth and snapped, right.
Kill more of those 5 Demons sect scum to avenge little Wang.
Old Dong. Cheng Tianla looked at Dong Guojun's furious expression and asked, did you get in touch with headquarters earlier? Dong Guojun's expression darkened. No.
The words no contact from Dong Guojun's mouth caused Cheng Tianla and the others to frown deeply. This was extremely bad news for them. Earlier, Fomihan had mentioned that to prevent the Red Dragon X Group headquarters from sending reinforcements, they had already sent people to create trouble for headquarters. Initially, Cheng Tianla and the others had assumed Fomihan was just bluffing. But hearing Dong Guojun say they couldn't reach headquarters confirmed Feng's words were true. It was highly likely headquarters was now in complete chaos, with no time to spare for them.
How arrogant!
How despicable! Jia Ren's eyes bulged with rage as he shouted, the 5 Demons sect has become utterly brazen.
They dare cause trouble in the imperial capital? Don't they fear being wiped out by the capital's elite all at once? Wiped out? Cheng Tianla gave a cold laugh. If the 5 Demons sect dared to do this, they must have absolute confidence they won't be caught. Xia Tian's expression turned puzzled. Brother Lo, you're saying the 5 Demons sect slipped into the capital undetected and caused such massive trouble for our headquarters? Their power seems overwhelming. Compared to them, why does our Red Dragon X team seem so weak? Cheng Tianla knew Xia Tian's words carried hidden meaning. He stroked his chin thoughtfully before replying gravely, you suspect a mole? Highly probable, Xia Tian stated with conviction. Without an insider, do you really think the 5 Demons sect could infiltrate the imperial capital with its ironclad security? Even if they did sneak in, without someone opening the door for them, would they dare act so brazenly? Interesting, Cheng Tianla remarked coldly. Who would have thought even the ironclad Crimson Dragon X team would harbor such traitors? Seems every place has its black sheep. Summer shook his head and sighed, then looked at Cheng Tianla and asked, Brother Lo, what should we do now? What can we do? Cheng Tianla grinned. What else? We need to get out of here fast, before the 5 Demon sect's demons arrive. We have to reach our destination as quickly as possible. As long as we can board the helicopter to the training camp, all immediate danger will be averted. The problem is getting there.
Zhao Ming said grimly.
It's still 60 or 70 miles to our destination. The 5 demon sex demons will definitely have ambushes along the way. Whether we can even get through safely is a huge question. We have to push through, whether we can or not. Cheng Tianla glanced at the night sky. The current conditions are extremely favorable for us, so we must seize this opportunity. Once dawn breaks, the danger will be real. With that, he distributed the 5 black wooden blocks he had obtained among Xia Tian and the others. Boss, Jia Ren eyed the pitch black blocks, puzzled. What are these? Treasures, Cheng Tianla replied with a smile. These can block psychic attacks. Seriously? Jia Ren stared at Cheng Tianla, his face full of disbelief. Of course it's real. Cheng Tianla shook his head and smiled. Remember Blue Demon? He was able to withstand my attacks back then precisely because he was wearing these black wooden pieces. Oh, I see. Boss, where did you get these 5 black wooden blocks? Spoils of war. Cheng Tianla said. Seeing Jia Ren about to speak again, he immediately cut him off. Shut up. We need to keep moving. With that, he strode forward. This time, Cheng Tianla and his group dared not take the main road openly. Doing so would make them too obvious a target, easily inviting ambushes. They deliberately chose back roads instead. Fortunately, Dong Guojun was with them. He knew the local terrain exceptionally well. Otherwise, navigating in the dark would have been a real challenge. Taking the main road would have covered about 70 li, but this detour doubled their distance. The extra 70 li wasn't the real problem, it was the treacherous nature of the winding paths and the constant vigilance needed against attacks by the 5 demon sex demons. The result was predictable. Cheng Tianla and his companions were utterly exhausted. How much longer until we get there? Li Yi panted, wiping sweat from his forehead. Who knows? Zhao Ming replied with a wry smile. Cheng Tianla turned to look at their exhausted faces, furrowing his brow as he asked, Boss, I've shared my abilities with you all. Why are we still getting slaughtered so badly? Is it that you can't use them, or what? It's not that we can't use them, Xia Tian said with a look of utter misery. It's that the 5 demon sex enemies are just too dirty. They suddenly threw a barrage of grenades at us, catching us completely off guard. Only because 4th brother reacted fast, otherwise, Brother Lo, you wouldn't be seeing the rest of us right now. White snake spirit pearl, white snake spirit pearl. Cheng Tianla muttered under his breath, what purpose do you serve? What secrets do you hold? Why would the 5 demon sect go to such lengths to seize you? Standing close by, Xia Tian heard clearly and smirked. That thing must be incredibly important. You'd better protect it well, Brother Lu. If we bite the dust today, we'll destroy it before we die. We absolutely can't let those demons from the 5 demon sect get their hands on it. Chapter 130, Cliffside Path. Cheng Tianla nodded at the words, grinning widely. The white snake spirit pearl will never fall into the hands of those demons from the 5 demon sect. Seeing Cheng Tianla speak with such certainty, Xia Tian was immediately delighted and asked, Brother Lo, have you already placed the white snake spirit pearl somewhere safe? No. Cheng Tianla shook his head with a smile. Where could be safer than right beside me? Summer rolled her eyes at this. You mean carrying it on you is safe? If we get ambushed and bite the dust, the 5 demon sex monsters will snatch the white snake spirit pearl for sure. Don't worry, Cheng Tianla reassured him with a smile. The 5 demon sect can't take the white snake spirit pearl. Because we won't die. Xia Tian knew Cheng Tianla was just trying to reassure him. He could only smile and agree, right. We haven't even begun to enjoy our youth yet. How could we possibly die? If anyone dies, it'll be those villains from the 5 demon sect first. It'll take them a few rounds before it's our turn. Cheng Tianla chuckled at this, then turned to Dong Guojun and asked, Brother Dong, how far is it to our destination? Dong Guojun scanned the surroundings and estimated, barring any surprises, we've got about half the distance left. At our current pace, it'll probably take another 2 to 3 hours. Zhao Ming, hearing it would take so long, immediately blew a fuse. Damn you 5 demons hall. It's all your fault I'm in this mess. You better all hide yourselves well. Don't let me catch sight of you, or I'll skin you alive. Cheng Tianla smirked at Zhao Ming's rant. 3rd brother, you sure talk big now. Why didn't you unleash your ultimate moves to wipe out those minions earlier? You're supposed to control plants, can't you sense enemy presence around us? Zhao Ming immediately protested vehemently at Cheng Tianla's words. Boss, that really cuts me to the bone. How could I not have spotted the enemy? If you did sense them, why did you let them throw the grenades? Zhao Ming sighed deeply. This is a natural disaster. I never imagined we'd be surrounded by ordinary people. I was planning to scout things out first, but who could have guessed? Who'd have thought they'd greet us with grenades right off the bat, huh? Cheng Tianla sighed in exasperation. Once you spot the enemy, you must act immediately. Never let them strike first, that puts us at a disadvantage. Got it. The moment Zhao Ming finished speaking, his expression changed abruptly. He lowered his voice and urgently reported, Boss, enemy contact at 45 degrees to the right. Poof. As soon as Zhao Ming reported the coordinates, a muffled groan echoed from the right.
Instantly, a corpse flew toward Cheng Tianla and his team.
Boss, you're awesome.
Zhao Ming exclaimed with admiration. Your ability is so powerful, you took out an enemy so cleanly. Cheng Tianla reeled in the golden thread, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and frowned.
Another fully armed ordinary person. Third brother, now's your chance to shine. This dense vegetation is perfect for unleashing your special abilities. Quickly search and see how many enemies lurk in the shadows.
Got it. Zhao Ming grinned widely and immediately channeled his psychic energy at full force. Strange ripples emanated from his entire body, merging with the surrounding vegetation. Moments later, Zhao Ming had mapped the positions of all hidden enemies through the countless plants and trees, committing them to memory.
16 in total, 15 fully armed ordinary individuals and 1 psychic whose combat strength remains unknown. Cheng Tianla's expression darkened.
The 5 demons sect really spared no expense.
To have people stationed in such a remote place. Looks like the road ahead won't be easy. Brother Lo, what should we do now?
A cold gleam flashed in Xia Tian's eyes.
Kill or retreat?
Cheng Tianla glanced at Xia Tian, paused briefly, then declared, kill.
Eliminate every hidden enemy swiftly and silently. He turned to Zhao Ming, are you confident? No problem.
Zhao Ming patted his chest. Let them taste the might of the power of plants. With that, he immediately channeled his psychic energy, controlling all the surrounding vegetation. Tendrils like octopus tentacles wildly swept toward the hidden enemies. Seeing Zhao Ming move, Cheng Tianla wasted no time either.
He released his golden threads, effortlessly eliminating the hidden psychic.
The death of the psychic immediately alarmed those nearby. Before the fully armed civilians could react, vines coiled around them like pythons, moving with astonishing speed.
What's happening? What's happening? How did the tree come to life? Ah! Help! In less than 15 seconds, all 15 fully armed ordinary people were strangled to death by that vine. Done!
Zhao Ming withdrew his psychic energy and grinned.
Dealing with ordinary people is no challenge at all. You're so full of yourself. Cheng Tianla looked at Zhao Ming's smug expression and said, this is only because we spotted them first, which is why we took them out so easily. If they'd spotted us first, the outcome wouldn't have been the same.
Zhao Ming scratched his head and chuckled, then fell silent.
Bro, should we keep moving forward? Or what should we do? Cheng Tianla looked at Xia Tian's worried expression and pondered for a moment before saying, we can't keep going straight ahead.
If there's an ambush here, imagine how dangerous it'll be further on. We have to change direction again and take as wide a detour as possible.
A wide detour? Dong Guojun's expression darkened. Brother Lu, this is no easy task. Why is it difficult? Is there no path? There is a path.
Dong Guojun said hesitantly, but it's incredibly treacherous.
I doubt we could pass through safely.
Even if we managed it, I fear we'd suffer casualties.
What kind of path is that dangerous? Jia Ren asked boldly. I'd love to see it.
It's not something you'd want to see, Dong Guojun shot back, glancing at Jia Ren. Cliffs and sheer drops everywhere, with only a winding, narrow path to follow. One wrong step and you'd plummet to your death.
It is indeed perilous, Cheng Tianla remarked with a smile. I wonder if taking that path might save us time? It would, Dong Guojun affirmed.
If no one blocks us, taking that perilous path would get us to our destination in under an hour.
Then what are we waiting for?
Jia Ren pressed urgently.
Hurry up and take us there. Why didn't you mention such a great route sooner? Take you there? Dong Guojun shook his head immediately. No way. It's far too dangerous. I can't lead you there.
Don't worry, we'll be fine, Zhao Ming pressed. We're all masters with special abilities highly agile.
How could a dangerous path possibly stop us?
Dong Guojun glanced at the two men and said gravely, it's not the dangerous path I fear, but the possibility of 5 demon sect enemies lying in ambush along it. If we're halfway through and those demonic cultists really are waiting for us, we'll be left with nowhere to bury our bodies.
That is a valid concern. Cheng Tianla grinned.
But the probability of that happening is relatively low. Think about it, the 5 demon sect has already figured out our route.
They probably know about this path too.
I don't think they'd bother setting up an ambush on this dangerous trail.
It simply wouldn't make sense. Hearing this, Dong Guojun immediately frowned. That may be true, but... No buts. Cheng Tianla stated bluntly, the path ahead is now impassable.
Barring surprises, the ambushers up front will soon learn of our situation here. We simply cannot advance further, we must retreat toward that perilous path. Truth be told, it's only because old Dong knows this route. If you hadn't, we'd have no choice but to retreat toward the imperial capital.
Why? Cheng Tianla looked at Dong Guojun and said, it's simple.
If the enemies from the 5 demon sect can't catch up to us, they'll turn back and pursue us along the front road.
Imagine all the ambushes on this path turning around to kill us. Do you think we could fight our way through them? Stop all this back and forth.
Jia Ren said impatiently.
If we delay any longer, the 5 demon sect's demons will be upon us.
Let's get out of here before they spot us and head for that only path to survival.
Exactly. Exactly. Zhao Ming chimed in.
Relatively speaking, that narrow path is our only way out with the least danger.
Lead the way, old Dong. Or do you want to get us all killed? Dong Guojun glanced at Cheng Tianla and the others, sighed, then gritted his teeth. Fine, let's fight. It's just a dangerous path.
Even if the 5 demon sex demons ambush us along the way, I'm not afraid of them.
We've already killed so many enemies, even if we die, it'll be worth it. Ha! That's more like it.
Jia Ren grinned widely and laughed heartily.
Don't worry, old Dong. Cheng Tianla patted his shoulder with a smile. None of us 6 will suffer casualties. We'll reach our destination safely. Good. Dong Guojun shouted the word good before bellowing, let's go.
20 minutes later, led by Dong Guojun, Cheng Tianla and the others arrived at the perilous path he had mentioned. At the sight, they all sucked in a sharp breath. Cliffs towered on both sides of the path.
If Cheng Tianla and his companions ventured onto this narrow trail, the slightest misstep could send them plunging into the abyss below.
This cliffside path stretched for about a mile. Its origin was unclear, but beyond being rugged, it was dangerously narrow, barely wide enough for a single person to pass.
Damn, this path is way too narrow.
Jia Ren stared at the goat trail before him, swallowing hard. I'm seriously worried I'll break it with one step. Cheng Tianla chuckled at this. This path was carved from solid rock.
Look at its thickness, over a meter thick. If you could break it with a single step, it'd be the heavens calling you home.
Jia Ren rolled his eyes. This cliff path is seriously dangerous.
And with the wind howling like this, I'm terrified I'll get blown off. Relax, Cheng Tianla assured them with a smile.
I'll get you all through safely. With that, he channeled his psychic energy, binding Jia Ren and the others together with golden threads. Chapter 131, The Dense, Enigmatic Forest. With safety measures secured, Cheng Tianla wasted no time. They immediately set foot on the rugged, narrow path. The group of 6 moved cautiously, stepping forward with great care, as if crossing a rickety plank bridge.
This is terrifying. Jia Ren swallowed hard. Only the boss's special ability could pull us along like this. Otherwise, we'd be in real danger. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind blew them off balance.
Zhao Ming and Jia Ren let out startled cries, sending a shiver through the entire group.
Can you two cut it out?
Dong Guojun sneered with contempt.
You were the ones screaming the loudest earlier. Now you're chicken out? It's just a narrow path, is it really worth scaring yourselves like this? And that's with Brother Li keeping us safe. Otherwise, I won't even mention what had happened to you two. Jia Ren and Zhao Ming seethed inwardly at Dong Guojun's words, but what good would anger do? They couldn't argue back, they were undeniably the ones who'd chickened out. Third brother, fifth brother, you two just boldly march forward. Even if you fall, Brother Lu is there. You know his special abilities, he'll pull you both right back up in an instant. Go on, little sister, keep moving forward. Li Yi chuckled, humming, don't look back. It took Cheng Tianla and the others 5 minutes to navigate the 1-mile path, finally crossing safely. Once they reached the other side, Jia Ren and Zhao Ming collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it, they panted, I'd rather die than walk this path again. You won't get the chance anyway. Cheng Tianla kicked Jia Ren and Zhao Ming with his foot, urging them with a laugh, alright, get up and keep moving. We don't want pursuers catching up. Pursuers? Jia Ren scrambled to his feet, eyes widening. If any bastards dare charge across from the other side, I'll kill every last one of them. Who are you trying to fool? Xia Tian punched Jia Ren squarely in the chest, laughing as he scolded, if they're psychics like old four who can fly, do you really think you could take them all down? Jia Ren was instantly speechless. Alright, let's hurry up and get moving. Dong Guojun glanced ahead and said, if there are no enemies from here to our destination, we can reach it in under half an hour. Half an hour. Cheng Tianla murmured softly, hopefully no unexpected incidents arise. He then instructed Dong Guojun to lead the way. The group of 6 advanced at breakneck speed toward their destination. They traveled for over 20 minutes without encountering any danger, causing the heavy weight on Cheng Tianla and the others' hearts to finally lift. Dong Guojun exhaled deeply, a rare smile touching his lips. We're almost there. Just past that dense forest lies our destination. Boss, is there any danger up ahead? Cheng Tianla glanced at Li Yi and chuckled. Ask your Ming brother about that. This dense forest is practically his home turf. Li Yi turned to Zhao Ming with a smile and asked, Brother Ming, is there any danger ahead? Zhao Ming stared at Li Yi's infuriatingly smug expression and sighed, go ask Brother Lu. He's better at this than me, so you should ask him. Cheng Tianla shook his head and chuckled. Third brother, you're too modest. If you asked me elsewhere, I might even give you a 1, 2, 3, 4. But here, it's best to listen to you, you're the expert in this field. Exactly. Li Yi chimed in with a grin. Brother Ming, stop stalling. Quickly use your psychic powers to sense if there are any ambushes ahead. If clear, we'll charge straight through. Once we reach our destination, all danger will be behind us. MHM. Zhao Ming responded with a nod, then instantly released his psychic energy. It raced through the dense foliage, swiftly scanning the entire forest. After the scan, he withdrew his power. "How's it looking?" Li Yi asked. A faint smile touched Zhao Ming's lips as he spoke deliberately, "No danger detected." "Great!" Li Yi exclaimed, slapping his thigh with excitement. "What are we waiting for? Let's go!" With that, he strode into the thicket. Seeing Li Yi move, Cheng Tianla and the others couldn't lag behind. One by one, they charged into the dense forest. Once deep within the woods, Dong Guojun led the way, with Jiaoren following closely behind to protect him. Though no 5-demon sect demons lurked here, who could guarantee the absence of ferocious beasts? Thus, assigning Jiaoren with his iron hard arms and bronze-like head to safeguard Dong Guojun was the wisest choice. Under the pitch-black night sky, the forest was eerily silent, so quiet that not even the chirping of insects could be heard. This stillness made Cheng Tianla, who was walking ahead, frown slightly. He sensed something deeply unsettling about the silence. It felt too perfect, too unnatural. As they ventured deeper, an ominous foreboding began to take root within him. "Everyone, be careful," Cheng Tianla warned. "Something feels off in this forest. Don't let your guard down." Li Yi frowned upon hearing Cheng Tianla's words. "Didn't Minga just say there was no danger here?" "Yeah," Zhao Ming nodded. "I just scanned the area again with my abilities. Nothing unusual. No enemies lurking in the shadows. Shouldn't be any danger, right?" Cheng Tianla immediately interjected, "Haven't you noticed how eerily quiet it is? In such a vast forest, not even the chirp of an insect? That's downright strange." "It is a bit strange," Xia Tian nodded. "Everyone stay alert. Brother Li's psychic abilities are stronger than ours. What he can sense doesn't mean third brother can detect it too. There might truly be danger waiting for us." Xia Tian's right, Dong Guojun chimed in. "No one's ever walked through this forest before. I only discovered it by chance during a mission. Who knows what bizarre things lurk inside? Better to be cautious." "Old Don, how much farther until we get out of this jungle?" "Not far now." Dong Guojun peered ahead and estimated, about 1,000 meters or so. Hearing 1,000 meters, Cheng Tianla and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, covering the distance at full speed would take them only a minute or two. Without further delay, they swiftly followed Dong Guojun forward. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over 10 minutes had passed, yet Cheng Tianla and the others hadn't exited the forest at all. Glancing ahead, they saw nothing but an endless expanse of trees stretching to the horizon. "What's going on?" Jia Ren shot Dong Guojun a displeased look. "Old Dong, did your math teacher teach you PE? You said a kilometer earlier, but we've walked nearly 2 kilometers now. Why haven't we left this forest? At this rate, another 2 kilometers won't even get us close to the edge." Dong Guojun glanced at Jia Ren with an uneasy expression, his brow furrowed deeply. "After a moment's thought," he said, "I remember crossing this forest last time in under 10 minutes, and I'm sure I'm on the right path. Why is it different this time?" "Old Dong," Xia Tian interjected, "take a good look and think carefully. Maybe you missed something. It's pitch black out here, you could have easily made a small mistake." "No mistake," Dong Guojun declared firmly. "Though I've only walked this path once, I remember it clearly. Trust me, I'll get us out of here." "Fine," Jia Ren said loudly. "Keep leading the way. I'll see if you miscalculated or took a wrong turn." Dong Guojun glanced at Jia Ren, then looked ahead. Without another word, he took a deep breath and started walking. Seeing Dong Guojun striding forward, Cheng Tianla and the others quickly followed. 10 minutes later, Dong Guojun's expression turned grim. He halted abruptly, his brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What's going on? How could this happen?" Dong Guojun exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. "Last time I passed through here, it only took a short while to get out. Why can't I get out this time? Why can't you get out?" Jia Ren glanced at Dong Guojun and smirked. "Old Dong, you must have misremembered the path. That's why you keep going in circles. Impossible." "Absolutely impossible," Dong Guojun insisted firmly. "There's only one straight path through this dense forest. How could I possibly have misremembered it?" "Whether you remembered it correctly is your problem," Jia Ren said, sounding a bit annoyed. "If you hadn't misremembered, why can't we get out? Give me a reasonable explanation." "No need for explanations," Cheng Tianla said, rubbing his chin. "Old Dong definitely didn't misremember the path. Think about it, this forest isn't that big. Based on how far we've walked, even if we veered off course or took a detour, we should have reached the edge by now. But what's the result? Haven't you noticed? No matter how we walk, we can't reach the end. Doesn't that strike you as odd?" "Strange. Very strange." Li spoke up. "Boss, I think this forest is cursed." Hearing the boss say that, it did sound odd. Zhao Ming furrowed his brow slightly. "Boss, what do you think is keeping us from getting out of this forest?" Cheng Tianla glanced at Zhao Ming, opening his mouth. "This." Seeing Cheng Tianla's hesitant expression, Xia Tian immediately interjected. "Brother Lu, just say what's on your mind. No need to beat around the bush. Let's figure out a solution together."
Hearing this, Cheng Tianla glanced at Xia Tian and the others, then smiled faintly.
Actually, it's not that complicated. You know how deep forests are prone to spirits and monsters, right? The moment the words supernatural beings left Cheng Tianla's mouth, Jia Ren's eyes widened in shock. Boss, no way. Are you saying supernatural beings are the reason we can't get out of this dense forest? Supernatural beings, huh? Li Yi chuckled. Who'd VE thought we'd run into them? Boss, where are these creatures? Let's find them so the brothers can get a look. Seeing Jia Ren and Li Yi show no trace of fear, instead looking as if they'd down stimulants, Cheng Tianla shook his head and chuckled. I was worried telling you might scare you off, but looks like I overthought it. You really did overthink it, boss, Zhao Ming chuckled. What kind of spirits did we run into? Hurry up and find them so we can see for ourselves. Chapter 132, Exorcism with Spirit Charms. Cheng Tianla stared at Zhao Ming's grinning face, his expression turning serious. When did I say we encountered a supernatural being? Ha! At this, Zhao Ming and the others gaped, staring at Cheng Tianla in utter disbelief. Boss, you can't joke like that. Didn't you just say deep forests are prone to spirits? Right, Cheng Tianla nodded. I did say that, but I never said we'd actually run into one, did I? Brother Lu, Xia Tian smiled faintly. If we haven't encountered any spirits, then why can't we get out of this dense forest? What's really going on? Yeah, boss, what's the real reason? Boss, stop teasing us. Just tell us already. Brother Lu, stop teasing us. Just tell us what it is so we can figure it out and get out of here. Cheng Tianla looked at the expectant faces of Xia Tian and the others. Without further delay, he smiled faintly and said, Deep, ancient forests are prone to spirits, but they're equally prone to ghosts. Ghosts? Li Yi's face instantly turned pale with fear. His eyes darted around nervously as he scanned the surroundings. Boss, what do you mean? Are you saying we've encountered ghosts? Cheng Tianla nodded. Exactly. We've definitely encountered a ghost, a pretty powerful one at that. I'm sure you've all heard tales of ghosts blocking walls or blinding people since ancient times. Well, we're experiencing it right now. No way. Is that for real? How did we end up with this thing? Brother Lu, do you have a way to break this spell? Cheng Tianla glanced at them and smiled faintly. Look at all of you, so shocked and scared. It's embarrassing. Ghosts are just energy entities. Is it really necessary to be this terrified? Boss, cut it out, Li said, his voice trembling slightly. Since ancient times, who isn't afraid of ghosts? Ghosts are terrifying creatures to anyone. So what if they're terrifying? Cheng Tianla shot Li Yi a look of contempt. Ordinary ghosts can't scare anyone, let alone do harm. Only those powerful old ghosts can cause trouble, and even then, they only affect ordinary people. People like us, with our special abilities? They can't hurt us at all. Really? Jia Ren looked skeptical. Ghosts can't hurt us? Cheng Tianla curled his lip. Anyway, the ghosts in this dense forest can't harm us. As for others? I can't say, boss. I suspect ghosts are like us psychics. The greater their power, the stronger their abilities. Once they reach a certain level of strength, wiping us out would probably be a piece of cake. Well, that's a relief, Li Yi patted his chest. As long as the ghosts here can't hurt us, that's fine. Ghosts elsewhere? Not my problem. Bro, when did you realize we were lost because of ghosts? Cheng Tianla glanced at Xia Tian and replied, just a little while ago. Impressive. Dong Guojun said with admiration, Brother Lu, since you recognized we were caught in a ghostly wall, how do you plan to break it? Quick, show us your skills. I've never seen a ghost exorcism before. Yeah. Jia Ren grinned widely. Boss, show us what you've got. I've never seen it either. Not just you, I've never seen it either, Li Yi chuckled. Though as a kid, I did watch elders perform soul-calling rituals for possessed people. But that's child's play, nothing as thrilling as this ghost wall. All right. Seeing the eager, excited expressions on Zhao Ren and the others, Cheng Tianla gave a slight smile. Open your eyes wide. Boss, I'm about to make my move. As soon as Cheng Tianla finished speaking, he pulled out his notebook covered in countless talismanic symbols. This notebook was Cheng Tianla's prized possession. Back when he accompanied Li Shuya to exorcise demons, the Taoist master Kong Kong had given him a rubbing of an ancient secret text. It contained mystical talismans for drawing and exorcising evil spirits. Cheng Tianla would often copy these talismans into his notebook. Now, he quickly found the one for banishing ghosts, tore it out, and held it up. Li Yi watched as Cheng Tianla tore a piece of paper covered in what looked like gibberish symbols from his notebook. His face darkened as he asked, Bro, are you trying to exorcise something? Cheng Tianla nodded with utmost solemnity, exactly. What? Li Yi exclaimed in shock. This is ridiculous. You're using plain paper to exorcise spirits? I thought talismans required special rituals, drawing them with cinnabar on yellow paper? How can you use ordinary paper, Brother Lu? Will it even work? Before Chang Tianla could respond, Xia Tian shot Li Yi a glare and snapped, "You're the one who talks too much, aren't you? Shut your mouth and watch quietly." "Shut your mouth." Jia Ren chuckled. "Trust the boss. He'll surprise you." Li Yi was scolded and promptly shut his mouth, obediently keeping quiet. Seeing Li Yi had quieted down, Chang Tianla shook his head and smiled faintly. He immediately activated his psychic energy, releasing his psychic vision. At this moment, he needed to use his psychic vision to detect the ghost's spirit form. He then began forming hand seals, his eyes slightly closed as he murmured incantations. As Chang Tianla chanted the sacred words, the paper covered in talismanic symbols in his hand instantly levitated before him. Visible streams of fluorescent light rapidly gathered from Chang Tianla's body onto the talisman paper. This scene instantly stunned Xia Tian and the others. They never imagined Chang Tianla actually possessed such abilities. Puff! Without any external force, the talisman paper ignited. The moment it burst into flame, Chang Tianla abruptly opened his eyes, fixed his gaze in one direction, and bellowed, "Command." The moment the word command echoed, the burning talisman before him instantly transformed into a fiery dragon, shooting straight into the dense forest. Instantly, a piercing scream echoed from the distance. As the scream echoed, Chang Tianla and his companions felt a sudden blinding light. They all instinctively closed their eyes. But when they opened them again, they were all overjoyed. They had reached the edge of the dense forest. Holy crap! Li Yi stared at Chang Tianla in awe. "Boss, you're amazing. Who knew you could do Taoist magic? This totally blew my mind." "Yeah." Jia Runhong chimed in. "Boss, you've been keeping it under wraps. Were you worried we'd call you Stinky Taoist if you showed us?" "Boss, you gotta teach me sometime," Zhao Ming said, his eyes fixed on the notebook in Chang Tianla's hands. "This thing's covered in symbols, what are they for? Can I take a peek?" Seeing Zhao Ming's eyes gleam like a hungry wolf spotting a feast, Chang Tianla quickly tucked the notebook into his inner pocket. Clearing his throat, he said, "Third brother, I can't show you this notebook. But if you're serious about learning, I might teach you a few tricks sometime." Zhao Ming felt a pang of disappointment at not getting the notebook, but his mood lifted instantly at the prospect of learning from Chang Tianla. "Alright, deal. Once we're at the training camp, you've gotta teach me when you have time." "No problem." Chang Tianla smiled. "Any of you who want to learn can come find me. But remember, this art is different from psychic abilities, not everyone can succeed. So be prepared mentally beforehand. As long as the boss is willing to teach, that's all that matters." Jia Ren laughed heartily. "We're all elite here, how could we possibly fail to master these talismans?" Full of yourself, Chang Tianla teased with a laugh before turning to Dong Guojun. "Old Don, this dense forest has cost us precious time. Now, lead the way out of here quickly. We don't want any more surprises." "So, that's how we dealt with the ghost?" Dong Guojun swallowed hard. "That was way too easy, wasn't it? Simple?" Chang Tianla smirked. "That's only because I know what I'm doing. If I didn't, we'd be circling this forest all day, no chance of getting out before dawn." "True enough." Dong Guojun grinned. "Thanks to Brother Li's expertise. If we'd encountered that alone, we'd be in real trouble." "Enough, old Dong," Jia Ren urged. "Let's get out of here fast. This forest feels eerily creepy." Alright. After repeating alright twice, Dong Guojun immediately led Chang Tianla and the others forward. This time, their progress was smooth, and they emerged from the dense forest before long. Once they emerged, Chang Tianla and the others all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Each glanced back at the dense, impenetrable forest, and they all couldn't help but shiver. "We're almost there." Dong Guojun pointed ahead and said with a smile, "See that building up there? That's our destination, the secret base of our Red Dragon X team." "Damn, that was tough." Jia Ren sighed. "You think switching planes is easy? We nearly died getting here." "Enough." Chang Tianla slapped Jia Ren on the back with a laugh, teasing him, "Cut the crap and hurry up. Don't you know accidents are more likely to happen right before the finish line?" "No way," Jia Ren scoffed. "We're almost there. Even if the Five Demon sect is arrogant, they wouldn't dare make a move here. This is our turf. If they show up, I'll take them out myself." "Then you can wait here for the Five Demon sect's demons," Chang Tianla grinned wickedly. "We'll be on our way." With that, he sprinted ahead. 5 minutes later, when Chang Tianla and his 5 companions arrived at the building, their expressions darkened instantly. Before them lay a field of corpses, roughly 20 or more. "What the hell is going on here?" Jia Ren roared, his face twisted with rage. "The Five Demons sect is getting way too cocky. They actually attacked our secret base? Do they think they can rule the world? Damn it." Dong Guojun stared at the bodies on the ground. Some belonged to the Five Demons sect, others to the Red Dragon X team, and was so enraged his entire body trembled. "This is outrageous. Who the hell leaked the base's location?" Chang Tianla surveyed the corpse-strewn ground, his brow furrowed tightly. His vigilance was heightened to the extreme. If the Five Demon sect's demons could breach this far, they likely lurked in the shadows. The slightest carelessness could plunge them into grave peril. Chapter 133, Tragic Demise.
Under the hazy night sky, the pungent stench of blood wafted from the 20-odd corpses, filling the nostrils of Chang Tianla and his companions. Their brows furrowed, and their expressions turned grim.
Old Dong. Chang Tianla glanced down at the corpse before him, his voice heavy as he asked, "Do you know the entrance to the base?"
Dong Guojun trembled with rage, his teeth clenched as he growled, "I know." He started to stride forward. Seeing Dong Guojun's unstable state, Chang Tianla grabbed him firmly. "Old Dong," he said gravely, "this is no time for emotion. I know you're grieving, but you must control yourself. This situation is already disadvantageous for us.
If you don't rein in your emotions, the enemy will exploit our weakness. The consequences would be unimaginable."
Dong Guojun listened, his teeth grinding audibly. He roared, "Damn them!
Damn the 5 demons sect!
Every single one of those they killed was my comrade in arms.
Ordinary people without any special abilities." Chang Tianla sighed deeply upon hearing this, then patted Dong Guojun's shoulder in consolation. "Old Dong, no one wants to see their comrades die. But how can there be no casualties when fighting evil forces? Though they're gone, they died honorably. They were all heroes. Don't tell me I don't understand that." Dong Guojun sighed.
"But every time a comrade falls, I just can't control my emotions."
"I understand. I really do." Chang Tianla patted Dong Guojun's shoulder again.
"They were like family to us.
Who could watch them die without feeling grief? But grief is one thing, we can't let hatred cloud our judgment.
What we need to do now is hurry to the base and meet up with our people, to avoid any unexpected incidents."
"Right." Dong Guojun nodded and replied, "Follow me." With that, he led Chang Tianla and the others forward.
The group of 6 approached the building complex with extreme caution. As they drew nearer, their expressions darkened. Within just 30 meters lay no fewer than 40 corpses. These were the outer members of the Red Dragon X unit, Dong Guojun's comrades, the ordinary people he had spoken of.
Chang Tianla watched Dong Guojun leading the way ahead and instantly grew concerned for him.
Dong Guojun's state was extremely unstable right now. His entire body was shaking uncontrollably, clearly showing he'd been severely traumatized.
Chang Tianla now feared Dong Guojun might collapse under the pressure.
He quickened his pace to offer comfort, but in that instant, a corpse at Dong's feet suddenly sprang up. A gleaming dagger shot toward him with lightning speed, piercing his chest. This sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. By the time Chang Tianla and the others reacted, it was already too late. The dagger had plunged deep into Dong Guojun's chest. Once it was embedded, the 5 demon sect disciple twisted it violently, slicing open his heart completely.
"Holy!"
Jia Ren roared, his eyes blazing with fury. His fist slammed straight into the 5 demon sect disciple's skull.
Boom!
A thunderous explosion echoed as the 5 demon sect disciple flew backward, his entire skull utterly pulverized by Jia Ren's punch.
Red and white spilled across the ground. "Old Dong! Old Dong, how are you? Damn it, I'll be damned." Chang Tianla grabbed Dong Guojun and, without a word, released golden threads to seal his acupoints. He then rapidly infused the green fluorescent energy into Dong Guojun's body, desperate to save his life.
But the heart is the body's most vital organ.
Once damaged, how could it be easily repaired?
Especially when Dong Guojun's heart had been utterly ripped apart.
Chang Tianla felt Dong Guojun's life force fading rapidly. Roaring in fury, he pushed his psychic energy to its absolute limit, unleashing torrential green light into Dong Guojun's body.
Yet even this couldn't stem the tide of life slipping away.
"Brother Lu."
Dong Guojun's voice was barely a whisper. Don't waste your spiritual energy on me.
I won't make it. Don't talk nonsense." Chang Tianla's nose stung, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Old Dong, you won't die. I will save you. Don't forget I can even capture little ghosts. Saving you is absolutely no problem."
Ha! Cough cough. Dong Guojun's forced smile turned into a violent cough. The coughing fit was no small matter. Blood immediately spurted from his mouth. He struggled to sit up or say something, but in the end, he couldn't manage it.
Resigned, he collapsed into Chang Tianla's arms. "Old Dong. Old Dong. Old Dong, what's wrong? You can't die. Old Dong, I'll avenge you."
Chang Tianla listened to Xia Tian and the others, then glanced once more at Dong Guojun, whose eyes remained wide open. He gently closed them, his voice calm and measured as he said, "Old Dong, rest in peace.
I'll avenge you." 5 Demon Hall.
Jia Ren roared, "Don't let me catch any of you.
If I see one, I'll kill one.
If I see 2, I'll kill both."
"Right. Kill 1, kill 2.
Zhao Ming shouted angrily, then turned to Chang Tianla and asked, "Boss, what do we do now? Old Dong is dead, and we don't know the entrance."
"Damn it."
Chang Tianla cursed under his breath, his brow furrowing.
"How could I have forgotten about this? This is a huge problem. The base entrance must be heavily guarded. Without knowing the exact location, we have no way in. Then what do we do?" Xia Tian's expression darkened. "Are we just going to sit here and wait? We can't just wait." Chang Tianla glanced at him. "Waiting here is waiting for death. We need to thoroughly check if any outer perimeter members are still alive. If we find any, we're in luck. If not, we need to leave immediately and find a place to hide. After searching, Chang Tianla and the others were disappointed.
Not a single survivor remained. Everyone was dead as a doornail.
Damn it!
Jia Ren cursed, then turned to Chang Tianla.
Boss, what's next? Find a place to hide? Chang Tianla nodded, about to speak, when suddenly his psychic energy surged. A golden thread shot out, instantly binding Xia Tian and the other three.
He then swiftly pulled them away from the spot, vanishing into nearby grasses. The moment Chang Tianla vanished, a small squad burst in from outside. Upon arriving, they surveyed the scattered corpses before meticulously searching the area, clearly looking for any possible survivors. Watching this scene from afar, Chang Tianla's brows furrowed deeply. Xia Tian lowered his voice and asked, Brother Lu, do you think they're from the Five Demon sect or the Crimson Dragon X division? Chang Tianla shook his head gently, offering a bitter smile. This situation is extremely unfavorable for us. Whether it's the Five Demon sect or the Crimson Dragon X group, we can't trust either.
Why? Simple. Chang Tianla's brow furrowed deeply.
Because there's a mole within the Crimson Dragon X group. If we reveal ourselves, we'll likely fall into their hands.
That would put us in real danger. Damn it. Xia Tian clenched his teeth. This is a real mess.
Brother Lu, Zhao Ming said, his expression grim.
What should we do now? Are we just supposed to wait here forever? Chang Tianla nodded. Wait. We must wait.
With enemy and ally positions unclear, taking a single step could plunge us into an abyss.
He turned to Zhao Ming.
Third brother, use your abilities to scout ahead. Determine if those men belong to the Five Demon Hall or the Crimson Dragon X group.
Got it. Zhao Ming responded immediately, releasing his psychic energy.
Through the power of plants and trees, he instantly gained a clear understanding of the situation ahead. After withdrawing his abilities, a hint of relief flashed across Zhao Ming's face. He lowered his voice and reported, Boss, there are 15 people across from us.
They're all psychics from the Crimson Dragon X group. All psychics.
Chang Tianla murmured softly upon hearing this. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated.
Our current situation is extremely dire.
If we're spotted by the Five Demons sect or the mole, we'll all face a life or death crisis.
Is it really that serious? Jia Ren asked skeptically, his face betraying his disbelief. Boss, why are you making it sound so terrifying?
They're making such a big fuss just for the white snake spirit pearl.
At worst, we can just give them the pearl. Hand over the white snake spirit pearl? Chang Tianla shook his head and smiled wryly. Forget its power for a moment. Do you really think they'll let us go just because we give it to them?
If you think that, you're being incredibly naive.
No way. Jia Ren's face darkened. Even if we give them the white snake spirit pearl, we still won't be safe?
That's ridiculous.
Don't even consider handing over the white snake spirit pearl. Chang Tianla's expression darkened as he declared, this pearl holds immense significance. It could very well involve national security. We'd rather die than surrender it.
If need be, we'll go down fighting and take them with us before letting the enemy get their hands on it.
Upon hearing Chang Tianla's words, Xia Tian let out a bitter laugh. Brother Lu, I'm at a loss for words. Who'd have thought this thing we stumbled upon would drag us into such a mess?
It's left us battered and bruised all along the way, nearly costing us our lives.
That's just great. Chang Tianla chuckled. If not me, then who? It's precisely because I got my hands on this white snake spirit pearl.
Had those demons from the Five Demon sect seized it, it wouldn't just be us suffering.
The entire nation could have been plunged into calamity.
So now, we're fighting for our country and for our families.
The boss's awareness is growing by the day.
Jia Ren finished speaking and grinned.
Truly.
But before Jia Ren could finish his sentence, a pillar of lightning erupted from nowhere, striking straight toward the five of them.
We've been spotted.
As soon as Xia Tian uttered those words, he instantly channeled his psychic energy, unleashing a surge of psychic power. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm immediately met the sudden strike head-on.
Boom!
A thunderous roar echoed as the two lightning pillars collided mid-air, erupting in a violent explosion. Streaks of fluorescent light shot out in all directions like bursting stars.
Chapter 134, Seeking Elderly.
After the violent explosion, Chang Tianla and his four companions wasted no time, sprinting deep into the dense mountain forest.
Though their opponents were members of the Crimson Dragon X team, who could guarantee they weren't infiltrators?
If they were indeed traitors, how could the five of them possibly stand against 15 psychic warriors?
Thus, after the initial strike, Chang Tianla and his companions charged recklessly into the distance.
Yet before they had covered 50 meters, the psychic abilities users caught up from behind. Blocking their path were three seemingly frail young men, each radiating powerful life energy, obviously formidable combatants.
Who are you? Demanded one. Why were you lurking in the shadows?
Chang Tianla glanced at the questioner, his brow furrowing slightly.
Who we are? Don't you know?
The questioner's expression darkened at Chang Tianla's words.
How could we possibly know who you are? Tell us who you really are, or don't blame me for being rude. Don't be rude to us?
Jiaoren shouted angrily, his face twisted with displeasure.
If you've got the guts, come and try it.
Lu has already given you a chance to explain, but you've wasted it, Liu said coldly.
Don't blame me for what comes next.
With that, he channeled his psychic energy. Black pillars of wind materialized before him, unleashing a powerful suction force that instantly engulfed Cheng Tianla and his companions. Cheng Tianla and the others were being torn apart by the excruciating pain of this powerful suction force. One by one, they unleashed their special abilities, struggling with all their might to resist the suction.
Boss!
Zhao Ming cried out, grimacing in pain.
If you don't act soon, we're all going to bite the dust. Cheng Tianla's brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to act, he couldn't. The opponents were members of the Crimson Dragon X group. Though combat had begun, their true allegiances remained unclear.
If he unleashed a lethal strike and took out these three, it would spell serious trouble.
Boss, what are you waiting for? Li Yi urged. Hurry up and act. If you don't, we won't make it away. They're catching up from behind.
Without even looking, Cheng Tianla knew the 12 psychics behind them had arrived.
He immediately channeled his psychic energy to form a massive golden web of threads, tightly shielding the 5 of them. Escape was impossible now. From the moment they were discovered, Cheng Tianla knew they couldn't get away. Lu Yu, stop. At those words, Cheng Tianla immediately turned his gaze toward the 12 psychics.
A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit stepped forward, his voice commanding Lu Yu to cease his attack. Lu Yu withdrew his abilities, his eyes filled with respect as he addressed the man in the Zhongshan suit. Boss, it was these 5 sneaky little guys hiding over there eavesdropping.
All 5 of them are psychics.
The man in the Zhongshan suit nodded upon hearing this, then turned to look at Cheng Tianla and the others with a slight smile.
Are you the young people old Li mentioned?
He pointed at Cheng Tianla.
You are Cheng Tianla. He is Xia Tian.
After naming each of them, he observed their astonished expressions and continued with a faint smile. No need to be so surprised.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yang Yang, the overall commander of this operation.
I know your names because your files were sent to me when I accepted this mission. My primary task is to ensure your safety.
Yang Yang?
Cheng Tianla murmured, then grinned slightly, his tone tinged with sarcasm.
Your operational speed is truly impressive. Yang Yang clearly caught the undertone in Cheng Tianla's words.
Instead of getting angry, he looked apologetic and said, Cheng Tianla, I'm truly sorry about this. We did our absolute best, but the 5 demons sect had too many tricks up their sleeves this time.
I won't go into all the details. Seeing you safe now puts my mind at ease. No explanation?
Zhao Ren retorted, clearly displeased.
You think a simple no explanation will suffice? Let me tell you.
Seeing Zhao Ren about to explode, Cheng Tianla quickly interrupted, enough.
Let's drop it. Commander Yang did everything he could. What more can we say? You ungrateful bastards.
Lu Yu snorted.
Don't try to sugarcoat it. Do you have any idea what the Red Dragon X unit sacrificed to save you lot?
5 core members died, over 100 outer members perished.
And you stand here mocking us? How dare you? Enough, Lu Yu.
Yang Yang shot Lu Yu a glance, and Lu Yu promptly shut his mouth.
Cheng Tianla.
Yang Yang offered a faint smile as he apologized again. This was indeed our mistake that nearly cost you your lives.
Rest assured, the organization will compensate you.
Not compensation, Zhao Ming interjected.
Rewards. Reward? Yang Yang shook his head with a smile. Tell me, why should you be rewarded? And what kind of reward should it be?
We took down 5 elite operatives from the 5 demons sect, Zhao Ming shrugged.
Not sure if that's enough to warrant a reward. 5 experts? Yang Yang chuckled. What level of experts are we talking about?
Zhao Ming immediately adopted a nonchalant air, speaking calmly and deliberately, 1 A-tier combatant and 4 Peak 3 B-tier combatants.
Would that qualify as elite? Blow, keep blowing. Kid, you guys are getting way too cocky. Your strongest is only at Peak 3 B-tier. How could you possibly take down an A-tier psionicist?
Youngsters are so cocky and full of hot air.
Zhao Ming heard the crowd's dismissive remarks and gave a cold laugh, saying with utter disdain, believe it or not, if we hadn't killed the 5 demon sect's powerful psychics, do you think we'd have made it here safely? Yang Yang's eyes flashed sharply upon hearing this.
He scrutinized Cheng Tianla and the other 4 closely, silently nodding before speaking. You claim to have killed 5 powerful psychics.
Do you have any proof? I wonder if this might prove it. Zhao Ming produced a black wooden block, waving it before Yang Yang. Commander Yang, with your experience, you must recognize this, right?
Surely you know what kind of person within the 5 demons hall could possess such a black wooden block.
Impressive. Truly impressive.
The moment Yang Yang saw the black wooden block in Zhao Ming's hand, he believed his story. He knew exactly what that block represented, and in that instant, his trust in Zhao Ming was absolute.
Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Yang Yang exclaimed with immense satisfaction, no wonder headquarters issued a direct order to rescue you at all costs. After half a year of training, you've all become the elite of the elite. Alright, now hurry and follow me.
I'll take you to the training camp via connecting flights.
Not yet, Chung Tianla, who had remained silent until now, addressed Yang Yang.
We still have matters to resolve.
We can't leave just yet. Hearing this, Yang Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Cheng Tianla, the situation is critical. Unless it's absolutely vital, you must come with me.
This is headquarters order.
Our matter isn't just important, it's extremely, extremely important. Cheng Tianla fixed Yang Yang with a deep gaze.
Before we leave, we must bring Old Li here. I have something of vital importance to hand over to him.
Something?
Lu Yu, standing nearby, blurted out urgently.
Is it on your person?
Cheng Tianla shot him a glance, stroked his chin, and replied with a faint smile, I can't tell you what the item is, nor can I confirm whether it's on my person. Only when Old Li arrives will I reveal it to him.
Lu Yu retorted irritably, what kind of talk is that? What's the situation now? And you're still dithering around here? Let me tell you, if that thing isn't particularly useful, you'd better hand it over to us. We'll pass it on to Old Li. Hand it over? Cheng Tianla chuckled.
I wouldn't trust that.
What exactly are you worried about? Lu Yu snorted. Don't you trust the members of the Crimson Dragon X group? Or is that thing more important than your own life? Exactly. Cheng Tianla laughed.
I do have some doubts about the members of the Red Dragon X team, though only a few. As for the item, it truly matters more than my life.
That's why I must hand it over to Old Li personally.
Only by giving it to him can we proceed to the training camp without any lingering concerns.
What's wrong with you? Lu Yu snapped irritably.
You're wasting time like this, treating us like we don't matter. I already said so many comrades died rescuing you.
Do you want more sacrifices? Cheng Tianla shot Lu Yu a cold glance and sneered. What do you think the Five Demons sect is so desperate for? To kill you. Kill us? Cheng Tianla laughed heartily. Sure, we're elite, but do you really think the Five Demons sect would go to such lengths just for the five of us? You're not even using your brain. And you call yourself an internal member of the Red Dragon X group?
Lu Yu's face flushed crimson at Cheng Tianla's words.
Seeing Lu Yu at a loss, Yang Yang interjected with a smile. Little Lu, why are you still so impulsive? Cheng Tianla is right, the Five Demons Hall wouldn't act this madly just because they're elite.
What they're after must be that thing Cheng mentioned. It seems incredibly important. Since that's the case, we should notify Old Li immediately and have him hurry over.
Yes, Captain. Lu Yu gave Cheng Tianla a sour look but dared not do the same to Yang Yang.
He immediately pulled out his satellite phone, quickly dialed a few numbers, and connected shortly after. Before Lu Yu could speak, Cheng Tianla chimed in cheerfully, I need to speak with Elderly.
You? Yang Yang, noticing Lu Yu's expression, frowned and said, give it to him. Yes.
Lu Yu reluctantly handed the satellite phone to Cheng Tianla.
Cheng Tianla took the phone without hesitation and immediately said, Old Li, it's Cheng Tianla. Pack your things and come to the secret base immediately. A special situation has arisen here, and I have something to hand over to you. Hearing Cheng Tianla's urgency, Old Master Li grew concerned. You little brat, what on earth happened? No way. Cheng Tianla exclaimed. Old man, didn't you hear? We got ambushed on the way. Driver Xiao Wang and Old Dong are both dead. Hearing this, Old Li sounded stunned on the other end of the line. What did you say? Chapter 135, Suspicious Behavior. I said drivers Xiao Wang and Lao Dong are dead. Cheng Tianla sighed in exasperation. Mr. Li, you're the head of the branch division, how can you be so out of the loop? Were you sleeping through the whole thing? Sleep my ass, Old Li snapped. After seeing you off, I was conducting experiments. I set the satellite phone aside. Just as I finally found some time, you call. Holy crap, Cheng Tianla scoffed. Good thing you found time, or the five of us would be in serious trouble. Cut the chatter, get to the secret base immediately. Hearing Cheng Tianla's urgency, Old Li wasted no time. Alright, he replied promptly before hanging up the satellite phone. As soon as Cheng Tianla saw Old Li hang up, he tossed the satellite phone to Lu Yu and grinned, thanks. Lu Yu glared at Cheng Tianla's infuriating expression, itching to punch him, but with Yang Yang present, he had to swallow his anger. Cheng Tianla, Yang Yang said, smiling as he looked at him. I wonder what it is you need to hand over to Old Li. Cheng Tianla frowned slightly upon hearing this. Seeing the uneasy look on Cheng Tianla's face, Yang Yang quickly interjected, if it's inconvenient, then don't say it. It's better not to. Before Yang Yang could finish, Cheng Tianla cut him off. Commander Yang, it's not that I don't want to say it. The thing is, I absolutely cannot say it. So for your sake, for all our sakes, it's better if you don't ask. It's best to avoid getting entangled in trouble. Understood. Yang Yang nodded with a smile. Since the matter involves so many parties, then I, Yang, shall refrain from asking. Cheng Tianla nodded with a smile before asking, how long does it usually take for Old Li to travel from the capital to here? Hard to say. Yang Yang glanced at Cheng Tianla. If he's in a hurry, maybe an hour or two. If he takes his time, well, it could be a lot longer. Oh. After acknowledging the response, Chang Tianla paused briefly before asking, Commander Yang, is the Five Demons Hall truly that powerful? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Before Chang Tianla could respond, Jia Ren retorted impatiently, the capital is the heart of our nation, the very headquarters of the esteemed Crimson Dragon X Division. In such a place teeming with elite warriors, their secret base was attacked, and disciples of the Five Demons sect were everywhere along the route.
Is that not proof of immense power? This. Jia Ren's words left Yang Yang momentarily speechless. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he stammered, this was an unforeseen incident.
No one anticipated the Five Demon sect would act with such reckless abandon, charging into the imperial capital without regard for consequences or cost.
Truly. What is it? Jia Ren snorted.
The Five Demon sect's assault on the imperial capital was no accident. They've been secretly plotting this for a long time.
And don't you find it strange how easily they managed to break through?
This.
Cut the nonsense. Zhao Ming snapped irritably.
The Crimson Dragon X unit is a vital organization safeguarding the Celestial Kingdom.
To suggest such a crucial unit harbors a mole is an absolute farce.
We only survived this time because we were lucky, otherwise, we'd be lying dead in the wilderness. The moment Zhao Ming uttered the words mole, a sharp gleam flashed in Yang Yang's eyes. He fixed his gaze intently on Chang Tianla and the others, holding it for a full 5 seconds before finally shifting his gaze away. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly, you 5 youngsters have sharp minds, you hit the nail right on the head.
Upon hearing Yang Yang's words, Chang Tianla couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. How difficult could it be to figure out something so obvious? But out of respect for Yang Yang as the commander-in-chief, he held his tongue. With a sigh of resignation, he replied, Commander Yang, it took us a long time to figure this out. Without an insider, how could the Five Demons sect possibly breach the imperial capital?
Even if they managed to infiltrate, they wouldn't dare launch such a brazen surprise attack.
Exactly.
Yang Yang sighed, his expression filled with anguish. I never imagined there could be a traitor within the ironclad Crimson Dragon X unit. Every member was handpicked from thousands.
How could this happen? People change. Chang Tianla smirked. After experiencing certain people or events, everyone's mindset and thoughts shift. Whether they change for better or worse, who can say? So a mole in the Crimson Dragon X unit isn't surprising.
What we need to do now is find that bastard who's lost all conscience.
Right. Lu Yu, standing beside Yang Yang, roared.
We must find the bastard who betrayed the organization and tear him limb from limb.
If it weren't for that damn traitor, we wouldn't have lost so many comrades. My good brother wouldn't be dead.
Seeing Lu Yu's fury, Yang Yang immediately raised his hand and patted his shoulder.
Lu, rest assured. We will uncover who betrayed the organization. We will give our fallen comrades justice. Lu Yu nodded in response. MHM.
Chang Tianla glanced at Lu Yu, his brow furrowing slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this Lu Yu. It was highly possible he was the very bastard who betrayed the organization, nearly costing them their lives.
Noticing Chang Tianla's persistent stare, Lu Yu flashed a wry grin. Brother Lu, no need to give me that look.
I admit my attitude towards you earlier was a bit harsh, hope you'll forgive me. After all, we're strangers, and my best buddy just died in this fight. When I saw you eavesdropping, I assumed you were disciples of the Five Demons sect, so I...
Chang Tianla listened to Lu Yu's explanation, smiled faintly, and waved his hand. No need for all that.
In this situation, no one can fully trust anyone else.
So I won't hold your earlier actions against you, there's simply no point.
What we need to focus on now is dealing with what's about to happen.
What's about to happen?
Lu Yu asked, a look of confusion on his face.
What could possibly happen next? Hard to say. Chang Tianla stroked his chin, his expression grave. We don't know when Elderly will arrive, and so many Five Demons sect experts have come. Who can guarantee that while we wait for Elderly, none of their elite fighters will attack us? Attack?
A cold gleam flashed in Lu Yu's eyes as he retorted with a chilling smile, if the Five Demons sect dares to come, then no matter how many come, Lu will kill them all. I'll see who can break through this secret base.
Can't break in? Chang Tianla pointed at the corpses littering the ground. What are these? If this secret base were truly as secure as you claim, these outer members wouldn't have died. Brother Lu, Yang Yang interjected, you misunderstand. Little Lu means entering the secret base itself. Oh. Chang Tianla nodded. So that's what it means. If the base is so secure, why not let these outer members in? Jia Ren retorted, clearly annoyed. Are there restrictions on entering? How could we just watch them die outside? How could we just stand by and watch them die? Yang Yang explained. They died outside because the Five Demons sect's experts launched a surprise attack. They didn't even have time to retreat into the secret base, so they fell victim to their poisonous hands. Captain. Lu Yu suggested, for the safety of Brother Lu and the others, we should retreat into the secret base. MHM. Yang Yang nodded, then turned to look at Chang Tianla and the other four. I wonder if Brother Xiaolu agrees to retreat into the secret base. Chang Tianla glanced at Lu Yu first, then turned to Yang Yang with a faint smile. I think we should stay out. Why not retreat? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. Exposed out here, we're easy targets for the 5 demons sex experts. One misstep could mean casualties. Do you want more people to die in battle? Chang Tianla responded with a cold smile. Do you really think retreating to the secret base guarantees safety?
If you truly believe that, you're gravely mistaken.
How long have we been here? Why hasn't a single person emerged from that secret base? Doesn't that strike you as odd? What do you mean by that? It's simple, Chang Tianla said, enunciating each word.
I suspect everyone inside the secret base is already dead.
The enemy is likely either within the base itself or has set up traps there.
If we go in now, we'll face the most intense assault imaginable.
Not a single one of us here would survive to leave. Seriously? It can't be that bad, can it?
The secret base is the most heavily fortified and impenetrable stronghold of our Red Dragon X unit.
How could it be breached so easily? Exactly. That's impossible. Chang Tianla listened to the Red Dragon X team members' disbelief.
Smiling, he pointed at the man standing near Liu and said, if you don't believe me, you can enter the secret base right now. Scout the area for us all and verify whether what I'm saying is true or not.
Jia Ren saw the guy looking a bit scared and burst out laughing. Look at you, such a coward. And you call yourself a full member of the Red Dragon X team? You don't even have the guts for this? You. Yang Yang saw that Chang Tianla and his 4 companions were about to clash with the members he'd brought. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, everyone. We're all members of the same organization now. Don't let this little thing ruin our relationship. Chang Tianla is right.
If anyone was still alive in the secret base, they would have come out by now.
Since they haven't, it's probably just as Chang Tianla said they've all likely been. No way. Lu Yu exclaimed. This secret base is guarded by 3 A-rank combat experts. How could it possibly be breached? Why are you so stubborn?
Zhao Ming shot Lu Yu a displeased look. Our boss already said there's a mole in the Red Dragon X team, and no one knows who it is. If they stabbed you in the back when you least expected it, you wouldn't even know how you died.
Damn it. Cut the damn it. Chang Tianla grinned. Anyone still wanting to enter the secret base?
Everyone present shook their heads in unison, none mentioning entering the base again.
Seeing their terrified expressions, Chang Tianla couldn't help but chuckle.
Just as he was about to tease them, a helicopter whirred toward them at high speed.
Chapter 136, The Mole Strikes.
The moment Chang Tianla saw the helicopter heading straight for them, he instantly prepared for battle.
Who could guarantee the people inside belonged to the Red Dragon X group or the 5 Demons sect?
Just as Chang Tianla and his group assumed combat stances, Yang Yang immediately interjected with a smile, Brother Xiaolu, no need for such worry and tension. That helicopter is our Red Dragon X group's dedicated transport, it's carrying our own people.
Chang Tianla relaxed slightly upon hearing this, yet his focus remained razor-sharp. The current Red Dragon X group exuded an air of danger you never knew when someone might stab you in the back.
One misstep, and you'd be dead as a doornail. The helicopter swiftly approached them. Its massive rotors whirred with deafening roar and powerful gusts, forcing Chang Tianla and the others to instinctively take a small step back. The wind force from this thing was almost on par with Xiaoli's psychic ability.
Chang Tianla glanced at Jia Ren and grinned. You really underestimate Xiaoli, huh?
The wind from this helicopter is light years away from his psychic powers.
Exactly. Li Yi shot Jia Ren a glare before grinning at Chang Tianla. The boss always has the best words. As Chang Tianla and the others chatted, the helicopter landed safely.
The cabin door opened, and a slightly portly figure stepped out.
The moment he disembarked, Chang Tianla and the other 4 gaped in astonishment. For the person descending from the helicopter was none other than Old Master Li. Holy crap! Chang Tianla watched Old Master Li approach with a beaming smile and retorted irritably, Old Master, you bastard. How could you be so unkind? Why didn't you let us ride in this advanced thing? If we'd been on this helicopter, we wouldn't have been attacked by the 5 Demons sect.
Old Master Li shot Chang Tianla a look and snorted.
You insolent brat. You think riding in a helicopter is such a great thing?
Let me tell you, if you'd only encountered psychics, it might have been manageable.
After all, flying psychics aren't necessarily faster than a helicopter. But this time, it's a good thing you weren't on that chopper.
Otherwise, you'd all have been blown to smithereens.
No way. Chang Tianla and his 4 companions exclaimed in unison. How could it not be?
Old Li's eyes widened. I've already pieced together the entire situation on the way here. This time, the 5 Demons sect didn't just send psychics, they brought in a bunch of elite assassins skilled with heat weapons. If you'd taken the helicopter, a single rocket launcher would have blown you right out of the sky.
Do you really think you could have withstood a rocket barrage?
After hearing Old Li's words, Chang Tianla and the others all swallowed hard, a wave of dread washing over them. They couldn't even withstand the blast of a hand grenade, let alone a rocket launcher. But then a thought struck Chang Tianla.
If their helicopter could be taken down by rocket launchers, why wasn't Old Manly afraid? When he voiced this question, Old Manly replied with a smug grin, "What's wrong with me not being afraid of death?"
Cheng Tianla and the others were instantly speechless and filled with contempt.
Mr. Li, Yang Yang stepped forward with a smile.
I never imagined you'd take a private jet this time.
Looks like you have high hopes for these 5 youngsters. Old Manly shot Yang Yang a glance and nodded. Thankfully, all 5 of them are safe. If any casualties had occurred, neither you nor I would have gotten away with it. Yang Yang's expression darkened instantly.
Mr. Li, what do you mean? He asked incredulously. Those 5 were handpicked by our boss.
You know his temper. If anything happened to them, do you really think he?
These 5 were handpicked by our boss.
Old Li gave a wicked grin.
You know exactly what kind of temper our boss has.
If anything happened to someone he selected while under our care, do you really think he'd let us off lightly?
Hearing this, Yang Yang felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. He swallowed hard and said, "Thank God they're safe.
Otherwise, why thank heaven?" Cheng Tianla chuckled. "Commander Yang, you should thank us.
The enemies were killed by our own hands, not by some divine intervention."
Yang Yang gave an awkward chuckle. Right. I should thank you guys."
"You little brat," Old Li shot back, glaring at Cheng Tianla. "Why did you rush me over here like your pants were on fire?"
"Of course it's important."
Cheng Tianla grinned, grabbing Old Li's arm to pull him toward a secluded spot. But just as he tugged him away, a figure stepped out from beside Lu Yu, the young man Cheng Tianla had sent to scout the secret base earlier.
His face twisted with urgency as he blurted, "Brother Lu, did you bring the paper?" The question stunned everyone present. Lu Yu looked utterly perplexed. "Wang Ming, what the hell do you mean? Why do you need paper? Are you planning to take a dump?" Wang Ming didn't even bother answering Lu Yu. Instead, he turned to Cheng Tianla with a look of urgency, urging, "Brother Lu, just tell me, do you have any paper or not?" Cheng Tianla glanced at him, then bent down to reach into his pocket. The instant he lowered his head to grab the paper, Wang Ming, who had been looking anxious, suddenly flashed a sharp gleam in his eyes. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Cheng Tianla. With a swift motion, he swung a punch that sent Old Li reeling back. Then, a green light flared around his body, enveloping both him and Cheng Tianla within a green light barrier. "Boss. Bro. Holy, what the hell is going on? This bastard is the mole."
Xia Tian and the other 3 instantly flew into a rage, each seething with fury and ready to charge forward. But Old Li grabbed them by the arms, his voice deep and commanding, "Don't go near him. Wang Ming's ability is similar to Zhao Ming's, but his poison is far more deadly. If you get close, you'll be poisoned and die in no time."
"Then what do we do?" Jia Ran cried out. "Are we just supposed to stand by and watch the boss get into trouble?"
"Old Li, think of something,"
Xia Tian urged. "Hurry up and save Brother Lu."
"Damn it, Wang Ming, you bastard!"
Lu Yu roared. "I'll kill you and avenge my brother. Surround him."
At Yang Yang's command, over a dozen squad members instantly surrounded Wang Ming, trapping him with no escape. Inside the green light barrier, Wang Ming gripped Cheng Tianla's throat, coldly observing the chaos outside.
He grinned. "Cheng Tianla is in my hands. Do you really think you stand a chance? Wang Ming." Lu Yu roared in fury upon hearing this, "And I treated you like a brother. You bastard actually did this? You abandoned your position as a member of the Crimson Dragon X squad to become a vile creature of the 5 Demons Hall? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Shut your mouth," Wang Ming snapped. "I've no time for your nonsense." "You? What do you mean, you?" Wang Ming snorted coldly, ignoring Lu Yu. He turned to Cheng Tianla with a sneer. "Brother Lu, is the white snake spirit pearl on your person? Hand it over quietly, and I'll give you a quick death. Refuse, and you'll experience agony worse than death." Cheng Tianla chuckled. "I'm starting to admire myself more and more. I knew something was off about you earlier. Who'd have thought the mole in the Crimson Dragon X squad was you? Aren't I pretty awesome?" Wang Ming froze at Cheng Tianla's words, then roared furiously, "Cheng Tianla, cut the damn smartass talk. Are you handing over the white snake spirit pearl or not?" "Hand it over? I'll definitely hand it over," Cheng Tianla replied obligingly. "I'll give you the white snake spirit pearl, but it's not on my person." So what?" Wang Ming snapped. "Don't even think about pulling any tricks." "What tricks could I possibly pull?" Cheng Tianla smirked. "I'm already your prisoner, my life in your hands." "Good to know." Wang Ming's voice turned icy. "Since it's not on you, then take me to get it immediately." "I can take you to it, but..." Wang Ming's brow furrowed slightly. "But what?" Cheng Tianla's expression turned serious. "But you must tell me what the white snake spirit pearl does. Why is the 5 demons sect so desperate to seize it?" "Rest assured." Wang Ming's cold smile returned. "When you hand over the white snake spirit pearl, I'll reveal its secrets to you. Understood, young master?" Cheng Tianla chuckled. "By then, I'll be dead anyway." "Correct." Wang Ming spoke with a look of regret. Truthfully, I never wanted to kill you. But because of you, the 5-demon sect suffered heavy losses. Plus, you stubbornly refused to join us. So the higher-ups issued an order you must be executed. Chang Tianla chuckled. Who'd have thought this young master would be so valued by the 5-demon sect? Truly surprising. Enough with the small talk. Where is the white snake spirit pearl? Hurry up and take me to retrieve it. All right.
Chang Tianla said with a smile, the white snake spirit pearl is right in that patch of grass up ahead.
What?
Wang Ming exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief.
How could the white snake spirit pearl possibly be there? Why couldn't it be there? Chang Tianla shot Wang Ming a contemptuous look. The white snake spirit pearl has been on my person the entire time.
Just now, when we were hiding in the grass, I feared carrying it was unsafe, so I concealed it within the foliage.
Well, you're quite the character. Wang Ming's face twisted with anger. Brother Feng and the others died for nothing. I don't even know what to say. What's there to say? Chang Tianla continued grinning.
I'll take you to retrieve the white snake spirit pearl.
He then shouted directly at Yang Yang and the others, Commander Yang, please withdraw your men. Don't follow us. Yang Yang immediately grew alarmed at Chang Tianla's words and flatly refused, no way. If we withdraw, you'll be in danger. Exactly. Xia Tian chimed in anxiously. Boss, we can't withdraw the Red Dragon X team members. If we do, won't you be left at the mercy of that bastard Wang Ming? Exactly.
Before Jiao Ren could finish his sentence, Wang Ming cut him off impatiently. Shut the up, all of you.
Withdrawing now might let Chang Tianla live a little longer.
If you don't withdraw immediately, I'll go down fighting and kill him right here and now.
Got that? Chang Tianla shouted with a smirk. If you don't want me to die quickly, pull out now. Don't push Brother Ming to the edge, he'll kill me on the spot. Yang Yang's brows knotted tightly at this.
He was utterly at a loss, and could only turn helplessly to Old Master Li, asking, what should we do now, Old Master? Old Li narrowed his eyes, observing Chang Tianla and Wang Ming shrouded in the green light barrier. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, do as Chang Tianla says.
Chapter 137, The Wraith Sorcerer.
Seeing Old Master Li agree to Wang Ming's demand, Yang Yang immediately ordered the Crimson Dragon X team members to step aside and let Chang Tianla and Wang Ming pass.
Though Wang Ming forbade Yang Yang from following them, Yang Yang wouldn't dream of obeying his orders.
He maintained a certain distance between himself and the two. Wang Ming glanced at Yang Yang and the others trailing at a deliberate distance, his voice turning cold as he chuckled.
Follow along.
If you push me too far, I'll just use Death Summon to blow you all to smithereens.
Hearing Wang Ming's words, Chang Tianla grinned. The Death Summon is so powerful.
If you detonate it, not only will they die, but you'll be blown to smithereens too, along with the white snake spirit pearl.
So be it.
Wang Ming snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt.
We're all doomed anyway. What the hell do I have left to care about then? Awareness. Chang Tianla sighed heavily. Is this the mindset of a 5-demon sect disciple? Isn't your core purpose to complete missions? How can you harbor such reckless thoughts? Do your parents know about this? Do your superiors know?
This is truly unwise.
Shut your damn mouth. Wang Ming, enraged by Chang Tianla's words, snapped, stop spouting this useless crap in front of me.
Find that white snake spirit pearl now, or I'll take you all down with me.
Calm down.
Seeing Wang Ming's ferocious expression, Chang Tianla quickly tried to soothe him. Don't worry, I'll get you that white snake spirit pearl. I won't let you blow yourself up after all, so many lives are at stake.
Then stop wasting my breath. Wang Ming roared.
Get moving and find that white snake spirit pearl.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Chang Tianla responded repeatedly, then began pretending to search for the white snake spirit pearl under Wang Ming's control.
After a while of looking, he secretly tossed the pearl under his feet when Wang Ming wasn't paying attention. Suddenly, he exclaimed with feigned delight, found it. Finally found it. Damn it, it's so dark I almost couldn't find what I hid myself. Wang Ming saw the pearl and exclaimed, hand it over.
Chang Tianla grinned as he picked up the white snake spirit pearl from the ground. Instead of handing it over immediately, he asked, shouldn't you satisfy my curiosity now?
Just tell me the secret of the white snake spirit pearl, and I'll give it to you right away.
Hand over the white snake spirit pearl now.
Wang Ming's eyes flashed coldly.
Your life is in my hands.
You have no right to bargain with me.
Chang Tianla shook his head and chuckled. That sounds awfully high-handed, don't you think?
While my life may be in your hands, do you really believe I can't destroy the white snake spirit pearl before you strike?
Don't be so arrogant. If pushed too far, I'll crush it right here, leaving you with nothing. You. Chang Tianla grinned. Enough with the yous. Just tell me what the white snake spirit pearl actually does.
Let me die with a clear conscience, knowing why the 5-demon sect hunted me down. Wang Ming listened to Chang Tianla's words, his gaze fixed on the white snake spirit orb clutched tightly in his right hand. Though seething with frustration, he forced himself to suppress his anger. Cheng Tianla was right. While he believed he held the power of life and death over him, he lacked the certainty of a single, decisive strike.
Compromise was his only option. Stop hesitating, Cheng Tianla urged kindly. The longer you delay, the more time you give the Crimson Dragon X Division to prepare. If you waste an hour or two, even if you get the White Snake Spirit Orb, you won't escape. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Ming's eyes. Clenching his teeth, he snapped, I'll tell you the secret of the White Snake Spirit Pearl right now. But don't try any tricks, kid.
Sure thing, Cheng Tianla replied with a cheerful grin. Just tell me the secret of the White Snake Spirit Pearl, and after you're done, I'll hand it over to you without a fuss.
Agreed. My word is my bond. Since that's settled, let's not waste time.
Cheng Tianla glanced at Wang Ming and grinned. The sooner we get this over with, the better.
Wang Ming glared at Cheng Tianla and snorted coldly. The secret of the White Snake Spirit Pearl is top secret. Though I know it, my understanding is only partial. The reason our Five Demons sect is so desperate to seize this pearl at any cost is because it contains vast amounts of spiritual energy. It's said that if we can channel that energy out, it could cultivate peerless masters for our sect. That's all? Wang Ming nodded. That's all. Upon hearing Wang Ming's response, Cheng Tianla couldn't help but smirk. Brother Wang, is that the reason the Five Demons sect is so madly obsessed with seizing the White Snake Spirit Pearl? Do you really think I'd believe that?
Wang Ming snorted coldly, his tone tinged with impatience.
Believe it or not, that's the reason. Brother Wang. Cheng Tianla shook his head and smiled. You're being unfair. I'm a man on the brink of death. How could you bear to deceive me? How have I deceived you?
Wang Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he replied in a chilling tone, the White Snake Spirit Pearl can cultivate peerless masters.
Once our Five Demons sect possesses such a peerless master, do you know what that signifies? Cheng Tianla feigned confusion. What does it mean?
It means the Five Demons Hall will no longer fear your Crimson Dragon X group. Cheng Tianla watched Wang Ming's wildly excited expression and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile.
Stop dreaming. And stop spinning lies to fool me.
Though I've only had the White Snake Spirit Pearl for a short time, I've already studied it thoroughly.
While it contains considerable spiritual energy, it's utterly incapable of cultivating peerless masters. On the contrary, the resentment power within is incredibly potent. How do you know it contains resentment energy? Wang Ming stared at Cheng Tianla in utter disbelief. That's our Five Demons sect's top secret information. How did you uncover it? Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes at the question. I'm a psychic. My mental power is immense.
The moment this White Snake Spirit Pearl touched my hand, I knew it held immense resentment, deep, dark, and utterly malevolent.
Your Five Demons sect's frenzied pursuit of this pearl must be for that very resentment, right?
Seeing that Cheng Tianla had uncovered the truth, Wang Ming saw no point in hiding it and admitted directly, correct.
Our Five Demons Hall is indeed after the vengeful energy within the White Snake Spirit Pearl. Well then, Cheng Tianla stroked his chin, grinning. No need to hide anything from me. Just tell me straight, who are you planning to curse with the White Snake Spirit Pearl's vengeful energy? Wang Ming gave a cold chuckle. I didn't expect you to know so much, boy. To actually understand that is used to curse others, quite impressive, quite impressive. Since that's the case, I'll tell you, so you can die knowing.
Thank you ever so much, Cheng Tianla said, his face lit with a smile as he looked at Wang Ming. I trust you're aware this training camp is filled with young elites, Wang Ming continued calmly. If this entire batch graduates successfully, it would spell serious trouble for our Five Demons Hall. That's why our superiors ordered us to eliminate them. But the training camp is a den of dragons and tigers. Despite our strength, we dare not attack it directly. Cheng Tianla scoffed contemptuously upon hearing this. I thought your Five Demons Hall feared nothing under heaven. Yet after half a year, you still can't even attack the training camp? Wang Ming shot Cheng Tianla a glare and snapped coldly, what do you know? You've never been to the training camp. You have no idea how terrifying it is. Let me tell you, the number of experts there is beyond your wildest imagination. Any one of them? Hold on. Cheng Tianla cut him off. Enough about the training camp. Let's get back to the White Snake Spirit Pearl. Wang Ming shot Cheng Tianla another glare, snapping irritably, the training camp is teeming with experts. We can't attack head-on, so we had to find another way. Finally, the Hall Master came up with a brilliant plan, one so stealthy it would go unnoticed. The idea was to use cursed power to eliminate the trainees. The idea itself isn't bad, Cheng Tianla replied with a smile, but its execution is another matter entirely. It's doubtful whether anyone in this world still masters the art of cursed energy. Who says there aren't? Wang Ming grinned smugly. Our superiors, in their quest to propel the Five Demons Hall to greater heights, journeyed thousands of miles into the deepest jungles to summon a wrathful spirit sorcerer from the Witch Clan. A wrathful spirit shaman? Cheng Tianla's brow furrowed slightly at the words, his expression darkening as he said in a deep voice, you Five Demons Hall sure know how to spare no expense. Wang Ming chuckled. What's that to the Five Demons sect? Though we've summoned the wrathful spirit shaman, casting the curse has hit a snag.
To wipe out the entire training camp, the shaman's wrath alone won't suffice. We must find a demonic core with immense vengeful power.
After we went through hell and back to capture a white snake in the midst of its transformation, we didn't even get a chance to extract its inner core before you snatched it away. Cheng Tianla grinned widely upon hearing Wang Ming's words, then added with a touch of embarrassment, This was a damn accident, I swear.
Accident? What a pure accident.
A savage expression flashed across Wang Ming's face. Because of your so-called accident, our 5-demon sect suffered countless casualties this time. Worse still, it exposed my identity. I won't rest until I kill you.
Kill me? Cheng Tianla laughed. You think you can kill me? Think I can't kill you? Wang Ming sneered coldly. Hand over the white snake spirit pearl now and cover my retreat. Once I'm safely away, I'll give you a quick death. Fine. Very fine. Cheng Tianla flicked the white snake spirit pearl in his hand before tucking it into his inner pocket.
Grinning, he said, since you've been so cooperative in revealing the secret of the white snake spirit pearl, this young master will indeed grant you a swift death.
Hearing this, Wang Ming seethed with rage. He knew Cheng Tianla had no intention of handing over the white snake spirit pearl and was preparing to fight back. He bellowed, Cheng Tianla, you're asking for death.
As he spoke, his entire body erupted in a blaze of green light. Yet before Wang Ming could unleash his killing move, the green light vanished from his body. 7 or 8 finger-thick holes had suddenly appeared all over him, spurting bright red blood like fountains.
Chapter 138, Transplanting Flowers. Blood gushed from the finger-thick holes as if it were worthless. Wang Ming's eyes widened with horror and disbelief. His entire body trembled violently as he stammered, How did you do that? Why ask so many questions when you're about to die? Cheng Tianla gave a cold laugh.
A dead man should look like a dead man.
You.
A mouthful of blood spurted from Wang Ming's lips. His face contorted into a hideous roar.
Cheng Tianla, you despicable scoundrel. You think what I just told you was the truth? Cheng Tianla knew instantly that Wang Ming had held something back. But it didn't matter.
Since Wang Ming had chosen to remain silent, no amount of interrogation would pry it out of him. Besides, there was no opportunity left to interrogate him. Wang Ming had no chance of survival.
Boom! With Wang Ming's body crashing to the ground, everything came to an end. Cheng Tianla glanced at Wang Ming lying motionless with eyes wide open, and sighed softly, Why? Wouldn't it have been better to serve the country faithfully? Why choose the path of no return? Brother Lu. Boss, you're awesome. I knew it. The boss would be fine. Cheng Tianla watched Xia Tian and the others, their faces flushed with excitement.
His heart warmed, and he grinned.
I almost didn't get to see you guys again. Just now, I walked through the gates of hell. You little brat.
Old Li strode over, glanced at the dead Wang Ming, then turned to Cheng Tianla.
You're getting more and more violent. If you're going to kill someone, just kill them. Why did you have to torture him?
Cheng Tianla immediately scratched his head and smirked. He wanted a quick death, so I sent him to paradise with the quickest method possible. Old Li raised his hand and smacked Cheng Tianla square on the forehead.
You're full of hot air, he snapped. Do you think I'm deaf? Did I not hear your conversation just now? No way. Cheng Tianla exclaimed in surprise.
We were speaking so quietly, and there was a green light barrier isolating us.
You could hear that? That's just unbelievable. Nothing extraordinary, Old Li snorted. You little brat, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. You left in such a hurry just now that I completely forgot the most important matter. The most important thing? Cheng Tianla frowned. What could be so important? Don't try to dodge the question, Old Master Li snapped. Have you forgotten what you promised me when you snatched the divine light? Cheng Tianla snapped to attention at the reminder, slapping his forehead. Holy crap! I actually forgot something this crucial? Seriously, Old Li, how could you forget something so vital to us? I'm truly amazed. Old Master Li shot Cheng Tianla a glare. Thank goodness those 5-demon sect demons stopped you lot.
Otherwise, by the time this old man remembered this, you'd have vanished without a trace.
Enough chatter.
Now hurry up and teach this old man how to open that thingamajig.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Cheng Tianla replied with a cheerful smile, then motioned for Xia Tian and the others to step back toward Yang Yang. He needed to guide Old Master Li in opening the supernatural eye, and since the supernatural body involved certain secrets, he wanted to keep it as private as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. The method to activate the psionic eye was straightforward. After Cheng Tianla briefly explained it, Old Li opened his psionic eye with remarkable ease. The instant it activated, Old Li's weathered face broke into a wide grin as he marveled, amazing. Truly amazing. I never imagined seeing the world through another pair of eyes would be like this. And I certainly never expected my own special abilities to be so powerful. Listening to Old Master Li's words and watching him act like a child with a new toy, Cheng Tianla couldn't help but roll his eyes. Clearing his throat, he said, Old Master Li, that's enough for now. You'll have plenty of time to experience it later. Let's get down to business. Business?
Oldly reluctantly withdrew his psychic vision, furrowing his brow. What business? Chang Tianla's face flushed with exasperation. Didn't you just say you overheard my conversation with Wang Ming? How can you not know what the important matter is now? Old Master Li gave an awkward chuckle. I was too far away. I couldn't hear clearly. Some things simply slipped past me. Chang Tianla rolled his eyes again at Old Li's response. You already know about the White Snake Spirit Pearl. The reason the Five Demons sect is hunting us down without regard for consequences or cost is precisely because of that pearl. Master Li nodded. I know that. I also heard Wang Ming mention something about a vengeful spirit shaman and a curse. What exactly is going on? Chang Tianla summarized what he just heard from Wang Ming. After listening, Old Master Li pondered briefly before speaking. This is no ordinary matter. Since the Five Demons sect has found the wrathful spirit witch, their goal is definitely not just to wipe out this group of trainees. It's highly likely. Chang Tianla noticed the grim expression on Old Master Li's face and immediately asked urgently, what could possibly happen? Old Master Li shot Chang Tianla a stern look and said gravely, it could threaten the leader of the Crimson Dragon X group. No way! Chang Tianla exclaimed in shock. The Five Demons sect's ambitions are too grand. Old Li snorted coldly. The Five Demons sect has always opposed the Celestial Dynasty. It's only because our Red Dragon X group has produced so many talented individuals that we've managed to suppress them. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh, I see, Chang Tianla nodded. Master Li, since the White Snake Spirit Pearl is so crucial, I'll hand it over to you now. It'll be far safer in your custody than with me. Old Li nodded at first, then shook his head. This left Chang Tianla thoroughly confused. He asked in bewilderment, Master Li, what do you mean? Why are you nodding and shaking your head at the same time? Old Master Li grinned, motioning for Chang Tianla to draw closer. He lowered his voice, you keep the White Snake Spirit Pearl on your person. To the outside world, you'll claim it's been given to me, the old man. We'll pull a switcheroo, put on a little show, got it? Chang Tianla looked at the mischievous grin on Old Master Li's face and voiced his concern, I understand, of course I do. But this way, you'll be putting yourself in danger. What if the Five Demons sect goes berserk and tries to assassinate you? That would be perilous. Old Li rolled his eyes at Chang Tianla's words. Do you think this old man is so easy to kill? Besides, once the news spreads, I'll have countermeasures ready. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll leak word that the White Snake Spirit Pearl has been delivered to headquarters. By then, even if the Five Demons sect's demons covet the pearl, they'll be powerless to act. Good, very good. Chang Tianla grinned. Old foxes are indeed cunning. With that, I can rest easy. When Chang Tianla and Old Li returned to Yang Yang's group, Chang immediately blurted out that he'd handed the White Snake Spirit Pearl to Old Li. He then burst into delighted laughter, declaring he'd finally gotten rid of that trouble. Upon hearing that Chang Tianla had given the White Snake Spirit Pearl to Old Master Li, Jiaran was beyond thrilled. Grinning widely, he exclaimed, Old Master Li, you're such a kind soul. For this worthless pearl, the five of us nearly ended up in the afterlife. Now that such a precious thing is yours, you must protect it well. Old Li listened to Jia Ren's words, then looked at his cheeky expression. With a mischievous grin, he said, from the sound of it, you don't want to give me the White Snake Spirit Pearl, do you? Well then, old man here will return it to you. He made a gesture as if reaching for something. Jia Ren, not understanding the situation, thought Old Master Li was genuinely about to take the White Snake Spirit bead. He quickly shook his head urgently, saying, no, no. Such a precious thing should stay with you, Old Master Li. We five juniors are far too unworthy to possess it. You little brat. Old Master Li shook his head and scolded Jia Ren playfully. Then, turning to Yang Yang, he said, these five little rascals are in your care. You must, absolutely must, escort them safely to the training camp. Yang Yang nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Elder Li. I'll see them safely to the training camp. Where are you headed next, Elder? Old Master Li patted his bulging pocket. This is something the Five Demons sect is determined to obtain. To ensure its safety, I must now take a private jet to return the White Snake Spirit Pearl to headquarters. Better safe than sorry. Oh, I see. Old Master Li gave Yang Yang a light pat on the shoulder and smiled faintly. One last thing, protect these five well. No accidents whatsoever. After exchanging farewells with Chang Tianla and the others, he boarded the private helicopter and vanished from sight in an instant. Once Old Master Li was gone, Chang Tianla immediately relaxed, saying with a look of relief, they say no official duties mean no worries, now I finally understand what that feels like. With the White Snake Spirit Pearl gone, those demons from the Five Demons sect won't come after us anymore, right? Yang Yang chuckled at this, teasing him, not necessarily. Though you handed the White Snake Spirit Pearl to Old Li, the Five Demons sect demons don't know that. So you still can't let your guard down. If things go wrong, they might come to ambush you. No, absolutely not. Chang Tianla laughed. The Five Demons sect has such a well-connected network. They'll quickly learn the White Snake Spirit Pearl isn't in my possession anymore. We're completely safe now. So sure? Lu Yu said skeptically.
You're giving the Five Demons sect way too much credit.
Cheng Tianla glanced at Lu Yu, who appeared frail and straightforward, and chuckled. They know the exact location of our secret base at top secret location.
If they couldn't get word of something this minor in time, do you really think they could have held their own against our Red Dragon X group for all these years?
Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. You're right. The White Snake Spirit Pearl is crucial to the Five Demons sect. They'd know its whereabouts the moment it disappeared, otherwise, they'd suffer massive losses. Massive is an understatement. Cheng Tianla exclaimed dramatically. It's incredibly massive. If things go wrong, it could even lead to the death of an S-rank combatant. S-class combat power? Lu Yu scoffed. Give me a break.
Losing a few A-class fighters this time was already an unexpected disaster.
If there were S-class experts involved, our methods probably wouldn't even be enough to take them down. Chapter 139, Safe Arrival.
Cheng Tianla grinned instantly at Lu Yu's words.
So we're helpless against S-rank powerhouses? Don't you think you're underestimating Commander Yang a bit? Commander Yang possesses S-rank power himself. How could he not take down a villain of equal rank?
Lu Yu scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this.
Well, Yang, seeing Lu Yu's expression, shook his head and chuckled. Stop with the excuses. You're not the best with words, kid. How could you possibly out-argue Brother Lo? Just shut up.
He then turned to Cheng Tianla. I'll escort you out of here now.
Leave here? Cheng Tianla asked, puzzled. Aren't we supposed to go to the training camp from here?
That was the original plan, Yang replied, his brow furrowing as his voice grew heavy. But this secret base has been sabotaged by the Five Demons sect's demons.
I suspect the helicopter inside is no longer operational. How do you know it's unusable? Cheng Tianla shot Yang a look. We could go in and check, maybe the helicopter's still operational. Go in? Yang frowned again. Didn't you just say the Five Demons sect's demons likely rigged this base? Isn't it extremely dangerous for us to enter? Cheng Tianla chuckled.
You said it yourself, it's only a possibility, not a certainty. My earlier statement was merely conjecture.
I have no proof they've actually set anything up. Yang shot Cheng Tianla a speechless look, shook his head, and sighed with exasperation. Fine, then. Let's go in together and check. At the suggestion of going together, Cheng Tianla shook his head like a bobblehead. Why together? Send one person in to scout. If it's safe, we can all go in together.
If something goes wrong, only one person is at risk.
At this, Yang's men all rolled their eyes in exasperation, glaring at Cheng Tianla with visible anger.
Cheng Tianla observed the expressions on Yang's men's faces, but he didn't take them to heart at all. He grinned and said, "Don't look at me like that. Honestly, I'm doing this entirely for your own good.
For our sake? Cut the crap. You're doing this for us? You're just cowardly and afraid of trouble. You're not taking your teammates' lives seriously at all." Cheng Tianla listened to Yang's men chattering away, then smirked.
Guys, you really don't know a good thing when you see it. Saying this shows I care deeply about my teammates' lives.
Can you all just think about that for a moment?
I know this makes you all uncomfortable, but if you think carefully, you'll see my heartfelt intentions.
Thoughtful? We know you mean well. We know you mean well. Since that's the case, why don't you go in and scout the path for us? Cheng Tianla burst out laughing. Now that's an interesting suggestion, young man. You want me to scout? Fine, I'll go. But do you really think Commander Yang would let me? Seeing Cheng Tianla and the others arguing so fiercely, Yang cleared his throat twice. Alright, everyone, cut it out.
Brother Li's suggestion may not be popular, but it truly is for everyone's sake. Therefore, the mission to explore the secret base will be assigned to you, Yang Guangyi.
Yes, boss. Despite the fierce arguments between Yang's men and Cheng Tianla, once orders were given, they obediently followed them.
Yang assigned Yang Guangyi to this mission because of his unique ability of peculiar sensory power. Should danger arise, Yang Guangyi could sense it in advance, enabling him to react swiftly and avoid life-threatening situations. Watching Yang Guangyi and his men vanish from sight in a few flashes, Cheng Tianla immediately smiled and praised, "Brother Yang's men are truly formidable, each one a skilled psychic with unique abilities."
Yang heard Cheng Tianla's words and responded with a slight smile. "Brother Lo, you flatter us. Do you find our team's strength formidable?" "Strong." Cheng Tianla nodded with a smile.
"Very strong indeed.
In that case, Brother Lo, would you consider joining our team after you graduate?" Cheng Tianla saw the sly expression on Yang's face and chuckled, rubbing his chin. "Brother Yang, you're already poaching talent?" He paused. "Setting aside whether I can graduate smoothly, even if I do you think we'll have free choice of teams?" Yang smirked and shook his head. "For ordinary members, maybe. But elites like you, Brother Lu? That's beyond my reach. You'd probably form your own squad the moment you graduate. A separate team? We can't be sure about that." Cheng Tianla grinned.
But I can promise Brother Yang that if we graduate and get to choose our teams, the 5 of us will definitely prioritize joining your team.
Fair enough? Fair enough. Yang Yang laughed heartily, slapping Cheng Tianla's shoulder.
Just for that promise, tonight's mission was worth it.
Cheng Tianla winced as Yang Yang's slap stung his shoulder.
He opened his mouth to protest, but Yang Guangyi suddenly sprinted over from a distance. His first words sent shockwaves of anger and disbelief through the group. The entire secret base has been destroyed by those demons from the 5 demons sect.
Damn it! Damn those bastards! Boss, what should we do now? Exactly.
If we'd known the helicopter at the secret base was out of commission, we should have left with Old Li.
Leave with Old Li? Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes. Are you out of your mind? Flying in Old Li's helicopter is incredibly dangerous. If the 5 demon sect's demons fire a single shot, there'd be nowhere to run. So what do we do now? Find Brother Yang. He's in charge here. Cheng Tianla turned to Yang Yang. Brother Yang, what's the next move? Yang Yang glanced at Cheng Tianla and smiled faintly. What else can we do? We'll escort you back the way we came to another secret base. Another secret base? How far is it from here? Won't there be more dangers along the way? Listening to Zhao Ming and the others, Xia Tian shot them a look of utter contempt. Stop asking useless questions. The white snake spirit pearl isn't even on us anymore. Plus, we've got Brother Yang protecting us, a master with astonishing combat prowess. Do you really think those demons from the 5 demons sect would come attack us out of boredom? Zhao Ren immediately scoffed at Xia Tian's words. What if the 5 demons sect demons didn't receive the message?
Xia Tian shot Zhao Ren a glare and snapped, if they haven't received the news, then they'll just have to accept their misfortune.
Cheng Tianla watched Zhao Ren's flustered expression and burst out laughing.
5th brother, you're just looking for trouble when you have nothing better to do. We already discussed this earlier.
Why bring it up again? Aren't you just stirring up trouble for no reason?
He then turned to Yang Yang.
Brother Yang, let's not waste any more time. Lead the way. Right.
Yang Yang nodded in agreement, then ordered his team to shield Cheng Tianla and the other 4 in the center as they charged down the mountain at breakneck speed.
10 minutes later, the 5 of them boarded Yang Yang's special vehicle, racing like the wind toward another secret location.
Inside the vehicle, Zhao Ren swung his massive fists and delivered a powerful punch to Yang Yang's armored car. His booming voice echoed, Brother Yang, this ride looks pretty sturdy. Could it withstand rocket-propelled grenade fire?
Pretty much, Yang Yang replied with a smile. As long as it's not a direct hit, it generally won't get blown to bits. This statement instantly left Cheng Tianla and the others gaping in astonishment. How incredibly tough was this thing? Withstanding rocket-propelled grenade fire? It was worlds apart from the vehicle they were riding in. Well, that puts my mind at ease, Cheng Tianla said, rolling his eyes. If we get ambushed in a vehicle like this, I can only say our luck is just too damn bad. Bad luck isn't society's fault, a hard life isn't the government's fault. Xia Tian chuckled as he teased Cheng Tianla, leaving him speechless. The second secret base wasn't too far from where Cheng Tianla and the others were, just about 150 kilometers. If they'd run into an ambush, it would have been a slow journey, but with no trouble at all, Yang Yang's god-tier vehicle got them there in under an hour. After getting out of the car, Zhao Ren grinned widely and exclaimed, the 5 demon sect is seriously badass. Their intel is incredibly sharp. The moment we sent out the white snake spirit pearl, they stopped ambushing us. They didn't ambush us. Cheng Tianla looked worried. I wonder how Old Li is doing now. If those 5 demon sect bastards hit him with rocket launchers, could he really come out unscathed? Exactly, Xia Tian echoed, equally troubled. Master Li is powerful, but even he can't withstand rocket launchers. If anything happened to him, I'd never forgive myself. Don't worry, Yang Yang interjected, smiling as he listened to their conversation. Master Li's abilities are beyond your comprehension. If anyone could kill him, it would be a miracle of miracles. What do you mean? Cheng Tianla asked, puzzled. Is Old Li immortal? No one can kill him? Pretty much. Yang Yang chuckled. Have you forgotten what Old Li does? He's a scientist, he's got himself fully armored. That rocket launcher might be impressive, but whether it can even hit a helicopter is questionable. So you don't need to worry about Old Li's safety at all. Even if the rest of us get wiped out, I bet he'll still be jumping around like a jackrabbit. Holy crap! Cheng Tianla exclaimed in surprise. No way! No wonder that old guy dared to arrive and depart by helicopter in broad daylight. After half a year of preparation, he's not afraid of rocket launchers. If I'd known, I would have just followed him. No such thing as hindsight. Yang Yang shook his head and chuckled, clearing his throat. What are you implying, Brother Lo? Did you lose out by following Brother Yan? The journey was smooth sailing, what more could you want? Are you saying you're itching for trouble now that the 5 demon sex monsters aren't attacking you? Give me a break. Cheng Tianla curled his lip. I've got no taste for being tormented. Chapter 140, The Beautiful Teacher. Yang Yang led Cheng Tianla and the others into the secret base with astonishing speed.
This base was carved into the side of a massive mountain, its entrance both hidden and secure.
Without Yang Yang's guidance, even knowing the location, Chang Tianla and his group would never have found their way in.
Every secret base was heavily armed. Anyone attempting to provoke or force their way in would be shot dead at the entrance. Chang Tianla stared at the black muzzles of the guns and shook his head in disbelief. Such a well-fortified base, yet it was destroyed by a mole.
It's such a waste. Damn it.
Hearing Chang Tianla's words, Liu clenched his teeth so hard they ground together. If that bastard Wang Ming hadn't betrayed the organization, we wouldn't have lost a secret base or so many comrades. It gnaws at me that I didn't get to kill that traitor myself. Chang Tianla smiled at this and said, "It doesn't matter that you didn't get to kill Wang Ming, the mole. As long as you keep your eyes open and investigate thoroughly, I believe you'll find other moles within the Red Dragon X group. Then you can take them down yourself."
No way. Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. There are more moles?
Chang Tianla rolled his eyes at the remark, shot Lu Yu a speechless look, then turned and walked away without another word.
He finally understood this guy was a complete blockhead, stubborn as a mule. Capable enough, but his brain was utterly hopeless. Yang Yang led Chang Tianla and the others smoothly to a helicopter.
With a slight smile, he said, "This is the special aircraft taking you to the training camp."
Chang Tianla first glanced at the helicopter, then looked up at the enormous skylight above.
Immediately filled with admiration, he exclaimed, "The Red Dragon X division really is loaded. They actually managed to carve out such a massive base inside the mountain."
Yang Yang chuckled at the remark. Alright, no time to waste. Let's go. Brother Yang, Jiaoren tapped the helicopter and boomed, "Can this thing withstand rocket launcher fire?" Yang Yang smirked. "As long as it doesn't get hit, absolutely no problem." Chang Tianla and the others rolled their eyes at Yang Yang's response, utterly speechless. As soon as Chang Tianla and the others boarded the helicopter, it started up. With the massive rotors spinning faster and faster, the hatch on the mountaintop opened.
When Yang Yang called out, "Have a safe trip," the helicopter carrying Chang Tianla and the others soared away from the secret base. Time flew by, and before they knew it, over 5 hours had passed.
True to Yang Yang's final words, they encountered absolutely no resistance along the way.
The journey was remarkably smooth, and they reached the training camp with ease.
In Chang Tianla and the others' imagination, the training camp should have been an extremely well-hidden fortified structure bristling with heavy weaponry. Yet when they actually arrived, all 5 of them were dumbfounded because the training camp was utterly ordinary and unremarkable. Just as the 5 stood there dumbfounded, a striking figure appeared before them. The newcomer offered a slight smile. "Welcome, 5 new trainees. I am Meng Ku, your administrative instructor. Should you require anything regarding daily life, please feel free to approach me." Chang Tianla looked at the beautiful and charming Meng Ku before him and immediately responded with utmost seriousness and politeness, "Thank you for your help, Teacher Meng Ku. We will absolutely try our best not to trouble you. After all, you are responsible for all the trainees in the entire training camp and must be extremely busy. So, we will avoid troubling you whenever possible, Teacher Meng Ku." Meng Ku listened to Chang Tianla's words and smiled sweetly. "Your name is Chang Tianla, correct?" Chang Tianla froze, surprised. "Teacher Meng, how do you know my name?" "I know more than just your name," Meng Ku replied with a smile. "I know the names of those 4 as well.
Though the 5 of you haven't arrived at the training camp yet, your names have already spread throughout the camp. Especially after last night's battle, your popularity here has skyrocketed." Hearing this, Chang Tianla's brow furrowed deeply. His expression darkened slightly as he asked, "Teacher Meng, what exactly is going on?" "Nothing to worry about," Meng Ku replied, his face still smiling as he looked at Chang Tianla. "While your popularity might bring minor hassles, it also serves as a form of tempering. Keep working hard, I believe in you." With that, he raised his jade-like hand and gave Chang Tianla a light pat on the shoulder. This pat startled Chang Tianla. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a young man glaring at him with obvious displeasure. Judging by his attire, the man was likely an instructor from the training camp. Meng Ku noticed the unease in Chang Tianla's eyes and immediately followed his gaze. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again. With a soft chuckle, she reassured him, "Don't be afraid. He's your instructor for thermal weapons. His name is Su Ming." "Scared? Why should we be scared?" Jia Ren shot Su Ming a glance and scoffed. "We haven't done anything to him. What's there to be scared of?" Xia Tian shook his head at Jia Ren's words and smiled. "We may not have done anything to offend him, but..." Jia Ren saw Xia Tian stop mid-sentence and immediately asked anxiously, "But what? What's going on?" Summer stared at Jia Ren with a somewhat speechless look, saying slowly and deliberately, "Because of the guy walking over there." "The guy walking over there?" Jia Ren looked up and stared ahead, utterly baffled. "Because of him? Why? We don't even know him. We haven't done anything to him. How can you be so thick-headed?" Zhao Ming rolled his eyes, lowering his voice to speak rapidly. "Didn't you notice? When Teacher Meng Ku patted the boss on the shoulder just now, Teacher Su Ming's furious glare was something else, like he wanted to eat our boss alive." "What's going on?"
Jia Ren looked utterly confused. What's wrong with patting someone on the shoulder? Are you a pig or something?
Zhao Ming glared at Jia Ren with utter contempt.
Teacher Su Ming clearly has strong feelings for Teacher Meng Ku.
So any man who gets close to Teacher Meng Ku, or who Teacher Meng Ku shows any friendliness toward, becomes a love rival target for Teacher Su Ming.
Holy crap!
Jia Ren's eyes widened in shock.
She can't be that twisted, right? Are there really people like that nowadays? Teacher Su Ming's temper is way too weird. Keep your voice down.
Zhao Ming shot Jia Ren a warning glance, signaling him to lower his tone. If Teacher Su Ming heard them, it would spell trouble.
No need to lower your voices.
Su Ming's voice carried a hint of anger as he coldly remarked, "You five are quite bold, aren't you?
Discussing a teacher on your very first day. Aren't you afraid I'll make your lives miserable?"
Teacher Su Ming, Chang Tianla replied with a faint smile.
We weren't discussing you at all. Please don't get the wrong idea. We'll still be learning from you. How could we possibly gossip about our teacher? Su Ming glanced at Chang Tianla and nodded slightly. You're a sharp one.
I hear the five of you took down quite a few Five Demons sect experts this time. Truly beyond my expectations. Just luck, Chang Tianla replied modestly. It was dark, so we had the advantage of surprise.
That's how we managed to take out a few of the Five Demons sect's small fry. Small fry?
Su Ming laughed heartily. No need for such modesty. Though your teacher Su Ming may be petty, I wouldn't unjustly trouble my students.
Last night's achievements are plain for all to see. This teacher won't deny it.
Of course, if you do something to displease me, don't blame me for being unkind.
Yes, Chang Tianla replied with a smile.
Rest assured, teacher. We'll do what we should and avoid what we shouldn't.
You can count on us.
I hope what you say matches what you think. After saying this, Su Ming gave Chang Tianla a couple of pats on the shoulder, then flashed Meng Ku a faint smile before strolling away at a leisurely pace.
Meng Ku watched Su Ming's retreating figure and couldn't help but snort coldly. That Su Ming is getting more and more out of line. How dare he threaten the new students? Teacher Meng Ku, Li asked curiously, does Teacher Su have a crush on you? Crush? Teacher Meng retorted indignantly. Crush?
He's practically shouting it from the rooftops. Every single student and teacher in the training camp knows he's into me.
It's infuriating.
If I hadn't still had my mission to complete, I'd have left this place ages ago.
Chang Tianla and the others blinked several times, swallowing hard as they listened to Teacher Meng Ku's words.
They never imagined she would speak so boldly. Seeing the stunned expressions on Chang Tianla and the others after speaking, Meng Ku instantly realized she'd overreacted. She cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment and said, "Come on, I'll take you to your accommodations now."
5 minutes later, Chang Tianla followed Meng Ku into a 3-story building.
The moment he stepped inside, a wry smile spread across his face.
The layout of this building was eerily similar to his university dormitory. Come in.
Meng Ku opened the door to room 205 and said with a smile, "Since all 5 of you came together, I specially arranged an 8-person dorm for you."
You went out of your way to get me an 8-person room? Chang Tianla looked at Meng Ku with a smile. Mr. Meng, don't sugarcoat it, okay? I'm just asking if there are any other special admission students like us? Why ask that? Meng Ku shot Chang Tianla a knowing look. You're probably wondering if there are any spare rooms left, aren't you? Impressive. Chang Tianla gave him a thumbs up.
Teacher, you're truly a teacher, not only beautiful but also sharp as a tack.
You guessed my thoughts instantly. We're on the same wavelength.
You're such a rascal, Meng Ku playfully scolded Chang Tianla.
With your smooth-talking ways, aren't you afraid Teacher Su Ming will find out? What's there to fear?
Before Chang Tianla could respond, Jia Ren shrugged indifferently.
He's not even here. How could he possibly know? Watch out for eavesdroppers, Meng Ku chuckled, glancing at Jia Ren. Don't underestimate Teacher Su Ming. He may teach thermal weaponry, but his true combat strength is a class. Taking on all 5 of you would be no problem at all. No way. Li Yi's eyes widened in shock. If a teacher who teaches firearms has a class combat strength, then aren't the other teachers even stronger? Hey, Teacher Meng Ku, what's your combat strength as an administrative teacher? Chapter 141, 3 Troublemakers. Meng Ku watched Li Yi's utterly astonished expression and smiled faintly. Other instructors, like Li Mingjie who teaches your psychic attack class? He's SS class combat strength. Wang Xianwei, the lightning element instructor? AA class. Zhang Tai, who teaches your wind element psychics? Also AA class. And then there's... Li Yi's head spun at the mention of SS rank and AA rank.
Meng Ku had casually listed several such high-tier combatants if she continued, who knew what other levels of masters existed. Stop right there. Li Yi blushed with embarrassment and cut her off. Ms. Meng, please don't say any more. We had just a tiny bit of confidence left.
If you keep going, our fragile little hearts might not be able to handle it.
Meng Ku covered her mouth and chuckled.
All right, stop pretending. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? This 8-person room will be your little nest from now on. Barring any surprises, it'll be just the 5 of you living here. What if something unexpected happens? Chang Tianla grinned. Does that mean 8 people will live here? No way.
Jia Ren immediately protested. 5 grown men sharing a room is already tough enough.
Add 3 more? How would anyone even fit in here? What do you mean? Mengko asked, puzzled. 5 can fit, but 8 can't? Our female trainees have 8 sharing a room just fine, no issues at all. Teacher, Xia Tian said with a smile, haven't you heard of smelly men? Our feet are stinkier than anything. Add some intense training and sweat to the mix. The combination of body odor and stinky feet could knock someone out.
Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Mengku immediately chuckled and uttered 2 words, serves them right. She then glanced at Cheng Tianla, only to be startled by what she saw. Cheng Tianla had fallen silent after asking her that question, and now sat with her brows deeply furrowed, scrutinizing every corner of the room.
Cheng Tianla, what are you doing?
Cheng Tianla quickly withdrew her gaze, glanced at Mengko, and smiled faintly.
Nothing. Just getting familiar with the new surroundings.
Mengko heard his answer and furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She knew he wasn't telling the whole truth. She had already picked up on something from his eyes and expression earlier.
But since Cheng Tianla didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press him.
After all, this was the training camp. There were no security concerns here. Even if something was bothering him, it was probably just his own personal matter.
You've all been up all night.
If you're free, go get some sleep and rest properly. The moment Jia Ren heard Mengko's words, he immediately grew displeased. His face twisted into a look of utter misery as he protested, Teacher, rest is secondary.
The top priority right now is feeding my stomach. We haven't eaten all night.
If we don't get something in us soon, I doubt any of us will wake up after lying down.
Mengko couldn't help but chuckle at Jia Ren's pitiful expression. My apologies, truly. I was so focused on getting you rest that I forgot you hadn't eaten. In that case, let's not waste time. We don't want you too weak to even make it to the cafeteria. With that, he led Cheng Tianla and the others downstairs. The cafeteria wasn't far from the dorms, just a 2-minute walk. As they entered, Xia Tian nudged Cheng Tianla with his elbow and whispered, Bro, what's up? You've been dead serious since we got back. Got something on your mind or something? Cheng Tianla glanced at Xia Tian, grinned, and said, Found something fun. Found something fun? Xia Tian immediately shot Cheng Tianla a look of disdain. If you really found something fun, why were you looking so gloomy earlier? Spill it. What did you find? Can't tell you now, Cheng Tianla replied mysteriously. I'll tell you after we eat and get back to the dorm.
All this secrecy and sneaking around, Xia Tian rolled his eyes at Cheng Tianla.
I wonder what you've found. You'll find out when we get back. Cheng Tianla gave another mysterious smile. It wasn't mealtime yet, so the entire cafeteria was empty except for a few staff members in Cheng Tianla's group. The food arrived promptly, and soon a table laden with delicious dishes was set before them. Jia Ren, seeing such an abundance of food, exclaimed excitedly, Teacher, is every meal this lavish? Mengke shot him a withering look. You wish.
The teacher saw it was your first day and that you earned some credit last night, so he ordered the cafeteria to add a few extra dishes to treat you.
Enjoy it while you can, because after this feast, you'll be entering intensive training. Then, whether you get to eat or not won't matter. Seriously? Jia Ren's eyes widened. No food during training? Sometimes not eating is part of the training. Mengke looked at Jia Ren with deadpan seriousness. Much of your work involves field missions. You might be out in the wilderness for days without seeing another soul. When you're starving, do you have food then? The wilderness has the most delicious food, Li Yi said with a grin. All kinds of wild game, just thinking about it makes your mouth water. That much I won't deny, Mengke conceded with a faint smile.
But you also can't deny that sometimes there really isn't a single bite to eat, or during special missions you simply don't have time to hunt for food.
So enduring hunger is also a survival skill. Alright, teacher, you have a point there. Jia Ren swallowed hard and said, but let's not talk about missions right now.
Our biggest mission at the moment is to devour all this delicious food in front of us.
With that, he grabbed a braised pork knuckle and began gobbling it down. Mengke watched Jia Ren's enthusiastic eating and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Alright, you two take your time. I won't be joining you.
Finish up and head back to the dorm to rest.
Teacher Jia Ren, his mouth full of meat, mumbled indistinctly, aren't you going to eat?
Mengke covered his mouth and chuckled.
No thanks, I've already eaten.
With that, he strode out of the cafeteria.
10 minutes later, the entire table was cleared of every last morsel.
Cheng Tianla and the others patted their round bellies, grinning with satisfaction.
Feeling full is the best. Jia Ren sighed. Only at times like this do I realize I'm truly alive. His words immediately drew scornful looks from Cheng Tianla and the other three.
Seeing their disdainful looks, Jia Ren wiped his mouth and stood up without a care. Time to go back to sleep, he said before dashing out of the cafeteria. Seeing Jia Ren sprinting faster than a rabbit, Cheng Tianla was baffled.
What's with that guy? Summer frowned slightly at this, then shouted, Oh no! Quick, chase him! Old 5 is going back to grab a bed. We absolutely can't let him get the window bed. With that, he sprang up and gave chase.
Seeing Xia Tian chase after him, Cheng Tianla, Li Yi, and Zhao Ming weren't about to be left behind. They darted after him in a flash.
Catching up to Xia Tian, Cheng Tianla asked in confusion, "Why can't old 5 get the window bed? His feet stink to high heaven. What does smelly feet have to do with the window seat?" Xia Tian sighed. "See, Brother Lu, you've never lived under the same roof as him. Stinky feet and a window seat? Just imagine a cool breeze blowing in through the window, wouldn't it carry the stench of his feet right into the room? Are you serious? Jia Ren's feet are that overpowering."
The worst time, the smell was so strong it stung my eyes.
Damn! The moment Cheng Tianla uttered those two words, golden threads shot out from him as he sprinted toward the dormitory.
He had to intercept Jia Ren before he reached the window seat. There was no way he could let him sleep there.
But just as Cheng Tianla took a few strides, a commotion erupted ahead. He froze slightly, recognizing Jia Ren's voice in the brawl. His pace quickened instantly. When Cheng Tianla saw Jia Ren, his expression darkened instantly.
Jia Ren was surrounded by three young men not particularly tall or broad-shouldered, but solidly built who were pointing fingers and hurling insults. Jia Ren was so enraged he was about to lash out. Seeing Jia Ren about to strike, Cheng Tianla hurried over and shouted, "Old 5, hold your horses."
"What's going on here?"
The three sturdy youths immediately turned to face Cheng Tianla. The tallest among them snorted coldly.
"What's going on?
Ask your buddy if he has eyes in his head when he walks." Cheng Tianla's brow furrowed slightly at the young man's words.
"We're all trainees at the boot camp. Is there any need to be so harsh?" "Harsh?"
Another young man retorted coldly.
"This is actually putting it mildly.
If we weren't all trainees here, your buddy would be crawling on the ground right now."
Cheng Tianla ignored the young man completely.
Before he could respond, Xia Tian and the other two caught up from behind.
Seeing the tense situation, they immediately asked, "Brother Lo, what's going on? Why is old 5 surrounded?" Cheng Tianla grinned. "I hadn't even figured out what was going on before you three showed up. Now that everyone's here, let's get to the bottom of this. Fifth brother, come over here."
Xia Tian shot a displeased glance at the three young men.
"If you have something to say, say it. If my brother was in the wrong, we'll apologize.
But if you're being unreasonable, don't blame me for being unkind."
Jia Ren stepped out from the trio's encirclement, clearly annoyed. "Boss, here's what happened. I was rushing back to the dorm just now, right? I accidentally bumped into them.
Let me make it clear, it was just a light bump. I immediately apologized and tried to smooth things over, but they wouldn't let it go and started hurling some really nasty insults."
"How dare they?"
Zhao Ming flared up instantly, his voice boiling with anger.
"What do you three think you're doing? Do you think my brother is some pushover just because he's honest and straightforward? He barely touched you. Is that any reason to spew such vile insults?"
"Oh?"
The tallest youth eyed Zhao Ming coldly. "First time someone's yelled at us Zhou brothers. Don't think we're scared just cause you're outnumbered. We'll give you a chance to make amends, apologize properly to us three. Otherwise, none of you five are leaving here today. Big talk."
A cold glint flashed in Cheng Tianla's eyes.
"Think we've been too lenient? You've no sense of your place, pushing your luck. Looks like we need to teach you a lesson. Think this training camp is your family business?" Chapter 142, Kicked Flying.
The Zhou brothers burst into laughter at Cheng Tianla's words. The tallest, Zhou Laoda, looked down on him with contempt.
"Kid, that's quite a statement.
While the training camp isn't mine, I'll make sure you understand it won't matter whether it is or not.
From today onward, you'll bow down and submit to us whenever you see us." Arrogant. Utterly arrogant.
Cheng Tianla smiled at Zhou Laoda. "Your words are impressive, but I wonder how much skill you possess. I sincerely hope your hands match your mouth, or else this young master will be very, very disappointed."
"Disappointed?" Zhou Laoda gave a cold chuckle. "Rest assured, my brothers and I won't let you down. In fact, we'll exceed your expectations by a mile." "Is that so?" Cheng Tianla stretched his limbs slightly.
"Just finished a fight yesterday, still feeling a bit sore all over.
But no worries, I've got more than enough to handle the three of you."
"Boss," Jia Ren boomed like a bell, "this mess started because of me.
"I want to handle it myself." "Handle it yourself?"
Cheng Tianla glanced at Jia Ren, then swiftly opened his psionic eye to scrutinize the Zhou brothers.
Though all ranks C-grade combatants, none displayed exceptional prowess.
At this level, Jia Ren shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Dealing with them should pose no problem.
"Fine." Cheng Tianla smiled faintly. "Since you want to handle this yourself, I'll give you the chance. Don't disappoint me, make sure you give those three a proper beating." "No problem." Jia Ren laughed heartily. "Three muscle-bound dimwits? Taking them down is like picking off chicks." Upon hearing Jia Ren's words, Cheng Tianla and the other three exchanged disdainful glances.
Staring at his burly frame, they all shook their heads in exasperation. "Kid," Jia Ren glared at Zhou Laoda, his eyes wide. "I've put up with you long enough. Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker.
You fool, Joe Lauda's eyes flashed coldly as he stepped forward, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. Seeing Joe Lauda flexing his muscles at him, Jia Run snorted coldly. Kid, don't try to show off in front of me. I don't give a damn about you. Cut the crap and the nonsense. Come on, you three, come at me together. Joe Lauda's rage boiled over at Jia Ren's words, and he laughed bitterly. Kid, you've thoroughly provoked Joe here. You'll pay dearly for that remark. With a thunderous roar, he clenched his fists once more. A visible yellow glow erupted from his knuckles as he lunged forward, aiming a crushing blow straight for Jia Ren's chest. Bring it on! Jia Ren roared, instantly channeling his psychic energy to unleash his special ability. In an instant, he transformed into a giant with a copper head and iron arms, meeting Joe Lauda's fist head-on with his own. Boom! The collision of two iron fists in midair erupted in a thunderous explosion. Jia Ren stood rooted to the spot, a smirk spreading across his face as he watched Joe Lauda stagger back several steps. Not bad. Regaining his balance, Joe Lauda glared at Jia Ren with a dark expression. Never expected a seemingly dim-witted fool like you to have some real skill. But this much won't trouble Joe here. Watch how I deal with you next. Why all the nonsense? Jia Ren snapped impatiently. If you want to fight, just fight. All this dithering makes you look like a woman. Joe Lauda's face flushed at Jia Ren's words. He roared in anger, and instantly, a golden glow erupted from his entire body. At first glance, he resembled a golden statue. His aura and appearance were truly impressive. Kid, watch this. Joe Lauda bellowed, transforming into a golden streak as he charged straight at Jia Ren. Seeing Joe Lauda's ferocious charge, Jia Ren took no chances. He bellowed in response, unleashing the power of his copper head, iron arm ability. His body shimmered with golden light, radiating formidable might. Just as Jia Ren unleashed his full power, Joe Lauda closed in. Before Joe could strike, Jia Ren feinted with a lightning-fast jab to lure him in, then delivered a flying kick straight to Joe's midsection, sending him flying backward. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. They never imagined Jia Ren could so effortlessly send the fiercely imposing Joe Lauda flying. What just happened? Zhao Ming asked, his face a mix of shock and confusion. How did Old Five do that? How did he kick Joe Lauda away? Chang Tianla grinned. How else? With his foot, of course. I know it was with his foot, Zhao Ming shot back, rolling his eyes at Chang Tianla. Stop messing around, Brother Lu. What move did Old Five actually use? How did he manage to kick Big Boss Joe so spectacularly? Simple, Chang Tianla chuckled. Your brother Old Five feigned a move, and that muscle-bound, brainless Joe Lauda actually fell for it. Result? He got kicked flying like a sad sack. No way. Zhao Ming curled his lip, then burst out laughing. Who knew Brother Five had such keen insight? Spot on. Those three guys really are all brawn and no brains. Hearing Cheng Tianla and the others freely criticizing them, the Zhou brothers turned purple with rage. Shut up, they roared. You bastards, shut your mouths. Seeing Zhou Er's arrogant and insolent demeanor, Jia Ren immediately retorted, Kid, watch your mouth. If you don't want to end up like your big brother getting kicked flying, then shut your trap. At that moment, Joe Lauda rose from a distance, striding over to his two brothers. His face darkened as he lowered his voice. That big oaf isn't just tough, his combat prowess far surpasses ours. We stand no chance against him one-on-one. This time, we brothers have really hit a wall. Hearing this, both Joe Lauda and Joe Laosan frowned deeply. What should we do now? Joe Laosan whispered. Just walk away? If we retreat like this, we'll never hold our heads high in the training camp again. Of course we can't leave. Joe Lauda sneered coldly. Didn't that big oaf over there just say he wanted to fight all three of us? Now I'll find an excuse for the three of us to go at him together. I don't believe we can't handle him. Alright, the three of us together. Joe Er and Joe San nodded in unison. Jia Ren watched the Joe brothers dithering endlessly, his voice dripping with irritation. What are you three big men whispering about? Can't you decide? If you can handle it, fight. If not, apologize and get lost. And remember, from now on, when you see us five, you'll bow down and submit, got it? Joe Lauda clenched his teeth so hard they ground together, seething at Jia Ren's words. But he was powerless one-on-one, he couldn't beat Jia Ren. Forcing down his rage, he snapped back, what are you so cocky about? Just because you're a bit stronger than me, you think you're hot stuff? If we were on the same level, I'd beat you 1,000 times over. Jia Ren burst into laughter at this, so now you admit you're no match for Big Brother? I told you earlier you three could gang up on me. But you bastard wouldn't even bother to team up. Now that you can't beat me, you're making excuses? That's no excuse, Joe Lauda snorted. It's the truth. Your combat strength is undeniably higher than mine, and not just by a little. So, enough. Jia Ren cut Joe Lauda off impatiently, cutting straight to the point, stop stalling. If you want to fight, all three of you come at once. Save me the trouble of having you refuse to admit defeat after I beat you. Fine. Very well. A cold smile spread across Joe Lauda's face. Since you put it that way, don't blame us three for picking on you. We'll see who's bullying whom.
Jia Ren grinned.
Now you three can fight me. If you lose, you'll have to obey us from now on. When you see us, you'll bow down and submit obediently, got it? First beat us. As soon as Zhou Laoda finished speaking, he immediately signaled Zhou Laoer and Zhou Laosan to join the fray.
The three formed a circle, trapping Jia Ren in the center, and launched a frenzied assault.
Cheng Tianla and the others watched the Zhou brothers, who moved like wild beasts, and instantly felt anxious for Jia Ren. But after a few exchanges, they relaxed completely. Though Jia Ren took several punches from the Zhou brothers, they didn't even scratch him. This sight put Cheng Tianla and the others at ease. Boss, when did the fifth get this strong? Li Yi asked, his face filled with astonishment.
It's the white snake spirit pearl, of course, Cheng Tianla replied with a smile. The spiritual energy within it has boosted the fifth brother's combat power to 3 sea level. The Zhou brothers are only sea level fighters, their combined strength barely reaches 3 sea level.
How could they possibly match him? They're bound to lose this time.
No sooner had Cheng Tianla finished speaking than 3 agonized screams erupted from the Zhou brothers. He watched as Jia Ren kicked all 3 of them flying backward, sending them tumbling over 3 meters before crashing to the ground.
What a bore!
Jia Ren, having withdrawn his abilities, glanced at the Zhou brothers writhing on the ground, wailing pitifully. He shook his head with utter contempt.
I thought they were supposed to be so formidable. After half a year of training, this is all they've got? Truly pathetic.
Hearing Jia Ren's words, the Zhou brothers nearly choked on their own blood and fainted from rage. His words were infuriating. They had poured every ounce of strength into their attacks, yet couldn't budge him an inch. Instead, the force had rebounded, leaving their fists throbbing with excruciating pain.
Big brother Zhou, do you admit defeat? Cheng Tianla smiled as he glanced at the Zhou brothers. From now on, when you see us 5 brothers, will you obediently bow down and submit?
Zhou Laoda stared at Cheng Tianla's malicious expression, his anger boiling over as he managed to spit out, "You."
Before Zhou Laoda could finish, a sharp voice cut through the air, "Cheng Tianla. What are you doing? Bullying classmates the moment you step into the training camp?" Zhou Laoda looked up in the direction of the voice.
The moment he recognized the person approaching, he became wildly excited, as if he'd spotted a savior.
He pouted and cried out, "Teacher Meng, save me." Chapter 143, The 3 Great Masters. Hearing Zhou Laoda cry for help, Meng Ko hurried over. Upon reaching the Zhou brothers and inspecting their injuries, finding mostly superficial scrapes, she breathed a sigh of relief. Rising, she narrowed her phoenix eyes and snapped, "Cheng Tianla, what's gotten into you? Why start a fight right after eating?" Before Cheng Tianla could respond, Zhou Laoda stammered urgently, "Teacher Meng, what did you just call him?" Cheng Tianla? Meng Ke's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Oh my god." Zhou Laoda wailed in despair. "Boss, how could you do this? Why didn't you tell us your name was Cheng Tianla earlier? If you'd introduced yourself properly, we wouldn't have taken this beating for nothing." "Ah."
Cheng Tianla and Meng Ke both froze, utterly bewildered by Zhou Laoda's sudden about-face and completely baffled by the meaning behind his words. Seeing Cheng Tianla's dazed expression, Zhou Laoda quickly scrambled to his feet, brushed the dust off his clothes, and gazed at him with admiration. "Boss, you're my idol. There are tons of your fans all over this training camp right now." "What the hell?" Cheng Tianla was utterly baffled. "Me, your idol? Fans in the training camp?" "That's right," Zhou Laoda said excitedly. "Ever since we heard about you, Boss Lo, leading your 4 brothers to battle those 5 demon sect monsters, we've all been totally in awe of you. Boss Lo, you really are something so unkind. Why didn't you give your name? Now we little brothers got beaten for nothing. It's so unfair." Cheng Tianla grinned at Zhou Laoda's words. "It's not that I didn't want to say my name, you just didn't ask. Besides, how was I supposed to know mentioning my name would make such a difference? Leader Lo, now you get it, huh?" Zhou Laoda grinned widely. "Most trainees here idolize you. How did you and your crew take down so many 5 demon sect masters? Spill the beans, let us little brothers learn something." Cheng Tianla instantly understood what was going on. It seemed Zhou Laoda had been utterly stunned by their glorious exploits the previous night, leaving him in awe beyond words. "How else could we have taken them down?" Cheng Tianla chuckled. "Just ganged up on them and picked off the stragglers. It wasn't that we were so fierce, it's just that the 5 demon sects practitioners were too weak. We only managed to take down a few of their masters." "Cut the crap." Zhou Air rubbed his numb arms. "Leader Lu, you're being too modest. The 5 demon sects demons are ruthless beyond belief. We heard bits of that battle, it wasn't nearly as simple as you make it sound. For you guys to escape from so many crazed demons and even take down a psychic expert? That's seriously badass. Who told you that?" Summer furrowed his brow slightly. "How did news from the front lines reach the training camp in just one night? That's awfully fast." Big brother Joe laughed heartily. "The Red Dragon X team's communication gear is top-notch. Spreading info? That's a breeze. Let me tell you, actually. Before Zhou Lao could finish, Meng Ke cut him off. Your boss, Lu Lao, and the others fought all night last night. They're utterly exhausted. Whatever it is, we'll discuss it after they've rested. Hearing Mangka's words, Zhou Lao felt a slight pang of dissatisfaction, but he dared not show it on his face. Instead, he nodded cheerfully and said, "Alright, no problem. Once Lao Lao and the others have rested, we'll come back and ask them in detail about last night's battle." After seeing off the Zhou brothers, Xia Tian frowned as he looked at Cheng Tianla. "Boss, things are looking grim. We've barely arrived at the training camp and already find ourselves in the eye of the storm. While some admire us, there are undoubtedly those who resent us. A fierce battle is inevitable." "You're afraid of a fierce battle?" Mangka smiled at Xia Tian. "Last night, you weren't afraid when surrounded by so many from the Five Demons Hall. Are you really afraid of these newcomers who haven't seen battle? Newbies?" Cheng Tianla curled his lip. "They may be new, but each one's pretty formidable. Even though we five brothers are skilled, we're not guaranteed to dominate the training camp." "You've got some self-awareness there." Mangka still wore that adorable smile. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Right now, I'll give you a heads up. In the entire training camp, you only need to keep an eye on 3 trainees. The first is Shi, the second is Wang Fuzu, and the third is Feng Xiaofei. Try your best to avoid conflicts with them, because their strength is absolutely terrifying." "Terrifying?" Jia Ren's eyes widened as he boomed, "Just how terrifying?" Mangka smiled sweetly, speaking calmly, "All 3 possess a rank combat power. Shi excels in illusions and assassination, Wang Fuzu specializes in fire magic, and Feng Xiaofei masters earth magic. He's practically like an earth mage straight out of a novel. Their prowess is absolutely staggering." "No way!" Cheng Tianla and the others exclaimed in unison. 3A rank fighters? How are we supposed to survive? "Whether you survive or not, I can't say," Mangka chuckled. "But I can tell you this, even if you don't go looking for trouble with them, they're very likely to come looking for you." Cheng Tianla stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Why?" "Simple," Mangka glanced at him. "Because of your performance last night." Cheng Tianla shook his head. "That's not a fair reason." "Is that so?" Mangka chuckled softly. "Actually, it's quite fitting. Though those 3 are highly skilled, they've all suffered heavy losses at the hands of the 5 Demons Hall, nearly dying in the process. You 5, however, not only avoided defeat against their demonic practitioners but actually inflicted casualties on the 5 Demons Hall. Crucially, your combat strength is lower than theirs. This reversal has left them deeply resentful, making it highly likely they'll come looking for trouble." "Damn it!" Zhao Ming retorted impatiently. "Bring it on! Who's afraid of who? We've already taken down a rank experts from the 5 Demons Hall. Are we supposed to be scared of 3 greenhorns?" "Exactly." Li Yi snorted. "Even if our combat strength isn't as high as theirs, if those 3 dare to provoke us, then the 5 of us will take them on. We'll show them what it means to face battle-hardened psychics." "Oh, really?" Mangka covered his mouth and chuckled. "You guys are pretty tough. Don't worry, the teacher will help you. I'll try to prevent any conflicts from happening, just to avoid any accidents." Cheng Tianla smiled at the words, "Thanks, teacher." "You're welcome. It's only right." Mangka smiled. "Alright, you've eaten and drunk your fill. Now go get some rest. Sleep as much as you want today. Formal classes start tomorrow." "Got it." With that cheer from Cheng Tianla and the others, Jia Ren was the first to bolt out the door. Seeing him dash off, Cheng Tianla and the gang immediately gave chase, yelling as they went. "Old 5, you bastard, don't even think about getting away with this. If you want us to avoid smelling your stinky feet forever, you're not getting the window bed. Come on, catch up. Don't worry, I won't let old 5 snag the window spot." As soon as Cheng Tianla finished speaking, he released a golden thread that tightly bound Jia Ren. Just as they burst into the dorm and Jia Ren was about to succeed, the golden thread instantly restrained him, leaving him unable to move an inch. "Boss, this isn't fair." Jia Ren looked at Cheng Tianla with a miserable expression. "Do we really need to use supernatural powers just to grab a bed?" Cheng Tianla and his 3 companions immediately chimed in unison, "Absolutely. Fine." Jia Ren sighed, his face a picture of resignation. "If that's how it is, then as your little brother, I won't say anything." "That's more like it." Cheng Tianla released Jia Ren with a flick of his psychic energy, then smiled faintly. "Now go sleep by the door like a good boy. Remember to wash your feet every single day. If you don't, I'll personally toss you out." "Is having stinky feet a crime?" Jia Ren bellowed in frustration. "Is having stinky feet a crime? Stinky feet aren't wrong," Xia Tian grinned mischievously. "But being this stinky is wrong. So from now on, be mindful and wash your feet every day. Bunch of heartless jerks." Jia Ren snorted, swiftly stripped off his shirt, and flopped onto the bed. Within 5 seconds, he was fast asleep. Seeing Jia Ren asleep, Cheng Tianla and the others yawned one after another and scrambled into bed. After being exhausted all night, they instantly felt drowsy once they relaxed. Soon, the entire dormitory echoed with thunderous snores. Cheng Tianla and the others slept straight through until sunset. A teacher on duty passed by their room, but hearing the thunderous snoring inside, they didn't wake them up. Whoosh! A chilly wind blew in through the window, sending a shiver down Chang Tianla's spine as he slept on the top bunk near the window. Instinctively, he reached for the blanket to pull it over himself. But after fumbling around, he found himself clutching nothing but air. This puzzled him, for he distinctly remembered the blanket being right beside him before he fell asleep. How could it be gone now? Half asleep, Chang Tianla opened his eyes and peered down at the floor below, wondering if the blanket had fallen. But the moment his gaze landed on the lower bunk, he nearly wet himself in terror. A blood-soaked face burst into his vision. It was a face dripping with dark red blood, shrouded in black robes. A mass of black hair hung down naturally. The foul, putrid stench made Chang Tianla want to vomit. But after a moment of terror, without a word, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, drawing a spirit symbol in midair at lightning speed. Instantly, it shot toward the terrifying figure cloaked in black. The moment the talisman appeared, the terrifying figure seemed to sense its power. With a flick of its form, it vanished without a trace. Chang Tianla's brows knitted tightly together. He snorted coldly, playing hide and seek. Huh? Let's see how I find you. With that, he immediately activated his psionic eye. The moment his psychic vision activated, Chang Tianla spotted the hidden, terrifying figure. It was hovering above the roof, glaring at him with a hideous, malevolent expression. Upon spotting the blood-faced specter, Chang Tianla sneered coldly, "Foolish creature. You dare to cause trouble on my turf?" With that, a spirit talisman shot forth silently. Chapter 144, Wails of the Damned. The moment Chang Tianla cast the talisman, the blood-faced specter fled for its life in terror. Yet its speed couldn't match the talisman's velocity. Within seconds, the talisman caught up, pinning and subduing it completely. Only because Chang Tianla chose not to annihilate it, reigning in his power at the last critical moment, did the blood-faced demon avoid being reduced to ashes. The commotion between Chang Tianla and the blood-faced demon instantly woke up Xia Tian and the other three. They looked at Chang Tianla in confusion, asking, "Brother Lu, what are you doing?" "Boss, what's with all the noise in the middle of the night?" "Boss, you look like you're ready for a fight?" "Boss, is dinner ready?" Jia Ren smacked his lips. Woke up hungry after that nap. Chang Tianla rolled his eyes at their comments, then cleared his throat. "All you think about is eating. We're in big trouble." "What do you mean?" Xia Tian frowned. "Bro, what's going on? What kind of big trouble?" "Exactly." Li Yi yawned. "Spill it. What big trouble?" Chang Tianla glanced at them. He knew they wouldn't believe him if he just said there was a ghost in the room. He'd have to prove it practically. After a moment's thought, he said, "You've already seen what ghosts are like, energy entities. Now, boss here is giving you a heads up, there's a ghost in this room we're staying in." The word sent shockwaves through Xia Tian and the others. Li Yi jumped up, shouting, "What? A ghost? Boss, you can't be serious. Don't scare me like this in the middle of the night." "Yeah, boss, you can't just joke around like that," Zhao Ming said, his face pale with fear. "Even though we've seen ghosts, these energy entities, were still a little scared." "Lu Ge, what's really going on here?" Xia Tian asked, his expression darkening. "How could there be a ghost here?" "I don't know either." Chang Tianla shook his head before speaking up. "But it's okay. Boss, even though I don't know why there's a ghost here or why it's after us, I can interrogate it." "What?" Li Yi gasped again. "Interrogate it? What do you mean, boss? Could it be, that thing is?" "Exactly." Chang Tianla grinned. "You guessed right. That thing is right in the room." At this, not only did Li Yi start yelping in fright, but even the usually calm and steady Xia Tian was scared stiff. His face turning pale, he stammered, "Boss, this is a bit too thrilling, don't you think? Are you sure you can interrogate a ghost?" "Pretty much." Hearing Chang Tianla say more or less, Li Yi swallowed hard and blurted out, "Boss, this isn't how it works. If you can interrogate it, just do it. If you can't, just say you can't. Don't give us this vague answer, okay?" Chang Tianla eyed Li Yi's terrified expression, nearly wetting himself, and immediately burst into laughter. "Relax, bro. You don't trust your brother to handle things? I've already subdued the ghost. What's there to fear?" "Subdued? Seriously? When did you subdue it?" "Bro, you're seriously badass. Subduing a ghost without a sound? Impressive, man." Chang Tianla grinned mischievously at Xia Tian and the others. "Now, boss, I'm about to interrogate the ghost. Care to be spectators? Observers?" Zhao Ming glanced at Chang Tianla's unscrupulous expression and immediately sneered, "Forget it. We're too scared to watch." "If you're scared, that's your problem," Zhao Rensheng boomed like a bell. "I'm not afraid. I want to watch." "You?" Li Yi teased with a laugh. "You're big and burly, but you're a scaredy cat. You wanting to be a spectator? That's like the sun rising in the west. What's wrong?" Jia Ren snorted. "I may be a coward, but with Brother Lu by my side, what have I to fear?" "Alright, I like that." Chang Tianla grinned, glancing at Jia Ren.
Based on what you just said, Brother Lu will let you be the bystander. Boss, cut the crap, Lee chuckled. If you make old Five the spectator, you'd at least have to let him see the ghost, right? Can you even pull that off? Seeing ghosts? That's easy enough. Chang Tianla chuckled, rubbing his chin. For anyone who wants to join in the ghost hunting, I've got ways to make you see it. Seriously? Boss, when did you become so awesome? Yeah, when did you get so awesome? Chang Tianla grinned. Whether I'm awesome or not is my business. Right now, I'm asking you three, are you in? Upon hearing this, Xia Tian smiled and said, I absolutely have to join.
Seeing Xia Tian commit, Zhao Ming swallowed hard and admitted, I'm kinda scared and don't really want to join, but missing out on something this rare would be a huge regret.
Seeing both Xia Tian and Zhao Ming on board, Chang Tianla immediately turned to Li Yi with a grin. What about you? Li Yi rolled his eyes and pouted, we're good brothers. If all four of you are in and I'm not, I'll never be part of the crew again. Smart move, kid. Chang Tianla grinned.
Since everyone's in, I'll show you all what the so-called blood-faced fiend is really like today. He reached into the clothes on his bunk, pulled out the notebook, flipped quickly to a page of talismans, and began etching with golden thread. Swish! Within seconds, four visible spiritual talisman patterns lit up in the room. The moment these patterns emerged, they instantly entered Xia Tian and the others' bodies. As the patterns entered their bodies, Xia Tian and the others felt a sharp stinging in their eyes. Once the pain subsided, they felt an immediate sense of relief. Yet, in that very moment of comfort, everything they saw changed. The world appeared slightly different from before. They could now perceive semi-transparent energy forms all around them. This was simply too incredible. Jia Ren grinned widely and chuckled, Boss, did you just open our third eyes? Chang Tianla chuckled, you could say that. Awesome, boss. You're so badass. Li Yi flattered. Your skills keep getting more and more profound. What an incredible sensation, Xia Tian remarked, his eyes fixed on the translucent energy forms. With a smile, he inquired, Boss, where is this blood-faced fiend you mentioned? The blood-faced fiend? Chang Tianla grinned, then called out, Master Mengko, what brings you here? The moment Chang Tianla uttered those words, Xia Tian and the others immediately spun around to look toward the doorway. The instant they turned their heads backward, they were instantly terrified into shrieking non-stop. Zhao Ming, in particular, was so scared he trembled all over, nearly fainting on the spot. It was only because the dorm was crowded. Had he been alone, he would have fainted for sure. Chang Tianla listened to their shrieks and saw their green faces, bursting into laughter as he teased them. Look at you lot. Scared already? It's just a ghost. It's just a ghost? Xia Tian patted his chest, gasping for breath. Brother Lu, you're talking big now, but you don't know what it's like. Even if it wasn't a ghost, if something suddenly appeared in front of you like that, anyone would be scared to death. Chang Tianla laughed heartily. Don't worry, don't worry. This blood-faced fiend has already been subdued by yours truly, the boss. It won't harm you. Now, follow Brother Lu as we interrogate this blood-faced fiend and find out why it appeared here. No sooner had Chang Tianla finished speaking than someone began violently pounding on their door. Open up! Open up, the person bellowed. Newcomers! What the hell are you screaming about in the middle of the night? Trying to keep us awake? Hearing the commotion outside, Chang Tianla immediately glanced at Jiaran, signaling him to open the door. Jiaran swallowed hard as he walked past the blood-faced demon, yanked the door open, then quickly retreated back to Chang Tianla's side. Whoosh! 7 or 8 trainees burst through the door, each wearing an annoyed expression as they confronted Chang Tianla and his group. What's the deal? They demanded. What the hell are you howling about in the middle of the night? Don't you know disturbing people's sleep is a serious offense? Yeah. Your racket in the middle of the night scared me right out of bed. Look at my head, I've got a bloody gash. Chang Tianla glanced at the slight scrape on the guy's forehead and grinned. Bro, you're a psychic. How'd you fall off your bed and crack your head open? If word gets out, people laugh their teeth out. Who cares if they laugh their asses off, snapped the kid with the bloody forehead. It's all your fault I fell off the bed. If you don't give me a decent explanation tonight, don't blame us for getting rough. Don't hold back? Jia Ren's eyes widened. You mean you want to fight? Fight? The kid with the bloody head sneered. I'm not dumb enough to pick a fight with you lot. If you don't give me a proper reason, I'll tell Teacher Mangku about your big, loud mess and let her deal with you. Oh, come on, Chang Tianla rolled his eyes. Brother Wan, why are you acting like a little kid? Why tell the teacher for no reason? Cut the crap. Wang Jiwu snapped impatiently. Spit it out. What the hell are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Trying to keep us awake on purpose? Explain yourselves now. Exactly. Give us an explanation. I know you're Chang Tianla, and you're quite capable, but if you don't give us an explanation today, we'll definitely report this to Teacher Mengku. Chang Tianla stared at the 5 or 6 trainees, utterly speechless and utterly exasperated. He'd considered telling them outright that ghosts haunted their dorm, but then thought better of it. Summer and the others had already been scared half to death by their own howling. If they found out ghosts were actually here, wouldn't they be scared to death? After weighing his options, Chang Tianla decided against telling them. He'd leave this for teacher Meng Ke to handle.
Stroking his chin, he grinned and said, "You want an explanation, huh?" Wang Jiwu nodded.
Yes.
Sorry, Chang Tianla chuckled. No logical explanation here. If you want to tell teacher Meng Ke, go call her now.
Go ahead and call her in the middle of the night if you're not afraid of getting yelled at.
Chang Tianla, you. What do you mean, what?
Jia Ren glared, his eyes wide.
Our boss said there's no reasonable explanation. If you want to find the teacher, go find her. If not, then get the hell back to sleep. We've got real business to attend to. Chapter 145, The Blood-Faced Ghost. Wang Jiwu flushed crimson at Jia Ren's words, clenching his teeth. Fine. You've got some nerve.
We were willing to talk things out peacefully, but since you're so ungrateful, don't blame us for showing no mercy.
Wang Chunjiang, go fetch teacher Meng Ke. Wang Chunjiang nodded and walked out of the dorm. 10 minutes later, teacher Meng Ke arrived, summoned by Wang Chunjiang. Seeing the small dormitory slowly filling with people, she furrowed her delicate brows slightly before turning to Cheng Tianla and saying, "You little brat, what have you gotten into now?"
Cheng Tianla glanced at teacher Meng, then stepped closer and whispered something in her ear. Her expression immediately hardened.
Turning to Wang Jiwu and the others, she barked, "Enough. I know what's going on here. All of you get back to your dorms and go to sleep now." Ha! Wang Jiwu and the others looked utterly confused, their voices brimming with discontent. Teacher Meng Ke, are you deliberately taking Chang Tianla's side? They're howling all night, disturbing our rest. You didn't even scold him properly, and now you're kicking us out? Meng Ke shot Wang Jiwu a look and snorted. I'll explain this to you later, but not now. So get back to your dorms immediately. If you don't leave, do I need to call teacher Su Ming to make you go? At the mention of teacher Su Ming, Wang Jiwu and his group instantly fell silent.
They'd never dare make teacher Su Ming come over for such a trivial matter. If he did show up, tomorrow's class would surely turn into hellish training enough to push them to the brink of ecstasy.
Still not leaving?
Meng Ke narrowed her eyes and made a gesture as if reaching for her satellite phone.
This instantly terrified Wang Jiwu and the others, and they vanished from Cheng Tianla's dorm in the blink of an eye.
Once Wang Jiwu and the others were gone, Meng Ke immediately furrowed her delicate brows, her expression grave as she asked, Cheng Tianla, what you just said, is it true?
Absolutely true. Cheng Tianla replied with a smile. Teacher Meng, brace yourself. I'm about to open your third eye, allowing you to witness the ferocious blood-faced fiend. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy, weaving golden threads into a mystic rune pattern in the void before injecting it into Meng Ke's body. The moment the talisman pattern entered her body, Meng Ke was confronted with the horrifying specter's face. She let out a startled scream and instinctively lunged toward Cheng Tianla for support. But just as she reached him, the dorm room door burst open. A figure stepped into their line of sight. The moment Cheng Tianla recognized the visitor, his face turned beet red. For the intruder was none other than the notoriously jealous Su Ming. Cheng Tianla watched Su Ming's face turn pale, then red, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Swallowing hard, he gently pushed Meng Ke away from him and forced a smile. Teacher Su Ming, what brings you here? Why am I here? Su Ming snorted coldly. Didn't expect me to show up, did you? You little rascal, your nerve grows bolder by the day. How dare you? Su Ming. Meng Ke's expression darkened. It's not what you think. Just now. No need for explanations, Su Ming said coldly. I only believe what my own eyes see, so you don't need to explain. Meng Ke, as a teacher, I hope you'll be mindful of your conduct. Don't get too close to the students, and certainly don't do anything inappropriate. Meng Ke's face flushed crimson with anger. You! Teacher Meng, please don't be angry. Before Meng Ke could finish, Cheng Tianla interjected with a smile. Teacher Su Ming only trusts what he sees, right? Then let's let the facts speak for themselves. With that, he swiftly traced a golden thread to form a spirit symbol pattern and injected it into Su Ming's body. The moment the talisman pattern activated, Su Ming let out a wild howl and leaped onto Jia Ren, the closest student. Trembling, he screamed, "Holy crap! What the hell was that? How did it suddenly appear?" Cheng Tianla and the others watched Su Ming, whose reaction was even more extreme than Meng Ke's, and were instantly speechless, rolling their eyes. Jia Ren gently patted Su Ming's back with his huge hand, grinning mischievously as he reassured him, "Don't be scared, Teacher Su Ming. It's just a wicked ghost. Don't worry, it won't eat you. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." After a moment of panic, Su Ming regained his composure. He stepped down from Jia Ren's embrace, shot Jia Ren a glare, then turned to Meng Ke with an awkward expression. Don't explain. It's unnecessary. Meng Ke snorted. A grown man hiding in another grown man's arms? I must say, this little lady is quite impressed. Su Ming's face turned green under Meng Ke's teasing. He wished he could sink into a crack in the ground.
Clearing his throat, he quickly changed the subject, turning to Cheng Tianla. You little brat, what did you just do? Why did I suddenly see that ghost? Opening the third eye, Cheng Tianla replied with a grin. That talisman you just cast was for opening the third eye. That's why you could see the ghost. Oh. Su Ming nodded. So that's how it is. You're quite the expert, aren't you? Mastering spiritual arts like this. How did you manage to capture that ghost? Cheng Tianla glanced at Su Ming, his face still smiling. Teacher Su, your questions are really lacking in substance. You said I'm proficient in Taoist arts, so dealing with a blood-faced evil ghost should be a breeze, right? Why ask such useless questions? Mengke seized the chance to needle him. For a teacher, you sure don't act like one. Scared of a demon? What we need to do now is investigate this thoroughly. How did a demon appear in our training camp? Though inwardly annoyed by Mengke's taunts, Su Ming could only agree. Truth be told, he'd lost his composure and had no idea what to do next. Cheng Tianla. Mengke spoke with a grave expression. Only you, with your mastery of spiritual arts, can identify this evil spirit's weakness. Therefore, the arduous task of interrogating it falls to you. No problem, Cheng Tianla declared, patting his chest. As they say, the capable bear more responsibility. Leave this to me. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy, and golden threads instantly wove a spirit talisman in the void, which he immediately shot into the blood-faced demon's body. As the talisman entered the demon's body, the once terrifying creature suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. Moments later, when the blue light faded, the blood-faced demon's horrifying form vanished, replaced by a delicate-featured young woman. Staring at the delicate woman before them, the group fell into stunned silence, utterly speechless. They never imagined the blood-faced demon could transform into such a strikingly beautiful woman. Brother Lu, what's going on? Cheng Tianla glanced at Xia Tian and smiled faintly. This is her true form. He then turned to the delicate female ghost. Speak. Who sent you here? The delicate female ghost glanced at Cheng Tianla timidly, her voice trembling. I was forced. All of this was ordered by the evil people of the Five Demon Sect. Five Demon Sect. Cheng Tianla's expression darkened instantly. I never imagined the Five Demon Sect would move so swiftly. They've already begun targeting us. Damn it, this is outrageous. Jia Ren's eyes widened with fury. Those demons from the Five Demon Sect are utterly brazen. We barely arrived at the training camp and they've already sent ghosts to kill us. They're like a stubborn plaster, utterly disgusting. This is bad. Zhao Ming swallowed hard. The Five Demons Hall is truly formidable. This training camp should be an extremely secret location. I never imagined they'd find out so quickly and even send minions to deal with us. Looks like this camp isn't safe anymore. There's a high chance there's a mole from the Five Demons Hall here. No way, Su Ming said grimly. This training camp is the very foundation of the Red Dragon X group. How could there be a mole? Hard to say, Cheng Tianla replied with a dismissive snort. We've seen the Five Demons Sect's methods. It's entirely possible they have spies within this training camp. Master, the delicate female ghost interjected, rest assured. There shouldn't be any Fifth Demon Sect mole here. No mole? Cheng Tianla glanced at the delicate female ghost. If there's no mole, how did you find us so quickly? You killed a Five Demon Sect expert and were carrying their distinctive black wooden block. That block contains a mark, allowing their experts to release a little ghost through it to lead us to kill you. Damn it! Jia Ren exclaimed. Doesn't that mean we've exposed the training camp's location? This is bloody awful. The training camp's been exposed, Xia Tian said urgently. We must prepare for battle immediately, in case the Five Demon Sect's demons come to ambush us. It's fine, Mengke glanced at Xia Tian, speaking calmly. Even if the training camp is exposed, it's no problem. The defenses here aren't something the Five Demon Sect can breach. If they dare come, they'll pay a bloody price. Exactly. Make them pay with blood, Su Ming declared with fierce resolve. Attacking the training camp would be pure suicide. You have nothing to fear. Cheng Tianla shot Su Ming a sidelong glance and scoffed. Teacher Su, to be honest, I'm not scared. I'm just worried. If the Five Demon Sect can send malevolent spirits to hunt us down, it means they have masters skilled in demonic arts. Plus, they've found a wrathful spirit sorcerer. Things are going to get rough for our training camp. How do you know all this? The delicate female ghost asked, her face flushing with astonishment. The Five Demon Sect is definitely making big moves. When I was in a daze, I seemed to overhear something about the Longshan ancient tomb. They said there's an immense reservoir of resentment power inside. If they can steal that resentment power and some treasure from it, then the Five Demon Sect will sweep away the Red Dragon X group, and the world will change. Holy crap! Cheng Tianla's eyes widened at the ghostly maiden's words. Sis, you're not joking, right? The Five Demon Sect found a treasure to replace the White Snake Spirit Pearl this quickly? White Snake Spirit Pearl? The ghostly maiden looked confused. I don't know anything about a White Snake Spirit Pearl, but I know they need immense. That's why they started preparing so early.
Chapter 146, Two Pieces of News. Cheng Tianla's face darkened to the extreme upon hearing the ghostly maiden's words. After a long, tense silence of over 10 seconds, he finally spoke. Do you know the location of the Longshan ancient tomb? And when did the 5 demon sect's demonic practitioners set out for the Longshan ancient tomb?
The delicate female ghost furrowed her brow upon hearing this, thinking carefully for a moment before replying. I know the general location of the Longshan ancient tomb, but as for when the 5 demon sect's demons will set out for it, I have no knowledge of that.
Oh. Cheng Tianla nodded, trying to reassure himself. Hopefully those demons from the 5 demon sect haven't set out yet. That would give us enough time to reach the Dragon Mountain ancient tomb.
If those demons from the 5 demon sect get there first, then we're just waiting to get sick and die.
Cheng Tianla, what the hell are you babbling about?
Su Ming stared at him, utterly baffled.
What white snake spirit pearl? What bit the dust and catch a chill? What the hell is going on?
No time for explanations now, Cheng Tianla urged, his voice urgent as he looked at Su Ming.
Go find Louis, the drill sergeant at the training camp, immediately. I have something of utmost importance to report to him. Su Ming's brow furrowed instantly. What could be so important? Shouldn't you report it to me first? What's wrong with you? Before Su Ming could finish, Mengke snapped impatiently. Can't you tell the difference between urgent and trivial matters? Cheng Tianla said it's a life or death emergency. Stop dawdling and go get Instructor Liu. Su Ming's temper vanished under Mengke's scolding.
He turned to leave, but just then Cheng Tianla spoke up. Let's all go find Chief Instructor Louis together. With that, he led Xia Tian and the others to follow Su Ming as they hurried outside. The residence of the formidable Chief Instructor Louis was a normal 10-minute walk from Cheng Tianla's quarters. But now, each of them was in a tremendous hurry. They quickened their pace, and within 3 minutes, they had reached Louis's quarters.
Louis was a man in his mid-30s.
At first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to the martial arts superstar Wu Jing. Though not particularly tall, his physique was remarkably robust. His eyes, in particular, were exceptionally sharp, seeming capable of piercing through one's thoughts with a single glance.
You're Cheng Tianla?
Louis's voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke.
Not much different from what I imagined. Not bad, very good. A promising prospect.
Boss, hold off on praising the kid, Su Ming interjected with a slight frown.
We're here at this hour for something major. You should ask what's going on first. Louis glanced at Su Ming and smiled faintly. You don't know what's so important?
Su Ming curled his lip again.
The big deal only involves Cheng Tianla. But the kid won't tell me, so. Oh, I see. Louis nodded with a smile, then turned to Cheng Tianla. What's this earth-shattering matter that has you rushing over to see me in such a panic? It absolutely is a huge matter, Cheng Tianla stated bluntly. I trust you, Instructor Liu, know about the white snake spirit pearl? MHM. Louis nodded. I'm aware of that.
The reason the 5 demons sect launched such a frenzied attack was to seize the white snake spirit pearl from your possession. They need it to perform their curses.
Exactly. Cheng Tianla glanced at Louis.
They never expected to lose the white snake spirit pearl, which would derail their entire plan. But the 5 demon sect is ruthless. They wouldn't abandon a nearly successful opportunity. So they devised another method, locating a place imbued with immense.
At this revelation, Louis froze, his brow furrowing as he exclaimed urgently, they found the source of resentment energy?
Seeing Louis's utterly astonished expression, Cheng Tianla knew Louis possessed far more information than he did.
He immediately offered reassurance. The 5 demon sect has only roughly pinpointed the location.
They haven't confirmed the exact spot yet.
Where exactly did the 5 demon sect pinpoint it? Louis asked, his face etched with urgency. We must reach there before them. We absolutely cannot let those demons of the 5 demon sect obtain the. Boss, Su Ming observed Louis's frantic expression and asked in confusion, if the 5 demon sect's demons seize the source of resentment, what consequences would that bring? What consequences? Louis glanced at Su Ming and said, word by word, we'll all die.
The weight of that final word, die, sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. He swallowed hard, his voice catching slightly.
How could it be that serious? Cheng Tianla. Louis didn't answer Su Ming's question. Instead, he turned to Cheng Tianla and demanded, where is the source of resentment located? Longshan ancient tomb. As Cheng Tianla uttered those 4 words, Louis's brows knitted tightly together. His expression darkened as he said, those demons from the 5 demon sect are truly formidable. They actually dare to set their sights on the Longshan ancient tomb? Don't they fear death? Cheng Tianla listened to Louis's words and asked in confusion, Chief Instructor, what do you mean by that? Are you saying we have people guarding the Longshan ancient tomb? Or, that place doesn't need guards at all? Louis snorted coldly. The Longshan ancient tomb is an extremely dangerous place. Evil spirits frequently appear there, claiming lives.
Even in broad daylight, no one dares pass near it. For the 5 demon sect to go there, they must be tired of living.
Holy crap!
Zhao Ran gasped upon hearing Louis's words.
The Longshan ancient tomb is that formidable?
No wonder it harbors such immense. Just the fact that ghosts haunted in broad daylight shows how terrifying that place is.
It is terrifying. Chang Tianla grinned.
But no matter how terrifying it is, we must issue orders to protect the Longshan tomb, or send reinforcements to check if those 5 demon sect demons have entered.
Lu Yi nodded. This is critical. We must mobilize personnel to Longshan ancient tomb.
With that, he pulled out his satellite phone and walked aside to make a call.
Seeing Lu Yi leave, Zhao Ming leaned close to Cheng Tianlan and whispered, "Boss, do you think Instructor Lu will send us to that dangerous Longshan tomb?"
No way, Cheng Tianla replied, staring at Zhao Ming in disbelief.
We're still new recruits who haven't graduated yet. How could they possibly send us?
Besides, with all the elite operatives in the entire Red Dragon X unit, it's not our turn to go. Zhao Ming felt slightly relieved after hearing Cheng Tianla's words.
He patted his chest and said, that's good. As long as they don't send us, everything's fine.
Don't get your hopes up so high, kid.
Xia Tian shot Zhao Ming a look.
This whole mess started because of our boss, Brother Lu.
There's a good chance HQ leadership might just snap and send our boss straight to the Longshan ancient tomb for the mission.
If our boss goes, do you think the 4 of us can stay behind? Zhao Ming swallowed hard, opening his mouth but finding no words. But just as Zhao Ming was at a loss for words, Instructor Lu Yi returned.
He glanced at Cheng Tianla and the others, then smiled faintly. I've got some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Cheng Tianla and the others flinched at once.
They knew that regardless of whether it was good or bad news, it wouldn't be pleasant for them. It would definitely be related to the Longshan ancient tomb.
Cheng Tianla stared at Instructor Lu Yi's smiling face, swallowed hard, and asked, what's the bad news? Lu Yi's expression darkened. The bad news is you won't be sleeping tonight. Cheng Tianla, breaking out in a cold sweat, pressed on, then what's the good news? The good news is headquarters has issued an order for the 5 of you to participate in the Longshan ancient tomb operation. You're heading there tonight. A special aircraft will pick you up shortly. Furthermore, you've been specifically designated as the team leader for this mission. All team members and resources will be under your command. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming nearly fainted. Staring at Lu Yi with utter disbelief, he stammered, Instructor, you can't be serious? We're new recruits, unnecessary new recruits at that. How can we be thrown into a mission right after arriving at boot camp? And such a high-stakes one at that?
This is way too much of a surprise.
Isn't a surprise a good thing? Lu Yi chuckled.
Stop being so ungrateful, kid. I forgot to mention another piece of good news. If you successfully complete this mission, you'll graduate directly, no need for any final assessments.
Direct graduation? Li Yi muttered. What's the difference between direct and indirect graduation?
As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, Su Ming shot him a look and grinned mischievously.
Kid, you really don't know how good you have it. Countless trainees dream of graduating directly by completing missions, but they never get the chance. You guys getting to graduate directly after this mission? They'll be green with envy. Why? Li Yi scoffed. What's there to envy? We're heading to the Longshan ancient tomb, a place haunted even in broad daylight. What's so enviable about that? Meng Ke glanced at Li Yi and smiled faintly. Graduating without Instructor Lu personally evaluating you, that alone is enough to make countless people green with envy. Li Yi asked in confusion, why? Meng Ke chuckled, have you forgotten what our chief instructor Lu Yi is known as? Li Yi shuddered at Meng Ke's reminder. Devil Instructor was his infamous moniker. That title alone proved one thing: during training, he could push people to the brink of hell. Those who made it to the boot camp were elite psychics, each possessing extraordinary skills. Yet even these masters with extraordinary skills were trained to call Lu Yi the Devil Instructor. One could only imagine how terrifying that must be. Meng Ke watched Li Yi's expression shift from astonishment to sudden realization. With a smile, he slapped him on the shoulder. Graduating directly through a mission is an incredibly fortunate thing. Cherish it and savor the moment. Nothing to savor or cherish, Zhao Ming rolled his eyes. The Longshan ancient tomb is a place heavy with yin energy and haunted by spirits. It's fraught with danger. We also had to deal with the demonic practitioners of the 5 demon sect. One wrong move and we'd have lost our lives. And you think training at the boot camp is risk-free? Su Ming snorted. The early stages are just learning basic theory. Later on, it's all about going out on missions. Often, seemingly simple tasks end up costing trainees their lives. Chapter 147, Deep Mountain, Dense Forest. Seriously? Zhao Ming looked utterly incredulous. You can lose your life on field missions? That's ridiculous. What kind of trials does our Red Dragon X squad assign to new recruits? That varies, Su Ming replied with a smile. Whatever incidents arise in the outside world get assigned to trainees. If they can handle it, great. If not, then we send in the regular members. What a joke. Zhao Ming muttered under his breath before falling silent. He knew arguing further was pointless, a waste of breath that simply wasn't worth it. Instructor Lu Yi, seeing Zhao Ming fall silent, immediately turned to Cheng Tianla with a slight smile. Hurry back and pack up. We're leaving shortly. Chang Tianla curled his lips. Nothing to pack. We're ready to go anytime. But. Instructor Louis noticed Chang Tianla's hesitant expression and asked with a smile, but what? Nothing much. Chang Tianla grinned. I just wanted to ask why we were chosen for this mission. Also, besides the 5 of us, who else is participating? I'll answer your second question first, Instructor Louis said with a smile. Besides the 5 of you, 3 teachers will accompany us, Mengko, Zheng Tai, and Wang Xianwei. Of course, that's just the visible force. As you know, our Crimson Dragon X unit has an inside contact in the 5 Demons Hall, so I won't tell you about the hidden forces. Before Chang Tianla could speak after Instructor Louis finished, Su Ming erupted, urgently protesting, Boss, how can you send teacher Mengko to the Longshan ancient tomb? What can an administrative teacher possibly do there? Instructor Louis frowned at Su Ming's frantic outburst. What the hell is your problem? Teacher Mengku is an A-class combat-capable psionic. What's wrong with her going to the Longshan ancient tomb? Sure, it's dangerous, but that's relative to ordinary people. What are you whining about? Worried about her safety? Yeah. Su Ming didn't hide his feelings. I am worried about her safety. Dangerous stuff like this should be handled by us men. That's why I'm applying to join the operation team. Hope you approve, boss. Denied. Instructor Louis shot Su Ming a stern glare. The official team is set those 8 members. No changes allowed. As for you, you have other duties. I'll brief you shortly. Boss. This is in order. Instructor Louis's expression hardened as he said sternly, Are you suggesting you defy orders? At those words, Su Ming immediately fell silent. He knew this operation was being treated with the utmost importance by headquarters, and the plan had already been finalized. There was no room for changes. Seeing Su Ming fall silent, Instructor Louis turned to Chang Tianla and said, Now to answer your second question, why were you assigned to the Longshan ancient tomb? That's because. Chang Tianla, seeing Instructor Louis stop mid-sentence to deliberately build suspense, grew impatient. Instructor Liu, cut the drama, okay? Just tell us why already. Exactly. Just tell us already. Instructor Liu, cut the nonsense, okay? Xia Tian said with an exasperated look. What's the situation now? Time is tight. Exactly. Time is running out. Coach Liu, stop beating around the bush. Instructor Louis observed the anxious expressions on Chang Tianla and the others. Clearing his throat, he finally explained, The reason you've been assigned this mission is because Chang Tianla possesses profound knowledge of Taoist arts and excels at exorcising ghosts and warding off evil spirits. Holy crap. Hearing this, Chang Tianla was both speechless and exasperated. What the hell? Hardly anyone knows I'm skilled in Taoist arts. How did HQ find out? Who blabbed about my ghost-catching abilities? Instructor Liu Yi chuckled. Old Li let it slip. Oh my god. Chang Tianla rolled his eyes. I knew that old guy couldn't keep his mouth shut. He spills everything. Wait till I see him next, I'll show him. Mengke chuckled at Chang Tianla's words. You want to deal with old Li? Don't be ridiculous. No one in the entire Red Dragon X division has ever gotten the better of him. Teacher Mengke, Jia Ren boomed with a hearty laugh, You're wrong about that. Yesterday, our boss made old Master Li suffer a huge loss. It hurt him so much he nearly had a stroke. Really? Mengke looked skeptical. Making old Li suffer? That's practically unheard of. He turned to Chang Tianla with genuine curiosity. How did you manage to make him suffer so badly? As soon as Chang Tianla opened his mouth, before he could finish his sentence, footsteps echoed outside the door. Instantly, 2 figures appeared before the crowd. One stood about 1.8 meters tall, with a sturdy, muscular build and a handsome face framed by black-rimmed glasses, radiating an air of integrity. The other was roughly 1.72 meters tall, slightly frail in build, pale-faced, and clean-shaven. Though handsome, his expression carried an unmistakable sleaziness. These 2 were none other than Zheng Tai and Wang Xianwei, instructors from the training camp. The imposing, upright-looking man was Zheng Tai, possessing AA-level combat prowess and mastery of wind magic. The pale, beardless, unsavory-looking fellow was Wang Xianwei, also boasting AA-level combat prowess and expertise in lightning magic. Reporting. Upon seeing Zheng Tai and Wang Xianwei reporting for duty, Instructor Louis smiled and nodded. I trust you've both received the notification and understand the nature of this mission? Reporting, Instructor. We know. Hearing their simultaneous reply, Instructor Louis nodded with satisfaction. Since you both know the mission, I expect you to perform well this time. Don't embarrass me. Rest assured, Instructor. We will absolutely complete the mission. Good. Instructor Louis nodded with a smile and inquired, Have you packed everything? Reporting, Instructor, we're ready. Upon hearing this, Instructor Louis immediately ordered, Let's go. The moment the word depart left his lips, Chang Tianla and the others followed Instructor Louis at breakneck speed toward the location of the helicopter. Longshan Ancient Tomb. Located within the jurisdiction of JX City, the tomb lay thousands of miles from the secret training camp base. After 2 connecting flights, Chang Tianla and his team arrived safely in JX City, narrowly avoiding disaster. After arriving in JX City, they took a brief rest before commencing their mission. The Longshan ancient tomb lay hidden within vast, dense mountain forests.
This time, thanks to the assistance of the delicate female ghost Cheng Tianla had captured, pinpointing the tomb's exact location proved less challenging. After all, ghosts are beings of the Yin realm, highly sensitive to ancient tombs steeped in gloom and resentment. They located the tomb with remarkable ease. The reason the Longshan ancient tomb felt so eerily terrifying was that it was said to be the burial ground for the heroic souls who died in battle during the Warring States period. Just imagine each war claimed the lives of thousands upon thousands of people. Over the years, the sheer number of deaths would be terrifying indeed. With so many bodies buried here, the magnetic field of the area had shifted over time. It would be strange if ghosts didn't haunt such a place.
Traveling through the dense mountain forests was extremely dangerous.
The area teemed with snakes, insects, rodents, and vermin. One careless moment could lead to a bite from these creatures, each more venomous than the last.
A single sting could be truly perilous. Fortunately, Chang Tianla and his companions were no ordinary people.
With Zhao Ming's mastery of botanical abilities, he had already driven away all snakes, insects, and rodents from their vicinity, ensuring they remained completely undisturbed. The group of 8, plus the delicate female ghost, had been trekking for 2 hours. Though they hadn't encountered any immediate danger, the rugged mountain path had taken its toll. The steep, uneven terrain made every step an effort.
"I can't go on. Let me rest before continuing," Li Yi declared, plopping down on a clean rock and gasping for breath. Chang Tianla shot Li Yi a look, utterly speechless. "How far have we even gone that you're already complaining about being tired? You're way too weak. Look at Wang, who's even smaller and skinnier than you. He's fine.
And Mengke, the only woman in our team, isn't complaining either.
Aren't you embarrassed?"
Hearing this, Li Yi immediately protested, "Leader, don't compare me to them. They're both at least A rank combat strength.
How could I, a measly C rank, possibly match them in any way? I'm exhausted. I need a break." Chang Tianla considered Li Yi's words and admitted there was some truth to them.
He stroked his chin and grinned. "Alright then, we'll take a 10-minute break." He found a shady spot, pulled a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, and took a few gulps.
"Brother Lu."
Xia Tian took a sip of water and caught his breath before saying, "Ask your good partner how much further it is to the Longshan ancient tomb." Cheng Tianla immediately turned to the delicate female ghost, who was under the protection of his light-blocking talisman.
He smiled slightly and asked, "Xiaojia, could you help answer that question?" The ghost's name was Song Xiaojia, something she'd later shared with Cheng Tianla after they became acquainted.
She smiled at him briefly before turning to Xia Tian and replying, "No need to rush.
We should reach the Longshan ancient tomb in about 2 more hours. 2 more hours? Li Yi howled instantly. This damn mission is bull. It's killing me. What's there to be tired about?
Wang Xianwei, who was petite and stood near Li Yi, slapped him on the shoulder and grinned. "You're tired now, but once we get to the Longshan ancient tomb, it won't just be about being tired."
Not just tired? Li Yi asked, utterly baffled. Then what is it? Wang Xianwei chuckled, then instantly adopted a solemn expression.
"Evil spirits roam freely in the Longshan ancient tomb," he declared earnestly.
"By the time we arrive, it'll be afternoon. Deep in these dense mountains, sunlight never reaches us. That's when the evil spirits start moving. And us? After trekking all this way, malnourished and thirsty, we'll reach the tomb exhausted, starving, and terrified. Bro Wang, what's your deal?" Before Li Yi could respond, Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Is this supposed to boost morale? Or deliberately demoralize us? Is this how a teacher behaves? Can't you say something nice? Want to hear something nice?" Wang Xianwei laughed heartily. "Sure thing. No problem. I'll tell you something nice right now. Give it a rest." Cheng Tianla shot him a withering look. "I've seen through you. The only surprise would be if ivory came out of your mouth." "Hey!" Wang Xianwei narrowed his eyes and snapped at Cheng Tianla, "How dare you talk to me like that? Is that how you speak to your teacher? Watch your tone, or you'll end up friendless." Chapter 148, The Tomb's Gate. "Talking like this means I'll have no friends?" Cheng Tianla grinned at Wang Xianwei's words. "I think you're the one with no friends.
You're supposed to be a training camp instructor, yet you don't carry yourself like one at all.
You've no sense of duty either.
If you can't inspire us, that's one thing, but all you do is say discouraging things."
"Lulu," Wang Xianwei glared at Cheng Tianla with slight irritation. "Your mouth is getting sharper by the day. What do you mean my words are useless?
Every single thing I say is absolutely essential.
Give me a break." Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes, utterly speechless.
"Since you joined our team, Teacher Wang, you've barely uttered 20 words.
And out of those 20, which one was actually useful?" Wang Xianwei blinked, thinking it over. He realized he couldn't really think of anything useful.
Clearing his throat to hide his awkwardness, he adopted a serious tone. We've rested long enough.
Let's get moving. At this, Cheng Tianla immediately chuckled. Well, Professor Wang, you finally said something useful. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Led by the female ghost Song Xiaojia, Cheng Tianla and his group finally arrived at the legendary Dragon Mountain ancient tomb.
The moment they arrived, waves of chilling, eerie energy washed over them. Piercing, terrifying screams echoed from the distance, sending shivers down their spines.
Holy crap! Li Yi swallowed hard, glanced around, and said with a terrified expression, this place is freaking terrifying, right?
Not only is it eerie and scary, but there are even ghosts wailing.
This is seriously intense.
Cheng Tianla listened to Li Yi's words, glanced up at the sky, then stroked his chin and chuckled.
Thrilling? We're only just getting started. Let me tell you, once night truly falls, that's when the real thrill and heart-pounding excitement begin.
Boss, Zhao Ming said with a mournful expression, I'm not well read, so don't lie to me.
Will it really be heart-stoppingly terrifying at night?
Cheng Tianla glanced at Zhao Ming and chuckled. Actually, you don't even need to wait until nightfall for the heart-pounding thrills.
Ha!
Zhao Ming exclaimed in surprise.
How's that possible? Heart-stopping without nightfall? MHM. Cheng Tianla nodded with a smile.
Actually, countless bizarre-looking creatures have already gathered around us.
If I opened your third eyes, you could see them right now. No way.
Zhang Tai cleared his throat, sounding skeptical.
They're all out already? Then they'll be even more rampant at night. Looks like our job won't be so smooth.
It's far from just being difficult, Xia Tian said grimly.
It's downright impossible. And this is only during daylight.
If they're out now, imagine what happens at midnight when the yin energy is at its peak.
We might not even survive.
Don't worry. Though Cheng Tianla felt a twinge of fear inside, he didn't show it on his face.
He smiled reassuringly. The evil spirits may be fierce, but we're no pushovers. Look, we've been here for so long, surrounded by all kinds of terrifying creatures. But have you noticed?
Not a single one dares to come forward and attack us.
Yeah. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming immediately asked in confusion, Boss, what's going on here? Could it be they're afraid of us? Or is it because you, the great Taoist, are here, intimidating them?
Intimidate my ass, Cheng Tianla shot back, shooting Zhao Ming a look.
They wouldn't know I'm a Taoist unless I acted.
The reason they don't attack is simple, they can sense danger and know we're not to be messed with.
And how do they know?
Because our aura is powerful.
We've got supernatural energy coursing through our bodies.
If we were ordinary people, we'd have been torn to shreds by now.
Hearing Cheng Tianla's explanation, Zhao Ming instantly relaxed.
He patted his chest and swallowed hard.
So that's how it is. Now I can rest easy. As long as these creatures don't attack us, everything will be fine. Not attack us? Everything's fine?
Cheng Tianla stared at Zhao Ming as if he were an idiot.
Are you dreaming? Why would I be dreaming?
Zhao Ming looked at Cheng Tianla in confusion.
Didn't you just say, boss, that our powerful aura and supernatural energy make the surrounding evil spirits afraid to attack us? That's only relative, Cheng Tianla retorted with a scoff. We're only at the outer perimeter of the Longshan ancient tomb.
You know how it works, every place has its hierarchy. Out here, it's just low-level minions with little real power, so they fear us. But the deeper we go, the bigger the threats we'll face. If we run into something truly formidable, it won't just attack us, it could wipe out our entire team.
It can't be that bad, right?
Zhao Ming looked at Cheng Tianla with disbelief. Boss, are there really creatures that powerful in the Longshan ancient tomb?
I can't say for sure, Cheng Tianla replied, taking a deep breath. Let's just pray we don't run into one of those legendary beings.
If we do, we're in real trouble.
No worries, Li Yi chuckled. Boss, your Taoist arts are so powerful. Even if we encounter something terrifying, you can take it down. Cheng Tianla shot Li Yi a look and gave a wry smile. Don't overestimate my abilities.
While I'm well versed in Taoist arts, there are many spells I simply can't cast.
So? There's no but.
Before Cheng Tianla could finish, Li Yi cut him off. I trust the boss's strength.
You'll sweep through this ancient tomb. All right. Cheng Tianla shook his head with a smile.
Since you hold me in such high regard, I'll do my best not to disappoint you as your leader. Now, I'll place a spirit talisman on each of you. It will deter malevolent ghosts and vengeful spirits in the vicinity and can withstand one fierce attack from a vicious specter. As soon as Cheng Tianla finished speaking, he channeled his spiritual energy to weave golden threads, swiftly sketching the talisman patterns in the void. As the intricate designs materialized and merged into Xia Tian and the others' bodies, they immediately felt a wave of warmth wash over them, sealing out the chilling cold.
Impressive, truly impressive. Wang Xianwei stared at Cheng Tianla in astonishment.
The higher-ups said you understood Taoist arts, but I was a bit skeptical at first. Seeing you in action now, I must say, teacher is truly impressed. Cheng Tianla glanced at Wang Xianwei's slightly lecherous expression and waved his hand with a smile.
Just a trifling skill, nothing worthy of your admiration, teacher Wang. You're too modest. Wang Xianwei grinned. Little Lo, how did you draw that talisman just now? I didn't even see you move a finger. That? Would you even be able to learn it if I told you? Before Cheng Tianla could finish, Meng Ke glanced at Wang Xianwei and interjected, this is Taoist magic, not psychic ability. Don't assume that just because you're an AA grade psychic, you can master Taoist magic. This mysterious and profound art isn't something easily learned or understood. Wang Xianwei stared at Meng Ke, who was chattering away, and suddenly felt 3 thick black lines appear on his forehead. He'd merely asked Cheng Tianla how to draw the talisman, yet Meng Ke had launched into a lecture. It was utterly baffling. Seeing Wang Xianwei rendered speechless by Meng Ke's retort, Cheng Tianla grinned. He then turned to the female ghost, Song Xiaojia, and asked, how far are we from the entrance to the Longshan ancient tomb? The female ghost Song Xiaojia closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. She then opened them, pointed straight ahead, and said, the entrance to the Longshan ancient tomb is 100 meters ahead. Cheng Tianla nodded in agreement. Alright, lead the way. 100 meters was covered in an instant for Cheng Tianla and his companions. When they reached the entrance of the Longshan ancient tomb, their brows furrowed deeply at the sight before them. The area was in utter disarray, and the tomb entrance showed clear signs of having been excavated. This scene immediately conveyed a grim message to Cheng Tianla and his companions. Someone had already been to the Longshan ancient tomb, and those individuals were likely the fiends from the Five Fiends sect. If the Five Fiends sect's fiends had arrived at the Longshan ancient tomb before them, then things would be troublesome. If by any chance the Five Fiends sect's fiends had obtained that boundless, then things would truly be disastrous. Boss, Xia Tian frowned deeply, his expression grave as he asked, what should we do now? Cheng Tianla glanced at him, then turned to the 3 teachers and inquired, Teacher Meng, what do you suggest we do? Meng Ke frowned slightly. You're the expert here. I think you should take the lead. Exactly, Zheng Tai agreed. Specialization is key. You know more about these ghosts and spirits. We'll follow your lead completely for this operation. I'll follow your lead. Wang Xianwei responded with a smile. Seeing the 3 teachers directly following his lead, Cheng Tianla felt the pressure mounting. Though he understood Taoist arts, he'd never dug graves or raided tombs. What expertise did he have? This was truly creating trouble for him. Boss, Xia Tian looked at Cheng Tianla's furrowed brow and asked with concern, is this going to be difficult? Cheng Tianla nodded without hesitation. It is tricky. We can't confirm whether the intruder in the Longshan ancient tomb is a demonic cultivator from the Five Demons sect, nor can we be certain if the tomb's immense vengeful energy still lingers. That makes it difficult to proceed. I can confirm one thing, the female ghost Song Xiaojia said with a smile. The vengeful energy within the Longshan tomb remains. Really? Seeing Cheng Tianla's astonished expression, the female ghost Song Xiaojia giggled. Why would I lie to you? Who knows? Li Yi interjected. Xiaojia, how did you determine the resentment energy in the Longshan tomb is still present? Song Xiaojia shot Li Yi a look that said he was an idiot. I'm a ghost. I'm extremely sensitive too. All that immense is concentrated in the deepest part of the tomb. I can sense whether it's still there with just a slight perception. I see, Li Yi replied, completely unfazed by her expression. He smiled and continued, since you can sense the presence of resentment energy, I wonder if you could also sense whether there are any demonic practitioners from the Five Demons sect within the Longshan ancient tomb? I can't say for certain about demonic practitioners, the female ghost replied calmly. But I do sense several extremely powerful auras within. Chapter 149, A Figure. Extremely powerful auras? Li Yi's legs went weak at the words, his voice trembling. Sis, this isn't funny. One powerful aura is bad enough, but several? What does that even mean? Nothing special. The female ghost Song Xiaojia smiled faintly. This lady has no interest in playing games with you. I'm just telling it like it is. I mention this to give you a heads up, so you can be prepared. Thank you so much. Li Yi replied with a pained expression, then asked, Little Jia, how many terrifying beings are in there? Song Xiaojia pursed her lips and closed her eyes again. A full 10 seconds passed before she opened them, her expression grim. We're in big trouble. After carefully sensing the area, I detected at least 3 powerful and ferocious entities inside. 3? Jiaoren cursed immediately, damn it. Are they trying to kill us? So many powerful beings inside? What the hell are we supposed to do? Cheng Tianla glanced at Jiaoren and smiled faintly. What can we do? What else can we do? Of course we go in. Are you serious? Zhao Ming's face paled slightly. Boss, there are 3 terrifying and ferocious beings inside. Isn't it too dangerous for us to just walk in like that? We have to go in, no matter the danger. Cheng Tianla glanced at Zhao Ming. If we don't go in, and the Five Demon sect's demons get their hands on that massive, then we're in big trouble. But Li Yi's face also turned pale. But it's too dangerous in there. One wrong move and we could lose our lives. Relax, Cheng Tianla said, stroking his chin. No need for such worry.
The 3 creatures in the Longshan ancient tomb may be terrifying and ferocious, but don't forget the 5 sex demons are already inside.
With them clearing the way for us, what is there to fear?
That's easier said than done, Li Yi retorted, pursing his lips. This tomb is riddled with perils, and judging by the scale of things, who can guarantee there aren't other dangers lurking?
You little brat.
Chang Tianla glared at him, his voice dripping with irritation. Enough with the useless talk.
What exactly do you want? Li Yi grinned. Nothing, boss.
I just figured since the 5 sex demons are already scouting ahead, we might as well play the waiting game here.
That way, it's safe and hassle-free.
You sure know how to spin things to your advantage, Chang Tianla shot back, his gaze dripping with contempt.
Do you think the 5 sex demons are idiots? Once they've absorbed that massive, do you really believe they'll just retreat from here? Use your brain, will you? Don't make it sound so simple. Li Yi fell silent under Chang Tianla's scathing rebuke. He knew his idea was indeed naive and kept his mouth shut. Seeing Li Yi fall silent, Chang Tianla wasted no time. Now we're entering the Dragon Mountain ancient tomb, he declared. Stay right behind me. Whatever happens, don't panic.
These so-called ghosts are merely energy entities.
Don't let fear expose our weaknesses. Treat them as opponents with slightly unusual abilities.
Upon hearing this, Xia Tian and the others immediately responded in unison, understood.
After receiving their affirmation, Chang Tianla led the female ghost, Song Xiaojia, into the excavated tomb chamber first.
It must be said that the Longshan ancient tomb was indeed constructed on a grand and monumental scale. As Chang Tianla and his group delved deeper, they were utterly stunned by the sights before them.
Exquisite murals covered the tomb passages, while magnificent stone sculptures stood lifelike and awe-inspiring.
At this moment, Chang Tianla and his companions began to suspect that the Longshan ancient tomb was not an ancient battlefield at all. It was highly likely the mausoleum of some ancient monarch, otherwise, how could it possibly be so lavishly constructed? Brother Lu, Xia Tian whispered, his voice hushed, this tomb is built with such extravagance it's almost too unbelievable.
What on earth is going on here? Chang Tianla shook his head. I don't know either. Let's keep moving deeper to see what we find. Shoo! Before Chang Tianla could finish, the female ghost Song Xiaojia immediately signaled for silence.
She sensed a powerful aura sweeping toward them from the distance. Seeing Song Xiaojia's caution, Chang Tianla wasted no time. He swiftly traced a golden thread to form a spirit symbol pattern. The moment the pattern materialized, an overwhelming surge of supreme yang energy radiated from it, instantly intimidating the powerful aura rushing toward them. After a moment, the aura slowly retreated. Gone? The female ghost Song Xiaojia blinked her beautiful large eyes and said, a single talisman scared off that terrifying big thing? That's a bit unexpected. What do you know? Chang Tianla exhaled heavily. The talisman I just drew is specifically designed to counter evil spirits. I amplified its supremely virile and yang energy to its limit, that's why it scared off that terrifying creature. Didn't you see how exhausted I am? Really? Ghost girl Song Xiaojia looked skeptical. Why didn't I sense that supremely yang energy? The talisman. How come those guys like Xia Tian, who haven't opened their third eye, can see you? Even though you're a ghost now, under the talisman's effect, you're no different from an ordinary person. Impressive, truly impressive. The female ghost Song Xiaojia praised with a smile. Since Brother Li's talisman is so powerful, this humble maiden can rest easy. When we encounter those big beasts later, just use the talisman to finish them off. Chang Tianla rolled his eyes again at her words, exasperated. Sis, do you even know how much effort it takes to inscribe these talismans? Each one drains my spiritual energy and mental power. And they're not magic bullets against super aggressive demons, they're practically useless. Super fierce ones? The female ghost Song Xiaojia furrowed her delicate brows. How fierce exactly? What tier of combat power? Chang Tianla stroked his chin thoughtfully before replying, if it's beyond SS rank, my current Taoist arts won't be enough to handle it. Holy crap! Before Song Xiaojia could respond, Wang Xianwei blurted out, Xiao Le, your Taoist arts are that powerful? You can actually take down an S-tier demon? Are you trying to defy the heavens? Chang Tianla knew Wang Xianwei had misunderstood the moment he heard his words. He quickly explained, Brother Wang, you misinterpreted what I said earlier. I meant defeating an SS-tier demon, not an SS-tier psychic. Is there a difference between the two? Wang Xianwei looked utterly perplexed. Of course there is, Chang Tianla replied earnestly. And it's a huge difference. Taoist arts inherently counter the demonic path, while psychic abilities are entirely different. Though both possess SS-level power, Taoist arts can completely suppress the demonic path. So while my arts can destroy an SS-level demon, they're useless against an SS-level psychic. Wang Xianwei listened to Chang Tianla's explanation but still seemed skeptical. Really? The difference is that big? Would lying make me grow meat? Chang Tianla shook his head and smiled. Taoist arts and psychic abilities are two entirely different things. The difference is huge. The moment Chang Tianla finished speaking, his expression darkened. He had casually glanced forward and caught sight of a small figure darting past. Seeing a ghostly figure in this eerie, terrifying tomb didn't surprise or worry Chang Tianla at all. He'd encountered more than one malevolent spirit before. But the tiny figure he just glimpsed deeply unsettled him. It was distinctly unusual, covered entirely in a layer of green fur. What astonished Chang Tianla most was that the figure emitted life energy fluctuations. Ghosts were energy entities while they emitted fluctuations, those were purely energy-based. Yet the faint figure Chang Tianla had seen radiated life energy. Outside this tomb, such a sight wouldn't have fazed him. Streets were filled with children, and even one covered in green fur might simply be wearing a costume. But here, in a tomb? How could a child covered in green fur possibly exist? Boss. Xia Tian noticed something was off with Chang Tianla and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Chang Tianla snapped out of his reverie at the question. Not wanting to alarm Xia Tian and the others, he cleared his throat and put on a nonchalant expression. "Nothing," he said with a smile. "Just lost in thought for a moment." Summer observed Chang Tianla's relaxed expression and instantly furrowed his brow. Though Chang Tianla hid it well, Summer detected something off. He lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, did you spot something?" Chang Tianla understood the moment he met Xia Tian's gaze he'd been spotted. He gave a slight nod and said, "Everyone, stay alert. We're deep inside the ancient tomb now. Danger could strike at any moment. We need to be on high alert. With the boss here, what have we to fear?" "Exactly. Our boss is a master of ancient arts and possesses extraordinary abilities. Unless some SSS tier powerhouse appears in this tomb, he'll sweep through it effortlessly. Go boss. You're the man." Listening to Zhao Ming and the others, Chang Tianla felt utterly speechless and the pressure was crushing. It was safe to say he had become their pillar of strength. Everything revolved around him. As they say, with great power comes great responsibility. Being the leader of this group wasn't as easy as it seemed. "Don't think of me as some kind of superhuman," Chang Tianla shook his head with a wry smile. "Don't you know that the higher the expectations, the greater the potential disappointment? So don't set your hopes too high for your leader, or you'll end up with your head split open." "No way," Jia Ren said with an expression of pure admiration. "The boss's skills are absolutely top-notch. There's no way he'll let us down." "Exactly." Zhao Ming chimed in. "From the very beginning until now, you've never let us down. This mission might be tough and dangerous, but we still believe in your abilities." The female ghost, Song Xiaojia, listened as Zhao Ren and Zhao Ming fawned over Chang Tianla. She snorted, about to give them a hard time, when suddenly a thick, pungent smell of blood wafted into her nostrils from the distance. Chapter 150, The Car Accident Scene. That smell of blood is incredibly strong. Song Xiaojia's expression darkened instantly. "Something's up ahead," she said gravely. "Everyone stay alert. I'll go check it out." With that, she vanished before Chang Tianla and the others in a flash. "Why is that little minx so eager?" Li Yi looked at Chang Tianla with puzzlement. "Boss, did you promise her something? What do you think?" Chang Tianla shot Li Yi a look. "I promised her that if she helps us complete this mission, I'll perform a ritual to guide her soul to a good family in her next life." "Reincarnation?" Li Yi's eyes widened at Chang Tianla's words, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a goose egg. "Boss, are you serious? You can actually perform rituals to send spirits into reincarnation? That's crazy." Chang Tianla observed Li Yi's expression of astonishment and disbelief, then smiled faintly. "You don't trust me, boss? Or do you doubt reincarnation itself?" "Of course I believe you, boss," Li Yi swallowed hard. "But reincarnation? I'm not so sure about that." "Why not?" Chang Tianla asked with a grin. "A month ago, if I told you ghosts existed, would you have believed me? You'd have said no. But now? You've seen more than one or two. So many things you thought impossible or unbelievable, they might very well be real." After listening to Chang Tianla, Li Yi fell silent for a few seconds before speaking up. "Looks like all those legends aren't just baseless rumors. So behind all the tales and stories, there are hidden secrets no one knows about." Seeing Li Yi's thoughtful expression, Chang Tianla couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Well said, but legends and stories do have their pitfalls. So while you shouldn't dismiss them entirely, you can't take them at face value either." Li Yi nodded, then looked ahead and muttered, "Xiao Judge's been gone so long. Why hasn't she come back yet? Could something have happened to her? You're worried about her?" Xia Tian glanced at Li Yi. "This place is practically her turf. You don't need to fret about her safety. Even if all of us were to get wiped out, she'd probably be just fine." "That's not." "What do you mean?" Before Li Yi could finish, a blue light appeared before them, revealing the female ghost Song Xiaojia. She glanced at Li Yi first, then glared at Xia Tian and snapped, "This isn't my turf. Terrifying creatures keep popping up one after another. I can't even stand firm here." "Seriously?" Li Yi exclaimed. "Xiaojia, did you discover something else up ahead?" "You guessed right." Song Xiaojia's face darkened. "Want to know what I saw up ahead?"
Everyone stared at the ghostly woman's mysterious and unsettling expression, then asked in unison, "What? Corpses?" The female ghost, Song Xiaojia, spoke slowly and deliberately. The ground was littered with corpses, at least a dozen of them. Chang Tianla grinned instantly, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites.
Stroking his chin, he remarked, "Excellent.
Absolutely excellent. This Longshan ancient tomb truly is no place for the faint of heart.
The malevolent spirits within are indeed ruthless beyond measure, capable of slaughtering so many people." Summer listened to Cheng Tianla's words, his forehead creased with disbelief. He said helplessly, "Brother Lu, the ghosts in this tomb are so fierce. Why are you saying it's good? Aren't you afraid they'll get us?" "Whether they get us or not is another matter," Cheng Tianla chuckled. "The more powerful the evil spirits in this tomb, the greater the losses for the 5 demon sect's demons. The heavier their losses, the less likely they are to obtain that immense. That way, our mission will be completed with ease." "Exactly." Zhao Ming laughed heartily. "The boss makes perfect sense. Reason my ass," the female ghost Song Xiaojia cut in without mercy. "Your little scheme is clever enough, but you've underestimated the 5 demon sect's strength. Though they left a trail of corpses behind, they managed to break through. Right now, they're probably already nearing that place brimming with." "No way." Chang Tianla's expression darkened. "How many members did the 5 demon sect bring? How could they break through the main tomb after leaving so many corpses behind?" The female ghost Song Xiaojia glanced at Cheng Tianla and replied without hesitation, "I've already investigated. Excluding the dozen or so who perished, at least 5 others broke through into the main tomb." Hearing that 5 had breached the main tomb, everyone's expressions darkened. The 5 demon sect must have spared no expense for that immense. The ones sent were undoubtedly the elite of the elite. Only the most skilled could storm the main tomb unscathed. Chang Tianla. Menka's face paled as he asked, "What should we do now? What choice do we have?" Chang Tianla gritted his teeth. "We have no retreat. We must rush in now. If those 5 demon hall fiends succeed, we won't be able to stop them. We might not even catch a glimpse of them. It can't be that bad, can it?" Zhao Ming said, sounding skeptical. "Why wouldn't it be?" Zhang Tai's expression darkened. "The 5 demon sect's demons are ruthless and have no scruples. If they succeed, they'll storm out with brutal force, not caring if they destroy this ancient tomb." "You're absolutely right," Cheng Tianla agreed wholeheartedly with Zhang Tai. "That's precisely why we must rush in immediately to stop and disrupt the 5 demon sect's demons from harvesting that." "Then what are we waiting for?" Jia Rensheng bellowed like a bell. "Let's charge now. If we delay any longer, it might be too late." With that, he took a step forward, ready to rush ahead. Cheng Tianla grabbed him by the arm, glaring at him impatiently. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know this place is fraught with danger? Leading the charge isn't your job. You're covering our rear." With that, he strode forward at a brisk pace. Cheng Tianla and the female ghost Song Xiaojia led the way. The group advanced with extreme caution and vigilance, knowing that a ferocious creature lay in wait not far ahead. Minutes later, an overwhelming stench of blood drifted into Cheng Tianla and the others' nostrils. Instantly, everyone's brows furrowed. They knew the site where the 5 demon sect had suffered heavy losses lay just ahead. Holy crap! When Cheng Tianla and the others reached the place littered with corpses, Zhao Ming's eyes widened in shock. "This is a million times more terrifying than a car crash scene." Zhao Ming was absolutely right. This place was infinitely more horrifying than any car crash scene. Not a single corpse remained intact. Every body was mangled beyond recognition. Arms, legs, heads, and various human organs were scattered everywhere. The colorful intestines strewn about made one's scalp crawl and stomach churn. Strange. Cheng Tianla stared at the corpses strewn across the ground, his brow furrowed deeply. He stroked his chin and remarked, "Several of these people aren't disciples of the 5 demon sect." "Not disciples of the 5 demon sect?" Zhang Tai exclaimed in surprise. "How could they not be disciples of the 5 demon sect? And how did you determine that?" Cheng Tianla glanced at Zhang Tai. "My ability is quite unique. I can easily discern an enemy's aura. Members of the same organization carry identical auras. But among these bodies, 2 distinct auras exist. That alone tells me 2 factions were involved." "2 factions?" Wang Xianwei's expression darkened. "Looks like the 5 demon sect isn't the only group eyeing the Dragon Mountain tomb. Could their deaths be the result of a clash between these 2 factions?" "No," the female ghost Song Xiaojia stated with certainty. "They weren't killed in a clash. They were slain by the terrifying entity within the tomb. And though they weren't part of the same organization, they shared a common goal. I observed their seamless coordination during combat. That alone proves they knew each other. Their attire is quite distinctive." Li Yi picked up a relatively intact piece of clothing and examined it closely. "It looks remarkably like the garments worn by ninjas from the island nation." Zhao Ming took it and examined it closely before nodding. "It is quite similar." "What do you mean very similar?" Ghost girl Song Xiaojia rolled her ghostly eyes. "They are exactly that.
Chang Tianla, hearing Song Xiezhe's words, immediately asked with curiosity, how can you be so sure it's Japanese ninja? The female ghost Song Xiezhe shot him a look that said he was an idiot. Don't tell me you don't know the Japanese ninjas are colluding with the Five Demons Hall. If you dare say you don't know, this lady will despise you for 100 years. Chang Tianla swallowed hard, grinned sheepishly, then nodded earnestly. I genuinely didn't know the Five Demon sect was colluding with the island nation's ninjas. Fine, the female ghost Song Xiezhe said, utterly speechless. Since you're a new member of the Crimson Dragon X team, I won't look down on you this time. But if you dare say you don't know next time, I'll genuinely despise you for 100 years. Got it. Chang Tianla grinned, then glanced again at the corpses littering the floor. He pursed his lips. How did these guys even die? What kind of terrifying thing lurks in this ancient tomb, capable of such cruel and vicious methods? This doesn't look like the work of vengeful ghosts or vengeful spirits. If not ghosts, then what? Zhao Ming asked fearfully. Could there be other demons or monsters lurking in this tomb? Chang Tianla shot Zhao Ming a look of utter contempt at his terrified expression. Look at you, such a wimp. What's there to be scared of? We're a group of people together. Even if the demons lurking in the shadows are powerful, they can't do anything to us. Leader, that sounds way too fake, Zhao Ming scoffed with a smirk. So many Five Demon sect cultists and island ninjas died here. You can imagine how formidable that hidden entity is. Better to be cautious. We should figure out what the hell this lurking thing is first. That's essential. Chang Tianla nodded, then turned to the female ghost Song Xiaojia and asked, do you know what killed them? The female ghost Song Xiaojia shook her head. I honestly don't know. By the time I arrived, they'd already been dismembered, and the killer had vanished without a trace. Good riddance. Li Yi's eyes darted around nervously as he said fearfully, the farther away it is, the better. Hopefully that ferocious thing went after the Five Demon sect's demons and the island nation's ninjas instead. Chapter 151, The Green-Haired Zombie. Chang Tianla heard Li Yi's words and immediately shook his head with a smile. Fourth brother, you're overthinking it. The survivors from the Five Demon sect and the Japanese ninjas are all tough nuts to crack. Do you think that terrifying creature is a fool? It wouldn't be foolish enough to chase after the Five Demon sect's demons or the island nation's ninjas. It's more likely lurking in the shadows, perhaps already watching us. It's just waiting for us to let our guard down before striking with a fatal blow. Boss, Li Yi said with a look of utter misery, could you please stop scaring me? My calves are already cramping up. If you keep this up, I. What? Chang Tianla grinned. You think you can run back? Lu, enough already, Xia Tian said, exasperated. Fourth brother's already a scaredy cat. Don't scare him more. If something happens to him, it'll only delay us. The situation's urgent, we need to get out of here fast. Exactly. Meng Ke pinched his nose. The stench of rotting flesh is unbearable. Let's get out of here fast. If we stay any longer, I'm gonna throw up. All right. Chang Tianla nodded in agreement, then released the golden threads to form a massive defensive light net, securely shielding everyone. Here, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment, for he keenly sensed a dangerous aura drawing near. As they crossed the rotting flesh zone and finally breathed a sigh of relief, a piercing scream suddenly echoed overhead. Instantly, a cloud of bloody sludge plummeted from the sky, startling Chang Tianla and the others. At that very moment, Zheng Tai swiftly channeled his psychic energy, violently repelling the descending sludge before it could drench them. What the hell was that? Li Yi exclaimed, his face twisted with terror. What just attacked us? Squeak! Before Li Yi could finish, another piercing scream echoed overhead, followed by another shower of bloody mud. Zheng Tai repelled it once more. Looking up, he felt a chill run down his spine. Perched atop the tomb, creatures the size of small dogs glared at them with vicious intent. Holy! Jia Ren looked up and exclaimed, what the hell are those things? Bloodthirsty bats. Wang Xianwei's face darkened as he said, I never imagined we'd find such terrifying creatures here. We're in big trouble now. Trouble? There's nothing to worry about. Chang Tianla snorted coldly, a faint smirk crossing his face. Though these bloodthirsty bats were formidable, they were nothing to him. His golden threads were the most ruthless weapon for group attacks and slaughter. He feared these creatures not at all. Whoosh! Golden threads shot out with blinding speed and pinpoint accuracy, striking one massive bloodthirsty bat after another. In mere moments, all 20+ bloodthirsty bats on the tomb roof were completely annihilated. Such swift disposal of these terrifying bloodthirsty bats utterly astonished his three teachers, Meng Ke, Zheng Tai, and Wang Xianwei. They never imagined Chang Tianla would handle them so effortlessly. They had braced for a grueling battle, yet this outcome completely defied their expectations. What just happened? Wang Xianwei stared at Chang Tianla with wide eyes, his face etched with disbelief. That's it? Those were terrifying bloodthirsty bats. Chang Tianla grinned at Wang Xianwei's astonished expression, rubbing his chin. Ghosts? I can handle those with ease. These flesh and blood bloodthirsty bats? Child's play for us psychics. Give me a break, Wang Xianwei scoffed. Those bloodthirsty bats pack C-level combat power. Ordinary people would die instantly if they encountered them. Even psychics wouldn't kill them that easily. My boss is a powerhouse, Jiaoren roared with laughter. His abilities are the most formidable I've ever seen. He single-handedly wiped out an A-class threat with ease. Dealing with these C-class beasts? That's a piece of cake, pure joy. Enough with the flattery. Mangku gagged slightly. We just escaped one crash scene only to land in another. This is beyond ridiculous. Who knows how many more accidents we'll stumble into tonight? Not many more, the female ghost Song Xiaojia murmured with a faint smile. We're less than 500 meters from the main tomb chamber. Barring any unforeseen complications, we should reach it soon. Let's hope so.
The moment Mangku finished speaking, a tiny figure appeared in her field of vision. The sudden sight startled the female ghost Song Xiaojia so much she instantly retreated to Cheng Tianla's side. Her voice trembling, she stammered, "Brother Lo, we're in big trouble." Cheng Tianla stared at the tiny figure before him, swallowing hard instinctively. His expression grew grave as he said, "I know. This is no ordinary creature. Covered in green fur, and it even has life fluctuations. What on earth is this thing? Brother Lo, you can capture ghosts with Taoist magic. Do you have any spells that can counter zombies?" Song Xiaojia asked anxiously. "If you can't subdue it, then leaving here safely today is probably out of the question."
A zombie? Chang Tianla frowned. You're saying this little green-furred runt is a zombie? That's right. The female ghost Song Xiaojia nodded. And it's a highly skilled zombie. Have you ever heard of zombie ranks, Brother Lu? Chang Tianla shook his head. I'm afraid I don't know about that.
The female ghost Song Xiaojia immediately explained rapidly, zombies are divided into 8 ranks: white zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, purple zombie, flying zombie, wandering corpse, buried corpse, and undecayed skeleton. They're further categorized into 6 types based on energy level, distinguished by eye color and body hair. From highest to lowest: purple, black, blue, red, green, white. After hearing Song Xiaojia's explanation, Cheng Tianla glanced at the short, green-haired creature ahead and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This one's only a second-tier green hair zombie.
Bro, do you even know what you're talking about?
Song Xiaojia, the female ghost, replied with an exasperated expression, zombies' copper heads and iron arms can't be categorized by ability tier. A white-haired zombie could easily wipe out several B-tier combatants, and this green-haired one is terrifying enough to make your blood run cold. If you don't have the Taoist arts to counter it, we should leave now while it hasn't shown any intent to attack.
Once it moves, you won't be able to walk away. Is it really that formidable? Jia Ren retorted skeptically. I've studied zombies. Sure, they're incredibly fierce, but they rely solely on brute strength and physical prowess. Physical prowess and brute force? Song Xiaojia, the female ghost, rolled her eyes.
A zombie's body is harder than steel, and its strength is beyond your imagination.
A single punch from it could absolutely pulverize an ordinary person.
I could smash an ordinary person to bits with one punch too, Jia Ren retorted dismissively.
Zombies are nothing but big brutes with tough bodies. Once I transform, I'll knock it flat on its ass. If you're not afraid of dying, then go ahead and try, the female ghost Song Xiaojia snorted. If you can kill it, that would be a real miracle. Then I'll kill it for you to see.
Jia Ren roared, his body bursting with golden light. Instantly towering, he stepped out of the golden web. Seeing Jia Ren charge forward, Xia Tian slapped Cheng Tianla on the shoulder and exclaimed urgently, "Boss, why didn't you stop him?
That's a zombie up ahead. What if? Don't worry." Cheng Tianla reassured him, Old 5 will be fine.
Just like he said, this zombie is only physically robust and tough, with a bit more strength. Old 5's iron arms and copper head should handle it.
If he can't manage, I'll step in to help. Seeing Cheng Tianla's unconcerned expression, Xia Tian knew nothing dangerous would happen.
Even if Jia Ren couldn't defeat the green-haired zombie, he wouldn't lose his life over it.
Boss, look. Zhao Ming shouted.
Fifth brother is fighting that short, green-haired guy. Cheng Tianla immediately scanned the battlefield. Jia Ren's towering frame radiated a golden glow, exuding raw power. Each time his iron fists collided with the green-haired zombie, a metallic clang echoed.
How's it going, number 5? Cheng Tianla grinned at Jia Ren. If you can't handle it, I'll lend a hand.
Jia Ren, still locked in fierce combat, gritted his teeth and growled, no need for the boss's help. This green-haired runt may be incredibly tough, but my special ability has been enhanced by Masterly, killing him is just a matter of time.
Let me exchange a few more blows with it. With that, he roared and launched an incredibly fierce attack.
Old 5's ability is seriously impressive. Zhao Ming marveled. Look at those bulging, metal-like muscles all over his body, that's absolutely insane.
How many moves do you think it'll take Old 5 to take down this green-haired runt? Li Yi asked, his expression relaxed. Wang Xianwei glanced at Li Yi and replied, I'd say within 10 moves. Upon hearing Wang Xianwei's words, the female ghost Song Xiaojia rolled her eyes dramatically and said, utterly speechless, bro, are you kidding me?
That's a green-haired zombie we're facing. Don't let its small size fool you, it's over 100 years old. Even though Jia Ren's special ability can match it, thinking you can take down this green-haired zombie in 10 moves is nothing short of a pipe dream. Boom! No sooner had the female ghost Song Xiaojia finished speaking than a thunderous crash erupted from the battlefield. The green-haired zombie was struck squarely in the head by Jia Ren's ironclad fist, sending it flying sideways to slam hard against the tomb wall. The impact left a deep, human-shaped indentation, and the zombie remained embedded there, utterly motionless. No way! Ghost girl Song Xiaojia stared at the bizarre scene before her, stammering, "When did this green-haired zombie get so weak?" Cheng Tianla observed the female ghost Song Xiaojia's astonished expression, then stroked his chin with a smirk. "It's not that the green-haired runt is weak, it's that my brother is too strong." Song Xiaojia shot Cheng Tianla a skeptical look. "Your brother is powerful, but he's still only a CCC-level combatant. How could he defeat that green-haired zombie so effortlessly?" Chapter 152, Soul-Devouring Spectre. Cheng Tianla glanced at the female ghost Song Xiaojia and smiled faintly. "As they say, every creature has its natural predator. Perhaps my brother Jia Ren's special ability was specifically effective against that green-haired runt, which is why he dispatched him with such ease." Boss. Jia Ren, now restored to his normal form, walked over and laughed heartily. "How about that? Wasn't that final punch of mine just spectacular?" Cheng Tianla gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome. Absolutely awesome. That final punch was just perfect. That was seriously badass. From now on, when we face enemies, we knock them out with one punch. Let them know what a master is, what a badass member of the Crimson Dragon X team is." "Enough bragging." Zhang Tai glanced at Cheng Tianla and Jia Ren, his voice tinged with urgency. "That green-haired runt wasted too much of our time. We need to move fast. If those 5 demon sect bastards get their hands on that massive Sorsov, we'll probably never see them again." "MHM." Cheng Tianla responded, then swiftly reactivated the golden thread defensive net. Protecting the group, he charged toward the main burial chamber at breakneck speed. But barely 100 meters in, a humanoid figure radiating eerie green light suddenly blocked their path. A powerful, terrifying aura instantly engulfed the area, completely sealing off their escape route. "Boss." Li Yi's voice trembled as he asked, "What the hell is this thing? Does it look like we're in for an easy time?" "Of course it's not easy," Cheng Tianla replied gravely. "If I'm not mistaken, this thing seems to be the legendary, utterly evil soul-devouring yin spirit." "Soul-devouring spectre?" Xia Tian asked in confusion. "What is that? Is it really that powerful?" Cheng Tianla nodded. "Yes, incredibly powerful and utterly evil. Not only can it devour the souls of the living, but it also feeds on the spirits of vengeful ghosts and malevolent entities to strengthen itself." "Holy crap!" Zhao Ming exclaimed in shock. "No way! It's that twisted? Can you handle it, boss?" "Shouldn't be a problem." At this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, though they all shot him looks of utter contempt. Mengku, particularly annoyed, snapped, "Cheng Tianla, you did this on purpose, didn't you? If you could handle it, why didn't you say so earlier? We've been worrying and freaking out for nothing all this time." Cheng Tianla grinned widely. "It is a soul-devouring yin spirit, after all. I had to highlight its formidable nature, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be giving me face." "Giving it face by scaring us to death?" Mengku narrowed his eyes warningly. "If you pull this stunt again, don't blame me for being harsh." "Got it, no problem." Cheng Tianla grinned. "If we run into any more weird stuff like that, if I don't run, it means it's safe. But if I say nothing and just turn and leave, then you're on your own. If you dare ditch us and run off, kid," Zhang Tai said with a sinister grin, "I'll make you learn how to spell regret. Cheng Tianla swallowed hard at Zhang Tai's words and his chilling grin, then grinned back. "Hey, Zhang Tai, I was just joking. No need to take it so seriously. How could I ever abandon you? That's more like it." Zhang Tai nodded with a smile. "Alright, stop dawdling. Get that guy across the way dead or gone." "Got it." With that, Cheng Tianla immediately channeled his spiritual energy, releasing a golden thread that silently extended behind the soul-devouring yin spirit. In a flash, he sketched a spiritual symbol pattern upon its form. The moment the pattern was complete, he struck it against the soul-devouring specter's spirit body. As the talisman entered, its supremely potent, supremely yang energy began to take effect, violently tearing apart the specter's essence. Roar! A piercing, agonized howl erupted from the soul-devouring specter's mouth. Clearly, the talisman's supremely virile and yang energy had inflicted severe damage. Following its furious roar, it immediately began channeling its ghostly power, desperately resisting the talisman's force. Seeing the soul-devouring specter desperately resisting the talisman's power, Zhao Ming couldn't help but voice his concern. "Boss, this thing seems incredibly powerful. Your single talisman won't be enough to destroy it. If one isn't enough, then I'll just cast a few more." As soon as Chang Tianla finished speaking, he immediately stirred his spiritual energy, releasing several golden threads that began to trace the patterns of spirit talismans in the void once more. The soul-devouring in spirit, seeing Chang Tianla about to inscribe more talisman patterns, roared furiously. Its body, radiating an eerie green glow, trembled violently. Its powerful aura surged, growing several times stronger than before. In the next instant, it charged recklessly toward Chang Tianla and his companions, clearly intent on eliminating them before Chang could complete the talisman patterns. Spotting the charging soul-devouring specter, Chang Tianla jumped in fright, cursing irritably, "Damn it! You bastard! That's not fair! Wait till I finish drawing the talisman before you attack." Summer and the others rolled their eyes and grimaced at Chang Tianla's words. This was a life-or-death struggle against a soulless, inhuman soul-devouring specter. If it gave him time to draw a talisman, that would be a miracle. Roar! Hearing the soul-devouring specter's furious roar and seeing its charging form, Chang Tianla grew anxious. After all, he'd never fought such a creature before, no experience whatsoever. He had no idea if his golden thread defensive net could hold against it. If it could, everything would be fine. If not, well, that would be truly unlucky. The situation was critical. Chang Tianla dared not take any chances. He urgently shouted, "Zheng Tai, Xia Tian. You two, use your lightning abilities to attack it immediately. Hopefully, you can buy me some time." Zheng Tai and Xia Tian wasted no time upon hearing Chang Tianla's command, unleashing their supernatural lightning powers immediately. Both were masters of thunder, and Xia Tian's dragon-shaped lightning was exceptionally potent. With a dragon's roar, the thunderbolt shot forth from his body. It must be said that lightning power was the absolute nemesis of ghostly entities like Yin spirits. When the dragon-shaped lightning in Zheng Tai's thunderbolt struck the soul-devouring Yin spirit's ethereal form, it was instantly hurled sideways. It landed on the ground, rolling incessantly, its entire spirit body rapidly destabilizing, showing signs of imminent collapse. "Keep going! Keep going! Don't stop for anything!" Chang Tianla exclaimed with a delighted expression. Thunder and lightning are the natural enemies of dark spirits and evil ghosts. This is your moment to shine. Keep pounding it relentlessly for me, young master. Don't let it get back up. Zheng Tai and Xia Tian wasted no time upon hearing Chang Tianla's command, unleashing their most ferocious barrage. Lightning bolts struck the soul-devouring spirit's form relentlessly, as if they were free. Within 3 breaths, over a dozen bolts had struck, leaving the spirit utterly defenseless. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the soul-devouring spirit's maw. Its previously unstable form suddenly stabilized with that furious cry, clearly signaling the unleashing of some forbidden, powerful technique for a final, desperate, life-or-death gambit. Bad news. Zhao Ming instantly recognized the soul-devouring specter's intent to fight to the death and immediately shouted urgently, "Boss, it's trying to take us down with it." Chang Tianla was well aware of the soul-devouring spirit's intent. With a cold, mocking smile, he retorted, "Not every enemy can take us down with them." As he spoke, 5 dazzlingly luminous spirit talisman patterns instantly flickered into existence within the void. The moment these 5 patterns appeared, an overwhelming aura of supreme yang energy filled the entire tomb passage. It instantly overwhelmed the soul-devouring Yin spirit, which had just stabilized its form. Terrified, it let out a frenzied roar, desperate to break free and flee. Yet Chang Tianla gave it no chance. With a flick of his spiritual energy, the 5 talismans shot into the soul-devouring Yin spirit like lightning. As these 5 talismans, imbued with supremely virile and yang energy, entered the soul-devouring specter, they instantly shattered its already unstable spirit body. With one final, terrified roar, the entire specter dissolved into a scattering of green starlight, vanishing from the tomb passage. Huff! Chang Tianla exhaled deeply, wiping sweat from his forehead. That was close. Without your 2 helping out, we'd have been in real danger just now. We could have wiped out the entire team. Upon hearing this, Summer's expression darkened, but he forced a smile. Wiped out? Impossible. Our team's lineup is too strong. If we got wiped by some puny soul-devouring specter, it'd be a laughingstock if word got out. You want word to get out? Song Xiaojia, the female ghost, shot Xia Tian a withering look. If we wiped out the team, there wouldn't be a single survivor left. How exactly would that get out? Xia Tian. Seeing Xia Tianla at a loss for words, Chang Tianla cleared his throat and interjected, "Hey, Xiaojia, how far are we from the main tomb chamber? Can't you estimate it yourself?" The female ghost Song Xiaojia glared at Chang Tianla. "With your powerful abilities, you can't figure out this distance?" Chang Tianla immediately frowned. He noticed Song Xiaojia seemed as if she'd swallowed gunpowder. Why was she snapping at everyone? That wasn't like her. He scrutinized her carefully but couldn't detect anything unusual, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. Zheng Tai noticed Chang Tianla staring intently at the female ghost Song Xiaojia and immediately sensed something was off. Without pointing it out directly, he cleared his throat softly and said, "Everyone, let's not argue over these minor details. We need to hurry to the main tomb to stop and disrupt the 5 demon sex demons from harvesting the source of resentment."
Stop what? Before Zhang Tai could finish, the female ghost Song Xiaojia snapped back, her voice dripping with irritation. Do you really think you lot can stop the 5 demon sect and those island ninjas? Let me tell you, going there is suicide. If you know what's good for you, turn back now. Don't linger here and throw your lives away for nothing. What's going on? Li looked at the ghostly woman Song Xiaojia, whose temper had turned unusually fiery, and said puzzledly, Boss, what's gotten into Xiaojia? She seems really off. Kid, if you dare call me Xiaojia again, you'll see if this lady tears you limb from limb. Has this girl lost her mind? Jia Ren's voice boomed like a bell. Boss, you gotta see this. She's like a completely different ghost from before. Cheng Tianla watched the female ghost Song Xiaojia, whose temper was growing increasingly foul, his expression darkening to the extreme. He knew something was seriously wrong with Song Xiaojia, something very, very wrong. Chapter 153, Triggering the Trap. Hearing Jia Ren's words, Song Xiaojia's expression instantly darkened to the extreme. A terrifying glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She took a step forward, charging straight at Jia Ren. Her hand shot up, the once normal hand suddenly transformed into razor-sharp ghostly claws, striking toward Jia Ren's head with blinding speed. This sudden transformation stunned everyone present, leaving them utterly unprepared. Jia Ren was particularly taken aback. He never expected the female ghost Song Xiaojia to attack him so viciously. As the crisis closed in, with Song Xiaojia's razor-sharp ghostly hands poised to strike Jia Ren's head, Cheng Tianla reacted instantly. His psychic energy surged, sending a golden thread shooting forth. It instantly wrapped around Jia Ren, pulling him back a step. Don't underestimate that simple step. That single step saved Jia Ren's life. Holy crap, has this ghost gone mad? Having narrowly escaped death, Jia Ren roared furiously, instantly activating his iron fist ability. His body rapidly swelled as he swung a punch directly at the female ghost, Song Xiaojia. The female ghost Song Xiaojia, seeing Jia Ren attack, grinned. With a flick of her form, she vanished. When she reappeared, she was already behind Jia Ren, landing a palm strike squarely on his back. Boom! A thunderous impact sent Jia Ren staggering, barely avoiding a fall. This was only because he had transformed. Had he not, that single strike would have gravely wounded him. Cheng Tianla saw Jia Ren get slapped and immediately pulled him toward himself with golden threads. He stared warily at the female ghost Song Xiaojia and declared, You're not Song Xiaojia. The female ghost Song Xiaojia chuckled upon hearing this. The sound was so piercing it sent a shiver through Cheng Tianla and the others, momentarily disorienting them. Who says I'm not Song Xiaojia? The female ghost Song Xiaojia fixed Cheng Tianla with a cold, glinting gaze. If I'm not Song Xiaojia, then who am I? I don't know who you are, Cheng Tianla replied, his eyes flashing with sharpness. But I know you're not Song Xiaojia right now. So what if I am or am not Song Xiaojia? The ghostly woman grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. If you heed my advice today, everything can be settled peacefully. But if you refuse to listen to this lady, then you'll all leave your lives behind here. Big talk, Cheng Tianla sneered coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you can kill us? I'm only holding back for Song Xiaojia's safety. If not for her, I could wipe you out with a flick of my wrist. Go ahead then, the female ghost Song Xiaojia chuckled. If you don't want Song Xiaojia to be reincarnated, then strike away. I won't fight back. Damned bastard. Xia Tian roared. What the hell are you? Get out of Song Xiaojia's spirit body this instant. At Xia Tian's words, an eerie green light flashed in the female ghost Song Xiaojia's eyes. Without another word, she flickered forward and lunged at Xia Tian. Seeing this creature actually dare to attack him, Xia Tian didn't hesitate. He unleashed a bolt of lightning energy, striking the female ghost Song Xiaojia's body directly. She was sent flying backward, a shrill, agonized scream erupting from her mouth. Xia Tian, you bastard. That was way too harsh. If you damage this lady's spirit body, I won't let you off the hook once I'm free. What's going on? Summer glanced at the female ghost Song Xiaojia in astonishment, then turned to Cheng Tianla and asked, Boss, who was that voice just now? That was the real Song Xiaojia. Cheng Tianla's face darkened as he said, I never imagined Song Xiaojia, even as a spirit form, could be controlled by something even more evil. This is truly beyond my expectations. You'll encounter far more surprises than you can imagine. At that moment, the malevolent entity controlling Song Xiaojia's body spoke with a sinister chuckle. The further you venture forward, the more unexpected events you'll face and the closer you'll come to death. So heed my advice, leave this place immediately. You're quite the sweet talker, Cheng Tianla replied coldly. Too bad your words hide ulterior motives. You call this hidden malice? The possessed female ghost, Song Xiaojia, sneered coldly. If I truly harbored such intentions, I'd be encouraging you to venture deeper. Once inside, you'd be dead as a doornail. Cut the crap. Cheng Tianla eyed the female ghost Song Xiaojia with contempt, as if she were an idiot. You're trying every trick to lure us out, to keep us from approaching the main tomb chamber. Something fishy is definitely going on in there. Are you afraid we'll get to the main tomb chamber and take something inside, or interfere with your business? You think you can interfere with this one's business? The female ghost, Song Xiaojia, laughed haughtily. Don't even dream about it. I've no time for your nonsense. You have two choices. First, leave immediately, and I'll release Song Xiaojia. Second, stay and die. She talks as if she's the one in control.
As soon as Chang Tianla finished speaking, a mysteriously intricate spirit talisman pattern materialized above the female ghost Song Xiaojia's head. Without giving her any time to consider or react, it instantly imprinted itself onto her body. As the talisman entered her body, a piercing scream erupted from her mouth. The sheer intensity of the wail was beyond description, lasting a full 10 seconds. When the screams finally ceased, Chang Tianla looked at the motionless female ghost Song Xiaojia standing in place and grinned slightly. Xiaojia, how does it feel? At this remark, Xia Tian and the others froze in confusion. What's going on? They asked. Did you actually destroy that utterly evil creature? Chang Tianla nodded with a smile. Absolutely. The real Song Xiaojia is back now. Seriously? Zhao Ming eyed Chang Tianla skeptically. Seeing the skeptical expressions on everyone's faces, Chang Tianla shook his head and smiled, turning to the female ghost Song Xiaojia. Aren't you going to say something to back up your big brother? Do I really have to force you before you'll speak? He. As the female ghost Song Xiaojia flashed a grin, everyone finally understood Chang Tianla's earlier strike had truly eliminated that utterly evil creature. What happened? Wang Xianwei frowned. Xiaojia, what was going on just now? How did you get controlled so completely without anyone noticing? Hearing Wang Xianwei's question, the female ghost Song Xiaojia immediately pursed her lips and said, well, how should I put it? I can only say that the creature earlier was more powerful than me, so I was controlled without even realizing it. Li Yi swallowed hard upon hearing this. To be able to control you without anyone noticing? That's seriously impressive. Impressive my ass. Jia Rin snorted. No matter how strong it is, it's still no match for the boss. Look how the boss wiped out that utterly evil creature with just one move. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Chang Tianla cleared his throat. The reason I could take him out in one move is because I found his weakness. Plus, the spirit talisman I used happened to counteract his power, so it worked perfectly to eliminate him. Boss, what was that thing controlling Xiaojia just now? And what's the name of the spirit talisman you used? Seeing Zhao Ming's wide-eyed curiosity, Zhang Tai quickly interjected, don't ask about that now. If you want answers, wait until we've handled things here and return to the training camp. You can ask all your questions then. Time is tight now. Don't waste any more. The female ghost, Song Xiaojia, spoke up. I can sense that massive source of resentment energy starting to weaken. What the hell? Chang Tianla panicked instantly. Damn it, they're moving fast, they've already started draining the source of resentment. Damn it all to hell. Jia Ren's voice boomed like a bell. They think they can snatch the source of resentment right from under my nose? Not a chance. Boss, we gotta stop them. All right. The moment Chang Tianla uttered that single word, his psychic energy surged, weaving the golden thread net once more. It shielded the group as they advanced with blinding speed toward the main burial chamber. A distance of several hundred meters would normally be covered in the blink of an eye. But navigating this gloomy, terrifying ancient tomb proved incredibly arduous. Coupled with the constant unexpected dangers, those few hundred meters felt like traversing thousands. Please, no more accidents. Please, no more accidents. Chang Tianla listened to Zhao Ming's superstitious mutterings and couldn't help but feel exasperated. Clearing his throat, he snapped, enough with the nonsense. Quickly release your psychic energy and scan ahead for any ambushes. Zhao Ming rolled his eyes at Chang Tianla's suggestion. Boss, are you kidding? This is an ancient tomb, there's not even a blade of grass here. How am I supposed to scan? Besides, even if I... Chang Tianla noticed Zhao Ming suddenly fall silent and halt in his tracks. He knew something was wrong and immediately lowered his voice. What's going on? Zhao Ming glanced at Chang Tianla, then slowly lowered his head to look at his feet. His voice was unusually heavy as he said, Boss, I think I stepped on a trap. Chang Tianla's brows immediately furrowed slightly upon hearing Zhao Ming's words. He said, don't move, don't move. Leave this trap for me to handle. Boss, you know how to disarm traps? Shut up, fourth brother. Xia Tian shot Li Yi a glare. Don't talk to the boss. You'll distract him. Chang Tianla scanned the group, then instantly released golden threads and activated his psionic vision, swiftly scanning the area. Afterward, his expression darkened. He paused briefly before turning to Zhao Ming and said, listen carefully. When I tell you to leave, you leave. Understand? Zhao Ming nodded. Understood. Seeing Zhao Ming's compliance, Chang Tianla wasted no further time. With a surge of psychic energy, he shot a golden thread that darted directly beneath Zhao Ming's foot, burrowing into the sole to firmly pin down whatever he was standing on. Boss, how's it going? Zhao Ming watched Chang Tianla remain completely still and grew impatient. If it's really impossible to disarm, you guys should retreat far away. With my speed, I should be able to dodge this trap.
Your speed won't cut it, Cheng Tianla shot back with a smirk. Alright, boss. I've got the trap under control. You're free to move now. Zhao Ming's face lit up at the news. He cautiously lifted his foot. Seeing no danger, he wasted no time and sprinted back to Cheng Tianla and the others. Chapter 154, Island Nation Ninja. The moment Cheng Tianla saw Zhao Ming move away, he immediately called out, "Everyone step back. I'm triggering this trap." Li Yi, hearing Cheng Tianla's intention, asked in confusion, "Boss, why trigger the trap? Why not just destroy it?" Cheng Tianla shot Li Yi a sharp glare, then smirked. "If I could destroy it, why would I trigger it? I'm triggering it precisely because I don't have the ability to destroy it." "What? No way!" Li Yi exclaimed, his face filled with alarm. "Boss, if you trigger this mechanism, won't we be in serious danger? If something goes wrong, then..." "Relax," Xia Tian said with a smile. "You're worried about me handling things? You really know me, Xia Tian." Cheng Tianla chuckled. "Now, everyone, step back." With that, he immediately led the group backward, retreating a full 15 meters before stopping. Cheng Tianla assessed the distance, satisfied it should suffice. He reasoned that traps in ancient tombs were typically poison gas or crossbows, effective against ordinary people but hardly lethal to their group. After all, his golden thread defensive net could easily shred projectiles to shreds. "Boss, are you really going to trigger this trap?" Li Yi asked, still uneasy. "What if it's super powerful? Could we be in danger?" "Coward." Cheng Tianla uttered only those 3 words before channeling his psychic energy to retract the golden thread suppressing the trap. As the thread vanished, a small, cone-shaped object sprang from the ground. With its emergence came a series of sharp, metallic clicks. Then, Cheng Tianla and the others watched as countless cold, gleaming crossbow bolts erupted from both walls of the tomb passage. They tore deep craters into the incredibly hard stone walls. This hail of arrows rained down for nearly a full minute before finally stopping. When it did, the walls on both sides of the tomb passage had been pockmarked like a beehive. "Holy crap!" Zhao Ming's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Damn, that's way too powerful. It actually shot right through the walls." Cheng Tianla watched Zhao Ming's utterly astonished expression and immediately grinned. "Earlier you said your speed should be no problem. Now I ask you, do you still have that confidence?" Zhao Ming shook his head flatly. "No way. Absolutely impossible. That hail of arrows is too dense. No ordinary person could dodge it." "Damn it!" Jia Run cursed irritably. "Why did we have to run into this mess? The 5 demon sects demons and the island nation's ninjas all pass through here. Why didn't they trigger the trap?" "That's easy to explain," the female ghost Song Xiaojia said calmly. "They must have been cautious and spotted the anomaly ahead of time, so they passed through easily. Unlike certain people who carelessly stepped right onto the trap." "Hey!" Zhao Ming, taken aback by the ghost girl's rebuke, retorted irritably, "Miss Song Xiaojia, what exactly are you implying? Who are you calling careless? Do you think I wanted to step on that trap? Who could have guessed this ancient tomb was full of traps and booby traps?" Seeing Zhao Ming and the ghost girl Song Xiaojia about to start a fight, Cheng Tianla immediately interjected, "Alright, you two, stop arguing. Now is not the time for this. If you want to fight, do it once we're out. Our top priority right now is to get into the main tomb chamber quickly." He then glanced at everyone, "Everyone, watch your step. Don't step on any more traps. Or if you do, don't panic, just tell me immediately." "Understood." Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Cheng Tianla wasted no time. He deployed the golden thread defensive net, shielding the group as they sped toward the main burial chamber. Yet before they had covered 100 meters, they were suddenly ambushed. A hail of hidden weapons rained down upon them like a torrential storm. But upon striking the golden defensive net, every projectile was shredded into worthless scrap metal. "Who's there?" Jia Ren bellowed. "What kind of skill is hiding in the shadows to ambush us? If you've got the guts, come out and fight fair and square." No sooner had Jia Ren finished speaking than a burst of machine gun fire answered him, bullets raining down on them as if they were worthless. "Damn it!" Cheng Tianla cursed, fuming. "Did you think I didn't exist until I showed my power?" With that, a golden thread shot out, striking the hidden gunman dead center through the heart. The corpse was instantly pulled toward him. The others glanced at the dead man, who seemed oblivious to his fate until the very end. Their brows furrowed slightly as they murmured in confusion, "What's going on? This guy was clearly just an ordinary person. How come he wasn't killed by the demons and monsters?" Cheng Tianla smirked. He was probably the only ordinary person who slipped through the cracks, the sole survivor. "What a tragedy." Li Yi grinned wryly. "He dodged being killed by vengeful spirits and demons, only to get taken out by you, boss. I'm at a loss for words. No need to say anything." Cheng Tianla glanced at Li Yi and said, "There's another guy across the way. He's yours to deal with now." Li Yi's brow furrowed slightly. "Enemies over there?" Cheng Tianla sighed immediately upon hearing this, knowing Li Yi hadn't even noticed the enemy's presence. If he really sent him into battle, there was an 80 to 90% chance he wouldn't return. He smirked and said, "Forget it. You'd better stay put and keep watch. This guy who knows how to use hidden weapons is my job to deal with. Boss, you rock." Li Yi showed no trace of guilt for being unable to help. Grinning widely, he cheered, "Go for it, boss. With you on the job, that lurking bastard is toast." Chang Tianla shot Li Yi a speechless look before channeling his psychic energy to activate his psionic eye. He scanned the area ahead with blinding speed. The sight immediately drew a look of puzzlement and curiosity to his face. He discovered something intriguing. When he opened his psionic eye, he could see the enemy. But when he closed it, he saw nothing. Interesting. Chang Tianla found this enemy quite peculiar. Possessing the ability to evade naked vision was no small feat. Yet, no matter how extraordinary, encountering Chang Tianla, who understood the supernatural eye, meant the lurking figure was in for trouble. Whoosh! A golden thread shot out like lightning. Guided by his psychic vision, it wrapped around the hidden figure with pinpoint accuracy, binding them into a tight knot. The figure was yanked out of the shadows and dragged before the group. Xia Tian and the others stared in utter shock at the suddenly captured enemy. They hadn't seen how Chang Tianla had brought him over at all. It felt like magic. The guy had just materialized out of thin air before their eyes. Holy! Jia Run, upon seeing the enemy's attire, flew into a rage. He kicked him squarely in the gut and snarled, "Damn it! A Japanese ninja! No wonder he was hiding so well. Bastard!" The Japanese ninja, kicked by Jia Run, immediately roared in anger, "You Chinese pig! Know your place and release me immediately, or else." Smack! "You're dead meat." Jia Run swung his palm, as large as a fan, and smacked the ninja squarely across the face. "Prisoners know their place," he roared. "You damn fool dares call us pigs? You want to die, you bastard? Bastard! Baka my ass!" Li Yi delivered a kick straight to the ninja's midsection, snapping, "Keep spewing that, and I'll kill you right now, you hear me?" The Japanese ninja was beaten so badly by Jia Ren and Li Yi that he couldn't even stand up. He knew these guys weren't to be messed with, so to avoid further pain, he reluctantly shut his mouth. "I'll ask you," Chang Tianla glanced at the Japanese ninja. "Why did you infiltrate our nation to steal from ancient tombs? What was your purpose?" The Japanese ninja shot Chang Tianla a cold stare, snorted, and remained silent. "Damn it!" Li Yi grabbed the ninja by the collar, hoisting him up. "You deaf? Didn't hear my boss's question? Let me tell you, you'd better cooperate. Or don't blame us for mistreating prisoners." The Japanese ninja heard Li Yi's words and coldly laughed. "Our empire of the rising sun will never bow down to you Chineses like you. You son of a..." Li Yi's temper flared instantly at the Japanese ninja's words. He was about to lash out when Zhao Ming stepped in with a smile, sizing up the ninja before saying calmly, "You really won't learn until you're on your deathbed, huh? You refuse to submit to us? Well, today I'll test you and see if your resolve is as tough as your mouth." With that, he raised his finger and pressed it directly onto the ninja's filter point. As Zhao Ming pressed, Chang Tianla clearly saw a green light pass through his fingers into the ninja's body. Within moments, the ninja began uncontrollably twitching and shivering. Watching the ninja's convulsions, Zhao Ming smiled faintly. "This is only the beginning. Let's see how many minutes you can endure. I hope you can hold on well. Don't you dare give up before 30 seconds. The moment Zhao Ming finished speaking, the island nation ninja, whose convulsions had been relatively mild, suddenly jerked as if struck by lightning. His entire body went uncontrollably limp as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently while foaming at the mouth. "Holy third brother, what kind of poison did you slip that little Jap?" Li Yi swallowed nervously, his voice trembling. "Looks pretty damn powerful." "Ah." Before Zhao Ming could answer, the fallen Japanese ninja, unable to endure the poison's torment, let out a piercing scream. His eyes bulged as he glared at Zhao Ming and snarled, "You Chinese pig, you're despicable. You." Jia Ren delivered a kick straight to the ninja's chest, snapping back, "You're in this state and still have the nerve to insult us?" Chapter 155, The Truth. Jia Ren's kick nearly knocked the Japanese ninja unconscious. His piercing screams echoed relentlessly, sending chills down the spines of Chang Tianla and the others. "Impressed, little Japs?" Zhao Ming glanced at the writhing ninja, writhing in agony on the ground. "I thought you had some backbone. 6 months of training, and you couldn't even last 15 seconds. You've really let your big brother down." "Ah." The Japanese ninja was utterly incapable of responding to Zhao Ming's words. The poison Zhao Ming had administered was already pushing him to the brink of unconsciousness. Beyond instinctive convulsions, he could do nothing else. Chang Tianla watched the ninja's eyes rolling back in his head, a look of contempt spreading across his face. Clearing his throat, he ordered, "Third brother, counteract this little Jap's poison. I have questions for him." "Got it." Zhao Ming grinned, raising a finger to press against the ninja's filter. With a surge of psychic energy, he drew back the green light he'd sent into the ninja's body. When Zhao Ming withdrew his hand, moments later, the Japanese ninja slowly regained consciousness from his agonizing stupor.
As he opened his eyes to see Cheng Tianla and the others, fear and horror instantly flashed in his gaze.
Clearly, Zhao Ming's poison had left an indelible shadow on both his mind and body. Cheng Tianla read the island ninja's gaze with crystal clarity. He grinned like a wolf and said, "Don't be afraid, little one. As long as you answer my questions obediently, we won't harm you." Staring at Cheng Tianla's unscrupulous expression, the ninja wished he were dead. He immediately tried to activate the self-destruct device he carried, only to discover that his body could no longer move, he could only speak. "Damn it! What did you do to me?" Smack!
Cheng Tianla raised his hand and slapped the Japanese ninja across the face, grinning as he said, "Don't swear in front of me, or I'll make your mouth bloom.
Haven't you noticed I've tampered with you?
No choice, your country's men are such bastards, treating their own lives like trash.
So I had to restrict your movement. Don't even think about suicide, and don't bother trying to break the curse. Let me tell you straight, no one but me can restore your mobility."
"You're despicable."
Cheng Tianla laughed at the ninja's words. "Whether I'm despicable or not isn't for you to decide. Fine, I won't waste any more time. Tell me everything you know, obediently.
Otherwise, I'll make you experience 10 times the agony you just endured." Seeing Cheng Tianla's calm demeanor, the island ninja instantly realized death was inevitable regardless of whether he spoke. Speaking might make the end quicker, silence would only make a swift death a distant hope. After weighing his options, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in the island nation ninja's eyes. He coldly declared, "I can tell you our purpose, but you must agree to one condition."
"Fine." Cheng Tianla chuckled. "Rest assured, I'll give you a quick death. You won't suffer a single moment of pain." "Fine."
The island ninja gritted his teeth.
"Ask your questions quickly." Cheng Tianla studied the ninja's resolute expression and replied with a cold smile, "What is the primary objective of your alliance with the Five Demons Hall this time?" "To seize the source of resentment energy." "To collect the source of?" Cheng Tianla looked at the island nation ninja with keen interest. "That's only part of it. The true purpose isn't just this source, is it?"
A flicker of panic shot through the island ninja's eyes at Cheng Tianla's words, but it vanished instantly as he masked it. "We are here solely for the source of."
Cheng Tianla listened to the Japanese ninja's words, then looked into his eyes.
A faint smile appeared on his face. He had clearly seen the panic in the ninja's eyes earlier. Although he had concealed it well, it had still been detected. From this alone, Cheng Tianla knew the ninja wasn't telling the truth, and his suspicions were likely correct. It could be said that ever since the female ghost Song Xiaojia told Cheng Tianla she had seen the Japanese ninja, he had been pondering this. Although the Japanese ninja and the Five Demons sect had long-standing connections and collusion, why had the Japanese ninja become involved in this expedition to the Longshan ancient tomb? The Five Demons sect came to the Longshan ancient tomb to harvest the source of for curses. But what brought the Japanese ninja here? Did they share the same objective? Or were they ostensibly harvesting while harboring ulterior motives? If indeed there were hidden plans, they must be an earth-shattering conspiracy. Cheng Tianla stroked his chin, glancing at the Japanese ninja. He chuckled softly. "Sweetheart, no need to hide it. Since I'm asking, it means I've received some intel. Though not overly detailed, I know the specifics. So, tell me the whole story nicely. If you're cooperative, I'll be cooperative. When it's time to send you on your way, I won't make things difficult. Otherwise, humph." Hearing Cheng Tianla's words and seeing the wicked grin on his face, the Japanese ninja shuddered involuntarily. He never imagined Cheng Tianla would know about their plan. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom who had leaked the secret. The island nation ninja cursed the traitor 100 times in his mind. Ultimately, he decided to give in. The agony he'd just endured was too terrifying, not merely physical pain, but a torment that seared his very bones and soul. No one would ever want to experience that again. And as Cheng Tianla had just warned, if he didn't cooperate properly, he'd be subjected to pain 10 times worse than before, a thought that filled him with dread.
"Made up your mind?" Cheng Tianla asked with a smirk.
"My time is limited, so I'd appreciate your cooperation.
Save me the trouble of getting annoyed and having to get physical."
With that, he raised his hand to pat the Japanese ninja on the head.
Cheng Tianla's gesture instantly terrified the Japanese ninja, who immediately cried out urgently, "I'll talk. I'll talk. Please don't harm me. I'll tell you everything I know." "Good boy." Cheng Tianla was quite pleased with the ninja's compliance. He grinned and said, "Now, tell me quickly. What's the real purpose behind you and the Five Demons sect coming to the Longshan ancient tomb this time?" The Japanese ninja glanced at Cheng Tianla and began, "The Five Demons sect came to the Longshan ancient tomb primarily to seize the vast source of resentment energy. Secondly, they're helping us obtain the dragon pattern tripod within the tomb." "The dragon pattern tripod?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianla's brow immediately furrowed. "What purpose does this dragon pattern tripod serve?" "The dragon pattern tripod was used in pre-Qin dynasty rituals to worship heaven and earth," the Japanese ninja replied calmly. "It holds the fortune of your celestial kingdom. You could say the prosperity and stability of your nation are inextricably linked to this very tripod." "Bull."
Jia Run exclaimed, his face betraying utter disbelief.
A single tripod determines a nation's fortune? That's utter nonsense. Are you just spouting more nonsense? Spill the truth, or don't blame me for getting rough.
I'm telling the truth, the island ninja retorted, his face flushed with anger.
Every word is true. Not a single lie.
Bull. Seeing the guy still arguing, Jia Run was about to punch him when Zheng Tai stepped in and said, he's telling the truth.
Ha? No way. Does this dragon pattern tripod really have such miraculous effects? That's unbelievable.
Zheng Tai looked at Jia Run, Xia Tian, and the other two, their expressions filled with astonishment.
He nodded and said, the dragon pattern tripod does indeed possess such miraculous effects.
I've seen classified documents about it at our Red Dragon X Group headquarters.
It can be said that the dragon pattern tripod is of utmost importance. Our Red Dragon X Group has sent countless manpower and resources to search for it, yet we never found it. I never imagined it would be here. Holy crap, what a newbie. Wang Xianwei exclaimed in shock, this dragon pattern tripod is of immense importance. We absolutely cannot let them get their hands on it. We must rush over now and seize it. Hold on.
Cheng Tianla stopped Wang Xianwei, then turned to the island nation ninja.
One last question. Answer honestly, and I'll give you a quick death. What will you do once you find the dragon pattern tripod?
Place it in the blood pool to purge your celestial dynasty's divine fortune and replace it with ours.
Very well. You may die now.
The island nation ninja burst into laughter upon hearing Cheng Tianla's words. Too late.
Everything is too late. You can't stop us now.
If I'm not mistaken, the dragon pattern tripod and the vast source of have already been retrieved, and the 5-demon hall and our people have safely withdrawn.
Cheng Tianla's face darkened at the ninja's words. Damn it, he cursed. We've been tricked. He was deliberately stalling for time.
A golden thread shot forth, piercing an acupoint on the ninja's body. Cheng Tianla then kicked him aside and shouted to the others, hurry and pursue them. They can't have gotten far, or rather, they probably haven't obtained it yet. After Cheng Tianla and his men departed, the kicked ninja froze in shock, then looked utterly bewildered. Cheng Tianla hadn't intended to kill him, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Overjoyed, he began to rise and flee only to feel a sudden warmth in his nose as crimson liquid began to flow. The island nation ninja wiped his hand and saw it was blood from his nose. He gave a cold laugh, utterly unconcerned, and said, damn it, that Chinese pig actually beat me up so badly I've got internal injuries. After speaking, he strode forward, but after taking a few steps, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Blood gushed from his nose like an unstoppable fountain, pouring out relentlessly. He couldn't even plug it. Damn it! The moment the island nation ninja uttered those words, he fell backward onto the ground. He opened his mouth and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, then his body began convulsing violently. Bright red blood spurted from all 7 orifices. In less than a moment, his life force completely vanished. Li Yi, who had been walking swiftly, glanced back at the path and asked with some confusion, boss, why didn't you kill that little Jap just now? Did you show mercy and let him off? Cheng Tianla shot Li Yi a cold glance and sneered, the Japanese are the people I hate most in this world. Do you really think I'd let him go? Then why didn't you? Before Li Yi could finish, Cheng Tianla cut him off. If my guess is correct, that Japanese ninja is already dead, his 7 orifices gushing blood. Died violently? Chapter 156, The Purple Black Bead. When Xia Tian and the others heard Cheng Tianla say the island nation ninja had died violently, they all asked in confusion, how could he die violently? Boss, what did you do to him? Cheng Tianla grinned. Nothing much. Just struck one of his pressure points to accelerate his blood flow. Li Yi shot Cheng Tianla a strange look upon hearing this, swallowing hard before saying, struck one acupoint? That's all? Boss, you made the guy drop dead. I'm seriously impressed. No wonder old Li says you're getting more violent by the day. Looks like he's spot on. My violence depends on who it's against, Cheng Tianla said with a laugh. I'm sincere with friends, but with enemies, especially those from the island nation, I show no mercy. Think of the massacres. They slaughtered tens of thousands of our compatriots. So with them, only ruthless means will do. Boss is right. Jia Run wholeheartedly agreed with Cheng Tianla. Those little devils never gave up their ambition to destroy our great nation. Killing them requires no hesitation. Enough. The female ghost Song Xiaojia glanced at Cheng Tianla and the others. The main tomb chamber is just ahead. Keep your voices down to avoid trouble. Cheng Tianla nodded, then lowered his voice. Xiaojia, scout ahead and see if the 5 demon sects demons and the island nation's ninjas are still around. Got it. With that, the female ghost flashed and vanished. Barely 20 seconds later, Cheng Tianla and the others heard her shouts. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprinted toward the main burial chamber. When they entered the main tomb chamber, they were stunned. A massive hole gaped in the chamber wall, evidence that the 5 demon sects demonic beings and the island nation's ninjas had succeeded in their mission and escaped through this opening. Damn it! Cheng Tianla cursed aloud, bellowing, chase them. With that, he grabbed the female ghost Song Xiaojia and plunged into the hole. Seeing Cheng Tianla go after them, Xia Tian and the others couldn't just stand by. One by one, they plunged into the hole and gave chase. Deep within the cavern, the pitch-black darkness was terrifying, yet their pursuit encountered no immediate danger. They found only 2 corpses of 5 demon sect disciples along the way, nothing else. 5 minutes later, Cheng Tianla's group burst out of the cave. The moment they emerged, a piercing scream pierced the air. They immediately raced toward the sound. As they drew closer and the scene came into view, each of them sucked in a sharp breath. There stood a warrior clad in ancient armor, locked in fierce combat with 3 formidable opponents. Holy crap! Li Yi swallowed hard and asked, "Boss, what the hell is that warrior? A zombie? Or some vengeful ghost?" Cheng Tianla studied the pre-Qin warrior in the fray, then pondered briefly before replying, "Neither. It's not a zombie, nor a vengeful spirit or evil ghost. It should be a walking corpse with a trace of consciousness." "Walking corpse?" Zhao Ming asked, puzzled. "What's that?" "I'm not entirely sure myself," Cheng Tianla frowned. "Essentially, it retains some instinctive awareness from its living state. Its body isn't rigid, allowing it to move freely. These things usually appear in tombs guarding precious artifacts, tasked with protecting the burial treasures. Since the dragon pattern tripod is a treasure, the presence of a walking corpse is perfectly normal." "Damn impressive!" Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "No wonder this thing could fight the 5 demon sect and those Japanese ninjas for half a year. With such powerful backing, it looks like it might just take out these 3 unlucky bastards." Cheng Tianla shook his head slightly. "Doubtful. Those 2 remaining Japanese ninjas and the 5 demon sect disciple are absolute masters among masters. Though the Qin warrior is formidable, he won't be able to kill them." "No way," Li Yi muttered skeptically. But the moment the words left his mouth, the battle shifted. The Qin warrior thrust his long sword deep into the Japanese ninja's body. Instantly, the ninja clamped both hands around the blade, pinning it inside him. However, at that very moment, the 5 demon sect expert leapt forward, delivering a powerful palm strike that slammed squarely into the pre-Qin warrior's skull. The sheer force of the blow shattered the last remnants of his consciousness. As the warrior's consciousness shattered, his hands rapidly released the sword. In the final moments before complete oblivion, he thrust both hands into the chest of the 5 demon sect master. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed as the 5 demon sect expert was torn clean in 2 by the Qin warrior. The warrior fell backward, face up, utterly still. Meanwhile, the island nation ninja, pierced through by the sword, was also dead. "What the hell?" Li Yi watched the instant victory unfold, his voice dripping with frustration. That Qin warrior was way too weak. Getting taken out like that? Infuriating. Enough complaining. Cheng Tianla shot him a glance and chuckled, "Just one little Japanese brat left. Go finish him off." The moment Cheng Tianla finished speaking, Zhang Tai vanished without a word, his figure flickering out of place. When he reappeared, he was already behind the island nation ninja. A palm strike erupted with dazzling lightning power, striking the ninja directly. "Impressive," Zhao Ming flattered. "Master Zhang Tai's teleportation and lightning power are truly formidable." Zhang Tai hadn't even heard Zhao Ming's words. His face had turned grim because the ninja he'd struck was merely a phantom, not a real person at all. Seeing Zhang Tai's expression, Cheng Tianla knew something had gone wrong. He strode over and demanded in a deep voice, "What happened?" Zhang Tai raised his hand and struck the Japanese ninja before him. It instantly dissolved into scattered sparks and vanished. Cheng Tianla, realizing it was merely an illusion, erupted in fury. "Damn it! That little bastard is way too cunning. How the hell did he escape so fast?" "Boss, what should we do?" Xia Tian asked, his expression grave. "He must have taken the dragon pattern tripod. If he sends it back to Japan, our great nation will be in grave danger." "Cut the crap. Let's chase him." Cheng Tianla raised his hand to stop Jia Ren and the others, shaking his head. "We can't catch him. That island ninja is already out of sight." "Huh?" Jia Ren asked in confusion. "Boss, how do you know he's vanished?" "Just now, I sensed the aura of that escaped island ninja through this corpse. I caught a fleeting trace, but it vanished instantly." The group fell silent after hearing Cheng Tianla's words. Seeing their dejected expressions, Cheng Tianla grinned immediately. "No need to look so down. Don't forget we're just the visible force. I'm sure headquarters has already made preparations. It probably won't be long before they bring that escapee back." With that, he walked over to the torn-apart corpse of the 5 demon sect expert and began rummaging through it. Cheng Tianla's actions instantly made Xia Tian and the others roll their eyes in disbelief. They stood there, wide-eyed and speechless, not knowing what to say. After a thorough search, he pulled an egg-sized bead from the expert's clothing. Transparent and deep purple-black, the bead constantly flickered with terrifying, distorted faces that seemed to roar at him. "Holy crap!" Cheng Tianla grinned widely at the raging specters within the purple-black bead. "The net of heaven is vast, yet nothing escapes it. I never imagined this colossal source of would remain left behind by those island ninjas. What an unexpected windfall! An unexpected windfall!
Source of resentment energy? Li stared at the purple-black bead in Chang Tianla's hand, his face filled with astonishment. Boss, you're saying the power contained within this bead is the source of resentment energy? Yes. Chang Tianla nodded with a smile. At first I was puzzled how could the Five Demons sect possibly contain such a dense, colossal source of resentment. But seeing this bead, everything makes sense now. This purple-black bead is a treasure, functioning much like a demon's inner core. It can absorb boundless resentment. Zhang Tai exhaled deeply after hearing Chang Tianla's explanation. Thank goodness they didn't take the source of resentment with them. If they had, we'd be in serious trouble. Chang Tianla nodded. As long as this source of resentment doesn't fall into their hands, they won't be able to curse us. That gives us ample time to track down the island nation's ninjas and reclaim the dragon pattern tripod. Boss, Zhao Ming asked, now that the source of resentment is in our hands, what should we do next? Should we return or pursue the island nation ninjas? Chasing the island ninjas isn't our concern, Chang Tianla said with a grin. Our primary mission now is to escort the purple-black bead back safely. Everything else is none of our business. Great. Li Yi laughed heartily. Finally leaving this hellhole. If I ever get another mission like this, I'd rather die than come back. Only because we have boss that all-purpose guy tagging along. Otherwise, coming to a place like this with our strength would be suicide. Exactly right, Zhao Ming nodded in agreement. Places like this are way beyond our level and combat strength. We should get out of here fast before the Five Demons sect or those island ninjas pull some hidden trick. If they ambush us here, we're in serious trouble. Chang Tianla listened to Zhao Ming and Li Yi's words, gave a slight nod, then turned to Zhang Tai. So, are we leaving? Or are we leaving? Zhang Tai, utterly speechless at Chang Tianla's bizarre question, replied, you've already said it yourself. What else can I say? Let's get out of here. The night passed without incident. Chang Tianla and his group emerged smoothly from the dense mountain forests. By the time they returned to their base camp, daylight had fully broken. But before they could catch their breath, orders came down from headquarters. They were to immediately board a helicopter and deliver the purple-black bead to the nearest secret base. Holy crap! Jiao Ren grumbled, clearly displeased. Do they even care if we live or die? At least let us eat first. This frantic rush is going to kill us. Exactly. Li Yi chimed in. The boss has zero consideration for his employees. Zhao Ming lamented. Shut up, all three of you. Xia Tian glared at them and scolded with a laugh. What good does complaining do? We still have to go and complete the mission properly. Ugh, this sucks. Though Chang Tianla and the others were thoroughly displeased, orders from above meant they had no choice but to comply. After all, the purple-black bead was far too significant to keep close. They dared not risk any unforeseen consequences. Chapter 157, Heading to the Island Nation. The secret base of the Crimson Dragon X unit lay neither too far nor too near from Chang Tianla and his team. After roughly 2 hours by helicopter, they arrived. Once Chang Tianla handed over the purple-black bead, he hoped to return cheerfully to the training camp, collect some reward, and graduate smoothly. But hope was sweet, reality was cruel. Just as the five of them were daydreaming, the devilish instructor Louis walked in through the door. The moment Chang Tianla saw instructor Louis, he knew trouble was brewing. A smooth return in graduation now seemed unlikely. In fact, it was highly probable they'd be assigned another mission. Upon entering the room, instructor Louis first glanced at Chang Tianla and his group, then immediately smiled and praised them. Excellent. Very good. You completed this mission exceptionally well. Hearing Louis's praise, Chang Tianla grinned and said, Instructor, since we did such a great job, I wonder if there might be a reward for us. Rewards are a given, Louis replied, his face still smiling as he looked at Chang Tianla. This reward will absolutely delight you. Chang Tianla immediately shot him a skeptical look. Instructor Lu, I'm not well educated, but don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. What kind of reward is it that's supposed to make us so delighted? You little brat, what kind of talk is that? Instructor Lu Yi glared sternly. As your chief instructor and representative of the Crimson Dragon X unit, how could I possibly deceive you? Just don't lie to us. Zhao Ming grinned widely. I wonder what reward the chief instructor has for us this time. When will it be given? Instructor Louis looked at Zhao Ming's grinning face and immediately returned the smile. The reward is an overseas trip. It's being given out today. You'll be leaving shortly. Holy crap, no way. Instructor, you're not joking? An overseas trip? The moment Chang Tianla heard instructor Louis mention an overseas trip, a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. His eyes locked onto Louis as he swallowed hard and asked, Instructor, the destination for this trip, it's not going to be Japan, is it? Upon hearing Chang Tianla's words, instructor Louis immediately feigned utter astonishment, exclaiming in feigned surprise, Chang Tianla, you truly are extraordinary. I merely mentioned sending you abroad for a trip without revealing any further details, yet you managed to guess it was to the island nation. You're practically a psychic. My deepest respect. Chang Tianla listened to instructor Louis's praise with a face as sour as could be.
If it weren't for his respect for the instructor and the fact that he couldn't beat him, Chang Tianla would have taken off his shoe and stamped the sole right across his face.
Instructor, are you pulling our leg? Chang Tianla said, his face dark. Sending us on a trip to the island nation?
You're practically pushing us into a pit of fire.
And if you want us to carry out a mission, just say it's a mission. Why beat around the bush about it being a trip? Honestly, I'm speechless. Mission?
Jia Ren immediately bristled, his voice booming like a bell.
What's going on? We agreed to go on a trip, how did it turn into a mission in the island nation? Exactly. Xia Tian grumbled, clearly annoyed.
Sending us to the island nation for a mission is like sending us to our deaths. We just messed up the island nation ninjas' plans, and they're holding a grudge against us. Sending us there now is like a birthday boy hanging himself. We've had enough of living.
No way, it's too dangerous. Li Yi curled his lip and swallowed hard. Don't underestimate the island nation just because it's small. Their ninjas are seriously formidable. If we go in to carry out this mission, we'll probably never come back.
A mission with such a high danger level needs to be handled by full-fledged members with high combat strength. Rookies like us, who haven't even completed a single lesson yet, really aren't suited for such a dangerous mission.
Instructor Louis listened to Cheng Tianla and the others, then smiled slightly. Finished? Cheng Tianla and the other four nodded in unison, yes.
Instructor Louis glanced at them and uttered a single word with a smile, good.
That single word instantly left Cheng Tianla and the others completely baffled.
They had no idea what he meant, for that one word could signify so many things.
Instructor, what exactly do you mean? Cheng Tianla racked his brain but couldn't decipher the meaning.
He could only ask directly, we've already stated our position.
Does your good mean approval or disapproval? Can you give us a clear answer? Instructor Louis glanced at Cheng Tianla and smiled faintly.
My clear answer is this, I accept your position, but the mission must still proceed as planned.
No way. Not going, dead or alive. Cheng Tianla snapped instantly.
Sending us to that island nation is a suicide mission. I refuse to accept it, so I won't go.
You think you can just refuse?
Instructor Louis narrowed his eyes, his expression turning stern. This mission was decided after careful consideration and analysis by headquarters.
You're going whether you like it or not. What do you mean? Cheng Tianla's expression darkened. A decision made after careful consideration?
I seriously doubt whether the higher-ups got kicked in the head by a donkey.
Sending a bunch of us with combat ratings below a class to handle such a dangerous mission and they call it careful consideration?
I'm genuinely curious how they carefully considered this.
Give us a proper explanation, and we'll go. If you can't provide a reasonable justification, then sorry, we'd rather die than go. You little brat.
Instructor Louis shook his head and chuckled.
I never expected your temper to be this fiery. Do you even realize what you're doing? You're defying the organization's orders. If you act like this now, what will happen when you grow stronger? Won't you just turn everything upside down? Cut the crap. Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes. If we don't figure out what's going on this time, we probably won't even live to be ready to fly. This trip to the island nation is like walking through fire and water. Whether we make it back is anyone's guess. All right. Instructor Louis smiled. Since you're so dissatisfied with the organization's arrangements, let me explain why we sent you.
It's because the 5 of you possess 3 major advantages.
3 major strengths? Cheng Tianla asked, puzzled. What strengths?
First, Instructor Louis continued with a smile, all 5 of you are new faces. Your identities remain undisclosed, making you ideal for this mission. Second, while your individual combat strength isn't exceptional, your teamwork is flawless.
Even when facing psychics stronger than yourselves, you can easily outmaneuver them.
As for the third and most crucial point, not a single soul in the entire training camp, including the Red Dragon X unit, possesses any knowledge of Taoist arts.
So, damn it all. Cheng Tianla couldn't wait for Instructor Louis to finish.
He stomped his foot in frustration.
Just these 3 lame reasons? And the last one is the most ridiculous. Why the hell would you want me, someone who knows Taoist arts, to go? Simple. Instructor Louis paid no mind to Cheng Tianla's displeased expression, replying with a smile, because only someone who understands Taoist arts can wield the dragon pattern tripod. So what if I know how to use it? Cheng Tianla retorted, his face darkening.
The 5 of us combined barely reach a rank combat strength. We'll probably get wiped out by the island nation's experts before we even see the dragon pattern cauldron.
Relax, Instructor Louis chuckled. Do you really think the Crimson Dragon X division lacks compassion? The organization has already ensured your safety. 3 SS-grade operatives will covertly protect you during this mission.
I, your instructor, will lead the operation, meaning you have my overt protection and 3 elite operatives in the shadows.
Holy crap. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Instructor, you're ruining the fun.
That's not fair at all.
Cheng Tianla grinned widely. If you told us you were an SSS level power user all along, what would we have to fear with you by our side? Don't get so cocky. Instructor Louis slapped Cheng Tianla on the back and said, while I am an SSS tier powerhouse, the ninjas of the island nation aren't pushovers either.
They also have psychics and Taoists skilled in god-slaying arts. So this operation will still be quite troublesome. No worries, Li Yi chuckled. With an SSS tier expert like you by our side, all those psychics, ninjas, and Taoists are no match. You could wipe them out effortlessly with a single move. Instructor Louis heard Li Yi's words and was instantly speechless. SSS tier psychics aren't invincible. As the saying goes, above heaven there is heaven, beyond man there is man. You absolutely must not be so careless and arrogant. If things go wrong, you could easily find yourselves in a situation with no way out, and even I might end up suffering with you. No way! Zhao Ming exclaimed, his face brimming with disbelief. A tiny island nation could possess such immense power and depth? What do you think? Instructor Louis replied with a cold smile. How many wars have they instigated? If they lacked any real foundation, do you believe they could invade our mighty nation? Never underestimate that tiny island nation. Their strength is beyond your imagination. No one should take this mission lightly. Cheng Tianla spoke up. Even with the instructor by our side, there will be moments, especially in fierce combat, when he can't shield us completely. Danger remains ever present. We must proceed with utmost caution. Cheng Tianla was right. Instructor Louis looked at them with utmost seriousness. This mission is extremely dangerous. Often, I'll have to carry out tasks myself, so ultimately, everything will depend on you. But don't worry too much, 3 masters are secretly protecting you. Just stay alert and don't let your guard down. The 5 replied in unison, understood. Good. Instructor Louis nodded with satisfaction. With that settled, you have 10 minutes to attend to personal matters. We depart for the international airport immediately afterward. With that, he turned and left. As soon as Instructor Louis was out of sight, Li spoke up, Boss, do you think this trip to the island nation might be? Cut the nonsense. Before Li Yi could finish, Cheng Tianla cut him off impatiently. We're blessed with good fortune and strong luck, how could we possibly? Boss. This time, it was Li Yi who cut Cheng Tianla off. You're overthinking it. I was just wondering if we might run into some romantic encounters or meet some ladies over there. Heh. Chapter 158, A Room Full of Corpses. Cheng Tianla heard Li Yi's words and saw his lecherous expression. He first smacked him upside the head, then grinned and said, Fourth brother, if you hadn't reminded the boss, I'd have totally forgotten about that. Before, he'd only jerked off to women on his computer screen. Now that they had the chance to visit the island nation, they absolutely had to seize the opportunity to bring glory to the motherland and showcase the virility of Chinese men. They'd show the island nation's beauties and women what a real man was all about. Cheng Tianla's words left Xia Tian and the others utterly dumbfounded. They knew he wasn't exactly a serious guy, but they never imagined he was this unserious, actually jerking off to a computer screen. They were genuinely impressed. 10 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. With nothing left to pack, the 5 of them promptly boarded the vehicle with Instructor Louis when he signaled their departure, heading straight for the international airport. This time, Cheng Tianla and his group entered the island nation as tourists with a tour group. This was done to avoid drawing attention, preventing the island nation's shadowy forces from getting wind of their plans and targeting them, or moving the dragon pattern tripod to a hidden location. The flight into the island nation proceeded smoothly, with no issues at any security checkpoint. After disembarking, they followed the tour group back to the hotel for a brief rest before embarking on their sightseeing itinerary. It must be said that the scenery and environment of this island nation were truly splendid. No wonder so many people came here to vacation. Just observing the cleanliness of the streets revealed the remarkably high civic consciousness of its citizens. No one casually discarded trash, everyone conscientiously placed it in bins. After touring the island extensively with the group, they headed to the food street to sample local delicacies. Having just landed without time for a meal, and with dusk settling in, it was the perfect time for dinner. The 5 of them, plus their instructor Louis, made a table of 6. 6 grown men meant a substantial appetite, yet the island nation's cuisine was famously refined and served in modest portions. The result? Their voracious feast left surrounding tourists and locals utterly gobsmacked. This outcome was only because Instructor Louis had deliberately restrained them to avoid drawing attention. If they truly let loose, the sheer volume of food consumed by just one of them, Jia Run, would have been enough to stun a crowd. After stuffing themselves, Cheng Tianla and the others barely had time to catch their breath before the tour guide started urging them to move on. This instantly put them in a bad mood, so they had Instructor Louis tell the guide they wouldn't be continuing the tour. Truthfully, even without their request, Instructor Louis wouldn't have continued the tour. After all, they had a mission to fulfill. Minimizing their visibility outside was crucial to avoid unnecessary trouble from prying eyes. After some discussion with the tour guide, plus slipping her a red envelope and assuring her everything would be fine, Instructor Louis finally convinced her not to make them follow the group. Before leaving, she specifically reminded them to return to the hotel promptly if they got tired and not to stay out too late, as they would be heading out early the next morning to see the cherry blossoms at the famous Mount Fuji.
Chang Tianla and the others nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, though inwardly they couldn't care less. In a little while, they would begin their operation. Who would pay attention to this little tour guide then? Once the guide and tourists had departed, Chang Tianla glanced at Instructor Louis and asked, "What should we do next?" Instructor Louis gave a slight smile. "First, find someone to gather some intel." Without wasting a moment, he led Chang Tianla and the others swiftly away from the food street. Watching Instructor Louis stride purposefully ahead, Chang Tianla noticed how intimately familiar he seemed with the area. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Brother Lu, how come you know this place so well? Did you used to come here often?" Instructor Louis nodded. "Not often, just a few times." "Oh, I see." Chang Tianla nodded, then asked, "Who are we looking for?" "An insider," Instructor Louis replied. "He's our intelligence operative hidden within the island nation. Nothing major happens there that escapes his notice. We need to find him first to gather intel before finalizing our next move." "Damn, that's impressive," Xia Tian chuckled. "He's practically on par with Jianghu Baisheng. How can he compare to Jianghu Beikeixing?" Zhao Ming grinned. "Our nation is so vast, while the island nation is so small. He can't hold a candle to Jianghu Beikeixing." Seeing Zhao Ming disagree, Xia Tian retorted irritably, "Small or not, it's still a country. Anyone who can keep tabs on every single thing happening there, big or small, is on the same level as Jianghu Beixiangxing." "Not on the same level, absolutely not." Instructor Louis shook his head and smiled, cutting them off. "Enough with the debate," he said. "We have more pressing matters to attend to now. How much farther is it?" Chang Tianla glanced around, realizing they'd left the bustling city center behind and entered the impoverished areas common to any metropolis. "Not far now." Instructor Louis glanced ahead and pointed to a building slightly taller than the surrounding structures. "We'll be there once we reach that point." The building Instructor Louis pointed to wasn't too far from Chang Tianla and the others, just a 10-minute walk. They moved quickly and soon reached their destination. Upon reaching the slightly dilapidated structure, Chang Tianla saw Instructor Louis's brow furrow slightly, his expression darkening. Instantly realizing something was amiss, he lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" "The smell of blood." Instructor Louis uttered these words with a grim expression before turning his gaze toward an inconspicuous little wooden hut. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before the hut's door. With extreme caution, he opened the door, paused for a few seconds, then stepped inside. As soon as Chang Tianla saw Instructor Louis enter the cabin, they dared not linger outside and hurried over. However, the moment they stepped inside, they were stunned by the scene before them. Within the modest cabin lay 6 corpses, each severed cleanly at the waist. Bright red blood and splattered internal organs covered the floor, filling the room. A thick, foul stench permeated the air, making one want to vomit. "Brother Lu, what happened?" Chang Tianla frowned deeply. "Did something happen to Bai Xiaosheng?" Instructor Louis glanced up at Chang Tianla, then helped the only intact man covered in blood and huddled near the corner to his feet. His expression darkened as he said, "He's the one we were looking for. Unfortunately, he's already gone. He's simply. As long as he wasn't completely dead." Chang Tianla stepped beside Instructor Louis. Without a word, he channeled his spiritual energy, releasing a golden thread that pierced the blood-soaked man's acupoints with blinding speed. Green fluorescence surged through the golden thread into the man's body. As the green glow continuously filled his body, Bai Xiaosheng, who had been on the brink of death, miraculously regained consciousness. His breathing grew stronger. He first glanced at Chang Tianla, then turned his gaze toward Instructor Louis. The moment he recognized Louis, his face lit up with excitement. His voice weak and trembling, he said, "Leader, you finally came. I truly feared I wouldn't survive until you arrived. To see you, leader, is truly wonderful. What happened?" Instructor Louis's face darkened with murderous intent as he roared, "Who the hell did this to you?" "It was the ninjas of the Godslayer cult." "What?" Instructor Louis's eyes flashed coldly as he asked, "Your identity was so well hidden. How did they find out? What's going on here?" "A mole," Bai Xiaosheng shook his head with a bitter smile. "If we could plant spies within the Godslayer cult, then they could plant moles within our Red Dragon X unit. That's how my cover was blown. And Zhao Zhenghua, who was infiltrating the Yamamoto family, has also been killed in the line of duty." "Damn it." Instructor Louis's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "The Godslayer cult's mole in the Red Dragon X unit has already killed more than one of our men. But I never imagined there was another. This is utterly despicable." "Boss," Bai Xiaosheng said with a bitter smile, "moles aren't so easy to uncover. I don't have much time left. I need to tell you everything I know. Otherwise, you won't die. I'll find a way to save you." After finishing his sentence, Instructor Louis took a deep breath and raised his right hand to press against Bai Xiaosheng's chest. This sudden move startled Bai Xiaosheng.
Drawing on an unexpected surge of strength, he grabbed Lu Yi's hand and declared with intense emotion, "If you dare to expend your own supernatural energy to save me, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself right now." Instructor Lu Yi stared at Bai Xiaoxing's resolute expression, his own face twisting with anguish. "I can't just stand by and watch you die. My identity is already compromised. I can no longer serve the nation," Bai Xiaoxing declared passionately. "So there's absolutely no need for you to waste your psychic energy on me. You have crucial missions ahead. If you deplete your power, it will severely compromise your combat effectiveness. Should any mishap occur during the confrontation, there are no ifs, and there won't be any mistakes." Instructor Lu Yi shouted back, "Compared to hypothetical scenarios, your life is the most important thing. Don't say another word, I'm saving you right now." "No!" Bai Xiaoxing roared. "I won't become a liability to you all. You, Brother Lu." At this moment, Cheng Tianle, who had been continuously infusing Bai Xiaoxing with green light, spoke up. "Can you two stop arguing? Haven't you noticed Bai Xiaoxing's spirit is steadily improving? Does he look like someone on the brink of death to you?" Instructor Lu Yi, upon hearing Cheng Tianle's words, immediately scrutinized Bai Xiaoxing closely. He then used his psychic abilities to thoroughly sense him. Finally, he exhaled deeply and said, "Strange, truly strange. How is his injury beginning to heal so rapidly?" "That's all thanks to my boss, of course." Jia Renshang boomed with a thunderous laugh. "Didn't you know, Brother Lu, that my boss is also known as the team's guardian angel? As long as it's not a fatal blow or vital organ damage, he can bring anyone back to life." Chapter 159, 9 Transformation Spirit Jade. "Seriously?" Instructor Lu Yi stared at Cheng Tianle as if he were a freak. "When did you acquire such brutal abilities? How come I never knew about this?" Cheng Tianle watched Instructor Lu Yi's utterly astonished expression and smirked. "If I told you everything, then I wouldn't be mysterious enough, would I? How else could I surprise you guys? You little brat." Instructor Lu Yi scolded with a laugh, then glanced at Bai Xiaoxing, who was slowly recovering. He couldn't help but smile happily. "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful." Summer listened to Instructor Lu Yi's words, then glanced at Cheng Tianle, who was pouring all his energy into saving Bai Xiaoxing. He spoke up, "Brother Lu, that's enough. Don't risk damaging your foundation." "Right." Reminded by Xia Tian, Instructor Lu Yi quickly added, "Lu, I know saving someone's life takes a huge toll on you. Just keep Bai Xiaoxing alive. Let him recover and recuperate slowly." "Right." Bai Xiaoxing's eyes grew increasingly bright as he said gratefully, "The boss is right. Brother Lu, you only need to keep me alive. The rest really isn't necessary." Cheng Tianle glanced at them, grinning widely. "Relax, you needn't fret. If I couldn't hold on, I'd given up long before you had to say anything. I value my life 100 times more than you do. I wouldn't gamble with my own life." Upon hearing Cheng Tianle's words, Instructor Lu Yi and the others rolled their eyes in unison, shaking their heads with a mix of exasperation and resignation. 10 minutes later, under Cheng Tianle's green glowing healing, Bai Xiaoxing finally made a full recovery. This time, bringing Bai Xiaoxing back to life and restoring him to health was largely down to sheer luck. Bai Xiaoxing hadn't injured any vital organs, and Cheng Tianle and the others had arrived just in time. Plus, Cheng Tianle had refined and absorbed the soul-sealing essence given to him by the White Snake, greatly enhancing his psychic power and healing abilities. That's why he managed to bring Bai Xiaoxing back from the brink. Instructor Lu Yi watched the now lively Bai Xiaoxing and exclaimed in astonishment, "Impressive. Truly impressive. I never imagined you had this kind of skill. With you as our team's guardian angel, what do I have to fear in battle? I can go all out to eliminate the enemy without holding back." Cheng Tianle rolled his eyes at Instructor Lu Yi's words. "Brother Lu, don't even think that way. Let me tell you, while my psychic power is unique, it's not omnipotent. If you get chopped into pieces by the enemy, I won't be able to do a thing." "Cut me into pieces?" Instructor Lu Yi laughed heartily. "There are people who could do that, but definitely not on this island. So don't worry about that. All you need to do is quickly heal me when I'm injured." "No problem." Cheng Tianle patted his chest. "That's no big deal. Serious injuries, internal injuries, minor wounds, external cuts, any kind of injury, I can handle. Of course, broken hearts? That's beyond me. You little brat." Instructor Lu Yi playfully slapped Cheng Tianle on the shoulder before saying, "Let's get out of here first. This isn't the place for chatting." "Right, we should have left ages ago." Jia Ren gagged. "If I hadn't been so attached to all that delicious food I just ate, I'd have gone outside to throw up already." At this remark, everyone's foreheads creased with disbelief as they shot Jia Ren strange looks. 10 minutes later, led by Bai Xiaoxing, Cheng Tianle, and the others entered a courtyard. It wasn't large, but its architecture mirrored the imperial quadrangle style of the capital. Bai Xiaoxing explained this was his temporary residence, a place unknown to anyone, offering absolute security. Upon entering the room, Bai Xiaoxing swiftly changed into clean clothes. The blood-soaked garments were unbearably uncomfortable.
Without delay, he stated plainly, "The reason I was hunted by the god-slaying cult is because I uncovered the exact location of the dragon pattern tripod." "We know that," Li Yi replied. "Isn't the dragon pattern tripod said to be connected to the safety of our celestial dynasty? We already extracted that information from the ninjas of the island nation." "That's only a fraction of the truth," Bai Xiaoshang replied with a faint smile. "If the dragon pattern tripod merely influenced the celestial kingdom's destiny, it would be far simpler. Destiny is but an elusive concept, incapable of swaying the most critical course of events. Moreover, such destiny is easily interfered with. The true power of the dragon pattern tripod is beyond your comprehension." "No way!" Zhao Ming exclaimed in astonishment. "It's just a ritual vessel, how could it be entangled in so much? What exactly is this dragon pattern tripod's function?" "Stop beating around the bush, kid. Spill everything at once so we can formulate our plan to seize it sooner." "All right." Bai Xiaoshang nodded. "This dragon pattern tripod isn't a simple sacrificial vessel. Its true identity is that of a divine artifact and unparalleled treasure of our celestial dynasty. Master its use, and you wield the power to destroy worlds. Any person, faction, or nation would be as worthless as a chicken or a dog before it, not even worthy of a single strike." "Seriously?" Chang Tianla's eyes widened in disbelief. He swallowed hard, skepticism etched across his face. "It's just a broken cauldron, how could it be a divine artifact? This sounds like something straight out of a fantasy novel. That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Unbelievable?" Bai Xiaoshang shook his head and grinned. "Before your abilities awoke, if someone told you they could manipulate objects, summon lightning, or even fly through the air, would you have believed them? You'd probably say it's far-fetched too. But once your abilities awaken, everything suddenly makes sense. Don't judge things right or wrong based on your own understanding. So many things we perceive are fundamentally flawed. So what's so strange about a cauldron being a divine artifact?" "That may be true," Chang Tianla smacked his lips. "But I still think it's a bit much for a single cauldron to be a divine artifact with world-ending power." "Not at all." Bai Xiaoshang's eyes gleamed as he replied. "Ordinary beasts can cultivate into spirits, possessing power beyond mortal comprehension, let alone a sacrificial ritual tripod from the pre-Qin era. This dragon pattern tripod has endured 5 millennia of history. The events it has witnessed are beyond our comprehension. Buried in the darkest, most spiritually potent place, refined over so many years, it has long ceased to be an ordinary object." "Holy crap!" Jiaoren slammed the table. "Those damn Japanese are something else. How did they even know about this sacred tripod in the ancient Dragon Mountain tombs of our great nation? And our Red Dragon X group, with all its advanced intel, never uncovered it? How the hell did they manage that?" Bai Xiaoshang glanced at Jiaoren, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "You have to admit, those little devils know our history better than we do. To invade our country, they've studied our history to the bone. They know things we don't, that's why we paid such a bloody price in the war back then." Upon hearing this, Chang Tianla and the others fell into silence. Bai Xiaoshang was right. The Japanese had invested an extraordinary amount of effort into destroying our great nation. Their tiny country had once easily breached our borders, not because of the Qing government's incompetence, but because they understood the hearts of our people and our circumstances inside out. As the saying goes, knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. After all that, Chang Tianla cleared his throat and stroked his chin. "Have you managed to uncover the whereabouts of the dragon pattern tripod?" "Of course I have." Bai Xiaoshang's expression darkened as he replied in a grave tone, "The dragon pattern tripod has been placed by the cult of god-slaying's leader in a subterranean chamber beneath Mount Fuji. The defenses there are so formidable that launching an assault would be exceedingly difficult." "We're not afraid of tight security," Chang Tianla snorted coldly. "I just want to know how many experts are guarding it." "I don't know the exact number," Bai Xiaoshang mused briefly. "But I can tell you with certainty, there are absolutely no SSS tier combatants. At most, there might be 3 SS tier combatants." 3 SSS tier combatants? Chang Tianla chuckled. 3 of those guys wouldn't stand a chance against Brother Lu alone. "Seems snatching that dragon pattern tripod won't be too hard." "You're being far too naive," Instructor Louis replied, his expression darkening. "The God-Slayer cult isn't some minor organization. Its standing in the island nation is equivalent to that of our Crimson Dragon X division in the mainland. So behind this seemingly simple operation lies something far more dangerous. If we dare to be even slightly careless, we could very well end up buried in the caves beneath Mount Fuji." "Brother Lu." Chang Tianla's expression darkened as he asked, "What level is the God-Slayer cult's peak combat power?" "I'm not entirely certain," Instructor Louis replied, his brow furrowing slightly. "But I believe they possess beings capable of killing me. However, such godlike masters rarely involve themselves in conflicts between nations. Unless their cultivation is threatened or a treasure appears that captivates them all, they won't intervene." Chang Tianla swallowed hard upon hearing Instructor Lu Yi's words, sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, "The dragon pattern tripod is a divine artifact. Something powerful enough to dominate the entire world. Wouldn't that tempt even those old shareholders?
I fear we're facing grave danger this time. There's a high chance that cave beneath Mount Fuji harbors beings capable of eliminating SSS tier combatants.
If we go there, aren't we just walking into certain death? Relax.
Instructor Louis patted Cheng Tianla's shoulder, then pulled a jade pendant engraved with the Bagua symbol from his pocket.
With a faint smile, he asked, "Know what this is?" Cheng Tianla stared at the translucent Bagua jade pendant in Instructor Louis's hand.
Though he had no idea what it did, he was certain it was a precious artifact.
Seeing Cheng Tianla's expression, Instructor Louis knew he was clueless. He smiled faintly and explained, "This Bagua jade pendant is called the Nine-Turn Spirit Jade. Whenever an entity with combat power exceeding SSS class appears, it emits a glow." "Holy crap!" Cheng Tianla exclaimed in astonishment. "This thing is that powerful? How many miles can it detect?" Chapter 160, A Cave. How many miles? Instructor Louis shot Cheng Tianla a look of utter contempt. "Bro, are you dreaming? Detecting SSS tier combat power is already beyond belief. You wanted to detect how many miles? That's just wild."
Seeing Instructor Louis' over-the-top reaction, Cheng Tianla immediately grinned and chuckled. "Brother Lu, I just asked how many miles.
Is that really worth getting so worked up? Since I got it wrong, just correct me. How many meters can this Nine-Turn Spirit Jade detect?"
"Within 50 meters. Instructor Louis replied sternly, "The moment any SSS tier combat power approaches the Nine-Turn Spirit Jade's detection range, it will immediately glow."
"That's our signal to make a clean getaway." "Excellent. Absolutely excellent." Cheng Tianla grinned. "With such an advanced artifact, at least this mission won't be dangerous.
If we encounter someone stronger than us, we can just make a quick getaway."
"Boss is right," Zhao Ming chimed in with a grin. "Our approach is simple: fight if we can, run if we can't. That way, we'll never face mortal danger." Instructor Lu Yi's expression darkened instantly. "You little brat, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Mark my words, our mission is to bring the dragon pattern tripod back to the Celestial Kingdom. If we can't take it, we'll find a way to destroy it.
Under no circumstances can we leave it behind in this island nation."
Zhao Ming glanced at Instructor Lu Yi's grim, stern expression and immediately retorted with a scoff, "I know that." "Good." Instructor Louis then turned to Bai Xiaoshang, "Do you know the exact location of the dragon pattern tripod?" "I do." Instructor Louis nodded immediately upon hearing this. "Good. Since that's the case, let's not waste any time. We'll catch them off guard. We're heading to that cave right now to seize the dragon pattern tripod." "Understood." Cheng Tianla and the others responded in unison. Mount Fuji. A world-renowned tourist destination, its scenery breathtaking and air refreshingly crisp.
Flowers bloomed across the mountainsides, with the beautiful cherry blossoms standing out in particular splendor. Such beauty held no allure whatsoever for Cheng Tianla and his companions, who were rushing through the dead of night. Their minds were not on the scenery, but solely on the dragon pattern tripod within that mysterious cave. Led by Bai Xiaoshang, Cheng Tianla's group navigated a series of twists and turns, trekking rapidly for nearly 2 hours before finally nearing the base of Mount Fuji. Holy moly! Li Yi glanced at the towering mountain and the dense forest, letting out a long sigh. His face worn with fatigue, he muttered, "How long will it take us to reach the mountain and find that mysterious cave?" "Hey, Bai Xiaoshang, do you have any precise information? Which cave exactly?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoshang immediately halted his steps and peered intently ahead. After a moment's thought, he replied, "If my memory serves me correctly, we should reach it in about 20 more li." "What? 20 li?" Li gaped, his mouth wide open. "Bro, you're my real brother, right? I distinctly remember you saying 30 li earlier, and we've already walked more than 30 li, haven't we? How come there's still 20 li left? Can you even keep going? Can you just happily lead the way already?" Bai Xiaoshang flushed crimson and his neck turned red as Li Yi's rebuke hit him. Utterly embarrassed, he stammered, "Well, it was just so dark that night. I misjudged the distance a bit, that's all. But rest assured, this time it'll be perfect. 20 li, 20 li. Not a single step more." Li Yi snorted at Bai Xiaoshang's excuse. "I'd rather ask my third brother than trust you." He turned to Zhao Ming. "Third brother, deploy your plant manipulating power and thoroughly scout the surroundings." "Right," Cheng Tianla chimed in with a smile. "Third brother, we're deep in the mountains now. Danger could be closing in. Check ahead for any lurking villains." "Got it, no problem." Zhao Ming responded, then promptly closed his eyes. With a surge of his spiritual energy, streaks of green light shot out from his body, merging into the countless plants and trees. As Zhao Ming dispersed his psychic energy, streams of information rapidly flooded his mind. Ultimately, he pinpointed a cave among the countless mountain caverns. He suspected this cave might be where the dragon pattern tripod was hidden, as an unusual aura emanated from it, one that felt distinctly peculiar. Withdrawing his abilities and opening his eyes, Zhao Ming relayed his findings.
A faint smile touched everyone's lips upon hearing this, but Instructor Louis furrowed his brow and remarked, "Strange. If that cave could indeed be the hiding place for the dragon pattern tripod, why are there no disciples of the god-slaying cult guarding it? That doesn't make sense." After Instructor Louis pointed this out, Chang Tianla also found it peculiar. He stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, but no matter how he pondered it, he couldn't make sense of it. Finally, he spoke up, "It is strange, but we can't figure out why. We're going to investigate anyway, so let's not waste time here. Let's just rush over and take a look." Instructor Louis nodded. That's the only option. The group of 7 pressed onward, swiftly heading toward the mysterious cave. 20 Li posed no significant challenge for these 7 individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Within roughly 20 minutes, they arrived at the cave Zhao Ming had detected. Instructor Louis glanced at the mysterious cave ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. What a peculiar cave. It actually possesses a mysterious force that blocks psychic detection. It seems the only way to confirm whether the dragon pattern tripod is inside is to enter and investigate. Enter? Li Yi swallowed hard. Instructor, we know nothing about this cave. Isn't it reckless to go in blindly? We'd be completely at their mercy. We have no choice, Instructor Louis replied grimly. The Godslayers likely chose this cave precisely because psychic abilities can't detect it. That's why they placed the dragon pattern tripod inside. Cheng Tianla pondered Instructor Louis's words briefly before turning to Bai Xiaoshang. Does this cave match the one in your intelligence reports? Is it the same cave? Bai Xiaoshang's face twisted with awkwardness and unease. The intel only indicated a general location, not the specific cave. After all, Mount Fuji is vast. Pinpointing it was impossible. Besides, the Godslayer cult knows the intel leaked. They've likely taken countermeasures. The dragon pattern tripod probably isn't in the planned cave anymore. This was getting troublesome. Cheng Tianla smacked his lips, his eyes fixed intently on the cave ahead. Rubbing his hands together, he said, without knowing the situation inside, rushing in recklessly could be dangerous. What's there to fear? Xia Tian laughed. Instructor Lu, quickly bring out your 9-turn spirit jade and scan it. Check if there are any psychics with power beyond SSS rank inside. If there aren't, then we can stride in with confidence. With you here, we have nothing to fear from any enemies within. Cheng Tianla hesitated at Xia Tian's suggestion, still uneasy. But what choice did he have? If they didn't investigate, what if the dragon pattern cauldron was hidden within that cave? Wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity? With that thought, Cheng Tianla immediately asked, Brother Lu, is your 9-turn spirit jade glowing yet? No. Instructor Louis glanced at Cheng Tianla and smiled faintly. There are no experts exceeding SSS tier combat power around here. You agree to go in? Cheng Tianla shrugged. What choice do I have? Besides this cave, there are countless others outside. Since Bai Xiaosheng can't pinpoint which one it is, let's investigate this strangest looking cave. All right. Instructor Louis smiled. Since that's the case, let's go in and investigate. Remember, you must stay right behind me. Don't fall behind under any circumstances. Don't worry. I'd die before falling behind. Only if I wanted to die would I fall behind. I'll cover the rear. Absolute safety guaranteed. As soon as Jiaoren finished speaking, a golden light flashed over his entire body as he activated his copperhead iron arm ability, securing the rear for the group. The group stepped into the cavern. Though pitch black inside, the darkness posed no obstacle to Cheng Tianla and his companions. Their extraordinary vision as psychics allowed them to see everything clearly in the deepest night. The cave was eerily quiet. Beyond their footsteps and breaths, no other sound reached their ears. With intense focus and utmost caution, they slowly advanced deeper into the mountain's belly. 10 minutes passed. Though their pace was deliberate, they covered several hundred meters. Along the way, Cheng Tianla and his companions saw nothing but rock walls and scattered stones. Finding no valuable clues, they grew increasingly anxious and frustrated, their moods darkening. Damn it, Li Yi muttered under his breath. What the hell is up with this goddamn cave? Nothing here. And it's so oppressive. Let's explore a bit further. If we still find nothing, we're getting out of here. Cheng Tianla glanced at Li Yi before turning to Instructor Louis. This cave is truly bizarre. It even slightly suppresses psychic abilities, very strange. This isn't a good place. Let us walk a bit more and see. If nothing turns up, we'll head back. Instructor Louis listened to Cheng Tianla and Li Yi, then nodded slightly. Let's advance a bit further. If we still find no useful clues, we'll turn back. With that, they pressed onward. As Cheng Tianla and the others delved deeper, their moods grew increasingly restless and oppressed, suffocating them to the point of near breathlessness. Li Yi, in particular, had turned an unnatural pallor. Gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow, he said, Boss, don't go any further. I feel like if we take another step, I might lose my mind. I feel it too, Zhao Ming replied, his own expression grim. Some force seems to be messing with my mind, pushing me toward madness. It's deeply unsettling. Chang Tianla frowned upon hearing their words.
From your descriptions, it sounds like some malevolent spirit is casting dark spells in this cave.
Chapter 161, Perilous Terrain. Evil Spirit? Black Magic?
Zhao Ming and Li Yi jumped at the words, exclaiming in unison, "No way!
There's something that evil in this cave? We can't be that unlucky, can we? Why are we running into this kind of thing again? Even if we did, there's no need to fear," Xia Tian said with a smile. "Have you forgotten what our boss does? Dealing with evil spirits is a piece of cake far easier than taking on psychics."
"That may be true," Zhao Ming replied, his face grim.
"But evil spirits are terrifying.
That's why I'm such a...
You coward!" Chang Tianla shot Zhao Ming a glare. "Brother Lu."
Instructor Louis spoke up. "Since you know Taoist magic and can tell that an evil spirit is causing trouble here, you should cast a spell to break its hold quickly. Otherwise, Zhao Ming and Li Yi might lose their minds."
"Alright, I'll give it a shot."
Hearing Chang Tianla say try, Zhao Ming and Li Yi nearly burst into tears.
With mournful expressions, they pleaded, "Boss, you can't just say try. You have to succeed, don't go in with a let's see how it goes attitude." Chang Tianla grinned at their pitiful expressions. "Relax, relax. Your leader will protect you both. Nothing bad will happen to you."
He swiftly pulled out his tattered notebook, found a talisman pattern, studied it carefully, then closed the book. With a surge of spiritual energy, he released golden threads that began tracing the talisman's intricate patterns in the air at astonishing speed. As Chang Tianla swiftly completed the first talisman pattern, the oppressive atmosphere around them visibly eased. Zhao Ming and Li Yi especially felt a wave of relief wash over their bodies.
Whoosh! Under Chang Tianla's control, the first spiritual symbol pattern swiftly entered Zhao Ming's body. The moment it entered, Chang Tianla immediately asked, "Third brother, how does it feel? Is it working?"
Zhao Ming flexed his body, feeling utterly refreshed. Blinking his eyes, he grinned and chuckled, "Amazing.
Truly amazing.
The moment this thing entered my body, it transformed into a warm current. I can't even describe how comfortable it feels all over."
Hearing Zhao Ming's comfort, Chang Tianla knew he'd chosen the right talisman.
Without delay, he swiftly drew 6 more, giving one to each person.
Now he wouldn't have to worry about anyone encountering some utterly evil creature attacking them. "Good lad." Instructor Louis praised with a smile as the talisman's patterns entered his body.
"I never imagined your talisman patterns could be so miraculous. Though that aura earlier couldn't affect me, the moment this talisman entered my body, I felt utterly refreshed."
Chang Tianla grinned at Instructor Louis's words. "Relief is good.
As long as it works, it proves my Taoist arts aren't useless skills."
"How could it be useless?" Xia Tian chuckled. "Brother Li's Taoist arts are far superior to our psychic abilities.
Honestly, I'm starting to consider studying Taoism myself."
"Give me a break," Chang Tianla chuckled. "Taoist arts have their merits, and psychic abilities have their own wonders. Though they're called different things, their essence is the same. When both Taoist arts and psychic power are cultivated to their peak, I believe their effects would be identical. Let's not get into that now."
Instructor Louis glanced at Chang Tianla. "You mentioned some malevolent spirits causing trouble in this cave.
It seems we might have found the right place." "Yeah." Chang Tianla nodded. "Brother Lu is right.
While the dragon pattern tripod is undeniably a divine artifact, it was unearthed from the ancient Dragon Mountain tomb, a place saturated with yin energy. An object that's existed for thousands of years in such a yin-filled tomb naturally carries sinister yin energy, making it a magnet for malevolent spirits and ghosts. If my guess is correct, this cave is likely where the tripod was stored."
Instructor Louis nodded.
"If the dragon pattern tripod truly lies ahead, I can assure you the path forward will be exceedingly perilous. Do not underestimate the danger, stay alert and vigilant at all times."
"Now is the moment to steel our resolve and prepare for the final confrontation." "Understood." The group responded in unison. "Continue forward." As soon as Instructor Louis spoke, they immediately pressed forward.
After walking another 100 meters or so, a sense of unease and tension began to creep into their hearts.
An eerie aura, accompanied by a thick, pungent smell of blood, wafted from ahead. Chang Tianla's brow furrowed at the scent. "This is bad. Those demonic cultists from the god-slaying sector likely performing a blood sacrifice on the dragon pattern tripod. What are we waiting for? Let's charge in."
Jia Run urged anxiously from behind. But just as Chang Tianla was about to warn Jia Run to keep his voice down, 5 bizarre figures suddenly materialized before them. Standing less than a meter tall, they radiated a thick aura of death, their eyes flickering with an eerie green glow.
"Holy!"
Upon recognizing these creatures, Chang Tianla exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, they've actually conjured up a bunch of rotting corpses to deal with us."
"What are rotting corpses?" Instructor Louis asked, puzzled. "Are they easy to deal with?" Chang Tianla's expression darkened instantly.
"Whether they're easy to deal with isn't something I can say for sure," he said gravely.
"It depends on the person and the method." "What do you mean?" "Simple." Chang Tianla grinned. "If I handle them, I can wipe them out in an instant. If you, Brother Lu, take them on, you can also eliminate them quickly. But if old 5, Jia Run, goes up against them, he'll probably be dead the moment he gets close. What's going on?
Jia Run grumbled from behind.
Sure, my combat strength isn't as high as the bosses or the instructors, but it can't be that much lower, right? Why would I drop dead the moment I get close? Cheng Tianla chuckled, because these rotting corpses are highly poisonous.
We can take them out from a distance, but you can't. So if you get close, you'll be poisoned and die.
In that case, let's not waste time.
Instructor Louis finished speaking and immediately channeled his psychic power, waving his hand to unleash a sea of flames. Instantly, the 5 small, stunted rotting corpses were burned to ashes.
This was the first time Cheng Tianla had witnessed Instructor Louis in action. He was so astonished he could barely speak. Was this truly an SSS tier combat expert?
With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed such a vast sea of fire, controlling it with such precision that they felt no scorching heat whatsoever.
Impressive. Truly impressive. Instructor Louis observed Cheng Tianla's utterly astonished expression and smiled faintly. Is it really that surprising? Never seen an SSS tier combatant in action before? No, Cheng Tianla shook his head. I truly haven't.
That sea of fire you just unleashed was incredible. Your control was utterly precise and accurate. It didn't damage a single thing around it, only taking out those 5 puny rotten corpses.
Instructor Louis chuckled. That's nothing. Trust your own abilities, and you can do it too. Enough.
Seeing Cheng Tianla and Instructor Louis trading compliments, Xia Tian immediately interjected with a sigh, time waits for no one.
You 2 big shots shouldn't waste any more time.
Cheng Tianla and Instructor Louis exchanged an awkward smile before leading Xia Tian and the others forward at a brisk pace. Barely 50 meters into their march, a piercing shriek suddenly split the air. Instantly, a dark, swarming mass came hurtling toward them from the distance.
Holy crap! Cheng Tianla exclaimed, instantly activating his mental energy to deploy a golden thread defensive net.
He grumbled irritably, those bloodthirsty bats again.
So damn annoying. Put.
The moment those massive bloodthirsty bats neared Cheng Tianla and his companions, they were instantly shredded by the golden thread net, disintegrating into puffs of blood mist that scattered around them. At that very moment, Li Yi swiftly unleashed his wind ability, blowing the blood mist away at incredible speed, preventing the disgusting blood from dripping onto them. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Tianla's golden thread defense net had shredded the hundreds of bloodthirsty bats to pieces. After dispatching every last one, Cheng Tianla's expression darkened. Damn it, he muttered. Looks like whoever's inside isn't some pushover. They know how to control rotting corpses and command beasts. Who knows what else we'll run into? As long as their combat power doesn't exceed SSS rank, no danger is truly dangerous. Zhao Ming said with a relaxed expression. The rotting corpses and bloodthirsty bats were easily taken care of by the boss and the instructor.
They're not even in the same league. There's absolutely no need to fear them. What do you know? Cheng Tianla glared at Zhao Ming.
If the person inside is skilled in controlling rotting corpses and bloodthirsty bats, he likely knows Taoist magic too.
What if?
Before Cheng Tianla could finish his sentence, a burst of blood mist exploded before him. Simultaneously, a muffled groan echoed from the dark void, startling Cheng Tianla and his companions.
Damn, he's a pro, Cheng Tianla exclaimed in astonishment. To sneak up on us without a sound.
Thank goodness my defenses are top-notch, or I'd have been dead by now.
Instructor Lu Yi's face darkened.
We were careless, he said coldly.
Allowing an enemy to get this close undetected.
Thankfully, Xiao Lu, your reflexes are sharp. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble. He pointed at the ground.
Metal shavings.
Attacking this young master won't end well for you. Cheng Tianla glanced at the metal shavings on the ground and chuckled coldly.
Did you think hiding in the void would let you evade my attack?
With that, he channeled his psychic energy, sending a golden thread shooting forth.
It pierced straight through the enemy lurking in the shadows.
As Cheng Tianla pulled the enemy's corpse closer with the golden thread, Instructor Louis exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn, kid! What kind of technique is that? You managed to eliminate the enemy with such precision and even drag the body right here."
Cheng Tianla grinned. Simple trick.
The bastard was too careless. He thought hiding in the air would save him, but the blood dripping from his wound gave him away. Plus, he was overconfident, thinking I couldn't find him. Truth is, once my psychic power wounds someone, I can sense their presence clearly no matter where they run.
Instructor Louis listened to Cheng Tianla's explanation and immediately looked down at the corpse on the ground.
His eyes widened in astonishment.
What kind of power do you have, kid? You actually shredded his entire arm. Chapter 162, Yamamoto Taro. Cheng Tianla glanced at Instructor Lu Yi and smiled faintly. My ability is versatile defense, offense, or object manipulation. It can do it all. It's just that awesome. That's how it rolls.
Instructor Louis heard Cheng Tianla's words and looked at his arrogant demeanor, then said with a sigh, "Alright, you're something else.
You haven't even reached a rank combat power yet and you're already this formidable. If you break through to a rank or even S rank, won't you just sweep away all other ability users at your level? Pretty much. Chang Tianla nodded in acknowledgement. I can already take on a rank combatants.
Within my tier, there's no one who can match me.
Instructor Louis listened with eager anticipation. I can't wait to see you break through to S rank.
Whether I can break through to S rank depends entirely on our mission today, Xia Tian interjected urgently. If you two keep dawdling, and the mission fails, forget about S rank, we'll probably be dead in cold by tonight.
You brat, Instructor Louis chuckled, shaking his head. We may be talking, but our feet aren't idle. And if there's any. Careful. Cheng Tianla abruptly interrupted Instructor Louis, his voice thick with caution. 9 enemies are ambushing us from all sides. Seriously? Instructor Louis frowned. How come I didn't sense them? They're not ordinary psychics, Cheng Tianla said with heightened alertness.
They're all wearing artifacts specifically designed to suppress psychic energy detection.
That's why you can't sense them.
It's only because the guy I just took out had contact with them that I could detect them at all.
I see. Instructor Louis's expression darkened. Can you pinpoint their exact locations now? Can you eliminate them? Cheng Tianla shook his head gently. These guys are cunning.
They probably saw how I took out that one earlier.
Now they're constantly shifting positions.
Plus, I sense they have other artifacts on them. My psychic energy triggers their detection the moment it nears, letting them dodge in advance.
Instructor Louis's brow furrowed slightly at this, then he asked with a smile, what tier of combat power are these 9 hidden enemies? Peak 3B tier combat strength. Instructor Louis responded with a cold chuckle, so that's the caliber of enemy I'm facing. Given their level, don't blame me for being ruthless. Cheng Tianla knew instantly that Instructor Louis was about to unleash his ultimate move.
His eyes locked onto Louis as the instructor flipped his hands.
2 blinding flashes of white light erupted, followed by an icy chill enveloping Cheng Tianla and his team.
In the next instant, everything within a 30-meter radius froze solid.
9 human-shaped ice sculptures, resembling frozen statues, appeared before their eyes.
Before Cheng Tianla and the others could recover from their shock, Instructor Louis unleashed his power again. A sea of flames erupted instantly, reducing the 9 unlucky souls trapped in ice to ashes in the blink of an eye.
Holy! Cheng Tianla swallowed hard and muttered, insane. Is this the legendary dual extremes of ice and fire? Damn, that was exhilarating. Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Instructor, you're the man. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless.
Xia Tian remarked with deep emotion, today I've seen it with my own eyes. He really is the real deal. Enough with the flattery.
Instructor Louis smiled faintly. From the current situation, we're getting close to the dragon-patterned cauldron.
The enemies will only multiply from here on out. We must remain vigilant and cautious. With the instructor and the boss here, what have we to fear? Li Yi said with a smile, as long as we don't encounter anyone stronger than SSS tier, we won't even need to lift a finger. Cheng Tianla rolled his eyes at Li Yi's words. Fourth brother, let me tell you, don't even entertain that thought. What if we run into a few SS or SSS tier experts? Brother Lu might be incredibly powerful, but he can't instantly take down a peer-level psionicist, right?
If he gets overwhelmed, and you're not careful, your life could be in serious danger.
Li Yi jolted at the warning, knowing Cheng Tianla spoke truth.
If Instructor Louis got entangled with a powerful psychic, others would surely target them.
That scenario would spell real danger.
Seeing Li Yi visibly shaken by his words, Cheng Tianla grinned with satisfaction.
Stay alert, a life or death battle is coming. Understood.
Li Yi dropped his playful expression, his face hardening into seriousness as he scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, alert to any sign of movement. After Instructor Louis eliminated those 9 unlucky bastards who knew how to cloak themselves, they immediately pressed forward. Along the way, they encountered no further ambushes. Clearly, the leaders of the Godslayer cult knew Cheng Tianla and his group weren't to be trifled with, especially with Instructor Louis and SSS tier combatant in their ranks. Sending low-level operatives to ambush them would be nothing short of suicide.
Cheng Tianla and his group advanced over 300 meters. Rounding a corner, their view suddenly opened up. Directly ahead lay an immense hall, spanning over 300 square meters.
Dominating the center of the hall stood a colossal statue 5 meters tall, entirely pitch black. It depicted a yaksha demon, its face twisted into a hideous, demonic grimace. In its hands, it held a small bronze cauldron, its body coiled with a sinuous divine dragon. Needless to say, this cauldron held by the yaksha statue was precisely their target, the dragon-patterned cauldron. Cheng Tianla glanced at the 20-odd figures clad in ninja attire surrounding the Yaka statue. His brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, Brother Lu, those 20-odd guys over there look pretty formidable.
Do you think you can handle them? Those guys aren't my cup of tea, Instructor Louis replied, pointing to an old man seated in lotus position directly beneath the Yaka statue. He's the one I'm after. Him? Cheng Tianla glanced at the old man seated beneath the Yaka statue, his brow furrowing deeply as he murmured in a low voice, is he that formidable? Same tier. Chang Tianla was stunned upon hearing instructor Louis utter those 3 words. He never imagined that seemingly unremarkable old man was an SSS tier combat expert, utterly unexpected. "Welcome, friends from afar," a frail, aged voice emanated from the elder. Seated motionless, he spoke. "What brings you to my Godslayer cult's branch temple?" "You know full well," Chang Tianla retorted bluntly. "Don't you realize what unsavory deeds you've committed? Must I spell it out to make you look foolish? How can this young man speak with such disrespect?" The old man remained seated, not even opening his eyes. "I address you politely, yet this is how you respond? Our nation is renowned for its etiquette. When did such rudeness become acceptable? Cut the nonsense." Chang Tianla snapped irritably. "We treat guests with the utmost courtesy, of course. But to extend such courtesy to enemies? That would be sheer foolishness. Enemies indeed. Utterly foolish." The old man's voice turned cold. "I had hoped to discuss matters peacefully with you, but it seems that is no longer necessary." "Discuss?" Chang Tianla chuckled. "What might you wish to discuss with us?" "Naturally, to discuss matters of state." The old man's eyes suddenly snapped open, 2 beams of piercing light shooting forth as if tangible. "He who possesses the dragon pattern tripod rules the realm. Now that our holy sect has acquired such a divine artifact, we possess the power to forge a new nation. I sincerely invite you to join us." Chang Tianla snorted coldly at the old man's words. "Join you? Become traitorous lackeys? You old crook sure knows how to spin a sweet deal, huh? You bastard. You're using our heavenly dynasty's sacred artifact to destroy our heavenly dynasty, and you even want to rule the entire world? Your appetite is truly enormous." The elder's expression darkened at these words. "Young man," he said sternly, "I have spoken to you with utmost courtesy, painting a glorious vision of the future. Yet you respond with such insolence. How deeply you disappoint me. Since you refuse to join our sacred holy order, I can only deem you heretics. I shall represent the holy order in eliminating you. Give me a break." Chang Tianla grinned. "Eliminate us on behalf of the holy order? I'll eliminate you on behalf of the moon. You're asking for death." The elder roared in fury, his aura surging violently. 2 golden beams shot from his eyes, striking Chang Tianla with lightning speed. Seeing this SSS tier powerhouse move against him, Chang Tianla knew evasion was impossible and frankly, unnecessary. After all, he had an SSS tier powerhouse standing right beside him. Just as the 2 beams of golden light were about to strike Chang Tianla, Instructor Louis, who had remained silent until now, suddenly thrust both hands forward. He caught the beams in his palms, clenched them tightly, and shattered them into scattered points of glowing light. The old man watched as Instructor Louis effortlessly nullified the 2 golden beams he had fired. A look of astonishment flashed across his weathered face. After scrutinizing Louis closely, he nodded and remarked, "No wonder you dared to infiltrate our god-slaying sect's branch at night. So there really was a master here all this time. To achieve SSS tier combat prowess at such a young age, truly, I must re-evaluate my judgment." Instructor Louis listened to the old man's words and smiled faintly. "Old codger, you've got some real tenacity. Never thought you'd still be alive." Chang Tianla, hearing Instructor Louis's words, immediately asked, "Brother Liu, you know this old codger?" "MHM. Instructor Louis nodded. "This one's Yamamoto Taro. He caused trouble in our imperial capital a few years back. I wasn't in the capital at the time, so we couldn't catch him. Plus, he was already quite old, so we didn't pursue his whereabouts further. Who'd have thought he'd still be alive after all these years? The old bastard sure can hang on," Chang Tianla remarked with a smirk. He then turned to Yamamoto Taro. "Old geezer, what are you still showing off for at your age? Hand over the dragon pattern tripod right now, and have your disciples and followers retreat immediately. We'll pretend we never saw you, and we can all laugh it off happily." Chapter 163, Lotus Phantom. Yamamoto Taro's eyes bulged with rage at Chang Tianla's words. He bellowed, "You insolent brat. Shut your mouth. I initially thought you were in charge, but after half a year, you're just a lowly underling. This infuriates me. I've wasted my breath on you." Chang Tianla listened to Yamaki Taro's rant without a hint of embarrassment. He grinned and retorted, "You old fossil, you're getting worse with age. I don't even know what to say to you. Just give me a straight answer. Are you handing over the dragon pattern tripod or not?" Yamamoto Taro roared with laughter upon hearing this. "Your ignorance and naivety amuse me greatly. You have only 2 paths left now, yet you still dare covet the dragon pattern tripod? Your audacity truly impresses me." "2 paths?" Instructor Louis asked with a faint smile. "May I inquire what these 2 paths might be?" "One is life, the other is death." Yamamoto Taro replied coldly with a sneer, "Swear allegiance to my sacred Godslayer cult, and you live. Continue your defiance, and you die." As if he were the master of this situation. Chang Tianla sneered coldly, "Let's see just how formidable you really are." With that, he unleashed his psychic energy. A golden thread shot out like lightning, aiming straight for Yamamoto Taro's forehead. If Chang Tianla's golden thread succeeded in this surprise attack, their mission would essentially be complete.
After all, within the entire cavern, Yamamoto Taro seemed to be the most formidable opponent.
Eliminating him would mean everything was over. But would things truly unfold as Chang Tianla wished? The answer was no. Though aged, Yamamoto Taro was an SSS tier psychic.
His rank alone placed him several tiers above Chang Tianla. His perception and control of psychic energy far surpassed Chang Tianla's by many times.
Coupled with the suppression inherent in the vast disparity of psychic power tiers, Chang Tianla's strike stood no chance of success.
The golden thread shot forward at breakneck speed. Just as it was about to strike Yamaki Taro, he let out a cold snort. A golden light shot from his eyes, colliding directly with the rapidly approaching golden thread. The impact instantly obliterated the golden thread Chang Tianla had unleashed. Chang Tianla himself suffered a slight backlash, involuntarily stumbling back a step, his face turning pale. Youngster, Yamaki Taro adopted the air of a seasoned master, smiling as he addressed Chang Tianla. Your psychic power is quite unique, but such feeble strength pales in comparison to mine.
Old geezer, Chang Tianla snorted coldly. Don't get cocky. Once I break through to S rank, wiping you out will be as easy as slaughtering chickens or dogs.
Swear allegiance to my Godslayer cult, and you might just reach S rank, Yamaki Taro said with a cold laugh. Refuse, and you'll likely never see tomorrow's sun.
Is that so? Chang Tianla retorted with equal coldness, we'll see who doesn't live to see tomorrow's sun.
The moment Chang Tianla finished speaking, his psychic energy surged.
Over 20 golden threads shot out at lightning speed, striking the ninjas surrounding the Yaka statue.
This time, Chang Tianla's attack came far too suddenly.
Combined with Yamamoto Taro's complete lack of expectation that Chang Tianla would strike again, the result was that over a dozen of those 20-odd unfortunate souls instantly had their skulls pierced by Chang Tianla's golden threads. They collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before meeting their end. This sudden turn of events sent Yamamoto Taro into a rage.
He let out a furious roar, his eyes blazing with golden light as he charged toward Chang Tianla and his group, launching a frenzied attack.
These golden beams possessed immense power.
Had Chang Tianla and his men had to resist them, they would likely have met their end. Yet, they needn't worry about the golden light at all, for Instructor Louis effortlessly intercepted every single one.
Nothing special. After shattering all the golden light, Instructor Louis coldly laughed, Yamamoto Taro, though you possess SSS tier combat prowess, you're no longer young. Surrender obediently, and I might spare your life. Continue resisting, and you'll meet the same fate as those men just now. Damn it, this is utterly despicable. Yamaki Taro roared, glaring at the corpses littering the ground. That damn Inoue Eiko. If she'd shared the treasures with everyone, none of them would have died. That damn woman. Once I'm done with you lot, she'll be the first one I play to death.
At that moment, Chang Tianla finally understood why he'd killed over a dozen so easily. The remaining dozen must have possessed treasures that suppressed supernatural abilities. Old geezer, Chang Tianla withdrew his gaze from the unfortunate corpses and grinned.
Who knew your tastes were so refined? At your age, still chasing after this and that? Think you're some kind of god? Can you even still handle it? Hearing Chang Tianla's words, Yamamoto Taro nearly choked on his own blood in rage.
With trembling hands, he pointed at Chang Tianla and declared, word by word, if I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname.
Don't even go there, Chang Tianla scoffed. Old man, you'd better not make that vow.
I have absolutely no interest in having a decrepit, crippled old man like you as my grandson. So save yourself the trouble of swearing to kill me.
Yamaki Taro roared in fury, I'll kill you right now. Do you really think you can? Instructor Louis stepped in front of Chang Tianla, his piercing gaze fixed on Yamaki Taro. Do you truly believe you can pull the wool over my eyes? Yamamoto Taro glanced at Instructor Louis and sneered coldly, young man, don't let your youth make you arrogant.
If I were to fight you with everything I have, you might not come out on top.
Instructor Louis glanced at Yamaki Taro and smiled faintly. Even if you give your all, you'll only wound me. You're no match for me.
Hand over the dragon pattern tripod willingly, and I, Lou, might spare your life.
But if you insist on this stubborn course, then I'll have no choice but to send you on your way. Is that so? Yamaki Taro laughed loudly.
Young fools are always reckless and ignorant of their place.
Since that's the case, there's nothing left to discuss. I'll send you all on your way. As soon as Yamamoto Taro finished speaking, a strange aura emanated from his body. Following this peculiar energy, the once stooped Yamamoto Taro suddenly transformed completely, instantly becoming a robust man in his 30s. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Chang Tianla exclaimed in shock. This old geezer can actually reverse aging? That's way too exaggerated, way too god tier. What the hell is he trying to pull?
Instructor Louis glanced at Yamaki Taro, now restored to his prime, and his expression darkened. He snorted coldly, old man, you've certainly been ruthless with yourself. You'd actually expend your life force to fight me. Life force holds little meaning for me now, Yamaki Taro laughed. Your lives are far more valuable than mine. Taking you with me as I pass into the afterlife would be a great blessing. You old bastard, Chang Tianla spat coldly.
Nice plan, but you'll never kill us. Is that so?
The moment Yamaki Taro uttered that single word, his form flickered as he lunged straight at Cheng Tianla, clearly aiming to finish him with a single strike. But Instructor Lui wouldn't give him that chance. His figure shifted instantly, blocking Cheng Tianla's path. A fist shot out, smashing toward Yamaki Taro's face.
Seeing Instructor Lui's overwhelmingly powerful fist, Yamamoto Taro dared not meet it head-on.
Though he had now recovered to his peak condition, he still fell short compared to the instructor, who was in the prime of his physical vigor. After dodging the blow, Yamaki Taro's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent.
Staring coldly at Instructor Lui, he said, "Do you think you can keep protecting him forever? That's not for you to decide." With that, Instructor Lui thrust both hands forward. 2 flashes of white light erupted, instantly freezing the entire hall solid. The dozen or so ninjas who had narrowly escaped earlier were now trapped within the ice.
Seeing Instructor Lui seal those unlucky souls, Cheng Tianla seized the moment. Without a word, he channeled his spiritual energy, sending a dozen golden threads flying out. They instantly pierced through the frozen ninjas, delivering a bone-chilling blow. Though the ice didn't completely immobilize Yamaki Taro, it did slightly restrict his movements. By the time he reacted, those dozen or so ninjas had already met their chilly end.
"Damn it!" Yamaki Taro roared, his eyes bulging with rage. "You despicable coward! How dare you play dirty tricks? Attacking someone of a lower rank like this, you disgrace the title of SSS rank expert."
Hearing Yamaki Taro's words, Zhao Ming immediately burst into loud laughter, glaring at him with a look reserved for fools. "You old fart," he sneered, "how dare you spit out those words with that smug face?
Who was the shameless one attacking my boss just now?
Why didn't you feel ashamed about targeting a lower-tier psychic back then?
Now that your little minions are wiped out, you feel bad? Pissed off, huh? Need to vent? Bastard. Your sister." Li Yi sneered triumphantly. "Old geezer, you still dare spew filth? Mark my words, kneel and surrender now, and I might grant you a quick death. But if you dare resist, you'll end up like the corpses littering this ground. I will kill you all." Yamamoto Taro, provoked to the brink by Zhao Ming and Li Yi's relentless taunts, was seething with fury.
Never in his life had he endured such humiliation and abuse, especially not in his homeland where he was revered. His rage burned like wildfire, pushing him to the edge of berserk fury.
Boom!
A colossal aura erupted from Yamaki Taro's body as he unleashed his full power. Golden light blazed across his form, and behind him materialized a gigantic, ethereal lotus. The appearance of this lotus shadow stunned everyone present.
Cheng Tianla's jaw dropped in astonishment, for this lotus shadow was no ordinary phenomenon, it was the nascent form of an awakening psychic ability.
Cheng Tianla scrutinized the lotus shadow intently, swallowing hard and exhaling a long breath. Clearly, Yamamoto hadn't fully mastered his psychic form, nor had he opened his psychic eye. As such, the seemingly formidable lotus shadow's power would be significantly diminished.